For many, being sealed away would be the end. But for Diablo Viber, the dark mage who nearly defeated a god, it was only the beginning of a new chapter. He had been granted a chance at rebirth. In this life, he is Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the esteemed Welton family and the rightful heir to the Aseo Dam kingdom. From the moment he opened his eyes as a baby, the first thing Jamie felt wasn't hatred, but the boundless love of his parents. For the past 9 years, he has lived as a proper nobleman, enjoying a life of comfort and ease, even praised by servants for his compassion. But behind that sweet smile, Diablo is still Diablo, plotting his revenge. That will make the 12 gods wish they were dead. Jai's family life is suffocatingly happy. The dining room was filled with warmth and laughter, as Jai feigned innocence, blending into the happy atmosphere. His sister looks happy, enjoying the delicious food, and this energetic girl is none other than Jai's mother, the only daughter of the great Bell family, and his father, one of the 5 supreme swordsmen of the Areno Welton kingdom. Though he holds an impressive title, Jamie Areno is always head over heels for his wife and children. And finally, Sarah Welton, the second daughter of the Welton family. His life seems happy and peaceful now, but for Jamie, it's incredibly annoying. Even a single meal with his family drains him of his life force, for Jai will never grow accustomed to their affectionate ways. However, it's much better than it was at first, and one more thing, JY is incredibly weak right now, but he's okay with it. With this new opportunity, the 12 gods Jai despises still exist, exploiting their followers. Though this is all the power he has, since dark magic doesn't exist in this era, it's all right. Jai is confident that time is on his side. The flames of revenge burn brighter, but first he must play the part of a well-behaved young boy. Each time he has to act like this, Jai wishes he were sealed away again. CS and his sister are already waiting in the hall, ready for story time. Jai feigned innocence, wondering who would read to them today, prompting his mother and sister to embrace him with affection. And today's book is read by a sage. Before long, it's over, and she asks her children if they enjoyed it, a glint appearing in Jai's eyes. Indeed, he's putting on quite the act. When Jai says he wants to become a great mage like Jesus, C reminds him that he defeated his 3 magic teachers, so he's sure to succeed. With that, she reveals that his father promised to find him the greatest mage. Jui smiles happily on the surface. Thinking it was a good idea, Sai watched Jai prepare to leave, guessing he was headed to the library. Before leaving, his mother, full of energy, wanted to give him a hug. Jemmy was tired of this, but he indulged her anyway. Sai repeatedly complimented his cuteness, causing Jamie to scream inwardly in despair. Soon after, he finished reading the book in the private library. This is the only remaining book about mana, but it doesn't seem very helpful. It's almost time for dinner, so Jamie gets up to go to the dining hall. As he stepped out, he was met by a stranger, an old man who seemed to be a great mage invited by his father. Jai ignored the old man's words, focusing instead on the palpable mana radiating from his body like a raging storm. Jemmy was certain this man was at least a 7th circle mage. Many questions arose in his mind, like how the old man had arrived without a guide. Jai decided to ask him directly, but the old man was just as focused, realizing the boy was a prodigy. Jemmy realized immediately that he was being sized up, and his hand began to stir. Jai secretly planned to attack the moment he saw an opening, while the old man marveled at the mana and actions of this mere 9-year-old. Wanting to test Jai's abilities himself, the old man activates his mana. A dramatic showdown is about to unfold. Jai then gently released a stream of magic, which slowly floated towards Lin Mayo. A beautiful blue ray of power shimmers. Jai is somewhat helpless, looking at the mess before him. It didn't work as expected, but it surprised him even more. But what the hell? My magic had no effect whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lin Mayo was getting quite the eye-opener. Damn, that's insane. Is this really magic a 9-year-old can achieve? So, he still has his strength. Not bad. Now it's my turn. And so, Jai cursed inwardly, realizing the man was truly unharmed. Damn it, Lin Mayo's power is flowing and Jai has noticed. But he was confident that his magic couldn't harm him, so there was no reason to defend himself. Suddenly, Jemmy's eyes widened. That surprised Lin. The kid didn't even blink. As the situation escalates, Heno intervenes, angrily shouting, "You've gone too far." Then he turned to Hanjae and asked, "Are you okay?" JY blankly responded, yes. Once he realized what was happening, he whined that he was only just okay, which worried Hino. The boy was truly shocked, his blood boiling as he decisively issued a challenge. They needed to have a little chat. Marquise Lin Mayo, it seemed his tricks had been seen through. The boy was trying to act shy in front of his father, who burst out laughing. How unexpected, how amusing. Lin Mayo couldn't contain his laughter. Count, I envy you? Meanwhile, Arino is completely bewildered. He attacked another man's son for no reason, and after a while, Lin Mayo sat properly on the sofa. Hino held a teacup in his hand, unable to contain his tone. He's my son and the heir to the Welton family, yet all I get is Lin Mayo's nonchalance. I know, and Aino's mood darkens. You said you knew. Lin Mayo felt the need to remind him. Calm down. With all that murderous intent, what's even the point of talking? A master swordsman indeed. Then he asked, how much do you know about your son? Aino continued with his gruff demeanor. About what? So Lin Mayo had to spell out the young master's talents, giving Aino more reason to question him. Ha! That's why I entrusted him to you, only for you to attack him for no reason. He secretly suspects the man holds a grudge against his son. Lin Mayo replies, it seems you truly know nothing. I'll pretend I never received your request. His words are confusing. What does he mean? Regardless, Aino has a very bad impression of him. Marquis Lin Mayo is known as the strongest 8th Circle mage among the current mages. The 8th Circle Archmage doesn't acknowledge his son's abilities, raising suspicion. Is Jai not as talented as I thought? Lin Mayo can read my mind just by looking at me. You're wrong about everything. Hino is losing patience. Marquis, please elaborate. But then, Lin Mayo reveals a shocking reason. I won't accept your son because he's not good enough to teach. Hino was suddenly thrown into confusion. If an 8th Circle mage couldn't do it, then who could? Then he reveals that his son can read all of his magic, and Hino can't believe his ears. What? He began to reason. Impossible, even if he is that talented. Furthermore, Lin Mayo affirmed that the boy was certain my magic couldn't touch him, recalling Jai's face from the earlier battle. I was surprised he didn't even flinch at my magic. Then Lin Mayo added, what's more, your son has trained himself to become a level 3 mage. No, if it weren't for his frail body, he'd surely be a level 4 mage, and he could confidently say that genius isn't monstrous. A monster was born, a child who needed no guidance. From there, Lin Mayo offered a solution. Just support him and he'll perfect himself. Perhaps. This is the birth of a legendary 9th level mage. Hino listened in silence for a long time, his hand on the chair clenching involuntarily. Hino struggles to believe the information he's just received. His son could become a legendary 9th Circle mage. Now, Lin Mayo nods earnestly. I apologize for attacking your son. Lin Mayo added that this would be very interesting, as he knew it would throw this land and perhaps the world into chaos. Meanwhile, Hino was deep in thought, gazing at the ceiling, his mind full of questions. Ah, in the great castle, someone sighs. Jemmy leans wearily against the wall. This is just too much, he laments, exhausted. My mother had heard about what that old man had done. Memories of the past resurface. Jai, are you all right? Oh no, you must have been so scared. Mom would scold him. She promised to give him a piece of her mind, and Jai wondered how long he'd been stuck there, placing an item on the table. However, upon reflection, Jai felt less tense. This time he had witnessed real magic, and he believed that if it existed in that era, it would be quite powerful. But there was something that bothered Jai. But more than anything, my father, Count Welton, this man made me lose all motivation. I knew he was strong, but not this strong. He truly is fit to be my father. Lin Mayo suddenly appeared and asked, what's so funny? Just seeing him, Jamie's life seemed to fall into darkness. Then, Lin Mayo asked, what do you think about not realizing someone was here? Jai's scream echoed throughout the castle as he collapsed to the floor. What are you doing here? Lin Mayo burst out laughing. Ha ha! You really are still a child to be so surprised. Jui still couldn't stop wondering. How did you get into my room? He's clearly disappointed that I revealed my teleportation ability. Ha, so my father didn't do anything to him despite his pain. I knew he wasn't just some old man, but to think he could teleport so easily. Lin Mayo begins to question him, asking why he acts childish in front of his father, but is so rude to her. Hearing this, Jai's attitude turns harsh. Does he see family and strangers as one and the same? And yet, Lin Mayo finds it in himself to laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're quite amusing. The old man spouted strange nonsense. What bad luck. If only I were stronger. But Jai couldn't help but scorn him. What a weird old geezer. That's why he kept staring at me when we first met. Suddenly, Lin Mayo pulled out a book. Jay was a little surprised. A magic book? Why would he give me this? Then Lin Mayo started to criticize, saying my magic was outdated. Jay cursed under his breath, avoiding the old man's gaze. My magic is outdated. How humiliating. But does Lin Mayo really think I'm touched by this gift? He leaned down, revealing that the book contained spells he himself had created, and that Jay would be the first to see them. Jay silently recited the magic, as he curiously raised the book containing the magic of a high-level mage. He also said my magic was outdated. Then Lin Mayo exclaimed, I have high expectations for you this time. He's serious. Lin Mayo is also looking forward to it, wondering what he'll be like when they meet again. After reading the book, Jai was visibly excited, thinking it might be better than he imagined. Let's see just how amazing this book is. He summarized what he knew. Mana absorption is a breathing technique that draws mana into the heart. It's known as the most effective method, but the fact that it has a limit is a major drawback. Jemmy reads intently. He called my technique outdated, so I had some expectations for his. He stared intently at the book, unblinking. It's actually quite interesting. After a moment, Juai closed it, but it seemed difficult to execute. We must feel each particle of mana. He had a plan and reached out to absorb them. We have to do it exactly right. Jai wonders how many people can do this, that the old techniques can't be replaced, and that he meets both conditions. He gives a bright smile, but I am Diablo Via, then he jumps out of bed. Jemmy happily picks up the book again. You've given me quite a lot, old man. Now I'll make sure to do everything you've asked. So Jai snaps his fingers to summon help, saying he needs his aid. His familiar immediately appeared, landing on Jai's shoulder and chirping incessantly. He then ordered it to break the mana particles, and Break closed its giant eye before opening it wide. Jamie compares every detail, the first condition being to break the mana particle into smaller pieces for easier absorption through the skin. He figured the disadvantage was that they had to adjust the size and position accordingly, but looking at his pet, Jai felt relieved. Good thing I have Black. Then he shouts, All right, let's begin. Black made a soul contract with me, and it will break the mana, thus resolving the first condition. The first condition has been met. The second condition is not a problem for my body. That means if there's a limit to the amount of mana the heart can absorb, I just need to store mana elsewhere in my body, meaning I have no limits at all. The next morning, outside DH Estate, the nanny and Eno stood in front of the room. She stood awkwardly behind him as he watched in astonishment. My lord. Inside the room, Jai sat cross-legged, meditating as his caretaker looked on with concern. Young master, he sees the flow of energy within him, mana swirling around him, his face unable to hide his shock. I knew the Marquis had given him some guidance, but this is unreal. Then he thought of the boy looking like a gentle squirrel beside an oak. When did my child develop such a natural talent? He then turned to the nanny, telling her to leave him be, but she requested that he leave a few servants with him. Yes, sir. Eno turns and leaves. The nanny clasped her hands together, worried. I hope the young master will be all right. His steps were slow, his mind still racing. So he's a mage? Not a swordsman. Could it be something he inherited from his mother's side? His body froze, unable to believe the truth. Even so, it was still too incredible. Finally, he smiled and muttered confidently, A 9th circle mage, you can definitely do it. That day, at the Azure Cloud Estate, he closed his eyes, surrounded by orbs of energy, then suddenly opened them. Jemmy shot up, clenching his fist and cheering, I did it! That step of separating the mana elements is quite difficult due to its complexity, but if I don't succeed once, I'll just have to try 10 times. Regardless, he stood there, feeling the energy coursing through his body, marveling, I think I've reached level 4 mage. With that thought, Jai sighs, Ugh, so annoying I was almost level 5. Suddenly, Break appeared above him, beeping incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. He looked up at it and replied, Yeah, I don't plan on changing this body. Because this body is so damn weak. It slid down his shoulder to examine him. He rubbed against it, smiling and confirming. All right, I won't rush anymore, it's okay. And we've already succeeded once. She was a little startled by this. He adds that the second time will be easier. Immediately after he points and chants the incantation for invisibility, B's body also began to fade, and it looked at him in confusion. Jai looked up at him and instructed, I'm going to see Father, so hide your mana well. I don't want him to know about you. He turned, propped himself up with a hand, smiled at it, and praised, Oh, I almost didn't notice you. He smiled eagerly, declaring, I've got it all planned out. There's no way he'll find you. Then he quickly turned and left. Let's go then. Jai's figure disappeared, cloaked in dark black magic. Gray still fluttered around his head as Eno observed the Genis sect member in his office, wondering what brought him here. He clasped his hands together, smiling. Your Grace, I simply came to pay you a visit. His face was cunning. His eyes narrowed. I know there's never been a precedent for religion here before. I wanted to thank you for allowing our Genis order to exist. He smiled back in response. I thought it would be a great encouragement to the people here, so I allowed it. What do you mean by that? Eno explained slowly, without hesitation. Because I always strive for the best, I will make Genis the greatest sect, starting with my territory. He understands. Is he showing me who's really in charge here? The Genis sect's faces darken as they realize he's warning them. I've heard the rumors, but this is intense. Then he clasped his hand calmly. Well, you must be busy, so let's stop here. The Genis sect members followed suit. Yes, sir. Heno stood up, smiling brightly as he gave his well wishes. Safe travels. He rose, bowing obsequiously, wishing him good fortune. Then he left, still smiling, but his face soon darkened. In the hallway, Jai watched from the shadows as the followers of the Genis order departed. Gritting his teeth, he peeked out, tense. He knew it. Then he fell into thought, contemplating the logo on the man's hood, the symbol of a crescent moon, a golden cross in the middle, and what he was saying. Questions raced through his mind. What the hell, why? His face contorted with disgust and rage. Why did it have to be Genis here of all places? Thinking this, Jai anxiously bites her thumb. Why would her father allow his wind faction into this area? Why did it have to be Genis? He bit his nails in fury. This can't go on. I have to act, but now I only have one choice. He stood silently in the halls of the Duke's residence. The only way to deal with this cult operating in the Count's territory was to ask the Duke to expel them. He secretly decided to see his father first, then begin the investigation. Immediately, Jai stood before Eno's door to announce himself. Father, it's Jai. He entered and sat in the chair next to his father, with tea and snacks. This is the Welton family tea room. He looked at Jai with anticipation. All right, so you've succeeded, haven't you? He replied cheerfully. Yes. Seeing his expression, Hino clasped his hands together, realizing something. You must really like magic, huh? He said with a hint of endearment. Yes, I love it. Suddenly, he fell silent. He smiles faintly, looking over, confused. What's going on? Well, he hesitated for a moment. I only wished you could grow up like a normal boy. He faced the confusion. What? His eyes searched, recalling the boy's immense talent. Then, Eno closed his eyes, but the life of a genius is the most arduous thing in the world. For when a genius child grows up, everyone will envy him. Then, as he matured, those people would attack him fiercely. He thought of the prying eyes on Jai, hesitating. I wonder if this is good for Jai. His hand tightened on the chair, his eyes full of hesitant concern. Jai, if the path of magic is too difficult, you can give it up, and I will always support you. He smiles back, replying, Don't worry, father. Seeing his son so happy, he closed his eyes contentedly. That's my boy. Henyo couldn't help but marvel at the flow of energy through his body. But Mom, is this really the mana of a 9-year-old? Seeing this, he was a little startled. I already felt a ton of mana from him, and he's still absorbing more. Wait, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Isn't mana only stored in the heart and limited? He then looked at him inquisitively. So, you've already mastered the magic book that Marquis Lin Mayo gave you yesterday? He smiled calmly. Yes, and secretly he thinks he's made it even better. Hearing this, he was even more astonished. Marquis, what have you created? The room fell silent as Hino stood in stunned disbelief. How could a child accomplish this in a single day? Could this boy be the one? In his eyes, Jai's body radiated with potential. Could this child truly become a legendary 9th Circle mage? He chuckled at his own thoughts. Ha. Compared to him, even my own talent doesn't measure up. He could become a 9th Circle mage. He looked at him, puzzled. What is it, father? Heno smiled at him excitedly. I'm so proud of you. Today, I feel truly proud of you. He remained seated, smiling gently as his father rose and placed a hand on Jamie's head, who returned the smile. In reality, his face and mind show endless disgust for this head patting. Stop patting my head. Suddenly, he points to Brake, who is invisible above Jamie's head. But is that your summoned spirit? Seeing this, it also spun around in confusion, thinking, Go. He turned flustered. His father could see it? His eyes filled with panic and doubt. What? I was sure I made black invisible? But Dad can still see black. He smiles happily, gesturing with his hand. A bat? No, it's a little too round to be a bat. It's so cute. It's about this big, right? Jai wondered to himself, just how powerful is my father? Then, with a heavy heart, he closed his eyes, thinking, please don't tell me he's figured out I used dark magic to summon it. Then he explained, I just made it look like a bat. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be too surprised. Hearing this, Heno suddenly embraced him tightly, causing him to cough up blood as he excitedly shouted, No way, you made it! Of course I'm surprised, but I'm surprised by your abilities. Oh, look at this. My son is a genius. I'm so proud of you, son. I'm proud to be your father. Afterward, Yao Ye left the room, looking drained and resentful. Mom, why is this place so complicated? That night, in a dark, crowded building, Jai, cloaked and hooded, spoke softly. Break! Wings sprout from his head, grabbing him and sending him soaring. His eyes filled with caution, he reaffirmed, I will find out why they're here. Let's go. Thanks to Break, wings sprout from his body and he soars through the sky, surveying the city. In an alleyway, two men were talking. What did the big guy say? The purple-haired man replied, He said to stick to the plan if you want to live. Hearing this, the other man cursed. Damn, I don't even know what tomorrow will bring. Philip closes his eyes, clasping his hands in prayer. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. He's Levan, a crime syndicate, and a Chinese communist, Philip. Meanwhile, Jans frantically retorted, Can't you see he's sacrificing half the organization for his own gain? He's a Levan crime boss. Jans immediately stood up, angrily questioning. His is a place that allows organizations like ours to operate as long as we don't go too far. But human trafficking is different. It will throw everything into chaos. Philip calmly lowered his head. If we're lucky, we might still escape. Jans vehemently objects. That's what you think. You think we can get away with this? He then anxiously inquired if they knew that Count Welton loved children, especially his own. What if he finds out we're trafficking children right under his nose? They shuddered at the thought of Eno's coldness and his blade. We'd be done for then, Philip remained stubborn. He was certain we wouldn't be discovered. Jans's voice trembled with hesitation. He was certain we could escape a swordmaster, he explained. Han's men say they'll take care of it, he said with his arms crossed. Han will do anything to be involved, while Philip remained skeptical. So, what now? Run away or keep playing? Jans makes a serious decision. He's going to run. What's the underworld code when responsibility for a case is assigned to one party, prohibiting any action against them? Philip calmly looked up to confirm. Fine. Now we have to find a way to escape. He sat down on the ground, crossing his arms and legs. Do you have a plan? Even though this place is vast, the organization will hunt us down for sure. He sits on a wooden crate, deciding to try. At least they'll die trying, not waiting to die. Chan is doubtful, asking if there are no other options. He retorted, I guess we'll have to find out. He shouted angrily, unaware that someone was watching from around the corner. Who the hell tries to run a slave trade here? Philip wondered. Someone must have contacted the boss. He's pretty famous, though I don't know why. He stared at them coldly. The two men finally noticed him and turned around. Jan stammered and shouted as he walked towards them. Who are you? He approached, a cold smile on his face, his cloak concealing half his face as he spoke each word deliberately. A good question. Who am I? Jans's hand clenched involuntarily. If you don't want to talk, he says, raising his fist and lunging forward, then die. Philip charged in with his knife, but suddenly the threads vanished, leaving them confused. The two looked around warily, shouting. Huh? Where did he go? Is this some kind of Yudachim magic trick? Suddenly his voice echoed ominously from behind, startling Jans and Philip. What are you two talking about that sounds so interesting? He asked, descending before them, dark magic swirling around him. He reached out, lightning crackling around his hand, and smiled. I want to hear about it. After that, the two were beaten to their knees before him. He sat on a wooden crate as they trembled. That's what happened. The two men stared blankly. After hearing that, he looked at them, annoyed, and thought, human trafficking? That's the one thing my father despised the most. His eyes scanned the ground with disdain, thinking, brains are for thinking, not decoration. Are they trying to give me a headache? He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly in anger. This is such a pain. As if those angels weren't enough of a headache now, these guys, and they're so short-sighted. His brow furrowed as he pondered, what was their boss thinking when he accepted that offer? Don't they know what kind of man their father is? He muttered. I have a bad feeling about this. Jamie then stood up, placing his hand on Jans's head to activate the magic. The two men's eyes widened as they were hypnotized, and he commanded them to turn themselves in, confess everything about the Duke's estate, and they agreed in unison. Yes, sir. Immediately after he rose as well, his eyes coldly following them. Tomorrow might be interesting. They left him behind, and once they were done, he turned and walked away. Break says it's time to go and uses dark magic to create wings on his back. Suddenly, someone is sent flying toward him. Jai turns in surprise to see Philip gritting his teeth from the impact. His body was pinned to the wall behind him, blood splattered everywhere, and Jans was sent flying to the ground. They lay defeated, and he looked on in confusion, startled by a sudden laugh. You fools. The group that found him shouted. He looked toward them. Hey, you're being too loud. The guards will be here to arrest you one by one. His eyes are filled with coldness. Where did that madman come from? He even uses dark magic in anger. How dare he? Then Jai raises his hand and a large circle of dark magic appears behind him. He waves his hand towards the two, energy washing over them, urging them on. I've given you a little more life. Now go and finish the mission. Their bodies began to heal by magic as the leader of the group approached, smirking. Oh, look who it is. Bring those guys over here and I'll take care of him. He's a bone-collecting ghoul from a criminal organization. He looked at him, treating the two men, and questioned, What kind of death do you want? Hearing this, Jay glanced back. Have his men drag those two over here? I'll deal with them. Philip sobbed and trembled, begging for help, while Jay stood silently, watching them being dragged away. His eyes filled with rage, he coldly growled, This simpleton. He quickly struck a blow to the head, surprising Jay. And he shouts, Ha ha, what were you saying? Die. He screamed as he relentlessly attacked him. Die, 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 die. Then he laughed maniacally, shouting, Uchiha, I like this, I like this. With that, he raised his hand, his tongue lolling out obscenely. Let me hear you beg. His body lay scorched within the sinkhole. The follower watched anxiously. Are you sure about this, sir? Hearing that, Hanni angrily glares back. What are you saying? I'm sure I killed him. He stood behind him, whispering with a smile, sending shivers down his spine. Is that all you've got? The man spat, turning around as Jai vanished. Standing before him, he asked if he was having fun, sending the man into a panic. What? His eyes cold, he smiled at him, and with a wave of his hand said, I want to ask, are you happy to have killed your own subordinate? His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is he? Why isn't he dead yet? Hanni stared in confusion at the dark magic surrounding his body. And what is that dark energy? He approaches, his power growing, his voice filled with ominous intent. I don't understand why you're acting like a girl on her period when you're just a third-rate mage. He turned his head in surprise, then gritted his teeth and cursed, You dog, I'll kill you. Immediately, he summoned a pillar of fire, yelling the name of his third-rate fire magic, thinking that while it couldn't compare to Megumin's skills, it was more than enough to burn him to ashes as he cursed, Die, you short bastard! A light flashed, and he froze as dark magic spread towards him. Jay sighed. Ah, to be young and naive. Han looks on in disbelief, sneering, You think you can beat me? Get out of here, kid. He raised his hand and invisible threads latched onto him. Jay smirked with delight. And that's why your daddy likes to flex his mastery on trash like you. He falls to his knees, then faceplants into the ground. The underlings, witnessing the dark magic and their comrades' collapse, panicked, realizing he had been defeated with ease. They screamed and fled in terror. His hand calmly reaches out, Blame yourself for running into Riot's balancing system. Dark magic spread across one of their faces, his eyes wide with terror as he cowered, and then he coughed up blood, screaming in agony. Jai smiled at him, then turned toward Han, who was lying on the ground. All right. He grabbed his head, then smiled and leaned in. My slave, remember to answer all the questions I'm about to ask you. His eyes were glazed over, drool dripping from his mouth. Yes, master. Back to reality, he grabbed Han by the hair, lifting his head. Han trembled. Boss. The children. He coldly gazed at him, scoffing that the story sounded just like the last one. A waste of time. He thought to himself that he could tell his father about this human trafficking issue. Jiawai then released his head and the man collapsed to the ground. So, what to do with this one now? He thought to himself, even if Navi beat Gambot because Navi was a better shot, this Gambot fan wouldn't accept the result and die. He lay there unconscious, and he pondered turning him into a corpse, since he was a level 3 mage. But even so, with a sinful soul, he'll rot away soon enough. And there's the issue of that zombie's appearance. He imagined Han as a hideous corpse, and cursed under his breath. Ugly as hell. Thinking this, he smiled, resolving, Well, I guess I'll have to issue an ultimatum. Then, with a sinister smile, he muttered that since Han was a third-rate mage, he was bound to have plenty of mana. Reaching out towards Han, he unleashed the energy of a magic circle, his eyes widening, his palm glowing as he chanted. Well then, bon appetit. In the pitch-black alley, his body hissed with steam, and he stood there looking down, praising, not as bad as Gokdan Ram said. Jiawai wiped his mouth with a cloth, sighing that even though it was full of impurities, having something to eat was good enough. He then turned to Philip and Jans, who were watching him from behind. So, what will you do now? He approached, their eyes staring blankly at him. Though I've resurrected them for a time, it won't last long. Jai's eyes turned cold as he unleashed a surge of lightning, his palm glowing brightly. They had unfinished business. They couldn't die yet. He recalls the bound homunculus in the shadows, explaining that necromancy is a type of magic used to resurrect the dead, though it's not truly resurrection. Because after being resurrected by necromancy, they're nothing more than empty shells. Since it's the resurrection of the dead, it goes against the laws of nature, reincarnation, and providence. The energy washes over Philip and Jan's, their ghostly eyes vacant, as Jemmy commands, "Though you are dead, at this moment, you are not. From now on, you will be my loyal slaves." The energy intensifies. He reminded them, "You will live again." Then he called upon Break, who unleashed dark magic. "Break, give me a hand." It poured energy down on him as he channeled lightning towards the other two. Jai's eyes glowed purple as his power surged, beginning the process of defying death and rising again. Philip's body strained with the energy, veins bulging, while Jan's grimaced, cursing inwardly. Damn, this guy's still in the spirit realm. His eyes glowed even brighter with purple as dark magic enveloped them, urging them on. Awaken and be reborn. Tears streamed from Jan's eyes, filled with immense pain, while Philip fared no better, his eyes wide with anguish. He furrowed his brow, veins popping as he urged, "Arise." Suddenly, Philip looked up and screamed, while Jan's stared blankly, eyes rolling back. Energy continues to pour down from above Break. The ritual nears its end, and he looks down at them, kneeling before him like knights, their bodies radiating dark magic. Damn it, what's going on? His face darkened with a bad feeling. What the fuck? Something's definitely here. He looks around at them, and they're staring right back at him. Jai curses, "How the hell is there still dark energy here? Did I miss a step?" Bree then landed on his head and explained. Seeing it complain, he awkwardly replied, "What did I say? I didn't say anything to you." Then he carefully lifted it onto his palm. "You did perfectly, so don't worry." It nodded in response. His face darkens with disappointment as he stretches Break's cheeks, the trembling creature blaming itself. "I thought I was the one messing up. I knew I might fade, but damn, this stings," he exclaimed in frustration. He pulls him, making him dizzy, all while muttering to himself, "Though I don't usually rely on my achievements, it's a shame to see them all disappear." He was stunned. Then he approached the two still kneeling on the ground. "Well, I can't use them like this anyway. Maybe I'll donate them to artist Hoi Lin." Jemmy stood there with her eyes closed, hesitant. If they kept emitting dark energy like this, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Above, Break vehemently shakes his head in protest, then lunges forward and bites his cheek. Startled, he flings Break away, yelling, "Damn it, why are you biting my neck like that?" Break cried out in frustration, then jumped onto Jan's head, looking down and yelling. Immediately after, it sucked away the remaining traces of dark magic from him. He was a little surprised. "Oh, so you can do that?" Black, full of energy, proudly looked up, then went into overdrive, absorbing everything. Turning to Philip and Jans, still kneeling reverently, he declared, "Now I don't have to donate this to the Holy Spirit anymore." He turned to see Break collapsed on the desolate ground. Why? He knelt down, praising its energy-filled body. "Break, amazing, good job." Then he turned to the other two with excitement. "I should probably name you now. Awaken, Jans." Hearing the voice, Jans opened his eyes as Jamie called out to Philip Ra. With each call, Jamie smiled, unleashing dark magic around his body. "Awaken, Rice. Awaken the Knight of the Dwarves." The other two stared at him, startled. Jemmy reaches out to them, dark magic beginning to flow as they silently watch him. Jans and Philip looked on in confusion before he glared at them and made an announcement. "Congratulations, you've answered the 150 million question from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire." Philip looks on in fear, sweat pouring down. Who is this? He looks only 9 or 10 years old. And the mana he exudes, it's terrifying. Before them, his face is like a demon's, dark magic radiating around him menacingly. He's just like something out of an old fairy tale, a god of death who shouldn't exist. His eyes widen in shock, a presence that turns Tranduk into a cat. "Yes, that's right." Jai smiled coldly, his eyes wide. "What's wrong?" he growled, his energy intensifying, his eyes flashing a threat. "Do I look like your old school teacher calling on you?" Philip froze in fear, then clenched his fists and shouted, "I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but I don't think you're human." He was a little surprised and thought to himself, "Oh, interesting." His attitude wasn't that of a slave looking at his master. He pointed in a direction, deciding he must not have cast the spell correctly, then lowered his hand. "Whatever, who cares?" Philip's head followed his finger and slammed into the ground. His eyes widened in shock, his body trembling as he coughed. Cough! Cough! Jai's cold gaze warned, I'll let it slide this time, but not again. Then he smiled at them, announcing, You have one task. Survey the Genis Church and gather information. They bowed respectfully in unison. Yes, sir, one added. And one more thing. Jemmy looked at them intently, asking, Bring back someone who knows about human trafficking. I need them for a few things. They bowed their heads in unison once more. Yes, Lord. Then Philip looked up, but he was gone. He sighed in relief. Ha, he's gone. Jans, standing next to him, was no exception. Whew! They looked at each other in silence. Should we go? Jan stammered. Philip also confirmed and walked away, saying, Yeah, let's hurry and do as he says. Meanwhile, Brake stared at him, lamenting, Why'd explain as you walk while it flies along advising? They'll be fine. I've tightened my grip on them so they'll have no choice but to obey me. And with that, Father will handle the slave trade incident himself. But it bit his cheek and cried out. Jet Black looked at it, annoyed, and muttered, I can't let this continue. I'll destroy it someday. A footstep rushes in from behind, but he mutters, unaware of the dark shadow hurtling toward him. Move forward today and tomorrow. Someone crashes into Jamie, taking him by surprise. The boy fell backward with a cry of pain, and Jamie turned around, confused. What was that? Something bumped into me? His face contorted with rage, he roared, Are you blind? But upon seeing the frightened boy and the dirt-covered Lem sprawled on the ground, his tone softened. A kid. He angrily stood up, pointed at him, and shouted, You're just a kid, too. It was then he remembered the boy's angry muttering, Right, I'm only 9 years old. He stood up, declaring, I'll let you off this time, but watch where you're going from now on. Then he turned and left, ignoring the boy on the ground, who glared after him, muttering in dissatisfaction. What did he say? Acting like an adult without a gray hair on his head. Suddenly, Brake bites his head, startling him. He froze, while the boy looked back at him, equally confused. He turned around, wondering what was going on, only to be met with then Pep's furious gaze. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, don't tell me you're doing this because it made fun of your color? He was shocked. That guy daring to obstruct his master's consciousness? Where did he learn to do that? Brake's voice echoes, You'd better watch my mouth, kid. That's right, unless you want to die. His eyes widened as he sensed the magic power emanating around him. The other side was also terrified, closing their eyes and running away. I'm sorry, he says, which only fuels the other's anger. Ha, are you satisfied now? It cried out gleefully. In the city's dark night, Y urges him to hurry home. Back at the manor, Bach looks embarrassed, avoiding eye contact. Jai sits cross-legged on the bed, angrily questioning, Do you know what you did wrong? Dejected, it sits on the floor, further fueling Bion's anger. I won't let you off the hook if you do that again. It flapped its wings awkwardly, trying to explain. Dai muttered in disbelief, Seriously, where did he learn all that? Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the blanket. I'm exhausted. I used more strength than I thought. Then he turned over. I could be even busier. I'll live a carefree life from now on. That is my life and my journey. A god will appear, and that will be the final god. His grip tightened on the crescent moon and cross, and Jabai sighed, resting his hand on his forehead. Bring them back as you wish, no matter how many followers I have. His eyes flashed with a cold, purple light. I will drive them all away. In a lamplit alley, a voice called out, Where is our leader? Ricky saw Jans and exclaimed in shock, Jans, you're alive. He questioned, I asked you. Where is the boss? The man trembled, his face filled with fear. Han said he killed you all, so how are you still alive? Ricky wondered to himself. Don't tell me he was defeated by guys who can't even use energy. Suddenly, a fist comes flying, and he closes his eyes in terror as Philip's punch narrowly misses his head, his voice laced with menace. Spit it out, I'm not asking twice. He trembled in shock. What is this power? What happened to him? More importantly, he scanned the crowd, realizing his crew was missing. They would have caused a ruckus if they'd seen Chance return. Ricky, his face etched with fear, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Everyone must be down. What should I do? First, I don't know where your brother is locked up. Then, someone approaches from behind, making him even more panicked. Is that true? Ricky wondered, confused. Oh, Philip, over here. Philip coldly questioned, I'm asking you, is it true? Stammering in disbelief, he chuckled. Of course, you can ask anyone and they'll tell you the same. Hearing this, he frowned in displeasure. Annoying, I need the leader here to carry out my master's orders. The leader receives reports on everything happening in the city, so he likely knows something about the Genis Church. Suddenly, Ricky's voice turned menacing, his eyes glowing red as he menacingly asked, Where do you think the boss is, huh? Sensing the dark aura, he trembled, knowing he had to answer carefully or his head would be forfeit. Ricky stammered. The boss is fond of women and drink. He's probably at a bar or somewhere with women and booze. Jans turned to Philip, agreeing. He's right, brother. Let's check the bar. You confirm? Ricky breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, I'm saved. Suddenly, Jans throws a punch straight to his face. He collapses to the ground, and Philip suggests, why don't we take this one back for the master? Then, looking around, he wonders, but where should we put him? Or we could chain him up in the forest. Philip kicks the man a few times. Not bad, but why don't we lock him up in our warehouse? Then he turned and urged, let's go, we're wasting too much time. Vague Ricky followed behind with him on his shoulders. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, a door is opened. The man saw the group inside collapsed on the ground in a panic, then cautiously stepped inside. What is this? He surveys the carnage, bodies strewn across the bloodied floor. What just happened here? He bit his lip in fear. Are they all dead? Then you frown, lost in thought. You figured you were beaten because you didn't meet your quota yesterday, but no one here could have beaten you. Immediately, then Pep turned and fled out the door. I'm getting out of here before anyone misunderstands. The next morning, Jai woke up in the large bed, sighing. Phew, I guess I was exhausted, so I woke up. He looked up, then down, and sighed. I can't avoid what's coming today. He walks down the hall with Break on his shoulder. Then he stopped to explain to it, I'll have to cancel the summoning because my father can sense your presence. It happily flutters around as he opens the door. At the table are Eno and Sarah. Did your parents sleep well? He smiled brightly, leaning on his hand as he looked at him. Good morning. JY is also excited, saying that he and Sarah slept very well last night. Seeing the two of them, he wondered, not noticing a strand of hair moving on the opposite chair. But where is Mom? She quickly pounced, shouting, Mommy's right here! Jai was startled. Mom? Immediately, he looked up, smiling sweetly. Where were you hiding, Mom? I didn't even recognize you. Is that really you? She exclaimed. His eyes darted away, forcing a smile, already knowing where his mother was hiding. Then she looked at him and smiled, patting his head. Little Jai, are you scared? He eagerly replied, yes, but she was happy that he had caught her and clapped her hands together, pleased with his reaction. Oh, darling, you're so kind. Jai awkwardly changes the subject. Let's eat, Mom. She quickly moved closer, nuzzling his face. You're so adorable. Let me give you a hug. His face fell, and Sarah rubbed her cheek against him as well. Me too, he screamed internally. Someone, stop them. Soon after, everyone sits down at the table. Sai looks at Sarah with excitement. Let's eat, Sarah. She lunged at the baby, rubbing her cheek against Bai's adorable face as he watched them with a hint of regret. I want to pinch her cheeks too. They must be so soft. Thinking that, he slams his head on the table, startling Sarah, and screams internally. What am I even thinking? I've gotten too used to this piece. After finishing his meal, his father suddenly spoke up, reminding him that tomorrow was the day. And C agreed. That's right, it's tomorrow. Jiawai and his sister look over, confused. Is something happening tomorrow? He looked at him, eyes wide with surprise. Oh, didn't I tell you guys? Sarah turned away, disgruntled. Oh, I forgot. I've been so worried about my son. Hearing that made him feel awkward. He recalled his mana circulation ability, realizing she meant the total breath incident. Given his mother's personality, she must have endured so much. He lowered his head, dejected. I'm sorry, Mother. She looks at him sternly. Your mother knows you're all right, so she's fine. But if you keep pushing yourself like that day... Then she turned away, sadly hugging the wall and lamenting, perhaps about to faint in the hallway from worry. Behind him, the man looked on helplessly. I'll never do that again. He tilted his head, puzzled. So, what's happening tomorrow? She ran excitedly to the chair upon hearing that. Ho, tomorrow we're attending a ball, a grand ball hosted by Count Sion and Welton. He thought of his father and the redhead, knowing that most nobles living in the northern Sedum Empire would have to attend. She's practically bursting with excitement to take them both. They've never been to a ball before, but they're certainly old enough now. Mom is way too excited. Sarah clings to my coat, and I realize my precious free time is about to vanish. That night, at the Grand Estate, he stood in his room, already wearing the Break cloak, and Break appeared behind him as wings. Jiawai stands before the window, ready to fly. Let's go visit those two. He responded in kind, and the two arrived at a certain alley. He landed on the street, and a certain door was opened. Inside, Philip and Johns leaped to their feet, turning towards the door. Master, you've arrived. He approached them with a knowing smile. Well, have you done what I asked? Philip looked a bit uneasy, then looked back at him. We're sorry, we haven't found any information about the Genet sect. That religious group wasn't established long ago. Hearing this, he understood. Yes, perhaps even Levon's members would have trouble getting information in a single day, then asking for more. What about the rest? Philip responds, confirming it's him. Meanwhile, Ricky is pinned to the ground, his face contorted with fear as he cries out. What does he realize? That hair color? It can't be. His eyes widened with panic. Had the Welton family found out? The three stood before him as Philip revealed that he was a member of Levon and knew Hani would kill them. He confirms that the man is an internal member, while Jans denies it, claiming to know nothing. He instructed them that he would interrogate him, his eyes filled with determination as he removed the gag. Meanwhile, Ricky's gag is removed and he immediately turns pale, screaming, "Please spare me. I really don't know anything, but if you let me live, I'll gather any information you need." His voice was as dark as hell itself, and Ricky's eyes widened in terror. What is this chilling sensation? He approached, dark magic swirling around him, and demanded, "I don't intend to kill you. I just need you to run errands." He also noticed the chilling aura around him, sensing an endless source of evil energy. Then he sobbed in terror, shouting, "I'll do it. I'll do anything you ask. If you want me to find my boss, I'll do it, so please spare me." "You're too loud," he reminded. Then standing before him, "You only need to do one thing." Ricky bowed his head, confused. Huh? Why can't I speak all of a sudden? His hand reached for Ricky's head, his eyes glowing a cold purple as dark magic swirled around them. "Go to the Earl at once and report everything your organization has done." Immediately, Ricky rose like a puppet, staggering towards the door. Jans and Philip watched as he turned. Brake perched on his shoulder and reminded them, "Don't pity him. The organization won't come after him. The Earl will deal with him first anyway." Turning to them, he instructed, "You two should flee the city as well." They looked at him in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." Suddenly, Brake touched his cheek and said something. His eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't you going to ask me why today?" Philip and Jans bowed their heads in agreement. "Our master's orders are absolute. We need only obey." Suddenly, Philip looked up cautiously. "And I think I know why you gave such an order." He praised him, realizing he understood the situation. He looked at them sternly. "Yes, you're right." In his heart, he knew his father would eliminate Livan. Meanwhile, the existence of these two will become insignificant. He turned to them, adding, "I'll be gone for a few days, so avoid drawing attention until I return." They both said in unison, "Yes, master." He moved through the city night, when suddenly Philip called out to him. He turned back, confused. "What is it?" He looks panicked, clutching at his chest as he stares at him. "What have we become?" He realizes that we're corpses. "Since there's no turning back, I've accepted it, and I don't want to return to how I was before. I'm content with this power." The hand gripping Philip's shirt tightens. "But I need to know what kind of being I've become." Seeing him still approaching, he turned to look. What exactly is he curious about? He wondered. Our power has surged since we were alive. Then he asked tentatively, "Could it be that we've become high-grade immortals?" His eyes widened in surprise, and he burst out laughing. Seeing him laugh, the other man stammered in confusion. "Sorry, was that a stupid question?" He smiled gently and gestured as he explained. No, I just find it amusing. A normal person would ask if they've really become immortal. I've never seen anyone adapt as quickly as you. You're all quite interesting." Philip hugged himself, looking at his body with some confusion. "Ah, thank you, sir." He smiled innocently, lost in thought. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. Jemmy thought of the stitched-up zombies crawling on the ground in pools of blood. Usually, they refuse to accept their condition, because they've lost their humanity and become monsters, but these guys are the complete opposite. He glanced at Philip and Jans talking to each other, thinking he might have found some gems here. He watched them explain. "You're just zombies, but your appearances have been preserved as they were before you died. After becoming zombies, your strength has surpassed that of ordinary humans." Philip lowered his head, anticipating this, but still trembled slightly in dismay. "I see, just a regular zombie." He smiled and turned away. Even Brake was excited, but who knows, depending on what they do, they might even become high-ranking zombies. Hearing that, their eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned away, saying, "I'm off. Stay hidden." Behind them, they said in unison, "Yes, master. Please return safely." Beside Brake, a whisper suddenly reached Jamie. "Go," he replied. "Don't call them pathetic. I find them quite interesting. They remind me of that guy from my past life. Then I returned to the estate. But I've spent too much time here already. Let's hurry back." That night, a great commotion occurred in the Welton household. A member of Livon, the massive criminal organization originating from Hiss, has betrayed them, forcing the Count to delay his departure to deal with the situation. And so only the three of us are headed to Reigen, the largest trading city in the east. He sat in the carriage pondering whether he could get there instantly with teleportation. Meanwhile, Sias is holding Sarah as they sleep. Things must be better than before. He smiles with satisfaction. They've progressed so far beyond the age of myth. The problem is, I have no idea how long I've been dead. The events after my death were written in history. The Demon King and his demons launched a brutal war. The demon race invaded, and the Demon King descended. Now, Jemmy sits cross-legged on a palanquin, closing his eyes in thought. Of course, peace has reigned for centuries without such events. Perhaps I am the one who will end it. He then unleashed dark magic, declaring that if those 12 foolish gods couldn't form an alliance after all this time, he would defeat them even more easily than before. Countless lives were lost then, but it wasn't his concern. Meanwhile, Sarah was awakened by his energy and began to murmur in her sleep. He was startled at first, then retracted his dark magic and regulated his mana. The little girl was sound asleep again. I'm just thinking about getting through this ball safely in the Imperial City. Then, the carriage quickly entered the city gates. Amidst the closely packed houses, bustling markets, and magnificent castles, Jemmy peeked out from the carriage, blushing with awe, exclaiming that Reigen was indeed an amazing place. Meanwhile, Sai calmly smiled. After all, it was the kingdom's largest commercial district. You won't find a place that surpasses Reigen in terms of the massive flow of money in the economy across this continent. Impressive, isn't it? He responded with a surprised, wow. He stood silently before the carriage, lost in thought, as Reigen was said to be the biggest factor in Sedum Kingdom's wealth. I guess this is undeniable proof. Next, they stood before a building in the city. Now that I'm here, he thought with an eager smile about meeting Count Simon, my heart is pounding. He was a little surprised that she was looking at him like that. She immediately rushes to hug G, saying how adorable and worried he must have been. That startles him too. What's going on? She cried out in excitement while he screamed in despair. His son's heart was pounding. He's so stiff. Okay, Mom will hold your hand. Xia then calmly explained, Count Simon is someone my son respects. Is it because you aspire to become a mage? His face was a mess as he drooled in response. She squeezed him between them, praising Marquis Lin Mayo. Countess Simon was truly skilled. He's an amazing mage who reached level 7 around your father's age, one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern nobles along with your father and also the Lord of Reigen. Next to his sister, Xia thought of the lotus petals in the lake stained with blood, comparing his magic to a red lotus. As befitting his title, the red lotus magician is said to have taken thousands of lives. Hearing this, Jai curiously asks, what kind of person is the Count? She recalled, well, he had a rather frightening look. He had blood-red hair. Were you scared or something? Jai pondered, I don't care about a 7th Circle Red Lotus mage, but a power that takes thousands of lives in one blow. I'm curious about the magic that can do that. Their carriage entered the gates of the mansion, and he resolved to have a conversation with him. A conversation with Marquis Lin Moon that was far too brief. I wonder what it would be like to talk to Count Simon. As she steps down from the carriage, she gently lifts her dress. Follow me, children, and please be careful. He followed close behind. Yes. Ahead, the butler waited, bowing respectfully. This must be the Countess Welton. She looks at him and replies, yes, it's me. Amidst the bustling crowd, the butler offered to escort them into the mansion, leading them to a vacant, brightly lit room. The butler informed them, you may wait here until the ball. If there are any issues, call for the butler. Then Xia looked around, praising, Count Simon is so thoughtful, to which he responded with a smile. Yes. The butler opened another room and looked towards him. A young master, please use this room. He saw this gesture as a sign of goodwill. He's so kind, giving me a private room at this age. I hadn't even considered it. Turning back, C instructed, come back as soon as you've settled your luggage, which he acknowledged. Yes. A few minutes later, the servants dressed and made up Sai and the others, showering them with compliments. Your hair is so soft. Oh my, you're beautiful. He was so impressed by her appearance that she couldn't help but blush. Wow. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at her, showering her with compliments. Mom, you're so beautiful. Then she playfully teases, my son thinks I look stunning, doesn't he? Jawai is also excited. Yay, he complimented me. C clasped her hands together, cheering, this is so much fun. She immediately rushes over, her face eager as she looks at him. You look so handsome today. I want to hug you. Oh, want to hold him? The maid cautioned from behind. Madam, please restrain yourself, you'll ruin your makeup. Hearing this, she was stunned, tears welling up as she pleaded, just once. Let me hold him just once. But the maid was firm, saying no, she would wrinkle the dress. He breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Sarah emerged in a pink dress as the maid announced that the young lady was ready. Seeing her, Sai cheered, saying how cute the girl was, and the man beside her blushed as he complimented her. "Oh, Sarah, you're as pretty as a doll." The little girl reached up and touched her face, asking, "Really, brother?" He leaned down, resting his hand nearby, and looked at her, saying, "Yes, very cute, but it's not comfortable, is it? Just bear with it a little longer." Sarah chirps, "Yes." A maid reminds him that he should prepare as well, and that she'll be right back. Then the three quickly get ready and head to the banquet hall. Inside, the party buzzed with excitement as Jai surveyed the scene. Is the ballroom of nobles always this extravagant? C and Sarah looked around. They were in the Simon Estates banquet hall. He wonders if the Duchess Simon always makes such a splash. They sit at a table and she confirms IPEP. You'll be surprised when you see him. Elsewhere, ladies and lords approached with friendly greetings. Lady Welton, it has been too long. Oh my, you're as radiant as ever. And that dress, just as one would expect from the head of the Welton family. This cloak is made from cotton from our lands. I prepared it for you to wear in the winter. His mother responded with equal grace, thanking her for the consideration. Jai sat to the side, resting his arm on the chair, looking bored. They were trying to curry favor with the Welton family. I've seen this scene countless times before, throughout the mythos, things that weren't even recorded in history. He thought of the fanatical cult with its thorny moon and cross, fools eager to appease the gods. Then Jemmy closed his eyes and turned away in dismay. Disgusting. Good thing my mother is good at dealing with these types of people. Suddenly, the MC on the stage cleared his throat. Ahem. Can everyone hear me? At that announcement, all eyes turned to the stage, where the host introduced the esteemed guests attending the Simon family's ball. I'm Ron Benner, and I'm the manager of the Reagan territory. It's a pleasure to welcome you all. Whispers filled the hall as Ron announced with a smile that the ball would soon begin. Please be seated in your assigned places and give a warm welcome to Count Diamond and his family, who will be entering shortly. He pointed towards the man, and a red-haired figure with cold eyes approached. He saw him also a bit shocked. Standing up abruptly, Count Lai Hitter muttered, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Below, Jamie swallowed hard, staring as the sleepy-looking man welcomed everyone to the ball, hoping they would all enjoy themselves. Jai cheered inwardly, excited by the presence of a level 7 amidst the bustling party, staring at the stage as he pondered. Nonsense. He's probably on par with Marquis Lin Moon, or perhaps a little stronger. Suddenly he approaches him, the Red Lotus Mage. Jemmy smiled excitedly, thinking he was even better than she'd hoped. How intriguing. Over here, Countess Lai Hitter and her family stand behind her, bowing to greet Sai, who is seated in a chair. It has been a while, Madam Welton. You look even more beautiful than last year. Don't mind me. I'm just relieved to see you both doing well. He then looked around, a little disappointed. So, Count Welton couldn't make it this time. She confirms he'll be arriving tonight. There were urgent matters in our territory. With that, Duke Lai Hitter glanced at Jai. I see, and this is your son. He looked up as well. Yes, my son. Jamie Welton. CS looks at his daughter and introduces her as well. And this is my daughter, Sarah Welton. Go on, greet them. The two quickly stood and Jamie bowed in greeting. I am Jai Welton, the eldest of the Welton family. Sarah also lifts her skirt and smiles. And this is Sarah, my child. Hello. Seeing this, Madam Simon blushed and praised them. Oh, what adorable children. Sai immediately responded, Thank you. Oh, they're such clever children. She smiled. Ho ho, I can tell just by looking. Count Lythe turned to glance at him. Count Lyhider's gaze was openly probing, but he simply smiled back. He was scrutinizing every inch of him, so he just let him look. Jiawai clenches his fist, releasing energy. Seeing this, the Earl smiles, intrigued. His name is Jay. He frowned, then smiled resolutely. Yes. He narrowed his eyes, looking at him with great interest. We'll meet again. He returned the look without flinching. Very well. Count Lihitor turns and departs. Jai's eyes, full of malice and excitement, sank into thought, anticipating the words of Count Simon. He was more than he imagined, and he couldn't wait to talk to him. In the banquet hall, Sai waves his hand, telling him to enjoy himself. Lady Simon agrees, telling him to make himself at home as Anne turns to look at him. He muttered to himself, James Welton. Meanwhile, Jai looked at his mother, wondering when his father would arrive, to which she replied that he would be a little late. Elsewhere, the Count Later family sat down at a table, and then Anne asked her father, What do you think of the Earl of Welton's son? Father, he wondered, why do you care about a 10-year-old? At that, the boy frowned, a calculating smile forming. He may be naive now, but he'll lead the Welton family in the future. Wouldn't it be wise to get acquainted, since we're of the same generation? Count Liehider's eyes narrowed, recalling that he'd heard the boy had been playing leadership games with other young nobles recently. Immediately after he looked up, seemingly seeking my approval. How pathetic. Still, there's no harm in indulging him a little. He saw him as an innocent child, and Anne's face lit up with excitement, wondering what else his father had to say. He told the servants to bring out the appetizers, and they responded, "Yes, Count." The entire table fell silent, and Madame Simon placed her hand on her son's. She instructed him, but he remained indifferent. "Be friendly with them. Our two families have been allies for a long time." But then he smiles sweetly. "Of course. Mother, don't worry." Seeing this, she smiled with satisfaction. "Very good." Then, turning to the servant, he asked for another appetizer, his face darkening with suppressed anger. "I apologize, Mother, but among the crowd, Anef's eyes were fixed on Jai with no intention of associating with such a lowly being. He imagined Jai kneeling on the ground, covered in blood and begging for mercy. I will make him kneel before me." Suddenly, a hand on his shoulder startled Anne. With that, behind him, Count Lichter leaned in, smiling, and whispered in his ear, "That's my boy." Anne's face flushed as he looked back. "I will make father accept me." He smirked triumphantly, and Lenong glanced over, smiling as if he'd noticed something intriguing. The party inside was still in full swing. "See?" asked Han, leaning on his hand while Sarah stood awkwardly behind her mother, clutching her dress. "Have you made any friends yet?" he replied. "Yes, Mother." Then she turned and left, and he waved goodbye. After she left, his eyes turned sharp as he sank into thought. He would make the most of this private time she granted him, but wondered if there was a quiet place nearby. Jabai stood in the tranquil grounds of the DH estate, a glass garden appearing before him. He approached, gazing at the tea table inside, and couldn't help but marvel. He then approached the flower cage, admiring the blossoms surrounding the garden. "It seems he has other talents besides magic, considering how far he's cultivated them." I was looking forward to our conversation, but someone interrupted from behind. "Who are you talking to?" He warily summons a lightning arrow. He turned and flung his hand back, sending an arrow hurtling toward a young girl, her face pale with fear. Jemmy is startled, stopping her attack and glaring in that direction. Seeing she's harmless, he waves his hand, recalling the arrow. Assel trembled, sweating and relieved, then tearfully shouted, "How could you be so reckless?" He retorted, clearly annoyed. "Then why did you suddenly speak up behind me?" Her face darkens as she grits her teeth, glaring at him, reminding him that it's rude to do that to a young woman. He retorts that she should be grateful he didn't stab the girl. He then coldly questioned, "So who are you? Why are you behind me?" Seeing this, Aisler looked at him excitedly and confidently. "Me? Are you curious about me? Should I tell you or not?" "I really don't want to say anything because you just hurt this little heart of mine." Hearing that, Jai frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. Damn it, the fact that she completely concealed her presence behind me is unsettling. And that tone, he growled. "I'm not in the mood for games." Suddenly, an arrow flies in and lands right next to Dai's foot. She looked on in dismay, frozen as smoke billowed from the impact. He explained, "That's a gas bullet, a second-tier magic." Jiaowai grimaced impatiently and pointed. "Without strong defensive magic, it could pierce right through you, and I'm sure a little girl like you would die instantly." Hearing this, Azeler was shocked and screamed inwardly, "What's wrong with him? Is he serious?" Jai flicked his hand again, annoyed. "So, you still won't answer?" The terrified girl ran off, screaming. No, I'll answer you, just wait." He threatened to shoot if she didn't hurry, which only flustered Aesol more. "I am, as Valor? He repeated the question. "Valor, as in the Valor family of Viscounts." She closed her eyes tightly and replied nervously, "Yes, I am the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor and a spirit caster." Jiaowai pressed for more information as the spirit master explained her profession. A spiritist is a mage who can communicate with the mystical spirits born in nature. They're rare on the continent, and their very existence is considered a remarkable talent, worthy of the title of Baron. He was doubtful, but this girl is a spirit caster? Thinking this, Jai looked at her appraisingly as she stared back at him with her wind spirit. He could approach from behind without a sound, even concealing himself from a spirit master while at his peak. Seeing him stare, Valor was a little flustered. He thought to himself, surprised that she looked to be about his age, yet she was indeed a spirit master. Normally one would begin training in harmony with nature around the age of 10, but this girl must be a natural-born genius. If she started training properly, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King. Seeing his silence, she urged him on, dissatisfied. "Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself too?" Who are you to use such dangerous magic? He gave an awkward smile, inwardly contemplating what her father would say after revealing his identity. She seemed competitive and unwilling to lose. Ossel frowned at his question. Indeed, who else here would I be talking to besides you? With a confident smile, Jamie introduced himself. My name is James Welton, heir to the Welton earldom. It's a pleasure to meet you as Valor. He continued. Another thing about the Valor Viscounty. At this, she was stunned, as they were loyal subordinates of the Welton earldom. Meanwhile, the leader of the child trafficking ring is kneeling on the ground, lying in a pool of blood, coughing violently. And Aino looks down upon him. I left your gang alone because I thought it was a nuisance. I didn't care. And then your gang really went and got active. He writhed in pain, tears streaming down his face, blood gushing from his mouth. Aino's voice was filled with deadly rage. And you dare run a slave trade in my territory? He lifted the man's chin with his foot, causing him to cough violently. Aino looked down, his eyes full of disgust, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Those are things you just don't do, unless you're crazy or have a death wish. He glared at the ringleader, his face darkening. So you want to die? I'll grant your wish. He looked up, trembling with fear. Please, don't kill me. He then turned and ordered the man to be hanged tomorrow, as the knights behind him watched his retreating figure, understanding clearly. With a resolute expression, he announced, Prepare the carriage, I'm leaving immediately. The man behind him confirmed, Yes, sir. The carriage quickly departs the mansion, dragging along the prisoners in chains. From the trees, a cloaked figure looks down, clutching a broken gem. Plan failed, he mutters. Prepare Plan B. Meanwhile, in the garden where Jai is, he walked away. Valor followed, his face impatient. Biting his lip, she innocently trailed behind. Finally, he spun around, exasperated, and shouted, Hey, why are you following me around like that? He glared at her, saying that even if her father was his father's servant, it had nothing to do with them. Hearing this, Aisler teared up and lowered her head in embarrassment, but he was angry and told her to stop with the sweet talk. Growing impatient, Jai snaps, I'm going back, so don't follow me. Suddenly, she grabs his wrist. Frustrated, he tried to pull away, but she held on tight, dragging him back. He groaned, his cold, angry eyes blazing as he shouted, Why do you keep bothering me? Immediately, Osvaler gripped his hand, gathering the courage to shout, It's the first time I've met someone my age, so I want to be your friend. Hearing that, Jai froze in place, his anger giving way to confusion. Oh, friend. The two stood in silence, the air still between them. He was confused, never expecting that to be the reason, as Jai stared blankly in bewilderment. What does she need friends for? I'd understand if she wanted to be my servant. Then he closed his eyes and sighed in frustration. Wow, so making friends is more important to her than anything. Meanwhile, Aisler looks at him with tears welling up. Jai screamed internally, but it wasn't his problem. He turned around uncomfortably and shouted, Find someone else. I don't need any friends. But she stubbornly chased after him, clinging on with all her might, clenching her fists as she cried out in frustration. Enough is enough. He ignored her and left, cursing under his breath. She doesn't understand how friends and close relationships can make people lose their minds. Suddenly, Jai stops, looking at a nearby building, wishing he had killed that emotion in its infancy. His face contorts in anger, lip pressed tight. In his past life, he wouldn't have had to experience such things. His expression darkens once more. That damned girl, she reminds me of terrible things. A voice from behind startled him. Jamie Welton Anf and his lackeys approached him, a predatory glint in Jamie's eyes. Turning to face them, he recognized the blood-red hair. It had to be the Count Simon's son. He frowned, questioning him. What did you call me? Are you dumbfounded? The brown mushroom cut beside him frowned in contempt. How dare you speak so disrespectfully in front of us? Do you even know who he is? It's Anief, they said in unison, as he tilted his head up with a smug look and a satisfied smile. The eldest son and heir to the ex-Mon Count family. He sure does run his mouth. Then, with a sly grin, he covered his mouth, watching them with amusement as he commanded, Silence. The two quickly clamped their mouths shut in shock. Anf watched them struggle to speak, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, before panic set in, and he pointed at him, shouting, You cast silence on them. Meanwhile, Jai snapped his fingers, smiling innocently as he praised. So you do know? Seems you're smarter than these monkeys. Hearing that, he retreated backward in anger, while the other two collapsed to the ground. This arrogant bastard, doesn't he know I'm older than him? Juai calmly mocked. Don't get caught up in the small stuff. Get to the point, before I do the same to you. He then snapped his fingers, startling Anef, who looked around warily. He cleared his throat nervously, then awkwardly smiled and explained, I'm not here to cause trouble, just wanted to chat. But you're quite impressive, using the silent one. His face was a mask of coldness as he reminded him. I don't think I need to hear any more of your flattery. And who are you calling young man? Get lost. Anne was even more astonished by his contempt. What? You don't know who I am? He elaborated, Of course I know. So he's the Earl of Welton's son. He forces a smile, his face dripping with sweat. So you did know. I almost lost all hope. Well, since you're the son of Count Welton, why don't we chat for a bit? Meanwhile, his two lackeys continued to scream in agony. Anif explained, We only acted that way because you were being a bit rude. He thought to himself, chuckling, If I don't show my strength, they'll walk all over me. He regained his composure, looking at him smugly. Because you and I will be the pillars of the Eastern nobility in the future. Don't you think it's better to get acquainted from a young age? He asked, and I calmly listened and understood. In other words, he wants me to be his lackey. How shameful that my former self had to listen to such pathetic words. He immediately refuses, explaining, I don't want to. I'm not interested in what you do or even what the hell it is. Well, that's what you wanted to hear, right? Hearing that, Anne flew into a rage, his face turning red as he roared. You dare refuse me, you little brat? You've made me angry. I'll crush your pathetic magic without a second thought. He then summoned his staff with a flick of his wrist, a smug look on his face as he held it and smirked. And you will have no choice but to obey me. He remained calm, then smirked, his eyes piercing as he glared at the boy and growled. So, you intended to use force from the start, but since Anif Duke isn't afraid of guns, you just brandished your magic staff and laughed arrogantly, just as I expected. I changed my plans a bit because you used magic, but let's just do things as usual. Hearing that, his face darkened with disgust. To be so two-faced at such a young age, it makes me sick. He thought of their families and asked, Do you think the adults will let you get away with this? He warned him, Whatever happens is on you. He still swung his staff at him, then frowned, saying he didn't need his concern, because with this, no one would see him. In his hand, he held a large white gem, which Anif threw to the ground, and energy quickly spread around them, enveloping them. He looked at the barrier dome forming and marveled at the magic. Meanwhile, Anfley marveled, only a magic user would recognize this. He roared with pride, issuing a challenge. Either way, you'll be begging for mercy soon enough. Anfley then looked at the other two. Don't be silent. Suddenly they can talk. Inside the barrier, the two silenced men stood cursing. He's the one who's keeping us from talking. Thought you were dead. You want to see a naked chicken? You really think being a Welton means you can get away with anything? They emphasized their point, but Jabai just looked around, seeing it as child's play. Hey, are you listening? We won't forgive you. He marveled, impressed by the barrier, then turned to praise them. How amusing. Alf's face darkened with rage. How interesting. You don't seem to understand the situation, but today, your Welton family. Suddenly, Jemmy began chanting, cutting them off, and in their pain, the group stood in shock as energy poured down from above, blood flowing from their noses in horror. He warned them not to break the barrier, or everyone would have to watch them writhe in agony. Jemmy smirked, dark magic radiating around her. Inside the barrier, the people he'd beaten to the ground were screaming, crying, and trembling. Save me, brother, my head feels like it's going to explode. Meanwhile, An is also on her knees, vomiting uncontrollably. He was a mess, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Ugh, cough! His body trembled with rage, unable to believe he'd been so easily defeated. I'll kill you. I'll never forgive you. But how? I'm too weak and that brat is a level 4 mage. Tears streamed down his face as the realization of his own weakness washed over him. And he was only a fledgling level 2 mage. But how? How could this happen? He thought of Anno's swordsmanship, both bewildered and shocked. Wasn't he born into a family of knights? How could he be so skilled in magic, coming from the Welton family, known only for swordsmanship? The question echoed in his mind, as tears of humiliation and rage streamed down his face, lamenting the talent he lacked. Supporting himself on the grass, Anne rises, whispering, I won't forgive you. His eyes burn with rage as he screams internally, his body trembling. Yes, I can't forgive that talent. I'll tear it to shreds. I'll make sure he never touches magic again. After being humiliated, Anne's group reluctantly searched for something. As they walked, one of them spoke up nervously. Boss, are you sure this is okay? Destroying magical artifacts is a bit... This idea was immediately rejected by Anne. What could possibly go wrong? They were back on track, following the evil energy, when a voice made them turn in alarm. As soon as the three turned around, they saw a familiar face, and couldn't help but be confused when he saw who it was. Renong, what are you doing here? Asked this. Renong chuckled playfully. What do you mean? That's so sad to hear. Without further ado, he pulls out a gleaming red badge. How could his little brother sit still, knowing his big brother was hurt? Seeing what his brother held, and couldn't hide his horror. Where did you get something so dangerous? To this question, Lenong smiled without answering, changing the subject. Does it matter? Just teach that Welland brat a lesson. Here, take this. After a moment of silence, Anne quickly accepted the badge. Knowing where you got it isn't important. What matters is crushing that little brat. That evening, he appeared at the Leader family's mansion, and as he stepped out of the car, the Earl immediately extended his hand in greeting. It's been a while, Count Welton. Enro returned the friendly gesture with a bright smile. Good heavens, the Earl came to see me himself? Is the sun rising in the west tomorrow? Enro then shook hands with Lee Hitter, returning the friendly gesture, and asked how he was doing. Not bad. Shall we head inside? Seated in the study, the two began with pleasantries. Was the party a success? As always. With the pleasantries out of the way, Count Lee Hitter cuts to the chase. I've met your son, after all. Seeing his frankness, Enro couldn't hide his curiosity and inquired, Is that so? What do you think of him? Seeing Enro's interest, the Earl simply smiled, offering no immediate answer. Seeing his quick response, it was clear to everyone how he felt about his children, and with a bright smile, he admitted, They are my reason for living. This joy left Count Heat at a loss for words. I envy that you can feel that way. Hearing these words, he sensed something. Ah, still the same as always? When asked this, he glanced away, avoiding the question. After a moment of silence, Count Lytle changed the subject, adding that his son was truly remarkable. No, not just that. I was completely surprised. Seeing the other man avoid the issue, Enro grew slightly anxious. After a moment, he realized the Count was avoiding the subject, and despite his displeasure, Enro smiled and asked, So you think my son is talented? Count. Noticing that he wasn't digging any deeper, Count Lee Hitter smirked and replied, Talented? That's an understatement. He paused, then voiced his thoughts without hesitation. From what I've seen, the boy is the best. No, perhaps there has never been anyone as talented as him. Enro smiled proudly at the praise. Even Duke Remo said so. Hearing this name, the Count immediately took notice. The Marquis met Gia, aware of his probing questions. Enro, fidgeting with his hands, honestly replied, I knew Jemmy had talent since he was young, but I never imagined it was this great, so I asked the Marquis for help. Speaking of which, he couldn't hide his frustration that such a magically gifted person would become a wizard. It would benefit them and the world. Unlike Count Enro, Leiter was ecstatic. It would be wonderful for him to have a teacher like you. Witnessing this, Areno drops a bombshell, but the Marquis refuses, a response that pleases Count Lee Hitter, though he feigns regret, which is understandable. That child is an unparalleled genius, capable of self-enlightenment and self-challenge, perhaps even becoming a legend like a ninth circle mage. After a moment, Count Lee Hitter unabashedly revealed his ambition. I'm envious of his superior talent, but I also want to see how far the power of a supreme mage can reach. This sight was so shocking, I almost stood up. Seeing him so agitated, the Count calmly analyzed, Humans are far too weak. Perhaps we've built a great civilization, but that's only from our perspective. Compared to dragons and high elves, human magic is extremely weak. Lee Hitter spoke at length, then pointed at Anno, stating bluntly that at least thanks to swordsmen like him, humans can live freely now. He paused, then posed a very thought-provoking question. But what if a ninth circle mage were born? Witnessing that grave expression, Areno swallowed hard as Count Lihito declared that even dragons, masters of magic, couldn't underestimate the young Count. No longer feigning madness, he spoke sincerely. I, too, long for humanity to rule the world. Hearing this, Areno simply remarked that it was arrogant, a comment that the Earl of Lee Hitter completely ignored. Arrogance is fine, you know it too, the forgotten and erased history. Upon hearing this, Eno fell into thoughtful silence. Forgotten history, a secret known only to a few across the continent. 10,000 years ago, history vanished due to a certain incident. Recalling this information, he was deeply troubled. Because transcendent entities wouldn't share their secrets with humans, Count Simon planned to gain power to resist their control, to prevent the disappearance of human civilization and the repetition of history for unknown reasons. After a moment of silence, Count Lihit gently suggested, Go get some rest, it's quite late. Aino didn't want to linger, telling the Count to rest and that they would meet again tomorrow. Leaving the study, he went to his son's room, wondering just how talented his son was expected to be. Looking at the boy sleeping soundly in his bed, he thought, Hano, as the parent of a gifted child, I'm worried. Observing Jai, he remarked to himself that the boy was just his beloved and adorable son. After a moment, Heno clenched his fist, determination rising within him. Jai, your father and I will do our best, so you just need to be normal. A new day dawns, and Jai sits in the banquet hall, gazing up at the ceiling in contemplation. What troubled father last night? I mustn't let curiosity control my mind. But with his current abilities, it's impossible. As he's lost in thought, AS suddenly appears, calling out to Jai. Seeing who it was, Jai looked displeased. I thought we settled this yesterday. I have nothing to do with you. Despite his dislike, she's still cheerful. But I do. As she said that, she turned and called out, Sister. Hearing this, Jai's face darkened as he tried to escape. What? And she's bringing more people, he thought, quickly getting up to make his escape. I'm leaving. I don't intend to get close to you. Seeing Jai about to leave, she shouted to stop him. Where are you going? You should at least introduce yourself, considering how close our families are. Just then, a gentle voice echoed. Oh, that's rude. From afar, the eldest daughter of the Valka Viscount family approaches, looking worriedly at her younger sibling. You should use honorifics. How can you speak to an earl's son like that? Jai's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the newcomer. Meanwhile, Az was fawning over his sister, but Jai told him to speak freely. Then his eyes met Rebecca's, and he stood frozen, ignoring Az's teasing. Why? What is this? Did you fall for my sister? Well, I guess she is beautiful. The more he looked at Jamie, the more unbelievable it seemed. Why are you here? Hearing that name, he recalled memories of the past. The woman he loved his entire life, sacrificed to the gods for her own benefit. That's why Diablo Vamp became such a heartless monster. Back in the present, Jai suddenly questions the meaning of life. But I never expected you to appear before me, younger than before. Just as things were getting interesting, another person appeared, breaking the mood. With a sinister look on his face, Anif holds a strange object in his hand, saying, There you are. Jam Welton clutched the orb, silently declaring his demise. Seeing the face of the newcomer, Jai froze in shock, while Rebecca, hearing the strange name, was taken aback. Yes. Well, as the atmosphere between the two grew strange, Thon, who was standing between them, was utterly confused. What the hell? Did he really fall head over heels for her love child? As the two gazed into each other's eyes, An appeared with a sinister smile, saying, There you are. Imagining his bright future, his eyes burned with hatred as he summoned a massive flame, declaring, You will call me master. Everything happened so fast that Jamie and Rebecca were stunned. When she regained her composure, Rebecca was terrified by the scene before her and ran forward. Before she could get far, a familiar voice commanded her not to interfere, and the flames were extinguished before Anne's disbelieving eyes. No way. Recalling information about the item he used, he couldn't accept the truth. Phoenix Flight is a 6th-level fire spell created by my father, not something a mere child can block. While Amph was stunned, Rebecca rushed to hug her sister in relief. Remembering that information, An began to doubt his very existence. How could this be? Meanwhile, Jemmy stares blankly at his opponent, unable to accept what he's done. He reaches out, gathering all his strength. Die. Before he could react, a hand reached out, blocking Jai's view. Jamie, that's enough. Sensing a familiar presence, he froze. Father. Seeing Jai calm down slightly, he reassured him softly. It's me. Everything's all right now. Hearing these comforting words, he said nothing more, his eyes gradually dimming. Seeing this, Heno looked at the two sisters embracing each other in front, reassuring himself once more. Everyone was safe. Only then did Jai finally close his eyes in peace as Aino held his son and faced Count Lai Hyder. He then looked in horror at his son lying still in his arms. Jai really had. At first he thought he was mistaken. Thinking back, Aino recalled the scene he witnessed upon entering the banquet hall. Entering the banquet hall, the first thing that struck his eyes was Anef, half of his body enveloped in a surge of power. But there was no mistaking it. If I don't stop him, he's definitely going to die. And Lee Hito is just as shocked as I am. Horrifying. He begins to recall what happened and makes a deduction. Perhaps it's because his power is weak, not even half of mine. But if that weapon activates, everyone here will be burned to ashes. But upon closer inspection, Lecter couldn't hide the sinister smile on his face. For just a second. Level 9. Truly terrifying. That child might actually fulfill his long-cherished dream. Lost in thought, he was startled by a frantic voice. Darling. Lady Simon, who had appeared unnoticed, held Anne close and berated the Welton father and son, saying that Brat tried to kill her son. So why was he just standing there dumbfounded? Unable to bear Xiang being scolded like that, Jia couldn't help but expose the truth. You should get your facts straight. You were the one trying to attack someone. I was the aggressor and used that weapon to attack Jai. Isn't that the truth? Madame Jiming was speechless. Lady Xmong resorted to the tired excuse that Xia was still young, a claim that darkened Xia's face and deepened her voice. Too young, huh? Keep going. Annoyed by her stammering, she snapped. Didn't I tell you to continue with what you were saying? Seeing the situation worsen, Hanno rushed to reassure his wife. Enough, my dear? Still, Sai wouldn't give up, declaring, "Let me reveal exactly what your precious son has done." These words subjected Madame Simon to the judging eyes of everyone in the room. Someone, help, this is unacceptable. She sought help from the Earl she loved, unable to hide her delight as she thought of something. Yes, he may be cold, but he'll always side with his son. However, the Earl's next words were like a bucket of cold water. It seems our son has behaved rudely on this fine day. Lady Simone was shocked, unable to believe her ears, and Count Lai Hitter even took the blame himself. I sincerely apologize, Lady Welton. And with those words, the hall fell silent. After a moment's thought, Sai decided to drop the matter, surprised that she couldn't stay angry after such an apology. She thanked him for his sincerity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. Seeing that she was no longer upset, he turned to Hino. All right, you should go inside and get some rest. Welton Hino agreed without much thought. Very well. After leading his wife and children away, Count Leiter loudly announced his sincere apologies for ruining the party. I trust you'll all return home and get some rest. With that, the party is over. Hearing this, everyone quickly turned and left, and once they were gone, Lady Simon trembled as she looked at her husband. Darling, how could you do this? The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became, shouting, He's our son! Lady Simon, beyond caring, screamed with all her might, her son suffering in the arms of that boy before she could utter another word. Count Lai Hitter silenced her with a sharp rebuke, reminding her that they were not alone. First, let's go back. This command stunned Madame Simone. After everyone left, she raged in Lai Hitter's study. How could you treat him like that? He's our son. Even if the boy was in the wrong, you should have been on his side. He ignores his wife's words. He asked Amph, who was kneeling on the floor, if he was trying to get his attention. And when the boy didn't answer, Count Lytle snapped impatiently. He paused, then scolded further. Don't you know your actions have embarrassed me before the nobles, officials, and the entire kingdom? Under that pressure, Anne trembled with fear. I'm scared, so scared. After trembling for a moment, he looked up at his father, thinking, I just wanted your attention. After trembling for a long time, Ian finally spoke. Pang was so rude I didn't know what to do. Seeing he finally spoke, Count Licht asked who in the world gave him the Phoenix consort. Asked this, and hesitated, unable to speak. Seeing his hesitation, he pressed him once more, his voice laced with warning. He wouldn't repeat himself. I'll ask you one last time. Who gave it to you? Overwhelmed, and hesitantly utters a name. Renong gave it to me. A familiar figure appeared in the doorway a moment later. Did you call for me? Father, Renong then entered, clicking his tongue in displeasure as he watched Anne kneeling fearfully to the side. What a pathetic waste. I practically spoon-fed him the opportunity, and he still couldn't seize it. Unbelievable that he's my brother. After a moment of observation, a wicked scheme began to form in his mind. Time to play innocent. Well, you summoned me? Straight to the point. The Count directly asks if he gave Phoenix Feather to his brother, and surprisingly, Leon admits it without hesitation. Yes, he did. Seeing his honest admission, the Count asked further, Why would you give him something so dangerous? To this, Lion expressed his concern, replying, A boy was bullying him as his younger brother, and I couldn't stand by and watch. I didn't want him to suffer. However, Count Licht immediately exposed the hidden motive behind it, stunning him in place. You just wanted to take advantage of your brother. Why did you do this? Witnessing his brother's face turn pale with fear, Ian finally understood Lennon. When his sons remained silent, Count Leiheider cut to the chase, declaring, You've both realized this, but I have no interest in either of you. He paused, then asked, Do you know why? Before Anen Lenong could reply, Count Leiheit stated bluntly, Though you both share my blood, neither of you possesses the talent I desire. However, that doesn't mean I'm unaware of your thoughts. Just when they thought it was over, he twisted the knife, telling them that if they wanted his attention, they should prove they were worthy of his bloodline instead of wasting time on childish games. Having said all that needed to be said, Count Liszt gave a few more instructions and then departed. I won't interfere anymore, but you two must clean up this mess you've made. He paused, then ordered his children to apologize to Jamie Welton at sunrise and continue until he was forgiven. With that, Count Leheit left his two children in a daze, and Anef, regaining his composure, couldn't hide his displeasure, the mere thought of it infuriating him. Unable to figure it out, he asks Lenong, "Are you planning to apologize to him?" When asked, Lennon remained unresponsive. An odd state indeed. Anne is confused. What's wrong? Did father scold her so badly she can't even speak? Why isn't he talking? Ignoring his brother, he recalls Count Lichter's words with great interest. "Prove you are worthy of my blood, and I will show you, father. I will prove my worth." Meanwhile, Sai anxiously watched over her son as he lay in bed, her heart aching as she saw Jai sleeping so peacefully. Jai recalls what he witnessed, and Sai is perplexed. Jamie truly wanted to end Anif. What could drive a 9-year-old to think like that? She thought it was just a normal fight, but then she remembers Anston holding the orb and the flames that erupted. Was the artifact activated correctly? Recalling that moment, Sia clenched her fist in anger. I can't forgive him. Even if Count Simon apologizes, I need a more sincere apology, even if I have to return to my family. Lost in thought, Sai was startled by Jai's whimpering voice, and seeing him huddled under the covers, she felt a pang of confusion as the recent memory resurfaced. What was I thinking? Just then, Eno appeared, gently asking his wife, "Are you all right? Did you see who it was?" Sai was surprised. "No, I avoided answering that question." After a moment of thought, C snuggled into her husband's arms and asked, "How could I not be okay?" Even though C said that, he's perceptive enough to know if there's anything she wants him to do, he'll grant her every wish. Seeing her husband's concern, Sai chuckled. "You stopped me from saying those words." Arino explained his reasons. Arino explained that he was worried she would ruin his mood, so Sai decided to be honest about what she was thinking. Count Simon politely apologized, and she didn't want to split the northern nobles into 2 factions over this. Thinking about something, she became satisfied. Besides, the child was already intimidated. Eno could only offer a wry smile in agreement. That kid was scared stiff. With those words, Sai smiled. "I'm okay." With that, the two looked at the blanket on the bed and wondered, should we go out? He won't relax if we're here, let's do that. Once they were finally gone, Jai stirred, and after a moment peeked out from under the covers, remembering what his parents had said. He understood his parents' worries. He hadn't been able to control himself back then. But after a moment, Jai shot up, thinking about something. He closed his eyes and groaned. It seemed she had been reborn as well. This thought made Jai sink into contemplation, which wasn't strange, considering he had also been reborn after 100 years. Her reincarnation was inevitable, yet she doesn't recognize me. She has no memory of her past life. Despite his displeasure, he had to hypnotize himself into accepting it. After all, he was the exception. Even so, the thought that Yeon was reborn in the same era as him, is this fate's cruel joke, or someone's grand design? Countless questions flood Jai's mind. If this is the work of the 12 gods, then while he's lost in thought, Black suddenly appears and slams into his face. Hearing what Black has to say, Jamie accepts the truth. If they know he's been reborn, they won't leave him alone. What am I thinking? After a moment of panic, he finally calmed down, his mood sinking. As he recalls the girl from yesterday, the image of his beloved lying in a pool of blood flashes in Jamie's mind, and he can't hide his sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Jai finally calmed down and made a decision. First, he should see her again. And so, the gears of fate begin to turn, as a cloaked man in the distance attaches something to a carrier pigeon. The wizarding world is changing again. The man tied a notice to the pigeon's leg. The eldest son of the Welton family, Jamie Welton. At only 9 years old and already a 4th circle mage, a ridiculously talented magical prodigy has appeared. With everything prepared, he released the carrier pigeons, and after a chaotic day, Jai spent the next day taking a walk in the forest. Reaching the stream, he basked in the cool breeze as Brake chirped happily from Jamie's shoulder. Witnessing this reaction, he pondered and asked again, "Can you feel the fresh air?" Annoyed by the question, it chirped irritably. He decides to stop teasing Brake. Okay then. No longer teasing Brake, Jai savored the moment. So peaceful and quiet. It must be because everyone left after yesterday, the final day. Black, perched on his shoulder, seemed to agree. After walking Choo-Choo for a while, he decided to turn back. He had to see her before returning, but he sensed a strange, magical energy and stopped in his tracks. Sensing something amiss, he quickly turns, searching for the source. What is that sound? Seeing nothing, Jai looked to the other side, pondering where the strange energy was coming from. After searching in vain, he clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his power. Unseen, he unleashes a surge of blue energy, and Jemmy quickly locates and pursues its source, only to find a familiar figure playing with a water spirit. Jemmy's attention then focused entirely on the water spirit, who, after playing for a while, suddenly noticed him and was startled. Rebecca was puzzled by this strange behavior. She quickly turned and saw Jamie's familiar figure. Seeing who it was, she quickly stood up and bowed. "Duke Welton, are you all right?" Jai was a little surprised by her politeness. "I'm fine." After a brief greeting, he couldn't hide his panic, but seeing this, Rebecca chuckled, then reintroduced herself. "I'm Rebecca." And surprisingly, she was a water elementalist. Hearing that name, Jai silently observed the person in front of him, and after a long moment couldn't hide his heartache, wondering, how can you both be water elementals? This question left Rebecca puzzled, but just then a familiar voice echoed in Jamie's mind. "Diablo, don't forget me." As he stood there in a daze, she spoke. The mention of his name jolted Duke Welton awake. After a pause, Rebecca hesitantly asked, "Why do you look so sad?" Jamie remained silent, recalling her words. "Don't forget me, Diablo. A promise from a past life." Seeing Jamie standing dumbfounded before her, Rebecca couldn't help but wonder why he looked like he was attending a funeral. Asked this, he remained silent, unable to say anything. Receiving no response, Rebecca pursed her lips, guessing, he must still be in shock from yesterday. Thinking this, she gently approached him. Rebecca's comfort wasn't just words. She embraced Jamie, patting his back gently. "Everything will be all right." Once again, Zi Yang was stunned by her embrace. This feeling is just a remnant of the past. After a moment of bewilderment, Jay decides to enjoy this peaceful moment, but enjoying it a little longer wouldn't hurt. After calming down, the two finally sit down to talk. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, thank you." Rebecca smiled, clearly satisfied with his response. "My father taught me that hardships quickly pass when you share the burden with others." Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. From Duke Bali, seeing his puzzled expression, Rebecca smiled brightly and affirmed, "Indeed." Then, thinking of something, she couldn't hide her excitement. "I was sad we couldn't talk more yesterday, so I'm glad we have some time alone today." Chuai responds with a smile. "As it happens, I feel the same way." This made Rebecca smile even more brightly. "Really?" To that question, he replied cryptically, "Yes." Carefully observing the person speaking to him, Jiawai accepts the truth. She was different. Perhaps that was for the best. He let himself drift along and asked a question that had been on his mind for a while. "I heard the Bali family has a tradition of making pacts with air elementals. Is that not so?" This question makes Rebecca a bit awkward, but she admits, "Oh, well, I wanted to make a pact with an air elemental, but it didn't work out." Pausing for a moment, she recounts what happened. "The wind spirits once visited me because I had a strong connection to them, but they refused to form a contract and left after that meeting." Just when she thought it was over, an event left Rebecca bewildered. One day, a water spirit appeared, claiming it was her destiny to form a contract. Even after all this time, she still feels awkward recalling the events. "It was an important decision, and I should have discussed it with my father first, but I ended up making the pact on the spot." Hearing this story, Jai thinks of something. Oh, the Elemental King must know. Thinking about this, he recalls some information he knows. A contract with the Elemental King. An agreement with the Elemental King is unlike any other elemental contract. It's a soul contract, binding both parties' lives. Remembering this, Jemmy surmises that the Elemental King must have noticed the moment the Spirit of Fate was reborn as Rebecca. Shaking off his thoughts, he asks, "I see. Did the Viscount scold you for it?" Asked this, she answered honestly. "He wasn't angry, but he seemed a little disappointed." I felt the same way. Seeing Rebecca hesitate, Jemmy spoke with certainty. But it was something truly special. These words surprised her, but he continued. "An element approaching someone and offering a contract. I've never heard of such a thing." He went on, reassuring her with a smile. It was a shame it wasn't the element she wanted, but she was chosen by the water element. She should trust herself. Rebecca was stunned, unable to respond, but after a moment she smiled, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks," she says, as Jemmy quickly gets up and waves goodbye to Rebecca. "Thank you for today, but I must be going." Before she could respond, he ran off to say goodbye. As she watched Jai disappear, Rebecca felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She wanted to talk more. This thought made her blush and lower her head in embarrassment. Why do I feel this way? Meanwhile, Jai suddenly remembers something as he walks away, leaving Brake confused by his words. "It seems I'm being too formal. Children don't usually talk like that, do they?" But Rebecca seems more mature, so it's hard to talk to her like a child. And seeing him constantly complaining, he snapped, confusing, "Brake. Why do you always talk back?" After leaving Jamie's garden, Choo-Choo wandered around the mansion, hands in his pockets. As Choo-Choo walks, a loud voice suddenly calls out his name. Jai Welton is caught off guard. Jai quickly turned to see two familiar redheads standing behind him, much to his displeasure. What's going on? Anne is a little embarrassed by this attitude. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally mustered the courage to shout, I'm sorry. Jiawei found this remorseful attitude very strange. Why the sudden change? But after a moment's thought, he quickly understood. Did Count Ba force you to apologize? Exposed, Anf blushed with embarrassment and couldn't argue. Having teased Anf enough, Jai's attention then turned to Lenong, who was standing nearby. I understand, but what's this guy doing here? Asked this way, he suppressed his embarrassment and introduced, This is my brother. Don't worry about the extraneous details. He then asked directly, Why did you bring him? Don't tell me you were too scared to apologize alone. To those teasing words, Lenong quickly dropped a bombshell. Oh, I'm the one who gave your brother the treasure. This revelation ignited Jai's fury. After processing this information, he angrily demands confirmation. So you two teamed up to screw me over. What's your name? Seeing this attitude, Bach frantically tries to calm him down. Ignoring the murderous aura, Lenong smiles and introduces himself. Lenong. Lenong C.E. Mong. The name is uttered, and Jai's eyes light up, quickly perceiving the power surrounding Lenong. His talent is considerable, a cut above Anne's, and he seems rather cunning as well. Thinking this, Jai steps in front of him for a closer look. A count's offspring, and yet he couldn't satisfy him. Seeing him suddenly approach his brother, Anne was confused, but he pretended not to notice the intense gaze and offered a fake smile, hinting, Well, luckily nothing bad happened, and you heard the apology, so can we go now? This statement pushed Jai over the edge once again. Does this brat think I'm an idiot? He suddenly recalled what had happened that night. He hadn't even been there during the chaos. Before losing consciousness, Jai saw Ren standing in the distance, looking down on him with disdain. This guy must think anyone other than his own father is worthless. Seeing that smile, he was furious. If left unchecked, he was sure to cause even more trouble. Acting fast, Jai taunts his opponent, provoking his fury, suggesting his path to succession just got harder. Isn't that right? What the hell are you talking about? Amused by this reaction, Jai taunts Lenong, making him flinch. Isn't that right, Lenong? This reaction only amuses him, and he moves closer to Lenong, saying it's none of his business. Jemmy gets right up in his face, threatening him. If you're truly behind those crimes, then you deserve a fitting punishment. Do you think so? This question finally elicits a reaction. What did you say? Just then Jai vanished, and he was thrust into a dark void. Huh? It's so dark. Where am I? My body temperature is dropping. I feel like I'm about to die. After experiencing that feeling for a few minutes, Lenong finally collapsed. And at that moment, a huge eye appeared, accompanied by Ji's threatening voice. This is your last chance. With those words, Lenong found himself back in his familiar mansion, still reeling from what had happened. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Had he escaped? No, was it all just an illusion? I don't know. But thinking about all of this, Lenong couldn't take it anymore and screamed, holding his head, which made Anne wonder. Lenong didn't care about his younger brother. The more he thought, the more frightened he became. After calming down, Nong cautiously looked up at Jai, knowing this was his last chance. He had to kneel immediately. He stammered, I'm sorry. After that apology, Jai was finally able to return to his beloved home. Seeing the staff moving things, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally home, a thought crosses his mind, and he suddenly looks uncomfortable. I'm so damn tired. I just want to be home, lost in my mother's kisses. That thought surfaces, and Jai quickly shakes his head to dismiss it. No, wait, what was I just thinking? Seeing Count Lihito approaching from behind, he notes that I seem to be in good spirits. Jawai quickly turns to face him. Pausing for a moment, Jai quickly smiles, cheerfully addressing the other man. Of course, I'm very happy to be going home and resting. Hearing this, Count Lihito smiled, feigning regret. It's a pity I won't have the chance to talk with you. To this, he inwardly scoffed, but still smiled and replied amicably, I'm a little disappointed too, as I was quite looking forward to our chat. Waiting for this moment, he quickly suggested I could stay longer if I wished, but without hesitation, I crossed my fingers and refused outright. No, thank you. The desire to go home and rest is stronger. I'm completely exhausted and don't want to prolong the conversation. With a smile, he probed, As for the reason, well, I'm sure you know. Caught off guard, Count Later was stunned for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, let's not dwell on this. Count Leichter looked up at the mansion and said, A headless chicken? The magical world has already begun to watch you. Jawai glanced up at the building and replied casually, Yeah, I guess you could say that. Jai's nonchalant attitude slightly discomfited the Count, but he calmly inquired, It seems you know who you are now? Before he could ask, Jiao confidently replied, "Of course." The two then began to stroll around, talking as they walked, and it seems his name is Renong. I gave him a fitting punishment. Hearing this, Count Lai Hitter was very pleased. I'm looking forward to it. He seems different from yesterday. This satisfied attitude confuses Jamie. Shouldn't he be angry that I punished his sons? The Earl's flustered reaction only made Demi more confused, as he spoke as if it were obvious. They simply reaped what they sowed. Why would I be angry? This indifference is reshaping Jamie's worldview as he stares in disbelief. Wow. Now I understand why his two precious sons were such a mess. However, he kept those thoughts to himself, turning to the Count and offering his honest opinion. Renan seems to have quite the talent for magic. It's better to nurture him, he says, slightly bewildered by the remark. After a moment of thought, he coldly retorted, "No, I know his talents better than anyone, and he has none." These comments enraged Jai, who analyzed the situation meticulously, saying, "What's the harm in trying? So, why not give him a chance? He could be your equal with the right training. He hasn't shown his talent because of the people around him holding him back. I can't take it anymore." He points directly at the Earl and scolds him, saying it's all his fault. The Earl, suddenly scolded, was left speechless. Seeing his clueless expression, he grew even more frustrated, not holding back his criticism. "He says that your precious sons have become so pathetic because you ignored them, believing they lacked talent." After the constant scolding, Count Lyot was speechless. Before he could even respond, G delivered a brutally honest assessment. NF is fairly average, but Renong has a great deal of hidden potential. After being scolded repeatedly, Count Lihit's confidence finally wavered. Could I have misjudged him? It seems he's finally come to his senses. Jai nodded in satisfaction, while the Earl was left in utter confusion. He claimed his son had talent that an 8th Circle mage like himself couldn't see. Yet this child could. Count Lihit was more astonished than ever. It was almost as if a great mage stood before him, but he thought that was where it would end. Jiabai then smiled suggestively. "And who knows, maybe you can break through with my son's help." These words widened his eyes in shock. "What did you say?" Before he could say more, she called out, "Jai, it's time to go." His parents called, and he quickly turned, offering a parting reminder. "Let what I said go in one ear and out the other. 'Cause those are just a child's words. I'm off." With that, Jai quickly ran off, and Count Liehitter, who had been surprised at first, finally calmed down as he watched him go. Unable to watch any longer, he turned away as expected. What a shame. That evening, Jemmy and Brake, cloaked and looking suspicious, were silent until Brake suddenly made a few noises. Just then, the bushes nearby rustled. Unable to accept this, Jai shouted, "Hurry up, you guys!" "What took you so long?" Hearing this, two figures suddenly emerged from the bushes. The two approached Jamie, admitting their fault. "We were late because A was wandering off." Exposed, the taller one stammered, "Sorry." Witnessing this, Jai sighs in exasperation. "Forget it, and just tell me what you've learned." Relieved they weren't going to be punished, the two perked up. "Understood. Sir." Philip was the one who spoke about what he had found. "The Heavenly Order has been doing good deeds all over Hit without taking a single penny." He paused, then added a few more details. "By providing food for the hungry and shelter for the homeless, they've naturally gained a lot of good favor. Recently, they've even started running an orphanage." Hearing this, Jai frowned, his face darkening. After a moment of silence, he spoke hesitantly. "When did they start acting?" Philip, caught off guard, paused to consider the question. "Probably right after River's downfall. To understand, we must go back 2 months when Viscount Welton annihilated the River Crime Syndicate and the Holy Sky Church began its missionary work. Soon after, they visited and aided the poor, preaching God's will to them, though the people initially paid them little mind. However, through good deeds and relentless mercy, the people of the territory gradually began to depend on the church, and in this way the people became members of devout faith. As a result, the Zenith Church's position in Hit rose to unbelievable heights. Returning to the present, Philip reveals the most crucial information. Now, the Zenith Church is revered as a benevolent church and is the most respected in his. Hearing this, Jai couldn't hide his surprise. "What did you just say?" Stunned and then catching up, he grits his teeth in frustration. The Zenith Church, that damned thing, would never do anything for the benefit of others. Unable to accept this, Jai turned to his two trusted subordinates. "Do you believe peace and war can coexist?" "Oh no." Suddenly, Philip remembered something and offered a crucial piece of information. "However, I believe they have some shady connection." At this point, his face went completely dark. And that's the true face of the Zenith, a peace built upon blood and corpses. With this thought, the image of the peaceful village burning flashed through Jai's mind. War is when the revered commit crimes. Imagining such a scene, Jai concludes that the priests of Zenith are fighting against that very thing. After all that talk, he orders, "I'm sure they're using good deeds as a shield for something. You need to find out what that is." They immediately agreed. "Yes, we understand." Having achieved one goal, Jawai is determined to uncover every detail of their plans. Heavenly order. The next day, at the Heavenly Peak Orphanage, a boy named Ricky was chatting happily with a mysterious cloaked figure. "Well done, Ricky. Father, this is nothing." The more Ricky spoke, the more he revealed his excitement, as this was paradise compared to begging and being beaten every day. These words touched the cloaked figure. After a moment, he smiled and spoke. "You've been through too much. You don't have to worry anymore." Ricky smiled in response. "Yes, sir." As the boy turned back to the room, Ricky thought to himself, "It's been a month and a half since I came to this orphanage. A place of happiness for me. If I hadn't come to this orphanage, my sister and I would still be scraping by on the streets, one step away from death." Hearing the door open, the girl spoke up, trying to figure out who it was. "Are you back?" Ricky eagerly approached, greeted by his sister. "I'm back. This is Ricky's sister, Anna, who is blind." Sensing her brother's approach, she turns. "Are you over here?" Before they arrived here, their past was also brutal. Their parents abandoned them and ran away. To protect my sister, I did all sorts of dirty work. But life on the streets was hard, and the people were so cold. It was a truly desperate life, with no one to turn to. But in their darkest hour, someone reached out to them for the first time. Witnessing this, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears, recognizing it as the very hand of God. "That day, my sibling and I were given a new life. By the grace of God, I want to spread this joy and become a priest to spread this miracle." Snapping out of his thoughts, he took his sister for a walk, only to encounter friends frantically running somewhere. "Ricky, Anna, have you heard the news?" "What?" Ricky asks. Seeing his confusion, a friend excitedly explains, "You know Sino, right? Apparently he's been blessed by God, which is why he's heading to the main church to become a priest next week." This unexpected information filled Ricky with admiration. "Sino is about to become a priest?" That same evening, Jemmy, with Brake's help, was hovering, observing the village. After a moment, he spoke to Brake, who chirped in response, "We're almost there. Let's go down." But before they could land, something caught Jai's attention. There, lying unconscious, was a blond man, and unable to contain his curiosity, Jai quickly descended, approaching the figure with undisguised surprise. What kind of energy does he possess? Upon closer inspection, Jai clicks his tongue in displeasure. Ugh, it's that revolting divine energy. Is he a priest? The thought barely crossed Jai's mind when his eyes landed on the sword at the man's hip. Not just a high-ranking priest, but a paladin. He couldn't help but wonder, why was a holy knight lying here on the ground? After a moment, Jai glances around, guessing something's amiss, and then wonders if he should just end him. But just as he touched the man's leg, the blonde grabbed his ankle, startling Jai. What the hell? The man had somehow woken up, his face pale and his voice weak. Those words made no sense to Jai. Instead of answering properly, he just repeated those nonsensical words, and I couldn't take it anymore. He angrily shouts, "Oh, what the hell is that supposed to mean?" It was only then that the blond man mustered all his strength to lament, "I'm hungry." These words made Jai grit his teeth in frustration. He was at a complete loss for words. Should I just let him starve? He's scaring me to death. With that, he turned and left, ignoring the man's cries of hunger. "Shohei, let's go." After a fierce night the next morning at the Welton mansion, Jai barely contains his rage at the sight before him. Despite his hostility, the blond man cheerfully greeted him while eating. "Are you Jai? Pleased to meet you." Faced with such friendliness, Jai couldn't accept why this bastard was at the same table as him. Ignoring his expression, the man chuckled. "If not for the Count's help, I'd probably be a starving ghost on the road." Hino chuckled in response. "I didn't do much. You should be thanking the soldier who brought you here." To this, the blond man maintained his stance. Weren't they all his soldiers after all? "So, thank you very much." With such polite words, Hanno could only chuckle and joke in return. After all, it's not every day a holy knight starves to death. Not understanding the hidden meaning, the blond man smiled brightly and replied honestly, "Not very common, but we are still human. When we reach higher levels, we can endure longer than ordinary people." This friendly atmosphere is unsettling Jai, who's feeding strawberries to his sister. It's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Why are his parents being so nice to him? After a bit of small talk, Ino starts asking questions. "You said you belong to the P.O. Church?" The blond man smiled, confirming, "Yes, I serve the goddess of mercy through punishment." With confirmation, Pai smiles gently at the woman beside him. My dear, you must be quite surprised to hear about this, aren't you? Before Pai asked, Z smiled brightly, expressing her amusement. Yes, I was quite surprised. His answer left Jazz confused. Surprised? Is something wrong? Do you think I don't understand? She smiles gently and asks him a simple question. Do you happen to know Saphira Bishop? Hearing the name, Ras seemed to understand something. Perhaps the lady was aware of his understanding. Upon hearing the name, he couldn't hide his surprise, as she introduced herself as being from the Bello family. Then, to the astonishment of the Welton family, Russ rose, and just when it seemed things would end there, he knelt, hands crossed over his chest, and in a respectful voice offered his greetings and reverence. This surprised everyone, especially Jai, who had the most pronounced reaction. What's going on? I know the Pote Church exists in Appin, which is also where the Bello family lives, but that's no reason for him to bow to my mother, to bow and kneel before someone else. The only reason a paladin would act this way is if they were facing a bishop. What is happening? Unable to hide his curiosity, he called out to his father. Father, father. Startled by the call, Enno quickly responded, Jai, what is it, son? Seeing him respond, Jai feigned innocence and voiced his question. Why did that person greet Mom like that, father? Even he hated the way he was talking. This is so fake. The thought of acting like a curious 9-year-old makes me want to die. Asked that? Aino simply chuckled, avoiding a direct answer. Well, it's a long story, so I'll tell you about it later if I get the chance. Not only did I fail, but I was humiliated. Jai's hairspray is amazing. Having failed, his mood plummets. Damn it, even after going this far, he can't believe it didn't work. How humiliating. His sister pats his shoulder in comfort, and his father is just too adorable. Putting that aside, something else makes Jamie think. If the Bell family is closely related to the P.O. Church, it'll be a pain, because she's the last person he wants to kill. After breakfast, Eno and Ras go to Eno's office to continue their discussion. So, how do you plan to end this? From what I know, the P.O. Church shouldn't have any business in the eastern region. Before he could even stammer a response, Eno began to speculate. You're here to expand the influence of the P.O. Church? Jazz quickly denied it. No, I'm chasing someone and somehow ended up here. Eno couldn't help but wonder. Chasing someone? Who? Jazz shook his head, revealing that this person was conducting unspeakable and cruel experiments, things that no human should ever do. The creator of the Chimera. The name sends shockwaves through him, and his power explodes. What? You're saying the creator of the Chimera is at Hiss? Who is it? Ras hesitated, unsure whether to answer, but ultimately refused. I'm sorry, but this information is top secret, even within the P.O. Church itself. I can't tell anyone. However, I'll give you more information if you agree to my request and make a deal with me. Enno understood the hidden meaning immediately. You're asking for my help. Seeing that he understood his intentions, Ras began to flatter him. Yes, if a master swordsman like you helps me, I'm sure you'd be the greatest help. Faced with this request, Ajahn Hino paused to consider. The creator of Chimera. Chimera. Chimeras are made from different creatures, but those who create them are the worst criminals of all, because at the heart of every chimera is a human being. The creators of Chimera may not use humans, but no one has ever created Chimera without them. Eno considers everything. I can't promise I can always help you, but now that I know of my wife and I's connection to the P.O. Church, I can't turn a blind eye to this. Hearing this, Ras couldn't hide his joy. He wouldn't have to wait for Eno to confirm again. He would help him. Receiving direct confirmation, Ras stood up, unable to contain his excitement. Thank you so much. Seeing this, he smiled, not forgetting to ask for some information. Thank you, that's enough. But why is the P.O. Church so obsessed with the creator of the Chimera? And why didn't you ask for help from the kingdom? This question put Ras on the spot, and he could only scratch his face. I know the kingdom would surely help if they knew, but... He hesitated, explaining further that the P.O. Church's reputation would be severely damaged. The creator of the Chimera is wanted by the church. After a moment of thought, Ras decided to be blunt. All of this has already cost us over 10 holy nights. This information gave Eno pause. Realizing he understood, Ras dropped a bombshell. The culprit created a chimera capable of wielding holy power. Meanwhile, Jiaoi strolled through the garden. As he walked, he calculated, looking forward to afternoon tea. Just then, Sarah excitedly called out, Jai, you're here. Come sit down quickly. Jiaoi quickly went to sit down and have tea with his mother and sister. Seeing his worried expression, Sai didn't know what to say. Without missing a beat, she asks, My dear boy, what are you really curious about? Seeing that his mother had already spoken, he didn't hide anything and asked directly, "Why did that man kneel before you? What could inspire such reverence in a first meeting?" Xia chuckled. "I knew you'd ask about that. You're curious about our family's connection to the Po Church, aren't you?" Without hiding anything, she says directly, "Basically, your great-grandfather, whom you've never met, is the savior of the Po Church." This information is a shock to Jamie. What? Her grandfather was the savior of the Po Church. Hajia explains that Jai's great-grandfather was the savior of the Po Church. Hearing this, Jiawai is shocked. The Veo family saved the Po Church? Upon hearing this, Jiawai was stunned for a few seconds, and Sai recounted that a long time ago, a priceless artifact was stolen from the Po Church, and that was when his mother and grandfather stepped in to help them. The Po Garden incident, an attempt by Demon King worshippers to embody him using the Po Church's relics, which ultimately failed. Jemmy wondered, does this have something to do with Mom's family? Sai explains that her mother's grandfather lost his life preventing the incident. Afterward, the Po Church appointed Marquis as honorary archbishop and pledged to treat the Veo family as equals to a bishop for the next 100 years. Jemmy thought to herself. Her mother looked a little sad, as if she was close to her grandfather, and the Po Church recognized them as a bishop. A glint flashes in his eyes. The compensation is absurd, but I guess it's because that thing is their only relic? Not bad, Po. I'll destroy you one day, but in the meantime, I'll exploit you as much as I can. As he thought this, Jai smiled a menacing, evil smile. Lost in thought, Jai was startled back to reality by C's voice. Jai's expression changed in an instant, replaced by a syrupy, sweet smile as he replied, "Yes, Mother." Seeing her son's radiant smile, Sai was overjoyed and asked, "Would you like some more tea?" Jemmy obediently replied, "Yes." The atmosphere at the afternoon tea was incredibly warm and happy. That evening, in a brightly lit church, a voice declared, "Our brother Sino, chosen by the highest saint, will depart today." A cloaked figure in the sex insignia continued, "Let us pray for his path ahead and raise a glass to this momentous day." Everyone cheers in unison, surrounded by congratulations and shouts of joy. Sino was overjoyed, his cheeks flushed with excitement, while Ricky looked up at him with admiration, thinking, Sino has finally made it to the main church. After the party, Sino was in a carriage preparing to leave as Anna and Ricky stood below, sadly saying goodbye. He called out, "Ricky, Anna, I thought I wouldn't get to see you." "My departure date was decided so suddenly, but I'm glad you guys came to see me off. I heard it from the priests. Don't cry and don't miss me too much, because soon I'll be there too." Sino clenched his fist, smiling shyly. Who would cry? "I'll be waiting, so hurry and come back." The carriage finally departs. Ricky watched the carriage grow more distant. "Bye." Ricky clenched his fist, filled with determination. One day, he too would become a priest. The carriage travels a short distance before stopping, and the priest beside him announces, "We're here." Startled, Sino replied, "Yes, we're here." He looked out with a somewhat doubtful expression. They stood before a dark and ominous house, and Sino wondered if this was really the main church. He hadn't realized he'd traveled so far. Anxious, he turned to the priest who had brought him here. "Is this really the main church, Father?" The priest offered no explanation, only a smirk and a cold command. "Follow me," he said. He strode forward as Sino, filled with dread, trembled and asked, "Father, I think we've come to the wrong place?" Without turning back, the priest simply says, "Follow me." The priest pulls a book and a door opens, leaving Sino stunned by the sight of a cellar. The priest patted his shoulder, saying, "Now hurry down." Confusion was written on his face, his instincts warning him that something was about to happen. But urged on by the priest, Sino reluctantly descended into the basement, calling out, "Father, Father, I don't think this place—" Passing through a doorway, he peered inside and said, Father, this place is a bit—" Suddenly, a pockmarked arm reached out, startling Sino, his face turning white as a sheet. He hesitantly followed the priest, trembling. "This place is strange. There's something scary in that room." Ignoring Sino's fearful cries, the priest continued on, leading him to a room where he removed his hat and bowed. "I've brought the boy, Bishop." Sino heard the priest speak reverently to the smiling man before him and cried out, "Bishop!" He knelt down, weeping. "Sir, wasn't I chosen by God? This place is strange. I think there are monsters here." Lincoln casually replies, "Oh, Sino, you are the chosen one." In a panic, Sino asks why he's in this strange place instead of the main church. Lincoln then reveals a cruel expression. "Well, it's because this is where we've achieved the impossible. I'm eager to see what a pure child like you will become." He then gave the order, "Enter." A figure shrouded in magic pushed through the door, surrounded by thick black streams of energy. The man who entered looked more like a monster, his face covered in lumps of blood with streaks of blood running all over and a savage grin. "Oh la la, what a wonderful test subject you are. You're going to make a beautiful chimera." He reached out as if to touch Sino, causing the boy to burst into tears, his face filled with fear. The next morning, in Count Welton's his territory, Belb Street was bathed in sunlight, a picture of tranquility. Jemmy introduced, "This is Belb Street. You could say it's the biggest road in his." Russ walked ahead, eagerly looking around. "Oh, I remember this place. I came here in the middle of the night when I was incredibly hungry," Joai replied with disdain. Joai recalls the reason he has to take this guy sightseeing. It's simple. During tea time this morning, Count Areno made a proposal to Russ. "You wanted to tour H, right? In that case, I'll have Juai accompany you." "My child is very smart, you see." Ras happily agreed. "Sounds good." Hearing that, Jai glared at Rash, so angry that the teacup in her hand cracked. And that's the whole story. Jai walked along, lamenting to himself, "Why did this have to happen to me? What rotten luck." Russ followed behind, curiously observing Jamie. "To think this 9-year-old has better memory and stamina than a tour guide. Perhaps the Count had a reason for sending me out with him." Ras calls out to Jay, who turns around with a puzzled look. Ras smiles. "Thanks a lot, Guang. Thanks to you, I was able to walk around H without any trouble." Joai smiles politely, saying he's happy to be out for the first time in a while. Ras suddenly reached out and said, "Enough sightseeing. Let's slowly head home." Jamie was stunned by Ras's actions. He bluntly says, "Put your hand down, buddy. I'm curious about something, and I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions." "Huh?" Rejected. Ras scratches his head in embarrassment. "Oh, sure." Jamie asked seriously, "What did you say to my father last night?" Ras was stunned, completely caught off guard. "Wow, I didn't expect that. I thought he'd ask what a knight does or something." Ras forces a smile and makes up an excuse. "We talked about how handsome you'd be when you grew up because you're so good-looking." Jemmy snapped back, "Don't lie." Ras knew Jemmy wasn't easily fooled and broke out in a sweat. Are all kids this age so mature? Ras quickly tried to cover up his clumsy lie. No, it's true. We talk about you all the time. Your father's love for his son is truly great." Jai turns away in anger. "Humph, so you just don't want to tell me. Stop talking like that. Even a child wouldn't believe that." Ras apologizes sheepishly. "Ha ha, sorry for lying to you, but this is an adult matter, so I can't tell you." Jemmy suspects something is hidden within the play, which is why he was sent to scout around. "What's wrong?" Ras panicked when he saw Jai standing silently and rushed to comfort him. "Is Jamie sulking?" Jai, unbothered by Ras, remains deep in thought. "What is it? What could it be?" Ras was flustered, his face contorted. He was sulking. "What should I do?" Suddenly, Jai remembers something. "Ah, but there's still one place we haven't been?" Ras asks curiously. "Oh, where?" Jai smiled and pointed. "Jenis Church and his..." And they immediately board a carriage to head there. Having arrived, Ras continued to pester Jai. "You're not still mad at me, are you?" JY ignores him, saying, "This is the Jenis Church in Hit, and like I said, I'm not angry." Nearby, Ricky diligently swept the church grounds, looking up in surprise. Yeah, he sees Jamie with a scowl on his face in front and Ras cheerfully following behind. "Oh ho! So this is the Jenis Church?" Ricky spotted Jai and exclaimed, "Ah, you're that black-haired person from before?" Ras asked curiously. "Is that your friend? I think he's looking at you." Jai turned to look, confused, then realized with a start. Could it be that kid? It was the kid who bumped into him. Jai turned away, pretending not to know him. "We're strangers," he thinks, realizing his hair dye was pointless. How annoying. Ras was confused by Jai's attitude. Ricky angrily shouts, "Why are you pretending you don't know me?" Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage sped down the street as Ricky tried to cross over to Jai. "Did you dye your hair? I almost didn't recognize you." Suddenly seeing Ricky dart across the street, the coachman yells, "What in the world are these kids doing?" Ricky looked over, startled, as the coachman yelled, his face pale. "Get out of the way. Jemmy and Ruse are frozen in fear." Ricky faces a runaway carriage and 2 massive horses charging toward him, but sensing the danger, Ras rushes in to save him. He thought he was out of time. Ricky, tears streaming down his face, trembled, unable to speak. "Am I going to die?" Jemmy also begins to cast his magic. His eyes blazed as lightning struck. Jemmy conjured a magic circle of intricate symbols, unleashing the chain domain, a barrage of energy chains. These chains formed a protective barrier around both Russ and Ricky, giving Russ the chance to save Ricky. But he was also shocked to see Jemmy's technique clearly, as the carriage was seized and lifted high by the chains. With everything over, Ricky, still in shock, stood pale and trembling, muttering, "I'm not dead, okay." Ricky leaps and hugs Jai tightly, catching him completely off guard as he expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Ricky repeated, but Jai was hardly thrilled with the suffocating embrace. Jemmy, suffocating from the hug, angrily tells Ricky to let go, while Ras looks on in amazement. The magic Jai used to save that boy was more advanced than what our mages use. I can't believe a 9-year-old is this powerful. That child is a genius. In decades, not years, Jai's skill will be unmatched, Russ muses. Ricky clung to Jai, tears streaming down his face. Thank you so much. You're my savior. Jai angrily pushes him away. Stop clinging to me. You're too heavy. Ross sensed the boy would become someone he couldn't even look at as an equal. Lost in thought, Jai asked, "What are you staring at?" "Let's hurry inside." Ross snapped out of his thoughts and exclaimed, "Huh? Go where?" Jemmy sighed, replying, "What do you mean, go where?" "To the Genis church," Russ stammered, embarrassed. Ah, right. He wondered if he was just seeing things. He felt looked down upon as the three headed to the Genis church. Ricky happily led the way, glad they were stopping by and letting him guide them. As they walked, Ricky explained, "This is an orphanage for children with nowhere else to go." Suddenly, someone called out to Ricky. Seeing the old woman before him, Ricky happily called out to her. She asked, "Where have you been?" Seeing Ricky with 2 others, she asks who they are, and Ricky introduces them. "They saved me from being hit by a carriage. They're my saviors." The nun, hearing this, worriedly asked, "Oh dear, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Then she turned to thank them. "Thank you both so much." It seems Ricky almost met with disaster. Reyes chuckled, saying it was nothing. Just what a priest who worships foes should do. Upon hearing Ross mention Foro, her face immediately changed, her attitude shifting completely. But Ross, oblivious, continued to smile, pointing at Jai, saying it was mostly thanks to this child's efforts. Jawai was speechless, thinking to himself that this was pointless. She then asked, "I understand this child is—" Jai immediately introduced himself. "I am the son of the Lord here, and I am Jemmy." Hearing that, she was incredibly flustered, saying, "Ah, that explains it. I should have recognized him by his jade hair. Hearing about the accident surprised me so much, I'm sorry." Jai immediately noticed her unusual reaction, wondering what was behind it. If she were from his, she would have recognized me by my hair. Besides not recognizing me, she also looks very surprised. What is she hiding? She turns to Ras and asks, "Did you come here to take Ricky back?" Ras quickly waved his hands. No, I came after hearing that the Genis Church laid its foundation in this land this year." Hearing this, she said, "So you've come for a visit. Please, follow me." Ricky asks, "How about I give the young master a tour?" "Huh, you mean me?" Juai quickly realized her intention. She wants to separate me from Ras. Is she planning to get rid of him? It's best to be cautious. With that thought, Jai smiled and followed Ricky. "So we'll have dinner with your parents, so I'll see you later." R was a little surprised by Jamie's attitude. He stood there dumbfounded, but realized something, cheerfully waving back to Jamie. "Okay, see you later." Ricky awkwardly introduces the church. "Well, this is where I live. Temporarily, I mean. And no, that's the dining hall." Jai couldn't help but show a displeased expression. "Just talk normally, don't be so weird." Ricky still doesn't seem to understand. Jawai reiterates, "I don't care about that stuff, just talk however you want." Hearing that, Ricky excitedly ran over, grabbed Jai's hand and asked, "Really?" Jawai shouts in annoyance, "Seriously!" Ricky excitedly took the lead, saying, "Come on, I'll show you around." Jawai stopped dead in his tracks, wondering why Ricky was so excited. "I don't get it." Ricky led Jai to a room, excitedly presenting it. "We've seen the other places, and this is the room my sister and I share. You're curious, aren't you?" Jai could only sigh. "No, not at all." Ricky flung the door open and said loudly, "Anna, I brought a friend." Jai thought, looking utterly bored. "Who said I was your friend?" Little Anna in the corner then quietly gasped. Clinging to the table, she rose and quietly asked, "Really, brother?" The moment Jemmy saw Anna, he was shocked, and Ricky went to support her, reminding her, "Say hello, Anna. He's a great guy." Anna clung to him and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, my name is Anna." Ricky, seeing Jamie staring wide-eyed at Anna, asked, "What's wrong?" Jai thought, "What the hell?" This child was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially her eyes, which are overflowing with divine power. Jai was astonished to see a radiant halo above Anna's head. Anna was an emissary of God, sent from heaven. You can wield the power of your God more easily than anyone else. those blessed with immense divine power in one part of their body. Jiawai muses to himself, her name is Anna. She may be blind now due to the overwhelming holy power, but once she grows and awakens her power, she'll be able to see the flow of the world through those divine eyes. Thinking this, Jemmy frowned, realizing she would likely be a troublesome enemy in the future. Should he just kill her now? But Jai quickly reasoned that if he could detect her, the priest would already know about her, making it too dangerous to kill her now. Lost in thought, Ricky suddenly approaches, eyes wide, asking, "Jai, don't tell me you're frowning because of her." "What?" Ricky immediately teased with a wicked grin, "You've fallen for my sister." Jai, annoyed, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ricky continued to blather on. "My sister is still so young." She didn't even finish her sentence before Anna slammed a book on his head, cutting her off. "Oh, right, there's something I've been curious about." She radiated a murderous aura, but still smiled outwardly. "There's something in this book I'm curious about. Can you help me?" Ricky was knocked to the ground. All he could do was cover his head and stammer, Yes, okay." Anna seemed to have some questions about the book, and Ricky took it and sat next to her. Ricky asks, "Are you talking about the part where he gives up on his journey again?" Jemmy thinks to himself in the corner, wondering whose divine power she was born with. Janice, or whatever her name is. I need to be careful around these two. The brothers continue to happily discuss the story about the direction of the tall tower so far away that no one can find it. Anna smiled. "Just as I thought, it's a tower, not a cave." Jai walked out, thinking he should probably leave. Ricky was surprised to see Jai leave. "Are you going to the restroom?" he asked. Jamie bluntly replies, "No, I'm going back." Ricky quickly sets his book aside. "Then let me walk you out." He turns to Anna. "I'll be right back." Anna nodded with a smile as Ricky asked on their way out, "Will you come again?" Jemmy thought to himself, "Goodness, he really talks a lot." Jemmy asked unexpectedly, "Ricky, what kind of job do you want to do?" Ricky replied, "Huh?" That was sudden, but then he gave me a bright smile. "Is that how you ask your friends what they want to do?" For some reason, it makes my heart flutter. Jamie scowls at him. "Ugh, believe what you want." "At first, being with Anna was enough, but after coming here, I changed my mind." Ricky excitedly shares, "I want to be chosen by Janice and become a priest." He suddenly felt a little sad. "Yesterday, I was jealous when a friend from the orphanage was chosen to go to the main church." A revelation that suddenly stunned Jamie. He suddenly realizes someone was chosen to go to the main church. That reminds him of the human trafficking church and River being chosen. Piecing together the clues, Jay suddenly realizes something and shouts at Ricky, "Where were you before you came here?" Ricky, caught off guard by Jemmy's question, still answers, "Huh? On the way," Jemmy shouted. "No, before that," Ricky stammered nervously. "I'm River's subordinate. Why do you ask?" Jemmy finally understood River. It was then, when Janice Rastinger met her outside the church. He politely spoke first, honored to be speaking with her. The woman politely replied, "Likewise." She saw through Rass's intentions and offered, "You're planning to return, aren't you? I'll take you to where the young master is staying." Raz nods with a bright, unreserved smile. "Yes, thank you." As the woman turned away, his eyes narrowed, and suspicion suddenly arose within him. She's awfully secretive. Does she not trust the priests of other churches? These people might be connected to the Chimera incident. The nun led Roos down a long corridor where they met Ricky and Jai. She asked, "Have you shown the young master around, Ricky?" He playfully replies, "Of course, sister." Just then, a sigh cuts through the light-hearted atmosphere. Drawing Ricky's attention, he immediately turned towards the sound as Lincoln and his men unexpectedly appeared, deep in discussion. "It seems a distinguished guest has arrived in my absence." Ricky calls out his name with a beaming face. "Bishop." Lincoln ignored Jamie's greeting, smiling warmly at Jai. "It's an honor to meet you, young master." Jamie showed no obvious reaction, his voice calm. "Greetings, my name is Jamie." He absolutely didn't reveal his inner thoughts. "It just so happens that this is the orphanage Zenith has been targeting." The bishop glanced at Ras inquisitively. "And before I could introduce myself, I am Russ, a medic, currently serving—" The man smiled cheerfully. "Oh, Fiero? Really?" Jamie didn't join their conversation, but she had thoughts of her own. "But I don't know what their goal is. What are they trying to do? I think something must have happened for him to be here." "Raz and Lincoln are still engrossed in conversation. It's embarrassing that you came all this way, and I was absent. I apologize." "No, it's quite all right. I had a pleasant conversation with the sister." GY observes the bishop before him once more. Something feels off this time. What is this strange energy I'm sensing? The mysterious figure behind the bishop is the key. With that powerful divine energy, he must be a knight. Bajai turns his attention to Ras, who's sweating slightly, raising his suspicions. Ras's reaction was strange, but Jemmy focused instead on the mysterious knight behind Lincoln. There was something about him. Meanwhile, the bishop realized Jemmy had been watching him all along. His eyes narrowed with displeasure as Ras and Jemmy coincidentally walked home together after the brief meeting. Each was lost in their own thoughts, and not a word was spoken as they left the cathedral, until Jemmy broke the silence. I heard Ricky mention earlier that one of his friends was chosen by God and went to the main church. He's very jealous and wants to become a pastor too. These seemingly casual words suddenly awaken Ras, who startles and looks up at him, a flicker of unease in his eyes. But then Ras, like a silly puppy, used his grape-sized brain to jump to a ridiculous conclusion. I see. Ricky is a good little kid. Jemmy showed no amusement at Ras's naive prediction that he would one day become a pastor. He sighed, realizing that such a hint wasn't enough, and Jemmy continued to prod. Okay, somehow, have you heard Father talking? Ras immediately turned his head and asked, What are you talking about? Jawai gets straight to the point. 2 months ago, Father wiped out the River crime gang for kidnapping and trafficking children. Upon hearing the name River, Ras froze in place, and seeing his reaction, Jemmy pushed even harder. Now I'm thinking about how Ricky told me he was in River before he came to the orphanage. Ras finally said slowly, Ricky was once in that gang. Jemmy smiled in satisfaction. He's finally connecting the dots. Let's give him a few more clues. Jemmy casually drops a few more useful tidbits. But is the Genis Church really a charity? Ras immediately noticed this detail, screaming inwardly, Oh my God, I forgot about that. He finally understood the heart of the matter. They were using the orphanage to harvest children. Russ quickly spread the information to the lord of the Welton family's castle, and Aino, sitting on the large chair, couldn't help but be skeptical after hearing Russ's report. River and the Genis Church? Reyes confirms that Ricky, the child from the orphanage, once worked for that gang. Eno offered his own deduction. He observed that the Genis Church was having a positive influence on the territory. Actually, I met the bishop and knight on the way to the church, but I still couldn't figure it out, Ras admitted. Eno asked again, confused. Found what? He also observed the energy radiating from the mysterious figure beside Lincoln. I sense a powerful divine energy, but I can't tell if it belongs to a knight of the Genis order or Kun. Moreover, I've detected something different about him. I sensed that divine power had something else mixed in. Aino was a bit hazy about Ras's words. Don't tell me a chimera can use holy power. He trusted Ras's words and acted immediately. If that's true, we can't sit idly by. I'll lead the knights at once. But before he could finish, Ras interrupted. We need to be sure, though. He volunteers to go first while she gathers evidence, but he refuses to let his key player walk into the arms of death alone. You're too exposed on your own. But Ras, without a trace of fear, affirmed his resolve. I'm prepared to face the danger. Hino, hearing this, seriously questioned, So what are your chances of winning? This time he was truly serious about this important mission, even calculating the odds beforehand. I believe I can gain the upper hand in this situation. Hearing that, Hano felt somewhat reassured. He's also prepared to ensure the process goes smoothly, so I'll send 3 more with you. Instantly, 3 knights appeared behind Ras, who only noticed their sudden presence after several seconds. I didn't even sense their presence. Aino adds that they are dark knights, protectors of the Welton family. They're top-notch, so they should be of help to you. Ras turned to look at them, analyzing them in his mind. They may wield long swords, but their presence and movements are more like assassins, Ras remarked, surprised. Are they really knights? Eno replied gently. Ah, so that's how it is now. Having assessed the situation and the forces at play, Roos made another solemn vow. Thank you. I assure you, we'll uncover their true intentions. Ricky nodded in satisfaction, all thanks to him. Meanwhile, Jamie, through Brake, learned the whole story unfolding within the Welton family's castle. He scoffed. A chimera using divine power, using children as fuel for chimera experiments? That's too evil. Brake has returned to Jamie's bedroom. He never expected them to stoop this low, a bitter resentment rising within him. Using innocent children as fuel was a truly perfect idea. But isn't that what God is supposed to do? Just as I thought, Genis is still a bunch of damned dogs. Jai wearily fell back onto the soft mattress, realizing their incomplete methods suggested they were in a hurry for some reason. After a moment, he summoned Brake back to Tiohak, tossed him a carefully sealed letter, and gave his instructions. Arriving at RER, it immediately soared out the window, not keeping its master waiting. Jemmy Steels himself, sitting up and sighing deeply. I guess I should prepare myself. I need to reach a higher power level for the coming battle. Just then, the system's electricity surged, accompanied by a notification and a clear sound. Memory, a skill that allows you to use magic fluently by imprinting spells and operations into one's mind beforehand. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, inside the large wooden house across from the religious church, Philip and Azat were both present, and A seemed to have lost patience and spoke up with questions. How long do we have to stay here? Philip, engrossed in watching from the window, simply replied, Until they start acting, Azat said, plopping down in a chair. These cowards are better at hiding than a suspicious knight. Philip offered no lengthy explanation, simply stating, All we have to do is what we're ordered to do. Hearing this, Ott sighed deeply, his face downcast. Man, this is boring. Nothing's happening. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone was running across the wooden floor, clear as day. It seems what they were waiting for has finally arrived. Philip immediately recognized the distinct sound from afar, his eyes instantly hardening. To his surprise, the Holy Knight Chimera appeared, drawing his sword and declaring, I will take your life. A didn't expect him to arrive so quickly, and before he could react, he stole a glance, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. A piercing scream echoed through the cabin. With a single swing of Chimera's sword, the air crackled with white smoke. The blade aimed for A.T., who stood like bait for the valiant knight, seemingly able to dodge, yet remaining still as if beckoning him closer. But just as the Holy Knight's sword came down, both Philip and he were stunned. The holy power, it was truly brutal. Not stopping there, the Holy Knight continued forward with his great sword, coldly declaring, I will take your life. Behind his armored mask, his eyes had turned a bloodthirsty red. And then, like a madman, he threw back his head and roared. I will take your life, he repeated, like a soulless death machine, prompting Philip to order Azat to flee. Hurry! Tell the master! Azat didn't dare delay another second, fearing that any hesitation would turn them both into fodder for the Holy Knight's blade. He turned and ran. I'll be back soon. It turns out the Holy Knight noticed Azat's departure, and he doesn't seem to want to let him go, rushing forward like a gust of wind, his deep voice echoing from behind his armor. I'll take your life. The sword in his hand swung out at the same time. Azat didn't make it in time, hesitating to look back at the door, his eyes filled with fear. Holy power surged across the floor towards Azat, but Philip quickly noticed and yelled for him to lie down. And before it could strike, Philip swiftly pushed Azat out the door. He fell outside, propelled by inertia and the door's force, finally free. Azat cried out, never expecting Philip to save him. He cried out in midair, Brother! But Philip was not so fortunate. 8 managed to escape, but he took the full brunt of the Holy Knight's sacred power blade, his words cut short as his abdomen was sliced open. Fresh blood immediately gushed like rain from the wound and his mouth as the Black Knight completely enveloped the large wooden house, forming a barrier around it. A familiar figure emerges from the window as a deep voice echoes through the cold air. He called out, My loyal servant. But the figure that appeared was Jemmy in a mysterious black robe. Jemmy fully enters the room, leaving only the Holy Knight Chimera and himself able to fight. Philip, wounded by Chimera, is out of the fight, leaving Jemmy confident and even playful. Now, no one will witness what happens here. This spell is quite potent, remember that. But inwardly, he sighed in relief, having managed to use the memory function with the help of black magic. Sixth circle magic was really tough for him. The Holy Knight. Chimera stood before Jai, unresponsive, his red eyes fixed on him, but a moment later, as if provoked, he charged madly towards Jai, intent on ending him. I will take your life. Undaunted, Jai immediately engaged, casting fifth circle gravity magic before his opponent could even reach him. A surge of dark magic immediately wraps around the Holy Knight Chimera's legs as Jai continues his impromptu speech. It amplified the attraction in the area, immobilizing its target. The Holy Knight Chimera immediately fell forward, losing his grip on his sword, only able to manage a few weak groans. Jamu, giving him no quarter, continued to cast his next spell, necromancy, to control his target. Despite being pinned to the wooden floor, the Holy Knight Chimera stubbornly utters a few broken words. I will take your life. He stubbornly reached out, but with G's magic, he had no chance to act. And G continued to cast another spell. Sacrifice, a magic that summons spirits and creates a massive explosion. Quickly, everything is engulfed, and warnings come too late. Then, a magical explosion began to engulf everything, the light itself drawn into a single point. When the center of the blast cleared, Jai stood unharmed amidst the hazy white smoke, surveying his handiwork. After the explosion, Holy Knight Chimera was severely wounded. His once impenetrable armor was covered in blood. His body trembled, yet he still spoke defiantly, like a creature unafraid of death. Jemmy eyed him with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. "So, you're at the highest level, huh?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the Holy Knight Chimera recovered and resolutely picked up his sword, ready to fight. He charged forward, seemingly unfazed by his bloodied state, his voice betraying no sign of recent injury, vowing to end them all. But Jai never backs down from a fight. He's ready for him, even offering a quick compliment. "Impressive. But you're messing with the wrong guy." Jai unleashes his puppet magic, and in an instant, countless strands of light pierce and bind the Chimera Holy Knight like vines, magic that tethers threads to the target's soul and controls it. The force of the threads immediately slams him to his knees, a posture of desperate prayer. Caught off guard, he can only manage a strangled groan. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and he found it increasingly difficult to control himself, unable to wield his sword, unable to assess the danger. Strands of thread relentlessly coiled around him. Jai taunted him. "You seem curious about your current predicament." He bluntly informs him that pieces of the corpse entered his body along with the explosion. It was thought that Jai simply wanted to control the Chimera Paladin's body to prevent him from acting rashly, but Jai is actually even more sinister. What was once yours is now mine, and there's nothing you can do about it. Meanwhile, he continues to writhe and struggle, desperate to escape. His body trembled, his mind racing to find a way out. He'd lost control, unable to use dark magic. It was pointless to fight. The best way to fight an unbeatable foe was to escape. He activated the core in his chest, hoping to escape Jai's tight encirclement, a tactic that clearly caught Jai off guard. He didn't expect him to go this far, to destroy himself, but he always has a way to deal with him. Before he could vanish completely, Jai rushed forward, shouting that it wouldn't be so easy. A dark hand unleashed black magic, preventing his disappearance. The hand swiftly passed through the Holy Knight Chimera, who was powerless to resist his impending doom. But as Jai's hand entered his body, something unexpected occurred. "What? I can't stop it." From within the Holy Knight Chimera's body, a blinding light erupts, overwhelming even the faint moonlight and dark magic. Jemmy panicked, her complexion worsened, and her face drained of blood as she cursed, "Damn it! I can't dodge it." In less than 3 seconds, his chest swelled dramatically, like a balloon being filled with air. He didn't know what was happening, completely unable to control the situation. And then his body exploded like a long-decayed corpse, inadvertently pushing Jemmy away. The explosion was so great that his flesh was no longer intact, and the air was filled with blood and gore, a truly gruesome sight. The blast even shook Jai's outer barrier, creating a massive sound wave, but it wasn't enough to break through. And thanks to dark magic, Jai was completely unharmed. Jai hasn't fully recovered yet. Without dark magic, Min would be in trouble. He thinks he can break through the darkness by unleashing his maximum holy power, but he can't escape with just that. It took him a moment to recover, and he continued to cast spells. Dark magic, absorbing light. The Holy Knight Chimera was still alive, plotting his escape, sneaking along the path of light to flee Jai's relentless pursuit. But Jai recovered in time to strike before he could escape. It can't end like this. The magic strikes the Holy Knight Chimera, who falls instantly, unable to react, but the attack barely scratches him, and in his desperation to escape, he reveals his true form. A hideous monster with rows of sharp teeth and massive tentacles hidden beneath his majestic armor. Jemmy immediately noticed Chimera. Had its true form been revealed? Determined not to let his true form escape, Jemmy unleashed a chain, hoping to restrain it, coldly commanding, "Get out there." His true form is still struggling and wailing. Jemmy unleashes his ultimate move. Death burst, as blood rains down beneath the chains, a dark explosion that shatters even the toughest armor. Realizing he could no longer resist and his body had reached its limit, he decided to execute his last resort. The core of his true form leaped out from his sharp, fanged mouth. Jemmy, stunned, sees the tiny, bizarre creature. Its original form, the core of its true self, far more agile than its shell, even faster than Jemmy herself. By the time you react, it leaps out the window, using the building's floors as footholds to descend from the 3rd story. Once it's out of sight, Jai finally comes to his senses, regretting that he let it escape. Philip, having recovered slightly, rushed over to inquire about the situation, noticing the bloody corpse in the middle of Tran True Goodchop's room. But Jai calmly replied that he let him escape, leaving Philip stunned, his face pale, as he repeated the question in disbelief. What? Shouldn't we be pursuing him? Is that all right? Jemmy chimes in, saying it's unfortunate he got away. But it's okay? Philip asked, both uneasy and confused. It's okay that the enemy got away? I thought we were tracking him to capture him, but that's not the case? He dared to step forward and ask, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. I want to know why it's okay. Jiabai didn't bother answering, brushing him off. Well, it's nothing much. The reason you're so confident is because you know the nature of your attack. It's not easy to erase the traces of dark magic. Everything was basically arranged by Jai. The moment the dark hand pierced his body, it was flooded with dark magic, meaning we can find him whenever we want. Elsewhere, Ling Kun is still writing attentively with elegant composure, unaware that his precious one has been beaten back to his original form. Shoo, the window in the corner of the room suddenly opens, drawing his attention, and upon turning, he sees Chimera's rare, blood-red form. Unsurprisingly, he's shocked and cursing at the sight of his beloved Chimera's true form. But the fear is fleeting, quickly replaced by disbelief. He cradled the Chimera in his hands like a hard-won trophy, his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Impossible. It was defeated? The core of our research, a holy knight chimera with divine power, destroyed. Inside the G Association's temporary lodge, he and Philip remained. Philip was a little surprised by Jai, their leader's methods. In that case, he's still a coward, always worrying. Even the Chimera Knight's escape was met with fear. Does the enemy know they've been cursed with dark magic? If that's the case, they could track and monitor your location, Master. Juai softly reassured him. I know what you're thinking, but it's okay. They won't be able to find us. Philip remained somewhat confused, offering a listless reply. Yes, but Jemmy was confident in his abilities because his current power was very different from dark magic. But he still had doubts. Even so, he didn't understand why his dark magic was so weak compared to holy power. He admitted to Philip that from the moment his power manifested with the purpose of assassination, Philip had unconsciously paid attention to the hand summoning the invisible power. God-slaying magic is a darkness created to take the lives of holy beings and erase their existence completely, leaving no trace. This is the dark magic Jai is using. He fully understands the nature of this dark magic, so they can't possibly get the upper hand. That's why no matter what those fools wielding holy energy do, they'll never be able to find any information about him. Meanwhile, Lin Kun clenches his fists in anger, stabbing a pen into the desk to vent his frustration, his voice trembling as he utters, "Who the hell?" But no matter how hard he or his men try, they will never be able to track down the person they're looking for. Jemmy finally reveals the full truth about her power. From the beginning, my power existed to kill gods, so don't worry too much. Having heard the situation, Philip understood and nodded. I see. Having noticed Azat's absence, he asks, by the way, where's Azat? Philip, now remembering him, hesitantly searches. Before Philip could finish, the wooden door burst open, and A rushed in, shouting, My brother, are you all right? He was so concerned about his friend that he didn't notice Jamie until he turned around. Then he beamed. Master, there you are, what a relief. I thought Broy would be a pile of bones by now, A said, beaming. That knight was skilled at stalling, but it seems the master handled everything. Ignoring his empty flattery, Jay cuts to the chase. That's right, I took care of the problem and you ran off. He scratched his head innocently, explaining like a naive child. Well, I fell out the window earlier and was knocked unconscious for a while, so I rushed here as soon as I woke up. Jai, stunned, asked, What, unconscious? Philip remorsefully confessed, I pushed him. Jemmy was speechless, utterly helpless with these two mindless right and left hands, unsure of what to say. The scene falls silent as six eyes meet, and Jai ultimately chooses the most humiliating option. Bending over. He bent him over into an upside-down V, then calmly sat on his upturned rear, assigning tasks as if his weight wasn't a factor. I'm withdrawing the order to monitor them. They caught on too quickly. You'll be discovered if you keep staring. You need to act separately. A's voice trembled as he replied, Yes, master. Philip nodded in understanding, and Jai remembered something, then waved his hand forward. Remembering Philip's injuries from the Chimera Knight, he uses his healing magic without hesitation, surprising Philip. Master, this is... Jemmy interjects. I have a way, but you still need to take better care of yourself. After a moment of punishment, Jai finally stood up and entrusted him with a new mission. Azat vowed to stay by RER's side and keep him safe. Then, freed from his duty, he roared with renewed vigor. Jai swiftly heads to the window, ready to depart, but not before giving them a final word of caution. I'm off, be careful. Juai went out, slipping down through the window while, elsewhere, Lin Khan was racking his brains to hunt down the anonymous figure who had finished off his darling. How could this be? He was so enraged that his hands trembled, his words no longer befitting a bishop. Who is responsible? To think that a seasoned Chimera knight, forged from 4 lives, could end up like this. He stared at Chimera's true form within the clear glass jar, now just a mass of gruesome flesh, and his rage only intensified. Lin Khan pondered, several names coming to mind, the first being Count Welton, who he believed could stand against the Chimera knight he'd painstakingly created. But he hesitated, sighing deeply. But he'd never thought highly of Count Welton, and even if Welton fought the Chimera, he wouldn't have been reduced to this. No, he thought, if it were him, the main body could still have returned alive. He considered another key point. Not only that, but his connection to the knight had been severed instantly, cutting off the magic, which couldn't have happened without interference. Then another possibility occurred to him. If there was a mage of that caliber in the territory, it would be the young master. He suspected him, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, not him. Even a genius would only be level 4, and it would take at least level 5 to face a Chimera knight head-on. So who could it be? Lincoln began to anticipate the next step in the plan. Just as I thought, we need to speed up the experiment before... His thoughts were cut short by the sudden appearance of a sharp knife at his throat. In a chilling voice, she says, "Your second plan has failed. If he moves, this knife will end him." Lincoln remained silent, already knowing the identity of the person holding the blade to his neck. The mysterious figure continues to threaten him, seemingly not needing an answer. As she finishes speaking, his whole body trembles uncontrollably, his voice stuttering with fear. Is the woman toying with him again? Is that really it? What is it? Only now does he remember the chimera he left on the table, and he answers with trepidation. It's not complete, and she's not happy. So everything's fine, even though it's in such a state, just because it's not complete? The sharp knife presses a little closer to his neck. Accidentally drawing some blood, he felt an unusual sensation and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. There was an obstacle. It will be complete with just 1 or 2 more experiments." She was, of course, displeased with his excuse and continued to threaten him relentlessly. "You speak so smooth, but can't identify what's hindering you? Perhaps you'd like to become part of your own experiment." As the mysterious woman finished speaking, Lin Kun was left speechless. Her threat delivered, she issued a final warning and vanished into the black smoke. "I'll be watching you, counting every single step." After the woman left, Lin Khan finally took a deep breath, trying to recover the air he'd been holding, afraid to even breathe in her presence, until he realized how his secret had been exposed. His rage reached a boiling point once more. The 7 knights, they were watching him. The 7 swords of the Janus Church, the 7 knights. 7 knights who protect the archbishop in the main church of Jena. They're all veterans. Lincoln wants to deal with them all at once, but all he can do is slam his fist on the table and scream, "How dare they toy with him like this?" Beneath the guise of a respectable bishop, Lincoln is a man with a frighteningly twisted moral compass, showing no respect for his superiors as he curses, "That disgusting bastard. Once I complete this experiment, I'll take his place." As night fell across the land, Welton's estate was not spared. Jemmy had brought the corpse of the Chimera Knight all the way back to the mansion. He knew he was being reckless, but the body held too many clues to ignore, and he couldn't help but marvel. But for a Saint Chimera they created, this is quite interesting. JY begins dissecting the body to see what kind of life they achieved here. After much searching, his face was smeared with the man's red blood, but he finally made his first discoveries. They're linked together quite firmly. A long, toothy, blood-soaked leg inside his body. He deduced the insect's legs from the empty chest cavity, observed fire-resistant organs, and found something strange within the insect's compound eyes. Even more chilling, he discovers they're ultimately based on a human body, seemingly combining 4 lives with magic resistance and incredible speed. Jemmy finds a clear, shining capsule inside the body. He held it up to his eyes, carefully examining it. The core within was a nucleus steeped in divine power. They made these Chimera Knights to use that core, but why would they create something like this? After searching, the floor was covered in fresh blood from the Chimera Holy Knight's corpse. Jemmy suspects this is no simple matter. "Zenis, are you trying to start a war? You still see humans as insects and tools, just as you always have." Every word from the past echoed in his mind. "Diablo lives, Mr. Vi. Our revenge will be waiting for you in hell. Diablo VB?" Thinking this, Jai was furious, wishing he could just kill them all. Humanity once lost everything because of your cruelty, and his hatred burns brighter than ever. The reason I climbed back to this earth after thousands of years is to stop all of you. Juai was furious. Damn it, 12, you won't be forgiven a second time. Meanwhile, Lincoln was trying to call his men at the lab, but the moment he connected, he was met with a barrage of complaints. What could have happened in just one day? He bowed his head in sorrow, saying, "It was unexpected, but at least the main body survived, though it's of little help." The person on the other end lost patience, raging, "You think your excuses will work after ruining all my hard work?" Joe Lincoln hung his head, filled with guilt. Sorry, it couldn't be helped. This was also due to the appearance of an unknown third party, but the other man wouldn't accept his explanation, launching into a tirade of curses. "What the hell are you planning to do?" Lincoln seemed to be waiting for this response, his eyes turning sly as his voice took on the tone of a hunter preparing to strike. "I'm thinking of choosing another one." The other man quickly caught on to his intentions. "Don't tell me you're talking about the girl with the saintly quality. If you provide me with that kind of fuel, then I can try checking my heart's condition." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Kun angrily slammed the table, warning the other party. "Don't even dream of it. The Saintess's qualities will not be used solely within Chimera." As he finished speaking, he returned to his initial amiable state as a bishop. "In any case, the next ingredient has been decided. He seems to have carefully calculated this fallback. He's a loyal servant of Zenith, and Lincoln has been planning to use Ricky as his escape route all along, knowing everything about him, including his true identity. Ricky is also the Saintess's only living relative, and he's currently guarding the orphanage. Unbeknownst to him, he has been fulfilling his duties for an increasingly brutal organization, and the kind-hearted Ricky, so loyal to these wolves in sheep's clothing, is about to fall into Lincoln's clutches." The next morning, Lincoln acted early, summoning everyone to make an important announcement, while Master found Ricky. "Here I am," Ricky replied cheerfully. "How can I help you, ma'am?" she announced softly. Everyone has been asked to gather in the sanctuary, and Ricky nods obediently. "The worship hall? Yes, I'll be right there." Early in the morning, at Lincoln's urging, people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere, and Ben, sitting with Ricky's sister Anna, waved as he spotted Ricky in the distance. "Hey, Ricky, we're over here." Seeing the irritating scene, Ricky couldn't help but shout, "Why are you with my sister, Ben?" Ben naively replied, "I brought her, because they said everyone had to come." Ricky playfully ignored the scrutinizing eyes around him, climbed right between them, splitting them apart, and subtly warning Ben. "That doesn't mean you have to stick to my sister like glue, does it?" "I was late because I was looking for Anna." Ricky finally notices the scene inside the church and wonders why everyone is gathered here today. Could it be another chosen one? Anna smiled, delighted by the thought. With everyone in place, Lincoln stood on the church platform and began his plan, first asking in a friendly tone, "How are you all?" To which everyone respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." And so his charade of a wolf in sheep's clothing began. It begins with a veiled announcement. "Today we have good news for you all. Another miracle has been bestowed upon us by our Lord." As he spoke, everyone at the scene stirred with excitement. A miracle? Like what happened with Sino? Is someone about to be chosen? Of course, all of this was within Ling Kun's sights, and he smiled with satisfaction. "You're thinking correctly. In the name of goodwill, Zenith also wants one of you this time." Everyone was shocked, including Ricky, and the solemn atmosphere was once again replaced by murmurs and Ling Kun's sinister chuckles. Fools, desperate to be chosen, blind to what awaits them. But he quickly dismisses the thought. No, for an orphan to become a knight is a blessing. The children of the orphanage buzzed with excitement, as if a gift had fallen from the heavens. Behind clasped hands, the high priest's smile grew increasingly inhuman, pleased with his own machinations. Yes, it's a blessing. You should be more and more joyful about it. But once the joy subsides and he regains his composure, he gets down to business. The hesitation in his words makes everyone more nervous than ever. And as expected, he pointed at Ricky, making the announcement. But his heart harbored darker thoughts. "Will you be the next Chimera?" As noon approached at the Welton family estate, the sun climbed higher than the mountains, yet a drizzle veiled the sky in a mix of gloom and dawn. Jemmy was with Shia, and the two were chatting happily as the rain seemed to be letting up. "Yes, the weather should clear up soon." She smiles gently as they chat, noting how wonderful Teehee is on a rainy day. Jemmy, unused to such sentiment, awkwardly expresses that the scent of rain is refreshing, but being with his mother is even better. CS was overjoyed to hear such words from her son. "Oh, my son, your words are so beautiful." Jiawai isn't used to this kind of intimacy and doesn't return the hug. His reluctant expression screams, "Mom, you're squeezing me!" Suddenly, a cold knocking echoed from beyond the door, drawing their attention. followed by the respectful voice of the professional butler. "I apologize for the interruption, madam, but a guest has arrived to see the young master." Jemmy was surprised and asked again, while Sai was so shocked that he froze. The butler replied, "Yes, a commoner child claims to be your friend and has come to see you. Should I send him away?" Jai was still a bit confused. A commoner, not a noble? So it's not one of the Valois sisters. I have a friend? After a moment of thought, he suddenly remembers something. Could it be that he has a vague idea of who it is? Rising from the sofa, she quickly gave her orders. "I think I know who it is. Let him in." The butler immediately complies. "Yes, I understand." Ricky is still waiting outside the hall at the intersection of the mansion's many private areas, awaiting Jamie's answer. After being led inside by the butler, Ricky mustered all his courage and bowed to the noble woman before him, saying he was honored to meet her and apologized for the intrusion. Sai not only didn't make things difficult, but greeted the boy with a gentle smile, welcoming him as an honored guest. "It's wonderful that my son's friend has come to visit," Jai thought, with a look of little surprise. "So it is this child. Who gave him the right to decide we're friends?" Sai was not only welcoming, but also enthusiastic, and didn't hesitate to ask about the boy, knowing he was her son's rare friend. "What's your name?" "Ricky, ma'am. Do you live nearby?" "I'm staying at the Janus Church." Jamie, standing beside him, looks furious at being momentarily forgotten, while Sai continues his relentless questioning. "I see. So, what brings you to our Jamie?" Ricky then remembered the real reason he had come to see Jai. Oh, right. That. Jamie finally remembers the core issue, his eyes widening in shock as Ricky begins to speak. Earlier that night, Jamie had quickly covered his mouth on the street. Jai forces a smile. "We'll play together, Mom, so you can go rest." But in C's eyes, this was just the bashful behavior of a growing child, and she found it incredibly endearing. Oh my, is he embarrassed in front of his friend? Our son has grown up. Meanwhile, Jai imagines the terrible punishment and shudders. "I can't get caught. I don't even want to imagine the punishment." Violently hugging, kissing, and sleeping together every night, C sees this as a good opportunity to set conditions for his son. "Then, you have to kiss me goodbye." Jiwai felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He froze, faced with a challenge even greater than before, and silently lamented his fate. In truth, there was only one way. Jai reluctantly placed a kiss on Sai's cheek, and the woman smiled happily, her eyes squinting. Ricky stared in disbelief at the unique scene, feeling like an unwanted third wheel for a moment, then happily grabbed the puffy dress and left. "Well then, I hope you two have fun." Ricky bowed deeply, as was his habit. "Goodbye." As an orphan, he secretly admired Jai's current situation. "Your mother must love you very much." Jai quickly moved on, getting straight to the point. "Forget that. Why are you here?" Ricky remembered and immediately answered. "Oh, right," Ricky, still thinking it's a good thing, excitedly announces, "I've been chosen, so I'll be leaving soon." Jamie was stunned, and Ricky added, "I came to say goodbye, Jai." He knew Lincoln would move on Ricky soon, but not this soon. What? As time passed, dusk fell upon the Welton family estate, and a particularly loud sigh echoed from a corner of the side hall. With the Earl's permission, Ross has been searching for the Holy Knight for days, but to no avail, leaving him constantly frustrated. Where has that strange knight disappeared to? He had no idea that Jai had already dealt with him, returning him to his three-headed form, and had been searching for him for days. After that day, I couldn't find anything while monitoring the church. Was it buried underground or something? Just then, Ricky's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Goodbye." Ras quickly recognized the familiar voice. It was Ricky, who had just emerged from the DH Estate's main complex. "Hello, kid." Raz affectionately pulled the boy closer, slinging his arm around his shoulder as naturally as if they'd been brothers for 800 years. "Come on, kid, you have to call me brother." Ricky immediately agreed. Okay. He'd never seen Ricky here before, so he was curious. "You're here to see Jemmy?" Ricky answers without hesitation. "Yes, perfect timing. I wanted to let you know that I've been blessed with a miracle." He asks again. "What?" Ricky grins from ear to ear with joy. "I've been chosen, and I'll be heading to the main church tomorrow." Rass's face darkened, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Is this how they operate? Deceiving children like this? How can they not be ashamed to be servants of a god they've never seen? To disregard children and life like that? Lost in thought, Russ suddenly patted the boy's head with sympathy. As awful as Janice was, Ross couldn't bring himself to shatter the children's innocent belief in that so-called miracle. Nor would he expose their false pretenses. "Excellent, kid, you'll make a fine priest." Ricky laughed innocently. "Yes, I'll become someone who helps those in need, just like you." After a warm farewell, Ricky finally waved goodbye to Raz and departed. I'll definitely visit again. As Ricky disappeared, Raz turned his back and got to work. Did you all hear that? Raz commanded. Tomorrow morning, we'll follow the carriage Ricky's riding in, and I'll show you all what true punishment is. The next morning, carefully escorted by Lincoln's henchmen, Ricky set off, promising to return. Thank you all for seeing me off. I promised to return as a priest. Everyone was happy for Ricky, except for his sister Anna. They would be apart for a very long time. The little girl couldn't hide her sadness as Ben, standing beside Anna, called out to Ricky. Don't worry about Anna, I'll take good care of her, I promise. Ricky smiled contentedly, clutching the bouquet in his arms. Thanks, Ben, I trust you. Anna, trying to be cheerful, but with tears welling up, tells her brother, Don't worry about me. Remember to come back when you're a priest. Ricky chuckled at his sister's cuteness, finding it hard to leave her. Before the carriage departed, Ricky rushed to embrace his sister one last time, urging her to listen to the sisters and the priest, and to eat well, even in his absence. Ricky's eyes welled with tears as he spoke in a trembling voice. I'll write often and try to come back soon. I promise to become a priest. Anna couldn't hold back her tears any longer, bursting out, Okay, promise me. I'll wait. Take care of yourself, brother. With tearful goodbyes concluded, the carriage rumbles down the street, carrying Ricky into a world of suffering like those before him. Russ remains on Ricky's path, witnessing the boy's sorrow from within the carriage. His gaze grew colder as he watched the boy approach his grim fate. Meanwhile, Jai activated his magic within the family's mansion to monitor Ricky's journey. With the aid of magic, he learned of the situation outside. They had departed. Jemmy extends his magical hand forward, a hesitant smirk on his face, as the magic matrix he prepared is finally activated, ready to face the enemy. Let's see how that bug that's been hiding is doing. Jemmy just realized something important. Sure enough, his dark mana traces were in the Jenny's church, and he deduced what was needed to create the target. To create a holy chimera, 3 things are needed. First, a sacrifice as raw material, a chimera creator for the experiments, and a high priest to infuse it with holy power. But one thing troubled Jemmy. There was only one high priest around, and he immediately pictured the Bishop of Genis. Jemmy nimbly leaped from branch to branch, and looking down at Ross and the knights below, a daring idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps they could sweep through the lab. Upon returning, Jemmy drew a valuable conclusion. He only needs to deal with the bishop. Confident in his plan, he sets his checkmate. At the bishop's castle that evening, he donned his cloak, ready to depart. It seemed the time had come. The bishop had long awaited this moment of dominion. He seemed eager, an orphan becoming a church knight, but God's blessings come with hardship. He entered the confinement room where Ricky stood before a large mirror. Now, Ricky, he's about to touch Ricky's shoulder and cast a spell. Will you be able to withstand this experiment? His dark hand was about to reach its target. You must play with me. But before he could complete his task, a force stopped him. What? The bishop is caught off guard, leaving him unable to react. He lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Enraged, the bishop roared, How dare you? Who the hell is this? Jemmy stood defiantly before him, mocking his crude language. A man of the church with such crude language? He exclaimed in surprise. A dark wizard? But when he saw his face clearly, he recognized him. I see. So that's how it is. You're the one who killed my church knight. The bishop's rage ignited as he prepared to teach Jai a lesson. How dare you interfere with my plans? He summons his power, ready to strike. I shall deliver the judgment of the holy god upon you. A magic circle immediately appears. The two engage in a fierce battle, for in this holy ground, the priest's power is greatly amplified. In this holy ground blessed by the gods, Jemmy senses the danger of his opponent's power. A bishop's sanctuary would surely grant him the strength to crush stone with his bare hands. The bishop arrogantly declares, I'll end this quickly. He charges forward like a storm, enraged and determined to take Jai's life. I'll tear you apart. A direct power strike leaves him momentarily disoriented. How about that? The bishop taunted. A barrage of attacks then strikes Jai's body. I'll turn you into raw material. In an instant, he transformed into someone else entirely, sneering, You call that power? The bishop was shocked, his eyes wide, teeth clenched. What? He tried to break free with brute force, but it was no use, leaving him utterly bewildered. What the bishop asked G in astonishment. How can you use dark magic within the Holy Land? He simply smirked, focused on his spell. A sacred domain, you say? Jemmy then displayed his talent, using his magic threads to tighten around the bishop's wrist, telling him to look closely as the surrounding space suddenly froze. The bishop is stunned. Is the Holy Land being consumed by darkness? He desperately tried to deny the impossible reality unfolding before him, crying out in vain. Impossible? Jiawei simply smirked in response. The bishop struggled to break free, but Jiai's power pushed him back, sending him tumbling. Immediately, he lunged forward, delivering a blow that sent the bishop reeling and coughing up blood. The bishop, now powerless, could only slump into a corner. Jiawei confronts him, saying, "I have many questions, so I hope you'll give me some answers." But the bishop stubbornly retorts, "You think I'll tell you anything?" With a face full of murderous intent, Jemmy emphasizes, "Don't misunderstand." He held out a hand brimming with spiritual power, reminding him, "I don't need your permission." Jemmy places his hand on the bishop's head, extracting information and unlocking his mind, the bishop's eyes turning red with pain as he's manipulated. In the dark lab, the leader anxiously awaits something, venting his anger by hurling a glass vial at a subordinate. He seems deeply agitated and uneasy. "Where the hell are you?" The experiment is delayed and the subordinate rushes off in a fluster. "I'll check it out immediately." But the impatient leader dealt with him right then and there, coldly disparaging his men. "Too slow. You're all so slow." Suddenly, he senses something above. He sensed someone above, immediately recognizing the impending danger. Damn, it seems Lincoln is being followed. The Dark Knights have found their way to the library. They scanned each book on the shelf for a clue. The Dark Knight told Roz, "I can feel the wind coming from here." He quickly deduces that something must be hidden behind the bookshelf. Raz scans the shelves, his eyes landing on one book that stands out from the rest. This book is strangely clean, so he touches it curiously, and a secret door appears before them. It's open. Raz cautiously warned them, sensing an ominous presence, a foreboding atmosphere. "Brace yourselves. A dark power is unleashed from behind the door." Raz uses his sword to block the surge. He grimaced, struggling to control it, but after a final stand, the dark power threw him back. Ras is knocked back, and a dark knight calls out to him in concern. Ras remained calm, assuring everyone, "I'm fine. It seems we've arrived at the right place." Beyond the secret door, a massive, ferocious monster appears. They cry out, "It's a chimera!" After using his powerful spirit energy to read the spirit's mind, Jemmy learned everything and began building a powerful army. All to fulfill a prophecy, he stammered. "That's right. He used his power to threaten him into revealing everything you just said," Lin Khan stammered in fear. "I see." Jai suddenly remembered something, using his powerful hand to restore the spirit's mind, ultimately sparing him. "Time to go." Jemmy stands before the mirror, cloaked in mystery. He was confident that his mind wipe was strong enough to keep his secret safe. Touching the mirror, a flash of light revealed Mai's bold idea: to transform his face into that of the spirit creature. "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, the ruthless Zhang was slamming his fist on the table, a storm of unease brewing within him. "Damn it, I almost died," he seethed, grinding his teeth, trembling with rage. "Lin Kun, when will you arrive? If it weren't for the experiment, I would have crushed you already." He glanced outside, checking for any movement. He reached out to the large spirit energy vessel before him, a shameful plan forming in his mind. He had no choice but to release it. He shattered the vial, the liquid spilling across the floor as he cursed, "This will take care of the rest. What is Lin Kun doing?" The useless stream flowed on. The villain stood before Ricky's body, a dark thought rising within him. If only this crucial thing had divine power and a body. Seeing the unconscious Ricky made him crave a physical form even more. "Hurry, bring me a body." A moment later, Lin Khan stumbled in. "Sorry, I'm late." He turned and snapped, "Lin Kun, where is the person?" Seeing Lin Khan's bruised face, he asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" As Lin Khan clutched his wounds in pain, he explained the reason. "I was ambushed by a suspect. I'm late because I was busy killing him." The sly one was also shocked to hear this, as Lin Kong detailed more about the mysterious figure. "I believe he's the one who killed the Holy Knight. He was too strong to capture alive." Upon hearing this, he became even more anxious. He wondered, "Damn it, is he with the group that attacked us? If we delay any longer, the experiment will be interfered with." He asked urgently, "The body? Where's the body?" The spirit Kun asked anxiously, reminding him, "You said there was an intruder. Are you still going to continue like this?" He roared, certain it would all be over soon. "It's fine. I've already sent the sample, so hand over the body." Uneasy, the spirit master wondered what specimen he had sent, but he was thrilled to receive the mysterious liquid. "I've finally obtained the results." He then poured the dark liquid all over Ricky's body. "I wonder what kind of magnificent chimera will be born, and how powerful it will become." The villain then asked with sickening malice, "What do you think?" Ling Kuna, a little flustered, gives a perfunctory answer. "What does he want from me?" This is getting complicated. "Well, it'll certainly be stronger than the last failure." He was quite surprised by this simple answer. Why state the obvious? The demon holds up a syringe filled with a mysterious liquid, ready to inject it. Now, how about we proceed with one final touch? He plunges the syringe into the eye-like lumps on his head. He gripped it tightly, a little anxious, urging it to hurry and assimilate. Yes, that's it, he frantically asked the spirit Kun again. Lin-kun, you're happy too, aren't you? Lin-kun only gave a vague response. Yeah, he's definitely lost it. That weirdo got flustered and angrily asked in a strange way. Who? Who are you? Lin-kun was taken aback by the question, but forced a smile to confirm. What's he suddenly saying? It's me, Lin-kong. What? Is there some kind of connection between all these lunatics? He suddenly explodes, insisting, Who are you trying to fool? The spirit monkey was stunned by his over-the-top behavior. You're not the spirit monkey. The monster, too, was beheaded by the Dark Knights for daring to stand in their way, and its defeat brought them a measure of relief as they neared their goal, unhindered. So this piece of trash is the last of them. Raz leads the way down. Let's go down. Suddenly, something mysterious sped past them at an incredible pace. A monster was right behind Ras, seizing a knight and crushing him, while another knight desperately called for everyone to escape. Run! They poured all their strength into escaping the monster's deadly grasp. This monster is huge and far stronger than the others. It's in a completely different league. Ras found it a bit inconvenient to cast his magic. It was too cramped to launch a proper attack. He narrowly escapes the monster's direct attack, realizing he needs more space. Ras glanced back one last time, regained his composure, and began his assault. Without the Sword of Judgment, Ras bravely charges the monster and fights. The monster falters, smoke billowing from its form, but it quickly recovers its strength. Its eyes also glowed purple, giving Ras pause. The monster faced him head-on, its eyes burning with rage, and only now did he realize the gravity of the situation. Damn it, I was careless. It's too late to dodge. I'm going to die. But in that moment, a knight rushed forward and slashed at the monster's hand to save him. The monster roared in agony, going berserk, as they stood before Ras, shielding him. Are you all right? We need to retreat now. After escaping danger, Ras suggests they take the injured knight with them, but they coldly refuse, demanding he be left behind. What did you just say? A cold knight reminded him. Their words, that their mission was to assist Rasik, moved Ras to tears. We paid no attention to anything else as a knight charged forward to fight the monster. He leaps high and charges forward, clearing the path. Another knight seized the opportunity, leading him forward while the monster was distracted. Ras couldn't bear to leave. He would die fighting that monster alone. The knight explained with cold logic. They knew. However, we are the Dark Knights. We act to create the most optimal outcome. Ras suddenly recalls the previous words about these Dark Knights. Absolute obedience to their master. The sole reason for their existence. Their lives are mere tools, controlled by his commands, and he questions their disregard for their own lives, completing missions through self-sacrifice. This is absurd. I'll never forgive this. The knight is pinned to the ground by the monster, struggling to resist. He urged them, hurry, get out of here. The ceiling trembled from the monster's strength. Soon, the bricks shifted and caved in, a sight that left Ras frozen in silence. Before him, the ceiling had collapsed into rubble, and the monster, still alive, reached out with its clawed hand. They were stunned by its resilience as the monster seized the remaining knight, who urged Ras to flee. Sir Ras, we have to move now. But Ras was resolute. I couldn't leave him behind. The monster tightened its grip on the poor knight as Ras roared, demanding its release. Release him now. He drew his sword, his eyes burning with rage and a steadfast resolve to avenge the fallen. But the Dark Knight reassured him. I'll be all right, Sir Ras. Ignoring the words, Ras continued chanting, I serve the goddess of mercy and judgment. His aura enveloped him, emitting a blinding light, the Book of the Damned. Ras's eyes turned cold as he lunged forward, his sword crackling with spiritual energy. The monster struck, roared in agony, and writhed in torment as Ras charged forward, bellowing, Eradicate! The monster writhes in agony from the attack. Ras thought long and hard before deciding to finally unleash the power of his holy executioner. The legendary blade he'd kept hidden away for so long. The Fioro Church's holy executioners, 7 knights blessed with divine power from the goddess of mercy and punishment, Foro. Their power is short-lived with severe side effects, but its divine strength is immense. The other knights of the night rush to support their fallen comrade, who can't believe he's still alive. 2 is still alive? This power brings punishment to the wicked and infinite mercy to the good. Ras turns to them and honestly reveals, this is the power bestowed upon me. The goddess of mercy and retribution. The injured knight from before has now recovered and is dancing with joy. Even so, once the holy executioner's power vanishes, all the pain they endured will be transferred to him. But Ras, with his noble heart, decides to keep this from them. But there's no need to tell them. It's a relief to see he's all right. He continues to lead the way forward. Now then, let's go. Jiaoai's side is also busy fighting two people. He revealed his true form and dared to confront the evil dark mage head-on, his power forcing him to skillfully defend himself. He howled like a madman, cursing Jemmy for disrupting his experiment. "You damned dark magic caster," but Jemmy calmly retorted. He retorted with a few more jabs. How bizarre. I wouldn't expect to hear that from someone who's destroyed their own body. But the dark mage countered with his own foolish reasoning. "Looks like your eyes are just for show, huh? This is art." He sprouts wings and smirks. "Now I'll give you a special demonstration." He painstakingly created those wings, only for Jai to dismiss them with a cutting remark. The chimera's hideous wings were criticized so harshly that he roared in anger. "What? How dare you say that?" He makes sure to remind him what he's forgotten, doesn't he? Seeing his precious item next to Yomi, the black demon panics. "My main ingredient." Before he could grab it, Jamie crushed it with her bare hands. It's really fun. Playing with it is enough. He gritted his teeth on that filth and deliberately provoked him. "Oops, my bad." The dark mage, witnessing his carefully prepared ingredient destroyed, flew into a rage, cursing and swearing. That dirty mage. As Jai adjusted a spot on his magic circle, he taunted him. "I only broke one of your toys. Why are you so angry? How about we change locations?" A magic circle glowed brightly and spread beneath their feet. He recognized the magic, and a wicked thought crossed his mind. Instant teleportation. It'll vanish into thin air as long as I destroy it. How dare that kid anger me this much? He clenches his fist, gathering all his strength to destroy it. He'll obliterate this damn thing. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't break through the protective power. What the hell, it won't break. The black demon was stunned by the sudden surge of spiritual energy, which wrapped powerfully around his body, while Jai equipped himself with wings to rival the demon. He was stunned into silence. Why? Why wasn't it destroyed? Jiawai scoffs, saying it must be because he's too weak. He then taunts the black magician, inviting him to enjoy their time together in the forest, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "Once we're done playing, I'll tear you apart and make you my servant." The black demon, insulted, prepares to strike first. The insolent cur. With grace and agility, Jemmy easily evades the deadly blow. Jommy lands safely, preparing for his next plan to resolve everything. Below, the black demon is full of confidence, looking down on him. "I'm curious myself. We can't know for sure since I've already sent out 2 elites. Hearing that, Jai was a little surprised. "Elites?" He furiously charged forward like a moth to a flame. "That's none of your business, you dog." He fought with all his might, but Jemmy swiftly dodged several of his well-aimed blows. The demon had a sinister plan all along. "It seems they've taken care of one child, but they won't survive, because I sent 2. But Jai saw through his intentions and couldn't help but scoff. Selling him as the second dumbest would leave no one to claim the top spot, yet he stubbornly presses on. "No, this is the secret." Seeing his unusual actions only made Jai more suspicious. "I think there are 9 different entities living in that body. It seems impossible to call him human anymore." Looking back at the body with the monstrous deformities on him surprises Jai. The combination of those entities is also good. I'm sure he's made up his mind and wants to possess him, turning him into his servant. Ross and the Dark Knights have arrived in another room. One of them asks dazedly, "Where is this?" Ross has made an important decision. He decides to prioritize the children's safety, finding them first, as he still has 20 minutes. A wave of anxiety washes over him. They have to find them before the Holy Executioner's power fades. The group splits up to search, Ross carefully surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed imminent danger, a powerful beam of light hurtling down. Ross turns around in a panic, urging the Dark Knights to flee. "Dodge it." Raz looked ahead, his face frozen in shock. Before them stood a monster resembling a long-haired succubus, a chimera wielding a sword, leaving him speechless with shock. Impossible. A knight calls out his name, Sir Ross. They presented Ross with yet another obstacle, as a massive monster emerged beside them. Another one appears, a demonic horse, chimera, and a goblin. Ross begins to feel uneasy about fighting these fierce and enormous creatures. These are monsters that even elite warriors struggle to defeat. Memories flood back of when he and Ricky were helpless, even against his own power. But he couldn't ignore the boy's danger and decisively drew his sword. Ross's eyes are filled with determination and courage as he declares his readiness to fight. Meanwhile, where Ricky's group was, the boy stirred, his breathing evening out. Ricky sat up, his face sharp, a hint of sadness on it, but his eyes shone strangely. Ricky dazedly surveys the unfamiliar scene, wondering, "Where am I?" He gets out of bed and looks around for Priest Kuhn. Why am I here? Father, where are you? After searching for a while, he was stunned by the silence of this place. There was no one here. Ricky wandered around and discovered a container holding his best friend's body, and he stuttered in shock at the horrific sight. Shin, why are you here? Memories flood Ricky's mind. It seems like we, a light flashing amidst the gushing blood, were chosen by God. He looked at his trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. Wasn't being chosen supposed to be a blessing? This cruel act, is this a blessing? Ricky fought back tears and calmed himself. The boy turned and left the dangerous place. I have to get out of here first. Ricky hesitated, his hand on the doorknob, still troubled by leaving his best friend behind. See no, Ricky cried, tears streaming down his face, but he vowed to return and save his friend. I'm sorry, I'll definitely come back for you. Ricky fled that cruel place. Genis Church, I will never forgive you. The boy ran faster and faster. Hearing a commotion nearby, he wondered, is it a fight? Could they be coming to save me? Ricky stopped and turned back, noticing the sound growing louder. They're close. The blood-soaked ground made the boy hesitate to move forward. It's too scary. Should I turn back? There are hurried footsteps and urgent voices. They're coming from the right. Dodge it. Ricky saw them, and tears of joy streamed down his face. Seeing Ross in the thick of battle, the boy called out to him. But even while fighting the monster, Ross corrected him to call him brother. The monster unexpectedly turns, lashing out with its iron chains, and Ras, caught off guard by its strength, urges the knights to fight back. Damn it, stop him. A knight steps forward to intercept. Halt. Another monster swoops down before them, ready to attack, and Ras, sensing the danger, shouts a warning to the boy. No, run, Ricky. The knights are blocked by the massive monster, unable to advance. Damn it, we're cut off. But Ricky, pale and confused, replies, I can't move my body. The monster tenses up, ready to crush the boy beneath its feet. Ras shouts in alarm, Ricky! He swung his sword wildly at the monster, but Razva's blows only created friction against its massive body. But the monster remained unfazed as the other Dark Knights rushed in to replenish his strength. Ras! Tears streamed down his face as he called out the boy's name in despair. Ricky Ras stood silently in a cloud of dust, consumed by the self-reproach that he couldn't save the boy after all. Suddenly, Ricky's hand flails in the white smoke as he grits his teeth against the pain, sweat pouring down. Ricky felt reborn, safe and sound. Ras quickly assessed the situation amidst the lingering dust and chaos. He called out to Ricky, Boy, move! It's still too dangerous. Come to me now! Ricky obeyed, running into Ras's arms. He leaned close to the boy and asked Han gently, How are you doing? Ras scanned their surroundings, carefully calculating when to act. Can I hold out for another 10 minutes? Maybe even less. He gripped his sword, a sense of unease in his heart. I can't fight while protecting Ricky. Ras looked at Ricky fondly and instructed him. Ricky, you should head up ahead. The boy is surprised. But Ricky was obedient and understanding, fully aware of the situation and his responsibilities. No, I'll just be in the way if I stay. Yes, I understand. Taking advantage of the limited visibility, Ricky quickly runs off, not forgetting to leave a message before he goes. You have to come back safe. R clenches his fist, acknowledging the promise. With a determined look, Ras prepares to deal with the monsters, angrily cursing them. If it's just you, the centaur monster gallops toward him. Ras frowned, determined to eliminate them all. If I have to deal with you, I will. Ricky quickly fled upstairs, the narrow escape leaving him deep in thought. What just happened? As Ricky ran, an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. After the light defeated that monster, I could feel my stomach churning. Above all, there was this strange feeling I got from it, like Levan, a malicious, spine-chilling sensation. After running for a while, Ricky spotted a glimmer of hope. A door. Without hesitation, he headed inside. Ricky, exhausted from running, stopped to catch his breath, gazing up at the starry sky as despair washed over him. Was it all just a lie? Salvation and faith? Thinking of his loved ones, Ricky couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. Anna must be all alone in the orphanage. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my sister. The familiar image of his sister's smiling face resurfaces, leaving Ricky speechless and hollow. The boy is deeply wounded by the negativity directed at him. What is this? What is this terrible feeling? Deep down, Ricky feels an urge, an inexplicable need to leave. The boy stood there, stunned, but he knew he had to run for his life. Ricky moved forward, almost unconsciously, unaware that the dark demon had followed him. You're good at running away, he roared as Jai used a stimulant to defeat him. I'll finish you with this. His tentacles reached out to him, casting a curse. Die, Chimera researcher, he roared, relentlessly attacking. "I'll end this." A massive explosion erupted in the forest, but despite the tension, Jai smirked. That's a lot of power. Even a graze would be dangerous. He focuses his strength into his palm, but the magic he's prepared is just enough to counter it. "With this, I'll win. The Chimera researcher is furious." He cursed, calling him a rat, and lunged forward impatiently. The game was over. Jai's eyes widened in shock as the Chimera researcher turned his veined hand towards him. Time to die. New tentacles erupted from his hand, engulfing Jamie. Finally, it completely covered him, forming a gruesome red sphere, and suddenly the Chimera researcher realized something was wrong. He screamed, "Where are you? Where are you hiding?" Just then, Jai appeared behind him, not far away. Jai sighed in relief as he chanted, commanding the dark space. The Chimera researcher warily eyed the barrier, realizing he was being trapped. He scoffed, "You think a simple barrier," before frantically commanding his tentacles to seize Jay. "You think you can hold me back?" Jamie panicked as he realized the danger he was in. In truth, the Chimera researcher continued to unleash a tentacle storm. A massive number of tentacles poured from the magic circle, but none could pierce Jay's barrier. He anxiously assessed the situation. Interesting, he's combined Chimera abilities with magic. Jai's eyes sharpened, but that was all. The Chimera researcher was about to drone on, "You lasted longer than I thought," but Jai's voice suddenly cut him off. "What is it this time?" The Chimera researcher whips around to where Jai appeared. "What?" He hastily backs away. The Chimera researcher's pupils suddenly contracted. "What?" He frantically fled as Jai reappeared right behind him. "What was happening?" "I was certain you were down there," Jai smirks. "Don't you know that was me?" Fourth circle, black magic. Doppelganger, creating a perfect copy of oneself with identical abilities. When the two meet, one will vanish. A look of amusement crosses Jai's face as he reaches forward. "The reason you failed is because you didn't properly assess your enemy." He ominously alluded to the rotting corpse. Immediately, the Chimera researcher looked down at his decaying, festering hand. "What?" Jemmy's taunts send the Chimera researcher into a trembling rage. "What is what? It's magic. Your body is slowly rotting from the inside." He couldn't believe it. This little trick will be useless. Before the Chimera researcher could finish speaking, Jai added, "That's why I prepared one more thing." A black orb floated above Jai's hand. The dark orb. The Chimera researcher stared intently at the dark orb. "What do you want?" The dark orb touched his wings, then began to corrode the Chimera researcher's face. He screamed in agony as his body festered, and Jemmy slowly explained. The magic black orb triples the pain in the area it touches, and he flies closer, feigning curiosity, asking how it feels to rot from the inside out. The Chimera researcher, overwhelmed by pain, could only curse intermittently. You bastard," Jemmy smiled as he continued chanting. It wasn't enough yet, it seemed. He cast gravity magic, and the Chimera researcher plummeted to the earth. A massive explosion erupted on impact. The Chimera researcher's body twitches as he loses consciousness, and Jemmy turns to offer praise. "Good job, Dreki, you can rest now." At the same time, the wings also vanish. The Chimera researcher's wings are reduced to small tufts of feathers, and slime drips from his head as Jai coldly observes his movements. "Normally, the pain alone would send someone into shock, so I wonder just how much you've broken your body to still be." He places his hand on the man's head, a magic circle appears, and he whispers, "My slave." Jay calculates that he can't make him a subordinate because he's too broken, but at least he can take the information in his head. Suddenly, a terrified scream rings out. Jai glanced back in fear, quickly recoiling as the Chimera researcher suddenly stood up. What the hell? There were actually two completely black Chimera in front of him. He didn't realize there were more. The Chimera researcher spoke. Jay froze. "I miscalculated." Without hesitation, he cast a spell. "I used too much mana earlier. I'll never let that bastard get away with this." A dark arrow pierced the Chimera researcher's chest. He coughed up blood, looking down in confusion at his bleeding chest. Jemmy smiles innocently. "Dying instantly will hurt less, but it seems you're still alive." He's secretly disappointed, though. He can't believe he survived that. How is he going to kill this bastard? Ricky felt his body trembling uncontrollably, nausea rising with every step, yet he felt compelled to go on. Then a massive explosion erupted behind him. Ricky forces a smile and turns away. "Guess I should head back." As soon as he says it, another explosion erupts, making him jump. Jai's body scrapes against the ground as he grits his teeth to stifle a groan. He doesn't have enough mana for a shield. He won't be able to block the next attack. Ricky then recognized the person before him. Jam. What was he doing here? The Chimera researcher declared, "Die now!" A magic orb began to condense in the Chimera's mouth. Ricky frantically tries to stop it, yelling, "No, Rem!" Even Jemmy was in disbelief, muttering Ricky's name in shock. The Chimera unleashes a powerful blast of magic, and Ricky desperately tries to save his friend. Juai panicked and shouted a warning, "Don't turn back!" Vicky's face pales, but she stands firm in front of Jai. "I'm sorry. My body is moving on its own. The force of the impact creates a terrifying explosion." Jai's body convulsed in pain as he moved, drenched in blood. He tried to crawl to Ricky, calling out his friend's name. "Ricky!" Jai pleaded desperately. "Please." Ricky's face looked so peaceful. Jai muttered, tears welling up. "No." He stared at his palm once more. "Again, because of me. That voice keeps calling out his past life. Diablo, Diablo, you must live on." Jemmy returns to his Diablo persona, remembering that everyone died to save him, and Jai's eyes go blank with horror. He was stunned. Not again? The Chimera researcher, satisfied with Jai's pain. What a moving scene from the trial just now. His voice weighs heavily on Jai's mind. "Now, I'll send you to join your friends." The voices of those from the past echo in his mind. "Diablo. Diablo, listen to me. Lord Diablo, tell them for me. Please don't forget us. Please don't abandon us. Even in death, I'll be by your side." The first power is rebellion against the divine. Immediately, a surge of power envelops Jemmy's body like a whirlwind. This power could even make Chimera falter. The Chimera researcher tensed. Its aura had completely changed. His body trembled under the immense pressure. He had to end this quickly. Juai leans down to Ricky, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Just wait, I'll be right back." Dark magic swirls around Ji. How could I forget the first power I ever created? From the earth, a skeletal hand emerges, followed by an army of the dead. The Chimera researcher, panicked but defiant, asks, "Who the hell are you?" "The army I created is like a rebellion against the gods, made to stand against the forces of the 12. Necromancy?" The Chimera researcher, masking his unease with a manic grin, sneered, "You think you can beat me with low-level undead?" Jemmy interrupts, "Can't you see?" He smirked, knowing they would all die by his hand. He gave the order, and immediately the skeletons surged past him. Jemmy declared, "Go forth and unleash the hatred within your hearts." A horde of skeletons surrounded the two chimeras and the Chimera researcher. The Chimera attacked a skeleton with its fangs, only to be bitten back. Enraged, it punched the skeleton's head clean off. The skeleton's head hit the ground, and Jai's voice echoed, "My kin transcend death." The skull, now split in half, quickly rises again. The Chimera researcher desperately retreats, only to be stopped by a tree. "Stop," he managed to say, before a skeletal hand grabbed his face. "Stay away from me," Jemmy continued to chant. "This is my territory, where death sows death, and my personal hell." The vengeful skeletons slam the Chimera researcher into the ground, as he screams in agony. He reached out, wanting to escape the hell he was experiencing. Finally, the skeleton stopped, leaving only the Chimera researcher's bloodied body lying motionless. Jemmy relaxed. It was finally over. But then he noticed something. A green gem falling from the Chimera researcher's mouth. Jemmy was intrigued by the light emanating from the gem. The seed of life, a rare object brimming with vitality. Even considering his body's regeneration, his vitality was simply unbelievable. So he was hiding something like this. Jai smirks. "This is beyond my expectations. If I had that, I could overcome the limitations of my youthful body." He was astonished by the black smoke enveloping the skeletons. Jemmy suddenly remembered something when he saw the skeleton's happy face. "That's right," he ordered sheepishly. "You may leave now. I will summon you again someday." Immediately, the black aura around him dissipated, and the skeletons vanished. Jemmy suddenly coughed up blood, cursing inwardly. He'd pushed himself too far. Defying the divine was still too much for him. He bit his lip, trying to endure, but he couldn't afford to pass out here. Jamie remembers the unconscious Ricky and refuses to let him die after all this. A mysterious purple light emanates from his eyes. "Instead of dying like this, wouldn't it be better to serve me, Ricky?" A magic circle appears as Jamie chants, "Come to me, Owen." Dark power surrounds Ricky's body. But as his hand touched Ricky, he suddenly burst into light, blinding Jamie. This divine golden light lifts Ricky's body into the air, searing Jai's eyes. A gentle voice echoes, "I don't understand what's happening." The goddess with blue hair cradles Ricky, her voice echoing even though her lips don't move. "Little one, who are you to try and take what's mine?" Jai is startled to recognize the person before Po as the goddess Po opens her eyes to look at him. "You know me?" A whispered voice echoes through the town's darkness. Ling Kun's face went blank. He had to report to the count. I have to. He muttered one last time before his neck was sliced open. He had to tell the Earl. The man sneered. Useless. The white-haired woman casually said, We've freed H. The judgment of heretics begins. On the other side, Ross finally finished his fight, collapsing to the ground with a sigh of relief. I barely made it in time to defeat it. His eyes were dark, but he still managed to smile. I'm so sore I might die, but thankfully no one was killed. But his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Lord Raz, are you all right? The worried redhead asks. A light appears, startling Raz, then quickly becomes a fierce whirlwind at his feet. Raz can't believe what he's seeing as he looks down at his hand. It's then that he realizes the source of his power. The goddess Po, as the scene shifts to her questioning Ji. Do you know me? Juai is incredibly tense. How the hell did she descend to the mortal realm? To weigh down the laws of causality with just an illusion is a serious matter. So, the goddess Po's impatient voice was like a blow to Jai's head. You can't hear my voice. Annoyed, she immediately retorted, and he quickly defended himself. I only knew Ricky's holiness belonged to you, the goddess Po wondered. And yet, you say you'll try to turn him into a zombie, even knowing that. Jawai is honest. I don't want him to die. The aura of the goddess Po becomes terrifying. You dare say that turning the undead into zombies is an insult to the dead? He grits his teeth in anger at her words. How dare you not understand the value of life? Juai explodes with frustration. You're the ones who disrespect life, you sons of bitches. After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare you? The goddess Po's eyes widened in shock at his accusation. What? She almost lost control, thinking, no, not me. Seeing this confuses Jai. What's with this reaction? The goddess Po decides to ignore it. After all, this child will become my apostle. If you turn him into a zombie, I won't forgive you. Jemmy repeats in surprise, an apostle? An apostle is closer to the gods than anyone else. Their very existence guaranteed the Pope's status, and they possessed the power to hold the title of the strongest holy knight, a perfect priest. Jemmy fell into contemplation. I knew the kid had some holiness to him, but an apostle? Well, I guess that's how Po was able to descend. He smirks deviously. This is more interesting than I thought. Jiawai does an about-face, offering a sincere apology. What can I do to make up for this? Your actions confuse the goddess Po. Sorry, he says with an innocent look. Darkness has consumed him. Half of Ricky is already undead. The goddess Po's face darkens as she roars in fury. Do you know what you've done? Jiawai cursed himself for his provocative actions. Damn it, that was stupid. The goddess Po frowned even deeper. Do you have a death wish? Jiawai struggles to resist, knowing things could get very bad. Because if I die, so does Ricky. His taunt only fueled Po's rage. Does she think her threats will work on me? Jamie's expression was one of confident defiance. There can only be one apostle. If you lose them, it'll take you a long time to find another. More importantly, a god descended to the lower realm without restrictions needs an apostle, and I don't want to kill him. Not that Jai is being honest with me. Ricky is my friend, the goddess Po replies. You truly are wicked. You must have devised many schemes to survive, Jemmy wondered. But why did you make him your apostle? His eyes seemed distant. Apostles aren't even necessary in this world, because it's unfolding exactly as the 12 gods planned. A peaceful world, a system they worked together to create. Isn't it? The goddess Po bit her lip, unnerved. How much do you know? He asked, using the most sacrilegious tone for one of the 12 gods. A being who loved all things. A being so full of love that they desire the power to reshape evil. He was intrigued. Perhaps she had been exiled. The goddess Po is horrified, while Jemmy smirks, his prediction confirmed. The contradiction is absolute. She couldn't utter a lie that went against her dignity, so she was forced to remain silent. He suddenly mentions his past life's name. Diablo Vofia. The goddess Po is stunned. How do you know that name? Jemmy lies without blinking, claiming to be his successor. The goddess Po is bewildered. Impossible, Vopia is definitely... Her body begins to fade away. Damn it, why now? Seeing his chance, Juai seizes the moment. How about a deal? Before fading away, the goddess Po left a message. Come to my dimension, and we'll discuss everything reasonably. Ricky gently landed on the ground as Jai eyed him up with a calculating gaze. If all goes well, I'll finally have a very useful tool. Ricky finally opens his eyes. He vaguely made out Jai's blood-soaked face. Jamie! Ricky shot up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. But what happened to your eyes? Why are they purple? Huh? I do feel a little strange myself. Jiawai calmly replies, more concerned for others than himself. Even in this state, And you, an apostle of the goddess, are also undead. Jai recounts how he openly revealed himself, so he used dark magic to make him like this. Jai was prepared for his animosity, but Ricky simply smiled. I understand. His words seemed to deflate Jamie. Ricky calmly says that just because he's a dark magic user doesn't mean he's evil. In fact, he's very kind. Jamie's demeanor shifts. I understand, but I still brought you to a dangerous place. I even tried to kill your own sibling, Ricky consoles him. But in the end, you saved me and didn't kill Anna, so you're a good person. Jamie was speechless at this stubbornness. Hey, you god wannabe. As Ricky took his hand, the holy light rapidly healed the wounds on his body. Countless wounds on his body were healed, and Ricky felt relieved. I just had a feeling it would work, so I tried it, and it actually did. Ricky suddenly remembered. Ras is on his way here. Jai regains consciousness. Understood. Then I suppose I must be going. Though he still seemed hesitant. Also, what I told you was Ricky holding me back. Do you think I'm a fool? Ricky lets go of Jai, promising to meet him later at the H branch of the Genis Church as the hooded figure bows. We are judges affiliated with the Genis Church. I apologize, but due to the circumstances, we cannot reveal our names. Henna Welton asks seriously, why are the judges here? A judge replies, we're under orders to hunt down heretics. The judge presented a vial of eyes. During the investigation, we found this, confirming Father Lincoln as a heretic, and after receiving his confession, he was executed. Ras was stunned. Those bastards, they used him as a scapegoat. The judge was about to continue. This is a sensitive internal matter that must be kept strictly confidential within the church. So we quickly investigated, and Roos shouts out, are you kidding me? Ana Welton's voice turns stern. Enough. He forces a smile. However, I must commend you on your courage. Ana Welton's expression quickly shifted to a menacing glare. You dare commit murder in my territory. Do you want to die? The judge, terrified, quickly knelt down. We are simply punishing a sinner within the church. Hannah Welton warns, I am the judge in this land, and no one has the right to harm another without my permission. The judge trembled, begging, Duke, hear me out. But Hino Welton cut him off, the veins on his face bulging as he struggled to contain his rage at the Church of Genis crossing the line. The judge sensed impending doom, knowing he would be killed, but unable to change his fate. Finally, he resolved to face it. Are you always this arrogant? Duke, it is unwise to turn your back on the Genis Church. And as he finished speaking, his arm was severed from his body. The judge screamed in agony as Eno Welton threatened him. Next will be your right hand, then your head. If you want to keep your head, then withdraw from this place. The judge clutched his severed hand, trembling. This was nothing like what that girl had said. Russ is surprised by Duke Welton's actions. He hasn't mentioned anything about the chimeras. He's focused on being the lord of this territory. If things continue like this, he'll think we're above everyone. In stark contrast to Ross's mood, the judge was in utter despair. No, he quickly knelt down, begging. I sincerely apologize. Our church will pay reparations, so please, let it go this time. He pleaded for reconsideration, but Welton would not yield. I won't take it back. You've lost my trust. I'm severing all ties with the Genesis Church. Ras was bewildered. Why was the Duke acting like this? The judge ruled for withdrawal. Ross sighed wearily, feeling awful about all of this. Afterward, the Genis Church paid a massive compensation and withdrew, leaving stunned voices echoing through the house. Why the sudden change? And a guest has arrived for Vicky and Anna. Ricky grits his teeth, resigned, while Anna wonders, who is he? Ross kneels respectfully. I offer you my greetings once again. I am Ras Amatic, the holy governor of the Po Church, he continued. You will become a symbol for the Po Church as an apostle of the goddess. And one day Anna will awaken as a saintess, and when that time comes, she will see the world through holy eyes. Russ continued to try to persuade him. He would do his best to welcome him, so you have no reason to... Before he could finish, Ricky's joyful voice interrupted him. Really? I'm so happy. Anna, my sister Roos confirmed it. Yes, Anna will be able to see it soon. Ricky, relieved, rushes to embrace Anna. Anna, it's really you. Anna is troubled. Brother, the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is an omen of great troubles to come. Raz exclaimed, O goddess, even as such troubles approach, I fervently pray that I may protect these two. And so these two became completely dependent on the Church of Po. And I, Jamie Welton, Diablo Villa, will face my own challenge. Jai, now formally dressed, steps forward, recalling the 12 gods divided into factions. That's also why Genis pushed himself to become a holy knight. But I guess Po was isolated, to some extent. Jai recalls the words of the goddess Po before she vanished. If he wants answers, he must go to Apon. He stands before the garden gate, almost solemn. So, Jemmy took a deep breath, regaining his resolve. Let's do this, I have to. Diablo is useless. His expression shifts to a childish, flattering one. Mom, Belle turned to Jamie. Jamie snuggled up to her, pleading. Mom? Belle is confused. What's wrong with me? JY is making things up. I like drinking tea with Mom and Sarah. Sarah smiled contentedly, as did her mother and Sarah. Belle frowned, even though she usually found it boring. Jamie felt a pang of guilt, immediately denying it. No, I don't. Did you already know, Mom? Jamie is incredulous as Belle smiles. Is there something you want to tell me? GY is tense. I'll need to put a little more thought into my calculations. You seem to be in a good mood today. Belle remained unconvinced. Right, Sarah wondered. You're acting strange, Belle remarked. Say what you want. I'm listening. Jai had been waiting for this moment, and his face lit up. Really? His mother is certain of her decision. Of course. JY is overjoyed. So, you want to go to Mom's house in Appon? Belle wondered. Why the sudden interest in going to Appon? JY asks innocently. I heard there's a mountain there with bubbles this big. He was secretly frustrated with his embarrassing act. I want to die, he thought. Belle said sweetly, Is that so? Now I want you to act cute. Her words struck him like lightning. Sensing his hesitation, Belle feigned regret. Oh well, maybe next time. Jiawai quickly tried to stop her. Wait, I have never yielded to any hardship. I am the great, dark, black, magic wizard Diablo Vopia, Jiawai says shyly. Son, he blushed, making a heart shape with his hands. I love you, Mom, Belle says happily. Of course, she'd listened to her adorable son's request, as Jai questioned his conscience as a great, dark, magic sorcerer. His mother suddenly spoke up. Let's see. Jiawai was worried. She revealed that his mother had planned to return home last week. Mother forgot, Jai muttered, feigning enthusiasm despite the gloomy atmosphere around him. I understand you were excited, Mother, Jai thought, feeling utterly exhausted. I can't believe she made me do all that. I'll definitely kill you again when I use you, son. Ross is excited to see him. Where have you been, Jai? Joai was honest. I went to see Mom and Sarah. He still has reservations. But what's with that expression? Joai avoids the subject, but secretly curses and dismisses it. There's Piz, Ras gives a thumbs up. I don't quite understand, but I'm sure everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Jiwai is debating whether or not to kill him. In a dark tone, he asked, Never mind that, but why are you here? Raz replied, I have some business with the Duke. Are you interested in my father? Raz continued, That's right, I told him I'd stop by. He smiled brightly. I had to tell you this in person. Jai waited expectantly. Huh? What is it? It could be a hint, P. Raz says, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ricky and Anna will follow me, leaving Jai confused. Yeah, isn't it obvious? They're apostles and saints. He understands that this separation isn't permanent, Jai? Jai was angered by his words, but Ray Zemetic, still oblivious to the change in him, continued to comfort him. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. I don't know when you'll meet again, but wouldn't it be wonderful to reunite after? Jai spoke through gritted teeth. What are you trying to say? He suddenly embraces him tightly, and Jai freezes, not daring to move. Ras says softly, Their friendship will never change, so don't be sad or disappointed. This isn't the end. He turned and left, saying that Jemmy would be seeing him often, grinding his teeth as he mentioned the goddess Po. Control your unruly brat, Agnia Welton complained. He couldn't understand what his father-in-law was thinking, recalling the request to bring Jai here. Belle forced a smile, thinking that even his late mother couldn't understand his father's thoughts. Henna Welton was still worried. Did he just want to see Jay? He looked at his wife. You'll leave tomorrow. Then it's settled? Belle said cheerfully. Of course it is. You're flattering me. The greatest knight of Welton will escort you. Anna Welton was embarrassed. Of course he trusted them, but he really wished he could go. Belle praised, Who would dare attack us? My husband is the Duke of Welton. He tried to suppress his pride at his wife's praise. She mentioned Ras Emetic, and above all, Sir Ras would be with us. I was surprised to hear that Russ was a holy governor. Belle smiled, rarely leaving Welton out of concern. The gravity of the P.O. Church's situation is evident, he blurted out. He's worried about Jamie, recalling Jai possessed power beyond his years. If it's like before, and she can't control her emotions and they explode, he doesn't know if even the head can stop her. Belle remained unconcerned, saying they didn't need to worry about it. Do you know what happened today? She recounts Jamie's attempt to act cute. She nearly melted, wishing she could have seen it. Arina Welton smiled as well. And that's what happened, huh? She nuzzled her head into her husband's hand. Everyone makes mistakes, but I believe in our son. The two held hands affectionately, and Ina Welton spoke. I'm truly happy to have met you. Belle replied, Me too. A figure shoots towards the sky, and G exclaims, There it is. It took longer than expected because I had to break it down and absorb it, but the effects are better than I thought. This is the result of hard work, he said to Break. Good luck. It's only a matter of time before Break reaches level 6, and he anticipates regaining his Diablo level strength. Jemmy hovers over an abandoned building. I still have a long way to go to regain my peak form. But now I could easily kill someone at the professor's level. Jans and Philip Ra bowed. Master, you've arrived. Jemmy announced you're coming. It's quite far, so I'll be gone for a while. Philip Ra's face turned pale. Apon is on the northern border, right? It'll take a month to get there alone. Jan sadly holds the wood in his hand. Should we continue chopping? The two of them are currently disguised as lumberjacks, Jai thought with annoyance. Do you have a complaint? Philip avoids eye contact. Not exactly. Jan's too. As you wish. Don't worry, he declares. You're coming along this time, too. Jemmy conjures dark magic, remembering something long forgotten. Philip Ra and Jans are terrified. What is that terrifying thing? Philip Ra was curious. What master is he talking about? JY places his hand on the door. Why is this a zombie storage? Simply put, this is your new home. He gestures towards the two of them. Simply put, this is your new home. Philip Ra and Jans are bewildered. My house really doesn't like people living in the warehouse. Jamie looked at them, puzzled. No one who's gone inside has ever come out. He quickly kicks them both inside, telling them to stop talking nonsense and just go in. Jan is scared to death. They head inside, their bodies consumed by the encroaching darkness. Jemmy found it all quite new. They were an interesting pair. And with distinct egos and emotions, they'll be useful if I guide them well. Jan said to Philip Ra as they stepped out. He calls this a storage, so I wasn't expecting much, but it's actually quite good, more spacious than I thought. Philip Ra shares that they felt as though they were being filled with power from within while inside, a sentiment echoed by Jemmy. Indeed, this is my first technique, rebellion against the gods. He explains, that space is formed entirely of my power. The undead in the rebellion against the gods absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Philip wondered if that didn't create a huge burden for him back then. But the Vine Master remained calm. Are you worried about me? He quickly lowered his head. I was wrong about you. Master, please forgive me. He cursed Jans inwardly, thinking, does he have a death wish? Jawai doesn't care, it's fine. If it becomes a burden, it won't be the first time I've discarded it. Jans is excited. So you can make us stronger in one step? Philip Rice quickly tried to shut the man up, but he insisted it would be better to stay in there longer. Honestly, it was full of bones. Is Jemmy incredibly annoyed? The carriage has stopped in front of the bridge. Jemmy was dejected. Father, he thought to himself as Arena Welton lifted him high. I'm not a doll. He instructed him to protect his mother, sister, and friends, saying, I can trust you, right? Jai replied sullenly, of course. He embraced his son, telling him to return safely. Juai replied shyly, yes. The flags of the two families flutter as Jack O'Brien introduces himself. I am the Great Knight, Jack O'Brien. As we'll be departing soon, I'll explain our plan, Anna lamented. I wish Ross could come with us, she says. He volunteered to escort us. Jemmy closes his eyes, contemplating that while it may take a while, they'll ensure maximum safety. Cybele said softly. Sarah fell asleep right away. Every time we ride in a carriage, it always leaves when the order is given. Then let's go. Raz tells Jack O'Brien, I'll cover the rear. He replied, As you command, Lord Ras. Jemmy glanced at him, wondering what she was about to say. He stared intently, acting as if nothing had happened despite having spoken the name Diablo Vopia, meaning the woman hadn't told the other gods about it. Or she couldn't. Jai thought to himself that it didn't matter. Much would change when he returned, as Sarah Welton slowly awoke to a cheerful voice. Huh? Hello? Ricky leans in close. You're Sarah, right? He's Ricky. He froze at the sight of her impending tears. Sarah Welton burst into tears, terrified. Jamie shouted, What did you do to Sarah? Ricky hastily defended himself, trying to remain calm. Jamie, this isn't fair. 2 days later, the Welton family carriage travels in the rain, the three Weltons fast asleep. Ricky stared blankly out the window as Raz hurried forward from behind. Ricky happily called out to him, and Ras responded with a smile. Everyone looks tired. Jai finally opened his eyes, wondering how long he'd been asleep. Ricky smiles and replies, About 2 hours. You slept soundly, Ras said, riding alongside him. Does riding in the carriage bore you? Should I tell you an amusing story? Ras gazed at the mountain ahead and began to speak. There's a legend about Mount May here. Jai, losing patience, remarked, It doesn't sound fun at all. Ricky excitedly spoke, cutting off Jai. Yes. Tell me, Rasametic said with satisfaction. I knew it. Of course you two would be interested. Ricky thought of Anna, saying she loved stories like this, but she was still asleep. Raz offered some advice. Listen and tell her later. Ross imagines a dragon saying, long ago, when dragons soared through the skies and elves roamed the forests, Mount Miatri was but a single peak. But one fine day, 2 dragons appeared here. Jemmy is surprised to hear this, thinking of dragons. Ross continues, the evil black dragon and the gentle blue dragon, Miatri. There was a woman, a human mage whom Miatri loved, but humans and dragons were never meant to be together. The dragons couldn't stand by and sent the black dragon to kill the sorceress. In that fierce battle, the mountain was split in 2 and a raging river flowed through the valley. After the battle, the black dragon was banished, but Miatri's beloved was dead. And heartbroken, Miatri hid himself deep within the mountains. They say it continues to this day. Anna, who had apparently woken up at some point, suddenly spoke. They say the storms became more frequent after that, didn't they? What a sad tale. Startled, Ricky asks, when did you wake up? Raz explains, yes, it seems you know as well. That's why the men call the rain here dragon tears. Jamie mused, the legend might be a true story, though dragons were considered mythical back then. He began, brother, I wasn't finished with the story when a powerful lightning bolt struck, causing the carriage to swerve. Everyone in the carriage was startled, and Sai and Sarah woke up in fright. Anna, panicked, covered her head and screamed. Sarah clung to her in fear, and she tried to comfort her, saying, it's okay, it's okay. Is that so? Jamie Jai smirked. Of course, it's just rain. That's what he said, but something felt off. He had a bad feeling about this. The carriage sped along the road when, unfortunately, lightning struck a tree nearby. The tree fell directly onto the carriage, startling the driver. The carriage was instantly overturned by the impact, and Sai, terrified, clung to Sarah and screamed. Ricky shouts a warning, Anna, be careful. The carriage door bursts open from the impact, sending Sai and Sarah tumbling out. Jemmy cries out in alarm. Sarah's mother cries out in fear. Jai saves Sarah. Jai grabbed the carriage with one hand and reached out to them with the other, yelling, I can save you both. Jamie casts sea teleportation, a massive magic circle appearing as a gentle blue force envelops Sarah and Sis as they fall. He grits his teeth, thinking he's done it. He then gently lifted them both up, keeping a close watch as he maintained the spell. Annoyed, he asks, what just happened? Suddenly, his hand slips from the vehicle. Jai looked at his hands in horror as Zia's face darkened, and she screamed her son's name. Jai panicked but tried to reassure her, I'm okay, I can use magic to fly. He reached out to use magic but was suddenly terrified. Jai was stunned, realizing he couldn't. Mana poured out of Ji's body, and as he plummeted, he realized his mana was burning. The mana of a high-level mage was being depleted, causing the mana in the area to ignite completely, rendering him useless. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Who are you? Ji's eyes widened in shock as the voice echoed once more. Are you a dragon? Jai wondered, frowning. A dragon? His body plummeted into the water. X wanted to jump in to save him, but was held back, screaming in anguish. She cried out in anguish, let me go. My son is down there. He's down there. The guard behind her struggled to hold her back, saying, Madam, please calm down. The golden light surrounding Sai startled her, and she turned to look. Ricky hesitated. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you, so... The woman looked back at Ricky and said, Ricky. Sarah wept in Anna's arms, fear gripping her heart. Exhausted, she closed her eyes and whispered, Brother. Ras knelt before Sai, saying, Madam, this may sound arrogant, but Jai will be all right, Sai replied. Sir Ras. His next words calmed her down. It was merely an optimistic view. But I know Jai's skills well. That strong current may be dangerous, but once Jai's magic returns, he can definitely survive. Ras stood tall, clenching his fist as he declared with a serious tone, However, I will go down there myself. If it's me, I can return safely. Ricky and Jack were worried. Ricky said, Even for him, it's too dangerous. Ras vowed, 3 hours, my lady. I will return in exactly 3 hours. Sai hesitated. It could be dangerous even with the power of the divine governor. She lowered her head slightly. Even knowing that, I have a favor to ask of you. CS reached out pleading, Please, my son, please come back with Jamie. Ras kissed her hand, saying, Yes, my lady, I will return. The scene shifts to an underwater cave as Jui slowly regains consciousness, startled to find himself bound by numerous blue chains. He thought about where he was. He looked at his bound hands, tried to move, and wondered what was going on. Who was that just now? A voice calls out, drawing his attention. You're awake. A woman with blue hair and horns on her head. Wearing Greek attire, she approached him, asking, Are you a dragon? Irritated, Jemmy replied, Can't you tell by looking at me? The blue-haired woman agreed without hesitation, questioning him intently. Seeing you, I knew you weren't a dragon, but that makes no sense. Jemmy was startled, sensing a faint bloodlust. The blue-haired woman voiced her thoughts, wondering how a human, not a dragon, could possess such potential and why his mana felt so similar to a dragon's. Jemmy recalls the past, wondering if his original chi was similar to a dragon's. The blue-haired woman frowns. Are humans so poor at absorbing mana? Lacking both the intelligence and talent, they can't even imitate dragons properly. Jai thought with irritation. Mimicking talent? How dare she say that to someone they've been wary of for so long? The blue-haired woman stared at him, beginning to surmise. But you're different, aren't you a copy? Even a high elf can't compare to a dragon. Jai was annoyed. Why did she keep calling it absurd when she was witnessing it firsthand? The blue-haired woman was taken aback by his resistance. She glares at him, saying, "Look at this kid. For someone who was just captured, you seem awfully proud of yourself." Jemmy questions. So what are you so proud of? You're the one running around mistaking people for dragons and trying to catch them. The blue-haired woman approached him, asking, "Cornering?" He thought back to the sudden gust of wind and the lightning strike near the carriage. And the mana burn. All of it must have been someone's doing. She turned and calmly said, "Well, I suppose you could think of it that way. I just wanted to see it for myself." Juai retorts, "What?" He angrily shouts, "It's because of you, Mom and Sarah." He's suddenly taken aback, wondering why he's so angry. He hesitated. "Never mind. If it's you..." Juai glanced away guiltily. "I suppose it's only natural you'd be curious about who I am. Take off these shackles and we'll talk." The blue-haired woman immediately refused. "No way." Juai wondered why, to which the woman casually replied, "It's more fun to watch you like this." Juai was annoyed. "What?" The blue-haired woman gleefully says, "Those expressions are hilarious, making me want to keep you here even more." He thinks bullying others is really... Remembering something, he says, "You're just like the green dragon, Miatri, aren't you? Green dragons are the gentlest of all dragons. They're especially friendly to humans, and their feelings towards humans are like ours, towards puppies or kittens. If I had met a notoriously violent red or black dragon or a cunning green dragon..." Jemmy felt a little relieved, wondering if he'd gotten lucky, and carefully asked, "If you thought I was a dragon, why did you kidnap me?" She flared with murderous intent. "To kill you, of course." Jai thinks again. What was that murderous intent all about? He forces a smile. "So, can you let me go now?" She coldly replies, "Not yet." Jai helplessly asks for a reason, and Mi mischievously replies, "Let me come up with some excuse." Juai was speechless, wondering what on earth she was talking about. "She suddenly has a wicked idea," Miatri says with a smile. "If I use you as a material, I'm pretty sure I can get a high-level dragon weapon." Jai's expression turned serious as he realized a master might be worth even more. "If I had a resource like myself?" He shook his head, thinking, "Wait, no, I'm on the verge of death. What am I even thinking?" Juai smiled amiably and asked, "By the way, ma'am, why do you want to kill the dragon?" Mi frowned and retorted, "Ma'am, my foot. It's none of your business." Jai smiles, asking directly, "Is it because of that human lover?" Suddenly, the chains binding him loosen, and Jamie falls unexpectedly. Miri glares, threatening, "Speak of him like that again, and I'll make you wish you were dead." He knew it. Juai continued, "I heard your tribe would never accept him." He continues, saying she betrayed them so he could live, to which she angrily asks, "How could you know?" Mai screams, unleashing a torrent of power. "How dare you act like you know anything?" Jiaoi struggles to say, "When the water was about to drown me, you never wanted to kill me or turn me into a dragon soldier, did you? You could have brainwashed me from the start, but you didn't." He closed his eyes and exclaimed that she was so kind, it was hard to believe she was a dragon. A familiar voice echoed in Miatri's mind. The swordsman gently said, "You are so kind, it's hard to believe you're a dragon." She gritted her teeth, enduring the resurfacing memories. She decided to forgive him, stopping her magic and saying, "This is your last chance. There won't be another." Jemmy coughed up water, thinking to himself that she was serious, and he should be careful what he said. Miri crossed her arms, lost in thought, and said, "You really are a strange human, almost as strange as him." Jemmy wipes the water from his face, curiously asking him, and she replies, "The protagonist of a story that you humans only know through hearsay." Outside, the rain continues to pour, and Russ laments its uselessness. He worriedly wondered where Jay was, as Miatri's voice echoed from within the cave, recounting events from 700 years ago. His name was Canon, and he was a dark wizard. Jemmy asked in disbelief, "A dark magic user?" Miatri sadly says, "You must be surprised that a creature who loves white magic would fall for a human who uses black magic." He stammered, taken aback. Well, yeah, a little. But inside, he was ecstatic, utterly astonished. Miri continued. That person simply chose to use dark magic rather than explore the truth of this world. He was a true mage who had reached level 9. Jai felt like he was hearing shocking news. He wondered in shock, level 9? He blurted out, "Wait, no human has reached level 9 in thousands of years?" "You're interrupting. I'll tell you the reason right now." Even before he met me, Canon was searching for the truth of this world. Together, we explored countless ruins, and that's when we fell in love. We were so happy, until the Dragon Lord issued his decree, his contemptuous face forever etched in her memory. "Peasant girl, you've committed a sin you should never have committed. All the dragons tried to kill Canon. We ran, but we reached our limit." Tears welling, Miatri said, "Go, Canon. Even dragons can't find you there. Don't worry about me. They won't kill me, even if they punish me." It was a ruin with incredibly powerful restrictions, allowing only one person to enter, and Kanong hid inside. Tears streamed down her face as Canon entered, and the Dragon Lord coldly declared, "Miatri will be exiled for a millennium, but 1,000 years is nothing to a dragon." However, Nong tried to save me a few decades later after he discovered the truth about this world, and she angrily watched me lying listlessly in his arms. Dark strands coil around her, and he cries out, "Why are you just sitting there? Aren't your kind the most skilled in magic?" The Dragon Lord sneered, along with the red dragon beside him. "Looks like he's gone mad. That truth is a hard pill for humans to swallow." He saved me, and after shaking off our pursuers, we hid in the vast mountains. Jai looked sympathetic as Maitri calmly said that Canon was dead and that such an end was actually better. I tried to convince myself that he was finally at peace, but the memory of that village, the rage almost spilling from her words. My clan began to erase Canon's existence, the books he left behind, even the people he met, everything. Jemmy suspects the truth the dragons want to erase. Don't tell me Mayatri was serious. So this place, where Canon's existence still lingers, is the last place I must protect. Inside the cave is a tomb, surrounded by grass and trees. She says that's why I'm here. Jiawai recognizes the dragon. So that's why she hasn't heard of me. He recalled that the first thing he did after his resurrection was to look for traces of himself, the former Diablo von Burr. But while searching through books, he found no records, no news, not even a folktale or song. He pondered, his mind clear as if someone had deliberately erased all traces. Jamwai was certain they had erased his existence, just as they had done with Canon. Not those 12 gods, but the dragon god Bram and his dragons. Canon, the 9th circle mage who delved into dark magic to uncover the truth of this world. Just how much did he learn to warrant such erasure? Jemmy is almost certain this is Canon's tomb, but Mayatri questions it. "What? You seem saddened. As a fellow mage, I wish to honor his life." Mayatri paused for a moment, then spoke. "Come with me." The two approached a grave sheltered beneath a tree. "This is it. This is where Kana rests in peace." He startled to see something. His eyes fell upon a glittering bracelet hanging on the grave. Extreme Resistance, one of the 3 great artifacts created by Diablo von Burr to oppose the 12 gods. This artifact is completely immune to all diseases and curses. JY is taken by surprise. "Who would have thought I'd find it here?" He tensed. So, that's why Canon was trying to uncover the truth about the world. He must have discovered Diablo Weber's existence after finding that bracelet. Jemmy worried as he looked at Miatri, thinking he'd be killed if he asked for it. Meanwhile, Miri arrives, greeting everyone with her hands clasped. "I'm here." Canon Jimmy speaks up, probing, "What is that bracelet?" She reveals that it belongs to a canon and possesses immense power. "It's saved his life countless times," he says in disbelief. "It's spotless, as if it's been cleaned and protected with magic." He smiles at Miatri, wondering if that's all that's left of Canon. She immediately became wary. "Why are you asking?" Jemmy stammered, quickly clarifying, "I didn't mean any harm, I'm just curious. He was the one who sought the truth about this world, so I was just wondering if he left any records." She calmed down, remembering the diary. He asks about the journal, wondering if he can see it. Miatri refuses, not wanting him to see it. Jai thinks of another way, asking her to tell him instead. His words stunned Miatri. She knew, didn't she? What is the truth about this world? Immediately, Miatri's face flared with anger. "You've crossed the line. That's not something a wretch like you deserves to know." Jiawai interrupts, saying that's wrong. He persuades her, saying that he gave up his life to find that truth. He may have failed in the end, but she's the one protecting his legacy. He asserts that instead of using it as a keepsake, he would have wanted humanity to inherit it. Miri wavers slightly. "What a clever and annoying brat. But there's one thing you're wrong about." I don't need anything to remember him by because I've etched everything about him into my heart. Images of her happiness with Canon resurface as his voice echoes in Jay's mind. Please, don't forget me. Dia steps closer. I don't understand. Mi scoffs, saying a brat is always a brat. Jiawai calls out, oh wait, a diary surrounded by chains. Miatri explains, I'm not showing you this because you convince me, but because it's useless anyway. There's nothing written on it. Jemmy touches it. It's sealed. Mi adds, yes, humans can't break this seal. She continues, don't follow me anymore, I'm returning you to where you belong. G calls out, wait. His pupils turned purple as dark magic swirled around him. From now on, no matter what you see, don't be surprised. Miri was startled. What? It was then she realized he was a dark wizard, a dense stream of dark magic surrounding the seal, causing Maiatri's eyes to widen in shock. What is this overbearing power? It's so different. Even human dark magic isn't this dark. The diary finally opens and golden light escapes, rising into the air. Royal Calendar, Year 22. Month 3, Day 16. I met a blue dragon. She told me I was filthy because I was a dark mage. Royal Calendar, Year 22, March 20th. Somehow she ended up joining me, all thanks to Miatre's carefree nature. This journey has become far more enjoyable. Is she truly a dragon? April the 26th, Year 22 of the Imperial Calendar. I rode on Miatre's back to the predetermined location, a place beyond human reach. I call it the Land of the Dead. On the 24th day of the 12th month, Year 23 of the Imperial Calendar, the Dragon Lord ordered my execution. I'm fine, but I worry about her, the one who betrayed her own kind. I wanted to let her go, but I couldn't. What battle did I fight in with Miatri on March of Year 41 of the Imperial Calendar? The date inscribed on the tombstone. 966 years before today, in the year 41 of the Imperial Calendar, we settled in a certain mountain. We've come this far to escape the dragon's notice, and next we'll head to Gammon in the southwest. That was the name written at the end of the tombstone, a place that no longer exists. Jai focuses on the words from the diary, but something is there. Miatri wept as she read the diary entries, sobbing, Canon, my love. Jemmy sinks into thought, realizing what the canon gravestone must be. He recalled that before going to war, to show his resolve, he, Diablo Vaughn, engraved words of despair about the past and hope for the future here. Jamie closed the diary. 966 years before Canon discovered it, and he appeared 700 years later. It was then he realized he had been resurrected exactly 666 years after his death, and he handed the diary to Miatri, who was still crying on the ground. But where is Gammon? Jamie frowned in thought. I wrote those words as if victory was assured, but I don't remember writing anything about Gammon. So someone found my tomb and even Can Kong? He smiled, finding it intriguing. How commendable. Jemmy gazes at the tombstone. Who would have thought he could uncover the truth that the 12 gods had so perfectly concealed? The truth that, 60,000 years ago, humans were reduced to mere slaves. But do not despair, for this man has been reborn on Earth, and the 12 gods will soon be destroyed. Humanity will be free once more. Miri is moved. She says, he loved me. He never said those words to me, he just told me I was annoying and clingy. Jai comforts the blue dragon, reminding her that she still holds her memories. He believes Canon lives on in her heart, as long as she never forgets him. Perhaps that's true. Canon always existed beside her. Miatri was touched, but still retorted, so the brat knows how to sweet talk. What a kid, Jai thought helplessly. I'm not a brat, you know. Miri regretfully clutches the diary. If only we could turn back time, he says, patting her head. That's what everyone thinks. He told himself he'd gone too far to turn back. But Miatri held Jay's hand tightly. But do you know? She asked curiously. What kind of dark magic is that? Are you really a dark wizard? Jai decides to lie, saying it's just normal dark magic. Mai loses patience, telling her to stop talking nonsense. You think I haven't tried using dark magic to break the seal? He was shocked by the revelation. What? You used to study black magic? Miri was speechless. Are you insane? She almost proudly boasts, Disse. I brought someone who can use dark magic. JY corrects her, saying she cornered them. Miri happily stated that they were simply sharing perspectives. I told him to follow me if he didn't want to die, and he immediately agreed. A kidnapping and coercion by societal standards, Miri recounted. But no matter what we did, we couldn't decipher anything from the diary until you and your strange energy appeared. In her eyes, Jemmy was almost a reflection of Canon. I hate to admit it, but the power he sought beyond this world was similar. Jemmy realizes he can't avoid this and says, all right, I'll tell you the truth. I'm a mage carrying out Canon's wishes. Miri, in disbelief, asks if Canon left everything here. How can you fulfill his wish when you've never even met him? He quickly explains, I never received it directly from him, but we walk the same path. He continued to explain, saying it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was fulfilling Canon's wish, when a question sparked in Mayatri's mind. So, you intend to fight against the 12 gods as well? He was shocked by her realization. Is that what he said? Mayatri immediately replied no. But the diary revealed it to me, she said somberly. He was angry with the 12 gods and hated the great dragons who cooperated with them, so he wouldn't let you speculate if you were planning something similar. Jai confirms that Mayatri is right. He intends to fight against the 12 gods. Mayatri immediately rejected the idea, declaring it impossible. I hate the 12 gods and the dragons, and you may soon possess power equivalent to a dragon. Sadly stroking the diary, she accepts reality. Not 1, but 12 dragon powers are impossible to overcome. Just live as a normal human. For your own good, give up. He then recounts a past life of a man who once dared to stand against the 12 gods. That man had many comrades, but they all either died or betrayed him, ultimately losing to the 12 gods and being sealed in the eternal realm. Jemmy recalls his own rage before being sealed away, vowing to return at any cost. Even if it takes a long time, he never gives up. And seeing the determination in his eyes, neither can I. Mayatri is stunned as Jemmy thinks to himself that Canon and an older man before him, then her and the generations after her death will continue this cycle forever. Their will shall be carried on until the 12 gods are slain, Miri reminds her. Follow me, she says, cradling the ring in her hand. If it's you, Canon will allow it, Jemmy asks carefully. Am I really allowed to accept this? Miri asks, annoyed. Hurry before I change my mind. He's happy to see the bracelet on her wrist. I'll be sure to keep it safe. I'll treasure it. Jiao looks at the ring, shining with a glittering light. Are you saying hello? It has been a while, hasn't it? Miri promised him. If that time comes, I'll be ready to help you. He thanked her, secretly elated. The dragon's promise. This is a good sign. Miri kicks him straight through the gate, telling him to leave now. Jai is confused. Why so suddenly? That's right. Fend for yourself. Once Jai leaves, a blurry bouquet of flowers appears in Miyatri's hand. A blue light surrounds her. Is that Canon? His dream continues. Ras looks at the clearer sky. It seems the rain has stopped. Jai's voice echoes, Halu, what are you doing here? Ras cried out his name in shock as he saw Jai floating above him. He gently took his hand, saying it was time to return. The sky clears, and someone rushes forward, embracing him, crying out, Jai! Ricky and Anna were overjoyed, crying tears of relief. I knew you'd come back. What a relief, Jamie. A Welland family guard bows his head. We are in your debt. Thank you, Ras. Ras demur. No, I really didn't do anything. His voice trembled with bewilderment. I really didn't do anything, Ras sighed inwardly. I didn't even use my divine power. In the Seam Kingdom, Pior Nesman territory, people were chatting lively, when suddenly a scream rang out. Venna stumbled back as the white mouse scurried past her feet, and the crowd erupted in panicked shouts. What do you think you're doing? Catch it, hurry, stop it, don't let it get away, you idiot, Benna. Benna stammered. I'm sorry. But the people around her didn't care at all. It's a zombie rat, don't let it bite you. My nose, Venna exclaimed. I'm sorry. Finally, she sighs at the mess at her feet, wondering when she'll ever finish cleaning it all up. Venna froze as scornful voices reached her ears. I wonder when that slowpoke's brain will finally disappear. Behind her, 2 figures brazenly badmouth her. I get so mad just looking at her. Why does the headmaster protect her? Probably because that slowness makes her stand out more. Aha, that must be it. Venna frowned, annoyed. How nasty. I heard that, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Trash. You're cleaning this up and then you're bringing everything on this list here. We have to redo the experiment because of you. The blonde girl saw Venna trembling, about to say something, and frowned. Isn't this all your fault? She clenches her fist, resigned. Yes, I understand. The 2 girls snickered behind Venna's back. Did you see her face? How boring. She couldn't even say anything. She's like a lab rat. Venna hung her head in humiliation, tears streaming down her cheeks. How did I end up like this? At the Count's mansion, the Count cheerfully greets the Welton family and the siblings Ricky and Anna. Thank you all for coming. He smiled warmly. The chef has prepared a special feast for you all. Please, enjoy yourselves and relax. Ricky's eyes widened in shock as Anna blurted out, Brother, your nose is in heaven. Even Ras would be jealous. This is the best meal I've ever had, CS replied. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Count Poor replied, It was nothing at all. I was worried it wouldn't meet the standards of a noble family's daughter, CS said with a bright smile. Oh my, this is more than enough. Count Poor was pleased, thanking him for saying so, and then the two happily chatted. Darkness had fallen over the streets and buildings, and Jai saw nothing of interest around him. Should I go back? If he's around, I'm sure Ricky won't bother me. He recalled being bombarded with questions from Ricky before he left. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? He raised his hand to Calmbreak, who was getting excited. All right. You want to take a stroll, do you? His sparkling bracelet had attracted a stranger, who whispered, See that? The scarred man said greedily. That bracelet, it must be an artifact, the pointy-nosed man added. He scoffed. It was obviously expensive, and no ordinary kid could own it. Scarface sneered. Is he some kind of noble? His parents probably gave it to him without knowing its value. The pointy-nosed man exclaimed, Do you think the headmaster will like it? Scarface replied, He might even reward us both. They were of one mind. Let's do it. Brake warns him, and Jamie finally notices. Why did he finally realize Brake's intention? Ah, I see. There are two bastards following behind. Jamie coldly replies to Brake. What do you mean? I don't know what they're planning. He smirks as he glances back, but it's perfect, as he was getting a little bored with it. Scarface and Pointy Nose are still confused, completely unaware that Jai is watching from above. Damn it, I'm sure it went this way. We lost it. JY snaps his fingers. All right, this is going to be fun. The pointy-nosed guy looks toward the sound. It's this way. Hold on. He clapped his hands. Come on, let's see what you've got. Suddenly, a gate appeared behind him, shocking Jamie. He fearfully looks at the hand next to his head as a gentle voice whispers in his ear. Sorry. Scarface stared in disbelief at the alleyway, both figures frozen as the dark passage vanished. Venna was immediately blown away. Jemmy was furious. How dare you? I don't know who you are, but you're dead today. Wait, please, just hear me out. Jai casts a spell around her. I don't want to hear it. Venna screams in agony. He's surprised. Dark magic? Venna was sent flying into the wall, leaving a deep dent, and groaned in pain. Jemmy asks, Are you using black magic? It would be better if you told me why you brought me here. Venna, in tears, calls him cruel, as Jai wonders what's going on. She felt wronged, saying he was cruel and that she only wanted to help. It would be terrible if he were harmed by their dark magic. I only wanted to help. It was then that Jai realized. Wait, are those two also dark magic users? Vina cries out. But you scolded me after I saved you and blamed me. Why is everyone treating me this way? I didn't do anything wrong. I just want people to stop hating me. She screams, Why? Why does everyone hate me? Why? Why? JY was helpless. I understand, so shut up already. Venna continued to ramble on about how the cruel world wouldn't accept her, and how she should just leave this world. JY brushed aside the thought, annoyed. He began, So, you're saying you go to the same school as those guys and you saw me being chased, but you just let it happen? Using the gate at the school? Venna trembled on her knees as she answered, Yes, you won't just die with those two. She was disheartened. Even though he's just a kid, it would be a shame to have such experiences, but now I'm wondering if he really is a child? Jemmy scoffed. A shame? How ridiculous. You're a black magician yourself, just speculating. But his words threw Venna into a panic. You didn't have a big hand in such cruel experiments or anything, did you? He continues to provoke her. You simply want to save me? Are you asking me to see you as someone who stands for justice? Venna panics. No, I became a dark mage because I wanted to. Jai mockingly pokes her forehead. Don't make excuses for being trash. You're no different from them. Venna's pupils shrink as she cries out that she's different, that she doesn't want to live in torment, pouring out all of her pain. Do you know how much I hurt? Every time my hands are stained with blood, my heart grows heavy. Jai turns away, understanding dawning. I don't want to pry. His words made Venna relax slightly. Seizing the chance, she tries to leave. Is that all? Then I'll be going. Suddenly, she collided with something invisible, collapsing in pain. What is it now? Jai wondered. What do you mean? Explain yourself. This is the wall. Vina realizes it too. An invisible wall? He smirks. I still have so many questions for you. So, where do you think you're going? Venna forces a smile, clenching her fists. Please don't kill me. The white-haired man smiled and asked if Tom Biss had seen Venna. The person before me politely says they haven't seen her. Headmaster Ga replies with a fake smile. Where could it be? There isn't much time left before it's complete. A horrifying scream echoes. It can't be. Jemmy despairs, asking if she's loyal to them. I'll strike you down like the rest, Venna wept. You don't understand. No matter how crude they are, I've been with them for 10 years. Dark magic appears around Jamie, so there's no helping it. I'll do what must be done. Venna's vision is filled with images of Manhattan. She was surprised. How could there be no sign of dark magic or the usual disturbing, toxic sensations? She was distracted as Jai's hand approached. How could Manaden feel so pure? Jai warned, "If you change your mind, let me know, and know the consequences if things go south." Venna finally spoke. "That dark mana, how did you do it?" Jai suddenly asked, gripping his hand tightly. "I need to know." Jemmy recoiled, pulling her hand away. "What are you doing? You think acting like this will make me let you go? If you don't want to die, then," Venna pleaded, almost reverently, "please take me as your disciple." He was bewildered. "What?" she repeated. "Please take me as your disciple." Jay responds bluntly, "No." Venna grabs his cloak, quickly pulling him into an embrace. Joi panics, asking what she's doing. Venna pleads, "Please. I lost my parents in an accident 10 years ago, and I had no choice but to become a dark magic user. The human sacrifice experiments were incredibly cruel, and my companions condemned and trampled on me for my misery. But even so, I couldn't escape," she muttered. "I know I'm a coward and a hypocrite. I want to stop. I truly want to end all of this." Jemmy returned to the main topic. "Then what does that have to do with becoming my disciple?" Venna's eyes sparkled. "Your black mana isn't something created by sacrificing lives. I need its power." Jemmy smiled contentedly. "It wasn't created by sacrificing lives. Sometimes, such pure darkness can give rise to someone's very existence." In the blink of an eye, his hand moved close to her face. "You're wrong, and more importantly, Jiao was indifferent." "I don't want to." Venna was nearly in despair. "Please accept me. Please." He looked down from above as Jai's disciple recalled her mastering a new spell. "Please fight us. Please die for us, teacher." Jiao makes his calculations. According to Venna's memories, there are over 20 members at her school, and Headmaster Grab is the curse. His body begins to shift. "What happened while I was gone? Let's go take a look." A human head falls into some kind of liquid, muttering to itself. "Please save me, please, save me." "Is anyone there?" Two students grin at her, amused. "How fascinating, isn't it? Usually they're begging to die." The other one chimes in, wondering if reversing the curve also changed her language. On the shelf were countless vials of solution, and they even said, "Huh? Not many parts left? We've been running so many experiments lately." They continued their discussion. "I also heard we'll be inspecting tons of test subjects soon." One of them laughs as the experiments seem to be progressing explosively. Hiding, Jai was shocked. "They have the nerve to hide in the academy and conduct these dark experiments?" The men left the lab still chattering. "Experimenting on humans is the best. The other factors pale in comparison to the speed and quality of the results." The man replied, "What a joke. You do this just for fun?" "Of course not." He had been silently watching them all along, and now he understood how dark magic had disappeared long ago. He had sacrificed countless lives to stand before the 12 gods, so he had no right to judge them. But what was the reason dark magic was created? No matter how it's done, it's to kill the gods. "I have to abandon my humanity and carry all the sins." He tells himself that if Jiao wants to sacrifice his life, he must be prepared to fight them. Then he teleports, saying he has something else to do. "Something interesting is about to happen to Jai. If the seeds I planted have grown into monsters, then it's time to harvest them." Back with Venna, she clenched her hands in worry. Where did he just go? "I have to find him and get him out of here fast." Suddenly, someone yanked her braid. Hala ignored Venna's cries of pain. "Where have you been hiding?" "I'm still holding onto your hair, so tell me. You ran so fast like trash, so you decided to run away?" Venna trembled. "I'm sorry, I forgot." But she didn't let go, instead yanking even harder. "So you forgot?" She moved her face closer to Venna, threatening her. "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" Venna was finally let go. Hala turned away, not forgetting to sneer. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Venna sat on the ground, not understanding how she'd ended up in this situation. "Why are you doing this?" Hala coldly replied, saying she had to trample on someone like Venna at least once to teach her some manners, which only made Venna tremble in despair. "Stop it, please, I'm sorry, Ha. I don't care about your words, and I'll create a magical fire. Should I forgive trash like you for offending me?" Writhing in pain, Venna fell to her knees, begging, "Please forgive me this once. I'll never forget what you said." Venna closed her eyes, begging for mercy, when a familiar voice echoed, startling her. "What's wrong with you?" She couldn't help but wonder. "How did you get in here?" Jai simply uttered her name. Venna turns away, disappointed. "Are you really afraid of people like this?" Venna was a little flustered, but Jai's keen eyes had already turned a cold, chilling purple. Suddenly he stood up and shouted, shocking Venna. In a cold voice he asked, "How long do you intend to lie there?" Venna slammed her hand on the ground, creating a crack. I won't. And Hala, clueless as ever, continues to act high and mighty. I don't know who you are, but you're definitely brainless. Fine then. You think bringing outsiders into this will stop me from killing you? Venna, Jai said coldly from the other side. Venna makes her choice, while tears begin to fall from the other woman's eyes as she thinks, I can't. As she hesitates, the other woman screams, Die! Immediately, a surge of dark magic is unleashed, but Venna suddenly explodes with hidden power, blocking the attack and shouting, I won't! I refuse to be like you! I'll change! I won't live like this anymore! Even Jamie was astonished by the situation, while Hala seethed at the reversal. What did you just do? Even Venna is surprised by her own power. Hala, undeterred, prepares another attack, saying, I don't know what you just did, but you'd better be ready for the consequences of defying me. Suddenly, Jai stood before her, telling Venna to take a step. He raised 2 fingers, chanting an incantation, and Hara paled as she found herself unable to cast magic. What? He then turned to Venna, explaining, the first step is the hardest, the second will be much easier. The woman, unchanged, yelled, Wait, who are you, and what's with your strange mana? Then he muttered the words, Erase, and she finally vanished before Venna's horrified eyes. Meanwhile, Headmaster Ga leaps to his feet, exclaiming, Finally! He couldn't hide his joy. Venna had awakened Valkyrie. He had worried that the established personalities would hinder the control of excessive personalities, fearing she would never awaken. Finally, he sighed in relief, realizing he no longer needed to be in this tiresome place. The power of Valkyrie is now mine. Back with Jai, he approaches Venna and calls out to her. So she's been clasping her hands this whole time. I'm sorry. Jai was speechless, wondering how such a timid person could be a Vanir, a high-ranking angel known as a warrior. Their immense power was enough to wage war against the 12 gods, and though they ultimately failed, they avoided extinction and hid in places beyond the gods' gaze. Jemmy pondered, realizing the man in the suit must have done this to control her more easily. He's been suppressing her true nature for a long time, and seeing him like this only makes Venna more afraid. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? He secretly guessed that Vanir were a race that hated bowing their heads to others, probably to control her more easily after awakening. Suddenly, his face darkened as he said, I don't like that. Venna innocently replied, I don't know what I did wrong, but please forgive me. Suddenly, an alarm blares, and Venna realizes, Red alert, they must know you're an intruder. Suddenly, he says, I have a name, it's G, and they won't catch me anyway. Suddenly, a voice echoed, shocking her. Everyone, capture Venna and hand her over to me. A little damage is permitted. Venna couldn't believe the announcement. The dean? Why would he? Finally, Jamie realizes he knows. A swarm of students floods in. One of them shouts, I heard everything. Venna, lost in her memories, doesn't understand the current situation. Jawai asked, What will you do now? Though still afraid, with tears in her eyes, she bravely replied, I'm not the same anymore. Satisfied with the answer, Juai continued, That's right. Suddenly, white streams of power appeared, swirling around Jamie and Venna. So it was you. You're controlling them with a wave of your hand. I knew it. Instantly, the door holding them captive swung open, making the second step much easier, as Hala screamed amidst the crowd. Venna, you dare defy me? Venna is suddenly engulfed by a dark sphere. Joai explains that she's been brainwashed, which Venna finds hard to believe. Brainwashed. And just like that, the harpy collapsed to the ground. He assesses that she's no longer conscious, having been Din's slave for a long time. Venna couldn't believe the truth, but Jai didn't let her hesitate or think any further, confirming it all. That's right, everything done to her was at Din's will. A difficult curse, a painful curse, a wretched curse. Returning the curse, all the students suddenly collapsed in pain. Jemmy reveals the truth to her, and Venna collapses, muttering, But I'm so... She suddenly transforms, her eyes turning red with rage. I've endured all this time, completely unaware. Jai realizes her true nature is beginning to emerge, then says, Is that so? So he tells her to fight and kicks her forward. She immediately panics and shouts, Wait a minute. Tearfully, she looked at him and said, I don't know how to fight. Suddenly, a man in front of her raised his wand, a triumphant grin on his face, while despair filled Venna's eyes. An itching curse is cast, but she quickly leans back to dodge it. Even Venna can't believe she dodged it. A blue-haired assailant ambushes her from behind with the toothache curse, and Venna whirls around in a panic, instinctively grabbing his hand. She shouts no, then spins around, sending the guy crashing into the wall. Venna is even more incredulous at her own power. Meanwhile, Juai reassured her, Venna, that's your power. Believe in yourself and fight. A student scoffed. You think power is everything? "You're still Venna." With that, he unleashed a blinding curse towards Venna, who suddenly realized her body was moving according to her will. The students panic as the bullied kid starts fighting back. What? Since when could she block it? Venna stomped on the two guys, still in disbelief. As if it wasn't his own body, Jai asked in a low voice. "That's settled over there. What do you guys want to do?" He emanates a terrifying bloodlust. It seems they recognize the difference in skill. Surely there are more than just these rookies here? They've tasted fear and are backing away. Having lost patience, he gives the order, deciding to harvest everything, regardless. Break immediately appeared, flying above them as Jemmy happily enjoyed the show. Has May finished marking all the new recruits? Suddenly, Black Chip activated, creating a circle of light. Instantly, each of the lower-ranked students had one in their hand, and Jai grinned. Then let the reaping begin. With violet violence. Immediately, a storm of power rained down, leaving the others bewildered, and ultimately only corpses remained scattered on the ground. Venna looked at him in disbelief as a man suddenly appeared, yelling, "What's going on?" "My children are dead." The old man with the scepter appeared, smiling. "Pleased to meet you." "Am I the master of this place?" he asked with a friendly demeanor. "To see your skills, what's wrong with your appearance? Or do you have a chronic disease?" He tersely replied, "What if it is?" The old man smiled brightly and said, "I see. So it's a kind of setup." He was confused by the old man's words. "A setup?" Suddenly, the old man began to sing Jai's praises. "You have incredibly amazing skills. What do you say to working with me?" Jai didn't refuse right away. "What can you do for me?" He suddenly realized that Jai had a plan, and if he succeeded, swallowing an entire nation would be no problem. He changed his gaze towards Venna, signaling her. "Is that so? You've seen through his tricks. You already have a plan in mind, don't you?" Struck where it hurt, Ga quickly defended himself. "You're greedy too. I haven't said anything yet." Jemmy, growing weary of the conversation, says, "All of this only exists in one nation." "I will succeed," Gi retorted, embarrassed. Having been silent until now, Venna sobs loudly as she questions, "Din, why did you ask everyone to bring me to you?" Ga marvels at her power, saying, "Oh, you're quite remarkable. You possess an incredible life force." Then he answered her earlier question. "You ask why? The truth is, Venna, I want to take your power when you awaken." Venna was stunned as he began to recount her childhood. "Do you know how much I had to go through to take you in? With a sinister plot, I considered how to reveal your true nature and awaken you in the form I desired." And Ga points to her tormentors, saying, "I created this school just for you." Venna can't believe the man she's known for 10 years. Every time they bullied me, you always encouraged them. It's only now that she realizes, but thinking about it, he never stopped them. Ga is overjoyed, believing he's about to seize her power. "I was so pleased when you lost yourself to fear here." Meanwhile, having learned the truth, Venna loses control, just as Ga had hoped. "Now, if only you would awaken with the malice I've been injecting into you for decades." Suddenly, a surge of black mana erupts and Ven collapses, shocking old Ga. Venna's eyes dimmed, and she finally lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground as the silent Jai appeared. He stood in front of her, blocking the way, and spoke. "Is that the truth?" He mocks the old man. "But what now?" "I just erased her animosity towards you. Ga can hardly believe it." "Impossible. That's not something that can be easily erased." He immediately denied it, saying it was easy with Jai's trance of serenity. "It's extremely easy, really easy." He didn't hold back, mocking the old man's skills. "I guess it's impossible for you, since no matter how hard you try, you're just trash who can't reach level 7, right?" Hitting a nerve, he loses control and shouts, "You bastard Jai!" For a black magic sorcerer, level 7 is a forbidden phrase. Utter it, and they'll be killed in the most brutal and violent ways imaginable. He stares ahead, his face a grotesque reflection of his title. The Curse Master. When it comes to curses, he may have reached the highest level. He kneels, gazing at the light beyond the door, but he can't overcome the wall to level 6. Hearing himself spoken of in such a way, he roared, his face contorted with rage, eyes blazing. The bastard. He slammed his staff against the ground, threatening, "I will make you writhe in eternal agony in the dark depths of despair." With that, he thrust his staff forward, and a terrifying orange-red light began to emanate from it. Hydra's flames ignite, and suddenly a light envelops G. Elsewhere, Ga looks down with contemplative eyes. As he sat, a voice echoed out, "Director," it rasped from a grotesque figure. "I need you to provide me with more bodies to experiment on for this new drug." The director frowned. How amusing. Back to the fight with Jai, the old man struggles to keep his staff slamming against the ground as Jai smirks. "Not bad, are you? I bet your head feels like your brain's been split 7 ways. Ga calmly replies, I'm not called a master of curses for nothing. Jemmy wasn't going to take that lying down, immediately conjuring a warning spell. But you still shouldn't be so careless. Suddenly, the space turns pitch black. He smugly says it's interesting. How interesting? Who would have thought I'd be caught by mental magic? Is that all you've got? Jay immediately makes his move, not holding anything back, but the old man just smirks, unfazed. Ga began chanting into his staff, causing Jai to scoff, thinking, he really thinks messing with my brain directly is okay? No matter how skilled he is, it's too late. He raises his hand, fingers pointing forward, and the dark energy surges toward the old man. Unafraid, Ga suddenly speaks, this has gone far enough. Suddenly, the dark energy rushes back towards him, piercing him, and he falls backward. He recognizes the counter-curse, a difficult form of dark magic. He's struck by the unexpected blow, and his hand falls limp. Ga lifted his chin and smirked. Look at the state you're in. In the end, you won't escape the abyss you created. Then, in a deep voice, but before that, I must destroy your mind. He raises his staff high, and it emits a red light. Jemmy is wounded, bleeding profusely. Ga says menacingly, from now on, you'll be trapped in a single moment forever. When 1 second becomes 10, then 100, then 1,000, what will a person experience? He gloats as G plummets into an endless void, rejecting everything in his consciousness, a state that will never end. Even if it's just a second, you'll experience it tens of thousands of times. Ga smugly points his crimson staff at G, declaring that time is his ultimate curse. Before he could finish, G interrupted, so what? He's fully recovered, as if nothing happened, and reaches out towards the laughing mage. He's shocked that Juai has recovered. How did you do that? He lunges forward, knocking the old man down, declaring such tactics useless. He commanded an explosion, and the space was instantly filled with smoke, obscuring vision. He screamed in agony as the hero raised his hand to cast a spell. I hope you're strong enough. He screamed in agony, but still wondered, how could he? Jemmy continued, you're ready too, aren't you? He then unleashed a barrage of magic strikes, crushing kick, ambush kick, chain whip, fire bomb, all combined and unleashed upon the old man. Ga was beaten until the ground cracked beneath him, and though blood flowed freely, he asked, how could you? He held up his hand, replying, it's due to my extreme resistance item. A ring with a glowing purple gem. He was shocked, exclaiming, extreme resistance? How can that be? Jemmy smirked, replying, the world itself is already an absurdity. Ga was unwilling. Damn it, I'm already a king. Before he could finish, a foot stomped down on him. Don't you dare trifle with me. Jai's face was now terrifying. Did you think I'd let you die in peace? Behind him, the gates of punishment appear. This is the great sin your greed has wrought, and as the one who sowed those seeds, I will cast you into it. You will forever be a sinner, an existence neither living nor dead, dying an endless death for eternity. But your immortality means you can't fully die, and you'll become a loyal servant, bound to obey my every command. The chains dragged his soul away, and he could only watch helplessly as his spirit was torn from him. He was incredulous. His soul, his voice echoed. You will forever be my subordinate. Ga's soul cried out, begging to be killed, his eternal rest. Jai remained resolute as the old man's soul gradually entered the gateway, and from now on, his name would be Nevro. That will be your existence. He resists, but it's futile. His soul faded beyond the door, and silence filled the space. A moment later, Venna awoke, her eyes still dazed. Suddenly, she sat up and shouted, Headmaster Jai! Jai turned to the creature and said, acknowledge your master as a slave should. And Buong obeyed. Greetings, great master. I am Nevro, the first slave you created. Jemmy turned to Venna and asked, how are you feeling? These are the words of the being who forced you to live within that prison for the last 10 years. I don't know either, Jai asks. What are you planning to do now? I can't think of anything else. Suddenly, she cried out, please take me as a disciple. But before she could finish, Jai anticipated her and replied, no, she asked in a panic. Why? Why is that? He immediately replied, because you are a Vanni. The Vanni were a race of fairies that existed long, long ago. They were incredibly brave, never backing down and always trying their best to prove themselves right, even if they were ultimately defeated and became an extremely unfortunate race. He continued, I don't know how their descendants survived to this day, but you may be the last Valkyrie. Vena was distraught, protesting, what does that have to do with me not being able to become your disciple? He explained, what I mean is, I don't know any Vanir magic. Hearing this, she was stunned, as if her whole world had collapsed. Jiaowei turns away, helpless, saying there's no reason for him to take her as a disciple, but she persists. Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? The scene shifts to a forest morning where a carriage is escorted by many. A voice echoes. Sarah is delighted, saying how adorable it is and pointing out its pink color. Anna smiles. Really? Should we pet it? They both look at the cute little squirrel in front of them. The little squirrel shivers and thinks, Master, Jai ignored me, but you still answered. Be grateful I even know transformation magic, or I would have left you there. The two girls happily dragged Venna, still in squirrel form, along, gushing over how cute she was. She struggled, screaming in her heart, Master, help me. Pretty Jai Butter doesn't even care. He's looking outside. What a beautiful day. The carriage continued its journey, warm sunlight streaming through the window. Sia rushes to embrace the man, calling out, Father, it's been 5 years, hasn't it? Her voice breaks with emotion. I'm so sorry, Father. Your wayward daughter has finally come to see you. He gently comforted his daughter. No, it's all right. At least you're here now. Seeing the reunion unfold, Jiaowei could only smile silently. Sarah is startled, looking rather surprised. He forces a smile, his thoughts in turmoil. He still doesn't know. He remembers the warm head pats of his childhood, the feeling of family and emotional embraces, things that, even after being reborn, still make him uncomfortable. The image of the boy shielding him appears before his eyes, and Sai trembles, choked with emotion. I'm so sorry. He takes his daughter's hand, gently reassuring her. Don't cry anymore. Everything is all right now. Jai's thoughts are a jumbled mess, and he's disgusted with himself. In that endless abyss, I once longed for nothing but revenge. I used to think emotions were unnecessary, that they drove people mad. Sarah cried out in a panic, Mommy, don't cry. Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning. The little girl cried out, You're bad, you made Mommy cry. Sia quietly tried to explain, That's not true, Sarah. You shouldn't talk to your grandfather like that. She screamed, and her words struck him like lightning. I hate you, Grandpa. He chuckled awkwardly at Sarah's outburst. That's right, I really don't understand human emotions, he said sadly, looking at Jamie. Looks like I'm hated. He comforted him. Sarah will forget about this soon enough. She's a pretty simple person, he said happily, looking at him. So, this is you? I've been wanting to meet you. He smiles warmly. I've been wanting to meet you too. He was relieved that the boy didn't shun him like the girl did. He was glad the boy liked him. He waved his hand, shaking his head. There was no reason to hate him. He was his mother's father, after all. The grandfather embraces him tightly, his face beaming with happiness while the unexpected hug leaves the boy breathless. That's right, my grandson. I'm so happy to see you. He replied with difficulty, Yes, me too. Cursing inwardly, he thought, Typical Veo family and this damned egg-to-flesh contact. Outside, night had fallen, the moon hung high, and he set his teacup down. Jiaowei is quite remarkable indeed. Even as a mere level 4 mage, I can sense a fraction of his power. With his legs crossed, his face grew serious. The entire kingdom would soon have its eyes on Jai. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Both he and I understand what this means. The bigger the tree, the stronger the wind, he says. He thought of the future, of how they and Count Welton could hold them back for now. But there will come a day when the two of you aren't enough. She asks, Is that why you're giving me the stars? He nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not a perfect shield, but it will be quite useful. She smiled softly, understanding his worried words for their son, glad that this mother could still protect Min. She worried about her husband, but she was a little concerned about that Count. I heard he's become enemies with the Janus Church. This won't end quietly. Those people are incredibly twisted monsters. Was she really that seriously affected? After a moment's thought, he said, Because of those bastards, our Firo Church is in a very troublesome situation. He sighed. I believe the Janus Church intends to eliminate our Firo Church completely. The scene cuts to a room bursting open, interrupting the father and son's conversation, where he seethes, watching the sleeping figure in the bed, massaging his hand. Vina's name escapes his lips as she sleeps soundly, and he casts a spell, enveloping her in a powerful light. Vina cries out in anguish as he asks darkly, Didn't I tell you not to transform back? She clutches her head in pain, Vena's voice filled with resentment. It's so uncomfortable in this form. Jemmy angrily points at her, asking what she would do if she were caught. Vena, bound and terrified, cursed, You vile black magic user. Who would have thought you'd escape by turning into a rat? I don't know anything. Her voice trembled as she cried out, Master, but Jai turned away, face dark, and said, I know nothing. In her mind, she imagined herself flattened into a rice cake, then 100 ways to die. First, kicked off a cliff without a sound, then tied to an altar, ready to be burned alive. Jai gritted his teeth and urged, "What are you doing? Hurry and change back." Weakly, she nodded in response, yes. She transformed back into a small pink squirrel, eyeing the necklace and asking, "What's that?" He stared at the necklace, lost in thought, without an answer. She continued to pester him, asking what it was. He was annoyed by the squirrel's incessant questions, and his unannounced blows rained down on Venna's head. Clutching her head pitifully, she protested, "Stop hitting my head! You're killing my brain cells, you know." He glared back, coldly retorting, "You have cells left to kill." He thought to himself, "I'm even more curious about what this is than you are." Jemmy then answered her earlier question. "I know for sure this is an artifact, but I don't know what it does." He was horrified to sense a surge of power, an intense aura. He bursts out of the room, sensing the killing intent emanating from his mother's location. He raced down the long corridor, wondering if it was an assassin, dissatisfied with his current speed and using magic to enhance it. "No, I have to be faster." His speed increased more and more. Jai jumps down, sensing the murderous intent emanating from his target. A man's figure flashed in his mind. He was too strong, impossible to defeat. If that's the case, he and his mother must run. He swiftly forms a claw with his hand, aiming it at the man, who simply smirks. His grandfather was startled as he charged to attack the man, lightning crackling around him. He raises his hand, casting an illusion spell, converting electric potential into cleansing power. He senses his chance has come. "Okay, I'll use this chance to be with Mom." A large hand grabs G's collar and a voice says nonchalantly, "What a cute trick." He effortlessly lifts him up, and Mi curses under her breath. "Damn it." He grits his teeth and says, "Let go." Grabbing the arm that held his collar, he made a decision. It seemed unavoidable now. Even if he had to use dark magic, he would save them. A familiar voice called his name. Jay. He was bewildered. His mother called out to him, but she, along with his grandfather, were even more bewildered than he was. After explaining everything, he burst into laughter. "God bless me. My grandson is truly a prodigy." He was overjoyed with pride, declaring that the family's future was indeed promising. His mother, mortified by his actions, pressed Jai's head down, urging, "Greet them quickly." Forcing a smile, he replied, "Thank you." His mother scolded him. "How could you do that to someone you don't even know? Is that how I raised you?" He was about to retort, wasn't he? But Sai patted her son's back firmly, cutting him off. "But I'm guessing Mom's too soft on you, right, isn't she?" Jiawei obediently apologized. "I'm sorry." The grandfather steps in, saying, "You're going too far." The man interjected, "That's enough, Sai. It's my fault things turned out this way." She doesn't understand what he's saying. "What are you talking about, Master Balix?" He was still upset about what had just happened, thinking it was unfair. If only he'd said what I said, that the heir to the Welton family was incredibly talented. The man admitted it openly, so I simply had to test him a little. The man speaking is Balix, the Tempest Swordmaster, one of the 5 Swordmasters of the Gendium Kingdom. CS listened in astonishment. "I heard the heir to the Welton estate." Meanwhile, Jai was on the ground, tears streaming down his pale face. Exceptional talent. Bai continued, his eyes narrowing. "I simply wanted to test him." C's expression turned unreadable. "What are you saying, a little test?" He slowly repeats, "I revealed my presence to the child a little, with a bit of hostility." At that, she could no longer hide her displeasure and shouted, "Lord Bai!" Seeing this, Marquis Bayo quickly intervened, hoping to defuse the situation. "See, calm down. He didn't really mean any harm, did he?" But she still harshly warned him, shocking Jai, who was standing nearby. "If you do that to my child again, I won't let it go." Realizing his blunder, Bai quietly apologized. "I'm very sorry." Sai then turned to Jamie, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "I'm sorry, Jamie. It seems your mother misunderstood, but your attitude was a little hesitant." He stammered, "It's okay. I can understand why no one else noticed. He only revealed himself to me." Jai realized he had perfectly revealed his presence, an existence completely unaffected by the purification of electricity. Truly terrifying. He carefully asked Han Bailey, "Are you a swordsman?" He nodded curtly, "Yes," at which point Marquis Bayo chimed in again. "Looks like Jai has a good eye. His name is Bailey Onic. This man's identity is revealed by Marquis Bayo, the Storm Swordsman, one of the 5 swordsmen of the Geldium Kingdom. Since they have never fought each other, it's difficult to rank them. But King Tarx's sword was known as the strongest, followed by Count Welton and then Bailey Onic. At that moment, Jai stood up and politely introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Jamie Welton." His eyes bore into him, silent and unyielding. This attitude further enraged Sai, who slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Bay, what more do you want now?" But Bay simply suggested, learning swordsmanship. Hearing this, Jai's eyes widened in shock, and his body froze momentarily as his mother was the first to react. "What are you talking about? Jawai is studying magic." He looked up, slowly explaining, "I know, but I also believe that if he learns swordsmanship, he will achieve outstanding results." Then continued, "After all, he inherited the blood of Count Welton." At this, Marquis Bell intervened, his expression revealing his concern. "I'm sure that if you, a Grandmaster swordsman, say so, it must be true. But Jai's magical talent is truly unheard of." Bai closed his eyes slightly, slowly explaining, "I know he's someone who could become a Ninth Circle mage. I've heard about it." He recalled a statement that Jamie Welton would grow stronger just by breathing, and the source of that rumor was none other than Marquis Lin Mayo. He spoke again, adding that swordsmanship was difficult to master if the opportune moment was missed. Hearing this, Jay was already deep in thought about swordsmanship. He wondered if he could use it, but recovering his magic was still his top priority. And then, scratching his head, he gently declines Bay, wanting to focus on flag magic for now. He slowly raised his teacup, then nodded knowingly. "I see." And so, under the moonlit sky, Jemmy strolled through the garden, musing that this must be why the Veo family estate was so large and well-maintained. Earlier, Jai's ears were assaulted by a barrage of questions. "You met a swordsman? Did he come to capture me? Master, what do I do now?" He irritably covered his ears, muttering, "Just go to sleep." And so, Jai could finally sigh in relief, savoring the peace. As he pondered Bay, who felt like an insurmountable wall, "I was lucky to recover my chi, and my seed of life is perfect. But looking at my hand, it's still not enough. I'll stagnate again someday." Speaking of level 7, that's the rank from which one is called a Grand Wizard, something you can't achieve through skill training alone. The Tower's Mage. When a mage's magic reaches its limit, the path to becoming a Grand Mage opens. This is called magic dispersion. As Jai walked, he pondered. It would be easy to do exactly as he did in his past life, but he stopped before a stream, his reflection showing his past self. He would never defeat his enemies if he simply repeated his past failures. Jai slowly sat down, still deep in thought. He realized he still had a long way to go, thanks to that person. Thinking of Bay, he couldn't help but feel curious. But what is his relationship with my mother? That sorrowful expression. Before he could relax, something stirred beneath the water. A water monster suddenly emerges, sending Jai reeling backward as he instantly casts a defensive spell to block its attack. Jai's shield hand tightens, lightning crackling forth as his expression darkens with rage. "How dare you disturb me?" Jemmy remained safely inside his shield as he prepared his next spell. Z then quickly realized something. Someone had just rushed past him to confront the water monster. Jai's eyes widened in shock as that foot stomped down on the stone floor. Sibo smiles and asks, "Are you all right?" He continued, "I heard the Welton nobles were preparing to come, but I'm only arriving now because I had so much to take care of." Jai's expression was far from relaxed. He furrowed his brow, realizing this man took down that giant monster in a second. Not as skilled as BY, but certainly proficient. The man sheathed his sword as he continued, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am the Marquise's butler." This new information only adds to Jai's astonishment. A butler this strong? He smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be so wary. I'm just a man who swore an oath to the Marquis." The young master calmly asks, "So you know my name?" But he nonchalantly replies, "Because I'm the butler." Then Jemmy turns to look at the pile of monster meat Cable has carved out. "Then how do you explain this? How could a son appear in a place like this?" He hesitantly explains that it's the Marquise's hobby. Jai is even more surprised, his expression becoming more confused. "What? Back with Marquis Bo? Has there been any progress?" Zebo smiles, explaining that he found a group suspected of being demons, but unfortunately, they escaped. Hearing this, he lamented, "Who would have thought the Demon King's subordinates would reappear?" The other man added some information. Rumors of demons have begun to spread in the neighboring territories, and the implications are growing dire. However, Sibo slowly confirmed that Eon was the only place with massacres. Hearing Ko's presentation, Marquis Bayo frowned in thought. This is real. It seems they've returned for revenge. That was in the past. Over 50 years ago, my father killed the Demon King. He tried to make the demons pay dearly by scattering them to the winds, but he simply smiled and said nothing more. It was then that Marquis Bello solemnly declared, a stark contrast to the day before, as Zoe nodded in agreement with a smile. "Yes, Lord Marquis. He grew agitated, slamming his hand on the table as he continued. The demons will once again be wiped from this world. Under the Bello family's guidance, Exo eagerly replied, I await your command. But Marquis Bayo suggested, let's stop here for today. Hearing this, he didn't argue further. Then I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Bayo suddenly added, Oh, right, Your Excellency, there's something I haven't told you yet, but I ran into young Master Jai on the way here. He asked, a little surprised, You saw Jai? Where would you have met him so late? Expo Tinbo recounted, even adding a hint of laughter. He was being attacked by a monster by the pond. The door bursts open, and she rushes in, anxiously calling out his name. She hurries to his side, her voice filled with worry. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Jowai was startled. Mother, the people who came in with her were Marcus Bo and X. Thanks to Butler Cable Bow, I'm okay. CS replied. Your mother was so worried. I will punish you if you sneak out at night again. He sighed, weary as he responded. Yes, ma'am. Sai immediately reprimands him for his insincere response. Marquis Bayo chuckled. I was sure I had people block off that area. It seems they made a mistake. I'm truly sorry. But C's irritated attitude startled him. Is he still doing that ocean monster hunting thing? Haven't Mom and I told him how dangerous it is? Sensing danger, he quickly calls out to his ally, X, come and greet them. X smiles, bows, and gently introduces himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. As a deity, she immediately changed her attitude, turning her attention to him and replying, I am Sibel. I heard from Jai that she misses you. Thank you so much. Sibel respectfully states that he is sure that even without a god, he would still be able to defeat the monster, but he is honored to witness his abilities firsthand. Watching them talk, Jai couldn't help but marvel at how earnest, polite, strong, and quick-witted he was. And compared to the man from yesterday, he's completely different. But just then, C's voice rang out again. Jai tugs at his sleeve, reminding him that his mother isn't finished speaking. Jai stammered a reply. Oh, really? It was then that Marquis Leo chimed in. It seems my grandson is about to get indigestion before he's even eaten anything. Stop it, Grandpa, Jai calls out pitifully. Hearing this, Marquis Bale forgot everything. His face lit up, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Of course. Jawai, you want to come with me, don't you? Father Jamie... Sia was startled and immediately asked what was going on. Where are they all going? Jay, in his hood, looks around, finally breaking free from his thoughts. But why are the streets so deserted? He approached someone and asked, How do I get to Poe Church? Caught off guard, the woman seems a little surprised, then points in a direction saying, Just go straight that way. Then she abruptly turns away, ending the conversation with, Goodbye. But Jay calls her back. Excuse me, one moment. Suddenly, a loud voice cried out, Murder! It's a demon! These words immediately piqued Jay's curiosity. Murderous demons! A crowd quickly gathered. He weaves through the crowd, excusing himself, and finds a man lying dead on the ground. Quickly the guards arrived, urging the crowd to move back. Examining the body, they quickly conferred. Another corpse, missing its heart. How many bodies is that now? I'll report to the Marquis at once. All right. The onlookers outside are completely terrified. It seems demons really are behind this. How terrifying. I'm so uneasy, I don't even want to go outside anymore. Jawai had calculations of his own. Hearts are often used in demonic summoning rituals. He quickly understood why the adults were so anxious, even though they probably thought he hadn't noticed. Zebo's face, with its knowing smile, turned to him. Juai frowned, quickly concluding that their goal was to avenge the Pie Smile incident, or more precisely, to get revenge on the Bio family. With this in mind, Jabai snaps his fingers and continues to ponder. So that means the P.O. Church is also in a state of emergency. No wonder there's been no news from them. Remembering the past, he thinks, I'll contact you later. Jai, Sarah, please be safe, he muttered wearily. Looks like I'm getting involved again. Invisible Jai continues to cast flight magic. He quickly ascended to a high vantage point. Could that be the place? Jai's eyes widened in shock as he spotted a group below, led by Archbishop Dai, marveling at his incredible divine power. Jai pondered, was that a Grand Archbishop? I heard there were only 3. Their divine power is truly immense, giving me goosebumps. Meanwhile, Ross was speaking with Archbishop Jay, and Jemmy quickly turned away to avoid them. What were they talking about? Little did they know, Jay noticed something below. His eyes turned upward, and Raz immediately reacted. What's wrong? He turns and smiles, offering an explanation. Nothing, probably just a squirrel. Ross then reminded him, the Marquis is waiting for you, and Archbishop Dai smiled, nodding in response. Very well, let's make a quick visit. It's been a while. I should go see the young lady. At that moment, Jemmy, pale-faced in the tree, thought in disbelief. How is his intuition so sharp? He looks down below. Is the Archbishop headed to the Marquise's estate? Actually, that might be for the best. Now that the powerful are gone, he realizes he can sneak in, and the cathedral is eerily silent. Ricky suddenly flinches, prompting Anna to speak up from behind. "Brother, what's wrong?" But then, he burst into laughter, prompting Anna to look up and ask, "What's going on?" "Got some good news?" Ricky said cryptically as he slowly stood up. "That's what I think." He still had a smile on his face as he excitedly told his sister. "Anna, take a break. I'll be right back." The church doors slowly open, along with the declaration that this is the front yard and there's nowhere left to hide. He could actually sense Jai's presence and call out his name. Jai was taken aback. Nearby, Jai senses something, a sanctuary perhaps? Is it a place to worship gods? He clasped his hands, preparing to cast magic. But then, a hand suddenly reached out. Startled, Jai raised his hand in response, questioning with a grim voice. "Who is it?" Realizing his mistake, Ricky quickly retracted his hand. Seeing him, Jai was taken aback. "You." Ricky scratched his head, sheepishly explaining, "I was going to scare you, but you're not easy to scare, are you?" Jemmy frowned, his expression unreadable. "Ricky, you—" But Ricky, emboldened, covered Jai's mouth, flashing a bright smile as he continued. "You can't let anyone see you, can you?" Ricky excitedly suggests, "Follow me, I know a place." Jamie grumbles as he follows Ricky. "The place you said you knew is the Archbishop's office." He smiles, explaining, "He's a very nice person. He probably won't mind." Jai then curiously asks, "What's wrong with you? How can you sneak out and appear behind me without revealing a trace of your presence?" But Ricky only responds with a fit of pique, asking why he wouldn't be here because he missed him. "Aren't you happy to see me? You're so impatient." His voice rising, he asked, "How did you do it?" Ricky, no longer hiding anything, confessed it was due to the goddess's domain. "Though I may not have reached the peak power of an apostle, I'm gradually reaching my limit here. Or perhaps I'm assimilating myself into this place? Something like that." Jemmy, who was listening, also had some thoughts of her own. Is he omnipotent and omniscient inside the church? He frowned, looking around, unable to sense any undead power from him. He never imagined the apostle's power within him was so strong. And then he continued, "Well, I thought you had some kind of trick up your sleeve." Ricky reveals, "You're just in time. The goddess is looking for you." He knelt on one knee, continuing, "I will now relay this information to the goddess." Before Jai could react, a bright light began to emanate. "Huh? Wait a minute." In an instant, power crackled in the air as Ricky's eyes glowed purple, shocking Jemmy. This is different from before. A presence is now manifesting within Ricky. A fragment of her existence is here. A dark and terrifying power slowly awakens as the voice speaks, immediately putting him on guard. The voice continues, "A forest of darkness where it all began. Before it spreads, it must be stopped." This person even painted a darker picture. "If it isn't stopped, my domain here will be destroyed." Hearing this, Jai wanted to stop him, but it was no use. The instructions just kept pouring out. "You must go to that dark forest. I hope you suffer no losses." And with those final words, the light once again left Ricky's body. "I'm counting on you." He slumped into a chair, pale and exhausted, finally sighing in relief, while Jai across from him began to question him. What was that all about? How can she just say what she wants and leave? Ricky scratched his cheek, sheepishly explaining, "I apologize on behalf of the goddess. She's not at her full strength right now." He explained that when she was forced into human form and met him, it seemed to put a greater strain on her than expected. Jai quickly followed up, "Anyway, why would she ask me for help when there are tons of believers here?" He thought to himself, "I never imagined a god would ask a mortal for help." At this point, Ricky explained that he was the only one who could do it. The goddess said, "You, the heir of that one, will understand." Curious, he asks Ricky if she said anything else, and Ricky elaborates. "She doesn't have a connection to me right now. I think she's resting." Unable to get more information, Jai turns away, annoyed. "How selfish," he calls out. "Are you leaving already?" Jemmy, facing the window, explains, "I must leave before the owner of this room returns." Before leaving, he bid farewell. "See you again." And with that, Jemmy vanished, leaving Ricky behind with a smile. "God, my friend will be okay, right?" It's still morning, and everything is quiet under the clear sky. Jemmy landed softly, removing his hood as he proudly muttered, "All right, I don't think I'm too late." But then, a voice called out from behind him, asking where he'd been. Jemmy turned around in shock, only to see his boss with a mocking look. "Nice weather we're having, isn't it?" He stammered, trying to explain. Wait, I just went for a walk. Only making the atmosphere between them even more awkward, as Jai, face like thunder, tried to slip away from Sable. I'm not feeling well, is something wrong? But all he got in return was information from Sable. An important guest will be arriving today. Archbishop Shira of the Po Church. Jemmy chuckled, impressed, calling him an extraordinary person before revealing the truth. Mr. X is looking for you, and the young lady says you should show him some respect. And Jai, frozen in place, pondered everything. Just as he thought, he had to return at this exact moment. Then after considering it, he asked Zabel about it, who replied that it was nothing. But where did Master Onyx go? I can't find him anywhere. He replied nonchalantly, I have no idea. He has a habit of disappearing from time to time, and then suddenly called out to Jai as he was about to leave. Young Master Jemmy. Jemmy paused, then responded. Huh? He somberly warned. I advise you not to be too interested in that person. He asked, curious. Why? You ask, but Sibo only smiles back with a cryptic reply. I'm only saying this for your own good. He then offered a few more words. Then I wish you a pleasant rest. I'll come find you when Sphera arrives. He turned, never ceasing to speak. Oh, right. If you're planning on taking a walk, don't go to the marine forest. A second warning was issued. That place is dangerous. Strange sounds echo through the forest. A strange figure appears in the void, accompanied by the voices of eerie beings. Just a little longer, kid, and you'll escape that stifling place. This madman shouts, the day you awaken. Then, placing his hand on the object, he continues, will be the day we complete our mission. Within that thing, a life is slowly taking form as a voice calls out from somewhere else. Mom! The person next to her gently replied, what is it, son? Jay then added, can I ask you something? She smiled, giving her permission. Of course, ask away. The girl beside him echoed, ask away. But his question made Sai pause. What is your relationship with Master Onyx, Mother? Seeing this, he remarks, can't you tell me, Mom? At this, she smiles and corrects him. No, it's not that. Where should I start? And so a story is recalled of how his mother met him, back when she was just a young girl of 5. Laughter echoed from within the room. I almost didn't recognize you. Baby shyly avoids eye contact. Yes, Bay's father chuckled, teasing him. He's so timid. All he knows is how to swing a sword. With that, he sighed wistfully, lamenting his inability to find Bay a suitable mentor. Marquis Bayo frowns, concerned. My, would you like me to help you find someone? Hearing this, Bay's father was overjoyed. If you could, I would be very grateful. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Bay's sleeve, and he turned to see confused. She smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. Big brother, there are so many butterflies over there. He stammered in confusion. Huh? No. Marquis Leo burst out laughing. It seems our little tomboy is quite fond of Bay. Bailey's father nodded in agreement. Just go after her and come back. Are you really going to listen to what the adults say? Yes, sir. Afterward, the two had a memorable outing. Sai was brazenly climbing a tree to pick apples. Look, big brother. Bly's face went pale with panic, and C froze, confused to hear him call her name. But suddenly the wet branch caused her to slip, and Bly, seeing her fall, cried out. Sai could only watch as B shielded her from the fall. Far from being afraid, she was even more excited. That was fun. Belle looks dazed. As soon as she gets up, she runs to the corner of a tree and makes a suggestion. Let's do it again, big brother. But he sternly refuses. That summer day, the song of the birds echoed through the forest. Why, after saying no, would she ask again? Back at the mansion, Bai splits the apple he picked earlier. He hands her half, and Sia's eyes widen in admiration. They look delicious. She rushes to the table full of red apples, asking him to do it again. Bailey stands frozen, wondering where all this came from. He sighs at the mountain of apples before him, while Sia excitedly barks like a puppy. Countless nights passed until Sai expressed her desire. I've made up my mind. Grasping the wooden sword, she declared, I'm going to learn swordsmanship, and excitedly showed Bailey. From today on, you're my teacher, okay? He looked at her, understanding his fate. He knew it. From that day on, Sai followed him around, eager to learn swordsmanship, naively practicing her clumsy moves. What do you think? B said boredly. Just give up already. You have no talent for this. Then came the sound of their teasing. What the hell? Time passes, and before we know it, 3 years have gone by. In a fit of rage, someone slams their fist on the table. Who would have thought you'd actually do it? Marquis Bayo roared at Bay's father, who had gotten himself caught up in that gold mine accident. I told him how dangerous it was, but he remained steadfast in his decision. There's nothing else I could do. I couldn't just sit by and watch our family's honor be tarnished. Count Bio, deaf to all reason, reacted sharply. Weren't you the one who said doing this would disgrace our family? If that's the case, what good is honor? Bly could only stand silently, head bowed as he witnessed this. Sai worriedly called out, "Little brother, it'll be okay." Just when things seemed hopeless, a servant urgently called out, "Young master, young master. Master is—" He rushed to his father's bedside. "Father, he's already lost consciousness." A desperate plea echoed through the room. "Father, please wake up, father." From that day on, B visited his father's grave. Understandably, after the clan leader took his own life, the Onic family completely collapsed. Count Bayo quietly approached him from behind. "Bia, from now on, stay with our family." CS's eyes were already brimming with tears. "What do we do now, big brother?" He remained silent, not saying a word, his cold voice echoing through the graveyard. Bailey's eyes had changed, and for the next year he trained relentlessly in swordsmanship while Sai waited for him by the tree. 2 more years passed, and though the summer blazed, the little girl's figure remained. But Bay was now completely consumed by his sword training, driven by revenge. Until one day he no longer saw Sai beneath the great tree. And he paused, finally noticing her absence. Bailey paused, calling out Sai's name. 4 years had passed, and a grand banquet was being held at the Sai family estate under the bright moonlight. Some young masters tease, saying they heard the young lady is alone. "Would you like to take a stroll outside?" She forces a smile and declines. No, I'm all right." Bai witnessed these actions. What a pity. Good luck next time. He was furious because the guy was so jealous. How dare he? And so, Bay decides to beat him to a pulp, as the man on the ground begs him to stop, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "If I cut out your tongue, would you stop spouting nonsense to see?" The man trembled as he looked up at him. Meanwhile, Sai called out from behind, "Oraboni!" Startled, he turned back hesitantly to say her name. Sai's expression froze. "Orai." In her heart, she thought, "That's not the Oraboni I know." As people in carriages passed by, a young man with blue hair appeared, introducing himself. "I am Eno Welton, and I've come to seek the Marquis's advice as a representative of my family." Civil smiled, adding, "I am Civil, and it's a pleasure to meet the head of the Welton family. I hope you enjoy your stay." C's expression was strangely gentle, making Eno's heart race when Duke Bio's voice finally rang out. The famed sword genius Count Welton is even rumored to be the next swordmaster, but he quickly denies it, saying his family's swordsmanship alone is... Hearing this, Marquis Bayo simply smiled and replied, "No need to be modest. No one can deny that you will soon become a master swordsman." Hino blushed, explaining loudly, "No, that's too much." Sio responds with a bright smile, leaving him completely smitten. "You flatter me." A desperate voice cries out as X follows her, pleading. "Can we talk?" Sha pleads. But she coldly replied, "I have nothing to say to you." He angrily questioned, "Did you go see that brat again?" She defends him, saying, "He's the Welton family's patriarch, don't be so rude." "I've only ever had eyes for you." X angrily explains, "The person I once treated like a brother would never do this to me." "You never listen to me. You only try to control me." And with that, she tells B to please stop. Hearing this, A gets agitated, grabbing her shoulders and questioning her. He pushes B's hand away as he tries to grab C's hand, furious. "What do you think you're doing?" B demanded, ordering him to move, but he stood firm, making it clear he wouldn't. He then gripped the man's hand even tighter as Bly cursed the scoundrel in anger. Austin firmly demands it of him, apologizing to Miss Sai. Biley was furious, grinding his teeth in frustration as the arrogant man provoked him. "I challenge you to a duel." Even Miss Welton C is stunned by the unspoken tension between the two men. The two men faced off, exuding strength and masculinity, and without flinching, Heno calmly replied, "I accept." Back at Lady C's estate, a shocked voice echoes, "So that's what happened?" With a serious expression, CS pleaded with her father for help. "Father, please stop them." Her father remained indifferent to her concerns, even bringing up the arranged marriage. Say casually mentions, "I'm thinking of marrying you off to Bay." Hearing his name only fills her with disgust. She retorted, "I won't agree to this, especially not with that Bararuni I've seen lately." She frankly expresses her feelings about Bay, calling him a sword-wielding demon, and is clearly frustrated by his arrogance and domineering attitude. "Or someone who only wants to control me to see if I'm meeting a man?" Her father defended him, saying it's all because he loves her. Ix angrily slams her hand on the table, arguing with her father that it isn't love. Her hands trembled, tears streaming down onto the table as poor Sai sobbed, lamenting the past. The gentle, caring Boro Oraboni of the past is gone. Her father slowly asks his daughter, "See, do you know Count Welton?" Sai was quite surprised by her father's question. Yes, he understood her feelings. He gently told his daughter, "No, I understand. You may leave now." CS obediently closed the door behind her. As she left, her father struggled to rise from his desk, gazing out the window, his heart heavy with remorse and anguish. "I'm sorry, Anik." Elsewhere, a heavy rain falls as Bai lies motionless on the ground, another bloody wound on his face, his eyes vacant. Henno, wielding a radiant sword, coldly tells him, "I've won." C, with tears in her eyes, rushes to his side. "Are you all right?" Belle thought she was crying out of concern for him. He awkwardly tries to play it cool, saying, "C, I'm fine." But C's next words were a slap in his face. "Mr. Welton." And Sai rushes to hug Jay tightly, who returns the embrace, reassuring her. "I'm stronger than you think. So, don't worry." Belle could only weep in despair at her tragic fate. At the CS family estate, a maid informs the Marquis that Barrow left at midnight. He coldly replied, "I know, this is for the best for everyone." Time passes quickly. 3 years later, Sai, heavily pregnant, sits gazing at her wedding photo as he returns and enters the room. Seo stood before Sai, recounting a tale of Bailey, saying, "I thought you should know about Barrow. He's become a master swordsman." A shadow of sadness crosses his face as he continues. Furthermore, he recalls the horror of his departure, guessing that he has already taken revenge on the 3 families that brought the House of Onyx to ruin. She simply responds coldly, "Yes." She placed her hand on her pregnant belly and said to Henno with a flustered expression, "I have something to tell you as well." He wondered but was gentle with her. "What is it?" "Whatever it is, you can tell me. I've been thinking lately." CS eagerly suggests naming the baby Jai Jamie Welton, a fine name. But what if it's a girl? Then Sarah it is. Sarah Welton, that has a nice ring to it. Back in the present, C recounts the story to her son, Jai, and so we meet again. C chuckled and waved his hand, asking, "Jai, are you curious about your mother's past?" Hearing his parents' story, Jai was stunned. So much happened? Yes. Hearing about his father's glorious past fills Jamie with pride. Who knew my father could defeat someone so strong? It seems this body of mine truly was inherited from him. His subordinate quickly reminded him, "Master, your expression is very strange right now." Just then, a servant arrived to announce, "My lady, I apologize for the interruption, but the Archbishop has arrived." Sai was overjoyed to see Saphira, who greeted her with a warm smile. "Well, look who it is." After all these years, Saphira teases C about how much she's changed. If it isn't the tomboy Sai, reminded of her younger days, Sai awkwardly tries to defend herself. "Good heavens, what are you saying? After all this time, that's the first thing you mention?" Severa laughs as he jokes about her nickname. "Or should we call you a little kid instead?" Juai's grandfather chimed in, reminding the Archbishop, "Archbishop, that little girl you speak of is a mother of 2 now." Jai's siblings greeted him as well. "I'm Jamie Welton. It's an honor to meet you, Archbishop." "I'm Sarah Welton." She hugs Hannah tightly and asks Han, "How are the children? And Anna?" "Of course. Please come visit sometime. We miss them dearly, and Sapira sends her regards to Jai from afar." That apostle mentioned Jai quite a bit, too. "I hear the 2 of you are very close friends." Jai's friend seems friendly, and he also passed on a message. "Jai, Ricky, the apostle asked me to tell you that he's eager to see you again soon." Jemmy's face takes on a knowing look. "Of course, we've already met." The guide offers to escort Jemmy's grandfather inside, saying, "Allow me to lead you in." But he politely declines, saying he'll have to postpone it. "I must speak with the Archbishop." Bishop Saphira clasped her hands and prayed sincerely for them. "I pray the goddess's blessings will always be with you and your 2 children." Sai also offered his sincere thanks. "Thank you. I'll see you again." Sai lovingly embraced her daughter Hannah and whispered, "So, what should we do now?" She suddenly remembered her son's words and asked him, "That's right, G. Didn't you say you wanted to go there? The place with the giant fountain?" Jai was curious about this forbidden place. He then asked his mother, "Mom, what's the marine forest like? The butler told me not to go there." But hearing Jai mention this place made Zaya's face darken, and she asked her son in surprise, "How do you know about marine? Have you been outside?" Jemmy quickly waved his hands in denial. "Of course not." C remained suspicious. "Then why did he bring that up to you?" He skillfully dodges the question, saying that his father just wants to remind him to be careful. Sai was very stern, giving him a thorough warning. "I've told you this many times, but you can't go out alone. Understand, you may be a true mage, but you're still young." Jiawai had no choice but to obey. "Yes, I'll remember." C points ahead, showing him the place. "All right, Marine, do you see it?" The 2 of them look in the direction Sai is pointing. Jai doesn't see anything special. He was surprised. "It just looks like a normal forest. Is it dangerous?" Sai explains the forest's formation and geographical location. revealing it as one of the world's 6 forbidden zones. Another one of those places, the Aria's Great Forest, lies just beyond this forest. Strictly speaking, the marine forest is also part of that great forest. Jamie realizes that this must be the dark forest that Poe mentioned. She sternly warns Jay not to go there. Do you understand? He pretended to obey his mother, but inside, he was very curious about the place. Of course. I'm definitely going there, Mother. As night fell, Jai followed the path his mother showed him to the perilous forest, confirming with his companion that this was the place. Jai's face is filled with excitement as they both venture into the dark forest, a place of great threats and foreboding. But deep within the dangerous forest, Jai summons his immense power, a chain of lightning erupting, only to be disheartened when he can't use it. How unfortunate. Behind Ji, a large shadow of a beast lurks, but Jai continues to trudge forward. I can't use dark energy in this forest. Venna senses danger and warns, Master! In a split second, the monster attacks him from behind, but Venna grabs Jamie's shoulder and shoves him away. In a moment of peril, Venna saves Jai from the monster's clutches, but he loses his balance, prompting Venna to warn, Stay out of the way, Master. Jamie, knocked off balance, was furious. You! But Venna was busy exterminating monsters, vaguely asking, What did you say, Master? Regardless, she was doing a great job, forcing Jemmy to swallow his anger. Never mind, she says, surprising him. Venna, can't you use dark energy either? But on the contrary, Venna felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. But I feel better than ever right now. How can I explain it to you? My body feels incredibly light and I can feel power surging within me. It felt like her body was floating, and Jai considered this fortunate. He thought to himself that it was a good thing in this situation. She was also a member of the forest tribe. Just like the fairies, she's affected by the forest's energy. Venna playfully trailed after Jai, peppering him with questions. Why are we here? Yes, he replied, slightly annoyed. I told you so. After hearing the god's story, she eagerly asks Jai, That god's request? Yikes, so what do we need to do now? He stammered, answering as they walked. Well, we weren't paying attention, and we went a little too far, right into a big hole. Before we could react, we were pulled down. Venna screamed in panic as Jai reached out, falling through the air, unable to use his powers to save himself. He couldn't fly. Jai floated in midair at breakneck speed, thinking, Damn it, what's wrong with this forest? I'll die if I hit the ground at this speed. Finally, he landed on a soft patch of grass that cushioned his fall, and Venna scrambled up, still in disbelief that they were safe. They're still alive? She wondered, tears welling up in her eyes. Master, where are we? He nonchalantly walks forward. Let's see here. Jai stops before a place radiating an ethereal light. A ruin. A strange inscription catches his eye, and Jai mutters a translation. Leave. He stood tall before it, chanting the spell to enter, and to his surprise, the door swung open. Venna was incredibly grateful, exclaiming, The door opened! Jai found himself intrigued. I don't know who did this, but it looks pretty interesting. Jemmy began to imagine the past and told himself, It seems I'm about to witness my past life. In a sturdy castle on a starry, moonlit night, a guard captain on patrol senses something amiss. This is the scent of blood. Another young guard rushed in with the news. Boss, we found someone unconscious over there. Seeing the young man's horrific state, he surmised that his heart had stopped, and it was likely the work of a demon. The guard captain ordered his men to summon X here immediately, and the soldier obeyed. Yes, based on the state of the body, he makes his deductions. This power suggests the boy has been dead for at least 4 hours. But thinking it over, he found it strange and suspicious. This was a patrol route, one that soldiers frequently passed during shift changes. Lost in doubt and unease, he was perplexed. Why hadn't anyone reported this? As captain, he meticulously checked the duty roster. Damn, I didn't want to get involved in this, but I should still check the patrol schedule. But while he was distracted, he was attacked from behind, still uttering the region saying, Ajadan Mon used his most brutal technique to murder him. He was incredibly smug and arrogant. Keep searching, you fool. Let's see when you'll finally be able to catch me. But as he was distracted, he sensed someone watching him from behind. Asta drew his enchanted sword, brimming with power. So we finally meet. He chuckled, Ija's reflection shimmering in the blade. I'm getting really tired of these weird situations. This is all because of you. He could only chuckle at the awkward situation. Before Aja could react, Asta struck a devastating blow, leaving him paralyzed. He collapses to the ground, cursing Asta in anger. You dog! Asta calmly replies, Aha, of course. He turned cold, drew his sword, and ominously declared that a body tainted by demonic energy shouldn't be so easily possessed. Aja screamed in terror as blood splattered across the ground. Elsewhere, Venna asks with skepticism, "Master, is that true?" "I thought I was dead," she said, overcome with emotion after narrowly escaping death. Her eyes welled up with tears. "I thought we were really dead." Jiawai felt the same way, and together they ventured into each room. Each place held a different scene. Giant armored soldiers equipped with magic resistance. The second room held even more dangerous and sophisticated traps like automatic crossbows, and the traps that followed were even more cruel, like the scorpion pit. These traps are endless. It's truly annoying. Finally, Jai finds the gate that ends the journey, revealing what he seeks. "This is the final place, right?" Venna asked, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Jemmy replied gently and patiently to her question. "The place where it slumbers. The door to its secret slowly opens." Venna was eager to see it right away, repeating her anticipation. "Where it slumbers, a hand with sharp claws slowly emerges. Sleep? What sleep?" A giant bear with a scowling face appears before them. The two of them froze, completely caught off guard. A bear. Venna is charmed by its adorable appearance. She squealed at its cuteness, so delighted that she turned to Jai, forgetting the bear was about to crush her. "Look, Master, it's a big, cute bear," he shouted in warning. "Careful." In an instant, the bear brought its massive paw down where Venna stood. Jemmy manages to swoop in and save Venna just in time, sending them both tumbling to the ground. The bear reveals its true nature, angrily berating them. "You must be insane to set foot here." Jemmy is shocked that a bear can speak and knows him. "You know who I am? It understands human speech?" The bear picked up a rock and warned them not to play dumb. It furiously hurls the stone towards them. Jemmy quickly casts a protective spell, creating a large shield to defend against the bear's stone attacks. After holding out for so long, the shield finally shattered and a rock slipped through, striking Jemmy in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. Venna cried out in alarm, "Master! He's lying motionless on the cold ground." Jemmy felt his body ache all over, unable to move. He thought to himself, "Damn it, all my bones are broken." Venna rushed to his side, anxiously asking, "Master, are you all right?" Jai felt no pain, only worry. "I'm not dead, which is really bad if I can't revive." The bear approached them, warning, "Once I unleash my power, nothing can stop it." Jai recognized it too, questioning, "So you're the one who sealed my dark powers, why would you do that?" The bear swung a thunderous punch, roaring arrogantly, "You don't need to know why." Vina, clenching her small hand, steels her resolve. I will. I can." She uses her small body to block the giant beast's attack, protecting her master. A flash of light streaks as they clash, and in anger he demands, You did it again. Asta explains why you've crossed the line, making a mess of everything. I thought I told you to leave those soldiers alone." But he cunningly justified himself, though the swordsman was gone and there was nothing left. Asta smirks, hinting, "Looks like you still want to be punished." More bloody scratches appeared on Aja's face, a harbinger of his sins, and he fell prostrate before Asta. Asta coldly stated, "It's not that I fear that swordsman." As he sheathed his sword, he commanded Ija, "The problem is you filthy demon. You better obey my orders." He glanced back at him, suggesting everything should go according to his father's wishes, while the battle between Venna and the giant bear intensified. She's too weak to withstand the bear's power and is thrown back. Venna sobs, asking if Jamie is okay. "Are you all right, Master? And you're praising her again. Well done." While she fought the bear, Ven bought himself time to gather spirit energy, summoning the power of the color storm. Even the bear is stunned by this intense transformation, frozen before the two tiny humans. They were both confused, unsure of what was happening. What the hell was that? The bear poses another perplexing question. This is the consequence of failure. "Why don't you just give up?" Juai snapped. He snapped back, "You want me to just sit here and wait to die?" Ven chimed in, saying, "You're the one who attacked us for no reason." The bear bluntly states the reason it targeted them. They left something disgusting in its forest. "Because you two have sinned, you must be punished." Falsely accused, Jai angrily defends himself. "What? This is the first time we've ever been to this forest." That's right, but it refuses to believe him. He accuses them, claiming their lies and dark power are protecting the foul demon egg. Hearing this left Jai stunned. "What?" "A demon egg is hidden in this forest, and the bear, enraged, is determined to eliminate them. Don't play dumb, I'll kill you all." The bear raised its fist, ready to send them to their maker. "Now die!" In that critical moment, Jai revealed the truth. "I'm here to eliminate it." That is the god's request. The bear's claws nearly reached him. It asked him suspiciously, "Is that so?" Even Jemmy dared to vouch for it with her reputation. "I'm betting everything on my word." He turns and dares to prove the truth to it. "If you don't believe me, follow me. I'll show you." "That's good. This forest is part of the goddess's territory." The bear leads Jai onward, warning him against any deception. "If you lie and tarnish her name, you will be cast down to hell." The bear remained skeptical that an impudent mortal would dare to acknowledge this. "However, I don't sense any divine presence in you, and the power I blocked certainly didn't come from a god." "That's right, I don't serve her. We simply have an agreement." He recounts the goddess's message to him. He was sent to the dark forest to prevent the awakening of that dreaded dark magic. Jemmy clears up the bear's misconceptions, explaining that in time he will understand why she sent him instead of one of her subordinates. "I'm here for the first time as well." The bear seemed to waver after hearing that. It expressed disbelief, but I couldn't help but believe it. Venna remained curious about the important part of the story. She asked the bear to tell them about the demon egg protected by some kind of power. The bear then recounted the events of the past, explaining that the egg had appeared in the forest about a month prior. I immediately went to investigate, sensing the abnormality surrounding the egg. But a dark power enveloped it, filling him with dread at what he foresaw. Terrifying, a mysterious and immense power. The bear clenched its fist. It once tried to destroy the egg, but to its surprise, it couldn't even break the tiny thing, so it changed its mind. "I tried everything, but I couldn't break that protective shell. So I sealed the power guarding and protecting the egg." JY couldn't believe it. He questioned it. "I don't sense any divine power coming from you. How could you seal that power?" The bear explained. "That's thanks to an artifact in the form of these ruins." He asked skeptically, "This entire pile of rubble is an artifact?" Wiener is intrigued by the value of this place, but Jai cuts her off. He continued to pepper the bear with questions. "The whole place? Even this? It must be worth a fortune. Who created this place? Why can you speak, and what are these things for?" The bear turned its head, pausing for a moment before answering. "I'm not sure either. All I know is this place was built roughly 6 years ago." Still curious, Jimmy asks another question. "Let me ask you another question. Why did you use your power to block the dark magic?" She seemed a bit surprised to hear him ask that. What did he mean? Jemmy repeats what he'd said before. "You said you sealed that power to protect the egg. Then why say you'd smash the egg right after?" This is why he still has doubts. "So why keep that dark power sealed away if you're not going to use it?" The bear confessed that the egg was still intact. Jiabai asked curiously, "Are there other obstacles?" What the bear said is a bit unrealistic. To suppress the dark power, the artifact user must be in the ruins. Jemmy and Venna were speechless at the bear's words. And he still hadn't found anyone who could help him break the egg. "It's just that I haven't accomplished anything worthwhile yet." Welton looks up. "Hey bear," that made the bear angry. "My name is Tiberion, you puny human." Jiabai continues, noting how easily Tiberion the bear uses the word lowly. All talk, no action. Suddenly Jai's voice cuts through, asking if he can sense the girl's power, prompting Venna's curiosity. Even the hulking bear is curious. Is it her mana vitality? Jiawai replies, "It's something else entirely. A power similar to mine, and hers is also being blocked. How could that power compare to what's protecting the demon egg?" The Berian bear chimed in. "No, it's different. The power I blocked is identical to hers." "So?" Jai thought to himself, certain that he was the only one with this kind of dark magic. He reached out, offering, "Release your power so we can be on our way. I have to see it with my own eyes." Tarion frowned suspiciously, while Venna replied with a smile. "Please trust us. Once Master regains his power, he'll deal with that demon egg in a flash." Tiberian grew even angrier upon hearing this, and Venna became even more frantic. "Didn't he say that the goddess sent us?" Tarion clenches his claws. "Okay." A glimmer of joy appears in his eyes. "It seems my power has returned." Venna stomps her foot, worried. Master Tiberian is furious. "You bastard." His madness is clear. "No one is allowed to control me." Tiberian is enraged. "What do you think you're doing?" He descends further into madness, thinking he can finally control it. Suddenly Jay spat out blood, and the bear roared in anger. "You bastard." The man wiped the blood from his mouth, smiling provocatively. That was enough. Tiberian reached out. "I will destroy this ruin myself if you don't stop." Venna worried, "Master, my blood is fine." Jemmy's mind is like a firewall. It's quite strong, though it can't completely stop me. The bear frowned in confusion. "My connection to the ruins has been severed." "Did you do this? How could you have done this so quickly?" "So that wasn't Jemmy, but Jai's past life. Diablo Villa, you're right. I made myself its second master. Too bad for you, your master isn't the only one skilled in artifacts, and then thought that since he created 3, he could do this too. Jabai couldn't believe an artifact could block his power. He wouldn't stand for it. But upon closer inspection, it seems it didn't completely block his power. The bear ponders further. It's absurd that it can block my power while only capturing gods. 1,000 questions race through his mind. How could such a thing exist? Something's definitely fishy here. It's lowering the probability of demonic energy breaking the space's coordinates and interfering with space manipulation. For example, when activating space manipulation, there's the influence of that special space and the inevitable dispersion. Concluding a series of questions, he said, "Anyway, that's how it is, so don't follow me." Then Jai added, "Even if you wanted to leave, you probably couldn't escape these ruins, could you?" With that, he smiled and vanished. The bear roared, "You bastard." Cut to a loud voice echoing from a house. How could there be 9 bodies in one night? The scream originated from the Count's study, where he angrily demanded, "What in the world is going on?" The Earl was annoyed. What about the culprit? There was no response. He suddenly wondered, where are X and Go? Where are the investigators? One of his subordinates spoke up, saying that no one had seen him since noon yesterday. The Count, fearful, said, "Don't tell me someone's watching from a tower. They should be arriving soon, right?" The old Count asked his subordinate in the building. The subordinate replied, "Yes, they said they've dispatched the divine mandate, and they should arrive around tomorrow, and it seems one of them will be an expert." The Count sighed with worry. This must not have been an easy decision for the Pope. The white-haired boy atop the tower seems to have overheard their conversation. Who would think this Epon needs so many resources? Of course, I have to try my best. After all, it's the second holy ground, but when will they arrive? He licked his lips, thinking it should have been over by now. Cut to another location, where a voice echoes, "This is such a pain." It's Jay's familiar voice. Ven hears his master complain and says, "Master, I'm sure this energy is Jawai's." "Yes, this is my power." Jawai wonders why his dark power is here, while Venna curiously asks what this typewriter is. Reaching out to touch the strange object, he replies, "Death is approaching, raising its scythe. The seas, the moonlight, you float in the night sky, darkness spills forth, rippling across the starry sea." Suddenly, a thought flashes through Jai's mind. A night sea rippling with stars, a falling star, death reaching into the sea, a moon rising in the dark sky. The old man reached out and embraced the darkness, and it was the last thing to be consumed by it. A monster that wanted everything, promising utter devastation in the distant future. Jemmy then said, "A scripture and a part of me. How could I forget?" With that, Jai plunged back into his tangled thoughts. "Now I know my memories are complete. I can even recall how I challenged the holy gods. How strange, there are clearly gaps in my memory, yet it doesn't feel wrong." Seeing Mengzheng deep in thought, she asks, "Have you learned anything?" Mengzheng replies, "Yes." He then added, "Oh, and take this." He handed her a strange black ring, which made her wonder. "A ring," Jemmy explains. "An artifact I acquired when we left the ruins. Channel your mana and will into it." Venna followed his instructions as she asked, "Like this?" she asked, completing the task. "Wow, what is this?" Jai, sounding annoyed, says, "Great, now take that thing and scout the area. This is going to take a while." Touching the strange barrier, he says, "Rise, return to me, your master." Kannak scolds, "What have you done, you bastard?" Kan appears suddenly, launching a direct attack from above on Venna and Jemmy, who anxiously calls out her name amidst the onslaught. Meanwhile, the adorable Venna is terrified by the sudden attack, her face paling as she calls out for her master. Jai and Venna managed to dodge Kanna's attack, but they were separated, and Kanna relentlessly pursued Venna. After Kanna's devastating attacks, Venna groans in agony from her grievous wounds. Blood trickles from her mouth and her face darkens. Jemmy anxiously watches the gravely injured Venna, fearfully wondering what this divine power is. But before he can dwell on it, the blue-haired Venna speaks up. "Not bad intuition you've got there, kid." Venna, with her sword on her shoulder, smirks at Jai. "Repeat the compliment from earlier. You have a good sense of things." Jai turned to Kanna, looking wary. He smirked and asked Kan what the Janus Church had to do with a place like this, then continued, "You're here to exterminate the forest demons." Pausing for a moment, he then asks Kanna, "Or are you trying to protect it?" Instead of answering Jai's question, Kanna glared at Venna, her eyes filled with fierce animosity. Staring intently at Venna, she says, "You, the pink-haired one with the hammer." At this moment, the pink-haired Venna is severely injured and looks bewildered. Confused by Vena's strange bewilderment, and before Vena could understand what was happening, Kenna's attitude intensified, her expression turning truly sinister. Pink hair and hammers are two things I really hate, you know. After saying those cryptic words, Kanna flew towards Vena, launching a direct attack. She points her sword at Vena and says, "I guess I'll have to crush you first," her voice dark and menacing. Vena is caught off guard by Kanna's lightning-fast attack, quickly raising her hammer to block Kan's massive sword. Luckily, she blocked Kanna's powerful attack, but it worsened her internal injuries. Kanna wasn't surprised to see Vena withstand her blow. She continued to laugh arrogantly, saying, "Not bad." Then she attacked Vena with her hand. Meanwhile, Vena focuses on parrying Kanna's sword attacks, as Jai watches from the sidelines, his face etched with worry. He shouts out in a panic as Vena dodges, but it was too late. Vena couldn't dodge Khan's fist. The powerful fist strikes Vena's head and her pupils dilate as she cries out in pain. But Vena retaliated quickly, swinging her hammer at Kanna. But Kanna quickly jumped back to dodge the attack, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" Enraged, Vena roared at Kanna to shut her mouth, then launched a surprise attack, bringing her hammer down with full force. Kanna stood below, deflecting Vena's attacks with her sword, her arrogant, cruel face betraying no fear of Vena's powerful assault. She laughed, taunting Vena. "Looks like it's game over for you, huh?" But Vena didn't lose her cool when her attack was neutralized. She quickly retaliates, calmly and arrogantly telling Kanna, "Of course not." But before she can follow through, Kanna strikes. She praised Vena, then said, "Then try blocking this." As she finished speaking, Kanna quickly teleported behind Vena. Vena was caught off guard by Kanna's sudden disappearance, and before she could react, Kanna slashed her back with a sword. Vena's small back took the full force of Kanna's blade, blood quickly soaking her clothes. It's a heartbreaking scene, and Jai has been completely forgotten. Seeing his little Vena struck down, he panicked, his pupils contracted, and he cried out, "Vena!" Though outwardly worried, he calculated, thinking he might also be hit, but if he stopped now to protect her, his thoughts are interrupted as Vena steadies him. She knew her master was torn between his mission and saving her, and she said, "Master, no, I can still fight." She struggles to speak, her hand trembling as she grips her hammer, blood flowing from her mouth, pain tearing through her chest and the gash on her back, while the detestable Khan watches Vena's wounded state. Sword in hand, she smugly replies, "Oh dear. That looks like it hurts. If I were to cut you in half, it wouldn't hurt at all, would it?" Her voice dripping with scorn, she asks if Vena seriously intends to fight in her condition. Vena turns to Kanna with a dark look and with an angry laugh asks, "What else can I do?" "I must obey my master's words." Kanna marveled, shocked. "What a good little slave," she continued. "Someone your age should rebel once in a while." Vena looked at her sweetly, laughing. "I know, but I can only rebel against those older than me." Hearing Vena's taunts, Kanna gasped in disbelief. "What?" Kanna's anger reached its peak as Vena touched a nerve. A woman's age. Vena reverses her senses, and Kanna, enraged by the age comment, is shocked and confused. Vena was casting dark magic on Kanna, who realized it and prepared to counterattack. But before she could react, Vena struck Kanna with both hammers, and she cried out in pain as they hit her left hand. After striking Kanna's left hand, Vena fears that the source of power is lost. This was her only chance. After Vena's painful strike, Kanna felt enraged and humiliated, her face contorted as she spat, "You little nobody." Kanna gripped her sword tightly, raising it towards Vena, who fearlessly met the attack, blocking with her hammer. The clash of their techniques and weapons triggered a massive explosion, igniting a fire in the forest, leaving charred and barren trees in its wake. Vena lay on the ground, dazed and confused, her hammer beside her. What had just happened? Her body was spent, every inch screaming in pain, but she had to rise and protect her master. As Vena lay dazed, Kenna, half her face wounded, stood before her, seething. "You filthy dark magic user, you dare injure me?" Kenna continued angrily. "That brat you're protecting, I'll tear him to pieces right before your eyes." "Well, what about me?" Jai appears, smiling smugly as he asks Kanna. He hovered in the air, his face obscured by a mysterious cloak, and said to Kanna, "I haven't even made my move yet." Before Kanna could answer, Jai cast his spell, clasping his hands together as he commanded her, devoured. Levia appears. A light emerges from behind Kanna, and a hand reaches out towards her. Kanna, confused and terrified, didn't understand what was happening, as Jemmy unleashed a spell called Devour. It's a dark magic that devours everything, turning it into nourishment. Jemmy muses as he casts the spell that, despite not disliking the divine power, he will devour it all. Jiawei now wears a rather gluttonous expression, as something dark bites into Kana's shoulder, drawing blood. She frowned, looking at it in fear, cursing it as a worm. Venna, now more lucid, weakly called out, "Master Jai!" Jiawei slowly descended to the ground, saying, "Thanks for buying me time. Venna, I was able to absorb it thanks to you, so you have nothing to fear." Jemmy thanked and comforted her, and Venna smiled contentedly, weakly saying how glad she was. She mercilessly throws the creature devouring Kana to the ground, her hands covered in blood, and says to Jai, "I was going to go easy on you because you're cute." But Jai thought gravely, just as he suspected, she was no ordinary cultivator. And as Jemmy pondered this, Kana launched an attack called Holy Ground. Her sword gleams, her appearance shifts, and the wound on her face vanishes, replaced by a circlet and silver armor. Jai realizes the atmosphere has changed completely. Her divine power surpasses even a great cultivator, making her a formidable foe. Kana, with a serious expression, says to Jai, "That magic you just used, even for a moment, devoured everything of mine." She asked Ji, puzzled, "Are you also a dark magic user?" Jemmy retorted, "What if I am?" Kana gripped her sword tightly at that response, saying, "In that case, I'll see you for who you truly are." As she spoke, her sword hand rose, unleashing an attack imbued with divine power towards Jai, who watched her move, eyes gleaming, and muttered, "Is that so? Then I, Jai, shall respond with a spell called Evil Crown." A massive door suddenly appears before Jai, seemingly out of nowhere. He tells Kana, "Let me introduce you to someone." With a mysterious smile, Jemmy says, "Go forth, Nibro." From behind the giant, inexplicable door, a large black specter emerges, its purple eyes smiling from the shadows. Though the specter's form was unclear, its presence was immense and terrifying. A heavenly power descended, overwhelming Kana and B. The blonde watches in horror, saying, "How is this possible?" Before him, a giant egg is enveloped in dark energy, filling him with dread. How did it get so big? With a face like a rotten cucumber, he continued, "I definitely should have sacrificed more hearts." As the blonde finished speaking, Jay appeared beside him, taunting, "Just as I thought. You're admiring this dark energy?" Jai's actions startled him, and he jumped back. "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Jai stood before the heavily injured Venna, held by Adam, and mysteriously asked, "You're one of that filthy demon's underlings, aren't you, demon?" Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "Who are you? What happened to the guard?" Hearing this, Jemmy snapped his fingers and said proudly, "You don't need to know. Let's just end this." Hearing this, Gia quickly rushes in and finishes off the blonde man with a beautiful strike. "I obey your command." Caught off guard, the blonde vomits blood. He's about to meet his end, but he refuses to give up. "No, my child." The blonde man crawled towards the giant red egg with trembling hands, just a little further. Then, as the blonde man faced his demise, the giant red egg in front of him suddenly cracked open. This startled everyone, and Jai, sensing danger, shouted a warning. Ra retreats, and hearing Jai's warning, Rai leaps back. Landing safely, Rai immediately wondered why. The giant red egg was sprouting gruesome tendrils, wrapping around the blonde man's corpse and pulling it in. Jiawei calmly states the inevitable. Rai is surprised by his composure. Seeing Jai confused, Jamie explains, "It must have absorbed enough life force already." Nam Chin frowned, warning that soon a demon would arise. And as Jai finished speaking, the red egg cracked open, revealing a demon slowly emerging. Meanwhile, Kana shouts for it to die, unleashing a flurry of blows that send sparks flying as the cloaked skeleton raises a dark shield to defend itself. The cloaked skeleton sneers. "How pathetic, telling an immortal to die?" Kana grits her teeth in anger, Khan's attack proving ineffective despite her full power. Kana recoils, wondering what's happening to the egg. If the plan goes awry, the master will not be pleased. No sooner had Kana thought it than red lights appeared in the sky, enveloping everything, with a dazzling golden ray at its center. This left Kana and the cloaked skeleton stunned, forgetting their fight as they sensed an aura of dread. Trembling, he says, "This energy." Kan, sensing an ally's arrival, thinks gleefully, "Nice, that filthy bastard must have shown up too." The appearance of this energy makes the cloaked skeleton uneasy, thinking, "Master, no, that's a monster that can trample even death." Before the cloaked skeleton could recover, Kana Na shouted, "Even if I die here, I won't give up until I've had my fill of fighting." No sooner had she spoken than Kana swung her hammer at the cloaked skeleton's face, shattering it, but the skeleton was more concerned about Jamie. "Master, please escape safely." The scene shifts to the blonde boy who seems to sense something, his body trembling. Seeing the blonde boy's strange behavior, Anna asks, What's wrong? The blonde boy replies grimly, everyone is going to die. The blonde boy panicked, realizing that inaction would mean certain death for them all. Anna, hearing this, was about to scold him for speaking ill of fate. Before Anna could finish, a boy burst in, shouting, Apostle Saintess, you both need to leave now. He grabbed Anna's hand, urging, Let's go, Anna, we have to leave. And with a determined look, the blonde-haired boy thought, staying here would only make us a burden. Cut to Duke Dinthu's residence. In his office, the Duke sensed something and slammed his desk, shouting, Is anyone out there? Outside, a red-haired soldier bursts through the door, urgently reporting, My lord, from the marine forest. The Marquis impatiently cuts him off. I can feel it too. Then the Marquis roared, Gather our forces, quickly! He was interrupted by a fearful cry of, Father, catching the Marquis off guard. X. He thought his daughter was worried about alarming Lord Sias. Don't worry, just gather the children and go. Before he could finish, Sai interrupted loudly. Jai has gone missing. V can't believe what CS is saying. What? CS was terrified and wouldn't stop crying. I think it's already in the marine forest. Meanwhile, on Jamie's side, the red egg emits a beam of light straight into the sky. A black aura surrounds the egg, and Jai foresees trouble ahead. This is exactly why I don't like demons, Jai thought. A species that bullies the weak. Jai imagined a serpent coiled around a sword, representing something whose mere existence threatened all living things. Unlike Jamie, Ra was terrified. You must leave at once, Master. Even A was trembling. Master, what is that monstrosity? Even my immortal subordinates are trembling in fear. Jiawai summons his power, realizing that if it fully escapes without the complete shield, even he will struggle to contain it. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Jemmy sends Ra back to rest, cutting him off mid-sentence. Master, at this rate, we might die. A thought that makes A lose focus. Jai, frustrated, yells, Take her and run as far as you can. Somewhere the demon's energy can't reach, somewhere safe. A cradles the injured Vena and turns to flee. But before they can get far, a terrifying voice echoes out. So you thought you could handle this alone? A strange voice startled Jamie. The voice came from the monster inside the giant crimson egg with blood-red eyes and sharp, intimidating claws. What's the fun if you give up so easily? With that, the monster tore through the eggshell. Just as I thought, it used this method to rise, and now the monster's appearance is fully revealed. It continued, sounding extremely annoyed. Seeing its true form, Jai's face pales. A noble demon. Amused by Jai's knowledge, the monster taunts him. Oh, you're a human who actually knows a thing or two about us. I'm impressed with your knowledge. I'll postpone eating you for a bit. It then introduces itself. My name is Ruetta, and I am a baron of the great demon realm. Hearing this, Jemmy realizes the gravity of the situation. A baron is at least a master. Seeing Jemmy's silence, Ruetta spoke menacingly. Don't be too afraid, just accept it. He then stepped away from the giant red egg, resolving never to return. Seeing Ruetta's smugness, Jai summons his ultimate shield, ready to strike down this demonic fiend. You're so kind, aren't you? Explaining it all to me like that. The purple light emanating from the bracelet made men feel better. Feeling better now, Ruetta, seeing Jai's weapon, shamelessly makes a demand. What's that you've got? Looks pretty good. If you give me that, I'll let you die in peace. Hearing Ruetta's absurd request, Jai retorts, Do you think I'm crazy? Seeing his absurd request denied, Questa flies into a rage, intensifying the murderous aura around him. Well, there's no other way then. Then, Questa was enveloped in a red aura, poised to strike like a caged beast, roaring, Let's see how much you can take! Seeing Rita about to attack, Men jumps into the air, creating the Leviathan magic. From the purple lights, flowers and clock-like patterns begin to form. In the distance, Ko watches from a tree, a mocking smirk on his face. How unfortunate. Sibo scoffs at the red and black power, sneering at the weakest of the 5 noble ranks, a baron with cold, emotionless eyes. Sibo continues, saying that for humans it must feel like a natural disaster descending from the sky. At the Marquis' mansion, the guards are hastily preparing for battle. Hurry, goddess, please grant us more courage. At the tree's base, Gore jumped down, amused by the unfolding events. But even so, shouldn't someone stay behind to defend the estate? In the forest, a man clutches a girl in his arms, running for his life and muttering in despair, Damn it, damn it. He called out silently in his heart, helpless, Master. Jans glanced back at the massive battle raging behind him, his heart heavy with doubt as he ran. Is he really sure about this? He was lost in thought, but his continued existence proved that his master still lived. Suddenly, the person in Jans's arms stirred, humming as if to indicate they were awake. Venna groggily opened her eyes, asking in a daze, "What's going on?" Seeing this, Jans looked down at her as he ran, asking, "Are you awake?" "My master told me to take you away because a demon has awakened," he explained, and she froze in shock, then screamed, "Wait, let me down." Her hand trembled as she leaned against a nearby tree. Turning to the massive pillar of energy behind her, she asked, "So, Master is there?" Standing behind her, Jans looked towards the battle and confirmed, "He must be fighting that monster right now." Hearing that, Venna confirmed, "Then I will—" But before she could finish, Jans interrupted her, flustered. Going now would only hold him back, he stated, and Venna knew it was true, but she reluctantly argued back. But with a scrunched-up face, the dark elf mustered her courage and confirmed, "Even if it means death, if I can buy him some time." Jan stopped her again, saying it wouldn't work in her current state, but before he could continue, a light appeared below, leaving him confused. He gasped as a force dragged him down to the Venna ground, turning in confusion at the sound and the sight before him. She turned and called out, "What's going on?" But then, a powerful force rushed in from behind, bringing with it fire and a deafening roar. She recalled stopping the summoning of the undead, which coincided with an explosion, then denied it, saying it couldn't be. She recalls the whispers of people wanting her gone, the taunts and jeers, the desire to crush her like a bug. Jai's provocative gaze, and his question, "Are you that afraid?" He urged her on, offering encouragement. "Fight back. How long are you going to endure this?" Venna's body suddenly loses control, and energy is released. Her eyes widened in fear, her face darkened, and she stammered, "No, Master." Then, a voice spoke with intriguing observations as a hammer trembled against the ground. Venna stared blankly, focusing on it as the voice explained the hammer. A young Valkyrie, one with pure and powerful blood. The hammer before her suddenly glowed, then cracked open, unleashing bursts of light. The voice continued, declaring that even though she wasn't ready, it would allow her to wield it. The hammer spoke, reminding her, "Remember this feeling." Then the hammer flashed and floated up, introducing itself to Venna. "My name is Filion." It further introduces itself as a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith for your queen, leaving her in stunned silence. Then, Filion urged her on, telling her to give it her all. Amidst the fierce battle under a dark night sky, Jai realizes he doesn't even have the energy to fly. As he fell, he sank helplessly into thought. He'd lost too much blood. He then wished that the saint would give him a little more energy. Jamie reached out thinking that if he could summon darkness and buy himself some time with advanced magic. His face was pale and lifeless as he realized things wouldn't have ended this way. Suddenly, a clawed hand caught him, causing him to blurt out his thoughts in surprise. Jai was shocked, lying flat in the palm, his face contorted with doubt. A voice echoes, commenting on him, "How pathetic." Startled, he quickly sits up on the werewolf's hand, stammering, "TT Baron, how did you get here?" He looked down at him, voicing his thoughts. "Of course I know my way around a place I've been for 600 million years." Terranon then reached out to caress him, offering his assessment. Who would have thought he'd stay and fight that demon alone? "And you, clinging to his hand, frustrated, grinding your teeth until your face turns black, unable to speak?" Tiber observes, "Just as I thought, you truly have a noble heart, worthy of being chosen by the goddess." "That's not it." He lifted Jay's cloak and gently lowered him to the ground as Jay faded into darkness. Then, a dark voice echoed as Teberon realized the monster was lunging toward him, his face grim. He lunges forward, claws bared, and with a mocking laugh says, "Let's finish this in one bite." It turns to face the monster, face contorted in fury, dodging the blow, but not before Teberon's shoulder is raked by 4 deep claw marks. The monster chuckled, its sharp teeth glinting as it declared its intent to sever Tiberon's arm, then offered another observation. "For a creature from the surface world, you're pretty strong." Teberon frowned, eyeing the bleeding wound on his hand. "True enough," he interrupted, then said, and as he finished speaking, Teberon delivered a powerful blow to his gut, warning him with the image on his fist. "And I'm pretty fast, too." The monster coughed up blood from the punch and screamed in pain. "Ha," Teberon's calm voice echoed. He interjects, adding, "And I'm not alone." Above, a blinding light descends. Baron shouts Venna's name as she descends, striking the monster with her hammer. Immediately, the monster is knocked to the ground by Venna and Tiberon's combined might. Hovering in the air, she turns to him, winks, and says, "Master, I'm here." Jai below stares blankly at her, stammering, "You... human hair?" Venna, full of energy, struck a pose and asked if he thought she looked cool. He hesitated, seeing her so lively. "It's not that." Teberon, seeing that they still didn't grasp the situation and were joking around, issued a reminder. He tells them to save the chatter for later, as he runs to check on the monster that was blasted into a huge crater. He glanced at the two who spoke up, reminding them that it wasn't over yet. Before he could finish, the monster in the hole saw Teberon approaching and launched an attack, leaping out with a sinister grin. Not yet. Teberon is struck and cries out in pain as he falls back. Ah, somewhere, the report echoes. The eerie presence shrouding the mountains is clear. My lord, this dark energy is preventing us from advancing any further. Why don't we wait for the priests to arrive and receive their blessings before proceeding? Now, only fear remains within the ranks, he thought, recalling the image of Cy Bell Welton crying in despair. But lingering here any longer would be a waste. Suddenly, a gust of wind carried a letter to the group, which he caught. Meanwhile, Kana is being hunted by a disgusting, dark presence. As Kana ran, she thought, I summoned the demon, so it's done. I hope my master won't punish me now. Suddenly, a slash cut across her, instantly ending her game. Meanwhile, Venna lay defeated before the demon, who laughed triumphantly. I must say, I'm surprised I got such a heated battle. Jemmy unleashes Annihilation, obliterating the demon's lower body. What was the name of this spell again? I sense within it a destructive power, a dark magic that can unleash all the energy Leviathan has absorbed at once. He just fired a massive pillar of dark energy to destroy the monster, possessing immense destructive capabilities. Jemmy regrets that the attack didn't finish the demon, a chance Venna and Bear had fought to create. The demon looked at his broken hand, raised it, and laughed with glee, saying, I should have died. Well, if you had hit my head. Then he raised his hand, his body restored, and created a large orb, looking towards him. Say your last words. Hearing this, he bowed his head proudly. Just kill me already. Who needs last words? His eyes widened in shock. The wind? A storm of a strike cleaves the energy spheres and the monster in two, as a swordsman appears before Jamie, his eyes terrifying, his presence like a gale. Meanwhile, the Marquis received a letter carried by the wind and began to read it. In a snow-covered church on a dark night, a calm voice echoed. Indeed. I had a feeling. He looks at the swordsman at the door, stating his opinion, but I didn't expect a visitor to actually arrive. Bearing his sword, Zabo smiled calmly, then sarcastically inquired, Has that apostle already left? Archbishop Dai, with hands clasped, bowed his head and gently reminded Zabo, If you still respect the goddess, he said, seeing him off, I hope you'll leave. Noticing the unwelcoming intention, X glanced at the archbishop and mockingly asked, You mean, if I don't worship that goddess, I don't have to leave, right? His eyes narrowed, sword still on his shoulder. Seeing X's mocking actions and words, the archbishop raised his head, hands still clasped before his chest, face resolute, the light of the temple shining behind him. Archbishop Dai's eyes narrowed as he spoke to confirm. If that's the case, then I'll have to intervene. Hearing this, Cable Bow asked him again, full of doubt, Do you think you can withstand Genesis' ultimate sword? Hearing this, Archbishop Dai was visibly shaken. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at him, hands still clasped in front of his chest. Then he raised the tip of his sword to the sky, the blade glowing as he ominously declared, Pray that your eternal slumber will forever be by my blade. He pointed to his chest, a proud and arrogant expression on his face as he raised the holy sword high, imagining the symbol of the holy sword, and declaring that the goddess would suffer a great loss and be erased today. At the edge of the forest, a group of soldiers and priests moved with haste as Ricky stood outside, eyes wide, hearing the commotion from the main temple. He frowned, filled with dread. Then, eyes wide with terror, he turned toward the door and screamed, Archbishop! Elsewhere in the forest, the wind howls and the branches creak in the dark as a man leans on his sword, a large crack appearing in the ground from his previous strike. He stood there, hesitant, unable to make sense of what he was seeing. Then, recalling the moment a gust of wind swept past the sand and the beasts, Jai voiced his doubts. To wield such a massive sword with such speed and with such terrifying power. Jai's eyes widened with disbelief as he screamed internally, Is that the power of wind? The man turned to him, his face wary, and asked, Why are you here? Seeing this, Jai scratched his head, forcing a smile as he offered an excuse. I was just curious, since everyone told me not to come here. He tried to defend himself further, saying he didn't expect to run into them, but trailed off as he saw the other's darkening, disbelieving face. Bly glanced at him and calmly confirmed, I saw everything. Hearing this, Jai turned pale but still tried to defend himself like a cornered devil. He was speechless, startled, and hung his head, unable to defend himself any longer. Seeing his reaction, Bay turned away, ceasing his questioning. Just kidding, he says, then adds, Well, everyone has secrets they don't want others to know. Sensing Bailey knew something, Jai bit his lip uncomfortably, his face darkening as he lowered his head, lost in thought and suspicion. Just how much did he know? He then approached him, saying, "Lord Onyx, what are you doing here? I heard you were coming." Before he could interrupt, the person approached Taryn, hands on their hips, and answered Jamie. Being the right person, I accepted a mission. He wondered, confirming his suspicions. A mission? Teberon, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and asked, "Who are you?" He then stated, "Oh, you look very strong." The other two stood before him, and upon hearing Taryn's question, he answered without hesitation, "I am Baryonyx." Teberon stared at him intently. Bailey then confirmed to him, a man who always pursued the secrets of this world. Next, he reveals his purpose. "I've come to retrieve an item entrusted here by Isis. It was some kind of magic circle left here, and Tabarin, understanding what Bailey meant, confirmed that it was the boundary." Hearing this, he doesn't evade the issue, but calmly gets straight to the point. "I hope you can open the gate to Grimia." Jemmy, overhearing their conversation, is lost and filled with questions about the secrets of Gia's boundary world. Hearing Bailey's words, Teberon looked away and refused. "I'm sorry, but I can't open that gate for you. I'm no longer Gia's master." Then Taryn turned and asked him, "Isn't that right, young man?" Jamie, surprised to be mentioned, confirmed with a bewildered look. "Are you talking about those ruins?" They quickly arrive at the doorway with a large pillar of energy. They ventured into the basement, Bell glancing at him with Vakven passed out on his shoulder, lamenting, "I wouldn't have thought you'd get involved with Gia, too." Beside Jai, who followed along with an apologetic chuckle hidden in his cloak, averted his gaze to avoid the reproachful stares. Then they arrived at Taryn, who cracked his knuckles and declared, "All right, let's begin." It held out its hand, issuing a command. "Kid, hand over the ownership." All eyes turned to Jamie, while he looked up at Teberon in confusion and exclaimed, "What? Why?" I didn't even let him finish before noticing Bay's threatening glare. Seeing this, he reluctantly agreed, screaming in dissatisfaction, "Damn it!" He then placed his fist on Teberon's hand and sighed grimly. Immediately, a spark of electricity flashed where their hands met, and Teberon's commanding voice echoed. Here, around them, strange currents of air and secret passages appear. B remains calm while the teacher sweats with tension. Then, a flat current of electricity flashed before his eyes, and what appeared after the opening made Jai stare in bewilderment. He stood in a void. Below him was an endless expanse of water, and small ripples of water emanated from around his feet, with him at the center. Jai wondered where he was, when suddenly a voice echoed through the space. "Welcome, Master of Black Magic." He saw a middle-aged man with a gentle smile appear in the space like a phantom. Seeing him, Jai couldn't help but ask, "You're the consciousness that stopped me from getting that system back then." He then glanced around, stating, "I knew you were more than just a wall protecting this place." Then, Jemmy voiced her question. "You're probably the creator of Germia too, right?" At his deduction, the man's voice echoed in response. "Indeed, I am he, the Archmage." He stood in the void, a calm sea beneath him, adding to his introduction. "I was once a genius artificer and a rare ninth circle professor among humans in my time." Hearing his boastful introduction, Jemmy couldn't help but mock the evil dream. "I can't believe you'd praise yourself like that." He then added to his question, "In that case, you must be some kind of boundary marker, right?" He smiled kindly, confirming his intelligence. "Though I am close to Isis, I am not the boundary itself." Then the evil spirit waved his hand, summoning a large sword. He explained to Jai that he was only guarding the Thunder Dragon sword under orders, then turned to him, smiling, and elaborated. "But this wasn't just created to guard it. It was created for someone I've been waiting for." Hearing this, Jai looked at him suspiciously and asked, "A person, you mean?" He interrupted. Without missing a beat, the Archmage declared that black magic possessed the power to kill even gods, adding, "Says Yaldi, sorry di. I'm waiting for someone capable of wielding that dark magic, as if remembering something." Jemmy, agitated, demanded of Apmum, "How do you know about ancient languages and things that should have been forgotten?" His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Even Kana hadn't known about that god-slaying power. Jemmy threatened grimly, "If you can't give me a convincing answer, I'll kill you." Hearing this, the demon calmly smiled and spoke to him. "Everything leaves a trace upon this world, and I learned ancient languages by following those very traces." Stunned by this revelation, GY asks, "You mean there are still traces of Diablo Vonber?" Understanding dawns on the opium addict as he nods. So that's his name? He regretfully concludes, though I searched my whole life, I couldn't find it. But it seems you are the one who inherited his dark magic. Then he reaches out to him, something forming in his palm as he confirms, in that case, there's no harm in giving it to you. Jai looked on in bewilderment as a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and she cried out in alarm. It was then that he realized, exclaiming inwardly, that the seed of his immense power had been completely filled. In his hand, he held a sphere containing something with glowing cracks and calmly explained, Ramia is an artifact that can exist in many forms. Apamon adds that it's an item with endless potential, its form and function determined by the will of its user. He pushed his hand towards him, his body gradually disappearing, his voice still ringing out. It was something that person was helpless against. Use everything to create. His voice echoed with a hint of something more. For that day, the orb was delivered to him, and Jai received that immense power with confusion as the archdemon's words echoed. Now I'll transfer all ownership of it to you. Then, he clenched his fists, absorbing the energy, and exclaimed, Wow, I can't believe I possess such an incredible creation. His energy is so abundant it radiates from his body. Jay stared at his hand, realizing it's on par with the 3 divine artifacts I created. Then he denied it. No, it's even stronger. Outside the temple, rain poured down in the dark night as a cloaked figure hurried towards it. Arriving on the scene, Ricky cried out in anguish, Archbishop! His eyes widened with fear, shock, and horror as he stared at Archbishop Jay, lying motionless on the ground, slumped against the wall, covered in gashes, blood still flowing freely. Then, regaining his composure, Ricky fearfully reached out to touch him, while Archbishop Jay, bleeding and barely conscious, looked up and deliriously called out to him. Ras, we have to heal you now, he said, his voice trembling, but as Ricky began to cast his healing spell, a bolt of lightning struck, stopping him. Seeing this, the Archbishop weakly confirmed to him, It's no use. Ricky was stunned, a silent scream in his heart. Another divine power was blocking the healing. His face barely visible, he weakly reassured him, I'm fine. Archbishop Jay's breath grew ragged as he urged Ricky to protect the apostle and the saintess. Hearing this, a dark noise echoes from the temple's basement, and Ricky confirms with him again. Is this the work of the Genis Church? But Archbishop Dewey only urged him on, implicitly admitting it. Hurry, you have to leave now, Ricky cried out in despair. He cried and screamed, How can I leave you here? Seeing his stubbornness, Archbishop Jay quickly reached out his trembling hands, comforting him. I understand how you feel. Ricky stubbornly refused to let go, but before he could finish, Archbishop Dewey gently stroked his hair and urged him to leave. Go on. He bit his lip, tears of frustration streaming down his face, his eyes filled with helplessness. The hand on his head stopped moving, and Ricky sobbed, choking out a scream. I will avenge you, I swear. Seeing him like that, Archbishop Dai forced a smile and tried to comfort him, saying, Don't seek revenge. He urged him to protect himself, while other pastors were violently attacked and scattered. Archbishop Dai's urging voice echoed, but he ignored him. Then the hand on Ricky's head fell powerlessly, along with those final words, Go. Meanwhile, he stared blankly, tears still streaming down his face, as the rain began to fall, and a soft voice echoed. Are you really okay? Your face is as pale as someone who's sold their soul. I feel a little sick, but it's not too bad. Did you find what you came here for? Bay picks up his weapon and says, My work here is done. The bear interjects, asking what happened to Gremia, then rests his face in his hand, saying, I don't know if you know, but you're a step behind us. Suddenly, the bear's face darkens. The link between Gria and I is severed. What the hell happened in there? He asked. I met the consciousness of the demon god and obtained Gremia. He presented a blue orb, shocking everyone. Here, see for yourself. What were you saying? Suddenly, a massive dark purple entity appeared in the sky, causing everyone to look up. The bear asks curiously, He gave you that? He clenches his fist, grimacing. It was his intention. The moment the Azure Lightning Dragon Sword was released, he gave me complete control. The bear couldn't believe it. He gave you all the power? Jemmy had no choice but to demonstrate. Yeah, watch this, he said, placing his hand on the bear's nose, a faint blue light appearing. Yeah, Bear muttered in surprise, sensing something. It's a healing art. I can only explain it clearly. Not magic, but something similar. I think it's thanks to Gremia. As the rain continues to pour, Onyx speaks up. Let's go home, James Welton. He turned and walked away, saying, Say must be worried about him. He turns around in a panic. Damn it, I completely forgot about my mother. Suddenly, Jai felt something that made his whole body jolt. Ricky Onyx turned around, confused. What's wrong? You're pale and stuttering. Dai is in danger. The goddess's apostle is in danger. He calmly retorted, "The goddess's apostle. You mean your friend?" Jemmy angrily shouted, "This isn't the time. We have to find him now." He's grabbed by the collar and hoisted up, as Onyx grimly slings him over his shoulder. Which way? Before he could recover, he was hoisted onto a shoulder and launched southeast, the powerful spring sending them both far away. Bear sighs, disappointed they didn't even say a proper goodbye. Turning to leave, he finds Venna unconscious behind him. "Well, I should head home too." "Humph, elsewhere," a worried voice echoes. "What did you say?" A dark-haired rider arrives, reporting that the source of the demon's power seems to have vanished. The Marquis on horseback breathed lightly. "Is that so? Well done." Soon, a group of cavalry rushed in from afar, frantic. "My lord!" he shouted in a panic. "A group of demons suddenly appeared in our territory, and they're attacking everyone." His face paled in shock. "What?" The knight spoke, recalling a past vision, relieved that the knights in the rear had stopped them. "But there are reports that demons have disguised themselves as civilians and soldiers." He bowed his head in frustration. "It seems I underestimated the demons." Not only did he deliver the news, but he was also extremely apprehensive. Furthermore, the archbishop has been assassinated. "What did you say?" He hesitated, recalling the memory, his voice trailing off. And according to witness testimony, Mr. Xo was present when it happened. Xo grips his sword, a smile playing on his lips. "You alone cannot stop me." Raz struggled to breathe, never expecting them to be this strong. Trembling behind him, they anxiously ask, "Are you okay, Ras?" "Don't worry, you'll be all right." Ras gripped his staff, rage burning in his eyes. "How long have you been planning this?" Zebo tilted his head, smiling. "To be honest, as you slowly walked over, I didn't think we'd get the chance." His face darkened as he looked down, smiling as he lunged forward with his sword, eager to slaughter the goddess's apostles. His eyes widen as he dodges the blow from the right, but his gaze darts to his left shoulder, where a large, bleeding wound now festers. The two behind him clung to each other in fear. "Brother!" Ras shouts a warning. "Don't come any closer!" His eyes dart around anxiously. Again, he was sure he'd dodged it, but he's been cut again. Sibo smiles faintly at him. "You can't stop me." Raz, frustrated, checks the blood on his arm. "Ah, you're a swordsman." He smiled, amused that Ras was just now realizing it. He quickly explained it to him in a way that was easier to understand. His ability is damage reversal, so if he attacks you, you're guaranteed to be injured. He easily explained with a small drawing as Raz clutched his wound, a chill running down his spine. "I can slow down the cause, which is me attacking you, but still get the effect of you being attacked by me." You paled, stepping back. "How is that possible?" He could only grit his teeth in resignation, unable to believe such an absurd ability existed. Seizing the opportunity, Zoe gripped his sword and smiled. "There are many monsters in this world, though this is a bit unfortunate for you." His eyes swept over him with satisfaction, unnoticed by Ras. He glanced down with disdain. "Because I consider myself one of those high-level monsters." He hunched over in pain, covered in wounds big and small as the other man rushed toward him, shouting in alarm. Ras is unconscious, and Xiaobo smirks with delight as electricity crackles in the air, illuminating the other man's tear-streaked face before a massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere. With a surprised look, Zabo gleefully stomps on the rocks. "Oh, I didn't expect Genesis' sword to push me back." He looked up, surprised. What kind of divine power is this? In the vast night sky, a small figure and a golden lightning rod descend. "Lord Ras!" He angrily shouts, "Go ask your god!" Explosions erupting around him as pillars of light rise from the ground. His body faltered, and he staggered back. My father hates being asked by his father. X's face loses its smile as he swings his sword forward, declaring it's better to swing his sword than waste time asking. The two swords clash with a deafening clang. He relentlessly overpowered Raz, forcing him back. "I'm sure I told you, you can't stop me." His attack was triggered once more. Raz smiles faintly, blood trickling from his mouth. "Yes, I can't stop you." But just outside their battle, Seb's mouth also bled in pain. Ricky's eyes changed, and his whole body began to glow. A second later, he was on the ground, struggling to stand. Russ seemed pleased with Ricky and the light between his hands. "Before the might of the divine, you are but a tiny human. The Spear of Retribution's weakness is its inability to inflict overwhelming damage. Obvious wounds will come back to haunt the user." Zabo shivers on the ground, a faint smile causing Ricky to flinch. His bloody face turned upward in satisfaction. "To realize this now, you've certainly improved, haven't you?" He struggled to his feet, taunting, "Indeed, a powerful divine force. Not only did you completely heal the dying Raz, but you also evaded my power. The judgment flash streaks through the air, blocked instantly, despite the wielder's trembling strength. But unless the goddess herself descends, the blade will crack, and you all will. The force contorting his face reminded him that these were just weaklings, and the sword in his hand shattered in two. Ras grimaces, facing the situation head-on as Ricky's vision blurs and C vanishes without a trace. He finally realizes and looks up as the figure above him shouts a warning, "Hey, you can't stop me." His sister cries out in alarm, "No, brother, Yama has already reacted and cast his spell." Before Ricky's eyes, a bolt of purple lightning strikes Sable. Jamie shouts, urging Ricky to act now. Ricky attacks, landing a powerful blow to his paralyzed and panicked opponent, releasing all his fear. Brace yourself. His hands trembled uncontrollably in the air. His face, pale and breathless as footsteps hurried through the rain. Ricky Deem and Raz rush over, shouting, "Ricky, are you okay?" He looked at everyone in the rubble, his voice trembling as he asked, "Jai, Ras, what happened?" "What happened? I came because I sensed you were in danger." Ras grits his teeth in anger. Cable was the bastard who started it all. He's the one who tipped off the Janus church. Onyx was confused. Sable is the Marquis's butler. He glances over in shock. "Is that really him?" Jawai continued. "Even with magic, I'm still not sure." Onyx was surprised. "What is that path?" His instincts screamed at him. His left arm would be severed in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Zabo emerged from the smoke, laughing. "Oh dear, I was aiming for the kid's neck. Did you see that?" "Quite the swordsman," Ricky says, fear and confusion in his voice. "How?" Ras turns and shouts, "Oh, you bastard!" Smiling, X points his sword at them, reminding, "Reversal of cause and effect isn't the only skill I possess." Then, his eyes glance at his withered arm. "Of course, what I just used comes at a great price." The black sword is plunged into the ground, forcing everyone back. Onyx grits his teeth, barely holding on, gripping his sword. "Let me fight him." So watches, unimpressed. What a bore. Losing an arm and showing no emotion. His arm faintly glows green. Sibo smirks, taunting. "You didn't think I'd play fair, did you?" Onyx shoves him aside, gripping his sword, his entire body enveloped in a green wind. "It doesn't matter because I'm going to tear you apart with the wind anyway." A great thunderbolt rips through the sky. Jai watches from above, Ras and the others behind him, his gaze filled with worry. "Bailey, if it weren't for him, I'd be dead." Raz approached him from behind, asking if he would be all right. "I don't know either. We'll just have to wait and see. But we can't recklessly interfere in a duel between swordsmen." Both sides seemed evenly matched, their refined swordplay echoing continuously until a massive, two-colored explosion destroyed everything around them. Ras looked down, his brow furrowed in pain, wondering what kind of cheat skill reversed causality was. He and Jai continued to observe, their faces sweating and contorted. It seems Bay is starting to grasp the technique, but victory is still far from assured. Seeing his confidence, they were filled with worry, for if this move could be used for defense as well as offense, its potential would be limitless. Jai frowned, contemplating. Just as he thought, he couldn't just sit still. He understood his thoughts because they were both swordsmen. Looking at Onyx, Zebo coldly scoffs, "You think you're worthy to be my opponent?" He desperately resists the attack, sustaining more and more wounds. Unfortunately, his opponent lunges forward with a decisive blow. "I've lived far longer than you have." He was gradually drowning in a sea of blood. "And I look much younger than I am, see?" Ras shouted in alarm, "Bay!" as the others echoed his cry. "Lord Bay," Sabo said, tilting his head and smiling gleefully. Now it's Very Fast Feet's turn, gathering power and launching himself forward. Jawai panics and retreats. He's coming this way. Ricky immediately uses magic to try and block him, but Zebo rushes forward, striking the barrier with a powerful blow, and reminds them, "Have you forgotten? You're not the only one blessed by God. You're not the only one blessed by the gods," and then he strikes down with green lightning. Against the power of the Great Father, that pathetic shield is nothing. Jay immediately activates the orb in his hand. Magic appears, and the tip of the writhing sword glows, his entire body surrounded by an aura. Sibo smiles with delight, hoping everything will follow, as the sword tip plunges down into a massive exploding orb. The will of the Great Father descends as he watches with glee, while Ricky strains to maintain his weakening shield. Sibo focuses his power into a fatal blow, saying resistance is futile, little apostle, as Raz shouts a warning. Suddenly, Ricky is impaled by a sharp blade, sending blood flying everywhere. No, the rain pours down relentlessly as a weary hand reaches up. Onyx lies silently on the ground. I'm so sorry, Shasha. At least his eyes and weak voice looked up to the sky. My son. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, asking if he's pining after someone else's mother. He struggled to sit up, a faint voice echoing in his mind. Think of it as a kind of healing magic. The people above are still fighting hard. I'll keep your secret, so survive and do your best to protect everyone. It watches Juai get overwhelmed, panicking. At this rate, we're all going to die. The sword strikes him from behind, and Onyx lunges before he can react. How can this be? He grinned, seeing that expression. I have no idea. Why don't you ask that kid over there? Bo's eyes widened in shock. What? He pointed, and a purple orb hurtled forward, while Gemia, covering his back, launched a similar orb to intercept it, pushing the attack back toward their opponent. The purple beam obliterates everything in its path as Bo shields himself. These tricks won't work, he thinks frantically. What is this power? Jemmy, watching him struggle, shouted, Don't underestimate me. I'm using this power to destroy you. He struggles to withstand the attack. Damn it, his divine power is scattering, and the air is quickly filling with dust. The purple orb shrinks, the mist clears, and sunlight shines on the golden lines as Onyx lies unconscious and Ricky groggily sits up. What just happened? Raz asked, holding someone. Where's Jemmy? This seed isn't completely dead yet. He smiles faintly. I'm truly glad. Standing over him, he continued, That Min can kill you here. Ross and Ricky charged forward, shouting. Bound and helpless, he grits his teeth, unable to move. Damn it, I can't move my body anymore. With a cold glare, Zoe plunged the knife down, saying farewell. Suddenly waking up, he opened his eyes in shock. Before him stood a blonde woman and a little girl, frantically calling out the name G, and as he groggily sat up, he was embraced tightly. Mom, if you keep running around like that, I'm going to kill you. His little sister chimed in. Kill Sarah too? He looked away, troubled. I'm sorry something happened with that thing back then. He remembers blocking the knife with a barrier from the necklace, and a voice echoes in his head. Take it. When the time comes, this item will be essential to you. Jemmy glanced over, remembering that the old man had given it to him. His mother and sister helplessly watched him curled up in his blanket. You really are just like your father. I wonder what it can actually do. He peeked out embarrassed and asked, Mom, have you seen my necklace? The necklace is quickly produced. This. He noticed the blue light had vanished. Holding the object in her hand, she continued, This was a gift from your grandmother, for you. He cautiously inquired, I heard you passed away before I was born, but you could see the future. Damn it, what the hell was that light? Did I just get blasted from the north to the south? A voice echoes, and a blue shield appears. That woman. Please, don't hurt my grandson anymore. At that moment, Expo was confused as a voice and a hand pushed him away. Please, take your business elsewhere. Overwhelmed, he roared in anger. Who are you? How dare you? A hand emerges from the shadows, and a voice declares that no amount of power can stop what's coming. The price has already been paid. He flies backward in a panic. This is his territory. I have to run before... A voice echoes, belonging to Blazer. Nice to meet you, Sibo said, standing before the astonished crowd, pausing with a frown. Blazer, looking down from above with displeasure, wondered what brought such a busy person here. And quickly, flames erupted. Answer truthfully facing a pillar of fire, Grazer considered, and I'll grant you a swift and painless death. He gritted his teeth in anger. You damned monster! The rustling of branches and hushed voices made it all seem like a dream. At the high priest's funeral, everyone bowed in grief. He was always so kind and generous to everyone. A great star has fallen. The eulogy continued for the one lying still in the flower bed. Whoever did this will not be forgiven. Juai stares down, a dark thought crossing his mind. Could he turn the high priest into a zombie? He bit his lip, thinking of his current self, and then walked out with the others so different from before. As he walked by, Ricky told him that Jai Bu wanted to see him. Before he opened the door, Ricky reminded him not to create even a sliver of light inside. It was the rule. The two of them entered the room. All right, let's go in. Jai wondered what had happened to him. I guess that's a happy ending, Ricky explained as they descended the stairs. Don't you remember? He vanished with the light from your necklace. Was it an artifact? Jemmy followed up. And I'm not sure either, I just know my grandmother, who could foresee the future, created it. Okay, we're here. The original sanctuary. And now, a beautiful stone statue appears in the middle of an artificial stream. Juai, looking worried, asked, She's not going to just appear and disappear like last time, is she? Ricky helplessly put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, and replied, "She's telling you not to be rude. He's coming. Tell him yourself." Jemmy waded into the water, facing the goddess Po. She speaks, "Allow me to begin with a word of thanks." Jemmy, surprised, stands motionless in the water, looking up. The goddess Po raised a hand, frowning as she spoke. "Thanks to you, I was able to grant Janice a blessing. So please withdraw some of your power." Jemmy quickly retorted, "Do you want me to explode and die here?" The goddess seemed to realize something, then replied, almost embarrassed, "I seem to have been a bit careless. I completely forgot how fragile humans are." Joi's expression darkened as she continued. "But you should be proud. After all, you're a human acknowledged by a god." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, disgusted by the whole situation. At the Genius Church headquarters, an angry shout echoes, "Are you kidding me?" An enraged man slams his fist on the table, shouting, "Not only did the plan fail, but C is missing. I even gave him the sword from the church's sealed vault." The young man across from him, pale with fear, replied, "We have no news. We've searched every corner of Aston, but aside from Can's corpse, we found nothing else." The man, now a mix of anger, anxiety, and confusion, thought, "This is terrible." The Loa battlefield indicated that without Mr. Ken, a holy war would be a crushing defeat. The Loa line battlefield, a divine object capable of predicting the outcome of war by running simulations. Later, he sighed. "It seems the political pressure from signing a contract with demons will only increase." The man quickly responded, "Yes, I'm aware." His hand tightened, clinging to his calculations. They should have started the war immediately to gain the upper hand, but now we have no choice but to wait for him to return. Find Sen and bring him back no matter what. "Find Sen, at any cost," the man declared from his throne, his command forcing the young man below to kneel. Meanwhile, at a cathedral bathed in the sun's fading light, a group of people stand below, their faces etched with sorrow. "Unbelievable. You just happened to find information about Diablo in the mountains?" Jawai looked up and replied, "Yes, but I can't tell you anything because I just found it by chance." The goddess Po continued, "You think I'll believe that nonsense about chance?" Without hesitation, Jawai confirmed it, leaving the goddess feeling helpless. "Forget it doesn't matter now." Jemmy speaks up, "Let me ask you something this time. I know you're concerned about my spirit. Diablo is your greatest enemy. Okay, but do the gods know about my resurrection?" He wondered, then asked, "What happened to him?" The goddess Po rested her cheek on her hand, replying with difficulty, "I don't know. He must have been sealed in the land of eternal primordial darkness, where even gods are powerless." Hearing this, Jai hesitated and asked, "There's no escape?" The goddess Po affirmed, "Impossible. We would never seal him in a place where he had even the slightest chance of escape." These words made him pensive, though in his heart he knew it was certain. He covered his smirk, thinking they didn't know Min had died and been resurrected. Suddenly, the goddess Po noticed something and spoke up. "That bracelet. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Who would have thought it would reappear in this world? It really caused us a lot of trouble." Jemmy, still facing the goddess, replies, "I'm searching for the remaining 2 artifacts. An unbreakable distance, an all-powerful being capable of slaying gods." Goddess Po turns away, saying, "Do as you please. I'll turn a blind eye to this." Jawai asked curiously, "So, are you the outcast?" Goddess Po replied, "I will answer you, as you don't seem to be asking to mock me. Genius, Lily, and Brahman form one group, Ran and Kulun form another. Tantiras and Ado form one group, while Jilan and Oblivion form another. So, the Fire King and I are alone, and her words paint a clear picture of the game at hand." Jemmy was stunned, realizing the sun god was alone, as Po raised an object and continued, "The Fire King has always been alone, and the higher-ups are more like a supreme collective than a single entity." Jemmy speculates, saying that she doesn't think she's in danger just because she's on her own. The goddess Po, now seething with rage, spat out, "It's because of that bastard Genis. He sees himself as G's hunting dog and believes he's been abandoned by Gia. He's targeting me because he thinks I'm the one who caused it." Juai is horrified, realizing Po intends to steal her power to fight that filthy bastard. How dare he cross the line like that? The goddess Po spoke through gritted teeth, her hair now black with fury. Jawai worriedly thinks, then asks, "That's why you need me, even though I'm a dark magic user?" The goddess Po, her hair now black, looked down at him and said, "Your dark mana is endless, pure, unlike the sinister power of that filth." Yet she once scorned this very power. He wondered, then asked something else. but I'm Diablo's heir over there. Hearing this, the goddess Po waves her hand, dismissing the object in her hand, and closes her eyes to question, "So, you're saying you can't cooperate with me, one of the 12 gods? How ridiculous. You're the one who brought up his name and approached me." As she spoke, she pressed one of her massive fingers against his forehead, and Jemmy angrily responded, "Well, I just meant I don't think we can fully trust each other." She replied, "Then we just need to foster trust in each other." Jai rubbed his forehead and asked irritably, "How? Look at the back of your hand." Hearing this, he takes off his glove and looks down at his palm. "I have given you my mark of promise." In his palm was a distinctive mark, cut to the Church of Puarak's executor, hand on heart, speaking with conviction. "I, the sword watching over the goddess's justice." While Ricky claps and cheers, and a young man bows his head in gratitude. Greetings to the newly appointed saint. Juai is bewildered by the sight of them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I look forward to working with you in the future." A holy mark appears when someone is chosen by the gods, granting them a sign on their body and treatment as a bishop, untouchable and unaffected by the world, for they are sacred. Even though that bastard Janus blocked my path, I apologize for being late. Thanks to your help in this crisis, I was able to protect this sacred territory. A woman shrouded in darkness appears behind Jai, her eyes gleaming as she asks, "Ngui Nan, you fled in fear. I'll return later if needed." Leaving a frightened Jai behind, he turns back with a forced smile, wringing his hands together, free to act independently of any church. That woman is Jai's mother. She raised her hand to her forehead, explaining, "Jai, you're a member of the Welton family and joined the Church of Po. I can't believe you're a saint." Sarah's younger sister's eyes lit up as she excitedly asked, "Mom, what's a saint?" Behind her, a man knelt down, offering a gentle smile. Let me tell you, that's Sarah turning around and exclaiming, "Lord Markey." Jemmy then asked him, "Has Lord Barr awakened?" He turned his head, and Jemmy's mother quickly said, "Yes, father, let me go see." He asked, "Will you be all right?" Jai's mother didn't hesitate, landing a punch on his head and said, "Yes, he will. I must also thank him for saving my son." He then raised his hand with difficulty and said, "Ha ha, I'm going too, to the entrance of a building." Hearing the door open, Fran sat up and exclaimed, "Yesterday, Sai and I were laughing. One in a chair, the other in bed, just looking at each other." Listening to them talk, Jemmy imagined them teasing each other, then thought helplessly, "He really has no EQ at all." Jemmy went in and plopped down on Fran's bed, saying, "I'm so glad. I was worried your hand wouldn't heal." He asked, confused, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting in front of a patient?" Jemmy cheerfully replies, "Well, I am just a kid. Thanks." Fran thanked him, causing him to blush with embarrassment, so he stood up and turned away, saying, "I didn't really do anything, but more importantly, I heard you had something to tell me." Fran replied, "Yes, do you know anything about the border?" Jemmy looked bewildered. "I heard it's a very suspicious organization searching for the world's secrets. Come with me, Jai. There's a level 9 mage at the border who can mentor you." Jemmy turned back to ask, "They're not human, are they?" Fran quickly responded, "Yes, that's precisely why they can help you become even stronger." "What do you think?" he asked seriously, leaving Jemmy confused and lost in thought. "I can't believe you're asking me if I want to learn from someone inferior to myself. Unbelievable. You don't know who I am," he thought before firmly replying, "No, thank you." He asked again in surprise, "Are you sure? They have a 9th circle mage. Even though this is a chance to learn purple magic, you could change the world map," Jemmy said frankly. "A 9th circle mage is impressive, but I'm not inferior." Even Commander Fran was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Jiaowai grinned confidently, implying that he too would reach that level soon. He spoke with increasing enthusiasm, but still thanked her. "I'll drop by for a visit. I'm really curious about this commander named Isis." Leader Frania paused for a moment, then smiled in response. "They truly are extraordinary people. Be sure to visit. I'll introduce you to Isis then." Cut to outside the building, where night has fallen and the moon hangs high. "Master, you're so mean." Little Squirrel is now crying miserably. "How could you just leave me like that? Master, you're so mean." Jiawai then asks, "When did I abandon you?" "I only left you with someone." She glared up at Jai, scolding him. "But didn't you completely forget about me later on?" The squirrel puffed out her cheeks and demanded, "Just be honest, you did forget, didn't you?" Jemmy raises her hand to mediate. "Come on, of course not." But in her heart, she thinks, with all this commotion, she must be completely healed, right? "The scarf makes me feel like it's something I gave her, huh?" Then he looks down at Venna and continues, "Do you know how hard it was for me to walk all the way from She can fly. I thought she had awakened back then. She glanced at the scarf, surprised to see it emit a light, and then an old phone appeared, speaking from within. Perhaps it's best if I explain. To save you, I forced her awakening, but only once. That awakening was the result of Vena's strong desire and my help, so you should be grateful to both of us. Human, if it weren't for us, you'd be embracing that demon. Jay, still in shock, grabbed the string and asked, confused, "What's going on here? Is it possessed? How can this hammer be making such a racket all by itself? How dare you compare me to ordinary tools? Even if you're Vena's master, I'll just—" It spoke, still ringing, as he watched with curious eyes. Vena then exclaimed, "Bellion, aren't I the only one who can hear you?" The weapon seemed thunderstruck by this revelation. So, according to this new, arrogant weapon barking at me, though I can't hear a thing, Vena tearfully picks up the bracelet, from which a panicked voice cries out, "Vena, don't cry." Joai turns away, pondering. That awakening of yours was only temporary. If you want to fully awaken, you have to fulfill some kind of duty. The ring trembles, saying, "You're so mean." Jemmy turns serious, adding that she's found Vanir's secret location. Hearing this, Vena's worries vanished, and she asked with wide eyes, "You know where Vanir is?" Tiberian looked down and replied, "Yes, it's in the deepest part of the Arazat forest." The bracelet spoke again from a place called Spring Thuth. After hearing everything, Jemmy said, "It seems we can't go there now, as even swordsmen would have a hard time surviving in the great forest. And it seems she really will have to fulfill those duties." After this incident, time passed quickly, and everyone continued their peaceful lives. To fulfill their sacred duty, Ricky and Anna must journey to the Grand Fioro Temple as the sun shines brightly over a distant estate. Sarah, with tears welling up, looked up at him and asked. He had made his mother cry again, and the Welton family had yet another place to go. Seeing Jamie approach, he happily opened his arms, saying, "Come here, nephew." Jamie looked on helplessly. "Well, this is a bit much. Instead of Raz, you went with the Ricky twins." "Wait, Grandpa," Jamie called out. The P.O. Iraq church executor, watching this scene, clapped his hands happily, saying, "What a wonderful family." The day Alok joined the Welton family as a representative of the collaboration between the Welton family and the faux church. 15 days later, a carriage rolls down the road. We've finally made it back to his. She and her child called out to Eno, "We love you, Daddy." He happily embraced the mother and daughter, calling out, "Cesar Sarah, where's Jemmy?" Only then did he step down from the carriage and happily call out, "Father's home." Henno was astonished to see his son, Jemmy. He approached him happily saying, "You've grown taller." Jemmy replied cheerfully, "Yes, I have." Cut to night, Henno slept soundly with his wife and daughter. "What is a sword?" A question posed to Chief Fran. Jemmy sits on the bed and asks, "I'm curious, what is a sword to a swordsman?" Leader Frantia warmed up, saying, "Did you know I was once called an evil spirit? The sword is a reflection of myself. Through constant repentance and self-reflection, I realized that what I wielded was not just a sword, but also hatred. It was then that I truly became a swordsman." As he watched him warm up, he replied, remembering his conversation with the goddess Po, who asked if he wanted to know about the buried history. He replied, "Yes, but will you tell me?" The goddess Po then looked a little embarrassed. "It might be difficult now," Juai asked in surprise. "Meaning you might be able to later," she explains. "There's a certain keyword that, once uttered, alerts all the gods that something has happened. A word that cannot be avoided. If anyone gets close to that secret, we'll all know, and each time it happens, an executioner will be sent to erase that existence completely." The goddess Po spoke seriously, and Jemmy offered her speculation. Like the dragon god Bram, she didn't deny it. Yes, his descendants, the dragons, would stand up. That's what happened to Canon. And Jai clenched his fist. The goddess Po continued, "Are you confident you can face even one of them right now?" Jai's flashback ended as he opened his eyes, realizing he had gained nothing, just like in the past. Now lying in bed, he laments that he must find another way. The next morning, Henno is in the training grounds when he suddenly hears a voice from behind. "Well." He turned around cheerfully and asked, "Yerm, it's surprising to see you at the training grounds." Jemmy said seriously, "There's something I want to talk to you about, Father." Ao said curiously, "Go on." He hesitated a bit. Then, burning with determination, he declared his desire to learn swordsmanship, transitioning to a scene inside a room where he stood before a large portrait of a woman named Tina, as someone called out, "Young Master Veo, you know I really hate this power of mine. Because of this useless power, I killed my whole family." He reached out to touch the photo, saying sorrowfully, "Stay with me, Tina. I'll be your family and I'll protect you so you never have to use that power again." That's what I said. My dear Tina, I still don't know what that prophecy is. He was devastated, wondering if he truly needed to know. Why wasn't he told that the tax collector who saved his life on the battlefield and became his butler was actually a traitor? Was it truly necessary to sacrifice all those innocent lives? He lamented. The woman then produced a necklace, smiling as she said, "You'll know who to give this to." The man quickly asked, "Tina, why are you preparing so far into the future?" Tina sighed. "Don't cry. This is the first time I've been proud of my power. If you hadn't kept me then, I would have." He reached out and took the necklace. "Tina," the woman's last words echo, "beware of the boy, the child who will inherit our blood. Let us pray that the child does not become a calamity upon this world." Meanwhile, in the Welton territory of the Sam Kingdom, within a vast mansion, resides the executor of the P.O. Iraq Church. With his hands clasped together, he happily says, "It's an honor to meet you, Master Swordsman." Ao and his wife sat across from their guest, replying, "Thank you for coming all this way. I'm very sorry for the Archbishop's passing." "Who would have thought the Janus Church would exploit the nobility?" he said, getting straight to the point. "Allow me to introduce the Master Swordsman, Ano." Iraq smiled in response. "Thank you for your concern. Our church will never forget this kindness." Ano gritted his teeth in anger. "If I find a way, I will attack the Janus Church's main temple immediately." Worried, she calls out, "My husband?" Ano, still enraged, booms, "Those bastards have thrown my family into chaos, and they will pay the price." The executor of the Po Church clasped his hands reverently and replied, "Our church will also support you." Ano, now calm, responded, "Thank you for helping me unconditionally." The executor immediately replied, "Of course, the saint's work is the church's work. Sir, I'll take my leave now. Safe travels." With that, the man opened the door and left. Henno was deep in thought, as C watched him with concern, asking what he was pondering, startling him. He explained, "I'm thinking about G. I never imagined he'd become a saint of the Po Church, even though they said he could work independently, unrelated to the church." Sai then replied with a look of guilt, "I'm sorry. I should have taken better care of him." Seeing her reaction, he quickly explained, "Xia, it's not your fault. Who could have stopped a 9-year-old who was already a level 6 mage? I'm just worried about the present," he said, his face etched with concern. "She knows that the priesthood is about to go to war with the Janus Church, and in times like these, appointing a new saint will..." Sai forced a smile and replied, "Are you worried Jemmy will lead the battle? Father told me before she left Welton." Her hands clasped together awkwardly. Perhaps he was chosen because of the war. Jai must be doing this for Ricky. Hino reached out and took his wife's hand, saying, "Unbelievable, I'm so worried about you." She was about to say something more, but Sai was already shaking and panicked. "I'm so afraid something will happen to Jai." Seeing his wife like this, A gently comforted her. "Don't cry. I promise I'll bring Jai back," Sai said, still trembling. "But I'm so afraid. Mother told me to trust him and stand back to observe until the end. But I'm still so afraid. My husband, my heart, can never be at peace," she said, wiping away tears as Hino gently comforted her. "Trust in your husband. No one will harm our child, even if they are gods." Cut to Jai, who is now on the training grounds. Gripping his sword tightly, he shouts, "I want to learn swordsmanship." Hano, utterly shocked, asks him to repeat himself, and Jai firmly replies, "I want to learn our family's swordsmanship." "Then what about magic?" Juai replies, "I'll learn both magic and swordsmanship at the same time." Heno forced a smile, asking, "So, you want to learn swordsmanship for self-defense?" "No, I want to seriously learn our family's swordsmanship," he declared, his resolve unwavering. Heno frowned, then turned away, annoyed, saying, "You underestimate swordsmanship," Jemmy persisted. "I'm not." Heno didn't turn back. "Our swordsmanship isn't something you can practice alongside magic," he said as he walked away. But his father retorts, saying it's not a frivolous game for him to play, he's underestimating it. "I cannot teach someone like you." Jai replies, "But I'm serious." Hearing this, he reached out and grabbed something, saying, "Then show me your resolve." He picked up a wooden sword and boomed, "I won't use aura." The sword pointed directly at Jai, startling him. "Use everything you have and receive my strike." Jai raises 2 fingers, asking, "You mean I can use magic, right?" Black watches intently. Heno raises his sword, replying sternly, "You can use magic, swords, anything. If you can block 1 strike of mine, I'll pass the sword technique to you." The soldiers nearby murmured amongst themselves, "Ha ha ha, Uncle Ja, wasn't Lady Sarah supposed to inherit the sword? I think he's too obsessed with magic. Even if he is a member of the Welton family, isn't it too late now?" Jai thinks angrily, "I can hear you, just like father. He could be equal to, or even stronger than that." I can't sense any energy coming from him, which is more terrifying than anything. Henno speaks. Are you ready? He responded, yes. He steels himself, determined to break that wooden sword. If he doesn't imbue it with aura, I can do this. All right, here I go. As he said this, he swung his sword and charged toward Jai, startling him. Is his father really trying to kill his own son? Jai raises 2 fingers and shouts, "Black magic!" Break appeared, beeping, and fired an energy arrow forward, surprising the father, who dodged it just in time, while simultaneously attacking Jemmy. As he charged, he said, "A sword isn't a simple weapon, it'll hurt if it becomes terrifying." Jai then began to unleash his magical power, saying seriously, "I told you I was being serious. The hand of destruction." A massive magic circle appears. Jemmy quickly attacks his father, shattering the wooden sword. Aino watches the wooden sword in dismay as Jemmy continues to swing with full force. At this rate, he won't be able to stop her. The only way he could show his resolve was to grit his teeth. But as he overcame the attack, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his. Ano asked, surprised and delighted, "Where did you learn this magic?" Jai replied honestly, "I created it myself. This child needs no teacher." He recalled Marquis Lin Mayo's words, realizing their meaning, then looked at his son and sincerely asked, "Jai, your magical talent is already exceptional, yet you still want to learn swordsmanship?" Jemmy, serious once more, replied, "That's right. I've never looked down on swordsmanship, nor do I intend to learn it just for show. I want to learn it for my own future." He spoke with passion, leaving Hino stunned. "What future are you talking about? I think I already know." I realized a lot after that. Magic alone isn't enough. I need a new power to face the future's trials, and you know that, don't you? "Father," he said with a thoughtful expression, "though I may be young, I am not immature." "Father," Jemmy said, bowing his head in silence. His tone grew more insistent. "I'm very determined." With that, he released his son's hand, turned away, and said coldly, "From tomorrow on, be here at 6:08 a.m. Jemmy's eyes lit up with joy at the approval. Yes, a carriage is traveling down the road and a hand reaches out to the window. I long to see Master Wen soon. A beautiful blonde girl gazes out the window, longing in her eyes as the scene shifts to a room where Jemmy is getting ready, while a pair of pink ears mumbles, "Son." Jemmy puts on his gloves and glances back at the snoring Vena, still in disbelief that he has to do this. Vena is sound asleep, drooling even. Should he wake her? He thinks of his sister Sarah, crying out in anguish, "Squirrel, where did you go?" In her hand, a letter that reads, "Don't look for me." Then he looked down and thought, "No, let her sleep as long as she wants. I have to make up for what I did yesterday anyway." Then he gently touched the little squirrel's nose, creating a magical light. Moments later, little squirrel appeared beside Sarah, also fast asleep and drooling. It was 6 a.m., and Jai stepped out of the house, wondering what kind of training awaited him. I never expected to learn the family's secret techniques anyway. I may be the future clan leader, but training is still difficult because I don't even know the basics. Thinking this, he unknowingly arrived at the training grounds and reached for a weapon. Whatever. I'm not overthinking this. I'll master swordsmanship soon enough. And with that, he boldly approached the training dummies. He thought confidently, more importantly, the effects of this physical body are very clear. It carries the blood of a renowned swordsmanship family and has been enhanced with the seed of life. This time, I'll surprise you too. Father, from today on, I will be responsible for his training. A man appeared before him, booming, "This is Elite Knight, Vice Captain Hamilton." JY was understandably confused. He scratched his face, surprised, and asked, "Wasn't my father supposed to teach me?" Vice Captain Hamilton glared fiercely and replied, "A kid who's just starting to learn swordsmanship wants the strongest swordsman to teach him?" The boy was speechless, thinking, "He doesn't look very happy." Vice Captain Hamilton continued, "From now on, I'll be your trainer." Later, Jawai asked, "But you don't have a wooden sword." He replied, "Today's lesson doesn't require one." Then, pointing behind him, he continued fiercely, "From now on, you'll be running laps around the training grounds." Jawai's face fell, all his energy drained. Mr. Leonardo, why do I have to run? I'm here to learn swordsmanship." Wait, what was that? From out of nowhere, Vice Captain Hamilton pulled out a cap, put it on, and barked, "Trainee Jai, from now on, you will not call me sir, but coach." Jai's eyes widened in shock. What? He questioned inwardly. What in the world is this? Why does it feel like I have to obey him? Every answer out of my mouth will be, yes. His voice echoed. Then he glared and barked, "Understood." To which you meekly replied, "Understood." "Is that all the strength you have? Shout with all your might." "Understood." Vice Captain Hamilton then pulled out another pair of sunglasses from who knows where, put them on, and said with satisfaction, "That's right. Very good." Where did those sunglasses even come from? And now, they begin running laps on the training field. It's clear, by 9 a.m. the sun was high in the sky. Jiawai is still running tirelessly. I knew it. Meanwhile, Haino, watching her son from the window, said, "Hamilton is the best at training soldiers." Sai looked at her husband, displeased, thinking he was going too far. He explains, "We must be strict if he doesn't want to tarnish the Welton name, and this isn't even cruelty. This is just the beginning. Once he picks up a sword, I won't go easy on him." "Even if he is our son," CS pleaded for her child. "Can't you go easy on him?" Haino replied awkwardly. "My father never held back with me, but I'm sure he'll do fine. He's our son after all." Then he leaned in close to his wife and whispered, "All right, I forgot to mention this to you." Zas asked curiously, "What is it?" "Vis's family is coming to visit tomorrow," he says, and she jumps up, startled. "Why are you telling me this now?" He explains, "There's still a day left, and Viscount is my sworn brother, so we should prepare a feast." CS Enghien turned seriously to the door and said, "That's exactly why we need to prepare even more thoroughly. I'm off, I don't even know where to start." She angrily clenched her fist and walked away, but he reached out to stop her. Wait, Sai said, then sighed to himself in dismay. Later, Haino scratched his face and said, "You've returned full of sin. I pity you so. Jamie, I was going to go easy on you if your mother had pleaded with me one more time." It's now 11 a.m. and the sun beats down as Jai continues to run with all his might. Watching from the sidelines, Vice Captain Hamilton was astonished. His stamina at only 9 years old was truly impressive. "I have to conserve my stamina, but I haven't even used my mana or divine power yet. I've been running nonstop with just my physical strength without a single break." Jai ran, thought, and motivated himself, while Haino chuckled. "I was a little disappointed, but Jamie chose the path of magic, so I'll do my best to help him." Vice Captain Hamilton thought, now seeing him excel like this, he re-evaluated him. "Sir, it seems the young master's talents aren't limited to magic." And then he shouted, "Trainee, you can stop now." Jai, lost in the moment, continued to run, ignoring the calls to stop. "Apprentice Jai, you can stop now." A hand on Jai's shoulder stopped him, and he turned with a demonic glare. This momentarily startled Vice Captain Hamilton, before Jai snapped out of it and asked, "Coach's training over?" He was drenched in sweat and looked sickly. Hamilton, still stunned, replied, "Ah, yes, that's it for today's training. Thank goodness, I can finally rest." And with that, Jai collapsed onto the training grounds, unconscious. Hamilton removed his glasses, recalling Jai's gaze, unsure of how to report it. Outside the window, the sky shifted to a beautiful sunset. Jemmy lay in bed, exhausted, and opened his eyes. "Where am I?" "This is my room." "Did I faint?" "That means the training." Sarah sobbed, calling out to Jai, who jumped up in alarm. "Sarah, when did you get here?" "Why are you crying?" The little girl, her face streaked with tears, replied, I thought you were dead." Jemmy then took his sister's hand, offering words of comfort. "See? I'm fine, okay?" Sarah, now relieved, responds, "Yes, master." A voice cries out as Sarah clutches the small squirrel in her hand, desperately saying, "I'm so miserable. I want to rest." "Really? I'm suffering even more than you are." Joy smirks, telling his sister Sarah to stop crying and play with Squirrel. Another desperate cry echoes. The master of the house rushed in, asking, "Are you awake?" The siblings cried out in unison, "Father, Father, Sarah has chewed on Mr. Squirrel." Haino approaches his precious daughter, picking her up as he says, "Sarah, I'm so proud of you. You're looking out for your brother. It seems the nanny baked you cookies." Still chewing on the squirrel, she mumbled, "Cookies." Then she runs out the door with her nanny, calling out, "Cookies, Squirrel, let's go eat." He then closed the door and said to his son, "I thought you'd be laid out, aching all over." Jai confidently raised his fist in response. "I'm glad you're okay." But in his heart, he knew he couldn't reveal the seed of life's power. The seed of life, which he luckily found during an encounter, is a creation containing the power of life, with self-healing and physique-enhancing properties. Haino sat on the bed and said, "You must have been surprised to see Hamilton at the training ground." Jai chuckled and replied, "I thought my teacher would be father," before being smacked on the head. "I still have a long way to go before I can learn from a master swordsman." He replied helplessly, tears falling, "But I'm your son." He looked at him with pride, saying, Yes, my extraordinary son. Moments later, he struggled to remember and asked, but what happened? I remember running, but I don't remember anything after that. 5 hours and 17 minutes. That's beyond even my expectations. The Vice Captain Hamilton reported to Eno in utter shock. His stamina and spirit are remarkable. He raised a finger and said, "Don't worry, you finished your training." Juai looked back in surprise. "Really?" He replied sternly, "Yeah, so I was thinking that at his age, my record was probably around 3 hours and 36 minutes. Starting tomorrow, you'll be training with swords," Heno happily announced to his son. Jemmy excitedly asks, "We don't have to run anymore, right?" His father replies, "That's right." "Really?" Jai asks. "Yes, but you still need to run for an hour each day to maintain your stamina." His face suddenly fell, and seeing his son's reaction, his father tried to backtrack. "You don't want to? If not, then forget it." JY didn't want to disappoint his father, so he agreed, No, I'll definitely run." He then warned that it would take some time for Hamilton to teach him the basics, and he shouldn't take it lightly, or he would suffer later. While teaching Hamilton might be a little scary. Jai imagines Vice Captain Hamilton and drools in fear. "Am I going to have to see that hat and those sunglasses again?" Eno wondered. "If you can endure it, I will personally teach you swordsmanship and the Welton family's dagger techniques to the best of my ability." "Daggers," he continued, "aren't easy to learn, but if it's you, Jai, I know you can do it." Heno put his arm around his son's shoulder and proudly said, "I'll be waiting for you," causing Juai to blush with embarrassment. The scene shifts to the next day, as a voice echoes, "Are you disappointed that I'm your instructor?" The other man replied, "No, Vice Captain Hamilton is standing opposite Jamie right now. Learning swordsmanship from a master swordsman would be better for him." "Aren't you sad that your instructor is just a sword proficient like me?" He replies, "No, you don't seem to mind." Juai trembles, salutes, and grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I have to get on the train to Lucy Bella." Thinking back to last night, could the sky above Welton Grimea really conjure up a training facility like this? How convenient. With tears in her eyes, Venna asked Jai, "Brother, do you really have to go?" He replied helplessly, "Why would I lie to you?" Then Jemmy turned back to her and asked, "Venna, do you remember what I said before?" A tearful sock agrees. "Yes." Jemmy muses. "The world is changing rapidly, and we are at the center of it." Venna raises her hand with newfound resolve. "I'll do my best." Jai, momentarily surprised, turns away and says, "Then let the hell training begin." Vina, back to her dejected self, replies, "Yes, sir." Entering a doorway, Jai says confidently, "Let's go, we need to pace ourselves." Jai recalls how exhausted they were from yesterday's training. Vice Captain Hamilton smiles, thinking yesterday's running drill took a toll on the kids, but he won't go easy on them today. He hands Jemmy a wooden sword and says to take it. Then he turns and says that the basic moves of swordsmanship are divided into slashing and stabbing. He demonstrated each move while explaining to Jai that the slash is divided into a direct slash, a swing slash, a left and right slash, a diagonal slash, and so on. All of that falls under the umbrella of slashing, and Jemmy was impressed by the demonstration, though he found it more complex than he imagined. Next, Vice Captain Hamilton unleashed a powerful strike with a resounding yell, then sheathed his sword and asked, "Trainee Jai, what do you think of your instructor's methods?" Jiawai, now genuinely impressed, simply replied, "Amazing." He threatened to make him run laps if he gave a half-hearted answer, but before he could finish, Jai spoke up. "Your legs?" Vice Captain Hamilton asked in shock. "What about my legs?" Jiawai then offered his analysis. "Each of your steps is seamlessly linked to your entire body's movement. The way you utilize every muscle in your body is also impressive. Even with minimal effort, your explosive power seems to have increased, right?" These words catch him off guard, and Jemmy wonders if her comments were surprising. "Every movement begins with the feet, something I once heard from a swordmaster 60,000 years ago." Vice Captain Hamilton turns back to offer praise, saying, "Ah, yes, a very good answer." He responds, "That's all." Deputy Hamilton cleared his throat and continued, "All things considered, today's training is simple. Just repeat what I showed you 1,000 times." Jai's jaw dropped. The only acceptable answer was, "Understood." Anything else was invalid. Barely able to respond, he could only reply, "Yes, sir." Jiawai was still training so hard that he was drenched in sweat, while Vice Captain Hamilton watched from outside. Leaning against a pillar, he thought he'd planned a year of basic training for the kid. 6 months. No, 3 months was too long. Then he called out, "Trainee Jamie." But he was too focused to hear. Vice Captain Hamilton approached and called out to him, and only then did he hurriedly reply, "Yes, sir." I have some business to attend to, so remember to complete 1,000 repetitions before I return. Understood. After Vice Captain Hamilton left, Jai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally catching his breath, he thought everything was fine, except for his master's gaze, which was a little scary. Still, he was happy just to grip the sword, a determined smile on his face. Jai told himself that the more he swung, the more ideas he had about combining it with magic in unrestrained ways. Getting closer, Jai closed his eyes, feeling the movements, pushing harder, then unleashing a more decisive strike. Jemmy looked at the sword in his hand, smiled, thinking that future was still far off, but perhaps he would be led to a new realm. Then looked up at Break and called out to Black Ball, "Are you recording?" It screeched in response, then projected an image of Jai training. "Good, let's finish this," he exclaimed as a footstep suddenly echoed. A human. Sensing something amiss, Jai's expression turns grave, right in front of the training grounds. A strange life force. An intruder? Jemmy uses teleportation to appear behind the intruder. He brandishes his sword and charges, yelling, "What brazen fool dares trespass in the Welton family manor? You've got guts." The little girl, Asseler, quickly raised her hand to block and cried out, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Jai stared blankly at the person in front of him. Tearfully, she says, "You scared me." Then the two sit down together. She finally sighed in relief, saying, "I thought I was a goner." Jai gazed into the distance and asked, "Are you a wind spirit?" He looks at the spirit energy around him, thinking that to maintain a spirit in the modern world, they'd need at least a mid-level summoner. The girl is overjoyed that someone recognizes her. "You can tell?" Jai looked at her helplessly. Looks like you're not just playing around here when you're home, huh?" She innocently raises her hands, excitedly recounting. "You were training, and a high-level spirit came to you?" Jai asked, shocked. "A high-grade spirit?" she answers honestly. "Yes, its name is Repeat, the highest-level wind spirit, the famous wind spirit guardian of Jin." He asked what Repeat had said, and she replied, "Nothing. It just looked at me and disappeared. After that day, I began to be able to maintain my divine power." He thought to himself, "I thought she was just a child, but the world wouldn't focus on her for no reason." The girl huffed again, but her sister is far more powerful. She can summon high-level spirits. Hearing this, Jamie was truly panicked and exclaimed. Seeing his expression, I puffed up my nose and proudly continued. "I knew you'd be surprised. Father was also very surprised." He was so shocked he couldn't say a word, as Jai pondered in thought. Of course he's surprised. To summon a high-level spirit at that age means she's a genius like me. Because she had been reborn, the Spirit King Elqueens treated the soul of the girl who made a pact with him with great care. Suddenly, she clutches her head in pain, startling Jai, who asks in alarm, "Suddenly? What's wrong?" The girl, with tears in her eyes, worriedly said, "I forgot that Father told me not to talk about this." Jai sighed in frustration. In Welton's study, a voice echoed, "Still no word from the Genistar Church?" Valor nodded in response. "Yes, but they will make a decision soon." Eno was furious as they had to choose between war or disbanding their religion. Setting down his teacup, Eno then asked if the captain of the 7 Knights had been found. Valor replies that no. According to Tigris, a secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern nobility, he has not yet returned to the main Genis temple. The Valor vice captain seemed worried as he spoke, wondering what was going on, to which Eno somberly replied, "Something related to the monsters Barrow can't even handle. War will break out. I wonder what I would do in his position." When he returned to a magnificent room, a polite voice echoed. "I apologize for the late greeting. It's quite all right," Vikout says. "I heard you were training with swords." Rebecca, meanwhile, kept her head down, looking embarrassed. "Train hard. We have high expectations for you." Everyone was gathered in a large room conversing, and Jai cheerfully responded, "Thank you for your guidance." Meanwhile, Az waved at him from across the room, while Jam Rebecca stood beside him, head bowed in embarrassment. Finally, she steels herself, looks up and calls out, but before she can speak, she blushes and looks down again. Seeing her like this, Jemmy is confused, wondering what's wrong with her. Thinking back to how tense she was, Jemmy thinks Rebecca is acting a bit strange. This is the first time we've met since that incident. I wonder what's on her mind. Why does it feel like she's avoiding me? Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. "Rookie Jai, I told you to relax, but you're distracted by pointless thoughts. It turns out Jemmy is doing a headstand and is also distracted." He replied with difficulty, "Not at all." Vice Captain Hamilton put his whistle to his mouth, shook his finger, and said, "Don't lie to me. Get up now." He then asked, "Did you complete your 1,000 sword swings yesterday?" Jai, panting, replied, "I did." Hearing this, Vice Captain Hamilton tossed him a wooden sword, saying, "Is that so? Let's have a look then. Understood. He then earnestly repeated what he had learned, his movements swift, decisive, and perfect. The sword thrusts were incredibly powerful and strong. Vice Captain Hamilton, seeing his ability, was once again surprised, speechless. He's too good. How could he learn that in a day? Can he really pull this off? After finishing the lesson, Jamie paused and asked, "How did I do, Coach?" "I'm guessing it wasn't great." Hamilton didn't hold back, replying, "Oh, you did great. Let's move on to the next step." Exhausted, he perks up at this. Then, Vice Captain Hamilton explains, "Yeah, the former patriarch. These are the moves your grandfather created. Bill, the former head of the Welton family, was a master swordsman who created moves to help his knights grow stronger. It's called 100 Seas. Powerful waves rise, the flow of 100 seas." Vice Captain Hamilton unleashed the 100 Seas, stunning everyone present. This is," Hamilton stammered. "Looks like you're seeing 100 Seas for the first time, am I right?" Juai replied honestly, "Yes, that's right. I was the same when I first started, but focus." He stomped his foot and began to demonstrate. The light footsteps moved. Jai's eyes followed without blinking, as if in perfect harmony with the movement. Watching Vice Captain Hamilton's movements, he realized mana was flowing in rhythm with his steps. 4 hours later, Jemmy is still in the training yard practicing the 100 Waters technique, wondering what he's doing wrong. He continues to move his feet, convinced this is what Hamilton did. He stopped, defeated, thinking, "I'm out of mana." He imagined Vice Captain Hamilton's gleeful face at his failure. Any Welton knight can use 100 Waters, but it seems he's the first who can't. He collapses to the ground, lamenting how frustrating this is. That insolent face. "This is the first time I've been stuck on something, even including my past life. The mana used in physical skills is different from the mana used in magic, I know that. But then suddenly some kind of liquid fell on my face. It was a drop of water with a pair of feet attached." Jemmy sat up and turned to call out to Rebecca. She was now hiding behind a wall, blushing. Jai spoke up. "Come on!" Rebecca peeked her head out from behind the wall, flashing a beautiful smile. Heh. Jai takes a few sips of water to recover. The two of them sat down and he turned to her saying, "Thank you, that really hit the spot." Rebecca shyly lowered her head and replied, Rebecca shyly turns away as Jai stares at her, confused. But why is he acting like this? Then out of the blue, Jemmy steps closer to Rebecca, asking, "Is there something you want to tell me? Is it hard to express?" Her face flushed even more, thinking he was too close, and she turned away, stammering, "Well, it's not just that. I've been thinking about you a lot. Why would you think that? I get flustered when I see you. My heart races." Rebecca confessed her feelings, but Jai, looking dumbfounded, replied, Yeah, I'm not so sure. In their last conversation, was he attracted to her only because of Zane's soul? Jai pondered seriously, deciding to change the subject to avoid thinking about it. He then turns away and asks, "I heard from AS that you summoned a high-level spirit?" Rebecca seems embarrassed and asks, "Did Az tell you?" "Yeah, but only briefly." Then she turned to Jemmy and asked, "I heard you're practicing swordsmanship." He nodded and replied, "That's right. I feel like knowing only magic isn't enough. Swordsmanship isn't as easy as I thought. Are you faltering in your movements?" Hearing that, he was surprised. "What?" Rebecca explains that this is what Enron said. "I can speak to spirits without summoning them. Enr, a high-ranking spirit, is a servant of the water god king. The spirit doesn't know much about your movement technique, but it says you should let the natural flow move you, like how you swing your sword with your left hand and step forward with your right foot. It says your movements are awkward." She recounts what she knows. Jemmy listened, then pondered. "Is that so?" Then Rebecca suggested that he let his body move on its own, to follow the rhythm of the water and wind. He could do it. Jemmy took her words to heart, letting his body move on its own. "I understand now. Perhaps I was overthinking it." With newfound clarity, Jai rose to his feet, astonishing Rebecca. He clenched his fist and strode forward as she reached out, calling after him. He returned to the training grounds, finally understanding. It was different from magic. "I can't control mana, but I can let my body move to its rhythm." Then, Jemmy repeated Bekhai's movements. "It's so light, like I'm dancing on water." Jai's steps are becoming more precise. Water currents begin to swirl, growing stronger around Jai. He then wonders if he can use magic at the same time. "Just a little more, and I'll focus on the mana." Jai moves tirelessly, growing ever more enthusiastic. The spirit realm appears, impressed by his talent, as Jai is observed through a purple water orb. But there are tons of geniuses like that in the world. Suddenly, the spirit realm panics as dark energy emanates from within the orb. Rebecca Jemmy was still training like a maniac, her movements creating a massive, powerful torrent of water around her. The swirling waters converge at a central point, impacting Rebecca on the outside. Koi raises both hands to brace against the immense power, struggling until she's standing within the colossal surge of water. Rebecca frantically calls out to Jay as a thick cloud of dust and smoke clears to reveal Jai. He sighs, now standing in the middle of a courtyard he's cratered. He looks around helplessly, wondering if he went too far. Heno rushed towards his son in shock, yelling. He grabbed Jai's shoulders, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Jai, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Heno, now enraged, wondered if there was an intruder. Who dared? Valor rushed to his daughter, calling out to Rebecca, while Jai stammered, unable to speak in the face of this scene. Valor rushes to embrace his daughter, relieved. "Thank goodness, you're all right," Rebecca gasps. "Hnch." Ano gritted his teeth and asked, "Yami, where did the intruder go?" Juai explained, Wait a minute. Father, this is my fault. I used 100 waters without realizing it," he said, scratching his face anxiously. Ano, once again in a panic, looked at him worriedly and asked, "You caused this?" "I used the 100 arts, but even so, he looked at the crater he was in with suspicion. The training ground was made of an alloy that could withstand aura. There's no way the 100 arts could have such destructive power." Jemmy explained, "I tried combining the 100 waters with magic, and this was the result. I'm sorry." Ano pondered. Even he couldn't improve upon the perfected 100 C's footwork. He looked at his son in disbelief, thinking it was either because he was a mage that he could think of combining the 100 C's with magic to increase its destructive power, or because he had chosen both a magic and swordsmanship. Suddenly, Vice Captain Hamilton appeared before the father and son and said seriously, "Sir, today I can say for certain that I have nothing left to teach the young master. Please teach him the space-cleaving sword art." Space-cleaving sword art? The Welton family's secret art allows its user to tear through space itself upon reaching a certain level, and its immense power makes it unthinkable to attempt without a solid foundation. Jemmy was shocked, asking, "That fast?" "But I've only just started learning the basics." Vice Captain Hamilton casually replied, What do you mean basic? That's a technique only 2 or 3 designated knights can learn." Hearing that, Jai looked sick and exclaimed, "What?" He then glumly looked at Vice Captain Hamilton and said, "You told me that all the Welton knights had learned 100 oceans." Ano then spoke up to diffuse his anger. When they're unable to learn the 100 C's, they usually choose to leave the family's ranks." Jai thought angrily, "That's not what he said. No wonder I felt it was more difficult." Vice Captain Hamilton forced a smile. "Our knights are truly amazing, aren't they? In these turbulent times, I wonder if it's just a coincidence that such a talented child has appeared." He paused, deep in thought. "No, I shouldn't worry about unnecessary things right now." He then smiled, praising his son. "Jamie, you've done well. From tomorrow, I will personally teach you swordsmanship." Jamie, overjoyed by the praise, exclaimed, "Really?" Squad leader Hamilton, now down in the newly formed pit, called out, and Jai responded clearly. He then said seriously, "Although I don't know much about the Turjan sword technique, it's definitely going to be difficult." Jemmy stepped forward and replied, "There won't be any problems." Vice Captain Hamilton didn't hold back his praise. "Excellent attitude. This is my gift to you." Then, he said, placing his red cap on Jai's head, "This is your medal. You've completed your training with incredible results. I hope you become a great knight." "That's that." Jai was overjoyed to be recognized. So flushed, he replied, "Thank you. I've learned so much from you." Vice Captain Hamilton smiled warmly. "I've learned a lot too, young Master Jai." Scene change. Jai leaned against the railing, watching the crowd below, eating and thinking. Though his father wanted him to focus on training, he didn't expect to be told about a gathering so late. This is delicious. On the surface, it's a welcoming banquet for the V-Scout, but the real purpose is... Jai's eyes drifted off in thought. "As you all know, things haven't been good lately," Ano said, looking down at the crowd. "The Genis Church attacked my wife's homeland and endangered my family. The evil deeds of the Genis Church won't stop here. And frankly, a war is coming, a large-scale war across the continent. Count Simon here has also vowed to stand with us against the Genis Church. Raigan's Crimson King, the Lotus Magician R. Simon," Ano recounts to the crowd. "We, the nobles of the East, will always fight, and tonight's banquet will lay the foundation for that future, for the glory of the Dam Kingdom, for the blessing of Count Welton, and for the great demon-slaying mission." Jemmy observed, surmising the gathering's true purpose was to plan for the battle against the Genis Church, when suddenly A voice called out. Hey, hey, as called out cheerfully as he ran over. Jowai asks helplessly, Why aren't you with Lady Rebecca? The girl retorts, Why do you call her lady but not me? He explains, What? It's because we haven't decided to drop honorifics with each other yet. Kao answers, Yes. Is it because she acts more like an adult while I act like a child? Oh, and suddenly Jowai asked if I admired her. Stunned, she repeats, Say who? It's like he was the one who said it. I like your sister. This revelation struck her like a bolt of lightning, and Jai turned away, helpless to explain. He doesn't like her, he thinks to himself. I'm a 60,000-year-old black mage, there's no way I'd like a little kid. Really? You really don't like her? Jemmy confirms, Yes, that's right. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I knew something was strange. The two of them finished and then asked, Where did Miss Rebecca go? Jai was now walking alone in the hallway. He pondered A.S.'s words, her sudden illness, his hand clenched into a fist, unable to believe the day he used his divine power had arrived. A voice called out, inviting him in. Inside the room was Rebecca, startled by the person entering, her face flushed as she called out, Lord Jai. He observed her, realizing she wasn't sick, but lovesick. Jai then pulled a chair to her bedside, asking, I heard from A.S., are you feeling better? Rebecca, still flustered, replied, Yes, I think I'm all right now. Suddenly he reached out, saying, Can I see your hand? Thinking to himself, She's just like Zane, trying to make me feel at ease. Rebecca shyly covered her face, extending her hand. My hand? Jawai takes her hand and casts his magic. She seems to have a fever. This should make you feel better, right? Rebecca replies, Yes, thank you. Then blushing, she confessed, I miss you. I keep thinking about you, and I don't know why. Jemmy was silent, more worried about her than anyone else. But that's all it was. I can't recapture those feelings from the past. I no longer crave things like love, so all I can do is feel sorry. He then said, Lady Rebecca, we won't be able to see each other for a while. I don't know when we'll meet again. Joai released her hand, offering one last bright smile, saying, I won't forget you, no matter how many years pass. I will always remember you, so don't let the present hold you back. A vision of their happy past appears. Rebecca, a little sad, asks, I can write to you, right? He didn't hesitate to reply. Of course. With tears welling up, Rebecca offered a weak smile, hooking her pinky, and said, You have to write back. I promise I will, Jawai affirmed. Just then, Jingjung arrived outside the carriage as the two families faced each other, bidding farewell. Before Valor spoke, Farewell for now. Henno also told them to be careful on their journey. Before boarding the carriage, Az winked, waved, and said goodbye. Jawai promised to meet again. Yes, see you again. Before leaving, Rebecca smiled beautifully, then told Jamie, I'll see you in the future, and I'll definitely write to you. Jamie, a little flustered, replied, Yes, see you again. Finally, they set off, the Welton family waving goodbye with smiles as Sai chuckled. Are you sure you're not popular? Henno happily added, I knew it. How did he manage to charm the Viscount's two daughters? Jai's cheerful smile fades as he awkwardly replies, I wouldn't do such a thing. Henno turned to him cheerfully. Well, after a few days' delay, I can finally focus on teaching you. Jai, prepare yourself. Cut to 4 months later in a desolate forest at night, where a figure in a white cloak sits on a rock as footsteps approach from behind. The white-robed figure munched on something, lamenting, this bread is too dry. It would be better with milk. Don't you think? That bandit, you with the fan, how dare you do this to my men? You'll pay. He swung his sword with lightning speed. The white-robed figure flicked a finger and a space magic circle appeared above. The man charged forward, only to be trapped in the magic circle, leaving him momentarily stunned, before he was assaulted by its power. He cried out in pain. The man in the white cloak then spoke, I've wasted enough time here. I need to hurry. The figure smirked, adding, I'm already getting excited. He clasped his hands together, conjured magic, and called out a name. Now I'll go and meet you. Noodles. This is Siegfried, a space magic expert and the 7th elder of the Seum Kingdom's magic community. In the Welton family's arena, heavy snow falls as a hand grips a sword hilt, then unleashes a powerful strike. Jemmy then asks in surprise, Father, as Haino looks on in astonishment at his son, Jay. Using the Raugam is a skill that's harder to start than to master. It took me 2 years to grasp the basics, but Jaiwai did it in just 4 months. Then he chuckled. Ha, I can't help but admire your learning speed. I have nothing left to teach you. Jemmy turned his head back, puzzled. Yes, but I've only just begun. The dagger is a sword that cuts through nothingness. If I can tear through the air, that means I've mastered the basics. From here on out, it's a battle of discovery. Once you've mastered the basics, you can cut the air, and the higher your level, the bigger the cut. Instead of an initiation ceremony, they received the Welton family's 10-dagger techniques, a mystical swordsmanship, Hino explained. Jemmy stared intently at the dagger in his hand, thinking that if he mastered this move, he could cut through intangible things, something he'd never encountered in his past life. So now someone suddenly runs up and says, "Master, you have a guest?" Ao asks, puzzled. "A guest? I don't have any appointments. Speaking of which, the 7th Elder of the Demon Realm is here to visit." Upon hearing this, Jai thought, I've just become old enough to enter the demon world, and they're already here. If it's the 7th Elder, then it must be the greatest genius before me, right? How intriguing. He smiled, then obediently asked, "Father, may I—" but stopped, seeing Hino's angry face, thinking, probably not. A great noble family is different indeed. How much did all this cost? Siegfried thought, observing his surroundings. Each artifact is a masterpiece. As he marveled, an old man appeared, warning Siegfried, "Count Welton is a doting father. Be careful, or you'll die." He smoothed his hair back, confidently saying, "That old man was just trying to scare me. Who would believe that? Everyone knows Count Welton is kind." Suddenly, the door bursts open and a menacing figure storms in, introducing himself grimly as Welton. He thinks, gentle, was it? JF forced a smile, raising his hand to reintroduce himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Siegfried, the 7th Elder and representative of the demon world." Siegfried, once a lowly slave, was taken as a disciple by a mage who discovered his talent. At 15, he reached level 6. At 20, level 7, becoming the youngest elder. At 30, he was on the verge of reaching level 8, the most talented figure in the demon world, a force to be reckoned with, even before considering Jai. He wondered what the demon realm was plotting, then asked, "What brings you here unannounced?" Then he chuckled, explaining, "Ha, I've come to greet the greatest genius. Please forgive my rudeness. If I'd announced myself, I doubt you would have let me in." "So you're aware of that as well. The teacup is slammed down." Hanno sat back with a powerful air and continued, "Even though my influence on the demon world is almost non-existent, I know exactly what kind of place it is. The demon world is divided into 3 powers. The Imperial faction, led by the King's Master, Grand Elder Openjinger. The Noble faction, led by the 2nd Elder, a noble head Marquis Lin Mayo. And the Equality faction, led by Luke Persoal, the 5th Elder of Common Birth. Because they were power holders, the demon world fell into collapse due to the power struggle, a political war full of dirty tricks. Jamie, you possess great talent and noble birth, yet you were thrown into that chaos." He then somberly asked, "You think I would send my son to such a place?" Siegfried quickly waved his hands, saying, "I understand." But in his heart, he thought, there are no ordinary people in the demon world. He explained that they couldn't control someone with outstanding talent, and those carefully trying to gain the upper hand couldn't accept such a risk. Seeing Eno's expression, he paled, realizing his flimsy words wouldn't sway him, and Siegfried struggled to continue. "Well, if it were me, I wouldn't want my son going to the demon world either, but there's an immeasurable amount of knowledge there, especially within the omniscient crown. The key to all the knowledge one could absorb. For a great mage, the chance to wear the crown of all-knowing comes only once. As a father, he won't hinder his son's potential," he said, thinking to himself, as Hino quietly replied, "I'll ask Jai." Switching to Jai's perspective, his eyes light up at the prospect, and he eagerly replies, "I want to go. A knowledge report containing all the world's knowledge. Perhaps I could even learn a little about lost history." As dusk settles, the sky is painted with beautiful colors. Someone appeared behind Jai and spoke up. He must have come out here on purpose, right? It's Siegfried. He stops, scratching his head sheepishly. "Oh my, I didn't know I'd be greeted by a child like this." Jai turned around and said that it would be better for both of them if they could talk comfortably. But after seeing that face, he made an assessment. "What is this? He's disgustingly handsome. A true genius, down to his very heart and lungs. He already possesses 3 soul hearts, yet he intends to create another, and a body specialized for magic, a power passed down from a previous life." Seeing Jai staring, JF clutched his chest bashfully, saying, "You're going to bore a hole through me." Jai, realizing his blunder, apologizes. I'm sorry, you're much more than I thought." Siegfried winks, replying, "To hear such words from the greatest genius in history, as rumor has it, is quite an honor." Jai then asked seriously, So, do you believe those rumors? He replied, That's great. I thought I was overhyped, but Jai is really something else. The boy's body is overflowing with mana. Did he improve upon Marky Lin Mayo's absorption technique? Truly an astonishing talent, though I do feel sorry for Count Wellen. There's no way those old mages will let this level 9 mage be. If they can get their hands on him, the other two won't be able to stand against him when Jai becomes a level 9 mage, and they'll fail. Father, that must have been quite a sight. Thinking this, Zia-Fed said, Aren't you afraid of the demon world? Young master, those violent old fogies won't leave you alone, Jai said, turning away. If they come looking for me, I assure you I'll respond accordingly, he exclaimed in surprise. What about it? Jemmy said casually, turning his head. If the deal is right, I'll agree. Don't tell me the big shots of the demon world are going to scam a child? Siegfried smiled awkwardly, deep in thought. Ah, this won't be easy. A scream suddenly echoed from the demon realm. It was Venna, the little squirrel, her eyes wide with shock. Jowai continued packing as she replied, That's right, you're coming with me. We leave tomorrow, so make sure you're packed before then. Venna, pale with worry, said, If it's the demon realm, that means the holy land of white magic, but I'm a dark magic user. Jemmy continued packing. What do you mean, dark magic user? You can't even cast a second-tier dark magic spell, can you? The little squirrel asked fearfully. Hey, when are we going back? He glanced behind him, a little speechless, and replied, No set date. So, you finally remember being loved by Lady Sarah? Venna cried out. No. Perhaps she feels going to the demon realm would be safer than staying with Sarah. Don't worry, Jay reassures. I guarantee you won't even think about it. On the way, the training intensity will double. And poor Venna burst into tears. I don't want to go anywhere, Master. Take this instead. Gee, this sword's name is Scott. Jowai was astonished as he accepted the sword, and the demon's sword smiled, entrusting his son. Come back safe. It's okay if you get hurt, Jai, but make sure you come back stronger. Sarah then held out a teddy bear, saying, I'm entrusting Jenny to you, brother. He replied, Thank you, Sarah. I'll always feel like you're right here with me. Sis couldn't hold back anymore, rushing to hug her son and calling out. Jamie, while Sarah was shocked by her mother's actions. Chenija, deeply moved, urged Jai, Return safely. Yes, write to us when you arrive. Jowai cheerfully replies, Yes, ma'am. She continues, The thought of us being apart for half a month terrifies him. Yes, but in my heart, won't it be at least 2 years? Jemmy asked his father desperately. What's going on? Meanwhile, the father on the other side was sweating bullets, and Sai was so worried about her son that tears streamed down her face. Henno waved weakly. My darling, don't worry too much. It's only half a month, just half a month. Then he signaled to G. I'll take care of it. He understood now, realizing why his mother let him go so easily. I'll be going then. Jamie turned and walked away, leaving the remaining 3 family members watching his retreating figure as he approached Jemmy, who was waiting outside the gate with his luggage. Are we going straight to the demon realm? Siegfried replied. Before that, I need to stop by a place. I'm sure you'll like it. Juai looked at him, puzzled. Where are we going? Siegfried turned away, answering casually, The stone city, Sander Manair, a large stone market, will open for a time. Sander Manair, the stone city of Mana, possesses the largest stone mine in the kingdom of Saidam. Jai was lost in thought, and Siegfried turned back with a smile. Good thing you seem to like it. Shall we go? We've arrived at Sander Manair, a forest of withered stumps due to the snowfall. In the Kenton Mountains, colossal boulders loomed as the two journeyed onward, deep in conversation. Jawai said, I keep thinking about it. Siegfried replied, But isn't a sword for self-defense? He turned back and replied, No, I don't know how to use it properly. The other man asked in surprise, You can use both swords and magic? But won't that easily unbalance one or the other? Jemmy turned away, waving his hand dismissively, and confidently replied, I'm getting stronger, so no need to worry. Siegfried smiled. If you say so, then it must be true. Suddenly, Yemi looked around and said, I was really looking forward to this place since I heard it was the center of power in the south, but it looks so desolate. Siegfried explained, even though it looks like this, it's the source of life for the south. The mineral deposits here contain 6 types called Gion, and Sendermonte is a magic crystal mine, known for its special influence. Would you like me to tell you some interesting facts about the Kenton Mountains? Kids like this kind of stuff, right? Siegfried said, clapping his hands in anticipation. Jawai, on the other hand, looked bored. Apparently a massive volcano erupted here 1,000 years ago. Its lava destroyed village after village, unstoppable. Then one day, a mysterious mage appeared and faced the volcano alone. The next day, a dormant volcano appeared, its mouth sealed shut. The mage vanished without a trace, leaving behind a prophecy. When the monster awakens, disaster will strike again. After hearing the story, Jemmy said incredulously, "A monster in a volcano? That's ridiculous." Siegfried chuckled. "Indeed, but the Magic Society acknowledges the story to some extent. Some traces may have been found." Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared above them, drawing back multiple arrows on a bow, aiming directly at them. Siegfried frantically dodges, shouting a warning, "Danger!" Chuai leaps away, avoiding the arrows. Thinking of an ambush? From atop a mountain, a man yelled, "Siegfried, you bastard!" Then a bald man appeared, pointing his blade down below and shouting, "I've come to avenge my brother. I swore I'd capture and kill you." Behind him, his underlings looked extremely pleased with themselves as Jai turned to him and asked, "Someone you know?" ZF chuckled awkwardly, scratching his face. Not sure. I don't really remember." Then, an idea suddenly popped into his head, annoying him. Or maybe he should use this opportunity to test him. He jumps aside, feigning distress, and says, "Oh dear, could you help me, young master?" Jemmy, helpless, retorts, "Why me? Especially after what you did to Master Wuxia. What are you even doing?" "Don't be like that." Siegfried tries to persuade him for the chance to practice swordsmanship. Then, rubbing his hands together, he winked and said, "Please?" Juai figured he wanted to see his skills. "You sly fox, just get it over with." He then reached for the hilt of his sword and drew it. To use the Sky Splitter sword on these guys is a waste. The mountain bandits above jump down, acting cowardly, using that kid as a shield. The bandit leader charges forward, yelling, "Don't blame me for your death, kid." Jai stood firm, then unleashed a powerful sword strike, releasing an immense surge of energy, causing Zicht to take notice. He instantly seizes control of his surroundings, unleashing a torrent of magic so intense the boss is frozen in his tracks, speechless. The boy, Jay, using his White Sea transformation, raised his sword, shouted, "Strike!" and instantly slammed the boss into the ground, creating a deep crater with debris flying everywhere. He cursed Jay, then trembled as he looked up at him, calling him a bastard. Then he and his men got up, still spouting nonsense. "I was going to go easy on you, but it seems I have to..." Before he could finish his sentence, Jay swung his sword again. The first level of Black Sword style, Chi explosion, sends him flying back, coughing up blood once more. Thunder. Lightning strikes the bandits, causing them to scream in agony. Jemmy had effortlessly dealt with them all, sheathing his sword and turning back to ask, "Any more doubts?" Ziff smiled, satisfied. A true sword demon shows no mercy. No one could ever measure up to this boy, not even in 10 years. He clapped and cheered. "I never doubted you. You're amazing." Jai, with a bitter look, said, "All talk and no action. You were the one who wanted to try it anyway. It's over. Let's go." Suddenly, Differ told them to wait, then happily sat down, picking up the bandits' belongings and saying, "We should take what we can, right?" The bandits called this good fortune. He watched Differ's actions, speechless. Cut to Sendermante, where people bustle through the streets. A strange but beautiful place, wouldn't you agree? "I hope what I'm looking for is here," Zifednganga said cheerfully. Jai followed his gaze, wondering, is that shop far? ZF replies, "We're here." The two arrive in front of an old house, emanating a thick, dark aura. Zfed turned back with a bright smile, asking, "It's a little run down, isn't it?" Jai, speechless, asks, "Just a little?" Zadef nonchalantly opened the door and entered, saying, "Come on in. Why are you so surprised? You know why, don't you? When I was a slave, I slept in pigsties, you hear? A deserted house?" Suddenly, a loud voice, that annoying jerk again. Startling him, he thought he hadn't sensed anyone there. But Siegfried cheerfully said, "I told you I'd come. Do you have what I asked for?" A hat popped up from under the table. "Not yet, I guess it was too rushed." Jai suddenly approached, tiptoed, and looked, apparently a mage, though I couldn't see clearly. Then he uses magic to fly. But if I do that, Siegfried, who is still happily talking, will know that flying is forbidden here. The small woman behind the desk looked up, manipulating her weapon with annoyance, which greatly surprised him. A dwarf curses, surrounded by a strange energy, and frantically summons a shield, wondering what's going on. Jemmy is struck on the head by Lady Kyriel's weapon, and she declares, "This is an artifact of magic resistance. I can nullify even 5th-level spells, so your shield is useless." Jemmy is skeptical, wondering if it can really resist magic. I can't believe a national treasure belongs to such a wretched shopkeeper. Just who is she? Siegfried then said, I guess there's nothing I can do if you don't have it. I'll come back later. Wait, I haven't finished explaining. I have it, but it won't arrive for 2 days. Hearing this, he happily asks again to be sure. Really? Lady Curiel responds, but I can't just hand it over to you. Siegfried asked, confused. Huh? I thought you said you'd give it to me if I found it. Jemmy interjects. So, what's the catch? Lady Curiel replied with a menacing look. Smart boy, I want you to get me the heart of the dark sheep that will be secretly auctioned off the day after tomorrow. I'll give you the money. The heart of the shadow sheep. Shadow sheep dwell in darkness and only appear on the night of the full moon. It's a rare ingredient for alchemy, and if you get it, I'll sell it to you, cheap, she said, as Siegfried irritably took the paper and replied. She better keep her word. By now, the two had left the shop. Jawai looked up at him and asked, So, what is it you're looking for? Siegfried replied, That's a secret. He then asked, So, who is that old woman? Zisfed replied, Lady Curiel is known as the Great Alchemist. She's also a merchant with branches all over the world, all connected by a spatial tunnel of her own making, a fact that astonishes him. She created a teleportation tunnel spanning the entire world? Is that even possible? Siegfried turns away and calmly explains, She's an 8th Circle mage, unaffiliated with any nation or power. She can go wherever she pleases. Jemmy thought, She's that amazing? But she's still a dwarf, and we'll rest here for now. Arriving at a door, he spoke, and Jai replied, At least it looks decent. Wait, Jai asked with some hesitation. We're using separate rooms, right? ZF replied casually. What's wrong with being in the same room? We'd save on travel expenses. He felt helpless. It was late. In the back alleys of Sendermante, figures in black robes whisper amongst themselves. A secret auction will be held in 2 days at the Lai Museum. Are you sure the item is here? The item list is secret, but it's highly likely. The other asks if they're sure they can awaken it with this, and the other replies that the ancient book led them here, so it must be God's will. One of the group cautioned against recklessness, reminding them that they must obtain the item at any cost, even their lives, all for the greater glory of our church. A figure in a black cloak then emerged, next to an imposing, towering building. The figure in the black robe stood before a wall, then called out, You can come out now, Ben. The little squirrel then leapt out with glee. Wow, freedom at last. So that's Jay, he instructed her. Cast a wind spell on us. We need to hide in Grimia until tomorrow. She replied in a panic, Again? Jai grabbed Venna by the collar and replied, That's right. Venna, seeing the passing caravans, exclaimed, If Siegfried catches us. Wow, master, look at those magic stones. You angrily think about being interrupted, then put her on your shoulder and explain. The reason they're transporting those stones so openly is because they're only low-grade. Then how do they transport the high-grade stones? JY asks. Who knows? They'd transport them secretly, of course. Perhaps they hide it in plain sight, disguised as something else, or move it to dark and remote locations. The stone in his hand emits energy, startling him. A powerful reaction? What is it reacting to? There's something in this area. Jai surveys the area when suddenly he notices a man carrying a box. It's the box, containing at least 3, maybe even 6 sealing charms. An item with that many seals combined with this strong reaction. Could it be one of the 3 sacred treasures? With that thought, he followed the 2 men carrying the box. A man in a blue vest said, The contents must be rare if it's this heavy, right? The 2 men set the box down, and the other replied, They said this would be an auction item, so they're keeping it very carefully. Jai watches from afar, thinking this secret auction is none of his business, but now he needs money. Meanwhile, Kirill looks at a photo and says, I miss you more today than ever. Inside was a picture of a well-behaved young boy. Mom, please don't cry. She recalls how her child would always be by her side whenever she played the harmonica. Always there whenever she wanted him. No matter what I do, I can't save you, she cried, clutching the harmonica. But now everything is all right. If she obtains the heart of the Dark Nine, a figure suddenly appears in her crystal ball. Jai, the child entered and cheerfully said, Hello. She immediately asked, What brings you here so late at night? Jai replied with a smile. It's not much, but I'd like to borrow some money. Lady Kirill froze for 5 seconds, then asked with a weary expression, How much? Jai cheekily makes a heart with his hands, replying, As much as possible, the more the better. Balian angrily tells him to disappear, then swings his weapon at him. Jemmy immediately ducks to avoid it, saying, Oh, I just have to pay it back. He thought to himself that she was the only person he could borrow money from, then asked seriously if she wanted to enter the world of darkness. Lady Kirill is shocked to be found out. How did Jai figure it out, she wonders. Very few know this, but I know the Dark Sheep's heart is the key ingredient to opening a gate to the Dark World. The Dark World is the antithesis of the material world, a mysterious realm unknown to this world. Its ruler is the Dark Spirit King, and only those permitted by him may enter. Jemmy sat down in front of her and said, "It's not a place you can just go to with enough materials. However, I know a way." Lady Kiriel asked with doubt, "How can I trust you?" Jemmy decisively answers, "I'll explain with a soul contract." A soul contract is a dangerous pact, using the contractor's very soul as collateral, binding them even in death. He thought to himself that this was crazy, but he was out of options. Lady Kiriel followed up, asking about the conditions. Jemmy seriously replied, "A deposit after the covenant is completed." "Do it," she said. 2 days later, the Lydum Museum's basement buzzed with chattering people as they gathered, and JF reminded them to be careful not to reveal their identities. Even with masks to conceal their mana, caution is key. Jemmy, already masked, replies, "I don't want to be discovered either." A stranger passes behind them, and Jemmy thinks, "Is that the scent of the forest?" Seeing him freeze, Zikra asked, "What's wrong?" Jai replied vaguely, "Nothing. I must have imagined it." He said, puzzled, "That sounds absurd, but let's go in." They were seated below while the elite guards watched over the hall from above. Zigved remarked on the excellent seating Keliel had arranged, and Jai agreed. Yes. Then, Lai looked down and realized the person in front was the one she had passed by earlier. "Are the people next to them their friends?" the auctioneer announced. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Thank you for joining us today. The first item up for auction is..." He gestured towards a veiled cart being pushed forward. The black cloth was pulled away, revealing 2 figures locked inside a cage. The host continued, "Elf slaves, shall we start the bidding at 100,000 gold?" And with that, the shouts of bids began. 400,000, 1 million. Behind his mask, Siegfrieder's expression turned to rage. The auctioneer continues, My, the price is climbing rapidly, isn't it?" Jawai glances at ZF, figuring he must be uncomfortable. He was once a slave, after all. The bidding continues, and 3 million gold coins wins the auction. He then noticed the 2 people in front of him. One patted the shoulder of the trembling one, trying to calm him down. "Stay calm," he immediately made a guess. "They must be elves." Then the host's voice echoed again. "And now, for the next item, thank you for waiting. For the main event of today, was revealed in a box as a small, colorful orb. The heart of the 9 shadows." Everyone gasped. "How beautiful." Zigfed says they've finally found it. The host points to the item and says, "Now, stake your fortunes and claim it." Bids flew in at 10 million, then 25 million, as Jamie turned to his teammate saying, "We need to get in on this." Zif reassured her, "Stay calm." The auctioneer's voice echoed once more. 43.5 million, anyone else? ZF raises his sign and shouts 1 billion. Jemmy turns to him, aghast. That's enough to run the Hiss territory for a year. The auctioneer loudly calls out for any higher bids than 1 billion as the Dark Sheep's heart is sold for that price. It felt like a storm had just passed. Then he turned west, towards a large chest being carried out, and began his introduction. "The next item is no less valuable, so please turn your attention here. I present to you the omnipotent ultimate stone." Jemmy was taken aback by this. How could that item be here? He continues, saying this stone has enough energy to power a territory the size of the Manhwa sanctuary for 10 years. He cursed inwardly, but more importantly, "Is that all you're saying the stone does? Do you even know what it is?" The mysterious stone appears, and the introductions continue. Who will claim this stone of power? 8 billion. A girl raised her paddle and spoke, causing the host to exclaim in astonishment. 8 billion. It's already 8 billion at the start of the auction. Everyone turns to look at the girl, while Jai sits motionless, filled with worry. Anyone else? 8 billion. The all-powerful ultimate stone was sold for 8 billion gold coins. It turns out that girl was Venna. Venna smiles at Jamie, holding up 2 fingers. "Master, did I do well?" Z. Frey, standing nearby, marveled at their wealth. It seems that person is extremely rich. Each one cost 8 billion. Jabbai nervously lowered his head, sweating. That's right, isn't it? She couldn't help but feel regretful. She just used up the operating funds for both of them for the next 5 years. After completing their mission, the 2 leave the auction area together. "We've seen all the auction items. Let's go get what we bought and leave." Yes, this item is a relic found near the volcanoes in the Kenton Mountains. As they passed a golden box being carried in, Jai briefly wondered about it. That object was inscribed with ancient runes. "Sleep here, and you shall never awaken." It's a curse. Siegfried quickly stepped in front of him, warning him. "Stay close to me, young master," Jemmy said with a curious tone. "What was that just now?" Behind Jai, someone rushed over to inform the host. Chairman, this is bad. All the items have vanished. Someone has stolen all the items. Outside, a group of people are talking amongst themselves. A blue-haired man slams his fist against the wall in anger. Damn it, why have our people become auction slaves? Another person then intervened, telling them to calm down. Alex is already looking for them. The blonde comforts the blue-haired one. I understand how you feel, but our priority now is to meet with Mr. Han. We need to leave before the auction house's people find us. How dare you lay a hand on my merchandise? Jai, grinding his teeth in anger, spoke. Then he and Zigfed jumped down behind the group. They turned around in shock as Jai pointed at them, his voice laced with malice. Return what you stole, before I kill every last one of you. The blonde stepped forward, brandishing a sword. Everyone prepare to fight. Siegfried's eyes narrowed. I see. So words are meaningless and we must fight? He then created a corrosive magic that ate away at the swords in the hands of the blonde-haired man. A worried voice called out, Hey, get out of there. The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth, furious, cursing the auction house dogs as she summoned massive blue threads, sending them to attack Siegfried, who remained unfazed, clenching his fists and unleashing a power that devoured the threads. Seeing this, the blue-haired woman cries out in alarm, then turns to see the red-haired woman carrying a sack behind her. The blonde-haired man leaped up, arrogantly declaring, You dare use such cheap tricks on me? Suddenly, a warning shout made him anxiously look back. Meanwhile, above, Siegfried continues to unleash his magic, trapping the blonde man in a painful surge of power as voices call out from beyond. Another one of them angrily jumps up and shouts, You bastard, stop right now. Jai steps forward to attack him, uttering a contemptuous remark. You're weaker than I thought. He was sent flying by the force of the blow, skidding across the ground, and couldn't help but curse. Damn you, how dare you? An unseen force crushes everyone present. The opposing forces, overwhelmed by the oppressive force, collapsed to the ground, screaming. Ah! Siegfried coldly pronounced his judgment. Die. A magic circle appeared, along with a string of circular chimes around his body. The invisible blades shattered as a figure emerged from the shadows. I was wondering what was taking you so long and figured something must have happened. The others exclaimed with joy. We're saved. Hanji eyed the figure warily, realizing he'd broken through the attack with ease. Who was this man? Siegfried turned to him, whispering for his opinion. Do you think we're at a disadvantage? Feeling helpless, Jai retorts, Why are you asking me? You're the adult here. Then turning away, he said, Do we really need to fight? We just need to get our stuff back, right? Siegfried replies, What would we do with them? Someone's already after them. Then, to the newcomer, My apologies. Can we negotiate? The man replied, I thought you were here to catch us. What do you want? Siegfried then said, We'll retreat if you give us the heart of the shadow sheep. After all, I did buy it. Jemmy chimed in, reminding them about the omnipotent stone, and Siegfried quickly added, That's right, and the omnipotent stone. Then, realizing something, he turned and asked, Wait, did we even buy that? Jai, flustered, replied, I'll explain later. Han then turned to the others, asking if this was okay, as the orange-haired man spoke to the redhead beside him. Ramu, give them a good hit. The red-haired man tried to salvage some honor. Let me tell you something. We were holding back earlier. Jai asks in surprise. Oh, really? Want to fight back? The man who just appeared said with a smile. Oh, it's not that we don't trust you, but we'll check just in case. Suddenly, Daifed exclaimed, Young master, your hair! Jiawei, who was opening the box, was surprised, then panicked, thinking his disguise spell had been undone, but he sensed no mana flow. Why the emerald hair? A member of the Welton family? You're Jai? Han's face lit up with realization. Just like Bull said. Ha. Meanwhile, Siegfried, confused, asks Jai, Do you know this guy? Unaware of what's happening, he replies that he's never met him. Then they ask Han if he knows Anik. Han's face twisted with rage as he questioned him, and Jemmy stepped in to explain, I just asked if you knew him. Han trembled with anger, calming himself, thinking, I'm stronger and older, so I shouldn't bother. He then lifted his head proudly and announced, Yes, we are all vanguards. Siegfried was shocked to hear the word vanguard and stepped in front of him, warning, Young master, this is dangerous. Please step back. Ji asked, confused, why would a rebel force suddenly want to take over the Harmonia Kingdom in the Western continent? Their leaders are all called pioneers. He thought seriously, Harmonia. I heard the uprising was due to corruption. So the ringleaders are pioneers. Han smiles reassuringly. Let's get out of here first. I'll explain everything later. The longer we stay, the worse it'll get. Siegfried warns him that he better have a good explanation. Meanwhile, the auction's host berates a guard. What do you mean you couldn't catch the intruders? The hall is in chaos, everything in ruins. He continued to rant. You brag about being a master fighter. How much did we pay you? The guard turned and walked away. Time to fulfill the contract. The scene shifts to a snowy forest at night, with the moon high in the sky, and 2 teleportation circles appear in a wide valley. Han grins, saying, Wow, amazing to be able to teleport to this extent without a magic circle. Don't be so serious. Siegfried asked him seriously, What brings a rebel force to Saydam? Don't tell me you're planning a rebellion here. Han chuckled casually. We're not a rebel force, just free warriors. We only came to Sam to pick up some things. What do you mean, Barrow? How could an enforcer do this to their own home? Zhao asked impatiently. What are you even after? Han was furious, but tried to calm himself, thinking, Just let it go. We're adults here. The orange-haired man spoke up. I'm responsible for this. Since Aizuanes has her eye on you, I might as well tell you. This is what we've been tracking. He then presented a golden cube with inscriptions explaining, long ago, a monster was sealed in Mount Kenton by the pioneers. This is the key to the Vios release zone. Jemmy was shocked. Vios Drake, creator of the J.C. skill. Viomos, the great sea monster, demons created by Diablo to fight the 12 gods of Vios. I thought the last Vios was lost in battle and dead. Han is lost in thought, then notices something strange. Traces constantly being discovered at the seam. Suddenly Han faces them and says, Enough, don't you think? Let's go. Free replies, Okay. He slings his rattle over his shoulder, smiles and says, See you later. Suddenly, the giant guardian from before appears, saying, So this is where you gather, you thieving bastards. Even 1.2 Siegfried is overwhelmed by the power. Han, utterly terrified, asked, Who are you, numbers? Immediately, the giant guard lunged forward, unleashing a skill-level punch that sent Han flying. Clenching his fist, he declared, Know this. I am Darius. I am 201, the supreme dark alias. Just then, Braha lunged forward, consumed by rage. That bastard Darius didn't even flinch, casually slamming an elbow down, causing her to cough up water and criticize. A level 0.5 area like this isn't for the likes of the redhead named Ramu or the orange-haired Ija. Both panicked and rushed to Braha's side, only to have Darius grab their heads and smash them together. Then the two were mercilessly thrown away, leaving Han to contemplate the situation. He smirks deviously. They caught up. So it's my turn, huh? He raised his rattle, energy shimmering from it, and with a confident smirk, Han unleashed his power. Take this. That immense pressure has shattered the earth. Han continues to ring the bells, causing explosions where Darius stands, shifting the situation with empathy, a counter-skill that redirects all damage back to the enemy. Finally, he collapses to the ground as Han raises his rattle once more, even more powerfully declaring, I'll end it all here. He struggled to raise his hands in defense as a massive energy sphere formed, obliterating everything around it, leaving a wasteland in its wake, leaving Jemmy in shock. Unbelievable, how many more people in Fronte are this powerful? With the deed done, Han eagerly asks, Did we get him? The level suddenly increased by 1.71, and Darius appeared unscathed. Is that a power that allows reality manipulation? Seems useful, but it's nothing compared to Khan. Han, paling slightly, muttered, It's nothing. But Darius responded with a threat. Hand it over and die peacefully. If you refuse, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Suddenly, Siegfried smiles serenely, saying, But we're just customers, so we'll be leaving. Darius replies, annoyed. Siegfried darkly replies, Then I suppose we'll have to do this together. Jowie realizes this is his chance to repay Fran, but Siegfried warns him, Young master, be careful. That's Darius of the Shadow Iron Fist, a 10-year underground fighting champion rumored to have defeated 2 swordmasters. For some reason, he was excited. A master of combat. This is getting interesting. Han turns to him, warning, Kid, you should step back. Jowie retorts, Don't leave it to me, and unleashes his immense magical power. Remia aligning, my artifact of creation, Remia. In this isolated space, she and JF face Darius together. He thinks he created this space to freely manipulate everything around him. Spatial awareness? Even without sight, the user can perceive everything within their sphere of influence and determine its layout. Darius arrogantly leaps toward him, shouting, while the mage Siegfried struggles to conjure his magic in defense. Darius punches the floor, sending dust and debris flying as the two are transported elsewhere. Seeing this, he angrily shouts, "Coward! Absolute heaven-piercing spear! 100 blows!" Han then appears behind him, creating arrows to attack Darius. Suddenly, he turns around, startling him. Manipulating space-time, Siegfried appears behind him, raising his hand to cast a magical attack. Siegfried's magic viewpoint can manipulate space-time without incantation, as he coldly commands, "Get away from me." Darius is sent reeling from the magic, then takes a blow to the back as Gray summons a 5-layered wall. Jamie raises 2 fingers and casts a spell, causing massive boulders to rain down, threatening to crush everything around them. Darius remains unscathed, unaware that the space around him is changing. A hand conjures magic, reaching towards a figure in a crater, casting Omega magic, a high-level spell that crushes its target by constricting the surrounding space. The figure trapped is none other than Darius. After taking such a beating, he finally snaps, igniting his aura like a shield. Siegfried watches on, concerned. Jemmy realizes he can't just stand by and watch, summoning a magic orb in his hand. Gurma transforms into an endless abyss and the bricks beneath Darius crumble. He worriedly thought that the kid manipulating space was quite troublesome, then leaped up, saying, "If I can help it, I don't want to kill children." Then, with his fastest speed, he lunged in front of Jai with a fist. "But I understand if people hate me, kid. Your power is strong enough to create a massive explosion," Siegfried exclaimed in horror. Even Han couldn't foresee this, and he cried out in alarm as Darius suddenly appeared with a look of disbelief. Sweating profusely, he gasped, "How? Didn't expect that, did you? A master should never let their guard down." Jawai, pinned beneath his fist, responds with unwavering confidence. The War Mace, an artifact capable of nullifying all physical damage, one of Diablo's 3 transcendent divine weapons. And if he swings his sword, a hand grips the hilt and draws it. Welton swordsmanship, first form. Circle. Slash. A space-splitting strike. The infinity version. Darius is now completely surrounded by his power. He now realizes this is swordplay, while Jamie calculates that he needs one more strike. Welton's swordsmanship, White Sea variation. A powerful torrent of water appears with his strike. It seems a bit much for Jamie, but he's trying his best. Suddenly, Darius grabs his sword with his bare hand, declaring it's over. The space around them blurs, and the bricks begin to vanish. Darius still held Jemmy's blade, and the sight before him was unsettling. Jemmy was horrified, thinking, he just deactivated Gremia with pure power? You monster. Just then, Z-Fed and Han Lao rushed over, calling out to their young master. Darius grinned, saying, "I never thought I'd meet someone like you. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Jemmy, I'm a friend of your grandfather," Chbil says. Darius spoke hesitantly, a reaction that widened the eyes of the 2 who had just rushed in. Even Jemmy is dumbfounded, blurting out, "Ye what?" Once everyone had calmed down, he explained, "Long ago, I first met Chobil at the tavern, a gathering place for the strongest." He recalled the crowded tavern, filled with laughter and chatter when their eyes met. Instantly, instinctively, Chobil and I both recognized the other's potential, and we began fighting each other every day. However, there was one move he never used. Darius, staring at the 2 dents in the ground, spoke to the friend beside him. "Hey bro, you really won't let me see it?" his friend replied. "All right, I trust you enough to leave it to you." Darius asked again, confused. "Trust me with it?" His grandfather turned away, beaming. "My boy, it's about to be born. A secret technique passed down only to you, so watch closely." Then he leapt onto the flat ground, instructing and teaching him. The technique is called Creation Skill, generating a massive force from his position that pierces the sky with incredible power, and Darius is now completely focused, replicating what his grandfather left behind. The 3 youths behind him watched intently as he erased a space while executing the technique. Darius then said, "Whoa, this is an extremely difficult technique. Mine is just a knockoff." The world is unaware of this technique's existence, yet Chill has mastered it, leaving Jai in utter shock. A master? The highest level a swordsman can reach. The flames of the Sacred Temple's solar sword, or Sedum's space sword, are the closest to that level. But no human has ever reached this level before. After saying this, he turned to the boy and asked, "Do you understand?" Jawai steps forward, then clenches his fist, determined, and says, "But if I continue down the path of a swordsman, it also means I'm stepping into your territory." Darius replied, "Exactly. I want to see how far you can progress in the future, so don't disappoint me." Han then asked blankly, "Is that all? I thought you were here to arrest us." Diff, sweating bullets, warned him, "Hey, are you crazy? Why do you always have to ask questions that ruin everything?" "It's fine." Darius waves his hand, saying, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." My only purpose is to meet Chibil's grandson. See you later. J-Fed glared at Han, saying, thanks to you. Fran's image is getting worse and worse. How could he be so dumb? Han glared back and asked, what? While the two adults were glaring at each other, Jamie realized he'd definitely heard them say they were going to break the Vio seal. But that's no longer a concern. Take this chance to heal him. Ija lay prone on the ground in pain as Jamie knelt beside him. Obey my command. Jai uses healing magic on him, and Han turns back in surprise, asking, oh, you're healing him? Thanks. No thanks needed, but if you're so grateful, let me meet Vios, he said seriously. What was Ija thinking? Of course not, but he blurted out, of course, if you want to, come with us. Inwardly, he panicked. Why had he agreed to his request? Jemmy glanced back, thinking, great, I'm about to find Vios. Braha, leaning against a rock, then asks, but has Master forgotten Alex's words? Aja then remembered something and exclaimed, I forgot. Let me contact them. A voice echoes from within the orb. Did you call for me, Master? There's an emergency. We found the people who were sold. Aja was saying, but the person on the other end of the orb hastily cut him off. Wait, I'll call you back later. Release them. That villain, Juai muttered, recognizing the familiar voice and slowly panicking. That voice, it was Benna. Rewind a few hours to a street where a weary voice echoes. I'm glad I escaped. Vina hid in a dark corner and searched around. But where's Master? He's left me behind again. Suddenly a voice cries out for help. A scream. Venna was a little startled. The ring on her hand was speaking. It's an elf. Thinking back, Vankiri didn't notice the elf's presence, so it must be an elf. She thought of the two people in the iron cage, the creatures who had been sold off. Surely they were being abused. She bit her lip worriedly, then rushed out and shouted, Phil, support me! We're going to save them. The ring obeyed. Understood. Back in the present, Venna charged forward, yelling at her opponent, Release them, you villain! The other person shouts back, equally confused, I should be the one saying that. Where have you taken them? There are droplets falling from above. Then, realizing something, she looks up. Huh? Water magic. Above, a striped monster roars, saliva dripping down, threatening to overwhelm the girl, while Venna wonders, how did this mud? She then darkly says, just imagining it biting someone, it seems this monster needs to be retrained. Then she grabs her weapon and charges forward. Someone shouts a warning. This is dangerous! Venna leaps, bringing her hammer down on the giant dog's head, commanding it to sit. It yelps in pain, collapsing to the ground, eyes spinning, a bump swelling on its head. Venna, confused, asks, what's wrong? Phil, it's not this girl, but someone over there. The girl below cries out, oh, wait. Then, horrified, she thinks, did she just talk to that hammer? Then he asks, one hit to take down a boar? Who is she? Cut to a prison cell where a guard stands watch at the gate. Venna peers inside, worried. It's locked. Inside were two slaves who had been sold at the auction, and the white-haired girl spoke up, Get back, that's a sealing spell. Venna wondered if they were on the same side, when a sudden shout startled them both. A man in charge appears, ordering the intruder's capture, and another, obeying, charges at them with a sword. Venna desperately blocks the blow with her hammer, thinking, he's too strong, we can't win. You rats, he sneers, his face twisted in malice. Die! Venna is overwhelmed. Even her hammer trembles in her grip. Oh no, he's here. Suddenly, a magic circle appears behind the villain, attacking him and causing him to cry out in pain. Jemmy appears with a smile, saying, You can't even handle a little punk like this? He gleefully grabbed the old blonde's head, calling out, Benna, master, as she responded. He then instructed, Leave it to me to get the elves to safety. Venna worriedly refused. I'm sorry, but I can't leave you here alone, master. Go, he says, leaving her no choice but to answer, Yes. She turned and left with the injured, while the old blonde man, now free, fled, muttering, The jade-haired mage. Impossible. So, you know who I am? He asked. I commend you for recognizing me, so I shall grant you a favor. He was now terrified, falling to the ground, trembling. Jemmy continued, Look at Vin Han. Your body is now filled with Leviathan's blood, and in the end, only dark red bloodstains will remain on the floor. Braha rushed forward, calling out. Inside Venna, the elves cheerfully held bandages, looked out and said, Oh, an elf, it's all right. Everything's fine now. Overjoyed, Braha sat down, looking at her, and replied, Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? Venna, a little surprised, replies, It's really okay. But then, realizing something, Braha asks, But why is a van here? Venna asked in surprise, Oh, you know Vankiri? That red hair. Don't tell me you're Braha, Ven asks, bewildered by the hair. Braha, overjoyed, grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "Oh God, princess, you're alive!" Vena, confused, asks what's going on, as Braha, with tears in her eyes, begins to ramble. "I thought you had disappeared 10 years ago. Princess, please come with me. If we're going back home, stop right there." Juai appears, annoyed. "That's my student. If you take her, I'll fry you alive." Braha slurred back, not backing down. "What? What? This concerns the very survival of an entire race. Humans, stay out of this. Both of you, stop it now." A loud shout echoed as the figure slammed into the ground. Han stepped in, reminding them that they couldn't delay the mission any longer. Braha and Alex quickly lead the elves to safety, as Jemmy turns to Vena. Vena heads back to the tent, immediately responding, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Braha handed her a magic orb, saying, "Take this." Vena, still confused, replied, Before I left, Braha told me to use this gem to contact him if I wanted to see my family." Alex Vena held the orb, lost in thought as her family gathered on a patch of land, a reunion she had longed for. Meanwhile, Jemmy watched intently as the key to Vios's release was about to be placed. "Finally, I can see you again. Bios." The moment the key to release Vios was placed, a voice echoed. "Is someone awakening me?" A voice echoes as a massive light engulfs the mountain. His deal with her is done. Who dares awaken me? Vios, now in a tiny form hovering in the air, is met with the bewildered gazes of the three below. "Did you even wake it up properly? It's so small." Vios was overjoyed. Had the final revelation finally arrived? Han looked down at the tiny creature before him, helpless, and asked, "We've come to seek your aid, as per our ancestors' covenant." "Day of what now?" Vios looked up, puzzled. "What? Fools, you awaken me knowing nothing? I was meant to awaken after 666 years on Revelation Day. Didn't you hear what Siora said? It's been a while, hasn't it?" Suddenly, Vios hears a voice in his head. It's Jai, who smiles radiantly at him. "I have returned. Though he looks different, this energy..." Vios cries out in joy. My lord." Vios looks up at him with longing. Jai touched its hand and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so cute." It called out emotionally, "Master." Han interrupts the touching moment, saying, "Let it go. I need to talk to you about this little cow." "A child is just a child," Jemmy telepathically told Vios. "Hide me. I can't be caught. Just play along." He then replied to Han. "Yes." Vios obediently replied, "Yes, master." Siegfried and Jamie left, chatting and laughing. Siegfried says, "If you're done watching, let's go." He happily replies, "Yes." He then telepathically instructed Vios, "I'll be back tonight, so be sure to wait for me." Vios happily replied, "You have to come back." "Master." The scene shifts to a moonlit, purple sky above solitary trees, creating an even more ominous image. A voice echoes, "You have awakened." Bayat then emerges, reborn. The other person says, "Everything happened just as you said it would." Another figure stands with arms crossed, leaning against a tree, a smile on their face. "Indeed, wasn't it? In a room filled with voices? Family? A family?" Vena clutches the orb, sitting on her bed, questioning herself. "No, I already have a master. You saved me from that hellhole of a school." Suddenly, Juai bursts in, calling for Vena, who quickly hides the orb behind her back and responds, "Master!" Then, forcing a smile, he said, "We'll be leaving the Green Manor tomorrow." He replied, "That's right. Don't follow me anymore." These words leave Vena speechless. "What? Why am I suddenly so weak?" She recalls the times she was criticized during fights, realizing she'd only be a burden. "You're so weak." She questions herself, wondering if that's why she's a burden. Her eyes filled with despair. She had disappointed Master. "Head east," a voice echoes. Vena, startled, asked, "What?" Jiai continued, "I will definitely leave a place for you to return." "Go and reclaim the power of Vanir," Vena cried out, but Jai, already turned away, simply asked, "You know how to contact Fran, right?" "Now sleep and then leave." Vena was silent for a moment, unsure what to say. The orb slipped from her hand as she rushed out, bowing before the closed door. "Thank you for everything." Jai remained outside, a satisfied smile on his face, while Vena inside wept, vowing to return stronger. Back at the mountain, now covered in snow, Jemmy approaches with a friendly smile, asking, "Have you been waiting long, Behemos?" Overcome with emotion, Vios cried out, "Master!" Suddenly, he was struck hard and asked, "You've become arrogant and speak rudely, haven't you?" Vios, pale as a ghost and drenched in sweat, gasped, "It really is him." He thought to himself that his master's actions were just like before. He looked down at him and asked, "What happened?" Vios sat up, took a breath, and slowly began to explain. As for that, Diablo Vopia had left after the final battle, saying, "I will certainly return, do not follow me." Days later, the demons could no longer sense his presence. The wise serpent Chakmun said, "Bimot, he will return. Let us hide from the 12 gods and await him." Bimot hid at the bottom of the volcano, awaiting his master, but his longing was too great. One day, a being came and said, "I will lull you to sleep and free you from your pain, but promise me you will help Fran in the future." After falling into a deep sleep, my body gradually shrunk, and even the way I spoke changed. He then asked, "Do you know what happened to Chakmun?" It recalled and answered, "I don't know where he is, but he's definitely still alive." But Jai snaps his fingers, summons Break, and casually asks, "You two are pretty close, aren't you, Break?" Vi, seeing his old friend, happily calls out, "Break!" She hugged Break and asked if he was okay, to which Break could only reply, "Go, Bai." A moment later, Jemmy spoke. "Bioth has a task for you. Follow Frainer and investigate someone named Ice." He immediately replied, "I accept the mission." "Okay," Jemmy continued. "And one more thing, I have another request." This confused him. "A request, not an order?" Dr. Du exclaimed from the side. Jemmy sat down and said, "A girl named Benna will accompany you. She is my subordinate and also my friend. Take care of her." Vios was overjoyed and started jumping around. "Gahu, a new friend, don't worry, a new comrade. I think you should get stronger so I can trust you to watch our backs." In the coming war, she acquired the item, right? Siegfried appears at Lady Curiel's shop. He smiles warmly, asking for confirmation, as the box containing the dark sheep's heart sits on the table. Lady Curiel replies, "Oh, you got it." Then tossing him something, she says, "Here's what you asked for as payment." Siegfried takes the box, smiles, and replies, "I'll use the voucher you gave me last time, since I got a free item then." She seriously takes back the heart box and replies, "Yes, if there are no problems with the item in the future, I don't mind." Jemmy, who was sitting next to him, stood up and looked at the object in the box. "This is an Ian fragment." Siegfried says, "You know what it is, an Ian fragment?" A fragment of the Ian asteroid that crashed into the continent 100 years ago. Eternal mana is condensed within it, in a place where mana is absorbed from nature and amplified 2,000 times. "What are you going to use it for?" Jai asked. Siegfried just chuckled mysteriously, offering no real answer. It was a secret. As the two boys bickered, Curiel spoke up. "I have something to discuss with him. You can leave now." Siegfried turned back, looking at him with confusion. "What's the matter?" Jai teased back. "That's a secret." Lady Curiel, unable to bear it, snapped, "Now get out!" Sved could only sigh and turn away. Then, after closing the door, she turned back and said, "All right, take me there." Arriving in the world of darkness, the two stand opposite a magic circle as she says, "The preparations are now complete." Jamie replied, "Then I'll begin." Between them was a magic sphere, inverted to the other side of the world. Opposite the light of that world, the world of darkness, the light emanating from the sphere grows stronger. "King, who rules the darkness, grant me your consent." A gateway to the other world opens, revealing a space filled with twinkling stars. Lady Curiel and Jamie stand before this mysterious portal to the beyond. Curiel was overjoyed and ready to run in, but Jai suddenly blocked her way, saying, "Wait, you're getting ahead of yourself. What do you think you're doing?" He hurriedly explained, "I also have freebies. I'll return the borrowed money. When someone returns the soul contract tablet, which becomes void, I'm no longer in danger. She can only enter with my permission." Curiel quietly acknowledged this. "You should have said so sooner." Jamie turns to look. He has now stepped into the gateway of another world, and Curiel prepares to follow. Before him stood the figure of a woman, her shadow possessing a radiant pair of eyes and an immense power. She exclaimed, "Ah, you've returned, Diablo the Apostate. Years ago, Venus, you traveled the world in disguise and met Diablo, the 12 gods' eternal enemy, a rare human, and you turned out to be the hero incarnate. How laughable." However, he lost the 4 great wars and all of his comrades. Venus Flare, under the observation of the 12 gods, brought him to her world and allowed him to use a portion of the Dark Realm. Jemmy of the past life happily looked at the thing in her hand and smiled. "I have perfected it. A new source of power. Dark Manana has been created. However, in the end, I heard that he died at the hands of the 12 gods." "What happened?" the woman inside said, "with that adorable form?" Jai replied quietly, "I didn't die, but I was sealed away. When I awoke, I was in this body." She retorted mockingly, "How amusing. What is it this time?" He replied, "Someone wants to come here." After a moment's thought, she agreed. "I'll grant them permission." Jemmy then came out and told Curiel, "Just go straight ahead." Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Ah, finally." After entering that space, she left a message. I left some things in the store. Avalon Exotic, it will be of use to you. She explained that it was a staff made from magic stones taken from Mount Taring, one of the world's 6 forbidden areas. An immense amount of mana has been detected in its central nozzle, but no one can approach it because it's a poisonous lake with an endless whirlpool. Jiawei heard this and asked, wondering, that sounds very expensive. Why would you give it to me? My son Vin is about your age. The image of her son appears, leaving Yai momentarily stunned. Finally, I can see my son. Kiriel spoke as her son entered. He fell silent for a moment. What she saw out there would only be illusions of the deceased. That hell. He watched her small figure, then closed his eyes in sorrow. It will be their eternal, peaceful escape. A moment later, footsteps emerged from the door. With a rich expression, Jemmy said to Dichfrey, "Let's go." The two began to walk down the street, Ziff leading the way. "It's time to say goodbye to the Holy Order," Joai asked. "So, are we heading to the Demon Realm now?" He doesn't object. Of course, of course. After all, that's our destination." Siegfried happily rambled on. "Should we talk about your stories on the way there? The young master's omnipotence or the story of Princess Valkyrie would also be interesting." Jai couldn't help but feel a little helpless, thinking he wouldn't bring it up again. Cut to 2 weeks later, and the pair have flown to a city shrouded in mist. "This is the demon world." "It's colder than I thought," Jemmy exclaimed. Siegfried chuckled. "It's a city built by the first king himself." The city itself is creating a magic circle, forming a circular matrix across the entire city. Jai, not seeing it, asked, "What magic circle?" ZF hummed in response, "If I told you, it wouldn't be any fun." Jiawei dejectedly says, "Right, I figured you wouldn't tell me." The best Apopus X-Era Medicine has a spaceship flying in the sky. Below is a tall building at the nearest pharmacy. As Jemmy walked and looked around, he remarked, "The magic technology in the demon world is truly top-notch." ZF explained, "That's what makes this place comparable to the Magic Kingdom." He then handed Jemmy a piece of paper, saying, "I'll head to the store. You can wander around." The young master intently reads and replies, "Yes." Siegfried sighs, teasing, "It would be terrible if you got lost, so here's a magic map for lost children." Jiawei was angry but didn't know what to do. Seriously. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a blue-haired girl clutches a bag, tears streaming down her face as she rushes along. "I told him I'd be there before the opening ceremony. I'm going to be late." This is Anne Mayer, a student at Phoenix Academy, and suddenly her eyes light up as she thinks of something. It's the opening ceremony today, so J.K. Fed and the head of the family will be there, right? If I show them the magic I just learned? Imagining a future filled with praise, and Siegfried giving her a thumbs up, she's ecstatic. "Anne, I didn't realize your talent. Will you become my disciple?" He even gave her flowers as he said that, causing Anne to jump for joy in her imagination. "Yes, master." Suddenly, as she passed Jemmy, she stopped, wondering about the boy all alone. "Is he a new student?" I wondered, recalling her own lonely, tearful first days. "Where am I?" She smiled wryly, remembering how often she used to get lost. Jiawei looked up, wondering, "That's an airship. It would be so convenient to have one." "Hey, kid." A hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. Jiawei turns around, his eyes filled with a terrifying light, leaving him speechless and shaken. He turns around completely and asks, "What do you want from me?" She cautiously steps back, and thought to herself in a panic, "What was that cold look just now? Did I see it wrong? He's just a kid." Receiving no response, Jai coldly turned away and said, "If you don't want anything, leave." Anne quickly spoke up. Wait, you're a new student at Phoenix Academy, right?" Jemmy asked, confused. "What? What academy are you talking about?" She grabbed his hand, stopping him. "This isn't the time for that. The opening ceremony is about to start." Jemmy, who was minding his own business, was suddenly dragged away, looking utterly bewildered. He huffed, then let her drag him along. "Changing scenes, I was dragged along since I had nothing else to do. But is this strange girl a student here?" He let Anne drag him along as he thought to himself, surrounded by many other students. "This is Phoenix Academy, the prestigious school of the demon world." A dignified portrait of a man appears amidst the chatter. "This is a mellow hall where the opening ceremony is held, and the students have already gathered and taken their seats." Anne then turns to Jay, cheerfully asking, "What do you think? Amazing, right?" He just felt weary, thinking he was already tired, when she suddenly smiled, clasped her hands together, and said, "Welcome to the academy." He explained, "Wait, I'm not a new student," and then thought, "Oh, right, my purpose," forgetting her own task, and then ran off, leaving behind the words, "I have to go." Joai was speechless, thinking about the girl, then sighed, "It's almost time for me to meet the 7 elders. I should go." You You? Suddenly, a voice rings out as someone trembles, pointing angrily at Jai and shouts, How? How are you here? This man is Lenong, the second son of Count Simon. Before he could finish, Jai pointed at him, confused, and asked, Who are you? This revelation froze Lenong, who recalled kneeling before Jai in the past, wondering how he could not remember. He still had nightmares about it. A terrifying giant eye appeared, but then he remembered his father saying, I will teach you magic. After my father began teaching me, everything started to go smoothly. You're not bad, he said. Now you can go to the academy. Do I really have to fight this monster? Lenong's mind races with panic. Jemmy turned and asked, Who are you? Causing Liang to tremble and stammer in response. Liang Ji then recognized the face and casually said, Simon. That arrogant brat? I told Count Simon to discipline him. He worried, wondering why he had to go to the academy. He's already a third year? Not bad. The old man pointed a trembling finger at him, asking, Don't tell me you're entering the academy too? Jiawai said, bored. So the impulsive brat knows how to joke now, huh? Not amused. From behind, ZF approached, calling out, Young master, what are you doing there? I've been looking all over for you. N, who was standing nearby, called out when he saw him appear. Huh. Young master ZF. This left him speechless and frustrated. Jiawai glanced back and asked, Do you have a disciple? Zigfed forces a smile, replying, No, it's not like that. Let's go. Everyone's waiting, and a voice calls out from behind. Excuse me, young master, wait. Anne reached out, calling, Please, wait. But it was too late. They had both vanished with magic. Tears welling and cries, He's gone. Damn it, that unpredictable guy. Hearing this, An turned to Lenong and asked, Are you talking about the boy who was with the young master? He replied, annoyed. What? You don't know him? Then grinding her teeth in anger, she growled, Jai, that damn monster called the great genius of the human realm, and calmly repeated, Ah, Jay, she echoed, finally understanding, her eyes wide as she stared at Lenong, who was now frozen, head bowed in silence. Then, her blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the hall. JM is at the central mage tower of the demon world, in a conference room adorned with the tower's flag. One of them spoke, We've finally met him. Around them, a group sat at a round table, in the center of which a space shimmered with the image of a tower. Fourth Elder Daimon of the noble faction pointed to his chest, smiling softly as he said, I'm very much looking forward to meeting the continent's great genius. Another man at the table, the Third Elder, Scent of the Imperial faction, leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, sneering at them. You guys are overreacting. He then added mockingly, It's just a kid. Hearing this, Sixth Elder Adel Heaven of the neutral faction spoke, pointing at the Third Elder as she laughed and exclaimed to him, Ha ha, oh my, Third Elder, it seems you're terrified of being replaced by a 10-year-old. Seeing his question to Adele H., Revan remained upright, hands folded on the table, and arrogantly asked, Humph, am I wrong? Seeing her smugness, SP gritted his teeth in anger, trembling as he shouted. Just as a fight was about to break out, a soothing laugh echoed. Ha ha, let's all calm down. A man with a neatly braided large beard spoke, reminding the others. We can't greet our guests with such a shameful display. Soon after, someone entered through the door, their voice ringing out with a gentle tone. Pleased to meet you all, and with that, he stepped inside. Standing at the door, he confidently introduced himself to the group inside. I'm Jemmy, son of the Welton family. Seeing him, the Fifth Elder suddenly froze, stunned. Friesen was stunned, narrowing his eyes at him in suspicion. He paused. Next, Elder Adel Heaven stared in disbelief, concluding that he was at least a post-level, filled with panic, while Fourth Elder Demon looked him over with a contemptuous expression. With a hum, the Second Elder, Lin Mayo, couldn't help but look up thoughtfully, intrigued. He realized the boy had grown significantly since their last encounter. He eyed them warily, silently assessing each one. So these were the elders? He then added that they all seemed to be at a higher level than him. Immediately after, he looked towards the Third Elder, Serpent, who was frowning and watching Jami, his face flushed with anger, his hands clasped together in bitterness. He calmly assessed him, excluding the one called Jai. Then he wondered if the man was a Sixth Circle mage. Meanwhile, the Elder glared at him, veins popping, muttering, A mere boy. But he paid no mind, assessing the situation. It seemed the Elder was stuck in his inferiority complex, hindering his progress. Just then, the friendly voice of second elder Lin Mayo rang out as he smiled and waved. "Long time no see, eh? You seem stronger, Jai." He complimented him, and Jai humbly returned the praise with a bright smile. "It's all thanks to the breathing technique you taught me." "It's been a while," the Marquis said, approaching the round table with second elder Lin Mayo, his voice light and eager as he spoke to Jai. "So, you're learning swordsmanship now?" he added. "Well, if it's you, I think you'll be fine." Seeing this, he bowed his head and replied, "Thank you. I hope I have the chance to fight you next time." Hearing this, the third elder SP laughed mockingly, wrinkling his face as he added, "Ha ha, a mage taking up swordsmanship. Sayar, words from a lowlife who only knows how to use his fists." Hearing his mockery, he quickly interrupted, sternly warning him to watch his words. Beside them, second elder Lin Mayo glared at him for the rude interruption, her face contorted in displeasure. Jemmy glared at him, his eyes filled with rage as he reminded him, "You interrupted my father," then added to it, "one of those who use physical training methods." Hearing his question, third elder SP quickly became flustered and stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." Seeing his stubbornness, he turned and questioned him with an angry laugh. "So that's how it is, huh?" he then added mockingly, fueled by anger. "Perhaps your words are too high level for me to understand," he mocked, while Free behind him covered his face, trembling and telling himself to hold back his laughter. The third elder, speechless and with a dark expression after his interrogation, stammered for a long time before uttering a single word. The neatly bearded man chuckled in agreement, confirming that the third elder had indeed made a mistake. Then, with a hearty laugh, he tried to smooth things over, saying perhaps he meant well and hoped he wasn't offended. "This man is Jinger, advisor to the Emperor and one of the kingdom's two great mages," he thought to himself. Remembering the title Sky Wizard, as he stood calmly with his hands behind his back amidst a dark, stormy sky, he realized the name came from his ability to control the weather. The old man smiled, eyes narrowed, and said to Jamie in a low, imposing voice, "Thank you for accepting our invitation, and welcome to the demon world." His voice grew heavy as he emphasized the young mage's title, prompting Siegfried to lower his hand from his face, turn, and furrow his brow at Jinger. "He's a high-level mage. Aren't you being rude?" The old man chuckled, folded his arms, and apologized. "I've been impolite," the old man said, then turned to Jai for his opinion. "Please forgive me, Jai." With regret, Jinger reached for a cup of tea on the table, still steaming. Cutting him off, he added, "I'd love to support your research, but," he said, looking at Jai meaningfully, "those who don't work, don't eat." Then, Jinger added that it was the iron rule of the demon realm, glancing at the emblem on the cloth hanging in the meeting room. He then turned to Jai, asking for his opinion. "What do you think, Jai?" Hearing this, he stared blankly at him, confused. Seeing his continued bewilderment, he elaborated, "Do you think you could become one?" He continued softly, "A member of the demon realm, perhaps?" Outside the town of the demon realm, people bustled about. Jai, off to the side, grimaces, sighs, and looks up at him, while Riff, seeing his misery, furrows his brow and asks, "It really is too much, isn't it, young master?" He replied, dejected. They recalled their conversation with Jinger in the conference room as he leaned on the table, smiling as he spoke. "The academy needs talent, right?" Seeing his confusion, Headmaster Siegfried raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why all of a sudden?" Immediately after receiving that answer, he preemptively blindsided them. "I hope Jiawai can become a temporary professor for 1 month." Seeing this, he frowned and yelled at him, confused. "What?" Siegfried, stunned by what he heard, could only ask again, in disbelief. But before they could recover, Jinger laughed, deciding for them. "Silence means agreement, right?" Then, full of hope, he confidently declared, "I'm sure with the headmaster's help, he'll be fine." He continued to laugh as Rick freed himself, turned away in dissatisfaction, and declared, "I have to go deal with those lunatics right now." Seeing this, Jai awkwardly grabbed his cloak, pulling him back, forcing a smile as he tried to stop him. "Don't. Let's make sure first. It'll be all right." Seeing him still trying to endure, Rickfried turned to him, saying, "Tell me if anything seems off," then added, "I may look like this, but I am the principal." He said it with utmost seriousness, prompting a chuckle and a question. "Ha ha. A principal who forgot the school's entrance ceremony?" Jiawai remarked as he watched a group of excited children run past. "I want to learn magic quickly," a little girl added. "Me too," Siegfried stammered, flustered by the question. "No, there's a reason for that." He lowered his eyes, lost in the memory of his vow to never take another disciple. Jai recalled the radiant, magic-wielding hand of the past as he sat surrounded by awestruck children. His hands emanated a constant glow, and Jai cradled them within his own in the heart of a forest. Then the children stood and approached him, their hands glowing with magic, as one of them called out to him, "Master, look, another girl has performed magic, adding to my list." He then patted their heads encouragingly, while a red-haired girl in the distance couldn't perform. That night, under the full moon, in a house in town where the lights still shone, the red-haired girl sat in the library, gazing at her empty palm and lamenting. Knowing she was incapable, the girl lacked confidence. But then, a hand-bearing light appeared, touching her shoulder. Startled, the red-haired girl turned to see him standing beside her, gently guiding and comforting her, telling her not to rush. The girl stared at the magic circles on the table, gaping in surprise as she absorbed them. Then he added, "Just take it one step at a time." Then, in class the next day, she performed the magic, her hand glowing as she happily called out, "Master, I did it." Her friends celebrated with her, and Jai, seeing this, lifted her up in joy and praise as the other children clapped and cheered. The flashback ends, and Jai is lost in thought. Finally, with an unreadable expression, he concludes that those children need to see him leave. He brushed past the kids, silently calling out in his heart, "Disciples, that young shark is still excited to go to the opening ceremony. Wait for me. Jai makes his decision, it will only be a month." He brushed past the quickly moving children, who were also lost in thought, telling himself not to dwell on it. Elsewhere in the country, a loud scream echoes, "What?" Under the full moon's glow, this is Phoenix Academy's female dormitory, and inside one of the rooms, a red-haired girl in pigtails sits on her bed, crying out in astonishment. How could you not recognize Lord Jai? She has emerald eyes. And May, sitting on the bed next to her, could only force a smile and reply, "Ha ha ha. I don't know why I didn't recognize him either." She then shyly scratched her face and mumbled darkly, "I held his hand and dragged him away." Hearing this, the red-haired roommate couldn't help but cover her face and scream with excitement. "Ah, Mr. Jai held my hand too." Hearing this, Anne Mermer couldn't help but ask, "But why do you call him Mr. J?" She thought he was still quite young, but her friend suddenly jumped up, interrupting her with a startled shout. "What?" She recoils, embarrassed by the sudden advance. Meanwhile, her roommate suspiciously asked, "Are you really that dumb, or are you just pretending?" Without waiting for an answer, she proudly began to explain. "Jai is our guiding star." She imagined his scowling face as charmingly as possible, surrounded by flowers and magical light, and spoke sweet words. The greatest genius of all time, the saint of the goddess Po, and the only son of the Welton family. Anne Mermer, hearing her friend's beautiful description, looked up, closed her eyes, and sighed in confirmation. "I don't know," she says, dismissing everything else. "I'm going to study now." Her roommate, seeing this, complained helplessly, "This silly girl." Then, as if remembering something, the red-haired friend grabbed her hand, beaming as she turned to Anne Mermer to share some news. "Oh, have you heard about Even from the beta class?" Seeing her confusion, she explained, "He took a supplement and his scores skyrocketed." She was stunned, confirming what she'd heard. The guy who was going to drop out because he couldn't keep up? Seeing her remember, her roommate excitedly pulled out a bottle of pills, announcing, "That's right, I bought some too, and she even got some for you." She then took a swig, eyeing her with one eye open, and said, "Nah, I don't need it." Anna Mayer shook her head, frowning in refusal, prompting her roommate to remark, "That's why I hate model students." Then she placed the empty medicine bottle on the table and excitedly asked, "Want some? Want some?" She confirmed with her roommate, "I told you I had to study." This is Phoenix Academy, symbolized by a book, wheat, and 3 stars, a magic academy founded by Amelfest, the great mage who helped build the Seodal Kingdom. The academy boasts magnificent scenery and protective barriers, and is known as the most famous academy in the demon world, with a history spanning hundreds of years. As expected, of an academy that has produced thousands of talented mages. The next morning at the academy, a kind-looking man greeted him with a warm smile. "I finally met you," he said, adding, "I'm the vice principal of Javelin Academy, and as you can see, it's already snowing outside." Just then, as he led him away, he remarked, "Having the opportunity to welcome a distinguished guest like you is my pleasure." Likewise. He strode forward with a smile, then stood before the faculty, hands on his hips, and declared, "I'm Jay, your temporary professor." Seeing the commotion below, he thinks, "Who is he?" Impossible. They stared at him in shock as Jai smiled warmly and said softly, "Let's help each other out." And so, the youngest professor was born. Whispers of his name rippled through the crowd. Then someone else smiled as they watched him resting his eyes and confirmed, Did I hear that right? Another person adds to the story of the genius Count Wellen. Then, Vice Principal Javelin cheerfully smiles, opens a door, and announces to Jamie, "First, I'll take you to the conference room." Jamie glanced at him, confirming the information. Yes. The two sat across from each other at the table inside the room. He picked up a notebook from the table, explaining the academy's situation to Jamie. Classes are divided by skill level. This was the Senate Hall Javelin mentioned earlier. He then looked at the book on the table and further explained that the classes weren't divided by age, but by skill level. Elementary, middle, and advanced. Each level is further divided into sections called Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, he adds, noting that Professor Jemmy will take over the Alpha Elementary class. Then, he gestured dismissively at the books on the table, closing them as he reminded him, "Now, choose the subject you'll be teaching." Seeing this, he paused, surprised, his eyes widening. He added, "Since you're here, it would be great if you could choose a difficult subject since you stand out so much." Hearing this, he looked at the papers spread out on the table, seriously considering, then reflecting inwardly. "I'm most confident in black magic, but I can't teach that." Javelin then reaches for the papers, wondering if he can ever return to that path. Then he recalled his past life practicing dark magic, the orbits appearing in his mind, and Javelin made a statement about when they were called infinite wizards. "I'll choose this." Seeing that, Javelin couldn't stop smiling and praised him. "Ha ha, an interesting choice." He then checked his watch, confirming their task. "I'll be looking forward to it then," he reminded himself. "The meeting is about to start. I'll go get Professor Seaver." With that, Mr. On left and Jamie looked out the window, lost in thought. Even though that building is 500 years old, the equipment hasn't decayed. Just then, a girl outside looked in at him. He turned utterly bewildered to see Sophia, a professor from Phoenix Academy, gripping the doorframe, her face full of curiosity as she asked, "Are you really Mr. J?" Behind him, a group of professors watched with curiosity and shy blushes, then quickly overcame their hesitation and swarmed around him. A man with blue hair clasped his hands together excitedly, looking at him and confirming, "I heard you didn't back down, even while fighting a demon." Seeing their enthusiasm, Jai awkwardly replied, "Excuse me." A man beside him, his face full of excited admiration, asked him again, "You're definitely close friends with the disciple of the goddess Po, right?" Seeing their enthusiasm, Jai was a bit embarrassed and stammered, excuse me." Before he could respond, Sophia exclaimed, "Oh, your emerald hair is as beautiful as an incantation." The crowd then eagerly thrust forward papers and pens, clamoring for his autograph. This enthusiasm makes him recoil, a dark look of fear on his face as he cries out in his mind, "Why are they like this?" A moment later, Vice Principal Javelin happily strides in, reaching out to Professor Seaver behind him. "This way, Professor Jawai is over there." He followed the gesture, a bit hesitant, and confirmed, "Over there?" Noticing something amiss, Javelin looked over and was shocked to see Jamie surrounded by a crowd with pens and paper. Immediately, he rushed over and confronted Professor Sophia, the ringleader, saying, "Professor, if you continue like this, you'll get into trouble." Hearing this, the crowd protested, leaving him flustered, and Javelin called out to Professor Seaver. He awkwardly responded, "Yes, sir." They quickly left, prompting cries of regret from behind. "Mr. J, please don't go." The two rush into the room and close the door as Professor Seaver offers his assessment. "Ha ha, perhaps the professors are a bit overexcited." He then added, "It's because you're quite famous." Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "Excuse me, me?" Seeing his disbelief, Professor Sai added with surprise and admiration, "Jamie is a magical genius, like the saintess of the goddess Po and the precious child of the Welton family." "Ah, yes." Then he urged, "Let's go to the wind ensemble at Phoenix Academy's Alpha class in the elementary division." Inside the classroom, a boy rests his chin on his hand, looking at the person next to him, laughing. "Model student, were you studying all night again?" Hearing this, the person next to him happily replied, "Yes, I'm definitely moving up to the middle school division this time." Hearing this, he quickly opens a vial, closes his eyes, and declares that no matter what, he will make it this year. And Mayor, sitting next to him, watches him drink and asks in surprise, "Huh? You're drinking that stuff too?" She adds that Baekhyun is taking it too. At her words, he chugs down the water as Mayor looks up, startled. Suddenly, a red-haired boy with a slicked-back style and a gloomy face walked past her, inwardly preening with arrogance. "Oh, no one here can defeat me." Outwardly, he tries to put his hands in his pockets, putting on a cold and indifferent demeanor, but inwardly, he makes a judgment. They don't seem like much of a threat, he thinks, planning to quickly show off his talent and skip a grade. Suddenly, a voice calls out, shattering his thoughts. "Hey, Redhead and Mao," she said cheerfully, asking if they'd met before. Seeing her enthusiasm, he gritted his teeth, turning to face her, startled. "Redhead and Mao," he exclaimed in annoyance. Seeing this, she smiled and waved. "Nice to meet you. What's your name?" He smirked, then politely replied. "Lenong," she repeated. "Ex-Mong?" Then confirmed. "The ex-Mong family, right?" He smirked, arrogant and smug inside. "That's right. Be jealous. I was born different from you all," he declares, resolving to head straight to the upper school. As if it were obvious, Mayor, contrary to his expectations, exclaimed, "Wow!" Then, with her hand supporting her chin, she smiled brightly and kindly, as if realizing something, and said, "So, you're the son of Count Simon." He internally screamed, frustrated to see her like that, as she told him to ask her anything he didn't know. "But who is she?" Suddenly, Professor Siver's familiar voice echoed from the doorway. "Long time no see, everyone. How have you been?" he asked. The class fell silent, all eyes on the professor, as Dongqing answered, "Yes, we are." Immediately after, he continued, "I have someone I'd like to introduce to you all. Come in," he urged. As the door opens, Jemmy steps in, his face serious as he scans the room, locking eyes with him, his expression darkening with fear. Why are you here?" The room buzzed with whispers. Emerald hair? Someone denied the possibility? This can't be. It must be. The entire hall turned its attention to Jai and Professor Siver on the platform. Without delay, Professor Siver gestured towards him and announced, "This man will be your new professor." He paused for emphasis. Jamie, however, maintained a serious expression as he looked at the students, then greeted them. "Pleased to meet you all," he began. But the excited screams of the students drowned him out as they chanted his name, jumping from their seats. "It's Mr. Jamie!" Immediately, the students rushed from their seats. The scene erupted into chaos with excited screams as someone shouted, "It's Mr. J!" in disbelief. "Is that really Mr. Jai?" Professor Sai, witnessing this, awkwardly stepped in front of him to shield the students. The students continued their frenzy, screaming, "Please look this way!" Jai, annoyed by the commotion, sighed, his face darkening. He yelled for everyone to calm down, silencing them with a wave of his hand and a surge of mana that swept through the hall, leaving the students both embarrassed and awkward as he began to reprimand them. "Everyone, stop. Are you really causing a ruckus in front of a respected professor here at the Magic Academy?" JY then questioned if this was the standard of the Alpha class. "Respectable. He's more like a—" He cut them off, then screamed inwardly, emphasizing, "He's insane." Meanwhile, JY continued to question them, expressing his disappointment with their performance in the first 2 sessions. Beside him, Professor Siver stared blankly at the now silent students, then added his own thoughts seriously. "But I'll give you all a chance to redeem yourselves." He paused, then posed a question. "Can any of you guess what subject I'll be teaching?" Immediately after, a student spoke up with a guess. "Chemistry? Sorry, but that's incorrect as well." Another student hesitantly raised their hand and asked, "Understanding and analyzing the history of magic?" Hearing this, Jemmy questioned him. "Does such a useless subject even exist?" Many other students wanted to answer, but suddenly, Mayor raised her fist, confidently sharing her theory. She added that since he was a high-ranking mage, he wouldn't teach ordinary subjects, but advanced ones like understanding the aspects of attributes and magic circles, before negating her own statement. "But we learn about energy in high school," she states, finally concluding with a question. "So you'll be in charge of teaching magic circles, right?" Hearing this, Jai looked at the girl and realized, wasn't she the girl he met at the entrance ceremony? He thought to himself, she doesn't seem to have much mana, yet she's in the Alpha class. Jai calmly snapped out of his thoughts and quietly confirmed, "Indeed, your analytical skills are impressive, Mayor." Seeing that, she excitedly raised a fist, held up 2 fingers with her other hand as if celebrating, and said with a wide smile, "I guessed right." Beside her, Phi smiled, impressed, just as expected of the model student. Meanwhile, under the table, Lenong slammed her fist down in anger, startling those around her. He grimaced, grinding his teeth, while Lenong's face paled as she broke out in a cold sweat, glancing up at the table above her, screaming internally in disbelief. She's been recognized by Juwai, and now they're questioning who she is again. Next, Professor Siver clapped his hands, smiling as he reminded everyone that the introductions were over. He told them to study hard, and the students quickly agreed. Yes. After the meeting in the faculty office, Jai slumped into a chair, letting his arms fall as he sighed and looked up. Overcome with fatigue, he stared at the paper pinned to his desk's bulletin board, lost in thought. Class started tomorrow. Then he wondered aloud. They say I'll be in class with the former professor on the first day. Jemmy eyes the file and a photo of someone with a scowl, a look of doubt on his face. This is the professor in charge of magic circles? He read the information. Kenny, a fifth circle mage, is written about extensively, and he suspiciously recalls the wrinkled, monkey-like face of third elder serpent, wary that he's a disciple of Spen. Suddenly, Sophia, standing beside him, spoke up, reminding him, "You should be careful." Hearing that, Jai looked up from his documents and asked Lai, "What's wrong?" Seeing his confusion, she covered her mouth, winked, and whispered an explanation. "He's a little insecure." She then added that some teachers were head over heels for him, and seeing her good intentions, he replied, "Okay, thanks for letting me know." She then hesitated and said, "Well," but Sophia interrupted, grabbed a pen and paper, looked at him and asked, "Could I have your autograph?" He sighed, feeling helpless. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice cut through their conversation. Unsurprisingly, it was Kenny who stood behind them, looking annoyed, and sarcastically remarked, "It's different being famous. He's even holding an autograph session in the teacher's lounge." Sophia's face paled as she glanced at him, feeling incredibly awkward. Professor Kink, he thought to himself. Kenny Arch, the professor in charge of the magic circle. Hearing his sarcastic remark, Professor Sophia stood frozen, flustered, and denied it. "It's not like that." Before she could finish, Kenny waved her off and urged her to return to her seat, while Jai silently held the information sheet, and Sophia stammered a response. "Yes." After she left, he stood up amicably, looking up and extending his hand in a friendly greeting. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jai." But before he could finish, Kenny closed in, his face contorted in a scowl as he confronted him. "I heard you've been learning swordsmanship since you were 10, right?" He then added that it must have taken a lot of effort to become such a talent. He then warned Jai to prepare himself well, placing a hand on his shoulder with a sinister grin. "I won't go easy on you," he said softly. He cuts him off, his face full of disgust, glaring at Kenny as he throws his hand off his shoulder, each word a provocation. "These are the things I desire." The next morning, footsteps echo through the Phoenix Academy's halls. In class, a blonde girl stood up, turned to the others, and shouted a warning, "He's coming!" Then added a reminder, "Everyone sit down, the demon professor is coming." Following that announcement, the classroom door was forcefully opened. Kenny frowned, his voice dark and threatening. "Hamo, if you call me that again, I'll fail you." Joai followed behind him, covering her mouth and giggling, inwardly repeating, "Demon professor." After hearing that she could be expelled, the girl gasped and obediently quieted down. After settling the class, Kenny placed the papers he'd prepared on the desk, looked at him and said sarcastically, "The great Jam Welton," before announcing to the students that they would have a lesson on magic circles. He then looked at the students and sarcastically remarked about him again, "But a genius doesn't necessarily make a good teacher." He quickly used magic to lift the papers off the desk, frowning at the students, while Jemmy, angered by Kenny's words, yelled at him in frustration, "What?" Then, ignoring Jemmy's dissatisfaction, he announced to the students, "All right, we're having a test today." As soon as he finished speaking, Kenny used magic to deliver the test papers to each student, saying softly, "Here you go." The students grimaced at the test papers, unwilling but resigned to accept them. He elaborated on the test, "We'll be learning how to cast 6-star magic." Jemmy received his paper, glanced at the contents, and inwardly praised Kenny. "He's well prepared for this lesson, isn't he? And that guy's still scowling at the students." Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Let's see how good you really are." Kenny Ace raised his hand, his face still indifferent as he continued to explain to the students. "Common magic circles typically share the same formula," he interrupts, then adds, "Normally, to cast a 6-pointed magic circle, we use the moon and sun, as well as the stars between the index and middle fingers. He condenses the magic of the stars as the universe, the sun as the day, and the moon as the night." He swept his hand and a large moon circle surrounded the sun, appearing before them. "You can surround them with a circle and merge them into one." Next, he added his observation, and from that, we have a complete magic circle. Kenny H's voice continued to echo through the lecture hall. "Depending on the magic you desire, the symbols will change, and their power will vary based on their arrangement." Then he waved his hand from the podium and the magic circle gradually faded away. He added, "So you need to carefully consider their placement from the start." Kenny added, "There's no definitive method for arranging the symbols most effectively yet, but it's being researched." Before he could spread any more misinformation, Jai interrupted him, full of questions. Annoyed that he was interrupted, Kenny Arch glared at Jai and asked, "Does the great genius already have a method?" Hearing his question, Jai sighed, looking at him smugly as he spoke. "All he needs to do is draw a guide for it." Seeing this, he immediately retorted, "Everyone knows that," but Jai cut him off with a shout. Watch. Now my index finger moves, drawing a line inside the circle, bisecting the plus sign, creating a sun. Now I draw the sun's path here, and the moon's path here. Seeing that he wasn't following the steps, the man scoffed, "Ha, the magic circle will collapse immediately." "You can't erase the guide path with basic mana theory you don't even understand?" he asked sarcastically. Seeing his contempt, Jai snapped his fingers, confirming, I'll erase them the same way." Then he explained his method, separating the magic circle's components. Just follow that direction, and everything becomes incredibly simple. He conjures a large circle, placing the symbols where he wants them, then adds more. After setting and deleting the paths, he eliminates the unnecessary ones to bring the moon closer to the sun, then merges them, before explaining the advantages of his method. This way, he doesn't need to draw the magic circle from scratch, just adjust the position. JY then addresses the students, explaining further. Meanwhile, below, the students buzzed with excitement, gazing at the massive, unusual magic circle before them. "This is insane," one child exclaims in awe and another adds in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen a magic circle made like this." He stands before the clamor and explains further, "That's the name I gave this technique." Above, Lin Mayo stares in stunned silence, mouth agape, screaming internally, "Unbelievable! He's erased the very foundation of magic circles." Below the platform, Kenny stared blankly at Jemmy's massive magic circle, stunned and screaming internally, realizing this discovery would be earth-shattering. Then, regaining his composure, he pointed at the magic circle and quietly, dazedly confirmed it. So he interrupted and added with certainty, "It's still not possible." Gasps echoed through the stands as he projected the magic circle, his hand gently touching it. The moon and sun gradually separated and floated in the center, becoming a three-dimensional image, as the children below silently marveled. He can alter magic circles after seeing them just once and then make his own judgments. Truly a genius. Jamie still hasn't grasped the situation, kids. Immediately, the moon and sun flew out as he drew more magic circles with a snap of his fingers, while Kenny watched in astonishment. Down below, Fim and Anais stared in disbelief at his actions on the platform, while the students murmured that the magic circle had transformed into the symbol of another. The circles collide, creating an overwhelmingly powerful surge of energy. Then they begin to merge, leading them to realize that as long as space exists, it can be expanded indefinitely. Immediately, the three circles merged, creating a complex three-dimensional magic circle, and the large circle he created illuminated the entire room. Jay remembers his past life and realizes this is why they call him the Infinity Wizard. He adds that it's a demon of the magical realm, then glances at Kenny, who is still in shock, and asks with a sharp look, "What do you think, Professor Kenny?" He stammered, exclaiming that he'd never heard of it before. He stood frozen, staring at the circle I'd created, then inwardly questioned my identity. Just who is he? After seeing him speechless for a while, Juai dismisses the circle he created, calling it a visual demonstration, and reminds the students below, "You still need to learn how to branch out. Next class, remember to understand the structure of the two-star magic circle." Up above, even Lenong was stunned, his face pale and in shock. Is he insane? Then he commented that something so amazing was just a performance, and looked around with disappointment. "So this is the level everyone's at," he laments to himself. Then he looked at Anne Mayer, who was seriously propping his hand and staring blankly at him, and commented, "There's still one person who wants to try it," the kids chattered excitedly during the break. "Did you see that magic circle?" he exclaimed in awe. As expected of a genius, Professor Kenny Aches is amazing, too. At his desk, Lenong struggles to practice, drawing a small magic circle before him, but his face is contorted in pain. Y, sitting next to him, exclaims in astonishment, "El Lalon, what was that just now? Did you actually do it?" Letton sighs in frustration, ignoring his friend as he curses under his breath. Damn it, he could barely create it before the circle gradually vanished. Meanwhile, noticing Anne Mermer's desk glowing, Laurent spoke up, puzzled. What is she doing? Meanwhile, at the table, Anne Mermer was trying to replicate what she had just seen, attempting to create a complex magic circle. So, he's skipping the arrangement phase altogether? Seeing this, he taps her on the shoulder, causing Aunt Mermer to startle and dispel the magic circle. Then, she angrily shouts and jumps up, complaining in frustration, "Why isn't it working?" Meanwhile, above, Lenon, having bumped her head, craned her neck back in pain, gritting her teeth. She quickly ran after them, shouting, "Wait, Professor Jai, I have a question." Then, realizing she's been petrified, she repeats it in disbelief, emphasizing, "Me?" In the elementary school hallway, Vice Principal Javeline cheerfully called out to Jamie and Kenny, Professor Kanish, Professor Jamie. Bowing with documents in hand, he greeted them, while Kenny, standing behind, suddenly asked about Professor Jamie's first class. Before he could answer, Kenny gave a glowing review, surprising Jamie, who internally acknowledged his assessment. So, he's more upright than I thought. Hearing the praise, Javelin was dubious but happily confirmed. Really? This is the first time I've seen Professor Conch praise someone. Then, Kenny, with an unreadable expression, bumped shoulders with Mr. Hugh as he walked by, saying he was busy. Seeing him leave so quickly, Vice Principal Kenny quickly turned and chased after him, reminding him awkwardly, Professor Kenny, you have a meeting today, leaving him behind to watch them go. Jai made a V sign with his fingers in front of his gloomy eyes, deciding that he didn't seem to care, before commenting. His class wasn't that bad. Suddenly, a scream erupted behind him. Professor Jai saw Lin Mayo running ahead, followed by a disgruntled Lenong, and frowned in annoyance. She didn't even give him time to think, so he tried to stay calm and quietly asked what was wrong. Immediately, she conjured a magic circle and asked, I'm trying to recreate the magic circle you made earlier, but I keep failing to merge it. Jiawai then looked at her magic circle, pointed to a moon in the center of the sun, and said, Okay, the moon is here. He interrupted himself and pointed to another circle with a moon in the center of a prominent star. The magic circle clashes with the moon, and Jai wonders if she even understands what she's saying. Seeing this, she quickly practiced and then spoke to confirm, So, you mean erase it and merge them together, right? So, if I do this, she interrupted herself. Then, embracing the completed fusion circle with excitement, she whispered, I'm so excited. I did it. Seeing this, he also stared blankly at her, while beside him, Lenong pointed in astonishment at her magic circle, which soon dissipated. Seeing this, she frowned and made a sound, while behind her, Lenong pushed her shoulder excitedly and shouted, How did you do that? Anmer, now aware of him, turns and sings. Losing his composure, he frantically urged her, How did you do that? Hearing that, Anmer finally understood and turned to smile. Oh, I was just imitating the professor. Seeing this, Lenong's face darkened in shock, and he asked in disbelief, confirming, Just imitating? Then he cried out in his heart, Someone is better than me? Watching them bicker, he concluded it wasn't perfect, but couldn't help but marvel. How could she replicate the complex three-dimensional loop? After just one look, Jemmy quietly watched her raise her hands innocently in embarrassment. It would be absurd if no one recognized her talent. Jai then decided what he needed to tell Dish. In the principal's office, a voice echoed. Seeing him, he quickly entered and asked suspiciously, Was that Elder Siegfried? Seeing Jamie, he quickly looked up, smiled, and said, Welcome, young master. Entering the room, he noticed a strange lamp and asked, Oh, what are you planning to do with that piece of iron? Hearing his question, Elder Siegfried smiled and readily explained, Ha ha ha, I'm just experimenting with them. They're quite tricky to use, being so intricate. Seeing this, he quickly left his desk, walked to the tea table, leaned on the back of a chair, and asked, What brings you here? He sat on the desk looking at him. I wanted to show you this first. He then created a small magic circle with his hand, confirming its presence. This is the magic circle that was used as a model indie class today. Instead of that circle, Elder Siegfried shouted in astonishment. How did you do that, young master? Jamie interrupts him, humbly saying, I wasn't trying to show off. Then, he mentioned the girl Anmer's name, saying that she was able to explain the difficult theory that he hadn't fully explained. Seeing this, Elder Siegfried, who had already sat down, laughed heartily, then lowered his head, closed his eyes in puzzlement, and confirmed with him, She could do that just after seeing the model? Seeing this, he questioned the boy sitting across from him. Why wouldn't they nurture such talent? Then, resting his chin on his hand, he thoughtfully praised him, saying his observation skills were excellent, but she had no magical potential. He stated that he had advised her to become a scholar in that field to develop her abilities. Then Elder Siegfried conveyed his student's wishes. But she insisted that she wanted to be a mage, and she's still looking for someone to train her to become a great one. Elder Siegfried spoke again with disappointment, delivering a sad truth. No one would take her in. Through Elder Siegfried's words, he sees the girl's future crumbling before him, her talent unable to foster progress. Hearing this, Juai fell silent, lost in thought, reassessing the situation. He paused, lost in thought. She intended to become Siegfried's disciple. He clasped his hands together on the table, looking troubled as he concluded, It's cruel, but the magical world is Sam's mainstay, so we can't gamble on uncertain students. Hearing this, Jemmy sighs, accepting the decision. I understand. Thank you for your time. Seeing this, Elder Siegfried looked up at him and replied, It's nothing. Jemmy turned and left him behind, deep in thought and unsure how to speak, when suddenly Elder Zickfed called out to him. His words stopped the young master's hand as he reached for the door. He smiled, touching his face as he suggested, "If you're so worried, why not take her in?" Seeing his silence, he beams, adding that the age gap between them isn't that large, and concludes that it's not a bad idea at all. Hearing this, he's unmoved and quickly heads for the door, stating firmly, "No need to thank me." Seeing that, Elder Zickfed lost some of his enthusiasm. Outside, leaning against a wall, Jai exhales, his face grim as he realizes he's been made a professor, questioning what taking on disciples even means. And then Jamie is pulled back into the memories of his past life. He recalls his students, realizing he lost them all to the machinations of the 12 gods. A student stands before him, excitedly holding a magic drawing. Now he's decided he'll handle everything on his own. Painful memories are burned to ash as he grips his blade, stabbing it repeatedly until his hands bleed, vowing never to trust or let anyone get close again. Back in the present, he looks at the building next to him, leaning against the wall, reminding himself not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. He believes Anne is a very intelligent child and will know which path to take. Then, Jai's face turned cold as he dismissed everything, concluding it was none of his concern. A week later in the training room, Professor Sai addressed the students before him, saying, "All right, focus everyone." He announces today's mana test, then, holding a stack of papers, smiles at the students and says, "Haha, I hear the students in Class B have improved a lot." He then voiced his thoughts, chuckling, "So I'm very curious to see how our class will do." Whispers erupted below, and Finn leaned into An Meyer, explaining that the teacher meant class number 2. Seeing this, she blankly glanced over as he confirmed, "The class that was at the bottom last year?" Bachi said so too. Finn glanced at her, smiling proudly as he offered the information. "He's the top student in beta class." Anne Mayer was shocked and questioned him again. "Huh?" Then Professor Siver's voice rang out. "Lon, you're up first." He conjures an energy bow, his face a cool, serious mask as he aims at the dummy before him, and upon release, a massive surge of energy erupts, crackling with electricity as it hurtles toward its target. The arrow became a vortex, carrying the wind with it, a fierce spiral determined to destroy. The system displayed a score of 2199. Seeing this, Professor Seaver was also stunned, his face darkening as he thought to himself in astonishment. That's more than enough to destroy the target. Below, the students erupted in astonished chatter, marveling at the score of over 2,000. Blood certainly runs thicker than water. Beside them, Anmer stared blankly, her face pale with shock, muttering incoherently, "That's the highest score I've ever seen." He glanced at her, noticing her stunned expression, and sighed inwardly. "Fool, you're capable of so much more." Witnessing what just happened, Professor Sai was shaken to his core, his legs trembling as he forced a smile and said, "Ha, I guess I'll have to set a new goal." Next, Phi excitedly declares it's his turn, telling everyone to watch closely, then confidently assesses himself, "I'm in top condition these days." She stood behind him, also stunned, quietly observing. Phi stood at the starting line, recalling the vial of medicine, touching the tip of his nose, certain he'd already taken Apophis X this morning. His eyes are filled with confidence and anticipation. Then he swiftly draws his bow, a powerful and expressionless force aimed forward. His eyes were wild, as if he'd lost all reason, staring intensely at the target. And Meher, standing beside him, watched silently, startled and bewildered. "What is this?" His eyes... Then, a powerful arrow pierced through everything, targeting the display system and scoring 860 points. The teacher smiled with delight and offered his assessment. "Your score is 700 points higher than last time. Keep it up and you might just make it into the intermediate class." Hearing the praise, he puffed out his chest and stood among his classmates, raising his hand to cheer. "Awesome, right?" Faye proudly asked his classmates, who praised him, saying, "Nice one, Faye." Phi smugly asks his classmates, who praise him in return, saying, "Nice one, Phi." He grinned smugly, asking his friends, "Did you see that?" Only Phi Van stared at him, puzzled, wondering if she had imagined it all. Before she could escape her thoughts, the teacher called out the next name on the list, Anne. She stammered in response. Yes. And Meyer then stood before the archery target, her face a mask of anxiety, brow furrowed with worry. "What if I haven't improved much?" "No, I've practiced so much." She then lets everything go, screaming in her thoughts, "I have to believe in myself." Immediately after, she knocks and fires the arrow forward with all her might as the teacher announces her score. The unbelievable result left Mayo frozen, pointing at the scoreboard as she struggled to comprehend it. The same as last year. Tears streamed down her face, a picture of utter despair. Behind her, Lenong glanced at her, speechless, then bit his lip as a voice echoed through the classroom. Professor G's class. Vice Principal Javelin called out to him, then asked, "Ha ha, is the professor heading home now?" And he turned to greet him, saying, "Oh, Professor Javelin." Then he put a friendly arm around Jamie's shoulder, smiling as he praised him. "I'm glad you're adapting so well." He emphasized, "I'm glad you're adapting so well." Suddenly, the ring on his hand glowed as he placed it on Jamie's shoulder, catching his attention. Javelin quickly let go, awkwardly explaining as he hurried away. "Ah, the third elder is summoning me. Excuse me." Jemmy watched him, confused, a thought forming in his mind. If he's talking about the third elder, does he mean that hot-tempered guy? Then, as he ran, he reported, "Yes, sir, manager." During the meeting, he saw him talking and running off and wondered about the third elder. Is he the manager? Yen Bin finally succeeded, covering her mouth with a joyful laugh. Well, suddenly a child mutters mindlessly, brushing past Jamie in this world. Each symbol has its own unique characteristics and effects. He wondered if placing the symbols in the magic circle symmetrically would cause a change, seeing the boy muttering to himself as he walked by. Was that kid from Beta Class 2? Isn't she pushing herself too hard? His eyes are glazed over, blood vessels popping as he mutters lessons, but he calmly voices his own thoughts. If he has no potential, he'll just have to die. It's none of my concern. Thinking this, Jai quickly turned and left, abandoning the boy to his studies, telling himself it was none of his concern. Meanwhile, at the management office, a knock sounded with a voice. "Manager, it's Javelin." Moments later, the door bursts open, and Kenny strides out with a stack of documents in his hands, leaving Javelin bewildered. Professor Kenny?" That arrogant man glanced at him without a word, and with little goodwill. Meanwhile, Javelin tried to be friendly, asking what brought him here, but Kenny ignored him and walked right past. Seeing Professor Kenny brush past so coldly, Javelin glanced back, puzzled, thinking, "I can't read him, but we're both professors, so I'll try to get along." In Kenny's hands were some documents, and inside, a photograph. The photo slipped out, falling to the ground, a picture of Anne Mermier smiling and waving. During the break, everyone gathered and chatted, while Anne Mermier stood alone in the corner, reflecting on her performance with a downcast face. Everyone's getting stronger, but I'm the only one who's stayed the same. I've tried my best. Is this my limit? Then, Amy muttered softly with regret, wishing she had drunk the energy drink that Finn had. In the distance, Jamie frowned, seeing her troubled expression once again, and asked himself in dismay, "What's wrong with her?" He turns away, resolving to ignore it. "Forget it, just walk away," but her sighs grew louder and her body betrayed her. He approached Anmer and asked, "What's troubling you?" secretly scolding himself a dozen times over. Damn it. Damn it. Seeing him standing in front of Anmer, she stammered, surprised and confused. "Professor Gear." She then somberly bowed her head, answering his question. "We had a mana test today, but my score was the same as last year, only 247 points. Seeing this, he struggled to hold back his laughter, grimacing at Anne Mayer. She really doesn't have a knack for magic. 247 points? Seeing his lack of reaction, she sighed, her head drooping in sorrow. But then, into the silence, Anne Mayer's voice rang out with renewed determination. "But I won't give up." She clenched her fist, her face flushed red with determination, on the verge of tears. "I swear I'll become a great mage and restore our family." Seeing her expression, Jemmy understood what was in her heart. She's truly serious, her hands clenched with determination. While Jai recalls his own madness, realizing the future will repeat his past. Then he had a change of heart, wondering if he should give it one last try. Without another word to Anne Mayer, he turned and briskly walked away. She watched him go in silence, when suddenly his voice made her freeze, tears welling in her eyes as she glanced back. Determination blazing. "If you're confident you can keep it, come to my office tomorrow." At the Blue Tower of Magic, the sun has risen to the top of the high tower. Jeff Jamie stood outside, gazing up at the tower, then confidently opened the door and stepped inside, making a bold declaration. "They say Marky Rinmel's lab is at the top, right?" A person holding documents asked him, "Hey kid, what do you need?" Hearing this, the others looked at him, and Jai quietly answered her, "I'm here to see the Archmage." The girl giggled, tilting her head and teasing him as if his words were a joke. "Oh, the Archmage, huh? Too bad, he's not someone you can just waltz in and see." Hearing this, he instructed her to simply say that James Welton was here. Seeing this, she tilted her head, laughing and repeating as if it were a joke. I see. The kid's name is James, she interrupted, then screamed uncontrollably. Well, without hesitation, he's quickly led to a room with an open door as the girl respectfully confirms his name. This is Master Pope's room. You may enter now. Mr. Jamie. Seeing her flustered, he calmly replied, yes, thank you. The moment Jai entered the room, his eyes widened in amazement. Oh, wow. Inside, he found a chaotic mess of books scattered everywhere and couldn't help but wonder, what is all this? Suddenly a voice echoed, asking if it was quite a mess, startling Jai, the voice piercing his mind. Jai entered the room without hesitation, internally assessing it, unable to pinpoint the voice's origin, yet drawing his own conclusions. It seems he's manipulating the entire room with mana. He looked around, answering the voice's question. Well, it certainly has its own charm. Seeing his answer, the second elder, Lin Mayo, couldn't help but tease him. Ha ha, where did you learn that phrase? Suddenly, Elder Lin Mayo peeked out from atop a high pillar, smiling as he asked, So, what brings you here? He looked up at him kneeling on the large stone platform, a little dazed, startled, and thought to himself, Ah, so that's where he was. Then, second elder Lin Mayo descended, standing beside him with arms crossed, as Jai surveyed the scattered papers and belongings, remarking, Ha ha, you seem busy with your research. He quickly returned the friendly smile, saying, Even so, I still have time to see our Jame. Hearing his tone, Jai realized he was faking friendliness and stepped closer to examine the book's contents. What are all these magic books? Elder Mayo stammered, glancing at the cluttered table. He interrupts, turns, and leans against the table, seriously recalling the war as he explains, I'm researching war magic, a wide-range magic that can wipe out the followers of Janus, the god of war. But as expected, it won't be easy. Jemmy leaned back against the table, glancing at him, a silent realization dawning. The war with the Janus Church would begin when the magic was complete. He turned back to Jemmy, asking again, So, why have you come to see me? He stepped down from the table, approached him, and stammered, I want to teach Anmermeyer the breathing technique. Seeing Jemmy's sudden request, the second elder, Lin Mayo, asked in surprise, The breathing technique? He then voiced his own opinion. I know why you're asking, but I can't pass on my magic secrets, especially not to a child who can only become a 5th-level mage at best. He recalled Anmermeyer and declared, What if I could make her a grand mage? Jemmy smirked confidently, wagging his finger. Hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes at Jai, stating that such a claim was arrogant, as magical theories are not for everyone. He then commented on him, I acknowledge your talent, but you're only a level 6. Seeing this, he calmly announced to second elder Lin Mayo, I've completed a magic theory. His hand rests on his other, tucked in his pocket, eyes closed as he arrogantly declares his decision. But I'm not satisfied, so I've decided to create another. He explains his reasoning internally, realizing that the multi-layered 3-dimensional magic circle he created in his past life is still not enough. He recalled his cool, handsome self from his past life and made a profound realization. To defeat the 12 gods, he needed even greater power. Hearing this, the second elder, Lin Mayo, was shocked, frowned, and widened his eyes to confirm with him. You're going to create 2 magic theories? Even for a dragon, that's absurd. Doubt gnawed at him, but seeing Jai's smug grin, he refocused, wondering what pressure Jai was placing on himself. Behind this child stands a great, handsome man who has lived a lifetime, and he declares that this child might. He pauses, then says, If you're so confident, I'll make you an offer. Elder Lin Mayo interrupted, brandishing his scepter, challenging him to a duel with wild enthusiasm. If you can satisfy me, I'll pass on my breathing technique to you. Seeing this opportunity, Jai confidently draws his sword and rushes forward. Very well. In the silent, dark training room, second elder Lin Mayo, still pointing his staff at him, confirmed, I'll let you make the first move. He remained in his stance, eyes fixed on his opponent, drawing his sword with unwavering resolve. Jai warned, Don't regret this. He then focuses all his power into his feet, and his entire body begins to emit a great light of energy. He shouts, activating Welton's White Sea transformation, creating a vortex of water around him. Surrounded by the sea breeze, he prepares himself, then dashes towards Elder Lin Mayo, roaring as he goes. Ice forms around his feet, granting him incredible speed, and he leaps into the air. The second elder, Lin Mayo, watching him descend with a blazing blue sword, calmly assessed, You can't pierce my shield with that. Then, his other hand conjured another powerful magic. Jamie shouted the name of the technique, Hand of Destruction. Immediately after, he added a twist into the shield, and the two massive forces collided, creating a huge tremor. He screamed in his mind, Break the cannon! The shards of the protective shield shattered as his hand reached Jamie, who was still dumbfounded, mouth agape, reevaluating in his heart with doubt. Humph, can he read my mind? He then swings his staff, rushes behind him, creates another shield, and praises him. Chao is quite impressive. He's moving incredibly fast. My face pales as I realize he's behind me, but I clench my jaw, my hand still lunging forward with inertia, radiating immense energy. He regained his speed, stopped and turned back, realizing, damn, he's recovered. Then he called out in his mind, Blackie, assist me in the illusion world. Next, he created countless barriers and shouted out his technique. Using the moment's effect, Jai moved swiftly through each magic circle, leaving behind clones. Then he chanted the names of each dance. Plasma intersection. Lightning arrow storm. Each clone unleashed a different power, targeting Elder Ma Lin Mayo's protective barrier. And finally, he charged forward, screaming, Lava fusion blade! After the impact, a massive explosion echoes, sweeping everything away in a large electrical surge. Elder Ma Lin Mayo stares at a crack in his protective circle, his face contorted in disbelief. Before he could react, Jai, with a steely gaze and determined lips, swung his sword behind him for a strike, then descended with a mighty blow, sending him flying backward as a loud crash echoed. He landed, gazing at the cloud of dust he'd created, Jemmy musing to himself about the momentary effect, a close combat magic that prevents the use of clones and teleportation. Jowai, panting and exhausted, realizes he's depleted his mana by using 4 clones. Suddenly, Elder Ma Lin Mayo's voice rang out in surprise as he stood in the smoke, clothes covered in dust, laughing with glee as he commented, That tickled a bit. He chuckled, about to say something, but before Elder Ma Lin Mayo could finish, he cut him off with a forced laugh, reminding him, Looks like you haven't fixed the back of that cloak yet. Ha ha ha. Hearing him say that, he turned to look at the cloak, puzzled. Seeing this, he looked up at him, offering his assessment. It seems I was mistaken in my haste. Across from him, hearing those words, he could only force a smile, cursing inwardly in frustration. Was that not strong enough? Then, he unleashed a powerful aura, dispelling the dust around him, and declared, I'm a little sad that's all you've got. Try to stop me this time, he said, planting his staff on the ground. Then, his eyes darted away as his body began to emit an aura, concluding that he had to bring that out. Immediately after, Jai took out a scepter. This is the Outer Avalon. He points his sword at the old man, a serious smile on his face. I'm looking forward to this. Lin Mayo was visibly surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to have that. That old man wouldn't even sell it to me. Jai smirked. So you must have quite the support system, you miser. He charged forward, declaring, I accept. Let the match continue. A swirling formation ignited, a fierce vortex spinning around Jai. Jai smirked, pleased as he watched the wind. The alien Avon had surpassed human ideals. Jowai charges forward, invigorated. Even he couldn't have imagined that this could contain the power of both the real world and the underworld. Incredibly, Jemmy transforms into multiple people, moving erratically. Not bad, Jemmy says greedily, but I feel like I want to see something even more surprising. Lin Mayo laughs. Just because it worked once, you think it'll work again? He warns that it won't work a second time. Without hesitation, Lin Mayo counters with his string attack, and the two clash in fierce combat. Lin Mayo asked suspiciously, Or are you trying to make me use my magical senses? Jemmy didn't deny it. I only asked if you would show me. I'd be delighted if you did. Lin Mayo raises her staff, saying, If you truly wish to witness a manifestation unlike lightning striking in every direction, hailstorms or volcanic eruptions, it's different from natural phenomena. Lin Mayo's sharp gaze is a warning. Once caught, Joe will have little chance of survival. Jemmy struggles against Lin Mayo's attack, but then, something unexpected happens. Huh? Nothing's happening. Jemmy is stunned. What in the world is happening? The world inverted, the sky above Jai became chaotic, perceptions clashed, and the archmage Lin Mayo Jai's magical senses went wild amidst the confusion as lightning struck Jai's protective circle. Jemmy realizes that while it often looks like a natural disaster, it's actually mental magic invading her brain, and she's worried about what's unfolding before her. If you can't fully control the spirit world, then you'll writhe and struggle, unable to discern truth from falsehood. The problem is, at my current level, I can't escape this magic. What if I can't erase this mental manipulation? Chiwai stepped forward, full of energy. Lin Mayo's mana is the root of this magic. He steels himself, ready to use 100 seas to absorb it all. His stern gaze fixed on the source, he resolved to devour it all. With his vast experience, Lin Mayo realizes that although the boy seems calm on the outside, he's actually fighting a fierce battle within. Lin Mayo's words echo in his ears. When your power is weaker than your opponent's, there's no escape from this kind of spiritual magic. JY is helpless because he can't use dark mana. Lin Mayo bursts into laughter. Haha, bullying Yang is only allowed here. Even I'm afraid of his father. Jiamai unleashes immense power, and a magic circle appears beneath him. The blue light from his staff intensifies as Jai unleashes an unexpected new technique. Even Lin Mayo is shocked, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" The battle is over, and Lin Mayo grudgingly admits defeat, unable to believe he reversed her magic theory. "But how did you do it?" she asked Jai. He just chuckled, brushing it off, the sword in his hand still blazing with magic. Even he wondered if it was the sword's doing. Surprised, he said, "I absorbed mana thinking it would help me escape the illusion. But soon after, your power also began to be absorbed." Lin can't believe it. "So you're saying it was just a random coincidence?" Jiawai didn't know how to answer that question. A coincidence? If I say it's a coincidence, it won't make sense, because a great mage's magic theory is being assimilated into a sword. Jiawai smirks, an idea forming. This could become his new magic theory. Jemmy, regaining his composure, asked innocently, "So what do you think?" Marquise, even Lin Mayo couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, that's enough." Lin ruffled Jamie's hair, saying he'd have her teach the girl breath control. Lin Mayo's voice echoed in a glass room. "Now tell me," Lin Mayo asked the man before her, "what do you think?" The man said he was surprised. The man Lin Mayo is speaking to is Raymond Florison, who calmly and slowly begins to speak. "I never imagined he could harmonize magic and swordsmanship so well. He's on a different level from any magic swordsman I've ever met. More than that, he can convert it into magical theory, something even a grand mage of his caliber would find difficult." Linnell had to agree that the boy was clearly an incomprehensible genius, but Vimon Florison cut him off. "No, that's not why I say this. His magical power could rival even a grand mage. Supreme swordsmanship, and chosen by Poe. Could any human possess all of these abilities?" Rayon Florison questions whether Jamie is even human. He's like a superhuman created on purpose. Raymond Lin Mayo kindly reminds him to watch his words, as someone is always listening. He believes all they can do now is continue to observe and see how this child will change the world. It was late, but Jai stood beneath the darkened castle, now devoid of light. Jiawai pounded on the door, demanding they come out, and a disgruntled Lenong opened it. "It's me, what's wrong?" Jai was surprised to see Lenong. He asked, "Why are you here so late?" But Lenong was at a loss for words. Well, and Mare was optimistic, saying Professor Jai might take me as a disciple. Lenong, still stunned, asked if it was true that he would take An as a disciple. Jiawai angrily asks, "Why are you speaking so informally to your professor?" "It's not certain yet," Jemmy said, as Lewin took courage and made another request. "Then please, take me on as a disciple as well." Jiawai, standing by the door, asks, disheartened, "I was wondering why you came to me in the middle of the night." "Does Count Simon know you're doing this?" Lion stammered. "What? Oh, he doesn't know yet." "Not yet?" Jai glanced at Lenong and said coldly, "What will people say if you learn magic from me when you already have your father?" "I won't accept someone who hasn't even considered that possibility." He went inside, leaving only those cold words behind. "Leave." The noise outside the door continued, greatly annoying Jamie. He threw open the door and shouted, "Hey, you!" but was too shocked by the sight before him. Tears streamed down his face, making him look utterly pitiful. Jay was stunned by the sight before him, unable to speak. Are you crying?" Standing there, Len was indeed crying, tears streaming down his pitiful face. Len shouted even louder, "I can't accept and surpassing me, so choose me too." Jemmy scoffs. "Did you already reserve a spot as my disciple or something?" "Unbelievable," Jemmy pondered, admitting he'd considered his age well, and he was the perfect errand boy. He then said, "If the Count agrees, I'll consider it." This seemed to give Lenong a great deal of hope. He kept asking, "Is it true?" Jiawai said it was necessary to show respect to the Count. "The one who was once your master. You may leave now." Liang bowed respectfully and departed. After Lewin left, Jamie muttered to himself, "Would that ingrate be kicked out?" This is a scene in Count Simon's study, where Lion is seated at a table with the Count. Count Zimong inquired, "So, why did you suddenly want to see me?" Liang stammered, "Father, I saw it." Leon gets straight to the point. He wants to become Professor G's disciple. Count Zimeng was taken aback, and the butler's hands trembled as he held the teacup. You came to ask him to take you on as a disciple. Count Simon found it as presumptuous as he'd imagined. Count Simon found it hard to believe that this arrogant kid would humble himself for the sake of learning. It seemed he had grown up. Count Simong didn't stop him, immediately granting his permission. Just make sure you don't disgrace the Simong family name. Now let's head to the Magic Association, in the back alley. Asta's voice echoes before a figure kneeling at his feet, and the professor has high expectations for Apofish X as well. Asta rebukes. How shameful. Professor Sivert desperately begs for more. More? Asta says your blood vessels are rupturing and your heart will soon fail. But the drooling Professor Sivert stubbornly begged, just one more vial, please. Asta dangled the potion, taunting him. You still want to drink it? Sivert desperately tries to reach for the potion, begging Asta to hand it over, while Asta praises him for distributing it to the students. Asta stomps on Professor Sivert's head, crushing the potion so he can't have it, declaring he's now worthless. Trash. Professor Sivert screams in agony as he's trampled. Asta laughs maniacally. Ha ha, I can't believe trash like him was a teacher. It seems the Magic Society has begun to rot from within. A dark shadow appears from behind. Asta asks if he really had to kill him like that. Asta chuckled, turning away. You know my style. Don't you think it's a little like you? Mary's eyes gleamed, declaring it was enough, and Asta reluctantly agreed to leave. Mary brushed past Asta, telling him to call if he needed anyone else taken care of. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Mary muttered after Asta. What a heartless bastard. He went back to clean up the professor's corpse and left. This is a scene in the teacher's lounge, where Jai enters and greets the other teachers good morning. A professor asked him, Professor J, have you seen Professor Sivert? Jawai asks, is something wrong? The teachers sadly reply, well, he hasn't come to work and we can't get in touch with him. Jemmy was surprised. So suddenly? He wondered, why would he do that? He didn't seem like that kind of person. Vice Principal Javelin smiled reassuringly. Jai, don't worry, I'll go find him. He turned and asked for help. Please take care of the Alpha class today, said Professor Sophia. Professor Sophia agrees, telling him to leave it to her. Javelin told her not to worry too much, and Sophia smiled, relieved that he would go find their teacher. Professor Javelin Jawai turns away, dejected. Well, it can't be that important. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from outside, and Professor Jai Anmer Mao anxiously asks if he really accepted this person as a disciple. Xian proudly crosses his arms, saying he told them he was given permission. Jawai doesn't even look at them, telling them they're mistaken. They were both confused. What was going on? Jai tells them they aren't his disciples yet, leaving them both in shock. What does this mean? Jawai tells them they'll have to take a test, so come to his room after class. Remember, if they don't pass, neither of them gets anything. He waved them off, telling them to leave. And Meyer wants to give us a test? I'll study hard. Then he chimes in, you really think hard work is all it takes? I'll try my best. Jawai is really tired of these two overgrown children. All right, go on. He opens his books. Today's lesson, Kenny suddenly appeared behind Jai, calling him Professor Jai, startling him. He frantically asked Kenny what he wanted and why he had suddenly appeared behind him. Kenny ignores him and asks if he's considering taking Anmer Mayer as a disciple. Jai is wary. What does he want? Besides, he wasn't even here a moment ago. I told him I was still considering it. What's wrong? Kenny Ash approached Jai, his voice a warning. Leave her be. I wouldn't want to see such potential cut short. Kenny leaves as Jai is still in shock, wondering what it all means. He just told him to heed my warning. Jiwai's like, what the hell? Professor Sophia concludes the lesson, praising her students for their hard work. You all did well today. Please get home safely. The students all bid her farewell and left, as Mayer anxiously questioned his friend. Phi, you don't look so good. He held up a bottle of pills, saying he was fine as long as he took them, but Mayer tried to stop him. I think you should stop drinking that tea. This is your fourth bottle. But before she could finish, he tried to attack Anmer. Just then, Renong arrived and asked what was wrong with him, but Renong didn't wait for an answer and immediately turned away. I don't care. I'm going ahead. Anmer hurriedly chases after him. Wait, Renong! I'll go with you, Anmer shouted, struggling to keep up, saying she'd asked to go together. Why did you leave alone? Renong found her to be too much of a nuisance. Renan coldly asks, you want me to wait? Why would I do that for a rival? Without hesitation, he flies straight up, abandoning Amer, who can only watch him go. Does he think she'll lose? She musters her strength, focusing her power to accelerate. She could only follow behind Renong now, as he clutched the vial in his hand. He felt satisfied after downing a whole bottle. Ah, that's refreshing. Just as I thought, as long as I drink X, I'll feel better right away. He gets up thinking, now I should go see Ivan. There's no way I'm passing up such a rare opportunity. He walks with a group of people as Ivan smugly says, Phi, you should know how lucky you are. I made an exception to bring you along, got it? Phi forces a smile, saying, of course, thank you. Inwardly, he cursed Ivan as an arrogant brat, but knew he had to endure it. Soon, he'd be inside the central building as long as he had Apofish 10. They've now arrived at the tower, and Ivan hands Phi an invitation. These are VIP invitations. You may enter. Phi glanced around, so this is where they create it. A man's voice introduced, welcome, young customers. I'm the manager of the Trinity research team, and that man is Istar. At Jamie's residence, Anmer's whining voice echoes. That's not fair. Inside the room, Anmer was hunched over, gasping for breath, on the verge of death. I told you to wait for me so many times. How could you go alone? Zenong X Mong turned and coldly said, I have no intention of hanging around with you. As I said, we are rivals. Suddenly, 2 thick books slammed down on both of their heads. Jemmy steps in saying, I don't care if you're friends or foes, but I won't have you fighting in front of the teacher. The 2 hang their heads in response. Yes, Joai says, breath control techniques. Zen Simon said in disbelief, this is the first I've heard of it. Juai replied, it's a breathing technique created by Marcus and Mao. JY said, learning it before today is simple, right? Anmer Mayer paled, while Zen Ong X Mong said incredulously, learn the great sorcerer's breathing technique in a single day? Are you joking? Joai said coldly. You must have this ability if you want to be my disciples. Leave if you lack confidence. Anmer stood up abruptly, saying, I guarantee I'll somehow make it work. Simon sighed. Me too, I'll try my best. Please give me a chance. Jai said with satisfaction. Good. 2 treasures then appeared in his hand, one like a box, the other like a staff. The 2 treasures collided, emitting a blinding white-blue light, startling them as the space around them shifted rapidly. In Anmer Mayer's hand, a book appeared, while for Zenon Song it fell right on his head as the 2 stood in a white, cubic space. They wondered where they were, when Jai's voice echoed, answering their question. This is the dimension I created after stealing it. 12 hours here is equivalent to 1 day outside. Jemmy pondered the effects of the box-like treasure and the staff, realizing Ramaya could freely construct any form. While the alien Avalon can manipulate the time and space of the hidden world, it's unbelievable that I can combine them. Jemmy remarks on its convenience. In Jemmy's mind, he reflects on his assessment of Zenon Simon and Anmer, a boy with great magical talent but lacking understanding and depth, and a girl born a brilliant magic researcher but without any magical talent. Jemmy muttered a breathing technique. Meanwhile, in the Trinity lab, Ivan's group followed Ida as Ivan remarked, it's a shame Professor Sivert couldn't make it. Ida turns back and says, that's why we must ensure Jan succeeds. One of the green-haired twins asks, do you come here often? Jan replies, Professor Sivert holds me in particularly high regard. Phi trails behind, pale and clutching his stomach, thinking that he's getting chills again. Ivan asks what Foe is doing in the back as Jan grabs Foe's hand, saying, come on, we can finally laugh at those condescending bastards. Exhausted, Phi simply replies, yes. Ida turns his head slightly, a savage and strangely terrifying smile on his lips. He says, that's right, with Apopis you can become the strongest mages. The doors open to a long corridor lined with shelves of potion bottles, and as the group gasps in awe, Istar says, as a special treat for your visit, I'll show you our newest product. Ist pulls out a purple vial labeled X, saying, this is Apopis X. His tone and expression are oppressive, horrific, and evil. Jan swallows hard, whispering, amazing. His eyes fixed on the glass vial, Istar chuckled, saying its concentration and mana absorption were twice that of X. Ivan says in disbelief, double the potency of Apophis, with a laugh. It's still in the experimental stage, but there are side effects. Phi suddenly raises his hand and asks, excuse me, does Random X have any side effects as well? Ist leans in close to Phi, asking, why do you feel unwell after drinking a Poise X? His face is shrouded in a terrifying darkness, revealing only his burning red eyes filled with malice. Phi recoiled slightly, saying, yes, I feel a little dizzy and my body feels weak. Ida said, ha ha ha, it's kind of like muscle aches. Ida explains that the increased mana absorption from a Poise X enlarges your core, and to adapt to this larger core it uses a lot of energy, so you might feel temporarily tired, but once your body adjusts, it will return to normal. Phi thinks to himself with relief that Anmer Mayer was worrying about nothing. He then wonders if he should give a gift since he's already here. He then produced a vial of green liquid, claiming it was Apophis EXS, an enhanced nutritional supplement derived from a new drug that would help them replenish their energy. A moment later, Istar stood at the lab entrance, waving goodbye with a friendly smile. "Be careful on your way back." Phi responds, "Thank you." After closing the door, Istar leaned against it, pulled out a pipe, and grumbled, "Those puffed-up brats. I can't believe I have to lower myself to these fools." A flash of green light sliced through the pipe's head. The figure wore a hooded cloak, obscuring their face. The mysterious figure says no smoking inside. Istar scoffs, "Are you trying to provoke me? You think you have the right to complain when you throw money away?" Is suddenly grabs the mysterious figure by the collar. Istar growled, "Let's get one thing straight, Mary. I followed the scent of blood, not the money." Then Istar waved his hand and said, "Damn it, you can go wherever you want." Ist said, "I hope something interesting happens soon." Mary thought uneasily, "He's talented, but he only does what he wants. I should report to the professor when he returns to the space created by Jemmy." 8 hours had passed, and the book was filled with notes about dividing mana into smaller parts and absorbing it through breath control, then expanding the core in multiple places simultaneously to increase the absorption rate. Suddenly understanding, Anmer thought, "I get it." Closing his eyes, Anmer sensed and absorbed mana as the book instructed, with immediate results. He thought, "I can feel it growing naturally inside me. So this is breath control." In contrast to Anmer's ease, Zen Simon couldn't understand the book's contents, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this mana?" A play immediately unfolded in Zenon Xmong's mind. Meanwhile, Damie said, "Eat up, red-crowned crane." Zenon Xmong, the crane himself, retorted, "Eat what? Candy." The current Simon, annoyed, thinks, "What on earth does this mean? Is it so difficult because he wrote it?" Simon muttered, slumping back in his chair. "I bet Anmer understood it." Simon thought to himself, "I know she's better at this." But remembering his position, his determination, returned. Simon placed his hand on the book, thinking, "But I am the pride of Simon." Simon sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the mana around him, thinking, "Inferiority and envy don't matter. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll use it. I'll surpass you in my own way." Watching them, Jai leaned back, thinking Zenon would rush in, but he seems to be finding his own way. Glancing at Anmer, Jai thought, as expected, Anmer Mir is one step ahead because she's so smart, but she can't handle the pressure of absorbing mana because her core is too weak. The key is whether she can handle the pain of trying to expand her core in multiple places. Looking back at Simon, Jemmy thought, on the contrary, it will be very difficult for Simon to understand the concept of breathing techniques. However, because he's so talented, the mana he gains will explode once he learns the technique. Jawai thinks he's adjusted the technique to suit each person, but that's the best he can do. The rest is up to them. 12 hours later, and Mayer trembled in pain, a splitting sensation emanating from her heart, her face pale and ashen. She felt as though her heart would explode from absorbing too much mana. She couldn't believe she had to expand her core this much. And Mayer thought her body could take more. She wanted to give up. But the humiliating, scornful words echoed in her mind. The Mir family. I can't believe the head of a magic family is only a fourth circle mage. What a mediocre family. Anmer Mir bit her lip, knowing this was the only way to revive her family. Seeing Anmer Mayer, Jawai reluctantly says, "Anmer is exhausted. The only way for her to become a great mage is to break her current core limit." Looking at Xenon, he remarks that Xenon looks like he's started dividing his mana into smaller parts, but he needs to work harder. 17.5 hours pass, and a sharp pain erupts. Anmer Mayer cries out in agony. 21 hours and 26 minutes pass, and Zenzong flips through the pages of his book, rereading them, trying to understand their meaning. Annoyed and helpless, he says, "Damn it. Time just keeps passing." 22 hours and 14 minutes. 23 hours and 17 minutes. A full day. Watching them on the screen, Jay snapped his fingers and said, "Time's up. Both of you will immediately fall back onto the bench." Anmer cried out in surprise, "What's wrong, Zen Xmong?" With a stern look, Jai declared, 24 hours have passed. The test is over." Jamai and Anmer Zong Simon looked anxious and worried. As he waited for the words to finish, Jemmy coldly and ruthlessly declared that they had all failed. Anmer Mayer sadly apologized, saying she had tried her best, but Zenzong raised his hand to beg. "If you gave me more time, would it have made a difference?" Jai asked. Zenon Simon was startled, his hesitant voice revealing his uncertainty. JY smirks, thinking it's probably time to stop teasing them. JY says they both passed the test, leaving Anmer Mao and Xenon Simon in stunned disbelief. Huh? He looks as dumbfounded as a mule. After his little joke, Jai smiled kindly and said it was just an observation test, and they had both successfully become his disciples. Anmer was overjoyed. The girl turned and rushed to hug Senyon Xmong, saying, "Senyon, we did it!" Senyon Xmong stammered shyly in response. Yeah, congratulations," Simong says. "Now get away from me." And Mayer innocently asks, "Uh-huh? Why?" G thinks to himself that they should celebrate as much as they want for now. Gently placing a red hat on his head, Jimmy appears angelic, but inside he's become a demon, thinking they will soon experience the feeling of weeping in hell. A voice asked Mary, "How are the test subjects this time?" Mary held a paper with Ivan's picture, stamped with the unlucky words, "Failure," in bright red. Mary said they were all showing serious side effects from Apofish X and wouldn't last long. The voice replied, "Next time, we should find better specimens." The man said, "Mary," and she responded, "Yes, Professor," he replies as the professor inquire. "As for dealing with the side effects?" Kenny Arch entered the room, removed his cloak, and said, "About that. I'm still working on it with the doctor, but there hasn't been much progress." The professor's voice echoed from the crystal ball. "I see. A product will arrive soon, so ensure the handover to the doctor." The professor said, "It will be sent by them. I await good news from you." His words startled Mary and Kenny Ash, their expressions changing. Mary stood up coldly, saying, "It seems we need to bring Anmer Mayer here quickly." Mary asks incredulously, "Don't tell me you're thinking of backing out because of some petty emotions." But Mary brushed past him, cutting him off. What am I saying? I forgot you're not the type. Don't waste any more time." Kenny Ash stood alone in the silent room. He approached the desk, placing his hand on Anmer's file, and softly called her name. Anmer groggily awakens, sleepily calling out, then tiredly sits up, wondering where she is. Memories of last night flood back. Jamie had said, "It's late, so stay here and go to school from here." Anmer realizes, right, this is Professor Jamie's room. Anmer reached for the bedside clock, wondering what time it was, only to recoil in horror at the sight. And Mare exclaimed, "I'm late!" She quickly dressed and rushed out the door. The door bursts open, and Anmer exclaims, "I'm late!" Simon had been up for a while and remarked that she was finally awake. A critical hit aimed straight at Anmer Mayer's heart. "You snore like a demon," Anmer retorts. "I snore." Simon continued to tease her. "Oh, and last night you were babbling in your sleep about blue magic falling on his head." Jawai asks, "Is that a lie?" Anmer Mayer is too angry to speak. Jawai snaps his fingers, telling them to stop fighting and take this. A bracelet connected to a round gem appears in each of their hands. Zenong Xmong asked suspiciously, while Anmaer wondered what it was. The smooth, polished jade reflects a dazzling light, imbued with a mysterious and beautiful purple hue, framed by gleaming silver. Jawai explains that it's a jade pendant, a symbol of them becoming his disciples, winking as he points to an identical jade ornament on his collar, warning, "Don't lose it." Anmer and Xenon Song replied in unison, "Thank you." But then Jai said something that left them both speechless, frozen like statues. Since they're designed the same, I guess you could call them matching items. Xenon Song bristled, pointing at Anmer. Who would date a brat like her? Anmer is taken aback. A kid? She retorts that she hates him too. Zen leaves, simply saying, "I'm leaving first," prompting Anmer to call after him. "Hey, why are you all alone again?" Jiwai said from behind with a smile. "Looks like they're having fun." In class, the bell rings, and a tired Anmer slumps onto his desk, saying, "I made it." Finn, concerned, puts a hand on Anmer Meer's shoulder, saying, "You're a little late today." Anmer Meyer sat up, explaining, "It's because of this," revealing a purple jade pendant around his neck, prompting a gasp. "Oh, Anmer Meyer." A girl with golden brown hair approached and asked, "What's that necklace? It's so pretty." And Meyer held up the necklace, saying, "This old thing?" She proudly continued, "Professor J gave it to me. He said it's a symbol of being a disciple." The students were shocked, whispering about Professor J. Aner was his disciple? Impossible. The blonde girl reached out and snatched the necklace, demanding to see it. And Meyer was pulled forward, annoyed, and cried out. The other students crowded around, clamoring for a look, while Aner trembled, thinking, "I have to make sure I don't show mine." The students excitedly discussed Professor Jai's keepsake, all because Meyer was so clever. Phi watched silently as a professor, disturbed by the noise, peeked in to reprimand them. "Why are you all so loud? Settle down and get back to your seats." The class responds in unison, yes. She said Professor Sivert won't be here today, so we should use this time for self-study. Anmer Mayer thought to himself. Is Professor Sivert sick or something? Anmer Mayer turned and asked Phi. Anyway, are you okay now, Phi? Phi replied. Yes. They say that when my Dantian grows larger from drinking Apofish X, this sort of thing will happen. Anmer Mayer asked suspiciously, That can expand your Dantian? How could any drink in the world be that nutritious? Anmer Mayer advised. Why don't you stop drinking it? Anmer Mayer's words enraged Phi, who glared back at him. Phi jumps up and shouts, Shut up! He continues, agitated. I've been at rock bottom for 6 years. Why do you keep stopping me when I'm finally getting better? Anmer Mayer frantically gets up, saying, Wait, that's not what I meant. Phi, unconcerned, curtly replies, Forget it. I don't want to hear it. The class murmurs, What's going on? What's wrong with him? Anmer Mayer muttered worriedly. Leaning against the window, Phi muttered, Damn it. With a look of hatred, he continued, Anmer Mayer, that little brat, she's definitely jealous that I'm stronger and not the one who became Professor Jawai's disciple. A sudden pain shot through Phi's heart, and she clutched her chest, crying out in agony. Ugh. What's wrong? Phopia asked with concern. Phi turned and said, Professor Sophia. Sophia strokes Phi's cheek, saying, You look pale. Outwardly friendly, Sophia is annoyed, thinking, Is the EXS wearing off already? Finn says she just had a fight with a friend, and Anmer says her nutritional drink is suspicious. With a strange look on her face, Sophia said, Anmer. Vin replied. Sophia asks, The nutritional drink you're talking about is Apophis X, right? You know about it too, Professor? Finn asked in surprise. Sophia gave a dark smile, saying, Of course I know quite a bit. Sophia continued, I'm planning a lecture on the prospects of Apophis at the Trinity Lab. Why don't you and your friends come tomorrow? Finn turns to answer. Yes, Sophia said with satisfaction. Good then. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the familiar green test tube. Apophis EXS. Sophia tells her to drink this and study hard today, thinking to herself that this test subject won't last long. If a student dies, the headmaster will investigate. After handing it over, Sophia parted ways with the film crew. Sophia said, See you tomorrow. But she thought to herself, we have to make the experiment a success before that happens. For a world where the untalented aren't scorned. In a dim lab, a man in a white coat stands over 3 bloodied dead mice, saying, It will be complete soon. The lifeless eyes of the rat reflect a face with a sinister, horrifying, and terrifying smile. The bald-headed man says, The drug that will drive the world mad. At Phoenix Academy, amidst its vast and majestic architecture, Amy thought to herself dejectedly, I couldn't say anything to Phi yesterday. How should I apologize? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's Phi scratching his head sheepishly, saying, Sorry for yelling at you yesterday. It's okay, and Mayer quickly replied, her face beaming, secretly relieved that he was no longer angry. Great, Pion said. Professor Sophia invited me to a special class, and I was wondering if you'd like to come along. And Mayer asked suspiciously, A special class? But we have Professor Jai's class today. And Mayer said, Never mind, I guess it wouldn't hurt to go for a bit. She thought to herself that he would be upset if she didn't go. Perhaps it would be okay if she just listened for a few minutes. Phi scratched his head and said, Thanks. I'm sure you'll like it too. In the research lab trio, slender legs and blue heels echoed a soft melody with each step. It was Mary humming a tune as Kenny followed behind, calling out to her. Mary, did you really call Anmer Mayer? Mary turned back and said, Yes. Mary replied that the girl was the test subject he was supposed to bring, but Kenny Ash pointed out the side effects, to which Mary responded, The Apophis drug we have is nearly perfect, and this time they've sent us even higher grade materials. That's how the medic was able to compensate for the side effects, Mary said. And to prove our success, this is a great honor for us. At the same time, Khmer Mayer arrives at the Trinity Lab. Kenny warned that Professor Jemmy has taken Anmer as his disciple, and I believe you know what it means to make him an enemy. Kenny urged her to reconsider, to abandon her plans for Anmer. I'll tell, Mary interrupts, stating seriously, It's too late to stop now. Mary says, The side effects only start appearing after a week of using the supplement, so as long as we find a solution before then, there won't be a problem, right? Kenny thinks to himself, She's completely insane. Kenny thought, These greedy people seek good results by relying on drugs, only to destroy themselves after becoming addicted to Apophis. But then he heard Anmer Mayer's voice. Professor Kenny, there's something I didn't understand in today's lecture. Could you take a look at this for me? The image of an eager, optimistic young girl flashed through the professor's mind. The two discussed things at length, and when they finished, Anne bowed deeply to Kenny, saying, "Thank you very much, Professor." Another time, as Kenny passed the magic training grounds, the sound and flux of blue ma caught his attention, and Professor Kenny wondered, someone's still at the training grounds? He glanced over and saw Anne diligently practicing magic, and Kenny Ash muttered in annoyance, "How annoying." Meanwhile, Mary watched Kenny through a magic crystal ball, a suspicious look on her face. I sensed something off about Kenny Aches, a coldness and cruelty in his expression. Mary says, "Ista, always be ready. You might need to step in." Ista smugly replies, "See? I told you. Eventually you'd need me." A polite knock echoes on the door. Jemmy opens the door and enters, saying, "May I come in?" Ziegfeld turned to greet him. "Ah, if it isn't the young master." JY asked, "Why did you call me?" Ziegfeld replied, "Let's get straight to the point." Even with our relationship, that stings to hear." Jai cuts him off. "I need to teach my students a lesson, so hurry up and tell me what you want." ZF asks with interest, "You really took on a student?" Jai confirms it's An Zong, and ZF quickly says, "I know I encouraged you, but I can't believe you'd actually take on students with that personality. You're insolent, arrogant, and crude. Is that what you wanted to say?" Jai asked coldly. Siegfried said wearily, "That kid is so persistent." Then, seriously, "Enough joking around. Actually, I called you because I need your help with something." Jui repeats in disbelief, "Help?" Siegfried explained that Javelin was in charge of running the school, so he wasn't fully aware of the situation, but he believed he needed to handle this personally. He then presented a file containing pictures of Ivan and the green-haired twin sisters. Siegfried says that before Professor Siever disappeared, he frequently met with the struggling students of beta class. Siegfried says, "But these kids, who were on the verge of expulsion, suddenly showed improved academic performance after taking this," he said, holding up a glass bottle containing a blue liquid. Siegfried continued, adding that all of those students were absent today. Jemmy was startled, a bad feeling washing over him. Wasn't that the same stuff Anmer's friend drank? Jemmy had a bad feeling about this. Siegfried said, "I want to ask you to do it because if I act, it will easily attract attention." Suddenly, the jewel around Jai's neck emitted a blinding light, startling him and turning his face pale. Jawai jumped up, blurting out, "I have to go." Siegfried, confused, watched as Jai rushed from the room, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he realized the necklace was a gift to Anmermer and Zong, meant to alert him to any danger they faced. Jai immediately used teleportation magic, his entire body flashing into light and disappearing into space. He hoped nothing serious had happened. Rewind a few moments to Trinity Research Labs lecture hall, where Sophia addresses the crowd. "We've worked tirelessly for 3 years to revolutionize the Magic Society." Sophia speaks of exchanging opportunities for the untalented and offering hope to the mentally ill, as Anmeyer admires Professor Sophia's conviction. But Phi, standing nearby, was visibly unwell. Pale, breathing heavily and shallowly. Phi felt dizzy, the space around her swirling into chaotic, winding vortexes, gasping for breath. Sophia continued, "As you know, the limits of the Matrix are set based on the date of birth." Sophia clenched her fist and slammed it on the podium. Her face filled with indignation, she said, "Those born with talent enjoy endless success, while those without receive nothing, not even a small chance." Sophia passionately states, "To think that a person would live their entire life being looked down upon simply because of their talent is a despicable truth if you look at the Magic Association's statistics over the past 30 years. Suddenly, Phi clutches his chest, turns pale, and bites his lip as Anmer calls out in alarm. Phi collapses to the ground, and Anmer cries out in a panic, Professor Sophia, he's in trouble." Unfazed, Sophia calmly continues her speech. "That is why we—" Sophia slowly descends, approaching Anmer, who is shaking Phi. "Phi?" Sophia said, speaking of a drug to change the world. Sophia crouches down and says, "And that is Apophis," his face twisted into a terrifying, cruel expression, his eyes as sharp as razors, sending shivers down your spine. And Mayer fearfully calls out to Professor Sophia, a sense of dread washing over him. Sophia said, "This drug is the answer. One could even become a great mage by expanding their magical storage capacity, even without innate talent." And Mayer vehemently objects, "That's insane. It's far too dangerous." Even as he spoke, Sophia cut him off. "But what if I could eliminate that risk?" She then produced something with a green glow, and Mayer silently denied what he was seeing. "If you want to achieve something, there's always a price." And Mayer thought, "But this is beyond the limit. But what should I do?" Think, Anmer Mayer. What if someone else could pay the price? What if a non-human life could bear that risk? Thinking it through, and Mayer asked incredulously, "Don't tell me this has something to do with God." The question caused Sophia's face to change. Her pupils contract and her brow furrows. And Mayer asks, "Which church would dare?" Before she could finish, a hand clamped over in Mayer's mouth, stopping her words. Sophia said, "You're wrong, but if you can think this far ahead, it's just as I'd hoped." "You're quite clever," Sophia said. "To think that others would look down on you and trample you just because you don't have the talent of my professor, it really bothers me." Raising the vial, Sophia says, "But you don't have to live like that anymore. Here, try this." Sophia tells her that Apophis will save her. Anmer? Anmer tries to speak, but his mouth is covered, stifling his words as a voice rings out, stopping everything as magical light flares. Sophia stared in shock at Kenny, his outstretched hand glowing with a blue-centered mist, mana swirling around him like a gale. Kenny commanded, "Release Anmer." "Marry Sophia, or rather, Mary," she growled. "Kenny," Mary says angrily. "In the end, you're just an obstacle." He raises his hand and unleashes magic, firing a vibrant green spear, but Kenny Ash shouts, "Inversion!" and the magic spear shatters. As it neared Kenny Ash, it shattered into fragments, failing to leave even a scratch. The gray smoke with the blue light at its center remained as thick as ever. Kenny Ash claimed she couldn't win, that she should stop, and Anmer, breaking free from Mary, shouted, "Professor, behind you!" A figure appeared behind Kenny, weapon raised high, then swung forward, a sharp slash that left a bloody wound on Kenny's back. Fresh blood dripped from the blade as Kenny Ash collapsed, crying out in pain, "Kyoto, I think I've waited too long." Mary pulls Anmer back, telling her to come here, as Anmer cries out, worried, "Professor Kenny!" Kenny's wound is brutally kicked. I, consumed by bloodlust, say, "Let's play for a bit, since you made me wait so long." Phi groggily wondered, why am I on the floor? Sitting up, he saw Phi calling out, "Manager." Istar then says, "Ah, so you're that annoying kid from back then." Ist spoke perfectly, "You're so inferior." Suddenly, a silver-gray magic cord wrapped around Ida's ankle, halting his advance. I turned back in surprise. Aya curses Kenny Ash, saying, "I'm your opponent." Kenny Ash struggles to say, "You better not turn away." Ida scoffed, "Oh, really?" A powerful force strikes Kenny's face, followed by Ida kicking him away, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Bloodthirsty?" he sneered. "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." From afar, Lin Mayo cried out in terror, "No, Professor!" All the while struggling but unable to escape Mary's control. She says, "You little thing." Mary grabbed Anmer's head, smashing it against the floor, yelling, "Didn't I warn you?" Picking up the Apophis drug, Mary said, "Now, be a good girl. After drinking this, you'll gain superpowers. You should be happy, because no one will be able to defeat you." Then, grabbing Anmer's hair, Jemmy coldly said, "Let's see who dares lay a hand on my disciple." Looking down at Mary, his powerful mana surged forth. Jai said, "I'm sure you knew the consequences." Mary exclaimed in shock, "Jai, how are you here?" Jai coldly replied, "That's none of your concern." He says, "Vanish." Wielding his staff, a magic circle appears, blasting Mary away. Mary crashes into the podium as Jemmy, wielding Avalon, points it at Anmer, saying, "Anmer, rest in Grimea for a while." Anmer says, "Wait, Professor." Then he points towards Foy as well. Ist appeared behind G, spinning and slashing down with his blade, saying, "Mary, what a disappointment. I thought you could handle that watt." A sharp strike is unleashed, but Jai spins and leans back, dodging the attack as I swing my sword down. Jemmy stomps her foot and jumps back. Ist says, "Look at that, she's quite the dodger." Annoyed, Jemmy retorts, "Who are you calling a brat?" Inwardly frustrated, Jemmy calls out to Ryer and a gate appears. The gate opens, revealing two glowing purple eyes floating within, as a somber voice echoes, "You summon me?" "Master," Jemmy commanded, "fight him." The shadow moved with blinding speed, and Ryer responded. He obeys, swinging his hand towards Istar's sword, a short, pointed blade. Ist says, "You listen to a brat like him? Is that all you're capable of?" Enraged, Ryer shouts, "How dare you insult my master?" He swings his blade, sending Stotty flying just like Mary, his back slamming into the podium. Ryer approached with his short sword, saying calmly, "Those red eyes, I've heard of them before. They belong to bloodthirsty savages, a tribe from the western continent of Orisa." "Is that right?" Ryer said, "but I don't know if they're as bloodthirsty as the undead." It says, "Too noisy, you're always making a racket." Ida stomps forward, yelling, "Die!" Meanwhile, Mary sat up, coughing incessantly, and snarled, "Jamie, you wretched little brat." Filled with hatred, Mary vowed, I will kill you, preparing to strike Jamie with magic. Jamie scoffed, kill me? With that little bit of power? Mary froze, a wave of unease and fear washing over her. Mary tried to move but couldn't, her whole body trembling. In horror, she wondered, what is this? I can't move. Jai praises, what a good girl. Jai tells her to stay put, and Mary collapses to her knees. Jai reaches out to Mary's forehead, dark purple mana swirling above. From now on, you will be my slave and come inside with me. Jamie Ryer, don't behead him. Ryer turns and asks, you want him alive? JY confirms, that's right. Jamie adds, he seems quite useful to me. Ryer asked, this one? Jai replied, exactly. Let's see if we can tame him. Ryer reluctantly sheathes his sword, sighing, I understand. Then he grabs Ist by the collar as he cries out, spare Ta! Ist was dragged into the doorway, pleading, please, have mercy on Ta. The door slams shut and Jai mutters, it seems quite pleased that I brought a valuable slave. He continues, so next, before a voice suddenly rings out. Professor Jai Kenny Ach sits up, questioning if Jai had just taken someone through that door, panicking at the thought of losing Kenny here. Jai, staff in hand, points it at Kenny, teleporting him away to dispose of the witness. He apologizes to Professor Kenny, telling him to rest a while in Gremia, as Kenny cries out, wait! At the same time, Jemmy casts a spell to erase her memories, saying, next, Mary's face is etched with fear and shock as Jamie commands, listen well, my noble slave. Mary, like a wooden puppet, obediently answers, you called for me. Master, Jai inquired. Tell me your name. Mary rises and replies, my name is Mary, manager of the Trinity Laboratory, and we pursue the ideal of equality, magic for all. We were ordered to infiltrate Phoenix Academy. Jai thought, I knew it. Sophia is just an alias. Our mission is to eliminate the power gap between Apophis users. Jemmy thought that to carry out such a large-scale plan, it must be a high-level mage in the magic community. Jemmy asked, have you figured out how to deal with the side effects of Apophis? Isn't that your goal? Mary says. Suddenly, veins bulge on her neck and Mary cries out in pain, unable to form a coherent sentence. Jai considered it a curse, pointing at Mary as mana surged forth. He says, who do they think I am? The perfect cell. The perfect cell, completely immune. One of Jai's 3 divine treasures. It can cure any ailment, even curses. JY says, it dispels all curses except mind control, as Mary cries out in pain. The curse is lifted, releasing a thick cloud of dark energy, as Jai mutters, that cost me a lot of mana. Jamie asks, now tell me, how do you deal with the side effects? Mary says, we made a deal with demons. Jamie asked, tell me, how did you deal with the side effects? Mary said, we made a deal with demons. Jamie was shocked, thinking that to deal with the drug side effects it would have to be a demon king, or at least someone highly skilled. Jemmy pressed, tell me, which demon? Mary replied, the gluttony demon lord. Jemmy thought to himself he'd never heard that name before. Further proof of how much time had passed. That demon could just be self-proclaimed. Recalling the symbol, Jai thought, but does this also involve the Genis Church? Jai ordered, tell me everything you know about those involved. Mary responded. Ist killed all the small-time dealers, including Silver, and Kenny was the manufacturer. Jai thought in astonishment. Silver and Kenny were both insane. He asked who the leader was, Mary said. At the top is the doctor, who is almost entirely devoted to developing Apophis. While the professor issued most of the orders, Jamie inquired about their identities. Mary offered the magic crystal ball, saying, low-ranking members are only allowed to communicate through this enchanted orb, so I've never met them. Jamie eyed the orb, realizing it was an artifact imbued with magic, preventing anyone from tracing the contact or recording anything. Just as he suspected, a high-ranking member of the Magic Council is involved. Jemmy says, you can go now, act normal and report back when you're contacted. Mary agreed. Yes. He entered Gremia, thinking to himself that he would need to hear the rest from that person. Amber tends to Phi and calls for the professor as the girl rushes over, asking, are you all right? Jai bonked Anmer Mayer on the head, saying, who do you think I am? Jai thought, I said I was fine. That kid's condition seems serious. A golden light emanates as Jai says, you won't die again. Phi cries out in fear. I didn't mean to. Jai thinks to himself that he can no longer be a mage, as his magic core is shattered. But glancing at Kenny, he tells Anmer to take his friend back to his room to rest. Anmer obeys, saying, yes, let's go. Kenny finally speaks, asking, is this all your creation? Looks like you're quite the big shot. JY says that normally he'd brag about it, but Jay says, unfortunately, I don't have time. Magic is activated, and chains of mana bind Kenny tightly. Joi says, Kenny, you told Mary that you helped create Apphis X. Tell me everything you know about the people behind this. Kenny says, I don't know who the professor is, but I know the doctor because we researched the drug together. Joi asks, who is the doctor? Kenny tries to speak but can't get the words out. A strange feeling washes over him, and he wonders what's happening. Jemmy steps forward, placing a hand on Kenny's forehead, and says, if you won't talk, I'll just read your memories myself. Kenny Arch says, you won't be able to read it. The hand on his forehead stops, and Jai curls her fingers, tearing open a bloody gash to reveal an intricate circuit board. Jai says, you're a hormonus. Holding a small chip, Joe continues, so that trashy third elder is the mastermind. He was low enough to implant a chip in his own creation. Useless indeed. Jawai thinks of the serpent elder, that evasive, deranged fool. Given his hatred for those with talent, it's no surprise he's behind all of this. Kenny Ash asks incredulously, I was designed not to reveal any information about him, but how did you read my memories? Jawai thought, of course I did. And I erased that memory with dark magic, but I told him I didn't need to read it to know. Jemmy confirmed that you are homunculus, and your personality will always be similar to your creator, making it easy to guess who it is. Kenny is stunned, unable to speak. He says, I may not be human, but I won't excuse the evil I've done. I'll atone with my death. But Jai disagreed, interrupting to say that wouldn't change anything, and with a flick of his fingers he released Kenny from his shackles. Jabai says, you're free now. You no longer have to slave away for the third elder. Kenny asks in disbelief, why? G laughs. Consider it repayment for saving my disciple's life. I'll decide your punishment after I deal with the third elder. Kenny quickly replies, Professor G, you can't do this alone. That person has someone backing them. His hand slams down, knocking the syringe filled with green liquid to the floor. Serpent cursed under his breath, anxiously wondering why he hadn't heard from Ida or Mary, and who destroyed the chip he implanted in Kenyak. Serpent bitterly thinks that the Magic Council could have been his, but some bastard ruined it. Looking at the syringe, Serpent says, Apophis is like finding a piece of wood in the sea, stroking it, reassuring himself. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. Everything is perfect. As long as I have this, I can deal with an 8th-level monster. Serpent frantically mutters that he will finally become the king of the Magic Council at Phoenix Academy's headmaster's office, while Jai explains what he has found, saying, That's why I need the help of the 7 elders. You said you don't know the professor's identity, right? Is there anyone who can fight with me? ZF asks. ZF calmly analyzes the situation, realizing that if they can hide their identities this well, he can't trust anyone just yet. This won't end with the third elder. Jai thinks that means he can trust Fried, since he, like Jai, isn't involved with the Magic Council. Jai thought warily, realizing he couldn't trust anyone in the royal bloodline that the third elder was a member of, especially since equality was also Apophis's goal, a world of equality. Jemmy thinks, second elder Lino, but demons are good at pretending, so I can't rest easy yet. Jai sighs, saying that means we have to do it ourselves. Siegfried said he'd handle the third elder, so I should go back and rest. I replied, understood. As Jai walked down the hall, someone called out to him, Professor Jamie, it's Javelin. He asked. Where were you just now? Javelin asks. Jai replies, I had something to discuss with the headmaster. Javelin said to let him know if there were any problems with the lectures, to which Jai cheerfully agreed. Yes, Javelin asked. By the way, Professor Jai, have you seen Professor Sophia? Jai replies that he thinks she just left. Javelin told him to be careful, and Professor Jai Jemmy remained silent. JY considers the signs. He was always the one communicating with the faculty, could interfere with the Academy's affairs as vice principal, and wouldn't seem suspicious even if he frequently met with the education department's 3 elders. Jemmy called out to Professor Javelin, who turned and asked, What is it? Jamie asked, Do you have any news about Professor Siver? Javelin replied, He contacted me today, saying he's resigning due to poor health. Startled by this revelation, Jemmy chuckled in disbelief, remarking that he was closer than expected. Javelin, confused, asked, What? What do you mean? Juai says, Sophia is probably in her room, or should I call her Mary? Jabai says, You can stop pretending now, Professor Javelin. He drops the lecture notes he painstakingly prepared, saying, Oh dear, I certainly wasn't careless just because you're a kid. Javelin chuckled. Looks like I've been caught red-handed. Jemmy replied, You can drop the act now, Professor. Javelin drops his painstakingly prepared lecture notes, sounding defeated. Oh dear. I certainly wasn't careless just because you're a kid. Javelin says, but it seems I've been exposed after all? Red and black mana mix, creating a circle that spreads around him. Javelin asks, what do you think of my space-bending magic? Jiawei draws his sword and Avalon, saying, your eyes, it seems you've made a pact with a demon. Javelin replies, I was so careful, yet I was still discovered. Javelin replies, I believe the word if is always used by those with great vision. Jiawei glances at the ring glowing purple on his middle finger, thinking, so it's because of that ring? Jai then asked Javelin why he couldn't move, before suddenly turning and raising his staff to cast an explosive spell. A bright red matrix forms and an explosion erupts. Jiawei says with distaste, I never thought you could grasp information so quickly. As the dust settles, Serpent's battered form is revealed. He angrily declares, you impudent little fool, I swear I'll bring you to your knees. This time, Jai activates White Sea magic, summoning a powerful and holy torrent that appears behind him, propelling him toward Javelin, who taunts, let's see if you can. Jai raised his sword, determined to take out Javelin first, muttering an incantation, but suddenly, strands of mana shot out and wrapped tightly around his arm. Sen, catching his breath after casting, says to the crystal orb, got you. Jiawei looks back, biting his lip as more mana threads shoot out from the orb. He curses this weakling. Jiawei tries to use magic to escape, but is shocked to find his mana forcibly scattered, unable to concentrate enough to cast a spell. He wondered where his mana was going, as Serpent mocked him. You can't use your mana? We've prepared for every possible scenario. So sneers, saying that geniuses like him are always careless. They're all going down. Suddenly the ceiling explodes and dust and wood fragments rain down. ZF descended, blue mana swirling in his hand, and said, how dare you? Zigved points at Serpent and Javelin, saying, he told you to cause trouble in my front yard. Javelin says, I knew you'd come. Serpent adds, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Both of them raised their hands, activating a trap. A matrix appeared beneath Siegfried, and a blue aura rose, forming a pillar of light around him. Runes rise up, suppressing Siegfried's mana flow as Jai exclaims, what the hell, Keniach? How did things end up like this? Or was it all part of the demon's plan from the start? He sighed, muttering that it was too late, but Anmer reassured him, Professor, Kenny Aches regrets telling Anmer Mayer, I'm sorry, I made a big mistake. Anmer Mayer comforted him, no, it's not true. At least you saved us and realized your blindness. You can live to atone for what you've done. Kenny Ash thought to himself, atonement, you say? Atonement. He resolved in his heart, muttering to himself, all right, I hope it's not too late. And with that, Kenny got up and left. He said, I'll do what I can. Kenny glanced back and said, Anmer, you're a smart kid, a genius. Anya replies, stunned, what? She was stunned that the stern professor would offer such high praise. Kenyak lamented, this is the greatest loss from you not being blessed by mana. And why I'm always worried about you? Thinking she might give up on magic research, Kenyak secretly wished to be a good teacher, reflecting on his own actions. My mood swings are due to the personality of my creator, which is why I try so hard to teach my students. I wonder why I can't be more gentle with them. Is it because I'm a serpent artifact? No, that's just an excuse. I can change if I want to because that's what I feel. Kenny Arch says with relief, thank you for not giving up until the very end. Anmer thinks of Jai. Kenny Aches said that, as he knew, Professor Jai was a special magician, and he would surely be the center of the Magic Society in the future. He envisions Anmer's future human form saying, you must become his disciple. I'm sure you'll be able to make up for what you lack by learning from him. Kenny happily smiled, imparting his final lesson as a professor. Always listen and learn. The road ahead will be difficult, but remember your dreams when you face obstacles and never give up. Anmer sensed something was wrong, but didn't stop it, promising, yes, Professor, I promise I'll never give up. Kenyak was content. With a mix of joy and regret, he said, it would have been wonderful to see you become a mage. And Mayer cried out as Professor Kenny's legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees. Kenny silently blessed her, hoping her path would be filled with glory. Back outside, JF angrily said, you keep playing games. He released Maza. Sir confidently states that it's useless, a consequence of arrogance, as Siegfried realizes in dismay that he can neither use mana nor break the formation. Siegfried wondered, what is this? It's not magic. Jane says, you seem shocked, Headmaster. The sealing spell was hard-earned from a mysterious nation far to the east. Not even the first or second elders could easily break it. Siegfried says, what do you think you can do after all this? Jane retorts, I'll be fine. Siegfried looked at Jay and suspiciously asked, why did you become like that? That doesn't seem like a seal. Jai reluctantly replies, "This is scattering my mana. It looks like it will take a while. I don't know if I can." Javelin interrupts, saying that the conversation is over and that he needs to rest, as Headmaster Siegfried turns his attention forward. Siegfried threatened through gritted teeth, swearing he would kill him upon his escape. I swear on my soul, his body was obscured by a stream of dark blue energy and vanished, leaving behind only swirling energy and letters. Javelin calmly says, "I feel much better now that the biggest threat is gone." Jai replies that it's only a matter of time before the 7 elders escape. "What are you planning?" Surain asks. "You don't need to worry about us." "You Welton brat," Jai retorted with a fatal blow. "You wretched old man. Is Apophis your best solution since you can't break through the 7th floor's wall?" Sir said through gritted teeth. "It seems you have a loose tongue," Javelin said. "Stop and think of a way to resolve this situation." "The remaining seals must be used when the elders are done," Javelin sighed. "I don't think we can hold him like this forever, and I fear the consequences if we kill him. If the Welton and V families get involved, our plans will be ruined." Javelin suggests, should we just erase his memory? Sen agreed, lamenting, "That rat is lucky to have such powerful backing." Jemmy asked, "What are you plotting?" "A demon contractor wouldn't bother with those of little faith or average ability. It seems the third master's goal is to transcend his limits." Jemmy realizes that there's only one thing demon contractors truly desire: a high-quality sacrifice. Jemmy pieced together the clues, deducing that the core would expand because Apophis and someone extraordinary would make the perfect sacrifice. Guessing the answer, Jawai asked, "Are you trying to summon a demon lord?" Javelin replies, "As expected. You're smart. I've been watching you for a long time, and I infiltrated the Magic Society for a short while. Thanks to the Genis Temple, my work has been quite smooth." Javelin touches Jay's forehead and says, "Now, sleep for a while." "I suppose you know that you used space distortion on Jay, right?" Dark mana surged from within him. Javelin exclaimed in shock. "What is this power?" G called out Leviat. A summoning circle appears, and a monster emerges. Earth-shaking, eyeless, earless, noseless, with only a wide, tooth-filled mouth and slick black skin. It lunges, biting down on Javelin. Jai's dark mana breaks free, as he says, "You're too close." Serpent is shocked. "You bastard? Are you a black magician?" Jemmy turns back. "You never considered it, did you?" "I'll kill you after you tell me everything." Serpent suddenly burst out laughing, saying, "I understand now, so that's how it is." Jawai pauses, looking at Serpent like he's mentally deficient, as Serpent deludes himself, saying, "So you're not some kind of genius, but you gained power by selling your soul to the devil." "Is that the best you can do, kid?" Sir said. "That's right, Siegfried. I'm sure that filthy slave is a dark wizard who sold his soul to the devil." Jai sighed, speechless, thinking how unsightly it was. "He told you to shut your mouth. A fishing rod is the choice for guys like this." Jai coldly cast his spell, unleashing dark necromantic mana that made him a terrifying sight. He deluded himself, saying, "So, you're not a genius, just someone who gained power by selling their soul to the devil. In the end, that's all you could do." Serpent says that Siegfried, that filthy slave, must be a dark magician who sold his soul to the devil. Jemmy sighed, speechless, thinking how pathetic this was, and told him he'd better shut his mouth, that people like him deserved to be beaten. Jai coldly cast his spell, unleashing dark death mana, making him a terrifying sight. Necromancy and dark magic can shatter souls and paralyze bodies. Jay says he'll show him what a magic sword is. Sent curses, "Filthy dark mage, I will destroy you." But when the blow landed, it didn't inflict any damage on Jai. Jawai scoffs, saying he couldn't even ruffle his clothes, and questions if he's really a 6th circle mage. S, enraged, asks, What have you done? Die, you say? An attack that does nothing?" Jemmy thinks to himself, radiation, decay, scattering, nuclear fusion. These are all advanced molecular magic. He says that the magic theories he's been looking for are related to molecular magic. Although I don't understand the difference between dust and molecules. Enraged, Serpent cries, "Insolent fool! How dare you spout such nonsense!" He unleashes a corrosive ray, but something hurtles in and shatters the attack, familiar currents followed by the magic of the 100 seas. Jemmy grips his sword and retorts, "You think that's enough to kill me?" Jemmy swung his sword, but Serpent managed to conjure a shield just in time, only for it to shatter instantly under Jemmy's blow. Despite the shield, the blade still manages to cut Serpent, who retorts, "That's what I wanted to say." G says, "Look, you don't know what surge explosion is, do you?" A surge explosion of necromantic magic emanates from the wound, and Serpent is paralyzed by the rising purple mana. crying out in pain. Jemmy declares it's time to end this, summoning Leviathan, who lunges at Serpent. Serpent bitterly thinks he can't let it end like this. He remembered the green apoit syringe in his pocket as Leviathan bit down. Jai scoffs, "Fool, don't worry, I'll still devour your rotting corpse." He turns to leave, muttering, "Now then." But suddenly, Leviathan's head explodes, sending gore flying everywhere. Serpent injects himself with the syringe, declaring that it's the source of his power as Jai realizes he's getting stronger. He says, "Well, this is Apophis, an incomplete drug, but it's perfect for a weakling like you." Sir says, "You insolent brat, I'll beat you to a pulp." Seeing Serpent's body grow abnormally strong, Jai knew he wasn't just rank 7, but definitely above rank 6. Jai told him to look behind him. The familiar gate appears, creaking open to reveal a spreading black miasma as he says, "My soldiers." Within lies countless eyes gleaming in the endless night. Earlier that day, at Phoenix Academy, Professor Hivan cheerfully headed to class when suddenly space twisted and Javelin's lower half emerged. He even cried out in confusion as the lower half completely detached, revealing a grotesque red monster with tentacles and rows of sharp, curved teeth. "What the hell is that?" he exclaimed in horror. Tendrils lash out with lightning speed, piercing Hivan's abdomen, and he cries out in pain. Javelin's voice echoes as the veins swell where the tendrils have struck. "Sorry, Professor Hivan." The tentacles fall away and Hivan floats into the air. Javelin says, "But just the thought of Jay being a dark mage makes me want to surprise him." Suddenly, Javelin's shoulder is pierced, blood spurting out as Kenny appears right behind him. He coldly states, "So you're the one who made the contract and provided the diamond blood. Did you think I couldn't sense that magic?" Javelin says, "You're just rushing to your death." Kenny X says that he's the one who's going to die. A voice commands, "Squad 1, disperse. Squad 2, fill the gaps. Squad 3, long-range attack." As he shouts, the entire team charges toward the approaching skeletal horde. Serpent says, "These skeletons," as he unleashes a magical attack. His shouting is useless. S excitedly says, "That's it, new power. Come and get it if you dare." "You undead bastards, I'll tear you all apart," A then issued the order. Team 2, fill in the position. Team 3, prepare to attack. A thought to himself he hadn't noticed before, but he trained them well. Jai called out to Azat, who immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Yes, you summoned me." "My lord," Jai asks, "what are you doing?" A answered honestly. Nevro said it was a military greeting, so Jai said, "I'm not sure that skeleton has any intelligence." A insists that there is, actually. Jai ponders. That's strange. I definitely erased all intelligence when I turned him into a skeleton. Did he awaken, or is there another factor at play? Perhaps I should investigate sometime. Meanwhile, SP relentlessly destroys the skeletons, saying, "Damn undead, there's just too many of them." Watching this, Jamai thinks, is it magic that separates everything into atoms and then destroys them? Looking at the weak skeletons, he thinks his skeleton army is unrivaled, but if so, he will soon lose all his soldiers. Jemmy then ordered At to return to the army. Az asks in shock, "Was my welcoming ceremony that bad?" The group then turns into black smoke and vanishes. Sir taunts, "I thought you were giving it your all. Have you run out of mana already? Seems you're not so special after all." Jemmy says it's because of his family's magic that's annoying me. He reaches for his weapon, dark mana swirling around the sword like black flames. He declares that Serpent should feel honored to witness the true power of his magic, as Serpent angrily summons a massive mana attack behind him. Semi's magic turned into a beam of light, rushing towards Serpent at breakneck speed in a zigzag pattern, appearing behind him to wield his sword. The seventh form of the Welton family swordsmanship, Dark Lightning. Jemmy screams as he thrusts his sword forward. Serpent whirls around, yelling, "Don't think I'll fall for that again." A devastating ray of light magic is unleashed, and Sen, confident in his victory, declares, "It's over. Did you see the other room, Jay? It's empty." Simon wonders to himself, isn't it time for class? Simon says, "I don't see in Mo either. Did they leave me out?" Suddenly, the gem around his neck glows brightly. Simon bends down to pick up the orb, muttering, The professor's necklace feels a little uneasy. He rushes out of the room, worried that the professor is in danger, and returns to the battlefield, where Jai is deflecting the magic attacks with his sword, pushing him back. Jai realizes this move burns life force as dark mana erupts. Jai declares, "I will trample over your dying form." Jemmy contemplates using Leviathan to stab him, and these lips absorb and devour their target, causing dark mana to erupt even more powerfully. SP says, "It's useless," After I kill you, I'll sell my soul to the Demon King and survive. Dark mana surges, splitting the attack, erupting into a brilliant four-pointed star. In an instant, Serpent's magic attack was absorbed, and the sword radiated a strange and powerful pressure. Second ability, Release, Darkness. A giant pale foot stomped down, creating a minor earthquake. The grotesque monster stomped relentlessly, its chest and waist a gaping black maw filled with sharp fangs, leading Jay to wonder, am I dreaming? Somehow that looks familiar. His gaze shifted to what he was holding. Jai was slightly surprised, thinking, the Godslayer, why am I holding it? Just then, he heard someone angrily shout, how dare you call yourself a saint while harming people? Hearing this, he knew who it was, Diablo Vonber, Jai's past. Jai thought, I understand now. This is me in the past. Diablo Vonber says, to eliminate those who don't obey you, I can't believe you created something so filthy. Diablo Vonber says, I will never forgive you. He raised his hand, and dark mana poured out like a waterfall, overwhelming everything. Jay realized it was a part of his forgotten past. That terrifying mana stream spiraled continuously, forming a fearsome vortex, and Jai realized, yes, his dark power had destroyed everything. However, that wasn't all. A gravitational force began to pull everything inward. This is the origin of Levia. Diablo Vonber shouts, remember my power, tremble before my darkness. Dark mana erupted from the sword, a relentless surge, like a fiercely burning black flame. The second power, Release of Darkness. Sent says in disbelief, you bastard, what have you done with my magic? He asks, why is my magic emanating from your sword? A silver-gray mana, identical to Serpent's, radiates from the blade. Jemmy replies, do you think you could understand if I explained it? All I can say is it's a convergence of swords. Jemmy grips his sword and brings it down, saying he can transcend his limits thanks to you. Jai swung his sword, unleashing a gray and white mana slash, and said, now disappear. Serpent was cleaved in two by the mana slash, his bitter scream echoing. No. Outside, a massive cube floats in the air. Javelin remarks that he seems to have created a space to amplify his power, while the third was busy making boosters. A creation just like its creator. Javelin's form changes completely, his eyes turning pitch black. Javelin says, ah, you really do resemble a human now. Javelin says, who would have thought you were just a creation? Kenny Ash's face turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He cursed, damn you, as dark red mana emanated from Javelin. He said, my power is comparable to a demon knight. I might get addicted a little, but it's not a place where I can handle a fifth circle mage. So Javelin waved his hand and fired a bright red pillar of mana forward, shouting, give up! Kenny barely dodges the attack, avoiding a fatal blow, but his shoulder and arm are struck by the mana blast. He realized the power gap was too vast. These bastards were going to win. Suddenly, a voice called out to Kenny. Professor Kenny. The faint sound was unclear, disappearing in an instant as if it were never there. Javelin approaches, saying, all right, Professor Kenny, now's the time to make amends. Kenny Ash, kneeling on the ground with his wounds, thinks he can hear a voice from Javelin's shadow. They're sealed? Who do I know in there? A confident face with blonde hair appears in Kenny's mind. Kenny surmises that Siegfried. Kenny slams his fist to the ground, manipulating mana to form a matrix to release JFED's seal. Kenny Ash entrusts him, so he will leave the rest to him. Mana flowed into the ground, rippling outwards like sound waves as Javelin raised his hand, his arm transforming into a tentacle, lunging to stop Kenny. He shouts, it's useless. As the tentacles rush toward him, Kenny remains calm and collected. He thought he was just a puppet created by Serpent, that he might have started as one of them, but he'd learned a few things from others. Growing and exploring on their own, Simon and Anmer flashed in his mind. With unwavering resolve, Kenny Arch declares, you really think I'd leave the children's future to you? He waves his hand, summoning countless magic circles as a bewildered Javelin cries out, what are you doing, you bastard? The tentacles pierced Kenny, the magic circle shattered, yet he grinned, saying, I never thought about dodging it. The cube exploded, countless cracks appearing in the spatial cube, unleashing the blinding light of rampant mana. Then, a terrifying explosion erupts, illuminating the area with destructive power, and a familiar voice echoes. Well done, Professor Kenny. Siegfried is free, Siegfried says. Rest now, his mana is overflowing. Siegfried said, I owe you a great debt. Javelin thought in fear. This is a butcher of the battlefield. Is this the true form of a battle mage? Siegfried's voice, cold and filled with murderous intent, echoed, didn't I warn you before? That I would kill you if I escaped. Mana surges toward Javelin. Javelin, terrified, turned tail and ran, knowing he couldn't win and needed to retreat. But in the blink of an eye, Siegfried appeared right in front of Javelin, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Siegfried throws a devastating punch, sending Javelin flying. Javelin thought he needed to keep his distance and open a gate to the demon world. But before he could finish the incantation, a massive fist slammed him into the ground like a bug. ZF approached Javelin, saying, "You won't die peacefully." ZF raised his hands, framing them as if taking a picture, and a spatial cube appeared, engulfing Javelin's body. Siegfried says, "I will kill you in the slowest and most painful way possible." His face contorted with terrifying ferocity. He says this is only the beginning, as the cube turns from a three-dimensional image into a real object, and Javelin's mangled flesh splatters everywhere, flying back toward G. He picked up the sword, examining it, and muttered, "It consumes the enemy's energy and makes it its own." Looking at the sword stained with dark mana, Jemmy thought this was his new theory. Jai, the demon sword, sensed that after his breakthrough, his senses were even more enhanced than before, and it seemed that Javelin was still alive. Jemmy thought with disgust that it was all fake, and instead of killing him, he should make him suffer the most terrible pain. Suddenly, Jemmy sensed a familiar presence, and teleported to its location, believing it to be Javelin. Seeing who it was, he called out to Duke Simon, who replied, "You're a hard man to find." Jemmy asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" At the same time, Duke Simon asked, "Don't tell me you overcame a 7th Circle Mage." Jemmy replies that he did, and Duke Simon states his reason for being here. "I've come for Zong," Jai quickly replies. "We don't have time. The demons have appeared." Duke Simon questioned, "Demons?" A pillar of crimson-tinged darkness shot into the sky. The two turn in shock and say, "That's demonic energy." A hairy claw lunges forward, and a voice booms. "Damn it!" Siegfried blocked the monster's relentless, frenzied attacks. He said, "Why did you suddenly revert to your final form? The trainees won't stand a chance." Jemmy teleports in, asking, "Seventh, is that Javelin's true form?" Siegfried turns to him, replying, "Young master, I was trying to shrink him, but he got bigger." Duke Simon arrives as well, asking what this all means. ZF reluctantly says, "You're here?" Old 8 looks at the panicked students below, and Jawai says, "The students will be caught in the crossfire if we fight here. Let me teleport us somewhere else first." He bends space. Mana surged, 2 pillars of light appeared, enveloping them both, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported far away from Phoenix Academy. Duke Simon exclaimed in astonishment. He used 7th Circle magic without incantation. ZF says, "I still can't believe it, even after seeing it." GY shouts, "This isn't the time to be surprised." With 2 fingers joined, a golden-orange flame ignites. The hand magic of it, the highest form of fire elemental magic. A claw from the sky crushing the monster made of raging, scorching flames. Duke Simon says, "You never cease to amaze me. However, fire is my specialty." Fire King, Simon's magic theory. He controls flames, and that's why they call him the Red Lotus. Watching this, Jai realizes he's using fire magic and expanding it, so that's the 8th Elder's magic theory. Duke Simon is engulfed in flames, and he commands them to burn the monster to death. Witnessing Duke Simon's magic, Jamie realizes he's expanding his fire magic, the 8th Elder's theory. Engulfed in flames, Duke Simon commands, "Burn him to ashes," as crimson mana bolts streak toward the restrained monster. Red Lotus, a beautiful but dangerous magic. The lotus illusion slowly blooms, its faint pink petals dancing in the sky. Duke Simon says, "Elder 7, watch out for the aftershocks." Ziff reluctantly replies, "Yes, I know." A spatial barrier is formed to contain the fire's destruction, and within it, the flames fully bloom, exploding with even greater heat. Jai watched the flames intently, thinking to himself that the move was a beautiful and powerful red lotus. He exclaimed, "Incredible," as the flames dissipated, leaving behind barren, cracked earth. Siegfried marveled at the terrifying destructive power, as always. Duke Simon turned and said, "I don't want to hear that from you." In any case, Siegfried turns back and says, "Yes, in any case." Siegfried asks, "You became a 7th Circle Mage in such a short time?" Young Master Jai awkwardly replies, "Haha, just recently." Siegfried chuckled. The elders would be shocked if they knew. Duke Simon warned him not to laugh so carelessly, reminding him where he was. Zfed nonchalantly replies, "Who cares? I was born a slave anyway." The Duke turned to leave, saying they should return at once. Siegfried asked, "I don't need to double-check the body, do I?" Jemmy approached the crater to investigate, pausing as he noticed something strange. since Simon's flames should have incinerated everything. Duke Simon confidently retorted to Siegfried, "Do you dare question my magic?" Only those at the count level or higher could withstand that blow, but amidst the explosion, Jai sees something pitch black. It's Javelin. Though he was still alive, it wouldn't be for long. At this rate, Javelin would turn to ash in the wind, he thought bitterly. Just a little more, and I could have received power from the Demon Lord. Is this the end? An insidious voice echoed, "You've endured quite a lot." "That scumbag." Javelin was startled as the sinister voice told him to give his body up if he was going to die anyway. A massive surge of crimson mana erupts, extinguishing the Duke's flames, and a demon appears, a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. He says, "I will devour everything in your place." Jay is shocked by this sudden turn of events. 3 mana streams, sharp as blades, instantly appear before Jai. Not long before, in a vacant lot behind the Academy's back gate, several figures stood. Someone notes that the demonic energy's vibration has vanished. Lin Mayo asks, "What do you think happened?" Ovenjinger replied, "I don't know either." Just then, Florison called for everyone's attention. "Wait, everyone, come look. There's a charred corpse here." The others gather around. Raymond Florisan knelt down, reached out his hand and cast a restoration spell, releasing a soft, bright blue mana. Under the mana's influence, the charred remains restore the head, revealing Professor Kenny. Someone shouts, "It's Kenny, a Phoenix Academy professor and student of the Third Elder." Adele Haven retorts, "Serpent, that old geezer. Did he want to turn him into a sacrifice for the demons?" As Friesel spoke, a massive pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky, formed from demonic energy, shocking everyone with its sinister aura. Friesel exclaimed in terror, "This magic power! It's a Count-class demon!" Adele Haven shouted, trying to calm him down. As Oefenjinger turned to Adelven and Luke Friesel, he declared, "Lin Mel and I will face them head-on." "You two prioritize protecting the Magic Society," Friesel replied. "We will." With a serious expression, Oefenjinger said, "I'm counting on you both, as I may have to use the dimensional cannon." The dust settled, revealing 3 deep trenches in the ground. The demon chuckled. "Not bad, you guys have quick reflexes. Why aren't you saying anything?" "That demon is Boss, an Earl-level demon serving under the Lord of Wrath, a half-demon, half-dragon. He thinks he's untouchable hiding in there?" Jemmy thought grimly. "A Count-level demon. It feels like facing a real dragon. His presence overwhelms the elders. He's nothing like Roy. Boss says, 'If you stand in my way, I'll strike first.'" Then his figure vanishes with incredible speed. Jemmy clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tsh!" Jemmy blocked Boss's attack. He's knocked back slightly, and Jai thinks in disbelief, "He's this strong even with my all-encompassing physical resistance?" Boss excitedly says, "You seem better than those two." He then rushes in for a relentless attack. Gathering dark energy in his hand, he says, "Oh, not bad blocking that. Then try this." Boss says, "Block this." With a mighty swing, his magic power transformed into a dark, reddish-black blade, hurtling forward with incredible speed. Jemmy hastily used both his demon sword and the foreign Avon to block the attack. Jemmy is pushed back, realizing that even if the physical attacks are ineffective, the sheer magical power is a problem. It seems he has no choice but to use dark energy. Just then, Siegfried appeared behind him, saying, "Young Master Jai says he wants you both to keep this a secret." Zefed, confused, asked, "Huh, are you going to rush in and say, 'How long are you going to keep whispering? Show me more.'" The dark magic explodes. The area around Jai was dyed in darkness as he coldly told him not to rush, as he would fight him anyway. Siegfried says in shock, "That's dark energy," as Simong stares blankly, uttering the name of that power. Dark energy. Jemmy rushed forward, becoming a pillar of light. All-encompassing magic converges. Dark mana gathers as Jemmy thrusts the mana-filled sword forward. Boss doesn't back down, charging forward with a surge of battle spirit, excitedly raising his claws towards the sword, saying, "Try blocking this." The two collide, a blinding explosion erupts, but the manosphere doesn't detonate. Instead, the demon sword absorbs it. Boss thinks in shock, "How dare you absorb my power?" He says, "All right, gorge yourself." Boss unleashes more demonic mana, saying, "I'll give you so much you can't handle it." Jemmy says, "I was hoping for that. You've never been beaten by someone weaker than you, have you?" With that, he swung his sword back to counter the dark magic, and Jemmy swung his sword forward. Dark and demonic mana, gathered from the previous attack, is unleashed all at once, pushing Belos back, who realizes it's more than just absorption. Boss laughs, growing more excited and thrilled, calling it interesting. Boss says, but you can only do that once. I'll kill you with this one move. Suddenly, a cube of space appears, sealing the hand and the demonic manosphere compressing within. Siegfried says, we'll hear the explanation later. The Duke said, you better have a damn good excuse. Jai's golden free magic caused an explosion inside the space cube. Jemmy seized the moment, charging forward with his demon sword, telling me he'd explain everything later. His swordsmanship, severing sky blade, the evil dragon gathering energy, dark mana flashing like brilliant starlight. Jemmy struck. The sharp and powerful slash of dark mana imprinted on Boss. He cried out in pain, disbelieving before the mortals. Jemmy then asked the free spirit behind him if he could isolate the area. The seventh elder, wanting nothing to escape, Siegfried disagreed slightly, saying, don't tell me you plan to keep fighting him like this. Young master, we need to hurry and call for help from the other elders. Duke Simon disagreed with that decision, advising, Jai, I understand your dark energy is different from other dark magic. But even if the three of us joined forces against that demon, Jemmy turned back and said, no, we wouldn't be able to win even if all the elders of the Magic Association were here. Jai's face was grave and heavy. He said that unless all the swordmasters attacked him at once, he would destroy the entire Magic Association. Duke Simon said, so you have a plan, there's no other way, we'll do as you say. Then he turned to look at Siegfried, who reluctantly said, yes, yes. Siegfried understands, weaving a spell with his hands as he gathers mana and chants. A barrier of demonic space appears, engulfing the area, impenetrable, immense, and nearly indestructible, severing this place from the outside world as if they were two separate dimensions. The boss grumbled, I'm going to get an earful from the demon lord when I get back. He cracked his knuckles, looked up at the three of them, and said, I don't know what you're planning, but this is where it really ends. A strange red smoke emanates from his mouth. Magic. The evil dragon's breath. He rises, mouth agape, unleashing a concentrated black beam with a crimson core as the spatial barrier completes. Jemmy says, thanks, you two. His hand forms a camera frame as the Phantom Tarot card appears, gathering dark mana along a complex path to form high-level magic. As the dragon's breath attack approached, Duke Simon summoned his own flames, crying out, Seventh Elder, the incantation sounds like a hymn of fate in the void. I am a bird singing where no one can hear. A lone traveler, the tarot card. The devil of the dark earth appears, touching the surface of space and causing a disturbance. A chant rings out. Someone is trying to cleanse the darkness. Zeph grits his teeth and says, you never ask for my help normally. Space folds, and countless spatial planes appear, forming protective walls. The Thayun card appears, its song echoing. A fallen god of annihilation emerges, and Dragon's breath collides with fragments of space. Siegfried says, damn it, you're breaking space. The chanting continues, don't shed a tear even if you lose the world. Duke Simon gathers fire mana on his arm, saying, can you hear me? The Scarlet Lotus card appears, its song promising that darkness will always be by your side, as flames clash with the dragon's breath. Zephied says, damn it, it's not over yet, young master. You'd better have one last card up your sleeve. The R's song is, reveal your scheme. Jay finishes the incantation, unleashing a torrent of dark mana from the chaotic net ocean. A never-ending, infinite surge. The dragon's breath collides with the chaotic ocean of dark mana, which rises up and consumes the attack. He wondered in shock if that breath, Boss thought, could this darkness belong to that person? Lord of Wrath. Boss thought in disbelief, how could this be? Suddenly, an arm bursts forth from Belos's mouth, accompanied by a resounding sound. Run! But the stubborn boss says, no, Demon Lord. If the two gods learn of your awakening, demonic mana erupts, staining the area crimson as an armored foot stomps down. He is the demon god of wrath, sword raised high, mana erupting in a vertical explosion. The demon god of wrath proclaims, it all ends here. Outside, Lin Mayo says, it's just an energy fluctuation, but it's a pretty terrible magic power. 3 demon dukes? Perhaps something even stronger, Rayon Florison asks. What happened to the second elder? Offenjinger said. They must have warped space, Offenjinger said, touching the barrier's surface, causing a ripple as if something had fallen into smoke. Is that the seventh elder's doing? It seems he's giving it his all. It looks more like a seal than a distortion. Raymond Florison speculates, is he trying to end it all here? Both Offenjinger and Lin Mayo were startled, and Offenjinger said, then we must be ready to sacrifice, even if we have to use it. Offenjinger said, I told Luke and Elle to prepare for every possible situation. On a high tower, a light flickered. That's where the dimension cannon Adel Haven is, and Luke Frezel is standing guard, ready for Offenjinger's command. Oefenjinger says, but I hope we don't have to use it. Black and red lightning represents demonic mana, and purple lightning represents dark mana, both intertwining and battling each other. Jiawei wonders what's going on. A demon could invade Inet's territory. To face a stronger foe, Diablo Vonber created the Doomsday Enlightenment art, a chaotic ocean of magic where dark mana consumes itself, allowing the user to surpass their limits and become the weapon. Jemmy thought, I can understand the need to awaken a powerful demon, but why invade Inet's territory? Even the 12 gods would destroy, not invade. An ominous sound echoes, I don't understand. Jai turns around in shock, recognizing the immense energy. The demon lord, he can't believe he's actually awakened. This is too dangerous. The awakening of the demon god will upset the balance of karma, represented by the golden scales of demons and gods. That means the 12 gods will be demoted to vassals, but there won't be a counterattack, especially Piero. Jai thinks she'll want to destroy him as soon as she finds out. Jai realizes that while he can deceive the gods with dark mana, only he can wield its power, as it should be. Jiawei looks at the demon lord who also possesses dark mana and asks, Are you a demon lord? The demon king of wrath says, Just who do you think you are? A terrifying pressure suddenly appears, forcing Jai to cough up blood. Jemimie thought, Damn it, I can't believe I'm already faltering. Diablo Vonber, the demon lord of wrath, asked, How can you wield this power and look me in the eye? Jiawei wiped the blood from his lips and said, I don't know why you ask. This is my power, and I'm no one's pawn. The Lord of Wrath says, Don't overestimate yourself. He points 2 fingers at Jemmy, increasing the pressure around him until his veins bulge. Still, Jai desperately tried to stay standing. The Lord of Fury said, Impossible. You're nothing more than a man with a little courage. Jai struggles to stand, biting his lip, a pained groan escaping his throat. Yet his eyes remain fixed on the demon king of wrath with a fierce, predatory gaze. Jai felt his bones breaking as he asked, Is this what you wanted to know? The demon lord, strangling Jemmy, demanded, Answer me, what is he to you? Jemmy is choked and lifted into the air, thinking of that person. Jai stared into the demon lord's eyes, startled. Wait, purple eyes? He thought, someone who could randomly attain dark mana. However, that violet hue is only granted to those I empower. Jemmy asks, How could you possess this glory? How did you obtain those violet eyes, like that person? The demon king of wrath asks. Jai grits his teeth. That's what I want to know. How did you obtain my power, my dark mana? Jai was now angrier than ever. Jay Kreese, how could a vile demon like you possess it? The demon king of wrath tightens his grip on Hemi's neck, causing him to cough up blood. The Lord of Wrath says, Your power? Impossible. His will should have been destroyed. How were you released? G collapses to the ground, coughing incessantly as the demon king of wrath says, Explain your existence to me, or I'll remove his helmet and cast him down. But beneath the helmet was a human face, a stern man with deep-set eyes and an X-shaped scar between them. He said, I will cast you into hell. Seeing the demon king of wrath's face, Jemmy exclaimed, You are? Jemmy asked in disbelief. Your father? The father asks, How do you know that name? Jemmy then asks, Do you remember Lanfair Hill? Returning to that memory, under the scorching sun, Cha lay motionless on the ground, a deep wound in his chest. He said, It's too late. Jiawei, who was Diablo Weber at the time, comforted him, saying, Your wounds are healing. Chicania said, Diablo, turn me into an undead. Jemmy then said, If you become an undead, as Jai suggests, you must obey me. Chaya clenched his fist slightly, trying to move his body. He said it didn't sound too bad. Chaya knelt on one knee before Jay, saying, Heh. Please, master, make me your most loyal servant. I wish to be your sword until the gods are defeated, for I fight not for all of humanity on this earth. Remember this image of Chaya crying, begging, Don't abandon us. Even in death I'll stand by you. Jemmy replies, You're nothing but a nuisance with your dying wish. Jemmy says, Fine, this miserable life of yours. He places his hand on Chakan's forehead and says, I'll take it and make better use of it. With tears in her eyes, Chaya says, Thank you, Diablo. Jemmy, once Diablo Von Bear, replies, Fine, I'll take that miserable life of yours. He placed his hand on Cha's head and said, I'll take it and make good use of it. Cha cried, Thank you, Diablo. Chaya was startled and said, How could you know? Only my master and I knew that. How do you? Jai whispers. Chaya says, That's a place only the master and I know, but in this world where my master no longer exists, I'm the only one who knows it. He says, raising his sword towards Jemmy, Accept it, Chaya. I am Diablo Vonber. Chaya kneels, overcome with emotion, crying out, "Master." Acania grips his sword, asking, "Is it truly you?" Jemmy says, "Sorry I'm back so late." The two sit down to talk, and Chaya says, "I believed you had died at the hands of the 12 gods." Jemmy explained, "I was trapped in an endless barrier, but one day I was reborn into this body." Chaya said, "I understand, but what are you planning to do now? You won't be able to kill the gods with that body." Jiaowai proudly says, "Master, this body is only 10 years old, and it's only been a year since I regained a fraction of my power." The man is shocked, saying, "Even with your past life's memories, I can't believe you faced boss after only a year of training. He's a demon close to market class." He says, "As expected of my master, then I'm sure you'll be able to regain your past power in just 10 years. Jemmy asks, "But what about you?" "Demon Lord, you've become too powerful for me to gauge." Chaya said it's been over 60,000 years, as he placed 2 fingers on his head, recording the memories. Chaya then placed his hand on Jemmy's forehead again to transmit the memory images, saying, "I'm sure it's better if you see it for yourself." The images flood in, accompanied by his voice. "I command all my subordinates, including Ande, to leave me." It was an afternoon at the castle. Right before the final battle, Diablo Vonber's subordinates disbanded after receiving his orders. Chaya approached, saying, "My lord, the time has come. Yet the one creation I was most displeased with is the only one who disobeys. I will follow you to the end." Jemmy turned and said, "Chaya, this is your final mission." Jemmy reached out, and a cubic barrier appeared, trapping Chaya. Chakanya pounded on the barrier, but to no avail, helplessly calling out, "Master." Jemmy said, "Go." Chaya asked, "What is this, master?" And that's how he came to the demon realm. The first 100 years were a time of great suffering. Chaya stood on a rocky outcrop, lost in thought. Why would Master send me to a place like this? Am I not helpful, or perhaps am I simply useless? Then why doesn't he just take back the dark mana he gave me? Chakania cuts through the small monsters, grips her sword, and charges toward the leader. For the next 1,000 years, he erased all his reasons for being. The dark mana that sustained Chaya should have been depleted, ending his existence. Instead, mana replaced it, absorbed through battles, allowing him to continue using his body. Chakania struck with all his might. By the time he realized it, Chakanya had become a count in the demon world, and 10,000 years later, Chaya received news from a subordinate he had sent to the middle world. The subordinate knelt, reporting that the 12 gods were erasing the records of the middle world, to which Chakanya exclaimed in shock, "What?" He realized they were now erasing even the traces of his master. At that moment, Chakanya realized what needed to be done, and angrily gripped the hilt of Ngavang. He thought, "I must avenge my master. In his place, who was framed and scorned by the 12 gods, I must have my revenge." From then on, Chakanya called himself the Demon Lord of Wrath, becoming a laughingstock to all the demons of the demon world, except for his subordinates. But tens of thousands of years later, standing atop his domain, Chaya had amassed so much power and authority that even the 5 great demon kings could no longer treat him with anything less than caution. Then a perfect opportunity for revenge finally arose, a dispute among the 12 gods. Lily and Brahman were on one side, Durian and Colin on another. Tantis and Arabella were together. Gillian followed O'Brien, and Yomjay and I were alone. Chaya declared, "Those disgusting humans betrayed our masters and live as parasites of the 12 gods. I will destroy you all along with them." Thinking back to the plan, Chakanya figured I wasn't too happy with the process, but no matter, as long as the result was good. Vengeance was finally within reach. After reading the memories implanted in his mind, Jai sadly reflects that Chakanya spent his entire life in despair. Surely he wanted to end his existence and would have been better off at peace. Chaya asks, "Master, may I ask you something? Why did you send me to the demon world back then?" Jemmy awkwardly replies, "I didn't even know where you were being sent." He explains, "The only way I could separate you from me was to send you to another dimension." Chaya frantically pounded on the barrier, crying, "Master," Jemmy said, "live your life until the dark mana runs dry." Chaya desperately pleaded, "Please wait." Remembering that time, Jemmy says now that he wished for all of you to live, even if he died, adding, "But even I didn't know that place would be the demon world." "Sorry," Chaya doesn't mind. "It's okay because it helped me see you again." Jiaowai calls out to Chaya, saying, "Thank you. You've suffered so much for my sake." Chaya says, confused, "Master, please stand up." She continues, "I'm only doing what your Black Knight should do." Jiaowai reluctantly says, "You really are." He thinks it seems he needs to admit it now. He thought his emotions were dead, that he'd severed himself from them. But after trying to discard them several times, they always return to the starting point. The past and present are now different. Jai thought to himself that from now on, the path and what he needed to do would all be different, and called out, "I will kill the 12 gods." Chaya puts on his helmet and remarks, "It suits you well." Jawai says, "Not yet, as I've only become a 7th circle mage." He thinks, compared to his past self as a 9th circle mage, he's only just beginning. "If I'm to kill the 12 gods, I must become even stronger than before." Kaya says, "If there is anything you need me to do, please do not hesitate to command me." Jawai says there's nothing yet, but he'll call her when the time comes. Jawai said, "Then let us fight together, and thank you for waiting for me." Chaya called out, "My lord." Chaya kneels respectfully, saying, "That's what I've longed to hear for tens of thousands of years. I swear this time I will follow you to the very end." At the same time, outside that chaotic ocean of magic was a sphere made of dark mana, separating everything outside from the space within. The Duke of Zimong says, "It's huge. Is this really dark mana?" ZF reached out but couldn't touch the chaotic ocean. His hand stopped short as if an invisible wall stood in the way. Zigfed said, "I'm not sure, and it feels different from anything we know. Moreover, the space inside is completely isolated. I can't see through it with magic." Duke Simung exclaimed in surprise, "To render your space magic useless. What is this thing?" Zif worried, if the magic still works, then the young master is still safe, right? However, if young Master Jai dies, a crack will suddenly appear in the middle of the chaotic ocean. Mana begins to escape, and Duke Simong calls out, "Elder 7. Zif replied, "Understood. Both hands are forming the seal." Mana was ready to unleash magic. Eyes fixed ahead as the crack grew larger, and the chaotic ocean became increasingly unstable. Zif thought if it wasn't the young master who came out, and the Duke thought if it wasn't Jai, they'd have to use the Crimson Lotus immediately. The chaotic ocean shattered like glass, and Jai appeared before them. He sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, I can breathe." Jai collapsed onto freeze. He frantically called out for his young master, Jamie, whose pale face lay still on the hospital bed. Meanwhile, as Jamie lay unconscious in the hospital, the elders scrambled to regain control of the Magic Society, and the devastated Phoenix Academy was temporarily closed. Siegfried resignedly said, "Can't we just call it an occupational hazard?" Meanwhile, Zeno, Simon, and Anmer visited Jamie in the hospital, and a tearful Anmer said, "Professor, the elders and students have all come to visit." 3 days after the battle, Siegfried sat by the bedside, a book over his face, fast asleep and snoring softly. Jemmy's eyes fluttered open, his gaze distant, vacant, and weak as he struggled to regain his senses. He wondered if he was in a hospital and tried to sit up, calling for Elderfried. Startled awake, Japheth saw Jawai was awake and exclaimed, "Young master!" He anxiously pushed Jai back onto the bed, saying, "Don't push yourself. Normally you'd need 3 months of rest." Jawai asks if everyone is all right and what about the aftermath of the battle. Siegfried replied, "It's all thanks to you. The other elders are dealing with the Magic Association." Then, the two talked for a while, mainly about what happened after Jami fainted. Hearing this, Jamie was relieved, saying, "I'm glad everything is all right," as Siegfried spoke. "Now he's even set up a spatial barrier," Zfed said. "I want an explanation now." Seeing the barrier, Jemmy wonders if it's soundproofing magic, and recalling Jai's behavior, Siegfried anxiously asks, "Young master, what is going on?" Zfed asks, "Master, what is going on?" "I haven't told the elders yet, but Jai thinks there's no point in hiding it any longer." With that off his chest, Jai felt a sense of relief and said, "Elder Siegfried." Jemmy says he's the reincarnation of the first Dark Wizard, Diablo von Ber. Siegfried repeated the name, Diablo von Ber. Confused, Siegfried asked, "Who is that?" Jairut realized he was too caught up in meeting someone from his past life, and forgot that Diablo von Ber didn't even exist in this world. Siegfried said, "I already knew you were a dark wizard." "I have seen the Black Manama," Siegfried asked. "But aside from who Diablo Weber is, reincarnation, are you really saying you're a transmigrator?" Siegfried thought to himself that it sounded absurd, but if his lord was truly a reincarnated being, evidence began to surface in his mind to support this. A magical ability hailed as the best in history, his perfect swordsmanship and familiarity with killing. It all makes sense now. Jemmy grabs Siegfried's wrist, saying, "It's easier to show you than to tell you, right?" Jawai thinks that Siegfried is too good to lose, and he wouldn't betray him even if he knew the truth. Directing Siegfried's hand to his head, Jai says, "You can read my memories." ZF places his hand on Jai's forehead. He says he's ready, so let's begin. Then he activated the memory-reading magic, and Anmer's voice echoed, "Do you think he's awake yet?" Simon Zane says he doesn't know. Anmer Meyer says worriedly, "The substitute professor's term clearly ended yesterday." Simon calmly replied, "We're his disciples, so what's the big deal?" Anmer responded, "Anyway, I heard that you were the one who asked the Eighth Elder for help, right?" Simon, startled, asks, "How did you know?" Anmer playfully replies, "I just know. Actually, the Eighth Elder told me. Zenon Simon said it wasn't because he was worried about his teacher or anything. If he wasn't taught anymore, it would be his loss." And Mayer spoke as if to a child, "Ah, you do have a cute side, don't you?" Zenon retorts, dead serious, that he's incredibly selfish. Anmer Mayer is confused by Sen Yong's reaction, asking what the big deal is. Anmer Mayer tells him to cheer up, that she understands, but Zenon Simon is at a loss for words. Suddenly, Duchess Simone walks by and asks, "Are you here to see G?" And Mayo exclaimed in shock, "Elder Bat." Zenon Simon said awkwardly, "Well." Duke Simon suggested they go together, and Zenon Simon, covering his face with his coat, agreed. Anmer Mayer followed, giggling, and met the blonde doctor at the stairs. The doctor said, "Elder Abat, I was just about to come see you. Jewai is awake. He's talking to the Seventh Elder." Anmer quickly ran up and asked, "Really? Is he all right?" Zenon asked, "Is his mental state stable? Can he still use magic?" The doctor, bombarded with questions, stammered, "Well, that—" Duke Simon sternly interrupted, "Enough." Zenon and Aner were startled, frozen, and speechless, bowing in apology. Zenon tells his son to apologize. Anmer says, "I was just a little surprised." Duke Simon stepped forward and asked the doctor, "Do the other elders know Jai has awakened?" He replied, "No one but the Seventh Elder knows." Duke Simon instructed them not to tell anyone, then told Zenon Simon and Anmer Mayer, "Wait here a moment before coming in." Though they didn't understand why, they obediently replied, "Yes." Golden lightning strikes amidst the dark sky. Siegfried thought he saw a figure in a black robe standing before him, shouting an attack. It was then that Siegfried realized where he was. The memories of the young Master Jai raged like thunder in the sky. A voice echoes, "Diablo Vonberg." Siegfried looked up, thinking to himself that the name of the god of war had inexplicably appeared in his mind. A flower carriage pulled by winged horses, flanked by escorting angels blowing horns. The doors burst open, revealing a muscular man with a radiant halo. The god of war, Zenith. He spoke, "To show your face before me again after that defeat, you have guts." Genis says, "Don't you know your fate is to remain in the deepest, darkest places?" Diablo Vonber replies. Diablo Vonber looks up and shouts, "I've returned to reclaim humanity's dignity. That is my destiny." As he speaks, dark mana erupts into the sky, and Genis scoffs, "No matter how hard you struggle, humanity's fate is already sealed." Diablo Vonber retorts, "Humanity's fate is not something you swindlers can control." Genis replies, "Fighting for your own kind, even after they've betrayed you, how pathetic." Diablo Vonber says, "I understand their position." And so, dark mana gradually fills his scythe. Diablo Vonber swung his scythe, unleashing a long, sweeping blow, and yelled, "Die!" Zenith unleashed a sweeping arc of dark mana across the sky, triggering countless explosions. Enraged, Genis commands, "How arrogant! Cut off his limbs and bring him to me!" And the angels descend. On Diablo Vonber's side were demons, and the two sides clashed. The battle begins, opposing mana colliding in a blinding explosion. Genis declares, "It's over, Diablo Vonber." Diablo Vonber lies face down, covered in blood, but he questions if this is truly the end. Genis says, "Don't bother with any more tricks. I told you that you would eventually lose." Diablo Vonber scoffs, "You should have died by my hand 1,000 times over. Yet you hide behind the other gods and laugh at me. Pathetic, Genet, truly pathetic." Diablo Vonber says, "The 12 gods couldn't even handle me. The best you could do was gang up and seal me away." "Ha ha!" Diablo Vonber looked up and said, "How can I not laugh? Try to seal me away. When I awaken again, your glory will have long since faded," Diablo Vonber declared. "And you shall suffer endless despair, begging for death to release you," the god replied, eagerly awaiting. As the magic circle activates, Siegfried cries out, "No!" helplessly watching Diablo Vonber be sealed away as his figure vanishes in a blue light. Siegfried cried out, "No!" as he snapped back to reality. Breathing heavily, Jai calls out softly. "Elder," Siegfried asked. "Young master, this isn't a dream, is it?" Jai replies. "No," Jai explained. "These are memories from 666 years ago, when I was reborn, when humanity was enslaved by the 12 gods." Siegfried says in disbelief, Humanity was enslaved by the 12 gods 66 years ago. JY says, it's not the past. Humanity is still enslaved by the 12 gods. The 12 gods have destroyed and rebuilt civilization countless times, altering humanity to their liking. And we are still being watched. Siegfried asks, and Jemmy replies that while the supreme gods are involved, the dragons, followers of the dragon god Brahman, were created to oversee humanity. Jemmy says the problem is we don't know the history from when I was sealed until this current civilization. Siegfried asks if he means the world from 10,000 years ago. Jiaowai confirms it's forbidden, adding that the moment he tried to discover it, he was warned the dragons would come. Because Duke Ximon suddenly appeared and said, "Is that so?" Siegfried exclaimed in surprise, "Elder 8, Duke Ximon told me to ask if it's true." Jiaowai replied, "That's right. Humanity is trapped on a continent under the watchful eye of dragons." Duke Simon clenched his fist and said, "I knew it. I knew humanity couldn't be this inferior. We're not wrong." Sved asked, confused, "What are you talking about?" Duke Simon regained his composure and said, "Forgive me for not telling you about it, as I thought you wouldn't believe me. But it's all right now." Duke X says, "Jai, I want to introduce you to a group." Duke X says, "They are people who desire humanity to rule this world." Hearing this, Jai thought, have there always been people close to the truth of this world? Duke Simon said, "Humanity has always lived under oppression because they are weaker than other races. So why are humans so weak? It's because the stronger species fear humanity's potential. And it's quite a coincidence that we've found evidence of them stripping away our power. 10 years ago, a project called Dongfang was created to explore the Ki Cave, one of the 6 forbidden regions. A master swordsman, a great mage, and 20 top-tier adventurers were hired for the project, but the result was tragic. The only survivor was the swordmaster, but that doesn't mean they found nothing. They witnessed humanity's glorious past, and the swordsmaster returned with something ominous. It was a repository of a powerful battleship believed to have existed before this current civilization, causing Jai to realize that the battleship was still here. A massive warship flashed in his mind, advanced, armed to the teeth, and capable of utter destruction. He thought he'd destroyed it in the Fourth World War. Duke Simon said, "We've discovered many recordings from it. Countless advanced technologies far beyond our current capabilities, proof that humanity in the past was even stronger than dragons and elves." Duke Simon says, "Jay, you are the second person from humanity's past, an existence that has appeared to save our kind. The savior of humanity we have long awaited." Duke Simon looks at Jai and declares, "It is you, this statue of a selfless angel." Duke Simon said, "Humanity's savior, Simon has waited so long for you. Subjectively speaking, humanity was once the most prosperous race in the world, and they have lost so much. But beneath that statue is the image of countless humans oppressed, struggling, and writhing." Duke Simon said, "In reality, they were always wary of other powerful species, and no matter what they did, humanity was just a pathetic race without freedom." He continued, "However, one day, humans regained their original power and pacified this world." Simon's group walks the path toward Diablo Vonber's silhouette, with Duke Simon stating that more than anyone, he had desperately awaited this moment. Duke Simon said, "Besides your overwhelming power and mysterious dark magic, it exists in a completely different realm from modern dark magic. It must be the power from that era, though I don't know how you obtained it." Jai sighed, confirming that most of his hypothesis was correct. "Count, humanity was once prosperous, but they were never the masters of this world." Duke Simon said, "I know, there was a great war. Evil is the warship they once used," Jemmy said. "That's right, evil is what I and my colleagues created together to stop the gods. It's a weapon of destruction." Duke Simon asks, "A weapon of destruction?" ZF rushes to block Duke Simon, saying, "That's right, destruction to capture and kill gods." Jemmy gets out of bed, saying, "I don't know how much you've overheard, but I'll introduce myself again." He said, "I am Diablo Vonber, commander of the Human Liberation Army, and until the very end I was alone. To kill the 12 gods, I created black magic." Duke Simon asked in bewilderment, "You're the only one left. The Human Liberation Army. Liberation from what?" Jiaowai sighed, saying it was a long story, and then copied his own memories, saying he would show him personally. Jiaowai touched 2 fingers to Duke Simon's forehead, transferring his memories. Duke Simon trembled, asking, "Is that what happened in the past? This humiliating scene, a world of utter defeat." Looking up at Jay, Duke Simon thought, "Diablo Vonberg, the first black magician, you created black magic." Duke Simon recognized a prodigy and knelt on one knee in respect. ZF calls out, "Count Simon," to which Count Simon solemnly replies, "Later." Simon respectfully salutes the Emperor of Mankind. Yai, not understanding, awkwardly asks, Count, what do you mean by Emperor of Mankind? You commanded us all. In that moment you fought alone for humanity. You fought valiantly and sacrificed yourself painfully, always thinking of humanity in your final moments. Leto Simon affirmed that he was truly the Emperor of Mankind. Lie Hider. Simon vows to always be loyal to him as Jamie steps forward and says, Get up. Count, I am no king, nor do I desire such a relationship. It always ends badly. Jai says, Chibang said to lend him your strength and speak casually with him. That's all he wants. Siegfried adds, Thinking of that, the position of third elder is still vacant. If the young master becomes an elder, it seems my title of youngest elder will be taken. Licked. Simon glares at him as Siegfried says, From now on, I'll look after you as a fellow colleague. As an elder, I'm still your senior. Jai says, Thank you, please take care of me. Meanwhile, Lichter Simon glared at Siegfried, then rushed over to Jamie, grabbed his shoulders and declared, I vow to help you as well. Jai, getting goosebumps, pleads, Please, no more of that formal awkward talk. Jai sits back on the bed, sighing. Didn't you say you wanted to introduce someone to me? El Hito Simon quickly replied, Yes, they've been with me all along. Jemmy looked up inquisitively. Is that Fran? El Hider Simon denies it, saying Fran is a multi-ethnic group with unclear motives. From the start, they were a terrorist group with vague goals. JY wonders if they're really terrorists. Siegfried had warned about Fran before. Lee Hitter Simon said, We are a secret group, always focused on the focal point of this world and the future of humanity. You'll know when you meet the people involved. Lighter Simon leads Siegfried away. He said, We've disturbed the patient enough, let's go. The seventh elder. Zyfed said, Young master, please rest, we'll be back. As the door opened and Mayer rushed in, tearfully telling him it was open, Anna rushes to his bedside asking, Professor, are you okay? Joi simply raises a hand, cutting her off. I'm fine. Xenon X Mong coldly says, I knew you'd be fine. Jai thinks, You should wipe your tears before saying that. Looking at his two disciples, Jai realized he'd caused them a lot of worry ever since he took them on. And Meyer said, I'm crying because you're crying. Xmong is taken aback, saying, Huh, when did I cry? Jay in bed tries to mediate, telling them to calm down, that he's fine, and to get along in the future. They both replied, Yes, Professor, we will listen to you. In the 3 months Jai was hospitalized, much had happened in the demon world. From above, a vast city sprawls, its buildings packed tightly together. In the capital city's palace, the Sam Church has requested that their holy decree be sent. They wiped out everyone connected to the demon race, and the people whispered in the streets. The side effects of Apophis were severe, with many still in critical condition or losing their lives, but thanks to Burdick's successful detox, he survived. Serpent, one of the 3 elders and the mastermind behind this incident, was branded an enemy of humanity, leading to his clan's expulsion, along with Kenny H., who was also involved in the scheme. Although declared a criminal, Kenny's sacrifice to protect the academy was recognized, and with the headmaster's permission, Siegfried held a funeral for him at Phoenix Academy. Fresh white chrysanthemums adorn his headstone as students pay their respects. A considerable number attend the funeral to mourn Professor Ken H. The demon world, already reeling from recent events, received good news days later. JY was recognized as an archmage and temporarily appointed an elder. The paper ran a story about the kingdom's most talented human, Jai becoming an archmage at just 10 years old. Outside the window, a beautiful sun-drenched flower garden. It feels amazing. Jai stood on the ground, happily thinking that he was finally clear-headed, and that channeling Manana felt smooth and unhindered. Jai thinks to himself that nothing can stop him from using Namana now. Perfect. He reached for the doorknob, telling himself, Time for me to go. Zenong X Mong was cultivating, with fire mana on one shoulder and water mana on the other. He muttered, Fire and water at once, a little more, and I think... Zenong X Mong said, I'll suddenly... before a stream of water shot over his head, cutting him off. Xinan X Mong angrily scolded, Hey, get it together. How many times have you done this? Anmer apologized sheepishly. Sorry. Anmer Mayer's magic is out of control again. She cries out, Huh? What's going on? Zong Xmong says, Idiot, that's not it. And a water fist slams into Zong Xmong's head, courtesy of Anmer's magic, of course. Jemmy appears, saying, You two should get along. Anmer Mayer rushes over, asking, Professor, are you feeling better? Jemmy asks, So, have you two finished your homework on multi-attribute activation? The two of them awkwardly respond. That is, Juai sighed, demonstrating as different attributes danced in his hand. JY says, simultaneously using multiple attributes is elementary. If you two can do this, then you'll have completed the assignment. They said I should try again. Mr. X Mong said the headmaster wants you to visit the Central Magic Tower's office when you recover. Jiao wondered if that would be his new workplace, and told them to do their homework while he was gone. Got it? Jai says, or you'll be wearing the dunce cap. Both Sensation and Anmermer exclaimed in surprise, yes. In Zickfed's office, he sits buried in paperwork, lamenting the loss of his free life. Zickfed says, I want to live like a free spirit. Well, if I want to help the young master, there's no other way. A voice echoes, Elder, the assistant has opened the door and announced Mr. Jai has arrived. Ziff says, tell him to come in. Jemmy enters and asks, did you call for me? Zickfed replied, yes, have a seat. How are you feeling? Jai responded, I'm well, thank you. Why did you call me here? Zickfed says, it seems you haven't heard the latest news. The Imperial Palace has contacted me. With that, Free reached into the void, retrieving something. Jiawai asks, what, from the Royal Palace? JF reads, Jiawai, show your respect and accept this royal decree. Jiawai is startled, his face blank, goosebumps rising. Zsf continues reading. This is for Jay. It orders him to attend the Grand Mage inauguration ceremony tomorrow evening in the Sium Kingdom capital at the PH Stadium Palace. Siegfried bows and says that's all. Jay asks about the inauguration at the palace. Siegfried says with amusement, as expected, Master, you absolutely hate this. Don't worry, I'll go with you. I hate that even more, Juai says as Diff exclaims in surprise. Gao, Jack Frey chuckled. Jai, about to receive the grand ceremony he was dreading, froze in place. At the palace inauguration, Jack Frey easily reads his mind. Young Master, as I suspected, you absolutely hate this, don't you? Jeffrey, looking genuinely excited, reassured Jiawei. Don't worry, I'll be there too. But his words offered little comfort. But Jai just laughed helplessly, saying something that stunned Jeffrey for 5 seconds. I hate that even more? Jiawei sighed, asking, they must be so disappointed, clinging to this last bit. Are all inaugurations like this? Jeffrey calmly explains, of course, a master-level individual is a nation's greatest strength, so such an appearance warrants a national event. Jemmy suddenly sensed something was off and immediately questioned it. Is the welcoming ceremony part of the official ritual? Jeffrey praised him. As expected of a great noble, you know more than I do. In his mind, he replayed the memories of being surrounded by Marquis Lin, his men, and some commoners. Those desperate please, stop teasing me, please. It's annoying and it's upsetting me too. But for the brilliant Jemmy, the CDC easily figured it out, as expected. Well, you are different from an old man like me. Not even 5 minutes after his face darkened, Jack Fried returned to his usual self, a bright smile on his face, as he handed him a large letter. Come to think of it, the Count did send a letter. Ever since the incident 3 months ago, he's been told not to come here, so he's been sending letters over and over. Jemmy broke out in a cold sweat as if his youthful indiscretions were about to be exposed, but Jeffried, seemingly aware of his worries, simply handed him the letter and closed his eyes in reassurance. I'll close my eyes, so take your time to read it. Jai stared at the yellowing letter, lost in thought. It had been exactly 1 month since his father's last letter. This letter is likely the heartfelt sentiment of a father who loves his son dearly. My precious son. Every word, every line, penned with love on the finest paper with the best ink. Are you feeling better? Your mother cries into her handkerchief every time she thinks of you. He recounted everything that had happened at the Welton estate since Jamie's disappearance. Sarah cried, missing the little baby she once held in her arms, who now constantly asked for her brother. Father is lying. Bring my brother back here now. It's been 15 nights. Why hasn't he returned? Before being an esteemed earl, second to none, he is also a father who at times selfishly wants to keep his children by his side. In truth, I'm quite sad that I can't see my lovely son. However, I know how you feel fighting demons and why you don't want your parents to worry, so I won't stop you. However, I am at ease knowing my son is someone to be proud of. He's been given the chance to earn such a prestigious title. So, we'll see you soon. The day he holds the newspaper filled with images of his son. His beautiful mother and playful little sister are delighted to see the large photo printed on the front page. At the end of the letter, he doesn't hesitate to leave sweet words of love for Jemmy. We'll meet again on that day. From your loving father. Jemmy stared at the letter, lost in thought. It's been a while since I last saw them, so I don't know what to say. But in one corner of the letter, Eno mentions those two. Do you remember the Bali sisters? It seems they're coming too. Ha ha ha, Jai chuckled to himself. How could I ever forget the Bali sisters? Ha ha ha. What's going on? Both of the B sisters are special to him. One is the reincarnation of Ren, and the other a high-level spirit. Both left a deep impression on Jai's memory. That fleeting feeling of affection was quickly dismissed by his reason. And both of them are interested in him. They're just kids, so they couldn't possibly like me. But it's been a while. They'll probably be happy to see me, right? Jemmy was lost in his own soaring imagination when a voice broke the silence. But Master, across from him, Jackfried's eyes sparkled as if he could see through the mortal world. Did you really believe I'd close my eyes? How adorable. Jai, now realizing the truth, froze, stammering in embarrassment. Stop being so nosy. Jamie arrived in the neutral party's territory, gazing up in awe at a mansion complex even larger than the Welton family estate. Oh, not far off, there's a startled cry. Hi, before you stands Adelven, sixth elder of the neutral party, appearing super cool with a perfect face and body but completely purple from head to toe. She proactively offers to talk for a bit. Jemmy turned around at the sound, sighing in exasperation. It's her again? Adel was equally surprised. What again? If anyone heard that, they'd think I come to see you every day. But the truth isn't far from what you said. Girl, if it's 6 days a week, that's practically every day. Jemmy is suspicious. Is she going to challenge me to another mana arm wrestle? He replays the moment he effortlessly arm wrestled Adele H., confident she'll lose again, even as she gives it her all. Adele denies it, saying she'll show him her base. Jemmy pauses, thinks for a moment, and asks if the base is the neutral faction's office. So, the reason you've been meeting me every day is to recruit me into the neutral faction. Understanding her true intentions, Jemmy immediately refuses. I thought you came to me out of wounded pride, but it was all an act. That's not it, Mr. Jemmy. Before 2 seconds had passed, another older man appeared between them. With utmost respect, he seemed even more profound than Adele H., confessing he'd always wanted to see him, asking not to be misunderstood. A confession that shocked Adele, who quickly tried to interrupt. What do you mean by like? Jemmy suspected something was up when he came here and took the initiative to ask. The fifth elder wastes no time in revealing his intentions. Well, yes. Before you rise to a higher position, I want to get to know you. The three sat down in the neutral party's office, and instead of eating cakes and drinking tea, they drank Coke and discussed important matters. You've probably had tea in the seventh elder's office, right? How about a drink that's very popular with the common folk? It's called coca, and it tastes great. JY, who's lived for decades, is seeing a senior offer a junior a fizzy drink for the first time. While others offer tea and cakes, it feels like children pretending to be grand masters, offering each other tea with Coca-Cola. But he doesn't care about formalities and just gets straight to the point. Want to try some? Juai reluctantly agreed. Jemmy takes a big gulp, nearly emptying the cup, as Loke and H look on in surprise, as if he's already addicted to the drink. Jemmy is now addicted, and suspects there's something in the drink that makes it so addictive. But he's wrong. There's nothing added. Right? Even the usually calm Luke couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? A delicious drink can be as addictive as a drug, right? Across from him, Ayel Hassayat sits, triumphantly challenging him. So, kid, could you down a whole bottle in one go? But he had no desire to entertain this nosy purple hag. Turning 180 degrees to Luke, he completely ignores Adele H. So, why did you bring me here? Luke slowly explains, his eyes growing darker and deeper. I want to talk to you about the factions. Jemmy was ready to listen intently. If it's about power, are you talking about the 3 factions in the demon world? Jemmy asks seriously, continuing, the Emperor's tutor and first elder, Jinfer, leads the royal faction. Second elder, Lin Mayo, a high-ranking noble, leads the noble faction. And finally, the commander of the commoners leads the neutral faction, all on a chessboard of life and death, determining the worth of others. Jemmy seems to understand his purpose, but still wants to be sure. So, you want me to join the neutral faction? The elder pauses, then addresses the issue directly. It would be wonderful if you could, but it seems you won't join us since you are a noble. Jawai asks, aren't you a noble as well? Elder 5 replies with a wry smile. A washed-up noble, more like. Besides, my family fell when I was 6, so it's laughable to call me a noble. Frankly, I had no intention of inviting you to join the neutral faction. However, if you don't join us, don't join any other faction either. JY was puzzled. He's telling him not to join either the royalist or noble factions. Recently, the demon world has been divided into 3 parts: the royalist faction, the noble faction, and the neutral faction. However, 3 months ago, those factions began to drift apart, something Jemmy had long been aware of. The result of that will be the corruption of Serpent. Elder, you are responsible for a branch of the royal faction. Due to his pact with a demon, the king's faction suffered a major blow, diminishing their influence. and if Jemmy were to join one of the three factions, his alliance with the nobles would shatter the long-standing balance between them and the neutrals. Jemmy simply scoffed, finding it pathetic that these people were so consumed by the pursuit of power that they overlooked the bigger picture, driven by nothing more than greed and a thirst for empty titles. You're still fighting for power, oblivious to what's really happening to this world? I can't help but laugh. J.A. Adele accompanies this with a contemptuous sneer, slamming his fist on the table in anger, rising to his feet and disrespectfully addressing the man by his full name without any honorifics. Jiawai, watch your tongue. Only the true leader asks what your purpose is? What do you mean? Jai states his opinion frankly. I don't care about your ideologies. Jiawai is helpless against such intangible ambitions. I have no interest in such trivial matters. You see class issues as trivial. Are you aware that most rebellions in the world stem from them? Jemmy doesn't care. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Adele H. trembled with rage, barely containing her power, her eyes burning red. Watch your tongue before I curse you. Jemmy remained unfazed, even as his opponent's power threatened to erupt. Lady Adele H.? In the next moment, Jemmy revealed his own power, but with far greater control than Adele H., his body completely steady, his energy fully contained. I'm holding back, so step away. Even she didn't expect Jai's power to be so immense. In an instant, his energy overwhelmed hers, and he issued a warning. That mental magic won't work on me. As they clashed, he angrily ordered them to stop. Both of you stop now. Adele hums, hiding her fear as her body trembles, her face darker than ever, a light flickering in her hand as she's questioned. If she dared say she wasn't okay, who knows what would happen. Are you all right? Adele H. could only nod, while Jai, seated between them, showed no fear, preoccupied with thoughts of his own magic. Not bad. Well, it's been quite a while since I became a level 7, so it should be this good. Jai decisively issued a warning, hoping to awaken this faction and guide them onto the right path. Soon, this empire would face a great storm. Would status and power even help in that situation? Luke brushed it off. Humanity would continue to live on after the war. Jemmy looks at him with annoyance, knowing this is how Luke avoids the real issue, unsure if he can change the big picture with just his participation. It's a matter of survival. Still unable to grasp Jai's true point, he tries to sway him, wanting him to side with his own intentions, believing the Genis Church will ultimately stand alone. The kingdoms of Ovia are gradually uniting, and the isolated Genis Church won't withstand the pressure. It will destroy itself. If war breaks out, they'll be caught immediately. Jai couldn't stand this man's narrow-minded conservatism any longer. Knowing he couldn't mediate any longer, he stood up. He's sorely mistaken. Do you really think the Genis Church is alone in this? What do you mean? Unable to continue, Jiawai left, feeling that even a few minutes spent talking to them was a waste. Figure it out yourselves. Isn't curiosity a mage's greatest trait? As Jemmy reached the door, he turned back to add one more thing. I'll say one more thing. Adele H. and Luke were stunned by the cryptic warning. Without unification, it would all end. As Jai left the base, his mind raced back to 3 months prior, when he believed the demon world was in charge and responsible for everything. What a disappointment, because he knew war was inevitable, and that arrogant Genis would make everyone pay for what he'd suffered. Jai slowly departs the neutral party's base, his mind racing with thoughts. If they understood what I said, I'm sure they'll come looking for me soon. First, I need to prepare to depart for the capital. As Jemmy departed, Adele H. quietly stood beside the commander on the upper floor, watching his figure disappear through the passage beyond the large glass window. What would he do? What that kid said? I don't think he's wrong. Perhaps we've been too shallow. While remaining steadfast, a commander shouldn't waver so easily from a few words, but his expression makes me think he quite likes Jemmy. I'm sure a new wind will blow through the demon world soon. Adele tapped his slender fingers on the glass, reflecting Jai's image, thinking, even more Jay. Adele's face grew increasingly grim, his eyes bloodshot and sunken, watching him with an invisible rage. Next time, I'll definitely curse you. I am not a loser. At Jai's house, nobles gathered, their recriminations echoing through the vast mansion. You have absolutely no manners. Duke Lin Mayo sternly reprimands his student, Jeffried. It was like a father scolding his son, one roaring and the other cowering in fear. Lin Mayo continued to growl, your attitude is your action, and it displeases me greatly. I'm talking about how to get your students to respect you. Jeffried, sitting right next to him, was too scared to even look, and only dared to say, yes, they respect the young master, not me. Lin Mayo raged, that's not what I meant. What will you do if your students imitate your behavior? Be especially careful at tomorrow's holy oil ceremony, understand? Hala sat in her chair, admiring Jai without reservation, showering him with compliments despite him being a boy. Oh, so beautiful. Jai's eyes widened in surprise. Beautiful, huh? And here I was, thinking he wasn't cool at all. Jeffrey saw him appear and immediately stood up to greet him. Young master, you've arrived, yet inwardly, you're thinking how uninspired he looks? Marquis G greeted him with a smile, busying himself with his bow tie. Don't tell me you're here with me. Is this somewhere I shouldn't be? Jiawai shakes his head. No, it's not that. Hala also happened to announce shocking news. Linong said he would accompany Count Xmong. He kept lamenting that he couldn't come here. It's unbelievable that Linong, who Jai usually dislikes, is now acting like such a docile puppy. It's true, a storm is brewing today. He's changed so much. Jeffrey kindly asks if the young master has any luggage. JY jokes that all he needs to bring is himself. Jeffrey chimes in with a sarcastic remark, noting how carefree nobles are, with servants to handle everything. He really doesn't fear another scolding from master, does he? Lin Mayo shot him a sideways glare. You're a noble too, you know. Jeffrey immediately shut his mouth, not wanting to be disciplined again. Ah, yes, I'll escort you. The express train outside the DH residence is also very crowded. The incredible creations of magical engineers are truly unimaginable. GI, standing next to Lin Mayo, expressed his admiration for the enormous magic stone beneath the platform. Lin Mayo quickly gave Jai a crash course. It costs 100 kilograms of B-grade magic stones per activation. Jiawai is shocked to learn that such a device consumes so much magic stone. 100 kilograms. Linnell explains that this is after the upgrade. Initially, it cost 100 kilograms of grade A magic stones. Jemmy couldn't believe she felt like a wild person returning home after a long time. It was amazing. Dimensional power only cost 5 A-grade mana stones. They both look towards the hyperspeed gate as Lin Mayo continues, saying that the developer claims its efficiency will double in 5 years. Over time, the limitations will decrease and the benefits will increase. Lin Mayo turned to him, asking about this. Jai, do you know why I told you about the high-speed rail technology? The development of machines and people, that's what it's all about. But reaching that highest level will take many more years, a great deal of time to perfect everything. It will take a lot of time, step by step. Through the story of high-speed rail, he turned it into a message for the next generation that he cherished. I hope you will too. Embrace it when it comes, ask when you're curious, rest when you're tired, and I hope you won't find life too heavy with responsibility. He took his shoulders like a second father, encouraging him to move forward. Gee, I'm always here, so you can come whenever you want. JY now understands the chairman's intentions. I get it. He brought me here to say those things. Jamie's memories of that time slowly resurface, when everything was still new to him. Jamie stood at the crossroads on the verge of sinking or rising. Count Simon and Lin Mayo were the two who helped him the most when his body was healed. Count Simon introduced him to someone he trusted, a man in long white robes. But at the time his face was so gloomy. Now I understand it was because he was worried. Though reborn, Jai remains his beloved grandson. Elder Professor were ready. Even Jeffrey seemed scared, but Hala, fearless as ever, dared to tease her master. Young master, ignore that senile second elder and come in quickly. Lin Mayo and Jamie replied. We're hungry too. Yes. They all approached the hypergate. Elder is here. Jowai offers her deepest gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Elsewhere in the capital of the Sidam Kingdom, at a popular cafe, a young woman respectfully places a plate of pastries on the table across from a rather aggressive-looking man. She nervously asks, does it suit your taste? The man simply replies, excellent, just the flavor old men like. Yes, that's wonderful. Please enjoy. The man leaned back in his chair, his legendary sword resting beside him. This must be the Sword King. Talak fan. Excellent. It's the first time I've seen the place so empty. Another man with reddish skin appears, sits down opposite him, holding a sharp spear and sporting blue hair. Spear King An Bak. He must be uncomfortable carrying such immense power. The two men speak to each other. Oh, I almost forgot. And Bak, looking at the old shopkeeper, says, with that kind of power, your skills must be something else. Inwardly, he sizes the man up, thinking, what a creepy old man. Talish denies that number is mine. Ansha mentions Jai, asking if he's heard any news about that Welton kid. TL chuckled and asked, you mean the kid who became a Grand Mage at just 10 years old? And Bak shakes his head, saying that everyone knows that. I mean other news. Teach Fan hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. I didn't know, and Bak lamented, failing to get his way. Well, he doesn't care about anything in the world. Never beating around the bush as expected of Merchant King Anbek. You're on your way to see His Majesty, aren't you? Talich puts on his hat, ready to leave. Indeed, Anbek jokes. but his hidden meaning runs deep. I'll be waiting to see your skills. He bristles at the thought of accepting help. I hope it doesn't end as tragically as last time. I've been better lately, so you don't need to worry. Talich left with his treasured sword, not forgetting to bid farewell, and looked forward to the Spear King's skills. Talich brushed past the old innkeeper, vaguely saying, "Boss, put my tea on the Fan family's tab." In the F-grade hypertunnel, Jemmy's group was all present. Thankfully, it wasn't too crowded outside. Lin Mayo notes the tremors are less intense than before, and Jeffrey agrees, yes, it's better than last year. Only Jemmy remained silent, secretly observing. The magic techniques had improved significantly, proving that magic was not in decline. Suddenly, everyone around them began to vomit, as if they'd inhaled something foul, even Anne. Jamie was shocked. Jeffrey explained that it was probably because Anne wasn't a great mage. "Are you all right, Anne?" Even Hala was affected, but luckily Jai used magic to help her feel better. "Thank you, I feel better now." Then something caught her attention, her innocent eyes turning in surprise. In an instant, the sensations from moments ago faded away, replaced by a complete focus on what lay before her. It was amazing, so much so that Jemmy followed Hala's gaze. Before them lay a royal complex, Scadium Palace, the royal residence itself, truly magnificent with a massive magic circle at its heart. Linbell introduced Jay to it. "Scadium isn't just a palace, it's a symbol, a major hub," Jai adds. Lin Mayo replied, "I know." But before she could finish, a shout from afar interrupted them. Jawai is startled and turns around. That voice sounds familiar. There, rushing towards him, was none other than Say Bell Welton, the mother Jai had longed to meet, calling out his name. Jai called out to her in return. Mother and son embrace, as she scolds him lovingly, her voice trembling with worry. "My child, what are you doing here? I was so worried when I heard you were hurt." "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you, Mother." Behind me, the Count arrives, holding the hand of an angry Sarah. "Be careful, you'll touch the injury," Jemmy called out to Sarah's father. Jemmy was about to run to Sarah when he noticed she was holding back tears, sulking because her brother wouldn't even look at her. At the Welton estate, Jemmy reunites with his family, while a sulking Sarah is upset that her brother didn't visit. Sarah hugged her stuffed cat in agreement, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Jai couldn't help but smile at the two of them. They really were mother and daughter. Even their pouting was the same. So adorable. "They really are alike." Jai couldn't help but chuckle. The king was immediately brought to heel by his loving mother. What's so funny? The young mother rushes to her son, pinching his chubby cheeks until they're red and swollen, demanding he promise never to lie to her again, and never try to stop her from searching the world for him. "Did you hear that?" Jay really feels like this is a bit of a problem. Oh, she doesn't allow her son to refuse. When she sees him hesitate, she pinches his chubby cheeks to vent her anger. "What's with this kid?" The Duke steps in to help his son out of the situation. "Sarah, you said you missed him, so why don't you give him a hug?" But she flatly refuses, without a hint of regret. "I hate you." The young boy's fragile heart shattered, and he was left speechless, tears welling in his eyes. "Yes," Sarasai expressed sincerely. "I understand how Sarah feels," the Count mused. His constant absence upset them, and it was torture for me too. So the older brother had no choice but to beg his precious little sister to forgive him. "Sarah, I'm sorry. It's been so long since we've all been together like this." Henno looks at his beloved son, thinking, "You've grown up so much, my son." In his mind, the memories replayed. Jay watched his son grow, always in awe and regret. "If only I had taught you swordsmanship later, and let you meet the 7 elders later. Then you would have grown up normally like other children." But because of his greed, that didn't happen slowly. Even when he and his wife heard that he was coming back, they were overjoyed to see Jamie again. Indeed, he still harbored secret thoughts. "Son, soon you will leave my embrace and become a pillar of this world." CS was already angry with her precious son, but now, acting as a bridge to reconcile Jemmy and Sarah, she held the little girl in her arms and told him, "Just give her a kiss and she won't be cold anymore." Though the little girl didn't seem too willing, her face was quite grumpy. Jai, caught off guard by his mother's tactic, couldn't help but curse under his breath. But even so, he reluctantly gave his sister a sweet kiss on the cheek. The mother is moved to tears by the scene, and Sarah can't help but peek at her brother with one eye open. Indeed, a kiss can soothe all anger. Sarah tells her brother to visit her every day, or else. Jamai doesn't dare promise, knowing he can't keep it, or his precious sister will whine, and that would be a problem. He'll try. Haino gets up, still lost in thought. The father thought as he embraced his wife and 2 children, a surprising display of affection. I haven't been gone that long, Father. But please, I still hope these family moments can last forever. Hendo smiles cheerfully, and it feels like you only left home 2 days ago. It feels like just yesterday, and now you've grown so much, C.S. Bell said, sitting next to her daughter. Though your parents miss you, they're also very proud. That's right. C. Bell asked excitedly, and who is that child with you? Is that your girlfriend? Sarah asked from Cybel's lap, her face full of anticipation. Heno was also surprised, saying, Jai, you really have a girlfriend? She's only 10 years old, C.S. Bell said cheerfully. These kids grow up so fast. Has our son really… Jai quickly denied it, saying, That's not it at all. Jemmy, sitting beside them, said helplessly, Mom, Dad, don't misunderstand. He's my disciple, and I'm teaching him magic. Eno and C. Bell laughed, seeming happy that the kids were having fun at school. That's right. Everyone used to play pretend magic teacher when they were little. Juai closes his eyes, realizing that nothing he says now will be believed. Oh, wait, Heno said with a puzzled look. Juai stood beside Jay, presenting Anne. Anne was shocked, and Jai said, please explain our relationship to my parents. S.S. Bell covered Sarah's eyes, chuckling. I didn't expect Jai to be so quick. Ano, sitting next to her, remarked, I wonder who he takes after. Jiawai urgently grabs Anne's shirt, saying, Hurry, tell them, you're my disciple. Anne looks at the flustered person before her. What? After a clear explanation, C. Bell looked at the two and asked again. So, you really are Jemmy's disciple? Jemmy sighed from beside him. I told you. Anne bows. Greetings. Heno thought to himself, and I heard that the second son of the Simon family is also his disciple. If I said I wasn't worried, I'd be lying, but I need to trust and support him. Heno smiled. Jai, you have to teach him well. And you too, Anne. Study hard. The two replied cheerfully. Yes. That evening, at the banquet, Sarah leaned against the table and complained. I'm so hungry. That night at the banquet, Sarah brought food to Jamie and happily said, Say brother. There was a slight harmony, but on the other side, Heno looked at the two in front of him, and the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. I want to talk to you two, and it's about our incompatibility. And thought to himself while practicing magic, this time, I will definitely learn faster than Lenong. As Sarah slept soundly, C.S. Bell was finally free. Jamie escaped his home, breathing a sigh of relief, finally free at last. Jai wandered around, marveling at the vastness of it all. His is just as vast. Jemmy approaches a waterfall and marvels at it. Amazing. A voice spoke from right beside Jai. Indeed, it's a girl with eyes that seem to glow. I also like sending night sky pictures, Jai thought to himself. Who is she? Jai glanced at the girl beside her, sizing her up. She looked so frail, like she could die any second. Maybe that's why I couldn't sense her presence. The girl spoke. I'm not allowed here because I'm sick. Juai replied, Is that so? The girl smiled. I snuck out, so don't tell anyone, okay? Jay thought, sharing a secret with someone you just met? Under the bright full moon, the girl bids farewell, saying it's time for her to return. Okay. Looking displeased, she asked, Don't you want to say goodbye to me? JY hesitantly says, Goodbye. The girl is clearly annoyed. Turning away, she vows to be as cold as him next time they meet, leaving Jemmy utterly bewildered. The girl huffed and puffed as she walked away, unaware that Sword King Talfan was watching from behind. Running away, are we? Gasping, she says, Talking to him just makes me want to run. Talfan replies, I won't bring up that conversation again. No need to be embarrassed. The girl gasped, You eavesdropped on me again. Talfan replied, It's this grandfather's responsibility. Please understand, Princess, this girl is Isabel B. Frior, a member of the Seldom royal family and the current king's eldest daughter. Isabel, her face dripping with sweat, smiled and said, You're really something. How did you feel after meeting him? Fan asked. Isabel hesitated. Well, he will have to travel a long and thorny road, but at the end of that road and at the bottom of hell, there will be a glimmer of hope. No one knows what that is. I can't see that far ahead. And he also saw that terrible future. Isabel nearly collapsed. Fan supported Isabel, channeling energy into her as he reminded her, Don't run off again, you wanted to play. Sword King. Then the two of them took off, creating a flash of light in the sky as they disappeared. Let's go. At Scadium Castle, nobles, carriages, and palanquins were abundant, forming long lines. Valor remarked at the sheer number of carriages. Viscount Valor smiled affectionately from across from her. That's right. Even though it's just the opening of a master class, this is the first time everyone's gathered. As was filled with admiration. Jai is amazing. Az glanced at Rebecca and whispered, "Why do you seem so anxious?" Rebecca, startled by the question, replied, I just couldn't sleep." Valor laughs. "You're worried about meeting Jai, aren't you?" Rebecca denies it, flustered. "No, I'm not." But in her heart, Rebecca wondered if the young master had become even more handsome. In the castle hall, a murmur of admiration arose from the crowd. "There are so many people." Indeed. Valor as cheerfully chatted beside Areno, but where were the other members of his family? Haino replied that he brought him out because he was feeling stifled. A voice chimes in, asking about Marky Bell's son. "My father-in-law is His Majesty's advisor, so he's probably discussing matters with him." Haino thought with a hint of surprise. That aura, it's Anbeck. Anbeck approaches from afar, offering his greetings. Earl Welton, Anno thought. That murderous aura is always the same. The Valor sisters call out in fear, as Father Valor reminds them. Step back quickly, and Bach smiles and asks, "What's this? Even a duke is here?" Valor scoffs, calling him a bastard. Henno stops Valor, knowing he wouldn't dare cause trouble here, as Anbach crosses his arms and asks, "Why call me a bastard?" How boring. The Viscount is not what I expected. Hino frowned. "Anbach, stop it. You'd better watch your mouth." Anbach just smiled and said, "Does the Count want to fight me? Come to think of it, we've never actually fought, have we?" Anbe's eyes lit up as he asked, "Has the wound Gaston inflicted on you healed yet?" The young Anbach was shocked and incredibly annoyed. "What did you say?" Henno casually remarks, "Did I strike a nerve? You couldn't beat Gaston, yet you dare face me? Gaston couldn't withstand 10 of my moves, so how could you possibly win?" Valor, standing nearby, was also astonished. Gaston was one of Sam's 5 swordsmen, and to be defeated in just 10 blows. Henno, slightly angered, unleashes his power, saying, "Go cry to your mommy, little boy." Ao tells Van, who is standing next to him, that it's time to go, as his son's inauguration is about to begin. A spear of the Emperor should only be by his side. Anne suddenly said, "Wait." Valor was pushed back a step. Valor's daughters cried out in alarm, "Father, are you all right?" Valor embraced his 2 little girls, reassuring them. "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you." Valor wondered uncomfortably, "Why does His Majesty see me as his spear?" 5 years ago, when Anbeck became the Spear King, he wanted to fight Viscount Valor, saying, "You're the head of the Valor family and I just want to fight you. You're not scared, are you?" But the result was disastrous, as Anbeck laughed, hands behind his head. "Seriously, you're nothing at all. What a disappointment." Valor was lost in thought, remembering how he could have defeated Anne before he became known as the King's Spear, when someone tapped his shoulder, telling him the ceremony was about to begin, and to take his seat. The sound echoes, His Majesty has arrived, and excitement ripples through the palace. The imposing king entered, followed by the prince and princess. He sat upon his throne, his expression gentle, thanking everyone for traveling so far to attend the ceremony. "That is Fontinica Fredamore, the current king of the Kingdom of Sedum," and the people below respond, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The king extended his hand and declared, "Today is a joyous day. For our new archmages, for the future of the kingdom, I hope everyone will bless them. Now, let the official appointment ceremony begin." A god proclaims that the eldest son of the Welton family from the hero's territory has received the symbol of the goddess Po, achieving the esteemed position of Grand Mage at just 10 years old, the hero who saved the magical world. "G, please come in." The doors opened and G entered. Kneeling, J says, "I request an audience, Your Majesty." The Emperor warmly replies, praising the young man before him. Looking at Jai's face, the Emperor thought, he really is just a child. Jai was equally surprised to see the princess before him. "Wasn't she the girl from yesterday?" Jemmy recalls the girl saying she had snuck out. "So, she's a princess. Is she even allowed to wander around at night like that?" "I've heard of you," the Emperor began. "You stopped the demon invasion and the Janus Church, and you saved the magic world. I've seen many master mages, but I can say with certainty that there has never been one like you before." Jai bowed his head and replied, "Your praise is an honor, Your Majesty." The gods on their thrones gazed down at Jamie. "He's the son of Count Welton." "Your grandson is truly gifted," Talfan praised. Jamie's grandfather, sitting next to Talfan, replied, "No one in the Welton or Bell families has ever known magic before. How intriguing. Sam's future is wide open." Jai's grandfather continued, "At first, I thought the rumors were false, that they had mistaken it for his swordsmanship talent." Than, sitting next to him, chuckled and said, "It's normal to not believe it. But your grandson's swordsmanship talent is also very good." Jai's grandfather asked in surprise, "What do you mean by swordsmanship?" Tifan explained, "Haven't you heard? Jai has mastered the secret Welton family swordsmanship. and seeing it firsthand has astonished me. Jai's grandfather, in disbelief, replies, Impossible. The last time I saw him, he hadn't learned any swordsmanship. Surely not in just 6 months. Talfan chuckled. For someone who isn't a lord to worry about one, how amusing. I don't think you need to concern yourself with your grandson anymore, Marquis. His Majesty presents this certificate to Jedediah Jai, who accepts the order. Jawai's grandfather is overjoyed to see his perfect grandson below. His ears perked up, unable to hide his joy. My final years are becoming more and more interesting. His Majesty declares that you have achieved the rank of Archmage at a young age, and single-handedly saved Aptin and the magical world. As the saint of the goddess Po, you have strengthened the alliance between the kingdom and the Po order. I, the King of Seam, congratulate you on your achievements and appoint you as the 11th Lord of the Seam Kingdom. The Light of the Lord is a diplomatic privilege recognized by the king, undescribed yet higher than all noble titles. His Majesty proclaims, Jaime, devote yourself to the kingdom. Jaime vows to dedicate himself fully. Seeing the two in the center of the palace, everyone cheers and congratulates them. His Majesty presents the certificate to Jay. Congratulations, Welton Jer. He accepts it, pledging his allegiance. In Brian, a figure in a red cloak raises a hand and cries out, That's Blazer, leader of the High Priests of the Sun God and commander of the Holy Army, unleashing his power and opening a portal. At the prison camp for tomb criminals, Grazer asks the guard, How is that man doing? The guard replied that he still hadn't said a word. Annoyed, Blazer said, What a stubborn bastard. Lead the way. Yes. The guard introduced Blazer to the deepest part of the Abyss dungeon. I'll open the door, the guard warned. Please stand back. Blazer replied, It's fine. Even at his peak, he couldn't do anything to me. Excuse me. The doors open, revealing a palpable bloodlust that shocks even the guard as glowing eyes emerge from the darkness. Grazer remarks, I see your bloodthirst hasn't changed. From within the prison, Green, his hands bound in iron, asks, Is that you, Grazer? You've been locked up for 6 months. You look so gaunt. Quite a sight, but stop pretending to be weak. I know this doesn't affect you at all. He chuckled and cursed, You damn monster, you don't even bother to hide the fact that you know. Why are you here? Are you just going to breathe on me? Bra casually replied, Of course not. Green stared at the figure outside. Drazer, I'll be leaving this place sooner or later. Bra replied, You'd escape if Genis himself intervened, but it seems he doesn't want to. Can asks, Then why are you here? Did you come to mock my gaunt appearance? Bra replied, I'm not here for that. I'm here to mock you. What kind of nonsense is this? Grazer unleashes his power upon Green's prison. Green trembled with rage. You bastard! Before him, papers lay scattered on the ground as Bra said, I just wanted to show you this. The papers announce the kingdom's youngest archmage, heir to the Welton family, famed for their swordsmanship. News Jai can scarcely believe. Enraged, Green shouts, Jai, you bastard, let me out! I'll kill that son of a bitch. Let me out, Blazer. Blazer watches the man raging in the prison, surprised, and thinks, Oh, this is the first time I've seen him truly angry. The Genis Church ruined his grand plan, so I know why Green is locked up here. But without Jai, the Genis Church and the Theocracy Alliance would already be at war with the Northern Continent. Inside the prison, Green raged, screaming, Let me out! Brazier remained lost in thought, musing, I'm truly surprised. To defeat Green, a prodigy who became a great mage at just 10 years old, was no accident. Blazer departs. Green cried out in vain as Blazer remarked that the continent's potential would be interesting. At the Scadium Castle banquet hall, nobles ceaselessly surrounded Jemmy. Lord Welton Jer, please, allow me to shake your hand. Please, take my hand. What do you think of my daughter? They wouldn't stop bothering him, saying, Han, I deeply respect you. Please take my son as your disciple. This way, please, Jai cried out to his parents. Seabell sat at the banquet table laughing. We can't treat you like a child anymore now that you're a great mage, right? Hino agreed. Of course not. Jai was saddened, realizing they only treated her like an adult at times like these. Meanwhile, Anne was bewildered amidst the nobles, finding it hard to stand out. Leno, standing beside him, said, Anne, it's been a while since I've seen her, so I feel a bit awkward. Anne smiled and replied, But it's still fun. Really? The old lord said rather bluntly. What's so interesting about this party? Anne teases him, saying his face is red because it's too hot in here, then asks if that's really the reason. Really? Leon said, his face flushed. That's right, Leon thought to himself. Is there something wrong with the food? My stomach feels a little strange. Anne gazed around the room, her eyes sparkling, still unable to believe she was attending a feast hosted by the king himself. It was like a dream. Would there ever be another time? Lenong crosses his arms and says, "What are you talking about?" Lenong whispers, "Ever since you became Master's disciple, your life has changed, and you've met me." "What did you say?" Anne asked, unable to hear him clearly, as Lenong turned away shyly. "Nothing, I'm off. Where are you headed?" "Going to sleep." Anne, also slightly blushing, said, "No need to be embarrassed. I've met you, Nong, and I look forward to your care." In the gardens of Scadium Castle, voices echoed, "Where has Weltinger gone?" unaware that Jai was outside, basking in freedom. "I'm so tired. Who is this party even for?" Jai secretly slipped out. Breathing in the fresh air, Jai said, "A lord of incense. Finally, I can act freely in Sedum. When I return, I should request the omnipotent crown, a treasure of Sam bestowed only upon great archmages. I don't know what's inside, but finding a clue is enough." Jai suddenly sits up, sensing a surge of power, hostility. Who dares openly display hostility in the royal palace? And Bayek emerges from within. "Do you require something of me?" "And Bayek is watching you. It's laughable how bold you are, but you're still an amateur." And Bayek held his weapon to Jemmy's neck. "If I stab you, will your father want to kill me?" Jemmy calmly replies, "No, because I'll kill you before that happens," Unbok said, staring at the man before him. "You'll kill me? Did you learn these lies from your father?" The brat, Jai, retorted, "My father doesn't bluff. He doesn't have to, but I fear he'll nag if I incinerate His Majesty's spear." Anne, in disbelief, wonders when she gained a voice. "Please stop." The princess appears, looking at the two before her. "If you continue..." The princess paused, her gaze stern, as another figure appeared. Talfan, declaring, "I'll set them straight." These kids... Looking at the newcomer, Jemmy thought he was even stronger than Green, Genis's sword. "I've heard the rumors, but I didn't think he was this strong." Tal is serious, with a hint of displeasure. "Amb, what are you doing? How many times do I have to tell you, if you want to compete, you need to issue a formal challenge?" "Are you sure I was the one who challenged him first? I could slit your throat right now, so don't say another word." Anby spoke, staring at the blade at his neck. "Oh, come on. An old man who's never been interested in other people's business," Tixfan interrupts. "Our princess is not just anyone." Princess Isabel smiled beside him. "Be careful, Anbek. Don't forget this is the Scadium Royal Palace." And B replied, Yes, I'll keep that in mind, Princess." Tal lowers his sword, saying, "Don't be sarcastic if you don't want to die." And Joai watches Anbe leave and says, "Farewell, Anbe. Thank you for providing so much entertainment." As Anbe walks away, he turns back, forcing a smile. "No need for formalities, Welto. I look forward to our next meeting." Isabel approaches Jay. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Your Highness." With worried eyes, Isabel says, "I apologize. I won't make any excuses. Yesterday I was testing you. You've been recognized as a master, so I suppose I should use honorifics." Joai replies that it's fine, though he wonders how she knew where he was and appeared so suddenly. Tixfan speaks up, wondering why he dared to confront Nbak, as his skills were no match. Joai explained that he knew Nbak would appear because of the powerful energy in the air. A Tixfan thinks to himself as the boy's laughter echoes. Isabel chuckled. Sorry. I didn't mean to mock you, it's just that you're really confident." Joai looked at the princess and replied, "Indeed, I am very confident." Jawai continued, "Even so, most masters have very high self-esteem, and they rarely ask for help from others." Jai chuckled. "Self-esteem can't be eaten anyway." Joai says, "Besides, I need a lot of time to surpass someone like Calibers and Bach." Talifan is a little surprised to hear that. He speaks these words without hesitation. Is this the freedom of someone born with extraordinary talent? Talfan watches the princess and Jai chatting happily, assessing, "I don't think he's arrogant at all. Unlike ordinary people, his potential is limitless." Talixfan smiles, saying, "Indeed, he is his grandson." Talifan reminds him, "Let's head back." Isabel smiles. "Shall we head back?" "Until next time, then." Meanwhile, at the palace, the prince addresses the emperor, who is gazing out the window. The emperor's spear is declining. "I think we should set some limits, father." His Majesty turned and replied, "I even sealed his spear title to restrain him, but it didn't make a difference." "What do you think of Jai, anyway?" The prince replied seriously, "He's someone I absolutely have to bring to our side. He's already a master, so he's no nobody. Regardless, I want him to be my right-hand man." Hearing his son's words, the emperor cautioned him, "It's not easy to tame a master." The prince replied, I will win him over with sincerity. The emperor looked at the prince and said, "Do it. Tell him the future of sea lies in your hands. You wouldn't be exaggerating." "I will remember this," the prince replied. The emperor turned and said, "Then go back and sort out your thoughts." The prince bowed. "Rest well, your majesty." The emperor, gazing at the figure lounging in the grass, remarked, "It seems the all-encompassing crown has found its purpose. Gee, what will you see with the omniscient crown? Could you be the one we've been waiting for?" "I'm very curious." 3 days later, G sat in a chair and sighed. "Interacting with humans is so tiring." Cute, Sarah approaches, and Jemmy, annoyed by her pinching and teasing, says, "Sarah, I'm tired." Sarah ignored him and poked him playfully. "Wake up, your grandfather's here." Jai suddenly wakes up. "Grandpa?" Jai's grandfather sat down and spoke. "You seem exhausted. Is this the first time so many people have paid attention to you?" Jemmy replied gloomily, "Yes, I'm exhausted." Jemmy's grandfather sympathizes, explaining that interacting with others takes a lot of mental energy. Jawai looks at his grandfather and asks if he's experiencing the same thing, feeling scrutinized by his grandson. Jawai's grandfather replied, saying he has a well-trained grandson to deal with these things. Jawai looks unconvinced, pointing out his grandfather's dark circles. Jai's grandfather chuckled. "How is it having Fong as your master?" Jawai answers nonchalantly, "I don't know." That much is obvious. Jai's grandfather laughs heartily. "That's a good answer, but unlike before, many eyes will be on you. The world will be watching your every move, and the pressure will be greater than you can imagine. Which also means you'll have countless enemies. Don't let your guard down. You can't underestimate the depths of human malice." Jai's grandfather thinks back to his late wife, dear Tina. Jawai agreed. The Marquis was right. There's no need to dwell on the past. In this life, Jai remembers those words. Humans are trash. Those insects don't know the meaning of kindness, yet you still do so much for them. The reason I fight for humanity is because of humanity's sins and humanity's control. Jemmy answers his grandfather, promising to remember his teachings. Jai's grandfather stood up. "Then I'll be off. Please wait a moment." He looked tired, so Jai reached out to him. Jai's grandfather is surprised. Is this the power of a goddess? He's overjoyed. "Thank you. Next time your grandfather visits the demon world, he'll bring you a gift, so wait for him." Jai waved goodbye, thinking it was time for her to leave as well. The next day, F. Bell hugged Jai affectionately in the space tunnel, telling him to take care and remember to write every week. Seeing Xia Spell with tears in her eyes, Jai smiled. "I understand." Sarah was just as sad as her brother. Jai gently calls Sarah over. Sarah cries out, begging him not to go. Jai smiles, comforting Sarah. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'll keep in touch often." Eno, standing nearby, comforted him, saying it wasn't a permanent goodbye, but Sibel retorted, asking if he wasn't sad at all. Haino replies, "How could I not be? Even so, shouldn't a parent send off their responsible son with a smile?" Heno watched Jai playfully lift Sarah into the air, thinking back to when he held Jai like that. "When did he get so big?" Heno called out to Jay. "Yes, take this and give it to Jai. These are the things your grandfather left behind before he died." He wrote down all of his realizations on a piece of paper. "You said you saw a terrible calamity, didn't you? Your father didn't choose the same path as him, so he didn't witness that event. These realizations have always haunted me. If possible, I think it's best to leave it to you. I won't force you. So, if you don't think this path is for you, you can burn it." Jui takes the file and asks, "You'd even let me burn it?" Haino says that another's enlightenment is better destroyed than remembered. It's only natural the Welton family bloodline would know about this. "Take care, and I hope to see you more mature and handsome next time we meet." Sibel fondly reminded Jai to write, and Sarah shouted out as well. "Come back soon, brother." Jui departs with a smile. "Take care, everyone. I'll be back." In the vast waters, a voice calls out, "Here he is, the one we've long awaited, the bearer of the greatest composite power. Will you uncover the secret, a bottomless abyss devoid of life? Was I locked away by the darkness that plagued the first half of my life? No, though faint, I can still see the light and move freely. This place is different. There's a sound here." Jai opens his eyes underwater and hears a voice. The voice continues, urging him closer, wanting to see him. The voice grows closer. Could it be coming from above? It answers, beckoning Jemmy to come. Jemmy reaches out and swims upward. "You arrogant bastard, don't order me around." Jemmy reaches out but grasps nothing. Then a light appears. "What?" Jui jolts awake, startled. A dream? No dream could ever be this vivid. Someone must have invaded my dream. Invaded my dream and distorted reality. Who's that weirdo? And there's a crown on the floor. A crown? A crown lies in a puddle. Jemmy bends down and picks up a crown. Could it be the omnipotent crown? A week later, in the Magic Center conference room of the demon world, Marquis Lin Mayo said, "As you all know, I, the First Elder, am the leader of the Emperor's party, so I must take responsibility for the crimes of the Third Elder and imprison him. The other elders should divide up the work among themselves." Marquis Lin Mayo presents the documents, and the Fifth Elder takes them, ready to handle the workload himself. Her abilities are truly formidable. Her skills match her responsibilities. The previous person in charge was managing the demon world, so now we'll be very busy, elders. Take this opportunity to learn. The Seventh Elder could only smile at the mountain of documents before him. Idle? We're plenty busy ourselves. The Red Lotus Mage next to him scoffed, and Lin Mayo looked at Jai and said, "And Jiawai, no, the newly appointed Third Elder, I hope you'll work with the utmost responsibility." "Yes, so when will the Third Elder use the Omnipotence Crown?" "The all-powerful crown shows different visions to each person, based on their desires. I wonder what the young master will see." Jai replies, "I was just about to ask for it. Fuss." The Seventh Elder asks, "Is there a reason you haven't used it?" "Most people want to use it as soon as possible." Jay chuckles, "Well, I wasn't intentionally delaying it. The image in my dreams, a sea of water and sound, why is it hesitating? For the past week, that voice has haunted my dreams, laced with arrogance and command." Jai wakes up in bed, another day begins. "So you want me, even though I don't know why? You arrogant bastard, I hope you despair." The night before, that voice echoed again. "Come, I beg you, come here." "No, please come here." Jai, exhausted, covered his face with a pillow and cursed. Back to the present, Lin Mayo smiles at Jai and asks, "If you want, you can use the omnipotent crown right now." Jai replied, "Okay. But who's going to prepare it for me? This is far enough." In the center of the Magic Tower's lowest level, Lin Mayo asks Ji if he's nervous. "Not really." The Seventh Elder looked at Jai and said, "Young master, no Third Elder, just act like a normal child." Jai replied with a hint of pride, "You're the only one who treats me like a child." The Seventh Elder sighed. "It's because everyone treats you like an adult that I treat you like a child." Hearing their exchange, Lin Mayo smiles happily, noting their close bond. Having arrived, Lin Mayo opened the door and said, "Only I can enter." JY steps inside, as the Seventh Elder gives him a thumbs up. "Be careful, young master, and tell us what you see when you get back." Jai smiles. "I'll be out soon." Jai felt a chill. The entire room was filled with an incredibly powerful mana. The closer I get to the pedestal, the denser the mana becomes. That must be the omniscient crown. Looking at the omnipotent crown before him, a voice emanated from it. "You've finally arrived." Jay recognizes the voice from his dream as it continues to echo. "Come, I've been waiting for you for so long." "I've been waiting for you as well. Wield the omnipotent crown. Use me, please, use me." Jemmy places the crown upon her head, Jai's eyes light up, and information floods her mind. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the one who founded a new civilization in this land over 10,000 years ago. The omnipotent crown and the creation of the current era." The first king, Gayan, appears with a smile. "I've been waiting for you. You have the greatest compatibility with me in a long time." Jemmy looks at the newcomer and ponders. "The first king? I thought this was a holy relic with pre-recorded consciousness. More importantly, this kind of information is hard to classify." Gayadan reached out and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Jemmy asks, "How is the first king inside the omnipotent crown? Do the other elders know about this?" Gayan replies, "Of course not. I tell that to everyone." Jai, with a slightly disgusted look, asks, "Seriously, why?" Gayan replies, "Because you're special. I sense the highest compatibility with you. You feel it too, right?" "No." Jemmy asks, "Does higher compatibility mean I'll gain more knowledge or something?" Gayan smoothly says, "And if you're curious, you can ask me anything. Usually people ask me about the beginning of this world." Jemmy replies, "I have the same question, but can you even answer it?" Gayuladan smiles, "Of course, I'm omnipotent. I'll show you how this world was created." An image appears, showing Ji Yidan walking below. Jemmy asks, "Is that?" Ji Yidan replies, "This is my memory. That's me." Jiawai thinks to herself that she thought he would show her his past life, but it turns out to be the birth of this civilization. The images of memories appear like a film. "This is the village I once ruled," Gayidan explained as Hao watched. "Though I was ostracized for my blue skin, I knew how to use magic. I used it to consolidate my power, and before long the people began to treat me like a god. Over time, the small village became a nation, a 1,000-year-old empire. But it would be troublesome if they found out I haven't aged a day in centuries, so I controlled puppet emperors to rule the empire, believing my mighty empire would last forever. But the emperor from over a century ago was incompetent, allowing the demon race to seize control of the empire, and the people revolted, and the empire began to crumble. That's when the Church of the 12 Gods appeared, soothing the people's pain, and Zhangba preached the scriptures. In just 100 years, Maigu Kingdom was divided into 5 continents. Jemmy asked, "So the 12 gods weren't there from the start?" Gaiyan responded, "Unexpected, isn't it? You probably all thought the 12 gods were the first beings to exist. Where did they suddenly come from, taking my place? An apostle of a god hunted me, but luckily I transformed in time to fool him, and I ended up hiding in this crown." Jemmy thinks to herself, changing forms so easily? How strange. Gaiyan continued, "That's the history of this world in hiding. Somehow I landed where the first king, Seo Dam, was. He was indeed a talented mage, but our compatibility was too low. He could only see a fragment of this world's history. He was shocked and called me the Omniscient Crown. After him, she met many other talented and formidable mages, but their compatibility was always at rock bottom." Gaiyan smiled, and Jemmy thought that magical ability didn't seem to have anything to do with compatibility. Gaidan said, "Anyway, that's how it is, and now the gods have stopped looking for me." Ji looked at the person in front of her, her eyes full of thought. "How strange. It's like he's told me everything, but nothing of importance at all. For example, Jemmy asks, wouldn't it have been better for those 2 gods to combine their strength with you? Why did they have to depose you?" Gaiyan grimaced at the question. That's because Jai said, "If you don't want to answer, should I ask them? I'll just find the answer myself." Gaidan quickly retorted, "It was Po." Jemmy interrupts, pointing at Gaidan. "You know what happened over 10 millennia ago, don't you? That you're a parasitic being who existed before humans, leeching off us to survive." Gaidan was stunned. "What?" Jai continued, "Do you know why a coward like you could never become the first king? It's because you were always a puppet of the 12 gods from the very beginning. The 12 gods bestowed upon you so much, including the mission to build a new civilization. But even the slightest mistake was enough for them to take it all away and cast you out." Jai looked at Gaidan and smiled, asking if his assumptions were wrong. Gaidan's voice trembled. "How could you know?" Jai interrupts, saying he still has one more question. "Why would they choose a fool like you as a puppet? And why is our compatibility so high?" Gaiyan is enraged, power manifesting in his hands. "You impudent fool." Gaiyan unleashes his power, attacking. "You little brat, shut up and hand over your body." Sensing the unleashed power, Jai realizes he recognizes it. Jawai retaliates, "You truly are a detestable creature." Startled, Gayuladan wonders how he possesses his power. Where did he get that dark mana? This was Gayuladan's apocalypse, a world restarted by the 12 gods, where not even a flame could exist, and all life vanished. The world crumbled before him, a nightmare of utter annihilation he'd never dared to imagine. And in that moment, like a panicked prey, he fled to the ends of the earth, his face contorted in anguish. But with all civilization gone, he found a remote cave. But there, he found a stone. Suddenly, it buried itself within him, and he felt a powerful dark energy surge through his body, and he began to train in the dark arts. But even here, someone is hunting him. A calm voice echoes, "Coward, so you've been hiding here? No happiness lasts forever, and peace is always fleeting." A self-proclaimed god of violence and plunder is determined to kill the last survivor. But then a surge of dark power erupted from him, repelling the god much to his surprise. The leader of the gods pushed the bewildered deity aside. A robust figure stepped forward and said with a smile, "How interesting that you possess such power." Then he placed his hand on Gaidan's head, saying, "Very well, I've decided. You shall be the leader of the New World," after which he gave him his name, and this is how he came to be known as Gaidan. As he finished speaking, he attacked Jemmy, shouting, "But I was abandoned, and a divine apostle suddenly appeared and tried to kill me. I had no choice but to run." With a murderous look and a grotesque arm, Gaidan declared, "That's how I met him." Then he unleashes his attack, shouting, "The first monarch of this land," a menacing display that prompts Jai to speak. Incredible. This is his second dark power. His attack reached 2 black holes in the sky. With a snap of his fingers, Jai effortlessly severs his arms, leaving him stunned and cursing his fate. He quickly retracts his leg, unleashing the abyss corrosion, and praises Jai's move. Not bad. He thought he could trick Jai, but how could he? He quickly flies up, a confident smile on his face. "Cornered, are we?" Jemmy, like a lightning-fast clone, rushes towards Yidon, unleashing the consequences of the Welton family's 8th formation, striking his body. Yet, despite the injury, he remains as arrogant as ever. He scoffs at such a ridiculous trick, a truly pathetic attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was cleaved in two, a most unexpected turn of events. But that was just the beginning. Next comes the rapid-fire slash and the continuous magic attack. Jemmy confidently declares, "I'll cut everywhere but your mouth so there won't be any marks." Then, with each strike, he relentlessly attacks, the agonizing blows causing the man to scream in agony. "Stop playing around, your body is mine." But there was no easy way to stop. Next came the mist explosion, a dark power that filled the space with an eerie purplish-black smoke. Jemmy slowly drew his sword, combining it with the dark mist, striking a formidable pose. With power coalescing, Jay unleashes a devastating blow, sending debris flying as Ga Yadan stands defiant, spewing empty threats. "A kid like you can't kill me." Joi acknowledges his words, humoring him. "Indeed, your body is difficult to kill, but that's what makes it fun." He recognized the voice and flinched. "Since when?" Jemmy is confident, saying he got an idea when he saw a huge villain last time. He reminded him to run if he could, while in Jai's eyes Ga Yadan looked utterly bewildered. What? Only now does he realize the danger, trembling as he stands, thinking, "This is too dangerous, I have to run." But was it really that easy? The death realm of sealing magic. Jemmy Wan unleashed chains that bound him in an instant, a contemptuous smile on his face. "To be caught so easily, and yet you're so arrogant?" The first king must have been the same. Bound and kneeling, Ga Yan muttered, "You'll regret this, but whatever, as long as it's for Jai. Tell me, what did you do when you met the first king?" His face suddenly fills with amusement. "You know nothing." The terror of a world returning to its origin. He recalls the scene of everything vanishing before his eyes, the endless loneliness and knowing nothing at all. Hearing this, Jai's expression suddenly became sad and thoughtful. He continued, "Because I escaped just in time. 500 years later, I met the first king of Sedum who knew things I didn't. A world that vanished centuries ago. A world where dragons were invincible. A powerful mage survived, but that alone wasn't enough to unlock this world's secrets. And so, he and I made a pact," Joi continued, "an agreement that you would help the kingdom until the one with the greatest power is found." Hearing this, he happily replies, "How clever." At that moment, veins begin to bulge on his body. Gayan continues, "He was foolish, believing that knowing the secret would liberate humanity, but his true goal..." Suddenly, he tenses up, his power breaking Jay's chains. In reality, he wanted to be recognized by the gods once more. A large orb appears before Gayan. "The world will restart after 10,000 years. That moment is almost here." The orb grows larger as he says with a willing tone, "I'll use your body as fuel and rule the new world." But then Jai's voice shatters his dream. "Are you finished talking?" It was only then that he sensed something was wrong. "Why? Why is my power suddenly..." Jemmy quickly retorted, "Because that power doesn't belong to you." Jemmy retrieved the orb, stating clearly, "It's mine. I am the strongest dark mage." Wow, this scene is so cool, everyone. Ga Yadan, upon hearing this, was terrified, eyes wide and mouth agape, wondering how he could escape. Transported to Ga Yadan's dark world, he's utterly confused. What's going on? "You can't have my power over darkness," he screamed into the void. "What have you done to me?" "How could a kid like you obtain my power?" he asked, but Jai calmly replied, "You don't seem to realize your position yet. You dare not recognize the master of your own tower." Before him, a giant glowing eye appeared, forcing him to step back as Jai mocked him, "How laughable, you fake." Hearing this, he bristled with rage. Before he could finish, Jai, with glowing eyes and a sharp expression, declared, "You were chosen by the 12 gods because you possess my power." Gayuladan trembled in disbelief. Jemmy departs, leaving a message. "I hope you realize how meaningless your life is." Meanwhile, outside, everyone was growing anxious. It's been a while. Shouldn't he be out by now? Could something have happened? Seeing this, ZF rushes forward and kicks down the door. "I can't wait any longer." Friesel immediately stopped the elder. "Wait, only one person can go in." Then Elder Lin Mayo spoke up, "We should go take a look too." Friesel was speechless. "If something happens, I'll turn a blind eye. Let's go." Stepping inside, the two exclaimed in surprise, "When was this trap set? And what about Elder Jami?" Suddenly, a blinding light appears, and everyone warns each other to be careful as space violently distorts. Space collapses, and the blue void and brilliant light eradicate the surrounding darkness. Jai steps out, breathing a sigh of relief, as Elder Ma Lin Mayo suddenly calls out to the young master, who asks in surprise, "Elder, what are you doing here?" Elder Ma Lin Mayo asked him, "What's going on? Why can't I see the all-encompassing crown?" Jai stammered, "Well, about that. The all-powerful crown vanished." Before he could finish, Zigif grabbed his father by the collar, demanding, "The all-powerful crown is gone? Explain yourself." Elder Ma Lin Mayo pushed him aside, saying, "This place is a mess," while Died grumbled, "Young master, what happened to the omnipotent crown? You didn't see it, but the voice still echoes here. Why did it disappear? Answer me, young master." The elder insisted he go upstairs, while Jai was confused and troubled, wondering why he had to explain. As the three departed, Jemmy thought to himself how fortunate it was that no one noticed the dark Ma shard of Diablo Viber he held, his remaining power from 60,000 years ago. Back in the underworld 10 minutes prior, Ga Yan, tears streaming down her face, trembled as she asked, "How are you still unharmed? You were clearly locked away in the abyss. It's almost laughable how pathetic you look." Jemmy says, "So, you're still alive? I thought you'd be a walking corpse. Is it because you've lived for 10,000 years?" He screams, "How can you endure life after life? How could you do it, especially in endless darkness? Speak, Diablo." But before he could finish, Diablo silenced him. "Shh." His eyes gleam with amusement. "You've only glimpsed a fragment of my memories, yet you presume to understand my feelings." Diablo Vonber, with a dangerous look, says to Ga Yidan, "But you're mistaken. I've been constantly losing my mind, and I've only just discovered how to overcome that madness." This expression terrifies him, causing him to cry out, "Don't kill me." "Of course not. I'm just taking back my power." Then he uses crystallization to finish him off. His cries for help echoed through the void. No, he wanted to live. Looking back at the dark mana that once belonged to Diablo Viber, the power he left behind over 60,000 years ago, he could absorb it all immediately. But he doesn't understand. Black flies before Jai, as if wanting something. Jiawei asked hesitantly, "You want me to absorb this? But I already have enough." Then Breaky fiercely grabbed Jai's hair, causing him to cry out in pain. "Hey, you idiot." Then it snatched the shard of dark mana and flew away, leaving Jai speechless. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Spit that out now." He recalled this happening when he created the ghoul, but Breaky was essentially an associate who used magic to support him. So there's a limit to how much mana it can take in, meaning it couldn't have done that. A dark space envelops the area as Jai cries out to Blackie. Then came a blinding light. Jai was quite sure he didn't have this ability. Blackie suddenly shifts from white to purple, his wings taking on a different look. Jai wonders anxiously, how can light be created within Genesis' dark mana? "I don't know what's happening, but he suddenly shot upwards. This is definitely a good opportunity." Jemmy flies straight toward Breaky. His face is grim. He can't let this power slip away. Suddenly, blood flowed from his eyes as his mana core trembled and his blood vessels went wild. Blackie abruptly flew behind Jai, embracing him protectively. Jai says, "Thank you." Safe in Blackie's embrace, Jai thinks, "I don't know how this divine light can be created through dark mana, but with this power, I can reach new heights." A new power. Meanwhile, at the top of the central magic tower, Siegfried wondered, what the hell is going on here? The elder then said, "This earthquake is too unusual. It seems to be affecting not only the magic tower, but the entire demon world." Elder Lin Mayo slammed his staff and commanded, "Seventh Elder, find the cause of the quake. Fifth Elder, evacuate the citizens. I'll stop the aftershocks, and summon the First Elder." Siegfried obeyed. "Understood." Before Siegfried could leave, he was stopped, leaving him confused, wondering what was going on. Diablo Viper appeared, wondering if that was the person he saw in his memories. But in his mind, he hesitated. "Wait, no way. But what is this overwhelming pressure? Don't tell me it's you, young master. What is this appearance?" The elder Friel calmly stated, "Your hair. Wait, you seem taller." He replies, "My hair will return to normal in a few minutes." JY explains to the elders, "As you can see, I've just experienced enlightenment, transporting me to the secret library where King Fontina stands before his portrait in contemplation. Has the omnipotent crown been destroyed?" He reached below the painting's frame as if searching for a switch, wondering if the king had discovered its secret. The picture opens, revealing a book behind it. King Fontina holds the book, his face a mixture of worry and tension. The secret records of Khaim's history, passed down from the first emperor, King Fremor, to his successors, are actually a pact with the devil. While traveling this land, I stumbled upon a secret of the world. A secret known to no one. A secret that would shake the very foundations of the world. And when I first discovered it, I was furious. But then, fear slowly crept in. One day, as I was training to overcome my own powerlessness, a greedy man came to me. That's when he said, "I hear you're the strongest in this area. I'll give you more power." Thanks to his special power, I was able to grow even stronger. In front of a group of soldiers, they discussed, what about conquering Sodom, a place ruled by sinners, and establishing a new nation? The king agreed, recalling how he gathered troops from neighboring regions and seized Sodom, establishing the Siam kingdom in its place. But even as the emperor of a nation, he felt hopeless in the face of the world's secrets. And it was then that he whispered to me that the darkness in this world ran deeper than I knew, and that my life was but a fleeting moment. He told me to let him reside within my crown, for he could live long and pass on my knowledge to a select few successors. So that knowledge could reach the one who would dispel the darkness, until the day you were most worthy of him. The image of a demon standing before King Fontaine, making an offer. "Will you accept my proposal?" he asked in return. "And what do you get out of it?" he thought, realizing this sweet offer was the devil's temptation. However, knowing the hidden power he possessed, I had no choice but to join forces with him. That's why I decided to leave this book for my successors, the future emperors. When one with the highest affinity to the demon appears, trust and protect them. For the demon's power is but a fragment of a power that once belonged to another. The demon will be powerless against the one with the highest affinity, who will be the key to protecting this world. He closed the book and sighed, remarking that everything had unfolded as foretold. Turning away, he added, "However, he's already a perfect character. He no longer needs my protection. Looks like we can look forward to Siam's future." A week passes quickly, and at Rinmel's mansion, everyone gathers to discuss. Elder Ma sighed, "I didn't think His Majesty would let it go like this." Count Xmong added, "As I suspected, it seems the Freedom Royal family knows something too." Siegfried then said, "So the identity of the omniscient crown is the first emperor." Count Simong explained, "Not only that, he deceived the kingdom. It was our mistake." He continued, "Fortunately, everything was resolved peacefully, thanks to Jai's great contribution." Jai humbly replied, "I just made him pay the price for messing with me." The others then asked Ji about his plans. "So, what are you going to do now?" He replied, "I'm thinking of honing my skills for a few more years." "Seclusion?" "Not exactly, but I do need time to focus." After a moment's thought, Ji says, 5 years. I'll reach level 9 in 5 years. He thinks to himself that this will put him firmly at the starting line. I'll hone both my new powers and my physical abilities in that time. Just you wait, Ginninit. You'll be the first to die by my hand. I will witness the end of all of this with my own eyes in this lifetime. The imposter. Cut to the main hall of the Fioro Temple headquarters. Apostle Ras, please come in. Seeing this, Ricky asked, "What's wrong, Raz?" He was completely bewildered. "Why are you calling me brother? We're in front of the goddess." Ricky happily replies, "He'll understand, won't he, goddess?" Ras couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. "Oh my." Ricky then happily turned to Ras, asking if his personal visit was about Jemmy's news. "Of course, who else could it be? Jamie's been named a master in cum. Looks like we'll have to work even harder." Ricky froze, eyes wide with surprise. "A master?" Then he smiles contentedly, thinking, "Jai, I thought I was doing pretty well, almost catching up, but he's already made a leap." Then clenching his fist in determination, he said, "He's right. We really need to work harder. I'll become stronger, so next time we meet, we can fight alongside Jamie." Seeing Ricky's burning passion, Ras thought to himself, his divine power has already reached the bishop level. Because he's being mentored by the new leader of the Divine Knights, he'll soon become a holy knight. Amazing. Then he said to Ricky, "Isn't it about time for you to get going? Class should be starting soon." And with that, he bid him farewell. "I'm off then, Jam. Next time we meet, I'll surprise you." "You really are dedicated." Ross's eyes grew troubled. Were these children's fates too cruel? In the Western nations that worshipped Zenith, conflict was brewing as they spread lies claiming the Eton incident was a Siayum kingdom plot, sparking countless border skirmishes in the north. Full-scale war was only a matter of time. Reyes closed his eyes, clasping his hands in prayer. "Goddess, I beseech thee, please protect these two children." And so time passes. 5 years go by in a special untold chapter. 1 month after leaving Senderman, Vio sits atop Venna asking, "Are you worried?" Venna simply smiles and replies, Heh, just a little. Braha added, "It's been 10 years since I've seen my kin." In the vast forest of Arias, the conversation continued. "But are you sure it's okay to go there unprepared like this? I heard it's dangerous there." "But what's so dangerous? We're used to living in the forest." Then a hand reaches out saying, "Let's go in." Another hand takes it and replies, "Yeah." Vina, surprised by the magic surrounding them, asked, "What is this?" Braha reassured her, "It's just wind magic. Don't be afraid. Let's go." Then suddenly, the three fell as if into an abyss. Vios exclaims in excitement, "This is so fun!" while Vena cries out in fear, "Ah!" Braha squeezed her hand reassuringly, saying, "Ha! Just enjoy it." Upon landing, Vena was dizzy and leaned against a tree, vomiting. Vios asks, "Can't handle it?" Braha, feeling guilty, pats her back and says, "I'm sorry. Did I fly too fast?" "By the way, what are you eating?" Vios replied, chewing. "This. I just picked it up. Want to try some?" The two were helpless. Braha said, "Tell me about it." Then, resuming the conversation, "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's go in." Those who aren't Vanir must seek the Queen's permission first. As they spoke, they arrived before a cavern. Vena suddenly stopped, a look of apprehension and worry on her face. She entered alone, then called out, "All right, I'll be right back." The others waited outside the cave as Vena stepped inside, her hair gradually turning a vibrant red, radiating light, and 6 wings of spiritual energy forming on her back. Beyond the cave's entrance lay the Vankiri forest, where colossal trees towered over her. Below, a crystal-clear lake reflects Vena's surprise as a voice echoes, "It's been a long time." Then came words of joy. "She's back." Finally, Vena stood, bewildered, looking around. The princess has returned. Vena stood before a giant tree that spoke, and then a woman emerged from within, exclaiming, "Vena, my daughter." Vena's eyes welled up as she watched the figure rush toward her, memories flooding back of her mother gently placing a flower crown upon her head. "Mother made me a flower crown," she thought, deeply moved. "I still remember." Then she recalled her mother lovingly embracing her and singing her to sleep. "Sleep well, my precious daughter, how could I forget?" Her tears continued to fall as she uttered the word, "Mother." Queen Vankay could wait no longer, rushing forward to embrace her daughter. "Vena, my child." Before she could react, she called out to her mother again, and Queen Vankay gazed at her daughter, asking with concern, "Do you know how hard I've been searching for you? How did you even leave the village?" Vena hesitated. "About that." Then she remembered that day. She recalled wanting to surprise her mother, so she secretly practiced flying and fell off a cliff. The poor little girl lay helpless on the ground, crying out for help. Then I was kidnapped. It's best not to talk about this with Mother. The kidnapper looked at her with cruel eyes. Despite all that she'd been through, Vena simply smiled happily, wiped away her tears, and said, "But it's okay. I get to see you again. More importantly, there are people I want you to meet." Vios enters at that moment. Braha spoke up. "Greetings, Van Queen. I am Braha from the forest." The Van Queen replied, "If you're from Sefit, then you must be Mulan's child. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I can reunite with my daughter." She then looked at the small creature and asked as Vios quickly introduced himself, "I am Vios, and you look just like Nedis." Queen Vankay was taken aback and quickly asked, "How do you know about the first queen? Are you Nedis?" "Who are you?" Vios calmly replied, "I cannot tell you that. However, my master has a message for you." It then relayed Jay's message. "The time for battle has come again. I will see if you use your senses like Nedis or if you are a coward who only knows how to run. The choice is yours." Those words momentarily stunned Queen Wenchi. Then Vios turned to Vena and instructed, "And Vena, don't be lazy. You were born to protect her." Vena happily replied, "Yes," pleasing Vios. "Good, then let's go." With that, Vios took off. Braha exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Oh, they're already gone?" Vena, caught off guard by the sudden departure, could only exclaim as Biosat and Braha followed, calling out their goodbyes. "Well, we're off then. Have fun." "Wait for me, Vena and Vios," Vena called out, still in shock. "Wait, Biimos Braha." "If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Then she sighed. "That's cold. How could they just leave like that?" Her mother comforted her, saying, "You'll see them again." "Don't be sad." Ven suddenly bit her lip, then ran after them, shouting, "Next time we meet, I'll be much stronger." "Well, that's that." Vios looked back at her with satisfaction, saying, "That's the spirit." Braha replied, "We left as quickly as you wanted, but is it okay to just leave like that? You two seemed close, and it's not like you'll never see each other again." Meeting and parting are inevitable, but if we do our best, we'll meet again. A vision of Jai's gentle smile appears. Cut to 2 years after Jai met the Archmage, at Fix Academy, Intermediate Class Lot Alpha, where a foot steps through the door. Anne, engrossed in a book, looks up in utter shock as the newcomer enters, sparking whispers throughout the room. Is there someone that tall in our class? It's Lenong. With a confident stride, Lenong entered the classroom, met by the astonished and admiring gazes of his classmates. What? No way. Anne approached him, forcing a smile as she asked Nong what happened to his height. With newfound confidence, Leon proudly declared, "What do you think? Am I tall and handsome?" Rewind to the day before. As Anne and Lenong walked down the hall, he lamented, "That old geezer teacher is robbing me of sleep. How can he give so much homework to a growing kid?" Anne quickly tried to smooth things over. But sometimes he helps us practice code, and he's gotten so much taller, too. As she naively spoke, the person in front of her changed their expression. She then realized that Luanong was very sensitive about his height and quickly tried to recover. Of course, he's a great mage, and he's not even that short, is he? Leon, now furious, simply grumbled, "Whatever." He was so frustrated that his eyes welled up with tears, and he silently vowed to get even. "I will defeat you." In Lenong's lab, he stands before a large table filled with experimental bottles and notebooks. Lenong pours a tube of green liquid into a glass of purple solution, causing it to bubble before exploding and shattering the glass. Enraged, Lenong slams his hand on the table, yelling, "Damn it! How many times already? Is this all just nonsense?" He glared at the growth book he'd been cursing, and Lenong realized he needed to find another way. But soon, snores filled the air as Lenong fell asleep at his desk. The next morning, Leon stirred, waking up with a yawn and wondered, "Is it morning already?" as he picked up a piece of paper. A note? It's the master's handwriting. Did he come here in the middle of the night? The content inside is from Jai. Look in the mirror and stop wasting your energy on useless things. Master, the mirror? Then he quickly glances at the mirror beside him, comparing his current height to yesterday's, and exclaims in astonishment, "Is this me?" He's then horrified, unable to believe his eyes. Oh Hei-ji is truly a godsend, and looks down at Lenong, who is surrounded by people, and thinks, what's going on? She's horrified, recalling the terrible memories of Apophis, the electrical engineering professor, and his students. She worried he might be taking strange drugs like Apophis and decided to investigate. So, An began to follow Lenong, observing his every move. Lenong opened the door, complaining about being bossed around, as Jai requested, "Bring me the reagents for the next class." Suddenly, he gasped, followed by a scream from behind the door. Anne frantically rushes to the door, worry etched on her face. "Luanong, what's going on?" Inside, Lenong frantically held the door shut, terrified she would see him. No, don't open it." Anne kept pulling at the door, demanding, "Why are you acting like this?" The man desperately holds the door shut, saying, "There's nothing here, just go." The bell rings and Leon can't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. He throws open the door and yells. My height is back to normal. Anne was startled by the sudden change. Meanwhile, Lenong was blushing with embarrassment and anger. The teacher had cast a spell on him. I knew it. After calming down, the two walked together down the hallway. An walked ahead, offering words of comfort, saying boys often grow later, so you never know. Maybe in 3 years, you'll be as tall as him. Besides, you're already tall and handsome. Anne turns back to Lenong with a radiant smile. Then the scene shifts to the Welton County hiss. Inside a room, Jai looks down at a stone, marveling. I feel great today, too. Besides having the Welton family genes, I feel healthier because the seed of life has been enhanced by the sun. It's great to have such a balanced and healthy body. Jai, now a 15-year-old Archmage, wonders if Break will awaken today. Break fell into a deep sleep a year ago after I created the sun's surface, but it seems like there are no more issues. He thought with concern that if Break continued to sleep, he would have to find another way. Allery, okay. As Jai heads out to the training grounds, someone already there greets him as young master, asking if they're going out today. Jai recognizes him from the past and replies to Hamilton, who asks cheerfully, "Are you headed to the training hall?" Jai replied, "Ha, I can't forget my morning practice." Hamilton, still wearing his sunglasses, cheerfully said, "That's the spirit. I'm so proud of you." With a helpless smile, he replies, "I learned from you." Then turning away, he says, "See you later." A man next to Vice Captain Hamilton commented, "So full of energy, the young master will surely grow even more." As he watched Jai's back, he proudly replied, "The Duchess will lead him because everyone under him has already lost." I just remembered, didn't you almost lose to the young master?" Before he could finish, Vice Captain Hamilton snapped. Jemmy was trying to run, covered in sweat, when he suddenly appeared, calling out, "Are you running today too?" Jai was surprised to see his father, who cheerfully summoned a sword with his mental power. He happily swung his sword, eager to break a sweat as Jai admired his father's mental control of the blade, a feat difficult even for swordmasters. Then he picked up a staff and replied, "Father never breaks a sweat. Then come at me." With that, he leaped into the air amidst the droplets of water, using the Welton technique. But he raised his sword, preparing to counterattack, and with a swing, Jai's power was diminished. He wonders how the mana flow was disrupted. Suddenly, a sword appears inches from his face, along with those words, "You think too much." The sword thrusts forward with considerable force. Jawai frantically leaps away, Jemmy barely keeping his feet as he wonders how Hino is manipulating his mana flow. "I didn't think he used 100 Cs. Heno unleashes another powerful strike, reminding him, "You shouldn't have time to think." Jai, caught off guard, could only watch the blade hurtle towards him, desperately erecting a mana barrier to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Flawless." Heno raises his sword again, another strike aimed at Jai, who barely blocks it, realizing his father is using minimal mana but still possesses terrifying power because Jai isn't using magic. It seems the rumors of the Sword King's power being just below a swordmaster are true. He then jumps back a few steps. Aino now seriously points his sword at him, and Jai realizes something as he looks at his father. Judging by his stance, he's been holding back. But now he's ending this, and I'm always stuck here. Welton swordsmanship, 7th form, Thunderstrike. This time, I'll break through. Heno watches his son, noting, "You use the sun to hide," then closes his eyes and says plainly, "Son, your opponent is me." His hand unleashes a sword technique at impossible speeds, and their powers collide, creating a blinding flash. They passed each other in attack stances, back to back. His broken sword plunged into the ground as he gripped the hilt, panting. "I thought I had him that time." Heno cheerfully replies, "Ha ha ha, you're getting better, but you're still no match for me. Train for another 5 years. He sighs, replying, "I'm getting there." His father then reminds him, "Get ready for work." Jai ran off, then turned back to wave. "I'll get it next time, Dad." But his hand touched the broken tip of his sword, and he thought, he almost broke it. His swordsmanship is mixed with my technique. He'll be strong soon. He smiled proudly, though his son hadn't yet reached the level of swordmaster. Meanwhile, outside, as Jemmy prepared to leave for work, Sarah waved goodbye, saying, "Have a good day." He replies, "I told you, you didn't need to see me off." "Sarah, Dad said he has to go to the palace today." Heno happily replied, "Even if I'm busy, I have to see my precious son off." The boy helplessly said, "That's so cheesy, Dad." Sarah scratched her head, asking, "But where's Mom?" A head of hair peeked out from behind the tree, and Jai thought, "I see you, Mom." Sai rushed out to hug her 2 children, happily saying, "My handsome son and lovely daughter, you both called me Mommy together." The 3 continued to talk until Jai finally said, "Well, I'm off." Heno tells him to have fun, while Sai is reluctant to let him go. "Your mother wants to have dinner with you, so don't be late." "Okay, see you later," he replies, when suddenly Sarah speaks up. Hey, big brother, take me with you next time. Let me see the demon realm too." Jemmy happily agrees. "Of course, Sarah. When I'm free, we'll go together." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and asked, "Really?" After saying goodbye to his family, Jai creates a magic circle beneath his feet and says, "Well, shall we be off?" He uses space warp and shoots into the sky, disappearing, and the scene shifts to the magic tower in the center of the demon world, Jai's office. Just then, someone entered and said, "Good morning, Third Elder." Jawai, sitting at his desk, cheerfully replied, "Good morning, Hera." This woman, Hera Barrero, Jamie's 4th-level personal secretary, continued, "Today's report is that the Kingdom of Harmonia in the Alicia continent is requesting assistance. They're requesting that we send a master. Harmonia, the Kingdom of Harmonia. Rebels have been trying to overthrow their tyrannical monarch all year, with the ruling powers backing the uprising." Jemmy mused. "The other non-magic masters are watching the eastern continent of Kararen, so this request was sent to the magic division." Hera replied, "It seems so. The continent of East Kararen, considered the headquarters of the Genis Church, has been quiet recently, and most of the swordmasters have been dispatched there. So that's why they're investigating the palace. And Siegfried the Mage has been sent there too. This matter will be discussed at today's elder meeting." Upon hearing this, Jay stood up and replied. Meanwhile, in the Demon World Magic Tower's grand conference room, only 3 figures sat at a large table, and one of the elders spoke. "The conference room feels empty. probably because the 8th Elder is absent. He's dealing with matters in the territory, but the Grand Elder will be back soon. Is the 6th Elder still in seclusion? The Elder beside her replied, Ha 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 ha, yes, I think she'll be a level 7 mage soon. Suddenly, a foot steps in, accompanied by the words, Everyone's early, I see. The 2nd Elder chuckles. Ha ha ha, it's because we couldn't get much sleep. The 5th Elder retorted, I'm not pretending yet. Jemmy then sat down and said, The main issue. Joe's suggesting we send a master. The 5th Elder turned to him, smiling. Seems urgent. Perhaps the rebels have frightened Vigo? They've already taken half the kingdom. But does anyone know why the Harmonia army was suddenly pushed back? There are 4 masters there, he asks. The Elder sighed. Apparently, the rebels have a sword master. That kingdom was likely completely subdued by the king's knight sword master. He asked in surprise, If it's a royal knight, is it Sir Kirill Owen? Then thought that the ruling faction had joined the war. Jemmy, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked, So, they're asking for our help to avoid losses on their side? Yes, those arrogant fools. His Majesty has agreed, so we will send someone. Owen is not here. Rinmal and John must defend the demon realm and their position, making him the only one left. Jai sighed, scratching his head. I'm the only one left. Then he wondered, but why did His Majesty agree to this proposal? How could he refuse such a small nation? The elders explained. They said they'd return our national treasure, the Venus Music Box. The Venus Music Box, when played, creates a new galaxy in the sky, a treasure of great magical value, tied to the legends of the Harmonia Kingdom. Those parasites will do anything to survive. Jawai sighs, realizing that overthrowing Harmonia is the right thing to do, yet he has to help them. The 2nd Elder solemnly replied, Harmonia's reward is tempting, but we won't be controlled by such things. We'll assess the situation ourselves and act accordingly. That is His Majesty's command. He then asked, So, you mean we can ignore Harmonia? The 2nd Elder replied, It's double dealing, but the kingdom of Sedam is strong, so we can do it. Jawai realizes with a start, Sam wants to profit from this. If they stabilize the situation for Harmonia, they'll owe Sedam, and if they help the rebels, they'll help the new king ascend. Jai, now dangerous, clasped his hands together and exclaimed, So, just flex our power and return, is that it? In a palace, a voice echoes, Hera, prepare the items on the list. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower's headquarters, 2 figures converse. Here's a list of items for you, sir. The other replied, I've been dispatched to Harmonia. So that was Jemmy and Hera, Jawai continued. Then I'll go too. I'll go alone. Don't get me wrong, it's not because Hera is weak or anything. Hearing this, Hera looked sad and said, If you say so, I understand. She thought to herself, What a shame. This was a chance to observe the Grand Mage's magic, but I can't be a burden when he's fighting. Jai suddenly remembered something. What about them? Hera replied sternly. Your disciples have arrived at the lab. Then, Jai cast a spell and left, saying, I'll give you instructions later if anything comes up. Hera bowed and replied, Yes. Inside the Magic Tower's lab, hurried footsteps echoed. Damn it, is he trying to kill us? Can he even take responsibility if we actually grow taller? It turns out it was Anne and Lenong. Anne says he's being disrespectful to their master. Leanne turned around furiously. What? Can't I criticize him? He then angrily shouted, He's treating us like lab rats. Before he could finish, saw someone behind him and quickly tried to stop him. Leanne, stop it. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Jawai says, No need, continue, don't mind me. Laoang stammers, Master you. Jai's cold eyes and eerie face closed in on him as he spoke. What, done cursing me out? He fearfully replied, I'm sorry. Then, a loud shout rang out. Get down now. Afterwards, Jai approached Anne and said, Well done, Anne, you did great, unlike someone else. Seeing this, Anne replied, flustered and embarrassed. She smiled and said, Thank you, sir. He then turned to Lenong, who was kneeling, and straddled him, saying, And you? Lenong's face tightened with tension. Yes, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm about to die. What bad luck, Jai said, asking him what his original intention was. You want to give up learning magic? Leon answered, no. Then, Jai hopped off his back, saying, I know it's frustrating to be stuck at level 4, but find a way to level up. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Renong trembled and replied, Yes. With that, Jai turned and said, I have business to attend to and will be gone for a few months, so please look after each other in my absence. Hearing this, Lenong asked, Going far away? Both Lenong and An tried to hold Jai back, saying, I want to go too. I can protect myself. Please, let me come with you. Jai retorted, listen to your master. He then smacked them both on the head, explaining, it's a battlefield where anything can happen. If you two come and distract me, things will only get worse. Suddenly, Hera appeared from behind the door, saying, leave the disciples to me. Jemmy wondered, you want to come too? Hera nodded, yes, I truly wish to go. I want to witness the Elder's true magic. So, An and Lenong have both asked to come along. In that case, we're in your debt. Seeing this, Jai could only sigh, realizing he had no choice. I understand. I'll consider it. The two cheer with joy, while two figures report to someone from the base of an ancient tree. Then the girl said, they say you defeated Harmonia's elder, Jin? Jin replied, it was just luck. Ias replied, the soldiers must be thrilled. Indeed, we'll soon conquer the capital. Ias closed the book in her hands and replied, I heard Harmonia sent a request for support to Sam. She then turned to Bay and asked, who do you think will come? Bailey. Bay replies, Jai will probably come. Jin, hearing that name, asks with a snarl, Jai? What if he interferes and ruins our plans? Ias paused for a moment, then said, yes, let's keep an eye on that. The future is unpredictable. Jin turns and leaves, saying, yes. Ias turns to Bailey and asks, Jai is the child you cherish. Are you all right? B replies, I don't know how Jamie has grown in the past year, but I don't think he'll be easily defeated. Hearing this, Ias excitedly asks, really? That boy seems to have a connection to us. She then transforms into her powerful form, sinisterly saying, all right, I must prepare for battle in my own way. Belle is surprised it's the Thunder Dragon sword. Then Isis slings the sword over her shoulder and says, let's go, bye. Bailey responds in kind. What's being said at Harmonia's royal castle? Is Welton J really coming here? The king of Harmonia asks, what does an elder from Seam have to do with me? The Marquis replies, whether you like it or not, you should meet him later. Kip Huss, holding an unpoured glass of wine, continued, receive a mere mage? To this, the Marquis replied, we have no choice, as we requested their aid due to Kiriel's death. Kif says, Kiriel made us, that's right. What has the army been doing? Why haven't they crushed those insects? The Marquis chuckled in response. That's why I requested a master magician from Saydam. Hearing this, the king sipped his wine and asked, is that so? Knowing to be careful in front of the guardians, he raised his glass and said, he doesn't know yet, does he? Everyone agreed in unison. The Earl continued, Your Majesty, I wonder if we should have the Welton magician, Jer, work for Harmonia permanently? The king replied, is it necessary to go that far? The Marquis whispered in his ear, because Jamie is important, and children are easily tempted, especially if we promise his son the position of Grand Duke. Suddenly a voice spoke out, that's too dangerous. Count Neo, who was sitting below, said, Jamie is Welton's son. There's no way he'd stay in Harmonia. Besides, if we can't persuade him, Seodam won't rest until she knows the truth. The Marquis scoffed and said, are you saying I'm wrong, Earl? Count Fael shouts, if something happens, everyone here will be held responsible. The Marquis retorts, what matters is the opinion of His Majesty, myself, and the nobility of this country. The Count roars, isn't the country already ruined by your kind of thinking? Listen well. It is His Majesty who will fix the political mire, not you. The Earl then feigned support for the drunken Emperor, saying, don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll make Jai bow his head. The Emperor slurred, Hen is right, that elder should bow before me. The Marquis smirked, you don't need to stand here. Leave everything to me. He guided the king out of the room, the king slurring, I trust you, Marquis. Yes. You just need to trust me? Count Neo recalled with anger that the Marquis was the reason the country had become like this. With the previous king's passing, the royal family began levying enormous taxes and oppressing the people, while the nobles accused and even sought to kill anyone who resisted. It was all Hem's plan, and now I'm a candle in the wind. They've arrived at the magic tower in Harmonia's capital, and Jemmy's group is exhausted. Everyone else fainted, only Hera and I were still standing. Jai cast a spell and asked, then why did you insist on following me? Suddenly, from behind the door, the master of Harmonia's magic tower introduces himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Jia Khan, master of Harmonia's magic tower. Jemmy thinks to himself, their attire is so flamboyant, and the magic tower master is only level 7, the highest level in Harmonia. You say I am Jai Khan, he replies. I didn't expect the famous Welton Jir to come to this place. He continued, those behind you claim to be your disciples and secretary, and they expressed interest in seeing Harmonia. Inwardly furious, he forced a smile and asked, visit? What do you mean? He thought to himself, A visit in the middle of a battlefield? How arrogant, though his skills aren't necessarily better than mine. He then feigned a smile, saying, "His Majesty will arrive soon, so please rest. I will lead the way." He then spoke with his disciples, and seeing him in person, I realized his talent was indeed impressive, but still only on par with mine. The disciples replied, "Indeed, sect leader is the best." Stroking his beard, he said, "His Majesty will arrive soon, so please prepare yourself." Yes, he led me to his room, saying, "You may use this room." "Thank you." Jai thought to himself, surrounded by expensive and meaningless decorations. The money spent on the magic tower must have been astronomical. With all this luxury, the Harmonia magic tower is a disgrace. Now I understand why he told me to do whatever I want. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice echoed. He thought to himself, wondering just how depraved it could get, as Jemmy spoke up on their secret comms line. "Can you all hear me?" Hera responded. "Yes, we can hear you," Lin and Mayo replied. "We hear you too." Jai Styler smiled contentedly. "Good, it's working quite well." Lini assessed the extravagant scene before him, noting how arrogant and ostentatious the people were. "Even our territory, the best trading city in the East, isn't this gaudy." Anne looked around, equally surprised. "Do the people of Harmonia really like such flashy things?" Herbalena didn't think so. Harmonia isn't such a wealthy nation. Perhaps the extravagance is concentrated in the capital. They passed through the opulent city streets, stopping before the imposing doors of a magnificent chamber, the throne room. As the doors creaked open, the room erupted in a cacophony of cheers, welcoming the elder of the Dam Kingdom, the most talented and greatest archmage. "Welton Jur and his companions, please enter," Mayer said through the secret line, feeling a bit of pressure. Jai helplessly reassured his companion. "They just want to show off their power, so just enjoy it." He secretly wondered, assessing the man sleeping sloppily on the throne, his head tilted to one side, pressing against his plump, fleshy cheek. "Is that the king?" The nearby aide smiled softly, reminding him, "Your Majesty, you have honored guests from Dam." The king, jolted awake, groggily asked, "Huh?" Dam is Dam. Jemmy, standing on the red carpet before the throne, politely bowed. "I am Welton Jur," he said groggily. "Ah, right, Jay, but why am I here? Why are there so many people?" The elderly aide stood before him, blocking his view with a practiced smile. "Your Majesty, you don't seem well. Please, come inside and rest." The king, realizing he'd lost face, grew irritated. "What? What is this? Why am I here?" A servant in a red cloak gestured. "Your Majesty, I have prepared a table of drinks for you. This way, please." The king, unsteady on his feet, descended from the throne, slurring, "Booze, sounds good. Let's go." Jemmy watched the scene, paying closer attention to the aide, realizing the king's condition was so bad that he didn't care about state affairs, and the man beside him likely held all the power. After supporting the king for a while, the aide turned around, puffed out his chest proudly, and introduced himself. "Sorry for the discourtesy, I am Marquis Hem." Jemmy realizes that this man is likely responsible for Harmonia's downfall. Hem feigns a smile, explaining, "His Majesty hasn't been feeling well lately." Jai forces a smile and replies, Yes, I understand." He was secretly wary, thinking he should keep an eye on him. Hen gestured toward another gold-painted door outside. "Thank you for understanding. Under the circumstances, let's dine first." Inside Harmonia Castle's dining hall, the guests and Jai's entourage filled the long table, and one guest remarked, "It's an honor to meet a master from Dam here." The black-haired man slicked back his hair and gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, your disciples are quite lovely." The brunette rubbed his hands together. "Please take care of yourself, Jutao." It was then that the brunette noticed Jay's companions. He looks at the red-haired girl with glasses as she introduces herself. "I'm Hera, a junior mage under Elder Jai." It seems he's heard of this family, his eyes sparkling as he asks, "Isn't Boleno one of Sam's foremost famous mages?" The black-haired man adds, "His disciples must come from prestigious families as well." The blond boy introduced himself. "I'm Lenong, but was cut off. Are you a descendant of the Xmong family?" Henry had a strange feeling about this, as the dark-haired man looked up to the sky, shielding his eyes and laughing. The blue-haired girl introduced herself, finally bowing her head with an embarrassed smile. "I'm Anne Mayer." The other two officials looked puzzled. "Mayer? I've never heard of the Mayer family." Meanwhile, the man beside him gritted his teeth in silent fury. "Those bastards." Jawai finally speaks up. "They are my disciples, my students." Seeing his displeasure, the brown-haired man quickly laughed and corrected himself. "Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. They are disciples of Welton Jiller. They will surely become promising mages." The black-haired man scratched his head and smiled. "Indeed, there's no arguing that." Hemin leisurely stood at the door and greeted them. Sorry I'm late. It seems you were having a good time. I'll have the food brought up right away. Hem gestures grandly. Let's eat. These dishes were prepared by the finest chefs. I hope you enjoy it. Hem turned to Jamie with a sly, provocative smile. Weltinger, I heard you've been in seclusion for 5 years. You were already a great mage then, so your skills must be extraordinary now. Ha ha! Jamie remained calm and humble, deflecting the praise. I still have a long way to go. Not getting his way, Hen frowned in anger, and a crisp sound broke the tense atmosphere as the server fumbled with the plate. Please forgive me. The brown-haired man angrily strained his neck. Without hesitation, he punches the server in the face. Do you have any idea where you are making mistakes like that? The servant trembles as he apologizes, saying he was wrong. The brown-haired man continued his tirade. You useless bastard, did your parents teach you nothing? An elder, indignant, rises to intervene. Hold on, this is too much. A voice echoed in his mind, stopping him from sitting down, as Jemmy calmly observed the scene in silence. He swirled the red wine in his glass, pleased with the scene unfolding before him, while the other guests remained unfazed by the violence, continuing to laugh and chat. Jai thinks to himself, are all the Harmonia nobles this corrupt? The brown-haired man grabs the servant by the collar and yells, What's with that look? You want to join the combat force looking like that? The server, his face bruised and battered, was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. The brunette, realizing he'd overreacted, awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Jemmy. I'm a bit strict with training, showing that in front of a guest was impolite. Jui smiled gently. It's all right. What did you say your name was? The brunette's eyes lit up at the question. I am Viscount Mancap. He savored the name on his tongue. Viscount Mancap, eh? He ordered in a deep voice, gesturing towards him. These dishes look delicious. Bring us some more. You yourself? The brown-haired man asked in disbelief. Why does Jai still wear that cold smile? Don't you want to? Then his sharp eyes turned forward. What do you think, Marquis Hem? Hem returned Welton's gaze with animosity and decisively gave his order. Get to it. Welton contentedly wipes his mouth. I thoroughly enjoyed the dinner you prepared. He politely turned to the brunette, smiling his thanks. I think it tastes even better when served by you, Viscount. Cap forced a smile, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I'm deeply honored, Hem says, rising from the table. You must be tired from your long journey, so please rest. We can discuss business tomorrow. Welton and his entourage rose and turned to leave. Is that so? He turned to look at the person still sitting in the room, hoping the servant from earlier and all the others were all right. They've had a hard time, haven't they? Welton's sarcastic tone was just for Haemon's ears, unlike the others. Hemon forces a smile, his brow twitching slightly. Of course, you don't need to worry. Dan walked leisurely through the grounds, hands behind his head, finally relieved, while Anne-Mayer clenched her fists, shocked by the power of the nobility in this country. Lennon reluctantly asks the man ahead, Master, do I really have to help the country like this? Welton, when asked, simply smiles without answering. A black-haired man in a red coat suddenly appears before Welton. Excuse me, may I have a word with you? Welton looked at the unexpected guest, who introduced himself. I am Count Neo of Harmonia. I have a few things I want to say. Welton and Fatu went to the balcony of a building as the sun had completely set. Welton leaned against the balcony and asked, What is it? Fatu replied, I witnessed everything that just happened. You humiliated Marquis Hem, Fatu complimented. I'm impressed. Welton dismissed the praise, turning to Paul and chuckling, I don't know what you're thinking, saying I insulted the summer marquis. Fatu, unfazed, continued, I was thrilled. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that. Welton cautioned, Indeed, you'd be in serious trouble if I repeated what you just said to the marquis. Fatu frowned. Indeed. Welton wondered, Is this guy against the marquis? Fa, facing Welton's probing gaze, said, I want to ask you something. So, what are your impressions of Harmonia today? Welton asks bluntly. Utterly disappointed. Can this even be called a country? Fatu clenches his trembling fist, his voice wavering. I'm also disappointed, so I have nothing to say in their defense. You said the beautiful Harmonia doesn't exist. Fatu Ha is determined. So please, help us defeat Harmonia. With your help, Harmonia will become Sam's vassal. Welton was slightly taken aback by this. What? He turns away towards the balcony doors. Let's just pretend I didn't hear that. With a pleading tone, Fatu says, Please, save those who are suffering. It's not a bad deal for the chariot either. Fatu analyzes the situation, realizing the current king is merely a puppet of Marquis Hem. If things continue this way, Harmonia has no future. Please, Welton cuts him off. How pathetic. He grabs Fatu by the collar, saying he must not be capable enough, so he seeks help from another country. Did you really try your best? Do you truly wish to become our vassal? Do you really want the Seodam to invade this country? You should be ashamed of your cowardice. Fatu retorts, isn't enduring a little evil better than this hell? Welchen releases him and turns away, saying he doesn't want to hear anymore. Released, Fatu trembled, struggling to breathe, but steadfastly watched his retreating figure. I will let you know my decision today. In the dark torture chamber beneath the ground, there was only the flickering fire of the torch and the thick smell of blood. Before the old blood could dry, new blood splattered as Marcus Hem mercilessly lashed the bound figure kneeling before him. Because of you, I've suffered such humiliation. Each lash of the whip leaves a bloody mark, splattering the floor. The beaten man, unable to resist, trembled and begged, I'm sorry, please forgive me. But Hem was unmoved, continuing his merciless assault. Die! Die! The beaten man finally lost the strength to beg and collapsed. The whip marks on his face were clearly stained with blood. Hen grits his teeth. Jamie, I definitely will. A black-haired man rushes in, shouting, Marquis, something terrible has happened. Enemy troops have entered the capital. His face still covered in blood. What was he asking? In the Harmonia capital, a voice echoed from the southern wall, where the rotation of guards had become more intense due to the enemy forces. Turns out, the guards were just gossiping. One of them said, Damn it, it's the nobles who make me resentful. The other yawned, replying, It's so boring. Nothing's happening. They continued to chat idly. Let's bet the winner gets to sleep, unaware of a figure lurking behind a bush, who suddenly leaped out and threw sharpened iron nails through their skulls. As the two bloodied gate guards fall, he lands safely, noting the numerous openings. The figure is Henry of the Liberation Army. He held the spikes in his mouth, looking bored, wondering if these were the only guards they had. How could they be so confident? Perhaps they continued to underestimate us. He then jumped down for a free fall, muttering to himself, Whatever it takes, I'll be taking the king's head tonight. A loud knock echoed, followed by a shout. Reporting in, Lord Welton, juror. Welton, sitting in his room and hearing the commotion, wondered, What's going on? A servant burst in, reporting that the enemy was attacking. The Liberation Army's special forces had entered the capital and were threatening the king. General Melb requests Welton Gier to come quickly. Let's go then. Remaining calm, he realized the Liberation Army's arrival was sooner than expected. He decided to assess both sides before making a decision. If neither the nobles nor the Liberation Army respond, a voice calls out from behind, Master, where are you going? Hera approached, asking, Was it a surprise attack by the Liberation Army? Welton instructed, Hera, please take care of the children. I'll go alone this time. As Old Man Simon spoke, Master, I want to go too. Hera silenced him with a flick of her finger, adding, All right, be careful. If that's the end of the conversation, then I'm counting on you. Harmonia, atop the mansion, sensed something amiss. Damn it, he's concealing his location. It seems he's using a technique to hide his mana. He activates the search spell. There are things I'll never give up on. You think you can hide from me? Elemental memory? This is Jia Khan's wondrous mind magic, using the power of the elements, he mutters to himself. The elements exist in every corner of the world. Even if you hide your mana, you can't hide your body's presence from this world. Finding you was only a matter of time. Elsewhere, a voice commanded the men in black. I will reveal the intruder's location. Capture him alive. After casting his spell, Jia Khan sat down on a wooden crate to rest, thinking that now that there was a spy in the capital, he wouldn't have to go to battle anymore. Then lamented how tiring it was to fight at night. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the air, commenting on his relaxed demeanor, startling Jia Khan. He looks down at the mansion grounds and shouts, huh? An intruder? His mind raced. Even though I saw him with my own eyes, not through the elements, I still can't sense his presence. Incredible. The cloaked figure in the moonlight spoke, You're the one who murdered Lord Kiru. Jia Khan realized he was a swordsman, and with only his level 7 skills, he was a monster he couldn't face. But Jia Khan laughs, planning to strike a blow before making his escape. Ha ha, it's enough reminiscing. Time to run. The cloaked man calmly states, It's too late. You've run out of chances. Jia Khan is struck, blood now falling onto the courtyard. Welton's voice echoed, It's you, isn't it? A master of the Fran organization helping the Army of Liberation. He smirks. Your movements are too fast, making you easy to spot. Your power is closely tied to the moon's light. Welton observes, as the man in black rushes forward, sword in hand. Welton calmly tries to ensnare the blade with his chains, but they're sliced apart in an instant. Even though the man in black broke through his defenses, he was still incredibly surprised. He blocked his attack, and he even knows where his power comes from. Jin's power resonates with the moonlight. It's only activated when the moon rises, and it's an invincible power under the moonlight. But once his opponent knows that, the power can be exploited and weakened. The man in black calculates, but even if he knows, he can't completely defeat it. What he discovered was only a fraction of the moon's resonance, wherever moonlight shines. As he pondered this, Welton charged with his sword. "This is your domain, I presume." A sword fight ensues, and the man in black is forced back. Welton chuckled, suggesting, "How about we talk instead of fighting like this?" He was perplexed. "Talk?" The swordsman swung, sending him flying. As he landed, he continued, "Let's settle this peacefully." His foot stomped into the mud, and he quickly lunged forward to attack again. Welton activated his magic, thinking he'd created a mire to stop him, but it was useless against a swordsman. He raised his sword and said, "That little bit of magic won't work on me." Welton summons a staff, Avalon, reverses the world, and unleashes an explosion that sends debris flying as the man in black realizes he can no longer sense him. Where is he? He looked up to see a cloud of black smoke hovering in the sky and wondered, did he create that shadow in the sky? Within the black smoke, Welton plans to accelerate using the 100 Seas burst technique, unleashing a space-rending sword strike. Welton emerges from the air, striking at the cloaked figure. He thinks to himself that it's a perfect close-range attack, but no matter how perfect or close, it's nothing to him. He blocked Welton's blade and coldly stated, "Because I am a master swordsman." Moonlit resonance, moon slash. He introduces moonlit resonance as a power that uses moonlight as a weapon, and even if you block the moonlight, it's useless. The moonlight is high in the sky, so my power is essentially unbeatable. As he struck a blow that forced Welton back, he calmly advised, "Your swordsmanship is better than I thought, but you're not a master, so you can't win." Welton responds, staff in hand, "I know it's difficult to defeat you with just this sword." His eyes sharpened, and he smirked, "Then witness my true technique." A flurry of slashes descended, his signature burst slash. The man in black was startled. He hadn't sensed the magic because of his injuries, much to Welton's satisfaction. "I've merged with the inverted world, so even a swordsman like you will struggle to counter." Another massive explosion erupts, even larger than before, forcing the cloaked figure to the edge of the building as he contemplates his next move. "Even though I blocked it with the power of moonlight, my body still can't take it. I need to heal myself first." Whether he can pull it off is another question. In the air, a magical hand merges 3 spells. Eris Vitek Thunder, an 8th circle spell combining wind, lightning, and reverse attributes. A massive lightning strike, the pursuit of darkness, and a rain of arrows. One hit and you're guaranteed to become a hedgehog. The man in black appears behind him, but he seems to know it, smirking in admiration. "Not bad." Welton turns and touches his head. The man in black unleashes the resonance of moonlight. Moonlight burst. A glint flashes in his eyes as immense power erupts, leveling the area. A massive crater appears, with the man in black standing at its center. He's weakened considerably, he thinks, as Moonburst is a technique that channels moonlight into the opponent's body and erupts it in all directions. This finishing move is reserved only for the strongest foes, yet unbelievably, I've failed. Welton slowly emerges, confident he's still in control. "Well, let's talk then." Knowing he's outmatched, the man in black agrees. "What do you want to say?" Welton retracted his staff. "I'm curious why Frontia is helping the Liberation Army." He calmly asks, "If I tell you why, will you help us?" "I want to help this country be free. We're working with them to make this a place where people are free, a place where the intrusive eyes of the church can't reach. But you probably wouldn't understand. So now, let's—" Welton interrupted him. "No, I have been granted great power." The man in black robes frowns. "If you help the Liberation Army take this land, you'll get a share too. You came here to take this land, didn't you?" He pointed his sword, adding, "Tonight, the head of Harmonia's king will fall, and you can no longer stop us." Welton looked at him like he was an idiot. The Church of Dryan was already supporting this land. The man in black was stunned. What was he going to say next? "On the way here, I saw many priests worshipping Dryan, the god of violence and plunder, on their way. If they help the king, the war will drag on." He was still doubtful, wondering how he could trust him, when a dark light shone down, startling them both. "Welton is tense. That's the dark light of Dr. What is happening?" The The god of violence and plunder, an emblem like a crescent moon embracing the sun, is more like 1,000 spears piercing through mud and fresh blood. Dry in Diablo Villa, he's the one I've had to face the most after Janet. A bound figure kneels atop a pillar, blood cascading down its sides like a waterfall, while dozens of devotees prostrate themselves at its base. Despite having the fewest followers among the 12 gods, his violent sect is the strongest, Jemmy recalls, remembering the roaring voice. Diablo, in the end, only the strong survive, and though you are powerful, you are outnumbered. Why? Because you are alone. The mad demon laughed, his face contorted with excitement, and Jin thought to himself that among the 12 gods he was uniquely obsessed with power. But unlike his namesake, his strength was only at a low level. Jemmy said seriously, "The black light is Drive's divinity, so do you believe me now?" He asked, but Jin's reply changed nothing. All he had to do was behead the king to take Harmonia. Jemmy interjects, "The king isn't the most powerful person in this country. You know that, right?" Count Faz also asked me for help. Jane suddenly pictured someone in his mind, someone who told him that if things continued as they were, Harmonia would have no future. Jin's eyes widened in shock. Neo? He was certain. Today's attack was Count Fato's plan. Jin lowered his head. Even so? Jemmy suddenly cut him off, angrily pointing a finger in his face, shouting, "Aren't you supposed to be saving the suffering people of Harmonia? Is that what you call human freedom? Damn it!" Jiaowai growled. "Your ultimate goal is still just to take a piece of this country." Dian frantically retorts, "Aren't you trying to capture me because you're afraid of losing territory to us Sedums?" He raises a hand to his chest, insisting that Crontenaire is an organization uninvolved in such territorial disputes. Jiaowai says, "Then there's no problem with us joining hands, right?" He scratched the back of his head, grinning. "You won't get caught up in the war." Jin, face in his hands, curses under his breath, realizing he's already been dragged into it. Elsewhere, Harmonia's King Kifis, face flushed, sleeps drunkenly, unaware of the figure looming over him. From the Drian church's steeple, E looked down, his eyes filled with contemptuous, bone-chilling disdain, then turned to the figure before him, saying, "Haven't you summoned us a bit too early?" Without turning, E gazed out the window and replied that things had gone awry. The Marquis took a sip of wine, his eyes fixed on the smoke and flames engulfing the capital. Annoyed, he says, "Those bastards haven't caught those 7 rats, and the situation is chaotic. Father, I've eliminated all the useful names. The image of the executed haunts him." The red wine swirled, reflecting the Marquis's cruel smile. "Perhaps," he mused, "I should have let them live a little longer." Marquis Hem turned, placing his wineglass on a small wooden cabinet, and said, "After all, that man was one of those who broke in here." E quickly responded, "You mean the one who killed the king's knight?" The Marquis hummed softly. "Kiru is quite strong among swordsmen. Difficult to defeat. Perhaps that one is very good at assassination." He imagined a figure spread among the people like a shadow, appearing and disappearing. If he comes here, the king's head will surely roll. The Marquis glared at the king's sleeping face and grumbled, "How annoying. We have to protect him at all costs since he's our figurehead." "Then tell me your plan," she said softly. The Grand Duke, who was actually a high priest of a cult in disguise, held up the sagging fake skin on his face. "The plan remains the same." He pulls at his mask, saying, "I must return to my true form." M, worried, speaks up, "There's still time." The old priest raised his hand to stop the woodsman, saying, "Enough, that's enough. In this civil war that has lasted for over 5 years, so much blood has been spilled, and so many bodies have piled up in this country. In this mournful and bloody atmosphere, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the 12 gods vie for the top spot, and we must find a way to survive." "We too shall become evil gods if we reach the summit," the high priest declared. S immediately saluted. "That is the wish of our parents." "Then let's begin." The high priest's face was fierce, his eyes as cold as a snake's, as he grinned to himself. "Gee, you'll regret this." The high priest spoke as if suddenly remembering something. "Jai's disciples and secretary are in the magic tower," he orders. "Capture them." Elsewhere, a commotion arises. "There, don't run. Stop right there." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed relentlessly as the room's door was pounded again and again. If not for the magic barrier, it would have collapsed already, Anne wondered. "What's going on out there?" Hera indifferently says, "I don't know, but it's safer to stay here." But Liang wouldn't wait, snapping, "I can't wait any longer. I have to see for myself." Hera sternly asks, "Do you want to disobey your master's orders?" Leon hesitates, but Anne suddenly interjects, "Wait." Seeing the door was no longer strange, Anne said, "It's suddenly too quiet outside. They must have finally gone out. On the wide carpeted corridor, the three walked step by step, the red carpet dotted with dark stains as Leon glanced around. Why is nobody here? Where did everyone go? Anne is growing anxious. Why is this suddenly happening? Ever since entering this area, she's noticed the constant dripping. And now it's getting heavier. Huh? The droplets? Before she could finish, she looked up at the ceiling. Above, countless corpses of mages hang suspended, impaled by crimson threads, their blood raining down like tears. Ah-ha! A scream echoes as he collapses to the ground. Hera was caught off guard and staggered slightly. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, an outsider's voice rings out. Kiki, there are still some left. He smirked, licked his blade, and then leapt forward. Die! He lunged at Lenong with his blade, catching him by surprise. A dark magic pierces the night as Hera summons a spike from the shadows, impaling their foe. Withdrawing her magic, a battle cry erupts like thunder. Kill them! Surrender, you weaklings! The remaining figures lurking in the shadows immediately charge forward. It's not over yet. Thank you, Hera. Getting back on his feet, Ong declares, from now on, we fight with our own tactics. With a stern look, Leon declared, envelop him in fire magic, and if we analyze it, we'll win. A Ninghiam Tuk added. Elsewhere, Jay's necklace suddenly glows, and amidst the rubble he realizes, my disciples are in trouble. Jin asks, should we help them? Jiaowai gently refused. No need, though young, they are my disciples. He recalled their figures, thinking, I'm not the only one who's grown stronger this past year, and besides, together they have nothing to fear. Jemmy, sensing the divine power in the distance, snaps his fingers and says, I must get to the royal castle first. A blue light appears, and they teleport away, back to the other three. The assassins were engulfed in flames, one screaming, Commander, we can't advance any further. The one called Commander was the leader of the Drianteru Church's armed forces. He struggled to see through the magical flames, wondering who was so powerful. Gazing at the fire magic being unleashed, Teru was lost in thought. This fire magic could make even a veteran mage run, but there's someone I fear even more than that red-haired kid. That blue-haired girl, Long growled, and commands from behind, predicting their next move to the left. Teru fumes, realizing she sees through all their tactics. He glanced away, gritting his teeth, realizing the woman on the other side was no pushover either. Hera, meanwhile, was holding her own, unleashing dozens of dark, sharp spikes at the assassins. The man behind him spoke up, What should we do? Commander, Teru frowned, gritting his teeth. The Archbishop's orders are absolute. We cannot disobey. Anne frantically turned around, his face etched with worry, and shouted, Behind you! Something's not right. They seem to be planning something, and they're fighting with fewer numbers than before. Ren, summoning a fireball in each hand, yelled back, Easier said than done. With that, he hurled several fireballs at the Drian Church soldiers, explaining that the corridor's circular shape made it difficult to discern their intentions. Anne turned to Hera, who was relentlessly firing sharp thorns, her mind racing. In this situation, we can't destroy them. Anne looks back and forth, wondering if there's another way. Leo, not knowing what she's planning, urges her to stop analyzing and help him. Suddenly, Anne keenly noticed the building's structure and quickly shouted to Hera, Hera, destroy this wall. Judging by the building's structure, there should be a room behind it. Anne slapped the wall, continuing, We'll hide in that room. Hera asked no questions, simply telling her to step aside. With that, she summoned dark magic, piercing the night and striking the wall, and they all rushed inside as soon as it crumbled. Anne urged them to hurry, but the armed forces of the Drian Church were relentless, shouting, Don't let them escape! Those kids and that woman, they can even use fire magic. These people have mutated into monsters, their eyes are bloodshot, and their bodies are covered in a dense network of blood vessels. One of them said, If we catch them now, I'll give them a good scare. Suddenly, a magic spell is summoned, shaking the ground. The room shook violently, collapsing and burying the monstrous beings beneath it as screams echoed out. What? That bastard, I won't forgive you. Leung panics. Anne, what do we do? Anne, also worried, tilted her head to look down below, not responding. Seeing the scene before her, she thought to herself, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Through the window, Anne sees a man being chased by Dree Church soldiers and says, Let's go down and join that man on the run. Lord Seventh is shocked. What? Hera, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm. All right, let's go. Raising her hand towards the pursuing army, Hera invoked the secret art of dark binding, instantly halting them in their tracks as curses filled the air. What is this? Damn it, I'm frozen. It's that woman. Someone noticed, but it was too late. The glass shattered, and in an instant, a winged creature burst from the building and soared away. Meanwhile, the shouts to capture him and kill the bastard still rang out. Ignoring the screams behind him, the man ran for his life, wondering where these bastards came from. One of the pursuers caught up, leaping with a knife and yelling, "Die!" But before he could strike, a fireball appeared above the assassin's head. His eyes widened in terror as a fiery explosion erupted. The man Xiao was chasing looked at the flames with concern, hammer in hand. Suddenly, he saw Anne, Leon, and Hera emerge with wings on their backs and stammered in shock. Who are those two kids and that woman? The pursuers arrived, and upon seeing Henry with the others, they shouted, "He has allies? Never mind, just kill them." At that moment, Mayo loudly declared, "Let's fight together. Everyone follow my lead." Hearing this, everyone agreed. Even Henry reluctantly gave in. Anmer directed them. He'd take 3 o'clock, Hera, 8 o'clock, and Old Man Henry, 10 o'clock, a title Henry clearly resented. What? Old Man? Hera rushes in front of Henry, telling him to stop complaining and just follow instructions, to which Henry grumbles. Unbeknownst to them, the Liberation Army had stormed in, and both sides immediately charged into battle. Steel clashed against steel in a furious exchange. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Duck down, quick!" As Henry ducked, Hera swung her sword, striking the would-be attacker, who cried out in pain. Anmer then asked, "Lion, is your mana ready?" Leon conjures a flame, declaring, "I'm ready." Henry turns to the others, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. They fought as one, guided by a single voice. Anmer approached Henry, saying, "If this drags on, we'll be at a disadvantage." "Do you have comrades?" Henry replied, "Yes, 7, but we've all lost track of each other." Hearing this, Anmer says, "Then let's find your comrades first." Looking at the overwhelming Liberation Army surrounding the helpless Henry, how will they ever escape? Mayo then said, "Leno, are you ready? Blow them away." With fiery enthusiasm, he declared, "I've been ready for this." And with that, he unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the Liberation Army's forces. Taking the opportunity, the four hurried to escape, Mayo turning back to say, "It's time, let's get out of here." Henry, running behind, couldn't help but marvel at the children's extraordinary skills, and her too. "Neo, are you sure he didn't betray us? You said we only had to deal with the Harmonia army?" Neo gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, Hem brought the Drian Church's vanguard here. Seeing the chaos, he ran off. His goal wasn't just to seize power in this country. He hadn't run far when a voice called out from behind, "Where are you going?" "Count?" Neo exclaimed, startled. "Marquis, what are you doing here?" Hemen smiled. "You must realize the Liberation Army's attack has failed, so you're planning something else?" Neo was shocked, sweating, thinking he knew everything. Hem just smiled and said, "This is your last chance. Swear your allegiance to me. Only then can I spare your life and that of your family." Knowing he meant no good, Neo retorted, "Kill me then. I will never surrender to you. I will sacrifice myself for the love of this country." Hem's smile fades as he says, displeased, "I admire your fighting spirit, but it's also incredibly irritating. D's hell is an endless swamp of violence," he says, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. Without another word, Hem launches the sphere, shouting, "There, you will suffer for eternity, a punishment for the weak." But just then, a shield surrounds and protects Neo. He was shocked, exclaiming, "This is—" Juai protected him with magic, saying, "So your garbage talk has become your manifesto? Shouldn't you treat those of your own kind equally? The gods won't favor your fruit." Hemen couldn't believe his eyes and cried out, "What? Aren't you on our side?" Juai coldly stares at him, saying, "Aren't there always variables in this world? I'll take care of him. Take your teammates and go." Neo's teammate supporting him spoke, relying on him. Jemmy, now radiating a powerful aura of dark energy, declares that he no longer needs to conceal his strength. "I'll show you the taste of violence you crave, you piece of trash." Sensing this immense pressure, Hem angrily exclaims, "You see him standing unharmed amidst his own demonic energy." Jai thinks to himself, "Anyone weaker would be instantly annihilated. I guess he's no ordinary noble." Tricked and enraged, Hem's inner demon erupts, and with a deafening roar, Hem's eyes turn black as he hisses. "How dare you betray me?" Jemmy exclaimed in disbelief. "You were hiding your power?" He wondered if Drian's leader, if still alive, was one of the 3 high priests. Normally, the church's military power would be taken over by knights, but because they worship the god of violence and plunder, it is the only church where all believers have military power. The high priest stands at the summit, closest to the violent god, and is stronger than all commanders. Hem, now consumed by madness, his eyes flashing red, slowly approached Jemmy, shouting, "You've made a mistake. If you had sided with me, I would have only scolded you." But facing Hem, Jemmy, unafraid, unleashed his magic, sneering, "Scold me?" In his heart, he regretted not killing Ron when he had the chance. "I regret sparing him." Jemmy thought, "Yes, I need to correct the mistake I made." Hearing this, he mutters in confusion as Jay smiles faintly and says, "Die, you bastard." Then, from his hand, a second dark power erupted, shrouding him in darkness. He exclaimed in shock, "What is this darkness? Is it dark magic?" He then laughs maniacally. "So you finally reached that level, all thanks to dark magic? And yet, they call you the greatest talent in the world. All lies, you bastard." Jemmy smirks. Who's the fake now? With immense power, Hem retaliates, but he's in for a surprise. Ma'anana pierces through his very divinity. Hemen, now fearful, realizes he can't fight head-on and must create distance. Jemmy declares, "You think you can escape me?" And with that, he unleashes the first power, yin-yang reversal. From the void, skeletal arms seized Hem's limbs, binding him. Hem exclaimed in shock, "It's a summoning spell!" "How do you possess such dark powers?" Hem said, sweating and in disbelief. "You're the evil one here." Jemmy approached Hem and touched his forehead. He said, "The evil one is the god you worship." Hearing this, Hem roared in anger. "You mustn't blaspheme him. You don't need to die for that monkey. You have so much to do." As G unleashed the necro sword skill, a surge of energy erupted. Jemmy smirked and retreated as the massive necro sword in his hand swung its blade toward Hem. At this point, Hem was beyond enraged. He unleashed his berserker rage, his body gangwaying powerfully, shattering the soul sword's blade. Hem growls, "I can't believe you've forced me back into this form." Jemmy ascends, fearless. "You little punk." Seeing this, Hem went berserk, clenching his fists and roaring. "You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart first." Jemmy raised his sword and declared, "This much is enough." Immediately after, he unleashed a dark version of the bow and sword technique, and then followed up with a dark, thunderous punishment. An 8th-level lightning magic combined with dark magic, inflicting devastating damage on Hem, causing him to feel as if he had broken 2 bones at once. Despite his grievous injuries and bleeding from the mouth, Hemen stubbornly roared, "Fool, you can't kill me with that little power." Jai smirked. "Who said it was over?" "If you insist," he says, unleashing a curse. His third power, revealed in previous chapters, amplified his curse magic nearly tenfold. He sheathed his sword, watching him kneel, and said, "Whatever your plan, capturing you ends it all. When you descend to hell, apologize to those you've tormented." Hem, riddled with wounds, still refused to yield. Arrogantly, he says, "It's not over yet. A monster like you was unexpected, but even if I die, nothing will change." Seeing this, Jai frowns in confusion. "What? You're loyal to my father." Just then, a rift tore open in the sky, and with a deafening boom, a pillar of light carrying immense pressure descended, revealing a massive dragon. The mythical beast Basilisk had arrived. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Dark Mage was using the last of his strength to turn the tables. He raises his hand to the sky, summoning power from the blood and corpses amassed in Harmonia over the past 5 years, along with the 6 hem crystals placed throughout the land. An unusual mark, a crescent laurel wreath around a small circle, is emblazoned on the back of his hand. With this, I summon the most powerful creature of our parents to this land. A massive dark power descends upon the sorcerer, and an eerie red light illuminates the night sky, painting it a hellish crimson. The bleeding mage screamed, "Descend upon this land!" Basilisk serpent. A blinding light tore through the night as black smoke gathered with a howling gale, welcoming calamity to this small land. The sky was clear, but a downpour suddenly began, unnoticed by the mage, who continued to look up and shout, "Now we have the power to compete with Poe and Genis. Purge this world of the heretics who stand in our order's way." The dragon roared, its long tongue flicking like a serpent's. As Leif pointed to the sky, he shouted, "What is that?" Henry looked up in horror. "What the hell? A winged serpent?" "Did anyone see where those two jumped from and landed so gracefully? There they are." Hera stared at them in astonishment as Henry turned his attention to the commotion. Swordsman Pato. To breathed a sigh of relief. "Henry, you're the first person I've met. I'm glad to see you. I didn't expect you to be here with the people of Weltanjir." Hera stood in front, raising her hand to protect her 2 teammates behind her, as Fado politely introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Earl of Harmonia." Henry affirmed with certainty, "I can vouch for this person's identity. He supports the Liberation Army in both material and spirit." The swordsman interrupts, "We can talk names later. We need to leave. That monster is nearly impossible to defeat." Leon points at the swordsman warily. Hold on. Who are you? You haven't introduced yourself. The swordsman paused, then asked, You're Ju's disciple, aren't you? A name that struck a chord with Lewin. You know my master? And Mayer asked cautiously. Where is Jay, my master? The swordsman asked. He's headed towards the giant serpent. With concern, Nong raises his voice. What? Then let's go help him. And Mayer is also worried, saying that even if he is their master, he can't fight it alone. Hera wisely stops her teammates, saying, If we go, we'll only get in his way. We should focus on staying alive. Henry, you're responsible for protecting them. A worried Henry asks, Swordsman, what are you planning to do? The swordsman recalls his evenly matched battle with Jaime, then draws his blade, answering, It's what must be done. The swordsman turned away. Gather the others and run as far as you can, away from the capital. Pato asked the swordsman worriedly, Jin, are you going to be okay? Without answering, Jin urged Pato as he prepared to leave. What you need to do is survive. Only then can we shoulder the future of this country. Thank you so much. Pato called out uncomfortably as Henry carried him over his shoulder. Hey, Henry, hold on to Pato tight. There's no time for sentimentality. Everyone follow me. The majestic basilisk soared through the night sky, as Jaime Wan, in his spectral form, floated above, marveling at the sight. 60,000 years ago, it was so big I couldn't see it all, but now it's like a little stub. Welton strides forward, but even weakened, it's not an opponent to be taken lightly. From afar, it opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, as a sphere of deadly darkness began to form between them. It inhales, unleashing the black and white sphere as a dark flame upon the world. Welton still has power. A stream of purple magic envelops him. There's no other way, he'll have to push himself. Strange markings begin to appear on Welton's arm. The immense magical power emanating from him even catches Basilisk's attention. What's this? An anomaly. Welton has tapped into his ultimate form of magic, the maximized version of the realm of the super minies. He bleeds slightly from the corner of his mouth, surrounded by intense black lightning. Basilisk wondered how such a lowly insect could possess such power. In that moment of distraction, he was struck by Welton's magic, and he cried out in pain. The purple serpent's movements were restricted, and the golden orbs flew toward Welton, who gripped his sword tightly, drawing it slowly, lightning crackling as strange symbols covered his hand. Welton unleashed the 10th move of the Welton family, Thunderstrike, as blue light shattered the golden orbs, causing them to explode like smoke bombs. The serpent writhes as if burned by the smoke, its entire body ablaze with red flames against its jet-black scales, groaning in agony. But Welton stands firm, showing no signs of exhaustion. He crosses his sword and staff into an X, saying, If this is your power, I'm a little disappointed. He then focuses all his power to create a purple orb. The purple orb collided with the serpent's scales, causing it to cry out in agony. Defeated, the serpent lay motionless on the ground, as two blood-red hands with sharp black nails emerged from within its crumbling exoskeleton, clawing to break free. From afar, the white-haired, human-like figure with a powerful build gasped, realizing the divine protection surrounding his body had been shattered. Could there really be someone this strong in the human world? Welton, sword and staff in hand, seemed to have been waiting for this. Biss, unwilling to be underestimated, transformed the scales on its back into menacing snakes. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a human. Die. As he finished speaking, the small snake suddenly grew large and lunged at Welton, only to be easily cut to pieces by his sword. Basilisk stared at the remains of his snakes, the severed ends glowing purple, and gritted his teeth. Welton points his staff at the basilisk, the head of the staff erupting with purple flames. Stop your screaming. A thin shield forms a sphere around Welton, protecting him from the blast. Sensing danger, Basilisk knew he had to escape. Damn, I need to get out of here. Welton, anticipating its intentions, snapped his fingers. Dimensional barrier, a 9th circle space magic, creates a separate dimension, completely isolated from the outside world. Just as Basilisk tried to flee, it was surrounded by a cage of black smoke. It tried to jump away, only to slam into a solid wall. Basilisk jumped back to the ground, angrily shouting, You dare cage me like an animal human? Welton didn't answer, raising a hand to silence him. Light magic. A blinding ray of light transforms into a massive sphere, hurtling towards the basilisk. Light magic, a 9th circle spell capable of generating immense holy light. Basilisk screams in agony as Welton gazes down at the burning corpse, remarking that the power has been adjusted. You should watch your mouth from now on, Basilisk thought bitterly. No matter how strong you become, how could a human do this to me? Welton scoffs at its intent. You've returned to your original size, have you? You descended upon this land with only that much power? Basilisk roared. Don't underestimate me, human. Welter mocked it in a low voice. So, what rank are you again, divine beast? Haven't you died by my hand at least 3,000,000 times? Basilisk was still not convinced. This is absurd. Weren't you locked away? Diabravia, you've escaped? He doesn't deny it. Yes, it's true. Welton looks down at the pathetic creature beneath his feet. You survived my attack. I'm glad. Since you're a friend of the 12 gods, you must know many secrets. Basilisk is stubborn, but I won't reveal anything. He gently places his hand on its forehead. It doesn't matter. He recalled P.O.'s words. Whatever happens to Basilisk is his business, not yours. Welton unleashed his final attack, the third power. Touch power bearing enhances the usness erosion, destroying consciousness. Welton sinisterly smiles. I'll take care of your brain. With that, Jai unleashes a purple magic circle shaped like an eye before the sun, the third power amplifying the mind destruction technique. As he spoke, a purple light emerged, twisting like a soft cloth, yet filled with terrifying intent. Still, that fool remained defiant. It's futile, little one, he shouts within the purple light emanating from his forehead. Jemmy realized that to control the basilisk's spirit, he had no choice but to use his full power, a most unwelcome prospect. Jawai gritted his teeth until blood flowed from his mouth and eyes as he unleashed his magic to its maximum potential. Jack, he thought frantically. Damn it, I'm going to get sick. From then on, blood poured from Jai's mouth like rain as he screamed, unleashing a terrifying blast that sent rocks flying. He laughed, saying that he would slowly unleash his magic before him, and Basilisk collapsed to the ground. Jamie recalls the past, the end of Diablo Volfir, and the unrecorded history of 10,000 years ago, and the man speaks with fear and unease. Yes, after sealing Diablo Volpier, He spoke as blue blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Basic choked violently, his mouth erupting in a gruesome spray of blood. He writhes in agony as a large, sharp needle bursts from his throat, causing him even more pain. He arches his back and thrashes in torment. Jemmy stands beside him, sighing helplessly as she rubs her tired eyes. To resort to forbidden magic to this extent? It seems finding answers won't be easy, and the guy next to him keeps making strange noises. Then he dissolved into the air, turning to dust, as Jai stood before him, hands on her hips, watching. Well, there's no other way. I'll have to hear it directly from the 12 gods. He sighs in frustration. Well, that was anticlimactic. Even with my level 9 abilities, I couldn't get anything out of him, but at least it weakened Dryan. He sank into his subconscious and began to think. Even if Dryan realized the basilisk was gone, he wouldn't know he was the one who killed it. Because this happened within the space barrier, Dryan is covered in sweat. He thinks, contrary to his reputation, he's actually quite weak, so we'll have to endure this for a while. Suddenly, Jai had an idea. Dispel the space barrier. A dark scene. The space gradually disappeared, leaving behind a dreamy evening sky. Lost in thought, he heard someone call his name, Jay, and turned to see Jin Nguyet Kwang rushing towards him, asking, what happened? Jin shook him violently, making Jai dizzy, and asked, what was that black orb that just disappeared? Where did that snake go? Tell me now. After being shaken so violently by Jin, Juai said he was tired. Let's talk about it later. Jin persists. Come on, tell me. Just as Jin said that, Juai collapsed, but Jin caught him in time. Jai sighed, then closed his eyes. Jin wondered if he had fallen asleep, as the scene shifted to a magnificent mansion near Harmonia Castle, bathed in the light of dusk, with blood splattering from the castle. A scream echoes as the connection to Basilisk is severed. E covers his mouth, wondering what on earth just happened. He looked out the window, wondering if the unidentified light was the cause, though it was powerful, surely not enough to summon a basilisk. Damn it. I don't know what happened, but I need to get back to headquarters fast. He crouches to the ground, muttering as if searching for something, when a voice suddenly calls out from behind him. So, here you are. He turned back in shock, asking, Are you Jin Moonlight? Jin crossed his arms, silently watching him. How do you know me? He slowly stood up, blood still on his mouth, and said, How could I not know the one who always interferes with our plans? Are you the swordsman of Fran, the knight of the Rio family? Dien Nguyet Kwang, impressed by his memory, said, I shouldn't underestimate the information network of the Dry Order. The man, puzzled and wary, asked, Within the Rio family, a swordmaster is considered an absolute master, right? So, what brings you to this remote land? As he spoke, he secretly cast magic behind his back, determined to escape Jin at all costs. Dien Moonlight coldly stared at him. That's none of your concern, he said. Then, suddenly using the magic he had cast earlier, he rushed towards Jin Moonlight, shouting, What a pity for that man! He slowly drew his sword, saying, "Then let me show you the swordsman of Rio." Before he could react, Jin quickly flew behind him, and with that, his head met the sharp blade, the magic in his hand dissipating. Jin finished his earlier sentence, "Truly a master." Jin coldly waved his sword again, his voice deep, "Be well prepared before you go to hell so you don't get lost." The sky had brightened, and light streamed through the crack in the door where Jai was sleeping. The bright light caused him to groan softly. Jemmy slowly opened his blue-green eyes, asking if this was his bedroom. "How long have I been asleep?" Jai straightens up, thinking that 9th-level magic is too risky, and combining it with holy light makes it even riskier. He clutched his chest in pain, marveling at its power, but fearing he couldn't endure many more uses. A colossal serpent breathed fire with a long tongue. Luckily, this serpent is weak, like a worm. He relives the fight, recalling how the divine black mana-infused holy light neutralized its power. Jamie sadly reflects that he can now confirm the holy light's effect on divinity, though much remains unclear. A white, winged eye appears after the holy light is created. He hasn't awakened in the past 5 years. Knock, knock, the door creaks open. Anna Mayer enters, calling for her master, and Jai responds with a noise. She finished speaking and rushed to check on her master, taking his temperature and asking if he felt any discomfort. She checked for fever and looked genuinely concerned. Jai was speechless. "Okay," she said, breathing a sigh of relief. "I was so worried about Master sleeping for 3 days straight." "What? I've been asleep for 3 days?" She happily scurries to the door and says, "Wait here. I'll get someone who knows what's going on." He was shocked as a crowd of people rushed in saying, "Elder, you're awake. We're so glad." G forced a smile. "Did you have to bring everyone? I don't even recognize some of them." Jui responded enthusiastically, "Ha ha ha, I slept soundly. You all didn't need to worry," the Earl X-Mong's red-haired second son said. "Just as I thought, you'd wake up soon enough." Jai's eyes were judgmental. "Lennon, don't say things you don't mean," he replied softly. Yes, making him seethe with rage at that bastard. Jai then rewards his beloved student with a gentle tap on the head, full of affection as Hera approaches, smiling softly. "Elder, I'm so glad you're all right." Jai scratches his head, embarrassed, and apologizes for making her worry, asking if taking care of the kids was difficult. Hera gently places her hand on her chest and says, "Not at all. Rather, your disciples have been a great help." It was then that the indigo-haired boy spoke. "Thanks to you, I'm safe." "Thank you, Mr. Welton." He tells him to wait, then instructs the future king to never bow his head before anyone. Is he right, though? The Liberation Army youth left the brown-haired man dumbfounded before he brightly waved. "You're a very easygoing person. It's an honor to meet you." Jemmy shakes hands with the young brown-haired man, who then introduces himself. "My name is Henry, and your disciples have helped me immensely. Their skills are remarkable." Jai replies, "It seems my disciples have also received help from you. As their master, I thank you." He said, "What do you think of Count Fato?" Henry closed his eyes, full of pride and confidence, saying, "I can rest assured that this country is led by you, Count. You are the only one in this country and also care about the people." Jai was pleased with the statement. "That's right." But Count Falto's face turned bright red. "Hey, you two, stop teasing me." Henry laughs heartily, amused by the Earl's embarrassment. Jai spoke to Hera. "I have something to discuss privately with the Earl. Could everyone else excuse us for a moment?" Hera understands and respectfully leaves the room, the murmur of their conversation filling the space. Jai asks, "How do you plan to run the government in the future?" Count Ferris replies, "I'm not sure yet." The Count continued, "First, I want to eliminate the corrupt elements, starting with a large-scale purge." Jamie said, "Saddam looks forward to Harmonia regaining its former glory, and we will support you at all costs," astonishing the Count. The Count clenched his fist, realizing that from the moment they accepted Saddam's help, Harmonia had become their vassal state. "I might get involved in national affairs and become Sam's puppet." JY interrupted the Count's thoughts with 2 words. "But we, the Saddam, will not interfere in Harmonia's national affairs, so please do your best. That's a revolution, isn't it?" He smiled brightly, but the Earl of Fato could not foresee what Jai was about to say. "Welton, you say?" Suddenly, Jai's expression shifted to a terrifying, cold demeanor. But if Harmonia returns to its former state, the Count, intimidated by Jai's menacing expression, firmly states, "I will certainly not disappoint you, Lord Welton, benefactor of this nation." Jai is pleased to hear the Count say so. "Consider that a promise," and with that, they shook hands. Count Faltz responded in kind, "Of course." As Count Phage departs, Welton meditates before the twilight scenery. He told himself that he had to meditate until he fully recovered, touching his fingertips together as he slowly closed his eyes. He thought about finding him too, but it was too difficult. Then Jai sensed someone outside and called out to Vong. "Stop pacing around and come inside now." A stern, angry voice echoed. "What's with that tone? You're young, but you don't seem to respect your elders." "That's Nguyet Kwang." Jai's eyes narrowed as he questioned. "Are you threatening me?" Jin Nguyet Kwang immediately changed his tune. "Just kidding." After hearing that, Jay immediately turned serious and asked what was going on. "Jin says I'm here because he wants to ask you something. When you fought Basilisk, a huge burst of light erupted from the black orb." "What was that?" Jin recalls. "That was the strongest light I've ever seen. A massive light illuminated the sky. Had I been any closer, I might have vanished with that mysterious light." JY calmly states that it was an incomplete level 9 light magic. Jin suddenly understood, saying, "I guessed it was level 9, but Jin is really imagining Jai holding a bright magic staff. He's thinking of the highest state, the one every mage desires, but that humans can't reach." "Jai has truly reached that level?" Jin said, resting his chin on his hand. "Even after seeing and hearing it myself, I still can't believe it. The world will definitely be shocked. But you say it's incomplete?" Jai said, "That's right. An incomplete 9th circle spell is only half-baked," and Jai says with his eyes closed. "I want you to keep this a secret because now is not the time to reveal it." A map of the past appears in Jai's mind, filled with ferocious, thorny beasts. Back then, when a 9th circle mage appeared, all national records were erased. It must be the influence of the 12 churches. Perhaps they fear the rise of a second Diablo Voya. The image of that 9th level mage burned into his mind. The man was incredibly handsome, profound. Jai clenched his fist, lost in thought. To the 12 gods, Diablo Voya is a nightmare, so he must master his power before revealing it if he hopes to survive in this world. Dien Nguyet Kwang hesitated. "What if I told you?" Jai, with a terrifying look, eyes turning purple amidst golden magic, replied, "Wouldn't one of them die?" Smirking in the gloomy atmosphere, Jai asks, "Oh, I have another question. Are you from the same country as Han?" "I noticed your outfits are quite similar," Jai said, dispelling his magic. Dien Nguyet Kwang replied, "Indeed, we both hail from the eastern continent called Rio." Jai recalls that Rio means beautiful, and although its civilization isn't advanced, it's a nation that excels in cold weapons, and most of its people are warriors. But what's strange is that there are sorcerers active in this country. He wonders if all the warriors are as strong as each other. Jin sighs. "If all warriors were top masters, we would have already conquered the Doan continent, especially those sorcerers at the divine level." He wonders if they call swordmasters adepts. A triangle forms in his mind, showing the realms: mystic, transformation, near supreme, and finally, supreme master, each with its own levels. Jai wondered if the ultimate level was a master, then the super-ultimate level was a grand master. But there were people even stronger than him? Jai smirked sinisterly. If that's the case, Rio's power is truly terrifying. A scene replays in his mind. The only one who could defeat Isis was a master of the highest realm. So the Grand Mage and the Ultramaster are both top tiers from Rio. Jin closed his eyes, nodding slightly as he said, "That's right." Jemmy speculated inwardly as an image of that person suddenly appeared in his mind. I still can't remember his name, but in the past he was stronger than anyone in swordsmanship. A vague shadow appears in his mind, saying that someone reached the transcendent realm, or higher. Jemmy asked, "Were there any swordsmen in Rio who reached the transcendent realm?" Jin replied, "Not currently." "It's said the last swordsman to reach enlightenment lived 100 years ago," Jin recounts, "and records show he was the first martial artist to come to the Doan continent. Only his surname was revealed. Chak. And with that name, the hazy figure began to clear. A handsome young man with deep eyes extends his sword toward Jai, saying, "Let us duel, my surname is Chuk." Jemmy's expression changes as a name surfaces in his mind. Jun Kyung. He remembers now. Jai thinks even if he only uses a sword against Diablo Uber, I won't be defeated easily. But I wonder if they're still there. Is that a common name? Jin explains that while rare, some people do have that surname, as there aren't many surnames in Rio. I guess it could just be a coincidence that they share the same last name. Jai says, "Thanks, that was useful information. If I get the chance, I'd like to visit Rio." Jine Moonlight says, "When things settle down, I'll take you." "So, would you like to come to Fran's headquarters with me?" Jamie replies, "I already refused to work for Francia before." Jin clarifies it's not a job, but he thinks it would be great if Jamie met their archmage, Isis. Silence fills the air. Jin continued to persuade him. "I'll be leaving in about a week, so I hope you'll give me an answer as soon as possible." Jamie replied. I'll think about it. The silence continued as Jamie turned to the window after Jin left, repeating the name Fran Headquarters. The next day, news arrived that Harmonia had won the war, the corrupt officials had been executed, and the gods would send someone to investigate further, as the king was exiled. And Count Neo is temporarily running the government. King Saddam of Freedom notes that it's a family with a long legacy. He's well suited to be king, King Saddam of Freedom continued. What about the Church of Dryan? My brown-skinned, white-haired subordinate reports that there's still no news. I believe the other churches will pressure us soon. The 12 churches have indirect influence over the countries they reside in. There's an unspoken rule that the church and the government don't interfere with each other. But the Drian church's brutality has upset this balance. The 12 churches will surely punish the people of the continent. The king clenched his fist on the table, gritting his teeth, disliking this turn of events. How long will the laws of the 12 churches affect humanity? King Saddam closed his eyes and sighed, but Jai did well, handling this mission perfectly despite the heavy responsibilities. He chuckled, pleased to hear his subordinate speak of Jai, who defeated the main force of the Dryan church, led by Welton. King Saddam chuckled. How childish. With this victory, we've gained an ally in Harmonia while also putting pressure on the Zenit church. The subordinate then remembered to hand King Saddam a letter. Your Majesty, a letter from Welton. King Saddam was taken by surprise. A letter? He opened the letter to find a message from Jai. To His Majesty, Jai will travel the world to broaden his horizons. At the end of the letter was a picture of Jai winking and pointing at him, and the king's face slowly changed, his lips moving with an unreadable emotion. He's going on another trip. Is that all the letter said? The subordinate beside him was helpless. I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that's all he sent. Then the king noticed a postscript in the corner of the letter. If anything is urgent, contact me through this animal. The sound of an animal echoes as a cute blue bird appears. Speak into this, speak into this. The king and his aide looked up in astonishment at the creature Jemmy had sent. Harmonia quickly stabilized after the corrupt elements were purged. The greedy nobles were arrested, and their assets were seized. The government's funds were used to save the people. Count Pato extends his hand to a desperate citizen, who looks on in astonishment as the starving people regain their lives. Those who were treated like slaves returned home, and though minor issues remained, the lives of the people on the continent changed rapidly. Lenin marveled at the prosperity and laughter echoing through the streets, saying it was like a different country now. Animecaps agreed, considering it had only been a week. Suddenly, Lenin exclaimed, mentioning Count Faizo. I heard he's barely slept, working non-stop these past few days. Count Fa, to buried in ledgers, his mind swimming with words. Animecaps agreed, as there was simply too much to deal with at the moment. Hira chimed in. However, he'll be happy to see this corrupt country finally returning to normal. Animecaps agreed. That's right, a crisp voice echoed from afar. Hello, everyone. Hello, Hera. Animecaps gasped in surprise. Uncle Henry? Henry, looking sharp with his neatly trimmed hair and powerful armor, approached them, and Animecaps beamed. I heard you were appointed commander of the Capital Guards for your great service in this resistance. Lenin chimes in, teasing. Have you gotten used to that divine beast yet? Henry scratches his head. Not quite. Lenin asked, how's it been lately? Henry forced a smile and replied, I don't really know either. Henry was interrupted by someone calling him from afar. Commander! Hearing this, Henry waved goodbye to everyone. I'm off now, see you all later, take care. Behind him, everyone waved goodbye with bright smiles, wishing Henry good health. Jai suddenly appeared behind them, asking, What are you doing here? At this, Lenin was startled, his face as pale as a cat's. You startled me. Master Hera, we were just taking a stroll through the streets. Jemmy looked around, noting how much had changed in the past week, as Hera wondered, shouldn't you be resting in the royal palace? Why are you here? Jemmy smiled. I have something to say. I've decided on my next destination. I'll be returning to the Fran headquarters with Jane. Hearing Jemmy's words, everyone looked puzzled and gasped in unison. Animecaps quickly asked, Can I come with you? Lenin chimed in, Me too, please let me come along. The two earnestly grabbed their master's sleeves, but Jai coldly replied, No. Annoyed by their persistent pleading, Jai used magic to push them away, causing them to cry out in pain. The two slumped to the ground, dejected. Lenin whimpered, Master, and Animecaps echoed, Please, let us come with you. Annoyed by his students, Jai creates a cube, then asks Hera to look after them while he's gone. Hera asks, How long will you be gone? Jai replied warmly, I'm thinking at least a month, maybe even a year. Hera frowned, but the skill gap between you and your disciples is significant. Jawai smiled warmly. That's right, Hera. Please teach them in my stead. Hera waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, I don't have the skills for that. Jiao replies with a smile, I know you're capable of taking my disciples. After speaking with Hera, Jemmy dispels the barrier imprisoning his two disciples and says, All right. Jemmy said sternly, This journey will be difficult, so you can't come with me. Anna Mayer began to speak, but Lennon stopped her before she could finish. Lennon speaks, and Anna gives up. Tears welled in Lennon's eyes as he spoke. I know you wouldn't want us to come along. May your journey be safe. I will do as you ask until the day you return. Jai sensed something was off. Those words were not like him at all. Lennon angrily shouts, Why don't you ever believe me when I'm serious? Jai teases Lennon a bit. I believe you'll do well. Then he ruffled Lennon's hair as Anna Mayer wished him a safe journey. Lennon awkwardly kicks a stone, telling him not to forget souvenirs. Then Jai bid farewell to everyone as the scene shifts to the Harmonia border. The sun now sets over the Harmonia kingdom as Jin and Jai depart. Jin turned and asked if he'd said his goodbyes. JY confirmed that he had. Where is the Frontier's headquarters? Jin replies. It's in Abrasas, one of the 6 forbidden zones. That is the 6th forbidden area, Abrasas. A white temple appears in the distance, far above the Arizat forest. It's a grand temple located in the far north of the country. A monster clad in blue flames and a purple-eyed mammoth guard, a place long forbidden to humans, teeming with poisonous plants and lurking beasts. A snake coiled around a poisonous flower opens its mouth wide as Jai asks if Isis is there. Jin says that's not the case right now. 15 days ago, Isis and Bailey had been in Harmonia for a while, but they had business to attend to and left, much to Jai's disappointment. What? They're not even at headquarters? Jane turns back, saying they'll be back soon and that wandering the country to relax isn't so bad, right? In a village near the Laco Mountains, a prosperous village emerges. Screams echo, monsters appear. Where are they headed? Get out of here, you bastards. A mob furiously pelted the two with stones, the older brother shielding his little sister. The frail girl called out to her brother, but he reassured her that he was fine, as the ugly children jeered. They don't even know their father abandoned them. Everyone says he was a notorious swindler. The brother's teeth grind with resentment as he clutches his sister's hand, watching the crowd writhe and cheer. Let's go, quickly. The girl winced, tears welling up as her brother gripped her hand tightly. It hurts, brother. He bit his lip and held her tighter. Damn it, I need to grow up as fast as possible, and by then this damn town will be finished. The sun peeked out from behind the long mountain ranges, its warm rays shining on every rooftop in the peaceful village. Standing at the village entrance, Jin observes that the village seems quiet today. Jai nodded slightly and said, Let's go take a look. The wind blew, night fell, and beneath a tall pillar hung a sign that read, Inn. In the main hall, a man with a beard greeted them warmly, but Jean remained unimpressed, coldly requesting 2 rooms as he dropped coins into the innkeeper's palm. I've taken the money, of course, I'll do my job. The innkeeper immediately turned and told a servant to show the guests to their rooms. A female employee, already headed upstairs with clean towels, cheerfully replied, Yes, I'll take you both to the 2nd floor. Soon after, in the inn's dining hall, people gathered, the clamor of conversation and the clatter of dishes filling the air. Since it was just the two of them, they sat facing each other, and Jai watched John eat with a complicated expression. Don't you think it's weird? Who wears a mask while eating? It's creepy. Even Jin had to pause at that. Why start a fight when they were just eating? Jin coldly replies, How does my wearing a mask affect you? With a sigh, Jai closed his eyes in resignation. This is so embarrassing for others to see. They saw Pinter yesterday, a voice suddenly chimed in from the next table. A strange girl with chestnut hair propping up her chin said, Is it really a curse? Jai keenly picked up on the key point. A curse? Another, more irritated voice chimed in. Ever since that woman and her 2 children arrived, the village has become strange. We need to get rid of them, the middle-aged man at the table exclaimed, waving his hands about. Across from her, the chestnut-haired girl waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's just speculation. What makes you think they're a problem? Don't they say you can't judge a mage by their appearance? You were just talking about Jai, and now you're talking about him. These words were like a knife to Jamie's heart, and he spat out the water he was drinking, his face paling. The spray landed squarely on Jin's face, soaking his hair as he snapped his fork in anger. Jin glared at him, teeth clenched. Jabai, unnerved, avoided his deadly gaze, forcing a strained laugh. Sorry, must have been a coincidence. Ignoring the boy, Jin wiped his face with a clean towel and ordered, Bring me a beer. A waitress carrying several glasses approached and immediately responded, Yes, would your companion like to order anything else? Jiawai speaks up. All right, those people are talking about the curse. What's that? He asked, turning to look at the table across from them. The employee followed his gaze. That. She began to recount how, after the mother and child moved in, a ghost began to haunt the village. And as she spoke, a vision of a large specter looming over the three appeared. The employee continued, saying that even after they were driven from the village, the ghost kept appearing. She concluded that everyone now believed the village was cursed, and tourists no longer stayed there. Jin nodded, realizing something strange had indeed occurred here. Jai pondered, his eyes darting around. The clerk, her task complete, left the beer and turned to leave, saying, "In any case, you shouldn't stay in this village for too long, because who knows what might happen next." Jai's eyes narrowed, his hand on his chin as he pondered, a ghost and a cursed family? The thought drifted away as Jai sat on the bed in his room, legs crossed, looking out the window, and quietly wondered, where should I start investigating? Then he closed his eyes, the entire village appearing in his mind like a wireframe map. If there truly is a ghost, I'll find it, Jai thought, glancing over the ancient architecture when suddenly a strange purple aura floated through the village path. Jai smiled in astonishment. It's there? Without a word, Jemmy heads there himself, sensing the distinct, chilling air, quietly assessing the dense negative energy covering the area. He mutters that he'll unveil the mystery, but can't help but think in surprise that this amount of negative energy far exceeds that of ordinary cemeteries. Only when demons appear is the negative energy this strong. A terrifying demon head appears in his mind. JY concludes that if it's an evil spirit, it will harm people. Suddenly, Jay sensed something. A faint sound, but without malice. An anomaly. He frowned at the dark energy emanating from behind a wooden wall and spoke. The negative energy is strong there. Jemmy rushed into the depths of the shadows, where a thick, ominous energy poured out, realizing this must be connected to a necromancer. Before him appeared a ghostly spirit, brimming with death energy, its limbs indistinct, like swirling gusts of wind. Jai says to himself, I see you. Take me to your master. Jai's eyes seemed to change as well, taking on a mysterious purple hue like the magic he unleashed from his hand. The death energy shot out but seemed to be blocked. The demon's face changed, and it opened its mouth to shout out a wave of sound that shattered his attack. Jamai was shocked that his power was being resisted. Jay's eyes gleamed with interest, and he smirked, retracting his hand, thinking, I thought all the soul summoners of this era were trash. Any power, no matter how strong, will be overwhelmed by a stronger one. With those words, Jai immediately raised his hand, unleashing his first power, a heaven-defying formation. Countless circles, large and small, appear behind him as chains erupt. So fast they create a gust of wind, causing Jemmy's coat to flutter. He commanded, Enter my hand. Immediately, the chains obeyed Jay as if they had a mind of their own, rushing to bind the demon spirit. The demon thrashed, letting out a strangled cry. You may be strong, but I possess the power of necromancy. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Jai spoke, his hand engulfed in magical flames, tightening the chains until the demon knelt before him. Jai thought he could use the obedience spell to track down the necromancer, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. In his eyes, the subjugation spell has been broken, and only tangled chains remain where the demon once stood. It has escaped. Jemmy wondered if the soul he had just reverse-summoned had simply vanished. He snapped his fingers, a look of amusement on his face. With the reversal complete, he felt an indescribable stirring, surmising that its loyalty must have been immense to allow this to happen. Jai turned and walked away, sighing softly. This is getting interesting. I'll have Jin stay here for a few more days. The next day, under the village's clear blue sky, Phi Bien ran frantically, constantly looking over his shoulder. Fien runs into a shop, calling out, Uncle. The shopkeeper replied, Fien, are you getting your usual 2 servings today? He smiled brightly and replied, 3 servings for me today, please. He then placed some coins on the table. The owner turned to get the food, chuckling as he replied, All right, coming right up. Looking at the 3 coins neatly placed on the table, Phi Bien estimated that it was enough to last him a week, when suddenly a voice startled him. Are you that wretched Phi Bien? He turned to see 2 shady-looking young men enter, one saying irritably, Do you know I can't go out at night because of you? Annoyed, the other one chimed in, Why should good people like us suffer because your family is cursed? Enraged, Phi retorts, My family is not cursed. The irritable thug immediately punches him in the face. He snapped, Who do you think you're yelling at? Phi, in pain, fell to his knees as the irritable man grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The thug laughs, throws Phi's hat aside, and says, Let's see if killing this bastard breaks the curse. His companion chimes in with laughter. That's right. Fabian grabbed the hand clutching his collar, his cheek already red from the blow. Fabian, eyes squeezed shut, cried out, "Please, someone save me." The thug's lips curled into a wider, sinister grin. Tightening his fist, he says, "Who has time to help a kid possessed by a demon? Go to hell." He roared, and Fabian squeezed his eyes shut even tighter, tears welling up. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears on the scene as Jai clenches his fist around the thug's hand. He frowned and said coldly, "This child is innocent." Jemmy squeezed his hand hard, digging into the bones, causing the thug to scream like a stuck pig. Then he flung the thug toward the other one, sending them both crashing into the shop door. I wondered what all the noise was so early in the morning. Turns out it was you. Jai dusted off his hands. Watching the useless thugs tremble against the wall, Jai coldly said, "Whatever the reason, hitting children must be punished." Jai smirked, raising his hand towards them and cheerfully saying the two words, "pain amplification." Instantly, a green aura emanated from his hand, swirling like smoke around the two men. They immediately screamed and collapsed onto the floor. Aha. Jay looks at them, feeling he might have been a bit heavy-handed, when a weak voice suddenly speaks. "Hey, mister." Jemmy turned to meet Fabien's tearful gaze. The boy's cheeks were bruised and scratched, his body trembling pitifully as he croaked, "Thank you for saving me." Jai then remembered him. Wasn't this the child from the rumored cursed family? What was he doing here? He suddenly said, "Let me check your face," and reached out to Fabien's cheek. A golden light suddenly flashed and Fabian was stunned. "The wound is gone." Jai then flashed a warm, bright smile. He said, "I'm a priest sent by the church. Helping those in need is what I do. It seems your family is being misunderstood." Jai, who had somehow picked up the small hat, gently bowed and offered it to Fabian with a smile. "Want me to help?" he asks. Fabian blankly looks up at him, and in a flash, the sky turns dark blue, leaving only a desolate scene amidst the leafless trees. Carrying the bread, Fabian led the way, with Jay following behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings, sensing a heavy presence of dark energy. The wind howled across the barren fields, where a scarecrow stood, its wooden frame already decayed and broken. Jai wondered if this was where they lived. Arriving at a dilapidated house, Fabian rushed to open the door, politely saying, "This is my home. Please come in." Jai responded, and as soon as he entered the house, the boy quickly placed the bag of bread on the table. Rushing up the stairs, he called out, "Mom, it's me, it's Fabian." Jai stepped inside, looking around. In the bedroom, a woman with a gentle beauty sat on the bed. She smiled. "Fabian, is that you, son?" Beside her, a bright-faced girl hugged the woman, happily greeting Fabian. "Mom, that's Irina and her younger sister Fiona," Fabian happily tells his mother. "Mom, we have a guest. This priest can exorcise the demons in the village." Irina then noticed someone behind him. Before she could see his face, she replied, "Huh? Really?" Jai smiled faintly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm from the Po Church." He smiled, raising his hand in greeting, introducing himself. "My name is Ricky," but in his palm, a symbol glowed. It presented a different face altogether, and Irina worried why a girl like her would come to such a dirty place. But Fabian was ecstatic, clenching his fists and declaring, "It's true, Mom. Look." Fabian explained, "I was injured by someone a few hours ago, but he healed me." He then eagerly showed his face to his mother, saying, "Look." Irina was about to embrace her son's face, but upon hearing this, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Wow, the wound has really healed." Irina immediately stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Thank you so much. Treating this wound will cost a lot of money, which I can't afford." Jemmy chuckled, patting her head. "Ha ha! It was nothing, really." Beside him, Fiona happily clung to her brother. "I'm only acting according to the goddess's will, or so I say." Jai's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fist, biting back his embarrassment. "Yes, it's thanks to this," he says. "I heard your family is the reason the ghost appeared in this village." Jai opened his palm, the golden light shining brilliantly. He continued, "Would you allow me to verify the truth of this rumor?" Irina paused, then turned to her children, saying, "Fiona, Fabian, you're busy. This is grown-up stuff." Even Fian didn't understand. He acknowledged her words. "Yes, I understand." Once the wooden door was sealed, Irina went to the bedside, reaching down to pull out a box with both hands. Remaining low, Irina said, "When she came to this village, I met a priest who gave me this rosary." Then, opening the box, revealing a silver cross, Irina continued in a monotone. "That day, he said it would protect our family from demons." Jai sat low, quietly sensing the holy power within the rosary. "I don't know who it belongs to," Jai replied blankly. "So," Irina confirmed with a darkened face, The rumors in the village were true. Jiawai asked her why ghosts were chasing her family, and Irina sadly replied, I don't know, only that it's related to the children's father. Irina recounts, he was the commander of the Knights of Seo Kingdom, the man in silver armor. With a stern face and moss-green hair, she says, however, a coup occurred. My husband was killed defending the kingdom. 3 years ago, in the kingdom of Seo, the throne was left vacant due to the king's illness, and one of the princes staged a coup. Amidst the ensuing chaos of war, that prince succeeded, severing ties with the previous royal family and establishing a new dynasty with a newly built castle. Irina concludes, perhaps that's where it all began. I suppose. Jemmy stroked his chin thoughtfully. The kingdom of Seo was a nation in the far west of the Ariza continent, quite distant from this northern village. This was just the family of a former knight commander, consisting only of women and children. Jiawai's eyes narrowed. Why would they order a necromancer to cast a spell, sending ghosts after this family all the way here? Jai wondered. Was it to eliminate them completely? A long rope is tied to the ceiling's support beam. I see, it's a sad story indeed. Jiawai says, I will help your family be free. Irina looks up in surprise, asking, what do I need to do? I want you to be the bait. Jai turns away, adding with a cryptic smile, to lure the demons. Time passes, and as dawn breaks, the sky quickly brightens. In front of the old house, Irina and her children bow their heads to Jai. She said, I hope you'll help my family. Jiawai accepted the gift and naturally responded. Okay, you don't need to worry. Fabienne, standing closest to him, placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, thank you for healing my wounds and helping my family catch ghosts. Jai ruffled the boy's hair, telling him that as the eldest, he had to look after the house. No matter what happens, don't go outside today, JY solemnly warned. As dusk settled, Jai stood on high ground, surveying the village, lost in thought. The power of the bracelet extended 300 meters from Fabienne's house. Mana and dark magic were created by Diablo via. The face of Headmaster G flashed in his mind. He realized the seeds he sowed in his past life still existed in this one, along with the image of the first king, Gayan. Then images of demons flashed in his mind. Could he capture them all? Jai wondered if taking it one step at a time would eventually get the job done. Amidst the windswept field, Jai stood, eyes blazing with determination, contemplating his next move. In his hand, a small sphere of power materialized, conjured by his soul's summoning. Dark magic swirls around him, and Jai wonders if he should use his current subordinates. Summoning the Gate of Defiance, a massive door with a large eye at its center, bound by chains, falls from the sky beneath the shade of a lush tree. The earth shatters, and the grass trembles under their immense pressure. Jemmy realizes that all it takes is a spell to open the Gate of Reversal and summon them. The lock shatters, and the iron chains are immediately released. Come forth. As he commands, Asla and Asta open the gate, and 3 familiar figures emerge from the pillar of purple light, weapons drawn, their faces cold and fierce. Jai silently raises an eyebrow, his dead fish eyes fixed on them, clenching his fist as he booms, What are these bastards doing, drawing their swords in broad daylight? Put it away, do you hear me? The Lai family immediately obeyed, sheathing their swords. Asta hides his weapon behind his back, silently looking around. A, on the other hand, is a bit over the top, curling up like a boiled shrimp, eyes tightly shut, hands waving in front of his forehead. Then Jai turned and said, The master is talking. Where are you looking? Asta scratched his head, forcing a smile. It's just been a long time since I've been out, so I'm a little excited. 5 years ago, Asta was a murderer in an organization that supplied the illegal drug Abaphis X to the magic world. Asta, looking panicked, was grabbed by the collar, then dragged into the Gate of Defiance, becoming Jai's undead minion. Getting back to the point, he says, I have a mission for you. Keep an eye out for any Andits appearing around here. Hearing him, the Lai family turned away, sniffing and replying, Andet, there is a strange smell. Seeing him turn to leave, A hurriedly asked, Where are you going, master? Jay turns back, explaining softly, If I'm here, it might not appear. I need to disappear for a while. Understood. They bow respectfully as he departs. Speaking for them all, A replied, Yes, we'll let you know if we see anything. Jiawai departed, his body shifting, leaving only the words, Remember to contact me, before vanishing. Meanwhile, as darkness descends upon the village, a figure in purple battle armor walks along the deserted brick road, demonic energy swirling around them. With each step, they mutter ominously, Incomplete. Must fulfill the order. Behind him, countless ghostly souls surged from the earth, thick with dark energy. From the dense, towering aura, he continued to mutter, "The required number." Suddenly, the jade pendant, with a large gem in the center, worn on its chest, swayed and emitted a dazzling purple light, mixed with flashes of lightning. The demon warrior unleashed bursts of wild, demonic energy, its eyes glowing eerily from within its dark helmet as it squeezed the pendant, triggering a series of explosions and plumes of dust. The Ghost Legion and their leader vanished without a trace, as Jin casually raised his beer in the inn. He gazed at the night sky through the window, sighing, a chilling feeling washing over him as he sensed the souls of the dead. If Jemmy said he'd handle it, it should be fine. Still, Jine couldn't shake a feeling of unease. He slammed his beer on the table like a summoning bell. In less than a second, the inn's waitress appeared, plastering on her practiced smile. She asked, "Would you like another beer?" Jin coldly replied, "No, thank you." He suddenly asked, "How long have you been working here?" The waitress hugged her tray, thought for a moment, and said, About 2 years." Jin observes her, lost in thought. The villagers here are all so negative, influenced by the spirit's energy. This child is special. The girl before him seems unaffected, maintaining a positive attitude. He stood up and said tersely, "Understood, I'm leaving." The hospitable girl asked, "Would you like to order anything else, sir?" Back at Arena's family's residence, Jemmy's 3 subordinates stand guard at the door as the night wind howls, rustling the grass. A suddenly senses something, noting the energy is growing denser. Closing one eye, Lai feels the wind on her face, wondering if they're all right. How could ordinary people withstand that? The master cast a spell to make them sleep, so nothing should happen. Inside the house's bedroom, a thin, golden magical veil gently and peacefully enveloped the room, where Irina and her children slept soundly. "I can't reach master." Liga panicked, his face filled with worry as he replied, "Really? Impossible." Asta's face turned grim and uncertain. He growls, "They've appeared." Before them stands a legion of ghostly soldiers, heavy with dark energy. They were armed with spears and shields and glaring menacingly at them. La looked at the group of demon soldiers. Seeing the situation wasn't ideal, he asked, "What do we do now?" Asta replied irritably, "Why are you asking me?" he muttered, his eyes gleaming. "How strange," he asked, a bit suspicious. "These are low-level evil spirits, right?" he says, eyeing the ghost soldiers emanating dark energy. If they were controlled by a necromancer, they couldn't maintain their forms like this. The trio's expressions shifted, turning fierce and bloodthirsty. Asta said viciously, "Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them all?" A frown deepens on A's face, veins throbbing on his forehead as he declares, "Right, we can't let them near the house. Let's eliminate them together." He draws his weapon and charges into the fray. Asta grins, revealing sharp, predatory teeth, his eyes flashing with bloodlust, eager for the carnage to come. Meanwhile, elsewhere, far from the barren land, Jamie stood with his hand on his hip, his blue coat billowing in the wind, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He spoke. Did I guess wrong? Unbelievably, a dark night was behind this. The eyes behind the helmet glowed eerily as the demonic warrior unleashed a murderous aura, its dark energy threatening to consume space and time. Behind the helmet, his eyes glow with an eerie white light. This is a dark knight, a high-ranking undead being of immense power. Jemmy turned, wondering why the Dark Knight was targeting Bien's family. He glanced at the approaching demon soldiers, idly thinking that he might have to get some answers. Jemmy points his sword at the Dark Knight, calmly asking, "Why have you appeared before me? Your target is quite far from here." The Dark Knight remained silent. "If you won't answer, and insist on imbuing your weapon with dark magic," he said, "then I'm forced to use my power." Suddenly, the Dark Knight's necklace glowed, the skull-shaped gem's eyes blazing as it rasped, "Obstacles must be eliminated." Taking this as his command, the Dark Knight charged, sword raised high, aiming for Jamie. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise as a thought struck him. Dark mana? The descending blade unleashes a powerful aura, but Jamie dodges it, a faint smile playing on his lips. "But whatever," Jamie says, "get down." The sword in his hand is densely packed with dark magic. His face becomes serious and he utters arrogant, challenging words. "I will make you my subordinate." Two terrifying forces collided, neither willing to yield. Joai realizes his dark mana control and swordsmanship are top-notch as Jemmy prepares to strike. The battle intensifies as dark spirits erupt from the night. Joai asks, "You have allies?" Joai summons the otherworldly staff, Avon, and says, "Taste this, you spirits." Then Jemmy uses Avon to unleash Divinity Burst, a basic holy skill used by priests. Golden light blazes forth, scattering the Dark Knight's spirits as Jai declares, "You can't touch me with such low-level creatures." A Dark Knight? The Dark Knight, like a soulless corpse, only repeated, "Annihilate the enemy." Jawai chuckled. "I thought you were inexperienced, but now I see you're not a vengeful spirit who's accumulated power over time, but someone born strong by absorbing the family's dark mana." Jai then unleashed a heaven-defying attack of terrifying power upon the Dark Knight. Jawai says, "I know you're not just anyone." Jai shouts, "But you're just a Dark Knight who hasn't been in this world for long. You're still green." Then Jemmy appeared above the Dark Knight, ready to strike with his sword. Jemmy's blade strikes the ground, causing a massive fissure, but the Dark Knight evades. After dodging Jai's attack, the Dark Knight counterattacks, but Jai calmly says, "That's a decent attack," but Jai uses the extraneous Avalon, the inverted world, turning the battle into one where the Dark Knight is absolutely overwhelmed by Jai. The Shadow Knight is shocked as Jemmy says, "If you want to fight a battle mage, you need to know more." Jemmy's sword pierces the Shadow Knight. The Dark Knight cries out in pain as Jemmy smirks victoriously, a smile that's 3 parts joy and 7 parts something else. Jai then unleashes a final, fatal blow with his Thunderbird technique. The Shadow Knight's outer armor cracks, shatters, and falls away, revealing a blonde girl inside. Jai is surprised to see it's a girl. The weakened Dark Knight sat on the ground, stubbornly saying, "Don't stop me. I must fulfill my orders." Jay thought if she were a true Dark Knight, a high-ranking one, she would have fully awakened, but she seems more like a newly formed, vengeful spirit. Was it his power that caused this? Jai sheathed his sword, wondering if he'd have to train her after all. Looking down at the Dark Knight, Jai says, "Don't wander around and disturb the living. Become my subordinate." Jai's hand, covered in dark mana, reaches for the Dark Knight's head as he weakly mutters to himself, eyes closed. Unexpectedly, a great power erupts once more around the Dark Knight, who roars, determined to fulfill his command. The royal castle of Sant is a gruesome, blood-soaked scene, with soldiers lying dead in pools of blood throughout the chambers. Still, some fought on, one yelling, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." A soldier in iron armor reported that the enemy commander had arrived. Another, breathless from the intense fighting, says, "They're too many. The commander says we have to stop them no matter what." Venos Green, commander of the kingdom's knights, cradling the crown prince's son in his arms, shouts, "Get the crown prince's son out of here at all costs." An old man in armor appears, leading a group of soldiers. The vice commander of the kingdom's knights. Levitt Pound speaks. "Stop dreaming. The 4th prince has already beheaded the crown prince." The coup was successful. Levitt Pound told Von Venos Green that if he handed over the crown prince's son, his life would be spared. But Von Venos Green remained firm, saying, "Vice Commander, do you intend to murder a newborn child?" Von Venos Green gazed at the crown prince's son, oblivious to the chaos, and thought, "If the prince is dead, his son is the only heir. I must save him to preserve the royal bloodline." Von Venos Green called out with a sharp look. Bianca, a female knight, appears and answers, "Yes, Commander." This female knight is the Dark Knight Jai saw. Venos Green entrusted the prince's son to Bianca, ordering her to protect the child at all costs. He is the sole heir. The fate of this nation rests on him. Bianca obeys in shock as Levator Payon, out of patience, attacks, yelling, "Von Vinos, stop this futile effort." Von Venos Green drew his sword to fight Levitt Payon, yelling to Bianca, "Bianca, go, you must live." Levator Payon sneered, "You bastard." Von Venos Green, ignoring Levitt Payon, continued to instruct Bianca, "Entrust the crown prince to my wife and tell her everything." But Bianca was worried. Bianca says, "But I can't escape alone like this." The other knights, faces set with grim determination, block her path, saying, "Bianca, you must obey. We'll defeat them and follow." "Hurry! Run!" Bianca trembled, clutching the crown prince's son, and finally relented. "I obey the order." Bianca clutches the crown prince, smashing through a window to escape as the enemy shouts, "Catch her!" "Don't let her escape." Bianca, clutching the prince, fled desperately, her breath ragged, determined to reach the Gons and tell them everything. Unbeknownst to Bianca, an enemy stood on a ridge, firing an arrow that pierced her armor and struck her body. Bianca froze, collapsing to the ground as the infant prince was thrown free, waking with a cry, and then another arrow struck. Bianca could only watch helplessly as her infant son was shot dead, blood splattering. She screamed in agony. No, that heartless scum shot the crown prince with 3 arrows. Bianca trembled, crawling towards her son, desperately saying, I can't. I have to fulfill my mission. Bianca recalled Commander Venus Green and her comrades staying behind to fight so she could escape, whispering that she couldn't die here. Bianca's vision faded to black as a surge of power erupted from the castle. That power surged into Bianca's body, and from it, a dark night was born. That power also enveloped the Crown Prince's son, before being absorbed into a circular pendant. The Shadow Knight took the necklace and declared that he must fulfill his orders. After reading Bianca's memories, Jai finally understood. She wasn't the one who wanted to kill Fibian's family. Jai thought to himself, Bianca's despair awakened the black mana, but somehow his mana is in the kingdom of Sinte. Jai realized her obsession with that command was too strong. If left unchecked, she would lose her reason and become a terrifying evil spirit. Bianca kept repeating that she had to complete her mission, and Jai said, I will help you move on. Meanwhile, Jans, Philip, and Asta are locked in a relentless battle. Jans grits his teeth and says angrily, These bastards are weak, but there are too many of them. Philip encourages, Don't give up. Asta shouts, Instead of complaining, kill them. Jemmy told Bianca, Go and carry out your orders. The one you seek is there. Bianca said, He's here. Bianca appeared in front of a dilapidated little house. Bianca entrusted the Crown Prince's son to Green's wife, recounting the events that had transpired, then knocked on the small house's door, announcing, I am Royal Knight Bianca. The Crown Prince's son appeared in Bianca's arms, and she declared, I'm here to fulfill the order given by Commander Venus Green. Irina opened the door, startled to see Bianca, and asked, Knight Bianca, how did you know we were here? Bianca ignored the question, simply stating, My lady, your husband and his comrades are now fighting the enemy at the royal castle. Bianca says, Take the Crown Prince's son and escape. There's still a chance for us to plan for the future. Irina, frightened, doesn't understand. What are you saying? That happened years ago. Jemmy says, Just listen to what she says, lady. Irina realized in shock that it was the priest's voice, a voice only she could hear, as Bianca's vengeful spirit stood before her. So, listen to her, so she can pass on peacefully. Irina painfully trembled as she responded to Bianca. Knight Bianca, did you just run here from the castle? Rest assured, leave the Crown Prince's son to me. Bianca replied, Yes, I just fought the enemy and followed the commander's orders to come here. Irina, heartbroken, embraced Bianca with tears and praised her. Good, you've done well. Unknowingly, Bianca also sheds tears. Bianca replied, My lady, I came here alone. The commander and my comrades are still there. Irina reassured her that it would be okay, that they would understand. Irina tells Bianca, So rest easy and go. They're waiting for you. Bianca sobs, I'm sorry. Tears stream down her face as she cries like a child. Bianca voiced her long-held self-reproach for failing to protect the commander and dying on the way here, and caused the lady so much hardship. With those words, Bianca turned into golden specks of light, dissolving into the wind. Jans, Philip, and Asta, weapons in hand, surveyed their surroundings. Jans said, They're gone. Philip asked, So our master defeated the necromancer? Jai told them, Just stand there. I'll be back when I'm done. Philip acknowledged the order, while Jai approached Irina, offering a faint smile and praise. Lady Irina, you've done well. But Irina, far from happy, asks worriedly, Do you really know everything now? Irina continued, Bianca's soul has been haunting my family all this time. Jemmy responded to Irina, I didn't know at first. It was only when I came here that I understood everything. Irina, her head bowed, replied, I understand. Then tears streamed down Irina's cheeks, falling drop by drop. With a pained expression, Irina sobbed, Bianca yearned for a future, but it will never come. Every day must have been hell for her. Irina continued, But it's for the best. At least she won't have to witness her family and loved ones dying or see her enemies ascend the throne. With listless eyes, Irina asks, Would I find peace if I died now? Jemmy bluntly replies, Death is meaningless. Jemmy looks down at Irina and says, It won't accomplish anything, only bring you more regret. Irina closes her eyes and replies, You speak as if you've already died. Suddenly, Phi Bien and Fiona ran to Irina and embraced her tightly, crying out, Mom, you can't die. Please don't die. Mom, please don't go. Irina was moved to tears once more. Irina knelt down, embraced Phi Bien and Fiona, stroked their heads and said, Mommy won't go anywhere. My children are here. How could I leave? Seeing Irina and her children's emotional reunion, Jemmy felt awkward, unsure of what to do, and could only scratch his head and offer a forced smile, thinking he should give them some space. Suddenly, Jiao seems to have noticed something. Huh? Jemmy notices a necklace with a round pendant on the ground, and he's slightly puzzled. Jiao quickly glances at Irina, who is still embracing her children, oblivious to what's happening. A moment later, Jamie rejoined Jans, Philip, and Asta. Philip, seeing Jamie's return, called out to him. Master Jans asks if the matter has been resolved. Jiao calmly replied, yes, a rather tragic tale. Jiao snaps his fingers and a teleportation gate appears. Jiao tells Philip's group, you've done well, you may leave now. The three respond in unison, then disappear through the portal. Once alone, Jai retrieves the necklace he saw earlier, saying, I thought you'd ascended to the afterlife. Then the necklace glows with a dark purple light. Bianca emerged from the light, and Jai, looking up at her, asked, why are you still in the mortal realm? Weren't you supposed to be at peace? Bianca landed and responded to Jamie. I have unfinished business. I can't face my comrades in the afterlife if I leave now. Then Bianca clenched her fist, a fierce look on her face, and said, those bastards are still running rampant in the CO castle. I'll show them what a real party is. This power. Bianca is radiating a threatening aura. Jai thinks she's strong enough to start a war, but coldly says, how naive. Jemmy rationally stated, and it cannot run rampant in this world. If the 12 gods discover your existence, you will be subdued by the Holy Night before you even reach the castle. But Bianca wouldn't accept it, shouting, I don't care, I have to run them through with this sword. Unexpectedly, Jai says, then come with me. Jai's words startled Bianca as he continued, I will help you get your revenge. Bianca gasped in disbelief. What is this? Bianca senses an incredibly powerful and seemingly limitless energy. Jemmy is shrouded in an endless, terrifying power. Bianca thought she couldn't shake hands with someone who wielded such evil energy. Jemmy, as if reading her mind, chuckled and said, I'm not the dark magician you think I am. Bianca, confused, asks, what do you mean? Jemmy showed Bianca his palm, which bore a glowing golden mark, and asked, I'm sure you recognize this symbol, right? Bianca is shocked. It's the symbol of Po. She recalls finding him using divine power. The dazzling light, like that of all Buddhas, was unbearable, forcing Bianca to turn away. Jiao said, I am Po's saint. After Bianca confirmed it, Jemmy lowered his hand, and Bianca finally turned to Jai, saying, dark mages are the enemy of humanity, but you look more like a saint. Jemmy chuckled. That's because the power I wield is a little different from others. It belongs to my former body. Suddenly, Bianca felt a strange sensation in her body, surprised to realize, the dark mana within me is resonating with him? Jai, with a serious expression, asked again, now choose, will you come with me or not? Bianca considered her options. This might be my last chance. To avenge my comrades, I have no choice but to join forces with the devil. Bianca decides to take the gamble, saying, I'll make a pact with you. Jai smiles with satisfaction, saying, let the pact begin. A dark light flashes, and Bianca transforms into a dark knight, kneeling before Jai in submission, declaring, I, Knight Bianca, pledge my loyalty to you as your subordinate. Jemmy draws his sword, saying, Bianca, I, Jemmy, recognize you as my knight. Bianca replies, I vow to sacrifice everything for you, my lord. Jemmy believes he's brought Bianca to the gate, and Rai will lead her inside. Jai wondered to himself, Fabian's family must be doing better now. In a small, old, and tattered house, there was a voice saying she would try her best once more. Irina and her children gather around a table, a warm scene as she smiles and says, I'll work hard so my darlings can eat and wear whatever they want. Fabian takes Irina's hand and says dutifully, I'll do my best to help too. Fiona jumps up and down happily, adding, me too, me too. Standing outside, Jemmy overhears their conversation, Irina's voice ringing out, come here, my children. You're the best. Jemmy realizes she's decided to live on and be their support. Remembering his own family, Jai smiled, thinking that he had enjoyed the warmth of a family, and he wanted them to have it too. He really wasn't used to these kinds of feelings. Jai knocked on the door and announced, it's me, Irina. Irina opened the door, surprised to see Jamie, and asked, oh, father, where have you been? I wanted to thank you, but where did you disappear to? Jai chuckled softly. I had some business to attend to, so I left for a bit. Irina then offered Jai a necklace with a large red gemstone pendant. It looks very valuable. Irina says, it's nothing much, but it's a necklace my husband gave me. I've received a great favor from you, so I want to give you something as thanks. Jai quickly waved his hand in refusal, looking embarrassed, and said, "Don't tell me you want me to accept this meaningful item. Please keep it and give it to your children in the future." Jemmy then asked, "Could I see that rosary one last time?" Irina was surprised that Jemmy would be interested in such an ordinary object. Irina said, "Keep it if you need it." Jemmy accepted the cross necklace and replied, "Thank you." Jemmy told Irina, "Lady Irina, please take the children to Harmonia." Irina asked, "The Harmonia Kingdom?" Jemmy hands Irina a scroll, replying, "Yes, give this to the fort commander in the capital. He will help you find a place to stay." Irina asks, "Why would that commander help us find a place to stay?" Jawai laughs, scratching his head. "We know each other pretty well." Irina hesitantly asks Jawai, "Why are you helping me so much?" Jawai replies, "I just want to help. That's all, there's no reason." Irina probes, "Can you tell me your real name?" Jai thought to himself, "So she noticed I was lying?" Outwardly, Jai calmly replied, "I'm D, goodbye." No sooner had he spoken than Jai vanished like the wind. Irina called out, but it was too late. "Wait," Irina muttered to herself, watching Jai disappear. "He's gone," Jai muttered to himself as he walked. "I've been doing too many good deeds lately," Jai muses, stroking his chin as he examines the holy string. "Whose divinity does this contain? It's too weak to trace. The dragon god Maruthor? I can't distinguish between the divinities of the 12 gods very well. Contractor Po, an irreconcilable enemy. Zenit, master of the basilisk beast, the dragon god, Grayman, and the sun god Ra are the gods whose divinity I recognize." Jemmy realizes she hasn't had much contact with other gods, but perhaps analyzing this will reveal something. After analyzing the holy thread, Jai frowns at the energy in his hand. Jai sighs, contemplating. If he hadn't realized, he would have unleashed dark mana. From the palm of his hand, something radiates an incredibly powerful force. He stares at it, wondering. "What is this?" he pondered, realizing it wasn't the divinity of the 12 gods. In his hand, he holds a small pendant-like object radiating immense power. He speculated, could there be a 13th god he didn't know about? Jai grew worried, but quickly calmed himself, needing to remember which god this divinity belonged to. Then Jai thought of the ancient god's symbol, realizing the first image that came to mind was of them. But as far as he knew, none were still alive. The 12 gods had dominated and destroyed them all. Immediately he hesitated, considering his judgment and thoughts. Could it be that a new god has appeared? Jai then thought of the goddess Po, staring at the symbol in his palm, and wondered, should I ask Po? Suddenly Jai clutched the symbol in his hand, abandoning his thoughts, saying it was too risky. Then Jai thought of Ease, the leader of Frantia, who knew many of the world's secrets. Perhaps she knows about this. Jemmy stared at the symbol in his palm and said, "Time to sleep." Meanwhile, inside the Gate of Reversal, a dramatic battle unfolds, and a voice cries out, "Ah, I'm going to die!" It's Bianca and Jans, locked in a fierce sword fight. Jans aimed at Bianca and swung his sharp blade down to attack, but quick as lightning, Bianca reacted and dodged to the side. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Damn it, how are you so fast?" Bianca retorts, "Stop fighting with your mouths." Ryer shook his head, unimpressed by the fight. Ryer remarked, even though he lost, his skills were quite good. Asada, on the other hand, was defeated by Bianca and is now lying on the ground, unable to get up. Jans lunged at Bianca with his sword, but she dodged every attack, and with a swift counter, she landed a devastating punch to his gut, sending him flying. Bianca then dismissively addressed Jans, who was clutching his stomach in pain, "And you couldn't even scratch my collar." After defeating Jans, Bianca turned her weapon towards Riser and asked, "Do you want to fight me too?" Riser raised his hand in refusal. "I'd just end up like them. Why waste the time?" Bianca replied, "You're smarter than those two." Meanwhile, Jemmy, watching from above, had seen everything, and realized that Azad and Asta were no match for her. Jemmy then landed and said, "Are you even ashamed of the time?" Surprised by his sudden appearance, they turned and greeted him. "Master, welcome, you've arrived." Jemmy continued, "Has everyone introduced themselves and gotten acquainted?" Ryer sighed, scratching his head with an awkward expression, and said, "We didn't even have time for that." Jemmy glanced at Jans and Asta, smirking. "Because of these two warmongers?" Ryer replied helplessly. Jemmy then pointed to Ryer and said, "Now let's introduce him. This is Ryer, commander of the Andit Legion." Next, Jemmy pointed to Bianca and continued, "This is the Dark Knight, our newest member, Bianca. Wasn't she supposed to have ascended?" Jemmy, hearing this, smiled helplessly and replied, Well, she still has some unfinished business. Now shake hands and greet each other. Ryer and Bianca then shook hands and politely introduced themselves. Bianca said, Bianca? Ryer replied, Ryer, it's a pleasure to meet you. With that settled, Jai eyed the skeletons scurrying about and said, This area is still unstable. It's not an ideal place to easily increase our forces. Jai then turned to Ryer and Bianca, immediately assigning them a task. Then you two have an important mission. Manage the Ande soldiers here. Ryer replied, Don't worry. Bianca obeys. We'll do our best. Jawai suddenly remembered Nebro and asked RER, Where's Nebro? Rare replied, I don't know. I haven't seen his face since that day. Nebro became one of Jemmy's Andes after committing heinous acts at GAV Academy. Since he operates independently, he's probably training alone somewhere in the village. Jemmy reminds Veer to introduce Bianca to him when he returns. Rare bowed in response. Understood. Then Jawai turned to Bianca and said, I trust you'll do well. Bianca clasped her hands and said, Don't worry, sir. Outwardly, Jawai may seem that way, but deep down he thinks he's really cool. Those guys are worse. With that, he used magic to return to his room. He thought he needed to rest, but suddenly a knock echoed from outside the room. Jai eyed the door warily, sensing someone was there, and called out. Who is it? A young girl in a maid's uniform entered and cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Nua. Jamie, now less wary, smiled at Nua and asked, Why are you here so late? NVA hesitated, then said, I have something to ask. And with that, NVA got straight to the point. She said, Could you please return the rosary to me? Juai was taken aback, thinking that the person related to the 13th god had appeared. He closed his eyes, cast a teleportation spell, and said, Let's talk outside. Then they both teleported to a deserted clearing. Jemmy immediately summoned the rosary, asking NVA, Are you talking about this? NVA, seeing the rosary, happily replied, Yes, I would be very grateful if you returned it to me. Jawai refused immediately, but I don't want to give it back. NVA smiled awkwardly, scratching her head. That puts me in a difficult position. Jai, now suspicious of Nua's true identity, asks seriously, Who are you? Neva simply smiles in response as Nu transforms into a hulking man, his muscles bulging until his sleeves tear, leaving Jemmy stunned and speechless. With a tone of inquiry, he said, That transformation ability, as the man politely greeted G, Pleased to meet you. The man then revealed pink hair and a snake-like nose. He bows respectfully and reveals his true identity. Nirvana, one of J.C. Moon's Oma demons. The scene shifts to further clarify Nirvana's identity inside a room filled with moans. Master Moon's Diablo Vom subordinate is dancing with joy, exclaiming, I can't believe you've appeared like this. Do you know how much I've... Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, warning her not to get carried away. It's a man hooked up to IV drips. He continues, Are you trying to ruin everything at the last minute? Hearing this, J.C. Moon purses her lips, trembling as she says, I have endured for tens of thousands of years, believing that one day we would meet. Then she bursts into excited laughter, declaring, I can't hold myself back anymore. The man covered in tubes narrowed his eyes at J.C. Moon's excited expression, a look of displeasure crossing his face as he pondered the unsettling feeling he'd had since that reborn body appeared in Harmonia. Then he said, You want your master to die again. Hearing this, Jock Moonin turned around abruptly, glaring at the man covered in tubes with a murderous look, and threatened him. How dare you? The man hooked up to IV drips replied calmly. Wasn't the reason you avoided the eyes of the 12 gods to protect your master, Diablo Weber? She was speechless, unable to respond. That's right, the man covered in tubes continued. It's only a few more years, so please be patient. J. Moonin, dejected, clutches his hand until it bleeds, regretting, Master. The scene returns to the present. Then Jay asks Nirvana, Are you an Oma? Nirvana replied, Yes. Oma is the name given to Jokmun's subordinates, meaning snake. Jemmy pondered. He wasn't lying. The specified form he used was likely granted by John Gunn. It seems she values him highly. This fixed form ability allows him to shift from a cellular state into another form. That power allows him to exist in any form in this world, Jemmy mused. Then what about Jaiski Munaner? JY wondered, asking Nirvana. Where is Janganer? Suddenly, Nirvana drew a sharp knife and replied, I cannot tell you exactly. If they contact each other, our plans will fall apart. Nirvana smirked, held the sharp blade to his own neck, and said to Jai Z, Instead, I'll offer you my head as an apology. Jai, frustrated and helpless, says, "Stop fooling around." Nirvana bursts into laughter. "Yes, I do." Then Jemmy presents the rosary and asks curiously, "So she's the one who created this?" Nirvana replies, "Yes, that's right." Jai then asked, "Do you know what kind of divinity resides within it?" Nirvana awkwardly chuckled, but before she could finish, Jai unleashed his power, his face contorted in a menacing glare, threatening, "If you don't answer, I'll rip your brain out to see your memories." Hearing this, Nirvana held out his hand, gave an awkward smile, and said, "Please don't be so serious. I am truly a loyal subordinate of Jokmungad." Then Nirvana pointed to the rosary in Jai's hand and said, "The divinity is in that." Nirvana continued, "It belongs to Diablo Vonber, created from Hamana." Jemmy looked puzzled, exclaiming, "Gao," and pondered, "Indeed, a divine light was born from the peak of the Black Mana stream. No, that's impossible." But Nirvana continued, "Let me explain further. Diablo Vonber's power fragments are scattered across the continent. We collected those fragments and infused them into the divine power." Jiawai was taken aback and asked, "You created divinity like that?" Nirvana closed her eyes and continued to explain. "The third beast, Breaki, can create light from dark mana, so divine power is definitely possible." Jemmy then wondered and asked, "How do you know that?" Nirvana clasped his hands together and gently replied to Jai, "The moment Blackie created divine light, a resonance occurred with us." He reached out to Jai and continued, "Perhaps it's because they share the same origin as us." Jai looked puzzled, scratching his chin in thought. "Is it because they were all created from my dark mana? Then let me ask one more question. Did Jungan create a religion for herself?" Jai wondered, as divine power can only exist with faith and loyalty. While not on par with the 12 gods, she still needs a large following to maintain her divine power at this level. Then Jai snapped his fingers and said, "There," and the rosary vanished from Jai's hand and appeared in Nirvana's. Jemmy said, "I want to meet J.C. Manan soon." After receiving the rosary, Nirvana respectfully thanked Jai, saying, "I'll see you again, Your Excellency." Then he vanished, leaving Jai alone in the vast field. He looked up at the vast universe and said, "Jomungun, whether in this life or the last, I don't know what you're planning." Jai lowered his head, his face sorrowful and thoughtful. "No, perhaps destroying the 12 gods that haunted me made me forget to pay attention to my subordinates' feelings." Jai continued, thinking that everything in this world comes and goes, and perhaps he should care more about them. The next morning, Jin asked Jay if everything was resolved, to which Jai replied with a proud expression. Everything was settled, and the two set off. Just then, a voice called out to them from afar. It was Firion. Surprised, Jai asked Firion why he was here so early, as Fen, bent over and panting shakily, said, "Thank goodness I'm not too late." Then, Fen immediately pulled out a worn pouch of coins and said to Jamie, "Please take this." The boy bowed sincerely, offering the pouch with both hands, and continued, "This is my savings from the past few years. Thank you for saving my family." Jai was taken aback, paused for a moment, and then teased, "My efforts are worth gold, you know." Fen was surprised, stammering, But I don't have that much." Jemmy gently stroked Fen's head and told her to forget about the money and to work hard to help her family. "I'll come back for the money when you're all grown up." Fen was moved to tears, unable to speak. With that, Jai turned and bid Firion farewell, saying, "I'm off." Seeing this, Jin teases Jai, "Looks like you're trying to build a cool image in front of the kids." Jai proudly retorted, "I'm always this cool." Suddenly, Fan shouted, "Ricky!" The kid yelled loudly so Jai could hear. "You have to promise to come back and visit us, and I'll show you how super cool I can be too." Jemmy smiles and happily replies, "Okay." Cut to the northern Orissa continent, the Yelko Mountains. Kenjin was now being chased by a group of people. The pursuers yell, "Stop! Don't let him escape!" Kenjin ran, panting heavily, thinking, "Damn it, how did this happen? I really don't have the strength to run anymore." The mob gives chase, surrounding Kenjin, who closes his eyes in despair. Kenjin's mind flashes to the innocent children at the orphanage as he's hunted. Suddenly, Kenjin falters and stops, his body beginning to transform as he declares he cannot give up. Kenjin has transformed completely, becoming the killer Kenjin, and his pursuers are frozen in terror at his new form. Trembling with fear at Kenjin's terrifying visage with his blood-red eyes, he slowly turned toward them and said, "Ah." Then he thrust his blade forward, screaming, "I must survive." Meanwhile, in the Yelkongon Bayos Mountains, Jai and Jin stop to rest by a fire. Jewai asks Jin, "Why do we have to go through these mountains? It would be easier to go through the kingdom of Yvon." Jin replied that he couldn't cross the kingdom because he had no background. Yemi pondered. Come to think of it, Jin seems more intimidating than Han. Yemi wonders about their relationship and asks Jin. We're not close. We simply come from the same place, but our statuses are different. Jin continued. Han is a noble, and I was a slave. Jiwai was shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. Jin continued to tell Jiwai about his past, saying, because I was good at fighting, I was fortunate enough to be noticed by the general. After living as his slave, I was eventually freed, Jin continued. But even free, I still faced discrimination. Jin calmly closed his eyes and said, perhaps that's why the young master wants to be close to me. But I still don't see this relationship lasting. Jiwai understood and said, ah, so that's why you don't feel close. Jai gazed at the mountain peak and said, I wish I could just fly up there. Jin responded, that's impossible because of the mana zone. Jin explains the mana zone, a mana barrier that divides the border. It's a barrier created to protect the country. When a magic user approaches the mana zone, both bordering nations will detect the signal and take notice. Not only that, the mana zone was created by dragons to monitor human movement. Jemmy lowered her head, lost in thought. If I destroy the mana zone, the dragons might retaliate and cause trouble for me. I can't believe they're controlling it themselves. Joai reasoned that without dark mages like Canon appearing, the dragons would have no reason to appear in the human world. It was taboo for the dragons of the dragon god Brahman to interfere in the territories of other gods. With that thought, Jemmy stood up, dusted himself off, and said, then we'll just have to put them to sleep and get them off the mountain. Suddenly, Jiawai sensed something behind him. He and Jin used their aura to check again. Jin said, I feel it too, someone's here. Meanwhile, by the river, Kenjin lay motionless on the ground, near death. Jemmy and Jane teleported to his side. Jin looks at Kenjin and says, he's in bad shape. Jiawai replies, especially that wound on his abdomen. Jiawai immediately uses healing magic, pressing his hand against Kenjin's wound as Jin marvels at the power of the saint. Just then, Jin noticed Kenjin's arm and wondered aloud. Is that sword on his arm a divine artifact? Jai says no. I can't sense any magic from it. Jin leans in, carefully examining the sword on Kenjin's arm, and says, a rather strange weapon. I've never seen a sword like this before. Jai, having finished healing, stood up, dusted himself off, and said, let's go. I've healed you. I don't want him to catch us. Suddenly, Kenjin groaned, mumbling a few words. I don't want to die. Jin, not hearing clearly, asks Jay, what did he say? Jiwai sighs, looking helpless and reluctant. Why do I have to be so noble? A moment later, Kenjin slowly wakes up and opens his eyes. Seeing him awake, Jemmy asked, how are you feeling? Kenjin, still dazed, questioned, did you save me? Jemmy confirms that he was at death's door, and Kenjin politely thanks him. Jin then urgently inquired about the origin of the sword attached to Kenjin's arm. What was that sword? It seems to be connected to your right arm. Kenjin seems to want to avoid Jin's question. He brushes it off, looking around and saying, oh, this is a prosthetic arm, but where are we? Jiawai replies, in the middle of Mount Bavos. What made you think to cross the mountains in the middle of the night? Kenjin said, standing up, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Haha, it's nothing. What are your names? Jay replied, just call us J and N. And you? Kennen politely answered, call me Ken. Before he could finish, the sword attached to his arm flared with pain. He clutches his arm in obvious pain, prompting Jay to ask, what's wrong? Kenjin regains his composure, forcing a smile despite being drenched in sweat, and says, it's nothing. I'll be back later. With that, Kenjin departs. Jin eyed him suspiciously, telling Jai, he's hiding a lot. Jemmy replied that he didn't know he had a hole in his stomach. Jiawai says, if I'm not mistaken, what's on his arm is a demon sword. There are many types of swords. Normal-shaped swords, antique swords used with magical skills that can fly, swords with divine power blessed by a god, and demon swords created from evil rituals and forbidden things. Jemmy continues. He may be controlled by the demon sword and killing people involuntarily. Jin asks, so he's a puppet? Jiawai says, when he returns, we'll ask him. He won't run, will he? Meanwhile, Kenjin clutches his aching arm, leaning against a tree. Clutching his arm, he trembled, thinking, it's finally back to normal. Then, exhausted, he collapsed, grimacing in pain, and muttered, damn it. I shouldn't have accepted that order. Bloodbringer, a blade stained with blood and a terrifying aura. About 100 years ago, near the Lecco Mountains, a demonic sword was tainted by a horrific nightmare. Then, the voice echoed in his mind again, and Kenji's discovery of it was a random occurrence. A voice from the past. Kenji, the orphanage director, calmly turned toward the voice, calling his name. In the past, Kenji was the director of a small orphanage. He's enjoying time with the children around him. Kenji is a benevolent man. He cared for the abandoned children as if they were his own. Soon after, to keep the orphanage running, he volunteered for a dangerous mission. He joined in slaying demons, cleaving them in two with blood splattering everywhere. Then, Kenji embarked on a mission to find herbs atop a treacherous mountain, and he became famous as an outstanding mercenary. Then, as fate would have it, a certain someone came to see Kenji, a portly, balding old man who greeted him with a smile. Knowing you're a seasoned mercenary, I've come to you with a request, a commission I need you to fulfill. Accepting the mission, Kenji ventured into a desolate forest, muttering to himself that the medicine only grew in this range. He realized that the forest was too vast, making the search difficult, and if he was late, the children would worry. After searching for a while, Kenji noticed a dark energy source in front of him and looked up. He asked, puzzled, "What's that?" Before Kenji was the Bloodbringer sword, plunged into the ground and radiating a dark aura. He approached it cautiously, confirming his suspicions. It was as if the sword was calling to him, and he reached for the hilt of the Bloodbringer. Then, tentacles emerged from the sword's hilt, ensnaring Kenji, who recoiled in shock and screamed. "What is this?" Immediately after, Kenji's desperate scream echoed through the forest. When Kenji awoke, his right arm was fused to a sword. He plunged it into the ground, surrounded by the corpses of blue mana beasts, dust, and the stench of rotting flesh. He was surrounded by piles of monster corpses, and the demonic sword constantly craved blood. As the bloodlust intensified, Kenji lost control, slaughtering those around him with the sword grafted to his arm. Not long ago, Kenji, consumed by rage, slaughtered those around him, ultimately killing the son of the Lord who ruled over Mount Leo. After the man's death was sealed, he lay in a pool of blood. Kenji knelt beside him, trembling, the sword fixed to his hand, and screamed, "Damn it! Damn it all!" Suddenly, a thought sparked within him. Perhaps things would be better if he were dead. But memories flooded Kenji's mind. A child from the orphanage excitedly holds up a drawing of Kenji and the other children, saying, "Look, director, Dai and I drew this." At that moment, Kenji casually praised her. "That's a beautiful house." "Did you really draw that?" The children cheered with hope as Aaron chimed in, "When we grow up, we'll buy you a huge house like this, headmaster." Remembering the children's smiles, Kenji steeled himself, screaming internally that he couldn't fall here. He gripped the bandaged arm holding his sword, a tremor of determination running through him. "I have to live until the children are independent. I can't let myself be killed or captured." Finally, he rose, dragging himself to a nearby tree, and weakly muttered to himself. He hadn't even thanked the person who saved his life, but he needed to stay away to keep them safe. He added, not knowing when the Lord's hunting party would arrive. A blizzard began to fall in the forest. Clutching his injured arm, Kenji trudged through the snow, his footprints fading as he resolved to leave, knowing the Lord's men were already scouring the blizzard-swept forest. The commander's voice booms out, ordering them to search thoroughly as he couldn't have gone far, and his men quickly shout in confirmation. Immediately they scattered to search. In the blizzard, the angry and terrifying face of a man became clear. He scanned his surroundings, face contorted as he searched for something, teeth grinding as he hissed, "Where are you hiding, you damned murderer?" This armored man is Hind, commander of the knights, who then stepped on a dry twig on the ground. He grunts, then looks up into the distance as the snow and storm rage on. Hinder speaks, confirming his suspicion. There's a massive cave. He then held up a glowing blue gem, using it to telepathically inform his men of a nearby cave, suggesting their target might be hiding inside. The others respond in confirmation as Hinder stands before the massive cave, 1,000 times his size. The sight is overwhelming. Suddenly, the ground beneath Hinder cracks, startling him as he cries out in confusion. "What is this? An earthquake?" A ferocious voice echoes from within the cave. "How dare you disturb my rest?" accompanied by a colossal body with razor-sharp teeth. The cave monster, its yellow eyes wide, growled each word with fury. "I smell disgusting blood." It senses the terrifying pressure. Hinder is stunned, drained of all color. His face paled as he gasped for air. He couldn't speak, his mind screaming, "Oh God, this cave." Then he realized the monster before him was a dragon. On the other side, the great dragon roared with piercing dissatisfactions and rage, demanding the insects disappear, followed by a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The red dragon emerged from its cave, spewing words of irritated contempt, an unfortunate insect crawling about at the very moment I awoke. Beneath the dragon's feet lay a pool of blood and the mangled remains of Hinder, for he was Cairo, the red dragon, the strongest of his kind on Earth. Suddenly, Hao notices something at his feet and gasps. His eyes narrow, and with his senses attuned to the forest, he realizes there are other insects besides those two nearby. One of those two possesses considerable power. The red dragon's body ignites and he transforms, smirking with amusement, deciding that the game's opening is quite interesting. Meanwhile, Yin sensed something as well, adding, "There's bloodlust." Startled by the intense bloodlust, he inwardly exclaimed that he'd never felt such a powerful aura before. Seeing the danger, Jay quickly grabs his hand, standing beside him by their campfire, urging him to leave. "Jemmy, I don't know what that is, but you need to get away from it now." Seeing this, Jemmy looked at him in surprise, then shook off Dewey's hand, his eyes flashing with determination as he grimly confirmed. "I'm not going anywhere," Jai added. "Our opponent is a dragon." Stunned by this revelation, Jine trembled, eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned him. A dragon. How could it have gone unnoticed? He stated that if there was a dragon's lair, rumors would have spread. Seeing his disbelief, Jai grew serious, cautiously glancing around as he added to his knowledge. Each dragon has its own unique trait. Amidst the falling snow, he says it must have used magic to hypnotize people's perceptions, preventing them from discovering its lair. Under the full moon and the current situation on Snow Mountain, he surmises that the magic must have resonated with the moonlight to bewitch people. As they stood before the fire, Jamie explained to Jane that under the moonlight, the magic was almost impossible to dispel, a sentiment with which Jane readily agreed. Indeed, the resonance of moonlight carries immense power. No one can escape its reach. Will be discovered soon enough. His voice grew even gloomier as he said this. He added that he didn't know what color it was, but if it was blue or white, they could defeat it. Images of blue and white dragons flashed in Jemmy's mind, but he also offered a less optimistic opinion. But if it's a black or red dragon, we're in serious trouble. He imagined a red dragon breathing fire, ready for battle. Jemmy affirmed that if they sense a threat, they won't easily let it go, and Jai clenched his fist, his face hardening with determination. The worst-case scenario is that we'll have to fight them, as snow continues to fall behind them. He screamed in his mind, hypothesizing that he could win against a young dragon, but an ancient dragon. Jai paused, dreading the outcome. Meanwhile, Hinder flees across the snow, the sword still stuck to his hand, gritting his teeth, determined to get the children to another kingdom and change their identities so the pursuers won't find them. Hinder's hand clenched around his sword, and he cried out in frustration, wishing he were a master mage who could remove the blade. Suddenly, Cairo's ominous voice echoed from behind, "I smell a strong scent of blood," causing Hinder above to pale in fear, his eyes wide. He turned back in a panic, wondering if it was the assassins. Ko, who had just been sad, now smiled with interest as he sized up Hinder, calling him a rather interesting bug. Then, Cairo looks at him, offering his own assessment. It seems he's been possessed by the demon sword. Seeing this, Hinder trembled and shouted at Cairo, "You know what this is?" Cairo didn't respond, but instead created a magic circle and gave his command. "Demon sword, devour him." Immediately, the demon sword's tendrils grew longer and began to wrap around Hinder. His face was filled with unspeakable horror as Cairo's voice rang out clearly. To put it simply, the sword is like a parasite that he supplements, and parasites will do anything to take over their host's body. Images of the children in the orphanage kept running through Hinder's mind. He braced himself on his sword, his body consumed by it, collapsing to the ground, gasping and screaming, "I can't fight it." Above him in the snowy rain, Cairo smiles smugly down at Hinder, explaining, "He's a bug with a strong will. Just exert more force, demon sword." He beckoned with his index finger, urging the sword on. Hinder collapsed, blood flowing freely, veins bulging in agony as he gritted his teeth and roared. As the demon sword fully controlled Hinder's body, it charged towards Cairo with a great cry, who simply smiled calmly and mocked it. "This is the first time you've fully possessed someone, so you want to know how powerful you are?" Cairo roared at the demonic sword, stating his assessment. "I understand that feeling of always looking at others and wanting to attack them." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful killing intent assaulted the demonic sword, causing the surrounding ground to crack and crumble. Meanwhile, Cairo silently watched the destruction, showing no mercy as the demon sword wailed in agony within the flames he conjured. "Still, you're quite brave to have touched his body," Cairo remarked, praising it. "You attacked that body without showing any fear. If there's a second time, I won't forgive you," he threatened. As Cairo's flames dissipated, the demon sword sat silently amidst the rubble, head bowed, while Cairo glanced back, reminding it, "If you still want to test your strength, then go and eliminate the vermin polluting my territory." Cairo's eyes, though calm, held a warning. "One of them is no ordinary insect. Clear them out, and we'll reward you handsomely." Hearing this, the demon sword quickly rises, clenching its fist with a ferocious look and roaring, as though understanding, it plunges the demon blade into the ground. Cairo's voice urged, "Go, you bloodthirsty beast." Jai, sensing something, reminded Jin, "Besides the dragon, we have another opponent," causing him to stare in disbelief. "What?" Before Jin could react, he shot off with a roar. "Hurry!" Jin could only watch in stunned silence. Then, and called out to him, "Follow me." One of the pursuing knights gritted his teeth, trembling with fear at the sight before him. Before him stood Hinder, completely consumed by the demonic sword, slaughtering them like a wild beast, blood splattering everywhere. The others scattered in fear, as Jemmy realized that he intended to repay the dragon's kindness with revenge. Hinder, now completely consumed by the demonic sword, slashes through the pursuing knights, their screams of agony echoing as blood splatters. Suddenly, Jemmy teleports behind him, declaring she suspected something all along. "But now you've committed a truly terrible crime." Hearing Jin's voice, the demonic sword pauses slightly, and Jin rebukes him. "You repay kindness with—" But then, as if realizing something, he looks around warily, thinking to himself, "The dragon is nearby." Jin quickly appeared before him, heading towards the demonic sword, and declared, "Let me kill him, for we saved his life, and his death will appease the lost souls." The demon sword still stood dumbfounded amidst the bloody corpses on the snow. Hearing Jin's words, he turned and nodded, confirming, "Then I'll go see if anyone's still alive." The demon sword turns to Jin, its crimson eyes questioning, "You're one of the non-insects." Ignoring him, Jin draws his sword, declaring, "I don't understand you, but I'll grant you a painless death. My mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Jay rushed forward, sword in hand, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and with the light of his treasured sword, he shouted the name of his technique, Lunar Resonance. A single slash, and a blinding line appeared on the demon sword's neck, followed by a rapid burst of blood. The speed was so great that the demon sword widened its eyes in astonishment as blood continued to gush out and Jin's voice echoed, "I made a clean cut, so you won't suffer." Suddenly he froze as he watched the splattered blood gather in midair, forming droplets that flew back toward the demon sword. Confused, Jin watches as the blood from the wound flows back toward the demon sword's severed head. Jane realized with shock that his heart had gathered, and the demon sword stammered, I will." He interrupted, his severed neck reattaching as he drooled and grinned maniacally, eyes bloodshot as he screamed his delusion of destroying the world. Jemmy stood amidst the corpses, sword in hand, cautiously surveying the scene, concluding that they were all dead. Then he wondered how he could have sensed life earlier, but now it was gone. "Speak of the devil," Cairo's voice echoed with arrogance. "You seem relaxed," Cairo said as Jamie glanced back warily. Amidst the snow, he wondered where his opponent was, while Cairo floated above, offering his assessment. An elegant insect. Jamie then looked at Cairo, questioning. "A red dragon?" That dragon's eyes flashed with a warlike glint. Then he smirked, looked at him and asked, "You knew I was nearby?" Then he casually concluded, "Not too surprising." Upon realizing he'd been discovered, Cairo quickly descended as our hero turned to face him, explaining warily, "Because you dragons are a species of strong emotions." Cairo shrugged, laughing provocatively as he looked down on Jai. "Not just any insect." He couldn't contain his curiosity, asking, "You've just entered adulthood, haven't you?" Seeing his accurate guess, Cairo spread his arms and laughed with glee. "Ha ha ha." Then with feigned surprise he exclaims, "How interesting that a human from Gai Diem can discern the level of U.S. dragons." Seeing his contempt, he probed Cairo. "But I know you're almost 3,000 years old, aren't you?" Hearing this, his eyes narrowed in anger, veins popping as he spoke with a steely voice. Enraged, Cairo shouts the name of his technique, thrusting his hand toward Jamie, unleashing a pillar of overwhelming energy upon him, the ground beneath his feet trembling violently. Seeing his reaction, and with blood now flowing from his eyes, Jamie glanced up and exclaimed in his mind, "Dragon Tongue." One of the two weapons of the dragon race and one of the most powerful language-based spells. An absolute manipulation magic only used by dragons. Thinking this, he confirmed his suspicions about Cairo. "So, you're about 2,700 years old, right?" Hearing this, he glared at him, his face contorted with rage, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "What?" Seeing that he still feigned ignorance, Jai explained himself. Dragon's might grows stronger over time, but you're only this strong, so you're clearly that old. Despite the dragon tongue's pressure, he scowls, smirks, and extends the bracelet of resistance, yelling as he activates Perfect Cell. A purple magical light emanates from Jai's wrist, and Perfect Cell is activated. This is an artifact of absolute immunity, one of Diablo's 3 greatest divine weapons, a bracelet with purple magic. Once activated, the user becomes immune to all plagues and curses, and Jai quickly raises his arm. The bracelet's power surged violently, and Cairo, enraged by its might, gritted his teeth, his body flying backward as he roared in fury. "You bastard!" Suddenly, his urgent voice echoed. "Fight!" His mouth and eyes are bleeding. With unwavering eyes, Jemmy raised his hand towards Cairo, confirming, "Or I die." His gaze hardened as he added, "Or you die." Immediately after, he shouts out his technique. Ramiya activates near Jin, and the demon sword's sharp tendrils burst forth. He skates across the ice, dodging the relentless attacks of the floating demon sword and its barrage of tentacles. He realizes, with growing dread, that his opponent controls blood. A sinister power has awakened. Jin desperately dodges, but the tentacles relentlessly pursue, and his foe smirks with cruel amusement. Jin realizes that if his opponent controls blood, he'll be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Jin's foot catches in the snow, and he understands this has become a battle of speed. Then he summons the sword, grips the hilt, and quietly utters the name of the unmoving technique. With a flash, the HM moon slice is created, and Jin launches the sword toward the monster from behind, bathed in moonlight. Before he knew it, he was cut, revealing a small, bright orange core, and as his body withered, the tentacles quickly abandoned it to surround the glowing core. Seeing this, Jin wondered, "Should I destroy it?" Thinking quickly, he rushes forward, but the tentacles have already seized the core and the blood of the demon, which is gradually being reconstituted. He covers his mouth, stunned, and then a grotesque monster formed from tentacles, its eyes, nose, and mouth twisted into a horrifying grin. Seeing it, Jin couldn't contain his rage and shouted, "Who created this abomination?" He reached out, gathering energy in his palm, and unleashed the moonlight stamp. A blinding light erupted in the darkness, accompanied by immense power, but the demon beast's body began to change, enduring the attack without damage, and it glanced up. Seeing it, he angrily shouts, "Damn it!" That form, its eyes looking up at him, that grotesque, inhuman shape lunges at Jin, and he yells in fury, "Die, you bastard!" As the beast snarled, Jin raised his arm to shield himself and dashed away, thinking, "If only Mirai were here." Then, suddenly remembering something, he paused and muttered, Did he run into the dragon and hasn't returned yet? Meanwhile, on Jay's side, Cairo stared at the maze wall in front of him and suspiciously asked. He realized with a start that he'd been transported to another dimension, one he created in an instant. Cairo then looked at his opponent, sword in hand, and confirmed, "You really want to fight me?" Meanwhile, Jemmy taunted him without hesitation. "What's wrong? Scared? What's wrong? Are you scared?" They stand in a virtual space, a maze of earth and stone. Seeing the contempt in his words, Cairo, enraged, winds up his arm, gritting his teeth and cursing the arrogant human. As he speaks, fire emanates from his hand, and he fearlessly rushes towards Jemmy with his attack. Meanwhile, he calmly watched Cairo charge, then brought 2 fingers to his lips, muttering an incantation. Firebust is nullified, and the flames around him quickly dissipate. Even Cairo's flames are extinguished. Confused, he freezes and asks, "What? What did you do?" Seeing his confusion, he confirmed, "It's nothing much, just that fire can't be used in this space." "Ah, I forgot you can't use anything but fire, can you?" Then, magic circles began to appear, along with stats from the magic effects. Mana is reduced, oxygen is reduced, gravity is reduced, pressure is overloaded. Jemmy's voice confirmed that he had prepared a few little things for him. Surrounded by disadvantageous magic, Cairo trembled, looking at him, and asked what tricks he had really played. Jemmy, watching the spectacle, still holding his sword, smiled calmly and began to explain to Cairo. "If you're truly the greatest in the world, what's a little disadvantage?" Cairo, enraged by the praise and the jab, grits his teeth and yells. "Oh, are you afraid you'll lose to me?" he taunted. Immediately, Cairo, consumed by rage, lifted his head, veins bulging in his neck and face, his body ablaze, and declared, "In the name of Brahman, King of Dragons, I will destroy you." Hearing this, Jai smirked, realizing Cairo had lost it, invoking the Dragon King and all. He then confirmed that if Cairo were defeated after invoking the Dragon King, his soul would be lost forever. Immediately, Cairo, a whirlwind of fire, charged towards him, eyes burning with rage as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will kill you without hesitation." He moved like a whirlwind around Jai, who warily followed him, losing his bearings. Then he slashed a claw at him from behind. Jai noticed as well and called out his technique, Dagness of Darkness. As he spoke, a dark vortex appeared above Jai's head, swallowing Cairo's attack while he ducked to dodge and looked at him. Seeing this, Cairo landed and spoke, confirming his suspicions. Dark magic? Is it slightly different from the dark magic I know? Cairo, without hesitation, leaps forward again with a ferocious look. He shouts, "I'll just have to use you as a test subject." Sharp claws lunge toward Jai, who struggles to raise his sword in defense, his body recoiling as he glares back at his attacker. Cairo's eyes narrowed with confidence as he smirked, saying, "With just this piece of metal?" Then he cut himself off. Then the power of the sharp fingernail piercing Jemmy's sword intensified as he yelled, "Did you think you could stop me?" A shattering sound echoed, and Jai's sword broke, leaving him stunned and thinking, the sword my father gave me." Then he recalls his father's words, "Take Jay with you." In the shattered fragments of the sword, he sees himself holding his father's sword for the first time, full of surprise and respect. Jai's father introduces the sword to him, calling it Scott. He smiled, reminding Jemmy with loving affection, "Return safely. Jamie, it's okay to feel pain, but make sure you grow stronger." Jai's eyes flashed with rage as he cried out, emitting a blinding light, its energy cracking the earth around him. Dust and debris flew into the distance as Cairo was blasted away, yelling, "How dare you!" Jai calmly approached, his expression unreadable. His sword shattered on the ground, and with utter fury he unleashed a powerful surge of magic, declaring, "In the name of the Welton family." His eyes turned purple with rage as magic surged, and he reached for Cairo, each word a promise. "I will ensure your utter demise." Cairo, enraged, bared his sharp teeth, furious that a mere human dared defy him. Cairo transforms into a red dragon, unleashing a ferocious roar and a powerful gust of wind as he lunges forward, his massive form dwarfing Jay. A fierce attack is launched, but Jai raises a shield to meet the onslaught, the two terrifying forces colliding. Cairo crushes the earth beneath him, sending rocks flying, but Jemmy swiftly leaps behind him, scoffing. "You think that's all I've got?" Cairo turns and shouts at Jemmy, "You bastard!" Jemmy unleashes a devastating attack, a purple light piercing the earth, triggering an explosion. Cairo, struck, realizes his wings will be torn apart if this continues. Kala cries out as Jemmy continues his relentless assault, but Cairo's eyes sharpen, knowing it's time to use it. The Dragon Jai calmly and kindly advised, "Don't waste your effort." Dark power and brute strength collide as two terrifying forces clash, unleashing a blinding storm of energy, and a warship explodes. Now, only Cairo and Jemmy stand face to face as Jemmy unleashes chains that bind Cairo's body. Jemmy struggles against the chains as Jai activates Longina. "I'll make you wish you were dead, unable to die peacefully and instead become a servant to me forever." The dark spear, Longinus, carries a corrupting curse, piercing Cairo's abdomen. Cairo screams in agony as the evil weapon, Longinus, takes hold. A weapon of evil, those pierced by Longinus are cursed for eternity. The victim will struggle in pain for the rest of their life as Longinus manifests in darkness. "Your crime is breaking my sword." And with that, Jai's heart and chest are crushed. Jai coughs up blood and collapses. Damn it. This power allows Cairo to break free, shattering his shackles as if they never existed. Watching Jamie struggle? Not bad. If your level were any higher, your body wouldn't be able to handle it. Cairo strains, breaking free from his chains, and glares at G, promising a swift end. Cairo opens his mouth, unleashing another massive burst of flames. But Jemmy just smiles calmly. "What nonsense are you spouting? You think your body's still okay? Beneath where the spear pierced you, there's a gaping black hole. Why can't I breathe? It's the curse of the Long Jews. The moment I pierced you, it was over. Remember that, you lizard." "I'm a man of my word," Cairo screamed in agony, didn't he? In an instant, Cairo collapsed to the ground unconscious. Jemmy glared at the broken Dragongia spear on the ground, his face contorted in madness as he unleashed all of his power. A light appears before Jai, the same light that now shines on Cairo's stomach, where the spear struck him. Johnny approached, struggling to see the source of the light. A shimmering crimson crystal. The dragon's heart. The dragon heart, the most powerful source of energy in the world. Jai reaches out towards it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin bleeds from a gash on his forehead, his mask cracked. He's grateful it was only a bite. Staring at the monster before him, he realized that all physical attacks were useless. No matter how many times he struck it down, it would always return to its original state. But under the moonlight, I can't give up. He must have a weakness. Jine swung his sword, relentlessly striking the monster, causing blood to gush out. The snow-capped mountains and the warship have exploded. Dian looks over to see a strange object attacking the monster. It was attacked and screamed in pain. Yan looked over as the monster collapsed to the ground. Though he doesn't know what happened, Jine vanishes like lightning, unleashing a powerful strike on the monster, resonating with the moon's energy. The monster is cleaved in two. The ground cracks and the blade pierces the gem below, destroying it. He sighs in relief, then looks up at the warship in the sky, wondering what ungodly things are happening and if Jai is involved. I have to check this out, but suddenly a light descends behind Jin. The gem wasn't completely destroyed, and now it's unleashing an even more terrifying monster, one that vows to destroy the world. Before the monster could finish, it was struck down by a blade. Terrified, it asked, "Who are you?" The gem shatters completely as Jin watches the newcomer, stunned. "Yeah, that was me," Ji replied, dusting himself off. Jin was shocked. He killed him in one blow. I need to hone my skills even more. They both looked up at the warship, and Jin asked, "Did you fight up there?" "Yes, this is the space I created." They asked and answered. "Judging by the marks, it seems you fought a dragon." "Yeah, I annihilated it." Jin is shocked, not believing his ears. "What? A ninth circle mage who can kill a dragon?" Jai remained unfazed. "Of course, I almost died too. Even though I was injured, I managed to hold on." Jane was full of questions, wondering why he looked the way he did. "Are you all right?" Jai remained silent. "Remember when Juai went to the dragon and reached for its heart where the light was shining? It's all thanks to that dragon heart." Jai, panting, reached the dragon's heart. As its energy pulsed, Jemmy held it in her hand. The dragon heart's energy resonated with the orb of life, causing Jemmy's body to evolve, and she showed the heart to Jin. I absorbed energy from the dragon's heart, leaving Jin in awe. "The heart of a dragon?" Jin said hastily. Hide it quickly. If anyone sees it, we're done for. Is anyone else here?" Jin stared in disbelief at the dragon's heart, its energy radiating intensely around it. The dragon heart was gradually concealed. Jin knew they couldn't sell it. The dragons would find out and wipe out the human world. "I know," Jemmy snaps her fingers. The airship vanished, Jemmy cautioned. "Be careful, an ancient dragon could appear." Jin nods in agreement. "Of course." Meanwhile, elsewhere the snow continues to fall. Voices echo and the creatures below seem powerful, but surely not as strong as they are. "It's Blue Dragon CV and Blue Dragon Ipeton," CVIA says with admiration. "I wonder if Grandpa will go there?" YP looks at her younger sibling with affection. "Yes, Grandpa's coming." Sevi's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Wow, who's that down there?" Ifian and Sevi are overjoyed. Grandpa's on his way. The Blue Dragon Centonian appears with the Blue Dragon Kensera. The two excitedly called out to Grandpa Centunion, and Sevia happily grabbed Kensera's arm, asking, "The creatures down there are strong. Can you win against them, Grandpa?" Centonian was speechless. "Sevi, why would you ask such a rude question?" Centonian crossed his arms, explaining that his grandfather was only there to observe, as fighting would be pointless. Ignoring him, CV and Ifian continued to praise Kensera, saying how strong their grandfather was. Kensera smiles, affectionately ruffling the hair of his beloved grandchildren. "Of course, your grandpa is very strong. Ifian, take good care of your brother. Now, I'm off. Santa, stay here with the kids." The three bowed to Kensera as he walked away, bidding him farewell. As snow falls, Ias clenches her hand and smiles. "That makes it hard for me to work, and I'm counting on you to fight." Kensera leaps from the snowy mountain. "Ace, have you gone this far? Didn't you hear what I said?" I'm sure I refused. I still smiles brightly. "But come to think of it, I still have your help." Kensera spoke, looking at the smiling figure before him. "Hey girl, you've got some nerve. You know who I am, right?" "Of course I knew I was close to death back then, but this time I'm fully prepared." Ias brandishes a powerful weapon, shocking Kensera. "That's the Thunder Dragon Sword, Graham. As you can see, it's a dragon-slaying sword." "You're insane. Do you have a death wish? How dare you bring that out in front of a dragon?" Isis strikes a powerful blow, but Kensera dodges it. Isis smirks. "Let's make a bet. If you can't kill me this time, then do me a favor. You know what I'm talking about." Now, dragons are no longer the rulers of the central palace, but before Isis could finish, Kensera angrily shouted, "Shut up!" as Kensera's body transformed into a massive dragon. Above, Centonian falters, while Sevi and Ipton cheer on Isis, who smiles, dragon-slaying sword in hand. How exciting. Isis attacks and the battle explodes. 15 days later, Jemmy and Jin are enjoying tea in a warm, sunlit room, and Jin sets his cup down. "So, you have a team to absorb the dragon's heart as well?" Jemmy asked, holding her teacup. "Tea. If I develop it further, I might have a chance at enlightenment. Frankly, I don't think dragon hearts are the key to enlightenment. They're just a support." Jin agreed. "Yeah, that makes sense." Jowai continued, "But I'm still absorbing it, because the increased mana will be great for me." Jowai wondered if crafting something from the dragon's heart would be amazing. Come to think of it, where is the god of slaughter now? Though I've searched for him for the past year, I haven't heard any news about the god of death. Jin stands up. "Let's get going." Perhaps Isis has already arrived at Abrasas and is heading for the frontier headquarters. Abrasas, one of the 6 forbidden zones in the far north of Anbia, is home to many dangerous species of flora and fauna. Jemmy stood and walked, wondering, "Abrasa is very dangerous, right?" Jin, walking beside her, replied, "To outsiders, it's a terrifying place, so it's no wonder it was chosen as the 6th great forbidden area." Jamie recalls her terror 5 years ago, upon first arriving at Marquis Bell's residence in the Erazard Forest, one of the 6 forbidden lands. But now she's confident she can traverse both Erazard and Gaman. I must find that place soon. Gaman, the lover of the Azure Dragon Mage, a mage who discovered the truth of the world regarding humanity's power. He was mentioned on a Devolfian tombstone left before the final battle, writing in his journal that he discovered a landmark called Gaman. To reach Gaman, they must evade the pursuit of the 12 gods, and the 6 forbidden zones are the perfect place to hide. So, either the Erazat Forest or Abrasa's Gaman must be one of those 2 places. 2 weeks later, Jemmy and Jine fought and endured countless monsters. The terrain looks treacherous, but after much hardship, we've finally reached the Temple of Abrasas. Monsters were everywhere. At the entrance to the Abras Temple, Jemmy gazed at its gate. However, once inside the temple, we should be fine. No monster could survive amidst all the poisonous plants. The 2 walked into the white snow, talking. I can see the traces of time in this place. Fran estimates this temple is over 2,000 years old. Jamie ponders that immense age. So it's been through the establishment of a new world at least twice. Jine speaks up as she walks ahead. "From now on, stick close to me." The 2 of them entered a lush green forest, unlike the snow-covered landscape outside. Jemmy shielded her eyes from the bright sunlight. They were all here. Before them, the headquarters of Fran Avalon, vast stone fortresses standing close together. Jemmy was overjoyed. This energy? It seems Isis has arrived. The Land Clan is known as one of the 3 great races, on par with dragons and high-ranking elves. Frondidee's leader tilts his head, asking Jay, "Did you hear that?" Jay is bewildered. "Me?" Jai smiles. "Of course." Bare feet on the lush green grass. Jai gasps in surprise. "To use the dragon vein to cast a restoration spell on the entire village? Even though it's an old temple, it's cleaner than I thought." Jine asks, puzzled. "How could you know that if you're not a level 9 mage?" Jai confidently replies. "Even though I haven't reached level 9, I feel like I'm already there." It's rare to find a mage who can restore an entire village like this. Jai recalled Bailey's words. There was a 9th circle mage in Francia who could teach him. Perhaps this magic was cast by the level 9 mage B mentioned 5 years ago. The 2 enter. Jai asks who cast the restoration magic, and the answer is an elven witch named Nell. Jai wondered if the elf was of a high rank. Anyone would think so, but she's actually just a normal elf. A young elf, 130 years old. I see. Hai entered the village, where the average lifespan of an elf is 500 years. At 130, she's barely a teenager. Jai strokes his chin thoughtfully. It's astonishing to see so many races living together here, observing the diverse people coexisting in the village. Jine agreed, saying she was shocked at first too, as Rio had every race imaginable, which was like a bolt from the blue. Jemmy stared in astonishment at the people before her. These races were usually hostile to humans, but here they were in harmony, and no one paid attention to strangers. Is this the freedom that Fran was aiming for? All around are races harvesting fruit with bright, energetic faces. Jin spoke up. "I have to go." "Okay, see you later." Someone calls out to JJ. Jai recognizes the person and greets them. "It's been a while." "It's been a while, Jay." The newcomer is Fran Bay, leader of a small island. JY is pleased. "When did you arrive? Weren't you near the Ken border?" Bailey replies that it only happened this year. "I had business here, but you've certainly grown." JY chuckles. "Oh, it's because I inherited the powerful bloodline of the Welton family. My parents were also surprised by my growth. How are Amaben and Behemos doing these days?" "You'll see them again soon. The sky is clear above the Avalon Hall." "You've arrived at Avalon's main hall. Everyone is waiting for you." The main hall doors open, and Ice smiles. "Well, they weren't kidding. Jamie and Bailey have arrived." "Welcome. We, the Jai, are the Fran." In the main hall, a large round table sits, surrounded by people. The one who spoke was the old Taoist front Isis of the Lanjimi clan, who was chillingly cold. Everyone here is strong. Francia is amazing, but Isis, the man next to me, is also formidable. That's Chief Fran CL of the Land Clan, along with the Flower Clan and others. That's Chief Fran Rosemary of the Flower Clan, Frontier Chief Ho, and Chief Fran Fawn of the Van Clan, the Bird People. And there are so many races, including dwarves. Frontier Leader Iron R of the Dwarves sees the hooded figure Jai and wonders if it's the elf Jin mentioned. Frontier Leader Nel Saren of the elf race has 3 members, with Jine's seat currently vacant. The one bearing his teeth and waving is Leader Fran Han, said to be humanity's greatest talent. But look at him. What a disappointment. Folding his arms, he scoffs. I never had any expectations for humans to begin with. Han retorts, disagreeing. Hey, can you stop it? Ho isn't thrilled. It's just the reality of things. Humans are clearly a species with many limitations. Didn't you prove that in your first fight with me? Han slams the table and stands up. All right, let's fight again today. Juai grits his teeth and speaks. Can't you be quiet? It's my fault you two are fighting. Hey, bird guy, if you're not happy, step outside and I'll adjust your perspective. Ho scoffs dismissively. Huh? They say the ignorant are often the most presumptuous. Ho stands before Jay. I admire your courage. Fine, let's see just how capable you are. I spoke up sternly. You two, knock it off. Ho, sit down and keep it down. Ho scoffed and returned to his seat as Jai smirked provocatively. What? Trying to act tough, but in the end, you're just Ice's lackey. Ho is incredibly annoyed. What is it now? Ayaz interjects. Jai, I hope you'll stop here. I apologize for what he just said. Rosemary sat beside him, trembling as Jamie spoke up. Isn't Francia supposed to be an organization that aims for peace between races? But it seems the leaders here look down on others. Those at the table remained silent and rigid. Jai continued, asking why no one was speaking. Is Francia really as good as they say? Iron scoffs, avoiding Isis, and says he's leaving. If you need anything, call me personally. Is nodded and rubbed her head. This is exhausting. I suppose we'll have to hold the contest now. I'll reschedule it. What do you think? JY agreed. Sounds good, but don't you dare run away, bird. If anyone's going to run, it'll be you. I eagerly await that day. With that, he coughed and flew away. Ease has a headache. It's hard to talk right now. Go get some rest. I'll tidy up later. Rosemary approached amiably. Rosemary, show our guest in. Please follow me. I'll lead the way. Following Rosemary's directions, Jai heads off as Ice leans back in his chair with a sigh. Oh, I shouldn't have called that bastard. Han looked wearily at Ys, knowing they were bound to meet anyway. With his personality, something was bound to happen sooner or later. He's second only to Ice in strength, but far too arrogant. If I speaks up, I think this will be an interesting match. What is Han suspicious about? Aren't you going to stop them, Bailey? Ias agreed with Bailey. This match is definitely something to look forward to, right? CL. CL also nodded in agreement, but Han didn't understand. Is that so? Han wearily leaned his head back. I wouldn't know. J. Rosemary's place was offered enthusiastically. You can stay here. Juai looked around the room, assessing it. It's quite neat and clean. Just ring the bell if you need anything. Jiabai replied, thank you. Well, get some rest. Juai watched the door close, thinking, I'm not tired. I really want to take a walk. Jiabai opens the door, unaware that someone is watching her from the bushes, a staff-wielding figure charging forward, eager to test the results of 5 years of training. Venna charges at Jemmy, but Jemmy effortlessly blocks and counters her attack. Venna is knocked back, and a black hole unleashes a ferocious bull. Jai watches on, unimpressed. These kids are really something. Venna is frustrated. How dare you attack my disciple? Bach Heidish, Venna and the bull are caught in a blue vortex. Venna cried out, 100 years is too soon. The whirlpool has descended. She lay on the ground, trembling, and called out, Master! Jabai dusts off his hands, smiles, and greets them. Long time no see. Seeing this, Venna, with her swollen head, sits up and trembles in surprise. Unbelievable. After all this time, he treats his subordinates like this. She's disgruntled, kneeling on the ground, dutifully offering her praise. You're too much, Master, she says, looking defeated. Let me remind you, this is Venna J's subordinate, while the little beast that was just beaten sulks and sarcastically says, Amazing. This is Vios, and he questions the two of them confused. Why are you two rushing at me like that? Hearing him ask, the two exchanged glances, chuckled awkwardly, and stammered in unison. Then, Venna quickly stood up to compare her height to his, making a fuss about it. Master, haven't you gotten too tall? He smiled, watching her approach. Your hair is getting darker, isn't it? She then thought of her crowned mother in her goddess robes, with her red hair, and smiled. Because I look more and more like my mother now. Surely the queen's jealousy will make her hair redder over time. He then touched his chin, looking at her suspiciously. But why are you here? Shouldn't you be with the queen? Hearing this, she honestly replied, I thought I would meet Master if I was in Fran. Then, with a bright smile, she held out her hands to him, confirming with glee, Now they're right. She added, Master told me to become strong. Her hands were calloused from training and wielding an axe, and Jamie was speechless at the proud look on her face. Seeing his lack of reaction, Venna added, That's why I've been working so hard for the past 5 years. She spoke as if seeking praise, and seeing this, Jai's eyes darkened as he realized he wasn't the only one who had grown. Then he smiled warmly at them with genuine praise carried on the breeze. You've both worked hard. Seeing his expression, the two trembled with unease, their faces darkening as Venna stammered, Master, it's the first time I've seen you smile. Vios, seeing this, also leaned into her shoulder and chimed in. Indeed, many things have changed, and Jai feels a bit awkward and shy. Oh my, what are those expressions? Jai then burst out laughing, covering his mouth with his hand. He approaches them, gently stroking Venna's head as she looks up at him, while Vios clings to his leg, crying. His voice echoed across the lawn with the wind. After so long, I'm glad to see you all again. Inside a temple, a piercing scream erupted. Why were you arguing with him? Yes. Inside, the three sat at the table, when Venna lost her composure, jumping up and slamming her hands on the table. Is that true, Master? Next to her, Vios leaped onto his chair, exclaiming in surprise, Master, are you serious? Meanwhile, Jamie, oblivious to their overreaction, asks, Why are you so surprised? Did you think I'd lose to him? Seeing this, they both fell silent, looking away in agreement with Jamie, which only fueled his anger. He frowned and questioned them. What's with those looks on your faces? Seeing his dissatisfaction, Vios awkwardly stood on the table and explained, I don't know how strong Master is now, but he was speechless. Now, your coughing is legendary. Hearing this, he couldn't help but rethink it. Coughing? He's clearly on the path to becoming a Grand Master, an image of him arrogantly spreading his powerful wings. Jemmy added, Given the chance, he'll break through that barrier and become a Grand Master. Then he compared, saying that people that strong are rare in the human world. Thinking this, a few faces and names came to mind. A fake smile and a dark shadow. They are Tarixpan, a swordsman, and Darius, the undefeated champion of the Dark Arena. And finally, a man with a handsome, friendly smile. That's Chiron, the Sword of Zenith, he thought to himself, without a doubt. Even now, they could probably beat Hua. Jemmy closed his eyes, lost in his own confidence, screaming inwardly, but I don't feel like I'm going to lose. Then, smiling confidently at them, he affirmed, It's all right, I will win. Then, he arrogantly added, I'll correct that bird-brain's filthy personality. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, I'm curious about Ai's personality. Which side is he on? Hearing that, Vio stroked his chin, confirming his question. Hiss! Suddenly, a knock at the door breaks the silence, leaving everyone inside curious. Rosemary enters, gently pushing the door open, and announces to Jai, Jamie, Isis wants to see you, and if you don't mind, I'll take you to her now. In a cobweb-filled house, Isis sits across from Jai at a table, uncomfortably taking in the room. This house is a bit old. The man sitting next to her responded. It's all right. I'm grateful you invited me here. Then, he interrupted, and looked up, continuing. But he cuts her off, noticing Issa's pitifully bandaged hand, causing her to pause with her glass. What happened to your right hand? Did you fight an ancient dragon? He asked. Hearing his accurate guess, she praises him without reservation. Indeed, you are very perceptive. He reached out, smiling, and explained, Only an ancient dragon could wound someone as strong as you. Seeing him say that, she smiled and brought the glass of water to her lips. Eyes then gazed into the rippling water in her glass, reflecting her face, as Jemmy wondered aloud, Why did you fight that dragon? She hesitated before answering. Why? Well, she said, setting the glass down hard, the water inside sloshing. In short, it was to destroy the gods. She touched her chin, watching his expression and actions with a smile. Seeing this, Jai chuckled, crossed his arms, and said, Though I don't know what happened in the middle. He paused, then voiced his thoughts. But I like your conclusion. Inside the old room, a blue butterfly fluttered in. And he, still curious, asked her, But what do ancient dragons have to do with the gods? To his curiosity, Eyes smiled and began to explain. It all started with the ruins in the Dragon Mountains. Then she recalled a jewel-like stone, brilliantly encased within that fissure, as Isis's voice echoed. It is said that these ruins contain the truth of the world, hidden by the 12 gods. She added, to defeat the 12 gods, we must know that truth, so I tried to collect the ruins. Hearing this, he repeats in disbelief, the truth of the world? The blue butterfly is caught in the spider's web, flapping its wings in vain, as Isis smiles below, offering her own assessment. Just as I thought, you're interested in it too. The spider is slowly approaching the unfortunate butterfly above them. Joai then offered his own assessment. As far as I know, dragons are guarding the entrance, preventing other races from advancing deeper into the Dragon Mountains. It was then that he noticed the sounds of the spider and butterfly above him and looked up. Then Is leaned on the table, smiling as she tilted her head and asked, Jemmy, do you know the story of Canon the Wizard? Hearing this, Jemmy looked down at her and nodded in confirmation. I've heard May tell the story, he said, then shared what he knew. Canon the Wizard was the lover of May, the blue dragon, a level 9 mage, a man with a white topknot and brown hair who loved a dragon with bright white hair. Jemmy continued, explaining how he was chased by a dragon, then paused to add that Yunyu was in the land of Gammon. Coming back to reality, Jemmy scratched his chin, admitting that he couldn't find the Gammon region despite searching everywhere, to which Ines confirmed. Of course, she added, the entire area, including the Dragon Mountains and the land of Gammon, is right there. Stunned by this revelation, Jai was completely dumbfounded, then suddenly understood and exclaimed inwardly. Henry Min searched everywhere for the land of Gammon, but couldn't find it. Then he remembered the Supreme Black Dragon King and posed a question. So, Brahmin ordered the dragons to guard that place? To his question, Isis honestly replied, That's right. The reason I fought that ancient dragon was because I wanted its help. She then explained further, the dragon god Brahmin is the lord of all dragons. The 5 dragons hold the balance that binds their necks and their lives. Hearing this, Jemmy offered his own opinion. If it was an ancient dragon, it probably wouldn't accept your request. Hearing this, she bandages her hand, scratches her face, and confirms that she was initially rejected. Jai's eyes narrow as he repeats what she said. Refused? He then questioned this in his mind. Another race tried to enter the Dragon Mountains and the ancient dragon only refused her instead of killing her? He was quite surprised by this information. Then, as if realizing something, he asked Isis, Was the ancient dragon you met a blue dragon? Hearing his guess, she looked up at Jamie in surprise and asked, How did you know? Seeing her surprised expression, he quietly confirmed, It's obvious with a little analysis. The dragon god designated Canon as the enemy of the dragon race. He interrupts, painting a picture of the man in the dragon labyrinth, then continues. Maya, a blue dragon who betrayed his kin and aided Canon. The blue dragon clan values loyalty, so they likely clashed with other clans to help Maya. He paints a picture of the Dragon King threatening the blue dragon and other dragon clans, confirming that the blue dragon clan will be ostracized by the others, explaining that this is because the dragon god has ordered it. And so he concludes that she seeks an alliance with the outcast blue dragon, at which Isis's face darkens with understanding. Jemmy then asked again to confirm his assumption. Wouldn't that mean he and the blue dragon could join forces? That's right, that was our goal, it said softly, lost in her memories. She declared, Francia's goal is to destroy the dragon god Braun, a one-horned dragon with hair covering half his face, angrily looking down upon a chaotic battle between humans and the Azure dragons, or rather, a negotiation. So, I hoped the blue dragon would accept our request. In the past, Ias ventured into a cave alone, confirming, I met with the ancient dragon of the Blue Dragon clan to make that request. Returning to reality, Isis clutches her bandaged right wrist, sadly stating the outcome. Not only was she rejected, but she almost lost her life. Seeing this, Jai asks her in surprise, Why didn't you give up? Ias's eyes darkened as she muttered, That, before trailing off into recollection, a furious voice echoing in her memory. Why would you go so far? What is it that you just can't let go of? Because I want to, she whispered, continuing. I want to reclaim our world, Isis declared, her eyes fixed on him, echoing words from the past. Hearing her reason, Jemmy was stunned, staring in surprise, speechless. Then his heart pounded as if he'd found something, and he cried out in astonishment. This feeling? Jai pauses for a moment, then recalls his past life and the voices of his comrades calling out to him as Diablo. Meanwhile, Jai watches them all bathed in light, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he realizes that her will and his own are one and the same. Immediately, his body unleashed a surge of immense magical power, and the voice of his past life echoed from his throat. Isco has fulfilled our will. Faced with this familiar magical power, she stared in stunned disbelief, yearning for freedom and defiance against the 12 gods. The power emanating around him unsettled Is, causing her to jump up, staring blankly as she stammered, "Gee, that power," she realized in her panicked thoughts. This isn't ordinary mana, it's the dark mana of a god of destruction. Immediately afterward, Jai also stood up, his body radiating unrestrained energy. His body reverts to its former self, cloaked in dark magic, and with somber eyes he solemnly declares to Isis, "I am Diablo Vonber, the eternal enemy of the 12 gods. I have traveled through time for 66 years and descended upon this earth." Faced with this revelation, Isis trembled, unable to react, as doubt and disbelief warred within her. 66,666 years, the year of revelation, the year the Savior was born. Soon after, the dark magic fades, and he reverts to his original form as G, leaving Isis to question everything once more. Diablo Vonber, is he the Savior I've been searching for? Are you truly the last sentinel? Despite her doubt, Jemmy smiled and confirmed, "You could say that." Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of information, Isis clutches her head, trembling and stammering. "When I saw Mana, I understood everything, but I couldn't believe it." Then he touched her forehead, causing Is to stare at him in stunned surprise. A purple light flashed where they touched, and a circle of dark magic formed at that point, shocking Isis. "Then all that matters is that you believe in me." A surge of purple energy reached Isis's mind, and she repeated his words. Diablo Vonber was right, and he smiled, conveying his message to her in his mind, both from this life and the last. "This is a secret, just between you and me." Then, as he turned, Isis suddenly called out to him, asking, "Could you come with me?" Jai raises his hand, not answering, and conjures a small spell in his palm. Then, the butterfly he saved glows on the web, breaks free in a bubble, and flies toward him. In the silent room, Is watches Jamie as he gazes at the blue butterfly fluttering toward him. Then, Is speaks. "There's someone I want you to meet." Somewhere, a man with a white beard and hair smiles knowingly. Ha ha. Amidst the vast galaxy, he observes that many souls have been reborn in the last 100 years, his eyes gleaming with hope as he asks expectantly, "So, when will it be his turn to be reborn?" He and the girl stood outside the lawn before a gate leading to an unknown place, confirming their question. "This place is," he began, pausing. Gone Eyes, standing next to Jemmy, smiles and confirms that an ancient god resides here. She stares deeply into the place, while he, standing beside her, looks at her, puzzled, and asks, "Abris Cannon, you say?" He silently affirmed in his mind, recalling Cannon from the past and adding to his conviction. This was the place the Mage Cannon wrote about in his diary. He considered the past. Cannon had discovered the name Gammon and said he would place his last hope there. The man stands before a stone monument, his expression unreadable as Jamie snaps out of his thoughts and shares his conclusion with Eyes. "I never imagined there'd be an ancient god in Gammon," she said, turning to him with a serious expression. "He's old and nameless," she adds. "According to him, both his name and memories were stolen," she pondered, stroking her chin, a look of confusion on her face. "But why can you foresee everything since your rebirth?" she asked him, curious, unaware of the old man's existence. Before she could react, Jemmy stepped through the gate, assuring her that all would be clear once they arrived. Isis, startled, called out his name as she followed him through. "Follow me, Jai. I'll lead the way." Somewhere, a man, his hair and fur stained with the colors of time, narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "This energy source is him, suspended above the stone pillar, surrounded by jagged rocks, his limbs broken." Below, Isis waves and calls out to him. "Hey, I'm here. There's someone I want you to meet." He looked at him, curious, and asked, "Is that the old god?" "Why is he suspended like that?" Jamie asked, and Ice turned to him, hands on her hips, to offer what she knew. "Rumor has it he's being punished, but for what crime no one knows. He looks so weak now, humiliated by the very title of god. It's hard to believe an ancient god still exists." He leaned down to look at the two below, then urged the others next to Is, "Now, you two get acquainted." The man suspended by his limbs remained silent as Is enthusiastically introduced him. "Our new friend's name is Jai." Hearing his name, he looked up and greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, grandfather." Before he could respond, the suspended man interrupted, "Just what in the world are you?" He frowned at him in confusion, confirming, "You were clearly trapped within the primordial darkness." He questioned, his crimson eyes fixed on him. "How did you appear here?" The old man, suspended from the stone pillar, continued to question his existence. "No one can escape from there." How did you do it? He looked up, stunned, questioning his own identity. Diablo Vonber was trapped in the darkness of the beginning? Thinking this, he looked down, startled, and shouted in his heart, "It can't be. My memories of my past life." He suddenly spoke, calming himself, then paused. Jai then sank into his own thoughts about his past life, realizing that remnants of it still lingered within him. The souls of 2 lifetimes face each other, suspended in his mind, Jai realizes. It would be absurd for those memories to resurface. Returning to reality, his face paled, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly regained his composure, looked up at the man, and asked, "What do you see in me?" Beside him, Is watched the exchange with confusion. Seeing this, the floating man calmly looked at him and stated, "The soul within you is not your own." He interrupts, adding that there's a part of someone else within him, sending the protagonist into deep thought. "So I wasn't fully reborn after all," he concluded. However, his memories couldn't possibly have gaps that someone else could exploit. He ultimately drew his own conclusions about his past life. "I am the greatest mage of all time, and I'm confident in that." Immediately understanding, Jemmy looked up, his face steely as he confirmed, "No matter who I may be, Diablo Vonber is still my past life." He then added to his explanation of his existence, "I exist in this world to destroy the 12 gods." Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes at Jai, finally understanding. "I see. Gaer summoned you because of your intense will to destroy the 12 gods." Confused, he questioned him. Seeing the man's confusion, Jur elaborated. "Gaer is the god of creation, currently in a deep slumber, and the true god who created the world." Hearing this, Jai's eyes widened in shock. "An ancient god still exists?" he exclaimed inwardly, shocked. Yet he could never find a trace of them before. Then he realizes that the god's image is embracing his past life's body and soul, and confirms it. You mean G is involved in my reincarnation?" Hearing his question, the suspended man hesitated to confirm, offering only his own assessment. "I can't be sure, but if it's her, your reincarnation is entirely possible." Then he asked, "What is your name?" Joai looks up at him and answers, "I'm currently living under the name Jemmy." Beside Is, unsure what to say, listened to their conversation. After receiving his answer, Osiris laughed with delight, his aura radiating excitement as he made a pronouncement about Jamie. "I sense your will," he said, introducing himself. "I am Osiris." Then he declared, "You are the savior." With that challenge, he began to emit an enormous, uncontrollable power, and below, Is looked up and cried out in confusion, "Hey, hey!" Meanwhile, he stood silently, observing the golden energy erupting around Osiris, wondering if he was recalling some ancient memory. Then he offered his own assessment. It seemed the energy within him had been depleted, causing his unconsciousness, but he would awaken soon. Meanwhile, Jai, still lost in thought, crosses his arms with a smile, confirming his discovery. Osiris, an ancient god, and G, the creator god. Then, Jamie couldn't help but exclaim that the trip was indeed worth it, realizing he'd uncovered yet another secret about himself. As they stepped back through the gate, Isis rubbed her head and complained, "I don't understand what you two were talking about." Then, she confirmed with him, "Sorry, I have a bit of a headache. Let's talk about it later." Jemmy, walking beside her, turned to confirm, "All right." She teleported away, offering a strained smile. "Thanks for understanding." She vanished in an instant, leaving Is alone in the forest to contemplate everything. Suddenly, a voice from outside cuts through Jai's thoughts. "I've been waiting for you." Huang caresses his bow, closes his eyes, and looks at him gently. Then he opens his eyes, raises his crossbow, and confirms. On second thought, there's no need to wait any longer. He then stood opposite Jai, posing a dubious question. "You wouldn't run away from me, would you?" He spread his arms and shrugged with a smile. "You're quite the comedian, Birdbrain." He narrowed his eyes, a malicious glint in them as he spoke. "I admit you're stronger than other humans, but humans are still just humans." Hearing this, Jai narrowed his eyes, frowned, and calmly smiled as he asked, "Do you believe the human before you almost destroyed the 12 gods?" Hearing this, he remained skeptical, grabbing the spear from his back and declaring that he wouldn't believe it until he saw it himself. He then hurled the spear at him with all his might, shouting, "Then prove it to me." Jai stood still, watching the spear hurtling toward him. He turned and ran, dodging the spear, which pierced the ground, creating a large burning hole, and Ho rushed forward, seeing that he had dodged the attack. He aimed his crossbow at the fleeing Jai and asked, "Running away?" Before Ho could react, Jai teleported in front of him, a triumphant smile on his face. "Ho, you think I couldn't?" Immediately, he unleashed a massive surge of power toward Ho, declaring, "I'll show you right now." Caught off guard, Ho could only glance back at him. Then, Jai quickly shouted the name of his technique, Holy Light. A burst of power lit up the entire sky, followed by a massive explosion. He declared to him that this was the power of one who defied the gods, but the figure emerged unscathed from the flames, roaring back at him. "Impressive," he says, before arrogantly interrupting and scattering feathers, nullifying Jai's power. Spreading his arms and wings, he scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" The feathers strike the ground, creating a series of small, dense explosions as he lightly taps his heel against a hollow in the rock. Standing on the cliff, Jemmy, with Avalon in hand, looked down at the smoking holes below and thought, "I'm glad I dodged that." He imagined the worst-case scenario. If those stiff quills hit him, he'd be seriously injured. Suddenly, he lunges forward, aims his crossbow, and shouts, "There's no escape!" He confirmed it, then quickly fired a shot, causing the hollow where Jai stood to explode into pieces, sending smoke, fire, and rubble everywhere. From within the flames, he shouts the name of his alien technique, Avon, and bursts forth as Ho watches with his wings spread. Then, Jai emerges from another dimension, Avalon in hand. Ho sees him and shouts, "That was your best shot, wasn't it?" he declares, still holding his spear. Jai calmly retorted, "That's not going to happen." Ho smirked, eyes narrowed in amusement, and declared, "Oh dear, if that's your limit, you'll never defeat me." Jemmy couldn't help but reflect on his words. He countered, "Even after I used Holy Light, he's stronger than I thought." Then, the foreign Avon gradually disappeared, and Jai, his eyes serious, declared inwardly that it had been a while since he'd had the chance to show off his skills. Then, he spread his arms in the air as a large magic circle appeared beneath him, and he urged, "Witness this." He interrupts, confirming, "I'll show you that the limits of humanity are boundless." Immediately, magical circles of all sizes began to form, the magical power of Diablo Viber. He then explains that this power earned him the title of the greatest battle mage of all time, as a massive magic circle forms with Jai at its center. He shouts the name of his technique, a three-dimensional magic circle combination, and overwhelmed by the terrifying power before him, he gasps, eyes wide, stammering, "Whoa, what is this?" With bloodshot eyes and a smile, Nye reflects on his situation, realizing he's strained from not being able to fully control this magic in this life. Jawai then quietly confirms, "I will crush your arrogance." Immediately after, he fearlessly shouts the name of his technique, Infinite Ultimate Magic. Magic circles unleash a devastating blast as he roars the name of his finishing move once more. Seeing the attack coming too fast, his eyes widen in shock, and he stammers, "I am," before fading into the past. He recalled the assessment of himself, the undefeated hawk. He remembered the corpses of his comrades and his past conclusions. "I'll prove it by standing my ground," he shouts with determination. "I'll show you I'm not weak," he thought, bracing himself for the dragon's attack. "I will repay that dragon for the humiliation I suffered that day." "You're just a bird," the dragon sneered, "a lifelong slave to our kind." Back in reality, Ho makes the same choice, gripping his spear and flying to meet the attack with a shout. "I am a Hawk tribe warrior, more valiant than any other." He then placed his spear on the crossbow in his hand and shouted the name of his technique. The hunter's fatal blow activates. Ho's eyes burn with unwavering resolve as he powerfully aims his crossbow at the incoming attack, and with all his will, he releases the spear, shouting with determination, "I will never be defeated by humans." Their attacks collide. Venna, holding Mini Vios, stood by the window, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Even Vios was astonished, gaping as he commented, "That's a huge roar," as a massive energy wave engulfed Cao Rongzhen, bathing everything in light. The two stood silently, she stammered, recognizing Is and Jin below, who looked up in bewilderment as he shouted in awe. "Oh no," she groaned, displeased with the scene unfolding before them. "Ha, that vagrant," she interrupted, rushing to stop their fight. Seeing her charge forward, Jane calmly stopped her. "Wait, Isis then states her opinion. It's said that their fates are intertwined in battle, so perhaps it's best to let them fight it out now." Seeing this, Jai sighed, closing his eyes, and offered another suggestion. I will do my best to minimize the impact of this battle on the people's homes." He calmly agreed with her decision. Yes. Meanwhile, on another side of Ironvalue Castle, someone looked up, crossed their arms and legs, and exclaimed, "Ho is using that thing!" He proudly elaborated on the ultimate weapon he had created for Ho, the Hunter's Resolve. It's a crossbow and spear hybrid, capable of leveling mountains even in the hands of a commoner. A crossbow with a spearhead as an arrow is now attached to Ho's hand, as he observes the battle from afar, making internal remarks. That magic looks unique. Before him, an explosion of magic created by Jamie and an arrow fired by Ho. Then Iron made another assessment of the Birdman, but his opponent was Ho, one of Fran's strongest warriors. The explosions from their battle continue, prompting a regretful remark. It's truly unfortunate that these two must face each other, he says, watching their relentless attacks and the clash of their immense power. But this battle will soon come to an end. At the center of the conflict, arrows fired from the crossbow are intensely attacking the protective barrier created by Jamie. He stood there, watching it struggle, the immense energy causing him to grit his teeth. Yeah, and just like that, the barrier shattered. He swung his hand and the spear turned to strike back. Seeing this, Ho gripped his spear and looked at him, exclaiming in admiration. How interesting. He vanishes into thin air, reappearing behind him, catching Ho off guard. His hand endured the lightning strikes as he cried out, then swung his arm down, shouting the name of his multi-attribute magic technique, unleashing a torrent of magical lightning from behind, hurtling towards Ho. He quickly noticed and glanced back, and Ho turned, holding trash, confirming with him. Useless. His lightning surrounds him while Ho rushes straight to the top of the vortex. Seeing him like that, he assessed his own position. Damn, if I'm here, I'll be trapped too. His face contorted as he looked at the lightning. After Jai's lightning dissipated, Ho charged towards him, spear in hand, yelling. Now stopping, he swung the spear and threw it, shouting that it wasn't too late to give up. Around him, Ho is surrounded by magic circles, and as the spear hurtles towards him, he can only stare and scream in his mind. It's too late. I can't dodge it. Time suddenly seems to freeze as I stare in shock at the spear hurtling towards me, and I scream in my mind, questioning everything. The spear stopped? Seeing everything around him frozen, Jai realized something else. Time wasn't slowing down. Their battle was suspended in mid-air. He screamed internally, realizing he couldn't lose with this newfound perception. Suddenly, a winged eye fell from the sky, crying out. He saw it and understood, realizing, "Break, it's you." And from his back, a pair of massive black wings burst forth, only to transform into pristine white angel wings. Jiawei exclaims in his mind, "All right, now I have the power." Time resumes. The spear hurtles towards him, and his body begins to glow. Meanwhile, Ho shouts triumphantly, "This is my victory." Jiawei, regaining his composure, quietly acknowledges, "You truly are powerful, Ho." Then, he closed his eyes and raised his hand to cover the spear, which had already touched Jai and began to vanish into thin air. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but stare in astonishment, screaming in his thoughts. The spear vanishes. Then, Ho's eyes widen as he stares at the man's new form, speechless. "You!" In his eyes, 3 pairs of wings appeared behind him. Jemmy cried out in confusion, "Who are you exactly?" Then he reached out to Ho gratefully. "But you, my longtime friend, have awakened." Immediately after, a great light enveloped his head, and a magic circle radiated around him as Jai's urging voice cried out, "Break free from the curse of imprisonment. Peerless hunter." Meanwhile, Ho could only stare in bewilderment, unsure how to react, as Jemmy's hand descended, carrying immense power. Immediately after, the two landed, and he was defeated by Jamie's attack. But he used his power to keep him suspended above the ground. He gently lowered Ho to the ground, kneeling as he reasoned that if he left him there, someone would surely come for him. Meanwhile, the boy had already lost consciousness when a voice suddenly echoed, "Did you really defeat him?" Ayes teleported behind her, smiling as she added, "I thought you were going to lose." Then she asked him with a puzzled look, "Have you awakened a new power?" Seeing her appear behind him, Jemmy glanced back, smiling modestly. "Just luck." Then he looked at his opponent and offered a sincere assessment. "He's incredibly strong." Even Ice had to admit it. "Yeah, that's right." Jemmy then gets up and leaves, telling Jamie, "Please take care of things here. I need to clear my head." Meanwhile, Ayes, who was bowing beside him, looked at him and confirmed, "All right, I'll take him back for treatment." In the castle infirmary, Ho jolts awake, bandaged and bewildered, then cries out in pain as he realizes the extent of his injuries. "Am I alive?" he asks, sitting up in bed and looking around. "So, this is it. I lost." Is, sitting beside the bed, confirmed, "Yeah. How does it feel to lose to a human?" He lowered his head and replied, "You're not as pathetic as I thought," then drifted back into his memories. This was different from that day. Ho remembered the scene of fighting the dragon that was destroying his bird tribe, the cries of helplessness and his own rage as he charged into battle. "Stop it, you bastard." But a dragon's claw lunged towards him. And then a sickening crack as his spear snapped in two, blood splattering everywhere. Ho cried out in pain as the dragon squeezed him in its grasp, then roared at him with its razor-sharp teeth. Declaring him a weak creature unworthy of arrogance, he added, "This is the right of the strong." Suddenly a figure dashed in, slashing at the dragon with a sword, creating a large gash as blood poured down. A girl, wielding a sword, charged in fearlessly, and the dragon, faced with the blade and claws, released Ho, causing him to fall. Regaining his composure, Ho looked up to see Is, who smiled, extended her hand, and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Ending the flashback. He makes a decision. Since then, he's always followed Isis's guidance, adding that even though he's reached peak power, he snaps out of his thoughts, sighing in disappointment. In the end, I was still defeated by a human. Beside him, Isis sits cross-legged on the bed, looking up seriously, and agrees that humans are indeed a weak race. Then she adds her own insight. But among them are those with power equal to monsters. She then added, "You're still afflicted by a curse to this day." Hearing this, Huang stared at her in astonishment as she continued to urge him on. "Now, free yourself from the curse of control placed upon you by the Black Beetle." In another room, a knock echoes as a flustered Vena calls out to him, "Master, we were worried sick. Even Vios was jumping up and down. Master, are you all right?" Seeing them like this, Jai grits his teeth, his face contorted in displeasure, but he can't bring himself to say it, instead yelling about how noisy they are. "I'm even more exhausted after that fight, and what was with those winged eyes I had? Break, you should have awakened sooner. After guiding me to the light of God, it vanished." Jemmy stares at the new mark on his hand, musing that this power seems similar to the 14 magics created by Jae-myun. Then clenching his fist and closing his eyes, Jemmy realizes, no, it's different from the 13 magics. This power doesn't need faith to exist. Then he wonders if this is the sacred power that Jorumunen sought, remembering his handsome past self. Drake was born in the Dark World belonging to the Dark Spirit King, and I believe that the Dark World is separate from the primordial darkness. Immediately after, an image of Break transforming into white wings and evolving further appeared in Jai's mind. When the power of the divine energy there reached its peak, it became light, and now it has become a magic power similar to holy power. Then Jamie looked up and hypothesized that the primordial darkness is the source of Break's power. He wonders if it could be the antithesis to the power of the 12 gods, recalling his past life, broken and bleeding, asking, "Why did they imprison me in the primordial darkness? Only to make assumptions? Perhaps from their perspective." Juai paused, then walked to the window, sharing his thoughts. The primordial darkness is the most dangerous place, and the beginning of everything. Then he muttered the result of his previous life. "I failed in my previous life anyway." Immediately, Jemmy looked up, arrogant, and declared, "This time, I will defeat you all." That same night, in the southern Brine continent, beneath a supposedly impenetrable prison, stood a solitary tower of dozens of floors. Inside a ravaged cell, amidst broken bars and blood-soaked wreckage, a chained foot steps forward with a clink. Amidst the carnage and gore, a man's voice echoes, "I've waited so long for this day." A white-haired madman dashes away, licking his lips with a crazed grin, muttering, "Just you wait, Jai." In a place of lavish luxury, a figure reclines by the pool, soaking up the sun, utterly bored. Zenit, the god of war and peace, idly chews on a blade of grass, bored. The world has repeated itself for tens of thousands of years, and now everything has become so dull. Just then, Janice asked, "Hey, what about the Posen Church?" The spirit quickly replied, "The holy maiden of the church appeared a year ago." Janice continued, "What's my Sen sword up to?" She replied calmly. Having just left the southern continent's desert, Janice, looking rather weary, straightened his shoulders and said, "How pathetic." Then, shielding his eyes from the sun, he said with a hint of interest, "Should we start a war? I need to boost the morale of my disciples." Hearing this, the elf quickly replied, "The followers will repay you with even stronger faith, Lord Janice." As slivers of sunlight pierced his fingers, he continued, "Indeed, the sun god would be enraged, making our confrontation all the more stimulating, wouldn't it?" Then, as a chess piece clattered to the board, the voice declared, "First, let's defeat the goddess Po. Holy war, bring down the thunder of the holy war." Everyone held sharp weapons in their hands. Sen, his hands shackled, smirked as he gripped his sword. He chuckled dryly, realizing he was completely surrounded by soldiers. A leader among the soldiers speaks up, saying, "You can't escape, Green. Even weakened, you've come a long way." But then Sen bursts into laughter, his face filled with arrogance. Then he burst into laughter, his arm muscles bulging as he snapped the chains, and spoke with glee. "Oh, I'm surrounded. No surprise from the Knights of the Sun Church, known as the strongest among the 12 gods." As Sen finished speaking, the leader of the Knights spoke up. "The one before you is the Sword of Zenith. The Knights of the Tomb have fallen by his hand, so don't be careless." Time distortion. A clear, gentle voice echoes. "But my friends, where are you looking?" As he spoke, Jen slashed his sword across the necks of the knights. Before they could react, he slaughtered them, a slender strike severing each of their necks. Their heads fell to the ground, a horrific sight as blood gushed out, and Sen stood amidst the severed heads, striking a carefree pose. Sen stretched and said with a refreshing tone, "So warm and comfortable. Thanks to you guys, I'm finally warm." He paused, glancing to the side. Images of the past returned to that year, with Jai suspended by the necklace around his neck. Creon recalls those difficult days, wishing he hadn't been thrown to the southern continent. At that time, Grian was cast into a desolate place, without a single familiar face by his side, while Sen was imprisoned, held like a common criminal. Then I would have begun the holy war by order of the Father. C stood amidst the corpses he had just slain, his voice echoing into the deep forest. "Jai, I will kill you and tear you to pieces." Elsewhere, in a place of solemnity, a voice echoes. He has escaped. This is the inner library of the Church of the Sun God. Just then, a bald man walked in and said, "Yes, aside from the knights' bodies, there were no other traces." As soon as he heard that, Blazer sighed and said, "I understand. You may leave?" Sitting in his chair, Blazer took a drag of his cigarette and thought to himself, he defeated the knights of the Church of the Sun God. "You've grown stronger, Green?" He actually broke through the prison wall. "This is Blazer, the chief priest and commander of the Holy Army of the Sun God Church." Blazer's eyes sharpened as he pondered something. 2 days ago, the Sun God revealed his prophecy through a dream: release the Sword of Genis. Extinguishing his cigarette, Bra mused that he had followed the prophecy without question. There must be a reason the god had issued such a command. Bra sat there, lost in thought. After arriving at the Genis Church headquarters, they would wage war against the northern continent they had abandoned 5 years prior. Beside Brazier was Diablo Vopia, the god killer, one of the 3 sacred artifacts belonging to Diablo Vopia. Grazer looked at the artifact and said, "If we want to reset the world, this isn't a bad start." The next day, a voice echoed, What's this?" Jemmy stood before the stone, astonished, and wondered aloud, "Iron R's workshop?" Then, Jemmy recalled the past. "Last night I spoke with Isis on the way to Gaiman. I asked, 'Are there traces of Diablo Vopia in Fran as well?' Isis happily replied, 'Yes, we found 5 traces, and our blacksmiths are studying one of them. That's why I've come to Iron R's place to take a look at the traces." As he stepped inside, Jemmy noticed the man was surrounded by fine weaponry, thinking to himself that this must be a specialized smithy in Frainer. At that moment, he noticed a large hammer next to him slam down on the table, sending sparks flying, and Iron R spoke up, noticing his presence. "So, you're the guest I has mentioned. Come in, I am Frontier Ironville, leader of the dwarves." As Jemmy approached, Iron sat down and asked, "Did you come here to see the weapons? Feel free to pick them up and take a look." Wherever Jemmy went, he expressed his fascination with the weapons, and now he picked up a gray sword. As soon as he held it, Jai thought the sword was amazing. It seemed he'd worked hard to reduce its weight. Upon holding it, Iron sensed Jai's excitement and asked, "Well, do you like it?" Jai replied happily, "It's better than good." He then happily said, "Thanks. I heard you use a sword, but it seems you don't have one of your own yet." Hearing that, Jai explained, "Because of some bastard, my sword broke, and wasn't it burned to a crisp by the Red Dragon?" He was a little puzzled as he said this. That bastard. Then Jemmy cut to the chase. "So, I'd like to commission you to forge me another sword." Jamie's face lit up as he spoke, prompting Iron to ask, "Is that how you ask for a favor?" Jamie returned the sword to its place and said, "I have many excellent materials." Iron replied, "I've worked with almost every material in the world." Hearing this, Jamie slowly asked, "Have you ever tried forging a dragon's heart?" Iron looked shocked and questioned him. "A dragon heart? You have one?" With that, Jamie produced the item. As he presented it, he said, "I'll give you the chance to forge it. Please, make me a sword that suits me." Seeing it, Iron was still in shock as he exclaimed, That's really a dragon's heart." But then, Iron suddenly said, "But is this okay? Forging a sword from a dragon's heart means turning all dragons into your enemies. You defeated the Holy Constellation Knight, but facing an ancient dragon is another story. They're practically demigods, apostles of the gods themselves. My servants are created by the gods to directly convey their will to the world. A thought then occurred to him. The dragon god, Brahman, had no apostles, because instead of creating them, he used all his power to create the dragon race. That same thought lingered. Moreover, the dragon race could only sustain a limited number of individuals, making them stronger, and the ancient dragons extremely powerful. If they hunted him down now, it would be difficult to deal with. Jiaowei thought about this for a long time, but after reaching level 9, it wouldn't matter anymore. To Iron's words, Jai cheerfully replied, "It's okay." Hearing this, he burst out laughing, "You're brave indeed." "Very well, as long as I can forge a dragon's heart, there will be no problem." Iron agreed to forge for him, asking, "What kind of sword do you want? I can make almost anything, so just tell me." Jemmy slowly replied, "The sword I want." Jemmy recalled a time when Scott, a precious sword inherited from his father, was too thick to use. That swordsmanship. His thoughts continued, building upon the legacy his father left behind. Jemmy stated firmly, "A sword strong enough to cleave space itself." Hearing this, Iron asked, "Cleave space? So you mean a sword that can contain a huge amount of mana?" Jiaowei said, satisfied. "That's right. Only then will the sword not break." Hearing Jai's concerns, Iron says, "Don't worry. A dragon's heart can conduct mana better than any material." Furthermore, Iron R continued, "Don't let my looks deceive you. I'm also known as one of the 5 hands. The 5 hands, a title held by only 5 master dwarven smiths. Any weapon crafted by one of the 5 hands is considered a masterpiece." Hearing Iron say this, Jiaowei is surprised to learn that he's one of them. He then laughed heartily and said, "Leave it to me." Jemmy then replied, "In that case, I'm counting on you." He then entrusted the dragon heart to Iron, who declared, "I will forge you a magnificent sword." A voice echoes, a series of thoughts emerge, and I can feel my own power. Could this be the trace of Diablo Viber that Isis mentioned? Just then, a voice echoed, "What is this thing? Our leader gave it to me for research, but even with my abilities, I can't figure it out." Lu Sniff Jamir says, "I want to take a look at it." Iron also said he'd be grateful if you could figure out what it is. Then Jai reached out to feel it. Was it this sensation? He was taken by surprise. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy rushed toward Jai. The scene unfolds, catching him off guard, every detail crystal clear, even the surprise in Jai's eyes. Soon, GY is completely encased in a suit of solid armor, and he remarks with interest that it's a full-body armor. Seeing this, Iron excitedly says, "Great, it's enhanced armor." He walks around, observing, as Jai happily adds that it feels like countless tiny threads are connected to his muscles, bones, blood vessels, meridians, and mana. Jemmy looked down at his armored hand, realizing his entire body felt enhanced. Iron, standing before him, commented that its purity was quite high. "It's powered by dark mana. Are you a mage?" To that question, Jai quickly replies, "I'm no ordinary mage." His eyes then gleam as he says, "I see." As he spoke, Iron quickly pondered something. He seemed to have no prejudice against mages, perhaps because dwarves and mages rarely interacted. Iron's cheeks flushed slightly as he said, "By the way, could you take it off? I want to get a closer look." Jai, a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "The more you examine it, the better." As he said this, the object moved away from his body, even sliding down his arm. It gradually moved away from Jai's body. Or rather, it wasn't moving away, but being absorbed into him. Jiawei said, surprised, "Wait, it's being absorbed." Witnessing this, Iron approached Jai, examining him all over, saying, "It's merged with your body. Is this some kind of parasite?" Jai is a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know. Iron didn't get a good look at the armor before that happened, so it's a shame we can't take it off to examine it. Can we call it the black armor?" Hearing that, Jai quickly replied, "Black armor, I'll put it to good use." Suddenly a voice asks, "Make use of what?" The two turn to see who it is. Jiawei, surprised, says, "You are..." She happily introduces herself. "My name is Nensarin. Jamie, I have something to show you." Meanwhile, elsewhere, machines meticulously repair a pink teddy bear as Jai stands behind Nin Saren in her lab, thinking, "I've been standing here for an hour. Has she forgotten I'm here?" From outside the door, a voice calls out, "Hello, Jamie." As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie turned and said, "It's been 5 years, hasn't it?" Hearing this, Braha chuckled, recalling a memory from the secret auction in Sanderma. With a forced expression, he said, yes, aside from them snatching items." But then Braha, watching Nen work diligently, mentioned that she'd been repeating his name since yesterday and had now brought him to the lab. It seems his fight against the Birdmen left a good impression. Braha continued. Nen, with her savant syndrome, has finished modifying the teddy bear and happily holds it up, she added. Though she struggles with social interaction, she's incredibly talented in magic. Hearing Braha's words, Ju strokes his chin, thinking that Symphenoy's talent combined with her obsession with creation has brought her to a high level. Nen, surprised, replies, "That's right. Nen started learning magic and understanding everything because of her obsession with creation." As Braha spoke, Jai was lost in thought. Savant syndromes, huh? For some reason, that person comes to mind, and that image resurfaces. Diablo, a massive monster, a man ecstatically proclaimed, "This is the golem I created." My former colleague, Mei Min, was an autistic man, back when so little was known about mental illness, and he had to live with societal prejudice from a young age. His only solace was the golems he created, as Nen held a small golem with a troubled expression. After years of creating golems, he built a powerful army and joined Diablo's revolution, contributing greatly. Feeling betrayed, the 12 gods planted spies within the revolutionary army to kill Maymun. Pulled from his crimson memories, Jay returns to reality. Before Amu, Jiawai is now Nen. She presented the repaired bear to him, saying, "This is Nia. She's my friend." He stared in astonishment, thinking, "This is Jai, a handheld gun." As he examines the details Jai analyzed, he realizes the energy source is definitely Mu's photon system. Jiawai strapped it to his arm and said to Nen, "Let's give it a try." She happily agreed. She cried out in delight, "Yes!" The three of them arrived at an empty field, and Jemmy pointed the gun forward, unleashing a massive burst of energy. The force of the blast shatters the earth, leaving Nen to marvel, "Wow, Nia is so strong." Meanwhile, Jemmy asks, "Wait, you've never tried this before?" But Nen doesn't answer Jai's question. "I was inspired by your fight with the Hawks yesterday to create this." Hearing that, he panicked and said, "What? You created this in just one night?" Jai thought to himself as he turned to Nen. While Mimil dedicated his life to developing the photon system, Nen swayed back and forth, saying, "Show me too, Jai." Her request left him puzzled. Meanwhile, Nen casually stepped in front of Jiawai, saying, "Let me see the giant magic circle you created in the sky." At the same time, in Ice's room, she was gazing at something. Just then, Clat entered, asking, "How's your hand?" Hearing him, she replied, "Ah, Clat, you're here." With a satisfied smile, Ice replied, "You see, still the same." It seems Eno hasn't fully recovered. As she said this, she raised her hand and Clat seemed very serious. "You should return," the Emperor said, seemingly worried. Before he could finish, she cut him off. Ice said, "Hey, Clell." Her anger flared, and she snapped, "I told you not to mention the royal family in front of me." Seeing this, Claw replied, "I don't have to follow that order. You don't seem weak, but the only one who can order me is His Majesty. I don't care if you're a princess or whatever in this kingdom." Seeing his stubbornness, Isis retorted, "How long will you continue to play the fool, you stubborn idiot?" Clack replied, "Don't you understand that defeating the 12 gods is impossible? You even said you saw hope after meeting Jai?" Isis hesitated at the question. Seeing this, and knowing Clen Huang could survive the world's reset, Isis sadly says, "Yes, perhaps we could have become rulers of the new world, but I don't want to be a slave." Just then, she shouts, "We must be free of this world. This land is not the playground of the 12 gods." Isis's voice softened as she said, "If you don't want to help, then don't. But don't tell me to turn back." Hearing this, Clay nodded and said, "I'll tell His Majesty that you're fine, Princess." Clay's words left Isis bewildered as she stood in the DOS chamber, silently crying out. Suddenly a strange light shines through. Ice, confused, asks, "What is this light?" Meanwhile, Jai calmly explains to Nen, "This is a multi-layered technique." Seeing this, Nen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Jai continued, "You don't have to complete the entire magic circle in one go. You can create them individually and then combine them." Nen, hearing this, began to follow suit, asking as she worked, "Like this?" Jai calmly replied, "You're good. You were able to do it right away." Suddenly, Isis rushed towards Mafoa, asking, "What are you doing?" Seeing her, his face lit up with a hint of joy. Isis then asked, "Why are you three together here?" Braha greeted Isis as well. "Princess Isis," Jemmy replied to her question, "we're sharing magical knowledge with Nensarin." Jemmy then presented Nia to Ice, explaining it was a handgun Nen created using the photon system. Upon hearing the introduction, she was puzzled and asked about the photon system, so Jemmy demonstrated it for her. The energy unleashed by the gun was immense, leaving Isis speechless. Jiawai then added, "It's not perfect yet, but once it is, its destructive power will be limitless." Hearing this, Isis became intrigued. If they mass-produced this weapon, she could gain an edge in the war against the 12 gods. Jemmy was a little embarrassed, saying there was still much to be done. Then Nen pulled Nia from Jai's grasp and returned her to us, as Isis chimed in. "Of course, and by the way, you asked Lord Lin to make a sword, right?" Jiwai was surprised by Is's question. "How did you know? I only asked him an hour ago." Seeing his surprised expression, she said smugly, "Everything that happens in Avalent is reported to me." Is said with interest. "I heard you're skilled with a sword. How about I teach you?" At that moment, a sword materialized in Jemmy's hand. Jay casually said, "Instead of teaching, let's spar," and charged forward, yelling. Suddenly, Jay stopped, his eyes sharp as he muttered, "Hey, I'm lying in the grass complaining, and she defeated me with her bare hands." Jemmy then recalled how badly Isis had beaten him in their duel. Now, sitting on the ground, he turned his head back and asked, "How did you block DDNF?" "I thought the timing was right." Isis calmly states that Mafno's move is outdated, and surprise attacks won't work on her. Meanwhile, Braha and Nen cheered enthusiastically. "Isis is strong. Jemmy can't win." Meanwhile, Jemmy sat dejectedly in the corner. Meanwhile, Braha takes Nen out for a meal, saying it's time to eat. "That's right, let's go." Meanwhile, Jiawai continues to provoke Isis. With that same calm expression, she said, "Give it your all and I'll show you where you're going wrong." Jiawai quickly responded, "Then I won't hold back." As he attacked, Jai thought, "This is it for sure." But then Isis swiftly caught Jamie's wrist, stopping his attack, and he unleashed a move that sent him crashing backward in pain. Exhausted on the grass, Jamie says, "You used my own power against me." Isis is intrigued that he noticed. "So, do you want to try again?" Hearing this, he quickly replies, "Thank you." Isis helped Jawai up, saying, "No, it's my fault." He continued, "Compared to those who have only trained for 5 years, your skills are impressive, but not enough." Jawai stood to the side, seemingly frustrated, and said, "So what?" She continues, "Have you forgotten? This is Fran. There are many strong people besides me." Just then, Jine approached and asked, "You want to go on a sparring trip? You want to go on a sparring trip?" Suddenly, Isis called for me, and upon hearing this, Jai declared, "I want to fight." Jin faced Jai and asked, "Do you have a sword?" He drew his own, adding, "Iron forged this for me." With that, Jemmy drew his sword, and Ice thought to herself upon closer inspection it was a fine blade, light and easy to wield. Jin prepares to wield his sword, saying, "If you're ready, let's begin." But Jai raises a hand. "Wait, there are rules." Isis declared that in this arena, magic, spells, and special abilities were forbidden. Mana was allowed, but swordsman's aura was not. Jin responded, "No aura." "Understood," Jamie replies. "How can you be so sure of yourself?" Isis said, a little amused. "No fighting, please." She excitedly raised a finger and said, "This sparring match is for mutual learning. You'll directly experience each other's abilities and learn from them." As Isis spoke, she imagined the fight. Victory would come when one opponent surrendered or was unable to continue. With that, Isis called them to their positions. As the sound echoed, both took their stances. Isis watched Jai's defense, thinking it was solid, but then she smirked. Moreover, he can use Kim's magic Welton Jamie. Does he have the ability to transcend his current limits? With a shout, he begins to quickly draw his sword. The two clash like a whirlwind, a dangerous dance at close range. Jin rushes toward Jawai, blade in hand, but his opponent is a swordsman. His swordsmanship is on another level. As they fought, Jai pondered, wondering how long his skills could hold out against him. The Welton single sword, Dark Vein. The two clash fiercely, while Jin hesitates slightly due to the Meafnoi. What? Dark mana? Then he thought to himself, no, I need to focus on the fight. Before that, Jai was still very focused on his formation. The Evil Vein Net must be the secret sword technique of the Welton single sword family. At this moment, dark mana intertwined, and Nuke realized his sword hilt had cracked. Jai just stood there, looking at Jin and thinking, but he'd never heard of black space being able to be cut. Meanwhile, Jin unleashes a relentless assault, his eyes betraying a determination to use his full power from the start. That means he has no intention of giving up easily, and just then a sound echoes. Very well, I permit it. Jui begins to attack, while Jin defends with unwavering resolve. I'll let you taste defeat. The two then engage in a fierce battle. Jai darts forward like the wind, when suddenly a loud shout erupts. Don't, Ias asked from the sidelines. The swordsman's wall is too high, isn't it? Hearing this, Jai quickly replies, I can see his movements, but it's hard to block them with my sword. Jai clenched his fist, a look of determination on his face, and said, but after facing him, I feel like I understand a little bit more. The key difference between Yin and the evil. An image of a chessboard appears, a hand moving a piece. Jin is meditating. In truth, the higher the martial artist's level, the more they must train their senses rather than their physical strength, because the more sensitive their senses, the easier it is for Hawk to predict their opponent's movements. Isis then added, the perspectives of mages and swordsmen are very different, so for now, just practice swordsmanship without magic. Jane listened silently, then suddenly spoke, Isis, I need to ask something. May I speak with Jamie for a moment? Isis replied, of course, I'll wait here. The two of them then moved to another location, and inside a luxurious room, Jin asked Jai, I just sensed dark magic clashing with you. Jay, are you a dark wizard? Jai says, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. It's not easy to talk about. Then he recalled the days before, but so much had happened in the past month. When we're together, I feel like I can trust you. That's why I used dark magic in the fight just now. With that, Jai rises and says, as an apology, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Jay. He continues, I am the black magician who has returned to this land to destroy the 12 gods. Clutching his stomach, Jin stood and said, hearing it myself makes it even more surprising. Then he reached out to shake Jai's hand. I am Jin. I look forward to working with you. Suddenly, Ice appeared, eagerly asking, are you done yet? The two of them said in unison, surprised. Wait, when did you… She smirks. I should go meet my next opponent, shouldn't I? Jai says, slightly bewildered. The buy-in match will continue tomorrow. Isis then says, you remember, right? S doesn't use aura or supernatural powers, Fruncha calmly replies. Yes. As the match began, Huai was lost in thought. Having only just learned swordsmanship, this match will surely teach me something. Fran smirks, saying, I won't hold back. Not to be outdone, Jemmy smirks and says, good, or I'd be disappointed. Frantia then excitedly says, then I won't hold back. Jemmy prepares to attack, anticipating his opponent's next move, relying on heightened senses as spiritual energy decimates the surroundings. He has to understand the flow of his magical power. Fran raises his scepter high to control the water, while Jemmy rushes forward to suppress and control that flow. These water droplets may look identical, but only one is real, and Han's golden attacks can only pierce his powerful water shield. Jai realizes that all he has to do is break the illusion, as Han lowers his weapon and smiles confidently. So you saw through the nature of this technique, but knowing isn't the same as being able to defend against it. With that, he slams his staff into the ground, unleashing another wave of energy. A thunderous illusion. A surge of brown energy hurtles toward Jai's shield. Then that shield vanished, and the golden spheres relentlessly surged toward him. Jai panicked, knowing he had to counterattack or lose. He raised his sword and shouted, unleashing Jamie's technique. He uses 100 Cs to cut through space, unleashing a massive sword wave that slices Han's golden spheres in two. He seemed panicked, retreating backward. Then Han gritted his teeth in anger, realizing Jai had vanished. He suddenly leaps away from the sword strike. A direct hit would have been fatal. The staff slams into the ground, shocking Han, who cries out as Jai swings her sword, attacking as he struggles to jump away. Jemmy grits her teeth and strikes, while Han struggles to block with his staff. After a brief exchange, Han is knocked back while Jai remains standing. The leader of Fran Isis watches with an amused smile. Not bad. She thinks he's predicting the next move and technique to counterattack. He must have always used reason to analyze and cast magic. His thought process is on another level, quickly devising counters to every attack. JY continues to struggle against Han. Iaz wonders what his powers as a sword saint would be like. How exciting. Meanwhile, on the mountains, the sun began to set, painting the sky in a dreamy twilight, a sight lost on the two combatants. They remain focused on defeating each other. JY calculates with some difficulty that half a day has passed, and his opponent has reached a state of unconsciousness. If this continues, they will both run out of magic. Han raised his weapon, declaring, let's end this. With your current strength, you can't withstand this move. A surge of blue power erupted from his staff, unleashing a devastating attack. The surging water rushed toward Jay, but suddenly Han felt a pang of panic as he vanished. Jiawai then swung his sword down from above, startling Han, who barely managed to block the blow. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, how is this possible? Strange phenomena manifested as shields appeared around and above Han. blocking Jai's powerful sword strike. That's Han's power, the ability to alter reality around himself at will. Han smiles helplessly, realizing he unconsciously used his power when a voice booms, "Stop! The match is over." A footstep startled Han, who turned around to see Jemmy falling backward. Ys watched him and calmly said, "He's asleep." Han asked worriedly, Jai didn't use magic, did she?" "Yes, it's a power," she replies. Jiaowai collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Han, confused, asked her to explain further. Aya struggled to find the right words. Simply put, it's like a clone. The image reveals that Jai has 3 doppelgangers surrounding Han, in front, behind, and above. At that moment, there are 3 noodle strands. Not one? Then why can't I see it? He asked again, stunned, as Ice continued pensively. Or perhaps it's not an avatar. We can't be sure until he awakens. More importantly, Jay has already stepped into the realm of Sword Saint. They both look at Jay lying on the ground with admiration. And he's only been wielding a sword for a few years. Are there occasionally dragons who reach the 9-star Swordmaster realm? But that's because they're long-lived races. Having lived for so long, will Jai even remember his power after waking up? Ayas watches him sleep peacefully, troubled. Then the scene shifts to a room where a medical drip is hanging. Is this the infirmary? Jai sits up, looking around in confusion, not realizing he was this exhausted. In the room, besides him, sits an old man. An old woman enters and calmly says, "You're finally awake." Jamie looked down at the small woman in surprise. "Just call me doctor." The old woman replied indifferently, inwardly scolding, "This idiot, even when Lady Kiriel was angry, he called me that." The doctor approached and rolled up his pants leg, saying, "Your body has awakened. While you were asleep, your muscle density increased, a telltale sign of awakening." Jiawai, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Growing angry, she kicked Jai out, yelling, "I mean, you're not a patient. Get out." He ran off, bewildered. Meanwhile, outside, Eyes and Hoa were waiting for him. Seeing Jai emerge, she waved, saying, "Jai, thank goodness, you're okay. Do you remember how your fight with Han ended?" Jai, now standing before her, scratched his head and replied, "Not really." Eyes replied, "Then I don't need to explain. Your power has awakened, and the only way to understand it is to pick up your sword again." Confused and surprised, he asked, "Awakened? What does that mean? And why is that guy here?" Ha responds, "Have you forgotten? I'm here to avenge my previous defeat." His eyes now filled with determination. The scene shifts to a wide courtyard where the 3 stand face to face. As Hawks powers up, he tells Jemmy, "This time, it'll be a little different." Ice adds, "He's planning to push you to the brink. Hawks will use his powers instead of weapons. His fist of crystallized darkness won't be pleasant," Hawk said impatiently. "Now then, are you ready?" He and Jamie face off. With Eyes as the referee, she signals the start. "Watch this," Ha shouts as he aggressively charges to attack. Jai's eyes widened as he thought, "What?" Before him now were countless Hawks charging forward. Why were there so many overlapping images of Hawks? His fist clenches as he exclaims, "Dare you lose focus in my presence?" Then he lands a punch in Jemmy's gut, leaving him no time to react, sending him flying back with incredible force. Jemmy scrambled, clawing at the ground to stop himself, but Ha taunted him to get up, forcing Jemmy to grit his teeth and parry the attacks with his sword. But it seems too much for Jamie right now, and he curses inwardly, seeing strange things flash before his eyes. The 2 exchanged blows, but Ha seemed to have the upper hand, leaving Jemmy on the defensive. Suddenly, his eyes hardened, and he unleashed a powerful sword strike, causing Hoa's hand to bleed profusely and be knocked back. Hawks lowers his bloodied hand, then asks Jai what he thinks of his power. "That's the power of a swordsman," Jai gasped, questioning himself. "A master swordsman?" Jai's shocked face is reflected in the blade. Ayas comes out and asks what he saw, and Jai responds. Multiple illusions suddenly appeared at once, each showing a different vision. Among them, there was only one moment where I succeeded, and by the time I realized it, it had already become reality. As he recalls and describes the fight, Nias puts her hands on her hips and offers her theory. "Could it be probability? To me, it looked like you split into many different variations." Jemmy is shocked to hear her say that. "Did I split myself into multiple versions?" Ha then spoke up. "I don't see it that way. As far as I'm concerned, you just suddenly appeared in front of me." "More than once? Then why can't I see them?" Eyes recalls Han asking in bewilderment. Han said something similar, that his opponents couldn't see them either. Perhaps those doppelgangers are just an afterimages? It seems you chose the fastest and most feasible course of action in that situation. Those shadows likely originate from the multiverse, perhaps even from a parallel world. Jai remains silent, contemplating these predictions. Cut to night, where Jai sits on a rooftop gazing down at the houses below, lost in thought. The multiverse or parallel worlds. Back when I was Diablo Vonber, I studied the theory of multiple dimensions. He recalls standing in the library, reading books, and being able to see the probabilities of other dimensions. I couldn't study it further for several reasons. Thinking back, the illusions my power showed me recreated my battles in other dimensions. People say a person's power is usually related to their identity. Jemmy then looks at his hand and continues to think. That means the Rumia artifact helps create new spaces, along with the Avalon staff, which connects to other worlds. The 100 Seas technique allows for space manipulation and one-hit sword strikes, a secret sword technique that can cleave space itself. I possess many powers related to space. Perhaps my aptitude for spatial manipulation and multidimensional strategic thinking have combined to create my current strength. With that thought, Jai pushed himself up, stood, and looked to the sky, saying, "Activate!" Red stars twinkled and connected, showing illusions of his training and sword fighting in Jai's eyes. This aura is created from dark magic. He looks at his sword, which is emitting a strange energy in his hand. I see. From countless possibilities, I chose the optimal action to manifest this variation into reality. This power is called precognition, the ability to see the future. Cut to another house where Eyes asks in astonishment, "Fight me with a sword?" she asks, alone in a room. Leaning against the door, he replies, "Yes, isn't the final exercise to face the strongest?" Is remarks, "You're certainly confident." Jemmy happily replies, "I can't think of anyone else who could stand against my foresight other than you." She praises, "So you've named that power? That makes sense. But I'm not the right opponent for you. There is someone more suitable than me," she said with a knowing smile. A moment later, Fran appeared, annoyed. "I don't know why I have to train so early in the morning." "Focus, princess. I'll prove that the name you're counting on is worthless." The three now stood facing each other in the arena as Jai blurted out in disbelief, "Princess?" Is simply offered a wry smile. "Ha ha." She then coughed into her hand to clear her throat and spoke. "Go ahead and give it your all. If things get too heated, I'll step in so no one dies." Then, almost shouting, "Let the battle begin!" CL immediately rushed forward with blinding speed, thinking disdainfully that one move would be enough to show him how useless he was. At that same moment, Jai gritted his teeth and swung his sword in attack, meeting CL's fist with a powerful clash. He thought, yesterday's me would have lost. But seeing the future, he raised his sword and used the technique he had just named. All versions of himself in other dimensions performed the same action. Strange purple energy emanates from Jemmy's blade, and he thinks about using his precognitive advantage to turn it into holy light. Clock turns in disbelief to see the space-piercing attack. Jemmy's technique is so powerful he struggles to defend himself. Just then, Clock blocked and said, "I acknowledge your strength, so this is why the princess chose you, but you're far from defeating me." He then stood up, spread his arms and legs, and unleashed a powerful red energy. Jemmy senses danger as Clack's power splits into multiple attacks, leaving him disoriented, but his eyes blaze with a fierce light as he throws a powerful punch. "Let me show you my power." With a punch that pierces through, Clack creates a giant fist of immense energy and shouts as it hurtles towards Jemmy. "Kneel before my might." Is, sensing the danger, frantically rushes forward, shouting, "No!" Jai silently utters a chilling phrase as dark energy emanates around him, his eyes turning dangerous as he raises his sword to the sky. The dark energy then became even more powerful and intense, and the tip of the sword turned red. His eyes turn white like an asura's as he vows to repay what he's received. Claw, standing below, felt dwarfed by this power. Sword illusions converged, a magic circle appeared, but he remained arrogant, saying, "Impressive, I didn't expect this." Jai's strike was so powerful it split the sky and cleaved the arena in two, leaving Jamie standing alone amidst the ruins. He realizes he can't fully absorb the attack because his level isn't high enough. But suddenly, a figure with glowing eyes emerges from the smoke. Jai couldn't help but exclaim, "What a monster!" Clo's face is full of confidence. One side of his glasses is broken, but a strange round object has appeared on his forehead. He then exclaims, "I even had to use the cheat stone." The cheat stone, a space storing all the power that he has accumulated throughout his life. When the stone's power is unleashed, the user's combat strength multiplies and a purple stone appears. Klon then indifferently walks past Jemmy, tossing back the words, "No need to check anymore." Jemmy remains standing before the ruins. Ias jumped out, watching Kull's retreating figure as he silently walked away, Jemmy still silent behind her. Ias is furious at his indifference, turning to watch Kyle leave. Having experienced it firsthand, I finally understand. Even as a swordmaster, I'm not sure I can face both of them. I must restore my power to its prime as soon as possible. Jai's eyes are now filled with anguish as the scene shifts to another time, and a cry of astonishment rings out. What? Jai's become a swordmaster? Jane, who was drinking water, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this shocking news. Isis replied, yes, he received a very strange power. Han, who was also there, put his hands behind his head and said with a bored look, damn it, what a genius, a 9th circle mage and swordmaster at just 15. Jin then asked, so where is Jemmy now? Isis happily replied, seemingly talking to Burrell before the scene shifts to Jemmy walking with Balik in a forest. He looked down at him suspiciously and asked, I heard you've become a swordmaster. Jowai scratches his head, chuckling, ha ha, probably. Boi smiles, imagining Jai's father's shocked reaction to the news. Then he said, if your father heard that, he'd be surprised. Balyonyx looked down at him, impressed. When we first met, you were just a boy, and now you've grown so much. Jai shakes his head, saying his father wouldn't believe it. Jowai suddenly stopped and called out, I don't know how you see me, but I've always lived with the spirit of a godfather. Hearing this, he turns to Balyonyx, calling him Mr. Onyx. Balyonyx smiles proudly and continues, as your godfather, I will continue to watch over you and support your future. If you're tired, I'll lend you my shoulder. If you want to move forward, I'll be your motivation. I will help you pursue your dreams, so keep moving forward, Jai gratefully replied. Thanks, Balix continued. I'm proud of you. Jai arrives on the scene, facing a door where 3 cloaked figures point their swords at a lone man. Who are you? Stop and identify yourself. The man before them has long white hair, tattered clothes, and iron shackles on his wrists and ankles, like a prisoner, yet he stands defiant with a sword in hand. He brushed his hair back and replied, oh, don't you recognize me? Kill them all. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and in an instant, the cloaked figures were decapitated. A large door appeared, and the long-haired man kicked it open and spoke. Shouldn't you greet me, the leader of the 7 knights? A powerful energy emanates from him. He stood in the room, his power growing, as a figure appeared on the steps above, looking down at the long-haired man and musing, what's this? Genesis' sword makes a grand reappearance. The boy warily asks, who are you? The figure on the steps raised a hand and replied, calm down. This is the ancient temple of the god Zenith. The man's finger seemed to emit a surge of power. The long-haired boy below looked around in astonishment as a voice echoed, expressing embarrassment at this meeting. But it's a pleasure to meet you, Can. My name is Noah, and I am an apostle of the Zenith god. Noah smiled, raising his hand. Sen narrowed his eyes, saying, an apostle? I've never heard of a new apostle appearing. No, this is the will of God, and I don't need to explain my actions to you. Noah stated calmly, as Sen stood tall in the hall, questioning him. So you're just a believer without any real trust or position? Noah retorts, what you say about me is completely wrong. I am an apostle trusted by the Genet god. This conversation is over. How much longer do you intend to prolong this conversation? I was summoned here to become an entity of power. Noah's eyes turned fierce. Therefore, you are now under my protection. Below, Sen is stunned into silence, but then a smile creeps across his face, and he bursts into gleeful laughter, saying, ha ha, father, is this the new trial you've set for me? If that's how it is, then I understand somewhat. As he said this, he released his energy, but Noah shook his head from above, saying, while we can still talk pleasantly, you should correct your attitude towards me. You've annoyed me since the moment you appeared, Cran said angrily, swinging his sword. Noah calmly replied, your actions anger me, but I do not underestimate you. However, it seems we need a confrontation so I can show you who really holds the power here. He raised his hand, using just one finger to block Green's powerful blade. Cran struggles against the surge of power. What the hell? I am an apostle, protected by the gods. You are indeed powerful. You've done much with just that sword. Noah calmly states that his finger is making Green's sword tremble, adding that he is the embodiment and representative of God, the savior sent to earth. Noah gives a friendly smile as Jen, in disbelief, cries out that it can't be. Your sword pointed at me is unacceptable. A disregard for the divine and sacred law, Noah continued. Upon hearing this, Jen drops his sword in dismay, kneels before Noah and says, I am a knight of God, a servant of the divine. I offer my body and soul to the gods I have chosen. Noah then gives a friendly smile, saying, that's good. I hope we can cooperate well in the future. The scene then shifts to the Piso church, where a figure walks along a long carpet before suddenly stopping. Ras bowed, hand over his heart, and announced, "The emetic leaf angel has returned to Shanghai. Is that you?" A figure before the goddess Po statue turned to face him. Ras continued forward, replying, "Had I known you were in prayer, I wouldn't have disturbed you. Forgive my intrusion." Ricky cheerfully replied, "It's fine. I'm almost done here anyway. It's just the two of us, so there's no need for formalities." Ras Ben replied, "It's not right. With two people present, I must show you more respect. We're grown now, no longer children." He spoke with the air of an old man. Ricky scratched his head, chuckled, and thought, "Goodness, he's only 16 but talks like an old man already." Then asked, "Have you seen Anna again?" Raz replied seriously, It seems the saintess has gone out, so—" Ricky laughed helplessly. "That's not surprising at all. That's how all girls are at that age. They want to go out and experience the world." A vision of a beautiful girl appears, and Raz muses, "It's true. It was only a year ago that her eyes were opened. So, seeing new things must be exciting. What about the battlefront?" The statue of the goddess Po seems to weep with sorrow. Still, Karaland and Onbia haven't launched a full-scale attack, only small skirmishes? Russ's expression suddenly turned serious. Karaland, part of the eastern continent, is governed by the Church of Zenit, while the Onbia Apostle Alliance, part of the northern continent, is governed by the Church of Paizo. Arisa, the continent of Pada, and Brian of the southern continent have all declared that they will not interfere in the war between Karaland and Onbia. However, it's noteworthy that Heron, in the center of the continent, has yet to take any action or make any declarations. Zenit, the god of war, Brahman, the dragon god, and Lily, the goddess of beauty. This war is still small scale, but in this war, the dragon god cannot use dragons in battle due to secret agreements between the parties. But if the war truly escalates to a critical stage, those agreements will be null and void. This war will consume all resources to defeat the enemy, and then no power will be able to stand aside. Growing concerned, Ricky asked if Onbia was still stable. Reese replied that the Northern IVN Union is currently quite stable, and their power is overwhelming. The Kingdom of Dam plays a vital role in stabilizing this alliance. After hearing this, Ricky fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "But if the war spreads, the churches under the 12 gods will take action, and we must act first to gain the upper hand." This startled Ras, who exclaimed, "You mean—" Ricky replies seriously, "I need to speak with the Pope about this war." Ras asked in confusion, "Right now?" Suddenly, Ricky scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, never mind. I need to eat first." Ras breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "Yes." That settled, Ricky turned and walked away, saying, "I wonder how Juai is doing these days. I heard he's been doing great things and has become quite famous." Ras happily announces that Jiawai defeated Ren's sacred beast and influenced the reconstruction of Harmonia. Ricky smiles proudly. "That's really great." Ras reminisces, hoping they'll meet again soon. Cut to a mysterious figure stepping out of a teleportation portal. Jiawai sighs, exhausted by the sheer number of people who came to see him with this new information. He pictures his friends surrounding him, asking questions. Standing before a teleportation circle to another world, he calculates, but he still has much to learn. Like the diary Cannon wrote, someone carved the name of a place, Gammon, on Diablo von Bur's tombstone. Whoever did this must know where Gammon is. I've come here hoping to meet them. Everything is still unclear, so I need to find that person. Jai pursed his lips, lost in thought. "You look like someone I've seen before," a man hanging from a massive pillar asks. Jemmy looked up and replied, "I'm here to ask about something." The man above asked, "What is it you want to know?" "Did anyone here know the location of Gammon in the past?" Juai asked directly. He replied, "So you want to go there? It seems you've followed their trail here." "I wasn't following anyone. I just happened to find out about this," Jai replied, as the man's eyes drifted into a reminiscent gaze. "I've been here too long. My mind is clouded, so there's much I can't recall, but I do remember one person. He told me of a man appearing beside a tombstone, a world ruled by 12 gods. A contemptible thing. If someone could drive out these 12 gods, the world would be different, but he failed when he fought them. It's a pity, but his fight and spirit live on. His legacy taught me a lesson, and I will overcome my weaknesses and defeat the 12 gods." The mysterious man's face was half hidden in the darkness, difficult to make out, and for good reason. If only I had more powerful allies by my side back then, perhaps I could have won. Jiawai stands before the image of the mysterious man. The man hanging from the pillar continued his story. They didn't stay long, but soon departed. Then, the image of 3 people on horseback racing down the road flashes before Jai's eyes, causing him to exclaim in shock, and the story continues. At the same time, a plague spread, killing most of them, leaving only a few survivors, so they quickly departed. Time passes until Abrasas is built, and Jemmy contemplates these images. So Abrasas has existed here for quite some time, through many historical events, which means those people who carved their names on the tombstone lived at least 20,000 years ago. They clearly know a lot about Diablo Viber. And they dream of achieving what Diablo Vonber did, defeating the 12 gods. But could those people still be alive now, or have they transformed into something unrecognizable? Suddenly a ghostly hand appears, followed by a skull with glowing red eyes, drooling and screaming, "I hate you! How could you do this to us?" A man is surrounded by 3 mysterious figures, then grabbed by the face by unseen hands, his expression turning to horror. "I pray the gods will burn your soul. You will die a terrible death." He jolts awake, screaming, drenched in sweat from the nightmare, then clutches his head, muttering about the same dream, strange cords binding him. A figure appears, asking, "Another nightmare? Though that day is etched in your mind and its karma lingers, we must still live on. No matter who we are, we must live and overcome it." The person who appears is a woman. The boy sitting in the chair bowed his head and replied, "I know, but reality must go on." Then he thought, "But soon, to atone for the mistake of killing my teammates, I will make the humans on this continent suffer." That was the wish of my comrade and myself. Tubes extended from his hands, connecting to vials of crimson liquid. The young man's eyes grew serious, for when the apostles were gone, the power of the 12 gods would wane. "I will destroy all 12 gods, leaving none alive." After telling the story, the man asked, "Do you have any more questions? If it concerns those who once lived in Gammon or anything else, ask away." Jawai looked up and said, "Then allow me one more question. Why did things turn out this way?" This surprises the man trapped on the giant stone pillar. He then replied, "Because of failure." Jemmy asked, "You mean failure against those 12 gods?" He replied, "They're called the 12 gods now, but that wasn't always the case." Jawai listened intently. As he spoke of them, the man suddenly gritted his teeth in pain, dark energy swirling around him. Was this curse the cause of his suffering? It seems a powerful unseen force is preventing the revelation of anything related to that seal, and it likely involves the 12 divine generals past. Jai could only watch helplessly as the man writhed in agony, realizing he wouldn't get any answers and that he'd have to return for the day. Cut to night, Jai returns home to find someone waiting outside his door, and she speaks as soon as she sees him. "I've been waiting for you. Joy needs to speak with you about Princess Vina. This orange-haired girl is Fran, a high-ranking member of the frontier, the Van Kiri tribe. Come to think of it, Bon is responsible for Vina's education. Princess Vina isn't one to cause trouble, so what's going on?" Jawai imagined Vena being trained by Fran, who then cut to the chase. "The princess insists on following you, so please convince her to stop," Jemmy asked, confused. "Why should I do that?" she sighed. "You truly are heartless." In truth, the queen doesn't have much time left, a revelation that shocks Jemmy. John continued, "Since Princess Vena disappeared 15 years ago, the queen's health has deteriorated from worry. We see an image of the ailing Vankiri queen. Although she has recovered somewhat, her health will never be what it once was. The queen has, at most, only a year left. Princess Vena may not know about the queen's impending death, but you understand what the queen means to us and the entire Vankiri race, right? I hope you'll help persuade the princess." "I trust you understand what I'm saying." At that moment, John coldly walked past Jai. He was still reeling from what he had just heard. Cut to the next day, Vena asks with great concern, "Master, what do you mean? You're joking about me staying in Avlon, right?" Jemmy, sitting across from her, replied, "I heard the queen is very ill. If something happens to the queen, you'll have to step up and lead the Veneri, right?" She quickly replies, "No, it'll be fine. I already got permission from Mother. She traveled the continent when she was young, so I want to as well." Jemmy interrupts, and Vena earnestly advises, "No, where I'm going is the battlefield that will decide the fate of the entire continent. If something happens to me there, the Vanir will have no successor or leader. You know that too, right?" Suddenly, Vena angrily slams the table, stands up and shouts, "I just need to survive and come back, and I can do that. I've waited 5 long years for this very reason." "Then don't tell me to leave." Jai replies helplessly, "I'm sorry, there's no other way." Vena walked past him, sadly saying, "I'm just going out to clear my head." Jemmy sat there dejectedly. "I guess that's that, huh?" The girl would no longer ask to come along. Cut to outside, where Queen Van Kai Y stands before a tree. "I don't have much time left. I remember the first time I met Vena here. It was such a happy moment. At that moment she cried so hard, a vision of young Vena crying in a flower appears. Vana, whatever you choose, I will support you." So do what your heart desires, spread your wings, and fly high. After reminiscing, Queen Valkyrie knelt down, pleading, God Valkyrie, great Odin, please keep your child safe. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something, a beautiful flower emerging from a hollow tree, causing her to exclaim. Then, back to Venna, who was sitting on a ledge, head in her hands, trembling and crying. This is too much. How could Master break his promise to always be there and then send me away? She recalled her past words. Should I have never left you, Master? I will become stronger and return. She thought painfully, You are more important to me than my own kind because you saved me and gave me hope. Suddenly, Venna's eyes turned serious. Before her, a star scorpion appeared, charging aggressively. Venna rose to a fighting stance and shouted, Monster! The monster lunged at her, but Venna quickly jumped away to dodge the attack, landing on the ground as she wondered why there were monsters in this safe zone. Avalon is protected by Fran, so how could they get in? This is strange. The giant scorpion retracted its stinger, leaving a large, venomous, green, slime-filled crater where it struck. From her ring, a warning. This is outside the protected area, teeming with monsters. Therefore, be careful. Venna was speechless with panic. So, be careful. Venna was speechless with panic. Ha ha, I didn't expect to accidentally wander outside the protected zone. Suddenly, countless giant scorpions appear, surrounding her. Venna grips her weapon, saying, It's fine, though. I need to vent. These monsters will be my punching bag. Venna gritted her teeth, swung her hammer, and roared, Die! The hammer struck the ground with such force that the monsters were sent flying. The corpses of the unfortunate monsters were shattered, and Venna calculated her next move as she faced the remaining giant scorpions. Still 2 monsters left. 5 against 1 is a bit much, isn't it? Venna, stay focused. Be careful. A reminder echoes as she grabs her weapon. I know. I didn't train all year just to watch. I'll take them down, even if I haven't fully mastered this skill. But at that moment, the giant scorpion's venomous tail was poised to strike. Valkyrie, the Veneer's most vital skill, a temporary surge of power that pushes the body to its absolute limit. Venna transforms, radiating immense power, but using this skill leaves her temporarily paralyzed. Venna leaps into the air, bringing her hammer down on the monster with a mighty blow, crushing the giant scorpion before her, revealing another with glowing red eyes. She thought to herself that there was only one monster left. Venna was still in the air, while the monster below prepared to attack. If Veneeri runs out, I won't be able to teleport, and I'll be in danger. Thinking quickly, she clenched her fist, channeling magic, knowing she had to defeat it before her spell wore off, and unleashed a massive, powerful punch. But as she struck, she gasped in horror. The magic surrounding her has vanished, and a voice echoes, The massive energy drain has cancelled her Veneeri. In the air, Venna faced the scorpion's sharp tail, horrified as she hurtled towards it. Forgive me, Master. It seems this is my end. I never wanted to leave your side. Venna sorrowfully accepts her fate. But just then, Jai appeared, catching Venna by surprise as he shielded them from the scorpion's massive stinger. Vios then rushed forward at the speed of light, saying, Master, leave this to me. Rest assured. Then Vios transformed, his foot growing to a colossal size, making the scorpion look like a tiny ant. Without hesitation, Vios stomps down, and the fate of the remaining monster is sealed. Venna, witnessing this, is struck speechless. Bijai Jif was speechless. After 5 years, Vios had only recovered this much strength. This is only 1/100th of its original size. Vios lifts his foot, leaving behind a massive crater. Veneeri technique is truly amazing. To reach this level after only 5 years of training? Jawai proudly praises Venna, commending her efforts. Still dazed, she could only call out to her master, as Vios, now small, happily flew to his side. Jawai continues, But risking your life to eliminate the last one was an unacceptable gamble. Next time you must learn to retreat safely when needed. Understood? Venna replied. I truly don't know what I'd do without you, Master. Overcome with emotion, she tearfully says, Master Bio, I'm so sorry and thank you so much. She hugged Jai while crying, and Jamie smiled gently, patting Venna's head in comfort. It's all right. We should head back. A while later, Vios was fast asleep on Venna's lap, back in the familiar room. Venna asked, So I can't go with you anymore? Jai replied, I want you to travel the continent with me, but you're the Van Princess and the only future queen of your people. Therefore, I hope that one day you will lead the Van race to aid me in this war. Venna still said regretfully, My lord. Suddenly John bursts in, saying, I knew I'd find you here. Princess, I have wonderful news. The new Vanir princess has been born, she happily announces. Jemmy turned, shocked, and asked, "What do you mean?" While Venna exclaimed in disbelief, Freon quickly explained, "Princess Vena's second younger sister has been born, and the princess can leave with Jay." From outside the house, their surprised voices could be heard in unison. "Huh. What?" Venna stood up a little flustered, saying, "Suddenly I have a younger sister. You're kidding me." John replied seriously, "This is no joke, princess, it's the truth. Do you know how a Van is born?" Venna was stunned, lost in thought. Now that she thinks about it, she's never heard how a Vena is born. "Since my return, no Valkyries have been born here." Freon recounts that the Valkyries are an all-female race. The queen's essence is extracted and shaped on the tree, forming seeds to continue her lineage. And when those seeds are sown in fertile ground, a new Valkyrie is born from the blooming flower. Normally, this cycle occurs once every 10 years. But it's different for the queen. The element of the next queen is sown into the white tree, the sacred tree of the clan, when red flowers bloom upon it, and from that, a princess, a new life, will be born. Venna asked in surprise, "If she's my sister, does that mean another element was planted in the white tree?" Freon confirmed, "That's right. Because the queen thought the missing princess would never be found. 7 years after the princess disappeared, the four elders suggested the queen plant a new element on the white tree to create a successor, but the new element didn't react at all. When most Iridi were about to give up on planting the seeds of hope, news of Princess Vena's discovery spread. Then all attention focused on her, and that seed was forgotten. And now they discover the flower in the white tree's hollow is about to bloom, prompting more questions from Venna. "So, the elemental flower planted 8 years ago is finally blooming?" Fran quickly responds, "Not yet, but it's growing from the roots of the white tree. Perhaps the flower will bloom in another 2 years." Jai sat there, lost in thought. "So, does that mean her little sister will be born after the queen's death?" "Vena, there's something I need to tell you." John turned and shouted. Jai calmly said, "Beyond enough. We have to tell her, given the situation." "Vena, there's a truth you need to know, no matter what." She wondered, "What is it, master?" The queen only has about a year left to live. This news leaves Venna stunned, barely able to stammer. "What? What does that mean? Why does my mother have so little time left?" Jemmy sadly replied that the shock of thinking she'd lost her daughter had greatly weakened the queen, and the elemental death to create a new heir for the new queen exhausted her. Venna collapsed to the ground, her face numb with pain, and she trembled. "It's all my fault." Jemmy called out to Venna with sympathy, but perhaps he felt that no words could soothe her in this moment as she screamed in anguish. "It's because of me. Mother had to do that. If I hadn't gotten lost that day..." The two tried to comfort her. "Venna, Venna." Jamie casts a spell to calm her down. Then, he said seriously, "Calm down. The past can't be changed. Regret will only cause you pain." Venna, now quiet but still weeping, finally spoke. "Master, my mother wants to see her now." "I have to tell my mother," Venna said, distraught. Joai knelt down, placed a hand on her shoulder, and reassured her, "Yes, we'll go see your mother." Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance to the Van Forest. Jemmy asked, "Do we need permission to enter the forest?" Fran replies, "No, the princess is with us, so we can enter without permission. Let's hurry." As they enter, Jai notices Venna sadly trailing behind. As they entered the forest, her hair turned red. Perhaps it was due to the forest's energy. As the three stepped out, a foot appeared and a voice asked, "You've arrived?" Second Elder Sentina greeted the princess. A short-haired woman, as if waiting, raised her hand to a rosary. Venna replied, "Sentina, long time no see. I'm here to see the queen on business." The second Elder Sentina glanced at Jai and asked, "Really? But what about this person? This is Jemmy, my master." As Venna introduced him, Sentina's eyes widened in shock. "Jamie, is this the princess's master?" She sized up Jai, then spoke, "Please wait here. I will inform the queen, princess." Jai watched her go and asked, "Is she one of your clan's 4 elders?" John replied, "She's my direct superior and the queen's advisor, far more powerful than she appears." He thought to himself, "She definitely has the strength of a master and the presence of someone in power. She truly lives up to the title of Valkyrie Elder." Sentina then tells Bond to stay behind and invites the princess and him inside to meet the queen. The three entered the tree hollow, revealing artistic and solemn gates, where the Valkyrie queen stood waiting, arms open, a happy smile on her face. "My daughter, come here. I've missed you so much." Venna rushes to her mother, calling out to her, embracing her tightly. "Why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Queen Wenxi asked, confused. "Tell me it isn't true," Venna asked, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I heard everything. Is it true that you only have 1 year left to live? This can't be true, can it? Queen Vena is stunned. Vena, how did you know? She buried herself in her mother's arms, sobbing with self-reproach. If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have left the forest for a second, and I could have been by your side. I'm so sorry, Vena, I'm so sorry. He recalled his parents and sister, thinking he'd react just like Vena if their health took a turn for the worse. But in life, separation, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable. It's a problem everyone must eventually overcome, and a painful truth we must accept, whether we want to or not. I was once like that too, but I won't let it happen again. His hand clenches into a fist. In my past life, I couldn't bear the pain, so I chose to suppress my emotions. But in this life, I will accept it completely. But I will do what I can to protect those I love. Jai now faces his past self. After a tearful moment, Queen Vankai wiped her eyes and forced a smile, saying, "It's not good to keep our guest waiting and witness this, Vena. Won't you introduce him to me?" Vena quickly nodded with a smile, introducing Jai. "This is my master, the one I've told you so much about." Jai placed a hand over his heart, bowed respectfully, and said, "I am Jai." Queen Vanki followed suit, saying, "Finally, I meet the Veneer's benefactor. Thanks to you, I found my daughter. I have nothing to give, but please accept this as repayment. I've wanted to give this to you for a long time, if we ever met," she said, presenting a shining object in her hand. Jemmy, eyeing the object in the Queen's hand, asked about it, and she explained, "You've probably recognized it as a leaf from the white tree. Simply possessing it will gradually restore your life force, and it will greatly aid you in battle. Please accept this precious gift." Juai reached out and took it, replying, "Then I shall accept it. This is far too precious," he thought to himself, feeling all his fatigue begin to fade away. Queen Vanki Wai continued seriously, "Now, I want to talk about my daughter's future. Is that all right?" Vena excused herself. "Then I'll step aside for a moment so you can talk." A moment later, she and Jai stood together in front of the palace doors. Queen Vankian asked, "Jai, did you tell Vera about my remaining lifespan?" He replied frankly, "Yes, I told her the truth so Van would stay here. The Queen's absence would be a great loss to the Vankiri." She replied pensively, "I had intended not to tell her, as I didn't want her to suffer knowing the truth." Jawai looked at her and retorted, "This is truly the selfishness of a parent. Children have the right to know about their parents' health." Upon hearing that, Queen Kaiwai was taken aback, then turned around with a bright smile, saying, "Yes, I was only thinking of myself. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to me." Jawai bowed, hand over his heart, and replied, "I'll go say my final farewell to Vena now." "Your Majesty," a voice echoed near a fountain soon after. "Vena, you've come, so you've made your decision, haven't you?" she asked hesitantly. Master Jemmy and Vena sat together in a pavilion as he smiled and reminisced. "Do you remember the first time we met, 5 years ago?" Vena happily replied, "Of course I remember. You were so strict with me back then. Even though I was disappointed to learn that Vankiri had no talent for magic, I was happy to be by your side and fight with you. How could I ever forget those moments?" "How could I forget?" "Master," Vena said, now trembling with sobs. "You don't have to forget any of that. Even if we're apart, I'll always be your master and you'll always be my disciple. That's the truth." Jemmy looked at her gently, comforting her. Vena stopped crying and looked up. "Master, remember that we're always together. Always remembering each other, no matter where we are." Hearing this, she smiles brightly through her tears, replying, "Yes, I remember, always together." He looked at her affectionately. "Vena, take good care of the Queen and her health." With that, he stood up and left. Vena replied, "Yes, Master, I definitely will, so we absolutely have to meet again." Jowai now stood before another space, waving without turning back. "All right. You've been teleported back to the original room. Vios is still fast asleep in the chair, undisturbed by your arrival." Jai thought the boy would be devastated to learn Vanna was gone. This feeling of parting is so painful. "I need to get some sleep and recover." He pursed his lips with an indescribable feeling, then pushed open the bedroom door. "Vena, stay strong." Jai cuts to midnight, where he's awakened by a voice. "What is it?" Balix asked, standing uneasily as Isis anxiously delivered the news. "War has broken out." Juai remained calm, only furrowing his brow. In the year 524 of the Fritmu era, a map appears, revealing 5 continents: Ovia, Arisa, Brian, and Karian on the outer edges, and Haran at the center. Teria, east of Kariren, and Zenit behind it. As violence erupts across the continent, war breaks out with attacks on the Qian kingdom in northern Ovia. Genis Teresia, backed by the manpower and resources of the eastern nations, saw the war escalate rapidly, and Jaren, a major border city of the Qian kingdom, was utterly destroyed. By then, the kingdom of Qian had begun to react to the war, but it was too late. Thesia's army had already advanced deep into their territory. As a result, Jaren suffered a crushing defeat, and upon learning of the intense conflict, the Northern Seam Kingdom immediately dispatched Lymor and Simon to aid the Qian kingdom. These two talented mages overcame the firestorm in the Jaren kingdom and confronted the Thesia army as they advanced towards Egan, temporarily halting their advance. But they couldn't reclaim Jaren, and the slowing of Teresia's army wouldn't last. Their elite forces are ready for a large-scale attack, and King Apesifor of Chazan has called an emergency meeting with the Northern Alliance to plan a response. He covered his face, trembling, and cried, "The situation is too dangerous. What should I do? We've received some support from King Fridor, but it's a drop in the bucket. Without swift aid, Eon will fall and Teresia's forces will advance further, next targeting Sio. If we fall, the path to the north will open, and the kingdoms along that path will be in grave danger. The king's fear is palpable. Such is the situation, but furthermore, we don't know when Teresia will attack the kingdom of Ibri," King Laya of Ibri declared. "The northern kingdoms can offer some aid to alleviate the burden, but we must all maintain our defenses against enemy attacks," King Ateza replied anxiously. "I understand your concerns about those wars, but if the Qishan kingdom falls, as I said, the path to the north will open, and the kingdoms behind it will struggle to survive. It seems the kingdom of Absalon will have to send some troops to assist you. Though our aid may be small, it is all we can offer." King Absalon nervously chimed in, but suddenly King V2 of Gantian boomed, "How can you say such a thing? If we don't unite now, we'll all fall," a voice declared after a period of debate. "Enough. Now is the time to prepare for the enemy, not to argue. Let us calmly find a solution." These are the words of King Freedom Zedam. King Atessa then said, "Thank you, Freedom." Freedom narrowed his eyes and continued, "Given the current situation, I've sent the two great mages, Simon and Limo, to Chisan. Meanwhile, Jemmy's father is seen urgently leading his troops on horseback, and Count Welton leads a battle-hardened army of 10,000 toward Egon. But of course, it will take time to get there, and we'll need reinforcements from Absilent and Jaren as well. We've also dispatched General Intu and 3,000 troops to Ibrai to block the enemy's advance, along with our brilliant tactician, strategist Kanga, and 7,000 troops to Chia. That's all we can do to prolong this war," King Jaren of Carol declared. King Laya chuckled. "General Intu is quite famous. His deployment should alleviate the situation, though his forces seem a bit small." The king then breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The king then added, "In that case, we will also dispatch the magician Sadi Khan with 5,000 of our troops to help. The war is escalating, and that's all we can do for now." Atza expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, King Day. We will remember this kindness. The war has reached its peak, but we will hold our ground and not let those bastards do as they please." King Laya added that if the war was successful, they could take the opportunity to eliminate the rebel sects and show them who the strongest power in the north really was, as Fridu spoke with grim determination. "It's good that everyone is determined, but we still have strong opponents ahead. We may be a powerful coalition, but we must be wary of the theocracy summoning an evil god. So, if possible, we need to advance into Shizan territory and quickly push back Teresia." The other kings at the table shared a look of understanding and determination. Jemmy, now dressed and stretching indifferently, asks, "So the war begins again?" Eus was shocked and retorted, "You don't seem surprised by that news." Jewai calmly looked at her and explained, "Of course, it's not surprising. Small skirmishes have been happening for years. This large-scale war should have started 5 years ago. So, what's the situation on the battlefield now?" Eyes replied seriously, with her hands on her hips. "Jaren has nearly fallen. Even our two great mages couldn't stop the Teresian army from occupying it." Jemmy asked, "So, who are they?" Balak, standing nearby, answers, "The Marquis Limo and Count Simon. The war has become complex, and everyone is on high alert as news of it spreads." Ayes continued when suddenly the magic bird appeared, urgently announcing that the war had begun, and Elder Jai must return. Then he vanished into thin air. Is said with difficulty, "We can't help you, Jay." He patted her shoulder and calmly replied, "All right. Fran is preparing for something big too, so don't feel pressured that you can't help me. And you think everyone has their own thing to do? I'll have Bim stay at the border to help you if anything comes up." Vios is still sound asleep, drooling on the chair as Isis replies, "Thank you. I hope everything goes as planned, and you defeat the dragon god, while I take care of the Janid order," Jai said. Isis smiles, replying, "Of course it will be." Later, he turned back and said, "This battle is important, so I'll check on my sword before we go." "Yes," Isis asked. "So you're going to the smithy? I'll come with you." Cut to Jemmy and Isis peering into a blacksmith's workshop. He wondered aloud if Lin was inside, as Hinder focused on forging a weapon surrounded by a powerful magical aura. Hammer blows ring out, shaping a sword, each strike creating a powerful aftershock, signaling its imminent completion. Jemmy is also alarmed by this surge of power, as massive flames erupt from the vents around the forge. Jemmy and Ice were now inside a protective shield, and Ice wondered, is that dragonfire? Jai smiles. That's right. I entrusted Lin with the dragonfire and some of my best materials to forge a sword for me. Soon after, Hinder emerges with a cloth-wrapped item, wearily wiping his brow, the black smoke still billowing behind him. He sighed. That was exhausting. Jemmy smiled and asked, "Is my sword finally finished?" Hinder, catching his breath, replied, "I was just about to look for you. You're just in time." From within the cloth, a beautiful and powerful sword is revealed. Your sword. Jemmy grabbed the hilt, overjoyed. Was this his new sword? He then touched the blade, looked at Ace with confidence, and said, "I want to test its power. Would you help me?" Ace replied, "All right, of course, but be careful. This isn't the place, and let's go somewhere more open. I want to see the sword's power, too." Jemmy happily agreed. "All right, or I'll fight with everything I've got." Hinder then conjured a magic shield for safety. Isis brandishes his greatsword. This should be interesting. Jemmy immediately drew the sword he had just obtained, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. His eyes are completely focused as Isis takes the opportunity to assess her opponent. Suddenly, instead of colliding, their powers clashed as their swords met, creating a significant aftershock. He smirks confidently as the powers of fire and water collide, creating an intense burst of light. Everything around them shattered, obscuring the view, leaving only smoke, as the magic observer stroked his beard in awe. The battle is so evenly matched, it seems the sword has taken effect. Emerging from the swamp is a massive crater in the earth. Amidst the clashing energies, the two figures stood face to face. The Dragon Slayer's sword, a blade of immense power, struggled to break free from its master's control. Jai smiles, pleased with his sword. Anyone who dares try to control it will have their mind consumed, turning it into a cursed blade that brings ruin to all. Of course, that could never happen to me. He stroked the blade, which pulsed with immense power. Eyes then asked, "Can that sword withstand my lightning? What do you think of it?" Jemmy replies, "The sword is quite good." Hinder then slides down from above. Seeing him, Ys complimented Hinder, saying he truly had forged a fine sword. Lin blushed and shyly replied that it was all thanks to the quality materials. She then asks, "So, what's the sword's name?" Hinder casually replies, "I only made it. I haven't thought of a name yet." Isis happily said, "Then let me think of a name for it." "A pretty good name." Jiawai asked curiously, "What's its name?" Isis fell silent, then recounted. Long ago, there were many legendary weapons of Lan. Among them, the ancestral sword Balasada, a mythical blade with the power to cut through space. The sword's master was revered by humanity as an outstanding hero. Jemmy was astonished to hear the name. Isis continued. That hero was Roland, and the sword he wielded was Barisada. The hero Roland, famed for his exploits with the sword Durandal. Now I know he also possessed Barisada. Jiawai muses happily, then exclaims, "Barisada, what a nostalgic name." Cut to the Janus church, where Gon, having changed out of his tattered clothes into a clean and beautiful set, says happily, "It's been too long since I've worn this." He recalled his days locked away in prison, the 6 years of suffering under the Sun Guild, but now he possessed the power of the gods. A powerful energy emanates from him, and he can't help but exclaim, "This fullness, I can fight again." Jemmy, I will defeat you. The boy holding the sword across from him trembled at his expression. Sen then suppressed his power, a friendly smile replacing it as he asked, "Do I look that scary?" The boy, startled by the question, trembled as he replied, "No, it's just a little cold." He casually took the sword, stepped past him, and said, "All right, rest now." Startled, the boy meekly replied, "Thank you, sir. All right." Suddenly, blood splatters from behind the boy as C ruthlessly stabs him, saying, "Rest easy beside the gods. It's an honor." He drops the sword, saying dismissively, "I have no more use for this sword." The unfortunate boy collapses. Chen strode confidently toward a shining sword resting on a cabinet, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he drew it from its sheath, clearly pleased. "It's been a while since I've used you." Durando Jemmy thought to himself by the window. I've been away for a while now, and I've made some progress with my divine power and status. I've become a swordsman and obtained Barisata, but I'm still far from the power I had in my previous life, especially since Diablo Vorphia has reached the divine level. To defeat the 12 gods, I need unimaginable power. The enemies I'll face are too numerous and dangerous for me to stand still. Suddenly, he notices the tail on the table wagging and thumping. Jemmy asks, puzzled, "What's wrong?" With eyes bloodshot, Vios glared at him, then slammed his hands on the table, roaring, "What moon? You suddenly announce you're leaving so fast and alone?" If Master was going to let Vanna leave, she should have told me. Jemmy replied softly, "I'm sorry." Vios still stubbornly shouted, "So Vina won't be coming back here?" He dejectedly replied, "Well, she's going to be the future queen, so she can't just do whatever she wants. She has to look after her people." So their conversation continues. "Will the Master be leaving right away?" "Yes, you stay here for a while and help Isis." Outside the window, the sky was still clear, but Vios's mood turned gloomy as he replied, "Okay, I understand. I'll contact Vina through the link bridge if anything comes up." Jemmy felt guilty looking at him. "Look how sad it is. I feel so bad. All right, to cheer you up, I'll give you a magic circle that will teleport you to Vena. The cooldown time is about a month," he said, cheerfully wrapping a scarf around her neck. Tears welling, he gratefully replies, "Thank you, Master. Now help Fran with their plans and don't forget to train and regain your former strength." With that, Jemmy turned and headed for the door, as Vios quickly replied, "Understood. Next time we meet, I'll show you my new form and power." As he stepped out, he asked, "Is everything ready?" Balix, leaning against a tree, replied, "Everything's in order. We can greet the guild before we leave." At this moment, people from various clans sat around a table, chatting happily, when a voice rang out, "Silence, everyone." Ayes smiles, saying some are absent today due to personal matters. Klon and his grandfather appear as Jamie wants to say goodbye before leaving. Nellie Saren glanced at him, pouting, "So, you're really leaving?" Jawai happily replied, "That's right. I have my own work to do, but next time we meet, I'll show you how much stronger my magic has become. But until then, you need to practice what I've taught you. Got it?" Her spirits lifted, and she chirped, "All right, hacker, can I ask you to arrange things here?" Jawai asked gently. Ha, embarrassed, still replied coldly, "All right, rest assured, I'll take care of everything." Jiwai continued, "And Jine, though I've only known you for a short time, I can see you're a truly interesting person." Jin nodded in response. "I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you, Han, for bringing Vena and Bimo safely to Fran." Han, barely holding back his laughter, replied, "It's just what I had to do. It's nothing special." "Rosemary, thank you so much for preparing everything for me." Rosemary, standing on a chair, bows and smiles in response. Jemmy's eyes then turned to one side, where East sat, also awaiting his next words. Suddenly, Jemmy slams his hands on the table and stands up. "I have something to say to everyone here." He thought to himself, Fran was once known as a revolutionary organization. I thought they were eccentrics who could destroy everything I had planned, but after meeting them, Jin insisted that Fran wouldn't be easily controlled. He saw them as a free organization standing against the 12 gods. "So, it's safe to say they're our allies," he thought before speaking aloud. "I am Diavopia, the black wizard who fought the 12 gods 666 years ago." This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, each member staring in disbelief. Jawai continued, "I truly don't know how I returned in this body, but there's one thing I must say. I have only one goal now. To achieve freedom for all of humanity, we must work together to defeat the 12 gods." Only Isis remained calm, smiling as Jemmy reached out his hand and continued, "With that ideal, we can do it together. The battle will be long and hard, but I think we can do it because we're teammates with a shared ideal." As he smiles, he emits a strange magic. Everyone watches as it surrounds him, so that's it. He really is a dark mage. Haw speaks up. "That's right, I was very surprised by your power before. Now my question has been answered." Balyonyx looked at him happily, and Jemmy replied, "Yes, I apologize for not telling you, but no matter who I was in my past life, the fact that you are my godfather now remains unchanged." Bonyx sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you. It seems Count Welton and Seer are still unaware, so I'll keep it a secret from them." Han scratches his head, incredulous. "Looks like I'm the only one surprised here. A mage returning after 666 years is a bit beyond my comprehension." Jowai calmly asked, "In that case, would you like me to show you my memories?" Han quickly replied, "That's not necessary. But could you tell me what was so special about that era?" Jai's eyes suddenly grew wistful as he recalled, indeed, the chaos was utterly devastating. The 12 gods directly interfered with life, causing fanatics to wage war everywhere, a war between nations across the continent. Countless people fell because of it, but I believe the peace created by the 12 gods' control is even more terrible than that time of chaos. Therefore, we must break these chains that bind us and reclaim our freedom. That is the mission I have returned for. Zhao Wei, clenching his fist in determination to bring peace, heads to another location. As Jemmy happily says, "Even though I've been here for a while, there are still many things that are new to me." Balix happily replies, "Perhaps that's what keeps us connected to this place. New things always bring a special feeling." The two ascend a staircase overlooking a beautiful natural vistas as one says, "Explain everything to me quickly then." Balyonyx turns back and asks, "Is this going to be okay?" Jawai replies, "It's fine. I am a ninth circle mage after all." Bonix suddenly turns serious. "All right, let's get going then. We must punish the Genis Church." Within the Egon fortress of the Chazon Kingdom, a trembling voice echoes, "What am I supposed to do? We bought some time thanks to you two, but our strength isn't enough." Lord Egon, Banpoi Amulet, was terrified, dabbing at the sweat pouring off him as Count Lai hit her. Simon responded, "The enemy continues to send reinforcements. Perhaps they anticipated our unexpected moves, so they're not being careless." Banboy Amulet continued, wiping away his sweat. "So, we can't stop their advance?" The second elder, Lin Mayo, pondered. "Every situation has been carefully calculated. From what I know, the Genis Church's relic, the ancient battlefield, has simulated the war between the two sides and produced a result. Though the outcome remains unclear, we still need to put in the effort ourselves to fight this enemy, right?" Count Lihido. Simon was also looking down at the map and responded, "I agree. Karina Lopin is a powerful level 8 mage who controls those puppets. That's Teresa's Legion commander, and his forces have already inflicted heavy losses on us." Banboy Amulet continues to wipe away his sweat in fear. But aren't they just mindless puppets? No matter how strong they are, they can't have quick wits. Still, they are puppets of an 8th circle mage. Furthermore, they've received a great deal of mana from Zenith Church's magic stones. A monster legion born of dark magic. Indeed, a formidable opponent. Count Lihido, Simon reassured him. The second elder, Lin Mayo, suddenly spoke up. "Those monsters can use 5th circle magic?" This is the report from the battlefield. And Banpoi Amulet's handkerchief falls to the ground, his face twisted in disbelief. Rank 5 magic? Without a countermeasure, they're done for. Suddenly, a soldier burst through the door, breathless and grave. "Urgent report. The enemy is attacking with 5 magic cannons. These weapons fire projectiles as powerful as 5th level magic, the god cannons. These powerful siege weapons fire magical projectiles with devastating force and incredible range." Elder Lin Mayo grew increasingly concerned, his thoughts racing. Indeed, with the support of mages, these level 5 magic weapons possess immense destructive power. It seems they intend to destroy the city walls before launching an all-out attack. Count Simon immediately rose and said, "We have to do something. If the walls fall, we're done for. If that happens, everyone here will be doomed. Let's go see what's happening outside." With that, he used magic to teleport, as Elder Lin Mayo urgently raised his hand, shouting, "Lord, evacuate everyone. We'll try to hold them off." Banpoi Amulet, now terrified, fled while replying, "I understand." The second elder angrily said, "We must stop this at all costs." Outside the city, Count Damon appeared above the walls, gazing down at the endless enemy soldiers and massive cannons poised to fire. He worried, thinking, "They're going all out. Those cannons could turn a fortress into rubble. Not while I'm here." With that, Count Simon unleashed his immense power. Fire. God's rain of fireballs. His massive flames form a giant hand attacking the enemy forces, who are met with a contemptuous sneer. "Oh, that's strong. Let's see what you can do." That's Karina Lobin, an 8th circle mage. He then activated the magic cannons, unleashing massive projectiles charged with a potent blue energy towards Count Simon's power. Count Simon, struggling to defend himself, realized he couldn't withstand the cannon's assault. Karina Lopin, revealing her yellowed teeth, then utters a foul command. "Keep firing." Now the situation is dire. The entire castle is under attack by countless massive cannons. The protective barrier in Count Simon's power may not hold out for long. Karina is confident in his impenetrable fortress, deploying troops within what he believes is an inviolable defense. "You think you can break my magic?" He's finally shown himself. At the highest point of the wall, 2 imposing figures appear beside a flag waving in the wind amidst the fierce battlefield of fire and smoke. The mages of Seldom have arrived, clad in white battle attire, their long, flowing white hair and beards accentuating the unimaginable power of the branches in their hands. Lihido unleashes a fiery punch towards Karina's fire magic. instantly engulfing the space in crimson as plumes of smoke rise to the heavens in direct opposition. Combined with Karina's cannon magic, it unleashes a fiery storm, obliterating everything around it. But in the end, Lie Heater triumphed, his fire magic obliterating all the cannons, reducing them to useless scrap. Even in destruction, they were consumed by the flames, shattered into a million pieces, smoldering in every direction. If they weren't all together, it would have been a huge fire. Some were luckier, but not burned. Did they destroy the cannons? But he didn't give up. Instead, he was brewing an even more terrifying plan. But that's not enough to break my offensive. Another barrage of cannons is deployed, ready to fight for their arrogant master. He activates all the cannons, unleashing their destructive power towards the Lin Mayo and leader factions, taking the offensive. An 8th Circle Mage can only block 2 great magic cannons. He grins savagely, revealing gold teeth and sharp fangs. It took a lot of magic power to block those bullets. He's just trying his best. From his high vantage point, he commands the cannons to unleash a merciless barrage, activating every single one. Instantly, they fire bolts of magical lightning, creating an unstoppable torrent of power that strikes head-on. Lin doesn't hesitate, signaling Lie Hider Simon, and L Hider immediately gets into position, ready for battle. Understood? Together, they create a red barrier, bracing themselves while awaiting rescue. For survival is impossible, let alone surrender, when facing such intense magical attacks. Linnell strains, eyes bloodshot, forehead furrowed. Lee Hitter focuses on supporting Lin Mel, ready to cover any misstep. Karina, never satisfied, seeks to crush Linmel and Lee Haitor, sending her troops to break their magical shield and deliver their mangled corpses to her. That shield won't last long. Warriors, charge. Thousands of soldiers in full armor, swords and spears ready, thunder into battle. A stark contrast to the dwindling strength of Lin Mel and Lee Hit. But suddenly a blast of magic descends upon the armored soldiers, scattering them in pieces. Before they could even reach the shield, most were defeated, their lives wasted. Karina is shocked to see who has intervened in the battle between her and the 2 noble leaders. Someone she never expected. Are you Barrick, the Wind God Sword? Yet he shows no fear or hesitation before such a formidable opponent. Everyone charge, don't be afraid. Burr wasn't concerned. This arrogant fool is powerless. His mediocre skills are no match for him. Watch closely. The next monster is about to appear. In the inky sky, a dazzling beam of light pierces through the dust, revealing a pair of colossal wings hovering above the endless battlefield. Jemmy emerges triumphant, radiating a victor's aura, his magic easily obliterating legions of cannon fodder and useless soldiers, turning them into piles of scrap, as violet light illuminates the smoke-filled space. Karina stood in disbelief as her prized minions were obliterated by Jemmy. Could it be? All the cannon gods? Destroyed? He commands countless dark soldiers and lesser witches to attack Jemmy all at once. Block them quickly. They fly in a frenzy, every size imaginable, a pile of trash that only knows how to attack. Jai's eyes were as taut as a bowstring, almost capable of killing. But it was all in vain. Jemmy unleashed a torrent of powerful magic, obliterating them into nothing more than scrap, shattering even his protective barrier. But he showed no signs of repentance, instead growing more foolish, losing countless soldiers, and in frustration, he ordered everyone to charge as he plunged his sinewy, rough hand covered in magical tattoos into the ground, activating the magic seal, summoning formation. The ground rumbled as a purple magic circle spread, ancient symbols connecting to summon 2 powerful warriors. Sir Perot and Sir Drea, both powerfully built, seemed capable of overwhelming Jay, whose physique was less imposing. Perot, the renowned mage of Teresia, famed far and wide. Everyone knows that the white-haired figure with shoulder-length hair flowing in the wind nonchalantly said, "With both of us here, the opponent must be tough." The balding one with sparse hair wasn't intimidated. He knew the opponent was formidable, but he wasn't afraid to flex his muscles, as he was a mage of Teresia. Why not just take them all out at once and see what happens? Karina was already impatient, and those 2 were acting like they couldn't wait any longer, so she angrily gave the order. Everyone, move out. Their reinforcements have arrived, so don't get careless. To defend himself, Jai conjured a shimmering golden shield, infuriating the 2 mages, who were itching to strike him down. Drea, eager for battle, gripped his staff, ready to charge into the fray. I'll take him down. Doctor simultaneously uses Piercing Thrust and Divine Wind, determined to end Jai. The Piercing Thrust spell hurtles towards Jai with lightning speed, igniting the air itself. He's consumed by rage, wanting to devour his opponent. Let's see if you can still fly. Jai faces death without fear, daring to challenge with a calm demeanor, not at all like someone about to be killed. Impressive. He thought the heaven-piercing law was an invincible weapon, unbreakable even by iron and steel. Yet, Jemmy casually sliced it in two with one hand, as easily as cutting a hollow straw, instantly rendering it worthless. He nonchalantly says, "The reinforcements are 2 mages?" Juai was quite surprised. He thought they'd be strong and aggressive, but it turns out they're just like this, making him doubt his life. But is that all there is? Suddenly, the magic light emitted a blinding light, apparently activated to its optimal mode. Enough of their attacks, it's time to strike back. Jemmy gathers all the magic light into a massive spell, aiming it directly at Perodra and Kararina. The result was an earth-shattering explosion and an all-encompassing bright light. The magic light transformed the dim sky into a blazing spectacle, leaving the 3 of them stunned, perhaps never expecting Jai to be so powerful. Amidst a vast magical shroud, a strike aimed at the center of Peros Rexa, and Karina splits them into 3 separate directions, avoiding the concentrated magical light that descends, devastating everything in its path. Aside from the fortress where Lin Mayo and Lee Hyder stood, everything around Karina was instantly destroyed by the formidable magic. Lin Mayo, having dropped his shield that protected him and Lee Hyder from Karina, was astonished, realizing they almost got wiped out. Thankfully, Jai was here. Lee Hito suddenly wondered, turning to Barrow, why Jai wasn't with him. What had happened these past few months? Not only did he find this strange, but he also noticed that Jai's power seemed to have increased significantly. Lin Mayo looked at the ruins of the fortress and the remaining soldiers on the rough ground after Jemmy's sweep, finally breathing a sigh of relief as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. And with that, the enemy forces are defeated. Jemmy lands safely as Kararina struggles to her feet. From the desolate ruins, every ounce of strength was spent. Even lifting his head was a struggle. His arrogance was gone. It seemed the battle had not only destroyed his army, but also his pride. Gathering the last of his energy, he lunges toward Jemmy, screaming, as Karina prepares to send him to his final resting place with a soul-destroying spell. Gritting his teeth, his scream was a mix of helplessness and rage. Die! Why isn't Jai reacting at all? Standing motionless like a statue, Jai unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy, just as the magic was about to strike. "I didn't think you'd last this long." Kararina was shocked. "A dark mage?" Magic explodes, engulfing the space around him, as a monstrous being of pure magic materializes behind JM, eager to devour the prey before it. The power of a demon god, as some call it, surges and coils around him, threatening to consume him entirely. He is attacked to the point of exhaustion, and as he collapses to his knees, blood drips, then pours from the wounds inflicted by the demon god's power, his trembling hand clinging desperately to life. Karina knelt before Jai, not daring to raise her head, her hair disheveled as she finally conceded, "I've lost." At the hidden base of the mastermind behind the duo Jawai eliminated, 4th Cardinal Ilios angrily reprimands his men. "Teresia's forces have been defeated. You were all too complacent." The subordinate in charge repeatedly bowed his head in apology. "I apologize. The appearance of the magician Jai has changed everything." Ilios was not pleased with his subordinate's attitude. "Do you think our artifact miscalculated the results?" The terrified servant waved his hands in denial. "That's not what I meant. It must have been a slight error." But unbeknownst to him, a swordsman was already waiting. Before he could explain, the swordsman slashed a long gash into his back, freezing him as blood sprayed into the air. Iode slumped into a chair, his anger still burning, and cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Lost in thought, he turns to Noah, an apostle of Zenit, asking what they should do. "Give us your thoughts, Noah." He clasped his hands together, lost in thought. He defeated 3 mages all by himself? After a long pause, Noah finally shares her thoughts. It seems Jemmy Welto has reached a different level. The 2 across from him responded, "You mean a level 9 mage? A level no one has ever reached." Ilios's face darkened, sweat beading on his rough cheeks. "If that's the case, all the troops we sent are as good as useless." A prominent subordinate in the base stepped forward with a suggestion. "Your Majesty, allow me to go." He confidently states he'll teach them a lesson, perhaps never having met the Grand Mage, so Ilios doubts his abilities. His army hasn't even won yet. Can this nobody even return alive, let alone victorious? Can he be trusted? Before Ios could decide, Noah had already given his permission. "All right, I'll entrust the entire army to you, Khan. Prepare to take that with you." In the dark Asne dungeon, there wasn't a single ray of light. In the end, Jemmy spared Kararina, imprisoning him instead, as he still had value. Later, he coldly interrogated him through the bars. "Weren't there 3 of you? Where's the other one? Where's the other one?" But he refused to say anything, rejecting the question, "Kill me." This answer was not unexpected. Just as he predicted, the prisoner wouldn't reveal anything. "I should just use magic to find the other one." He says to Karina, "Do you think I even want to kill someone like you?" Karina blankly stares at Jamie, saying, "We lost our value the moment we were captured. You can see our condition. You know our lives are worthless now." The Black Wizard, Jamie, nodded. "I agree you're useless, but shouldn't you pay for throwing this land into chaos?" "What?" Jiwai actually had an even bolder idea in mind than he thought. "If I were to make you a high-ranking esper, you'd be a great help to me, wouldn't you?" "Just kill me, you bastard. Let me die." At that moment, Lin Mayo and Lie Hitter walked in together. "Jiwai, I was wondering where you'd gone off to. So this is where you were." Jiwai politely returned the greeting. "Ah, you're both here. I had to lock these guys up so I couldn't greet you." Jiwai scratched his head sheepishly, explaining that one of them had escaped. Lin Mayo reassured him, saying it was all right and that he had done well, but something else was on her mind. After all, Jamie single-handedly defeated Chia's army, an army with masters that no one should be able to defeat alone. Lie Hider inquired, "Jamie, have you reached the apex rank?" Jai fiddled with the sash on his body and replied, "Yes, I've finally reached it." Lie Hider and Lin Mayo were both shocked and immediately reported back to the academy. "Ha ha. Oh boy, the world's gonna be turned upside down." Lin Mayo's expression beside him grows increasingly serious. "I need to report this to the palace immediately." Leto looks at the struggling Kararina with boredom. "But what about them?" Jawai doesn't hesitate to declare, "I want to turn them into undead and use them. They'll be a great help in the battles to come, and you both thought long and hard before deciding to turn living people into the undead. If it's for humanity, I won't stop you." And I agree. Jawai gives his sincere thanks. "Thank you both, but I can't help but feel something's off. And come to think of it, I haven't seen Bar anywhere." Lin Mayo frowned as she spoke. "He's gone to see the Lord. He said he'd clean up this mess, but there's something more important at stake. I heard Count Welton is coming to Snee. Jemmy doesn't understand." "Father is coming here?" Lin Mayo confirms. "Yes, it will be a while before he arrives, so please get some rest. Leave the interrogation to us." Jemmy felt a bit uneasy. This was the first time she'd met her father so far from the palace. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I'll leave it to you both then." In the opulent Sahoa Palace, residence of King Fontina, the current ruler of the Z Kingdom, urgent intelligence is delivered. "Your Majesty, we have an urgent report." The subordinate, Hong Hok, rushed in, bowing his head in apology before quickly relaying the news. "G, the third elder of the Magic Tower, has defeated Tia's 50,000-strong army." King Fontina was stunned. "What? Is that true?" "I wouldn't dare utter a single false word. It's the truth," he earnestly reports, so overjoyed he forgets all royal decorum and leaps for joy. What's more, he's already reached the pinnacle. King Fontina was taken by surprise. "Top tier?" he asked, turning to Marquis Bayo beside him with a warm smile. "Marquis Bayo, were you aware of this? He's your assistant after all." "I heard the news from Bonix, but without proof I couldn't be sure." This grandfather is so proud of his outstanding grandson, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile whenever he mentions him. But if he defeated an army of 50,000, it must be true. Ha ha ha. The image of a kind grandfather appears on a clear blue orb. Isabel, the eldest daughter of King Fontina, breathes a long sigh, as if relieved of a great burden. "I didn't know when you'd do it," she smiled, "but you finally reached the highest level." Yet her gaze was fixed on the distant, bright moon. "After seeing him reach level 9 not long ago, I saw the darkness approaching him. What will he do?" Just 2 days later, inside the prison, the special cell holding Kararina and her comrades is the scene of unimaginable horror. Their bodies strewn across the floor, even tired Jemmy. "You guys are such a pain." Jemmy stared helplessly at the prison cell, where only the faintest breaths remained of those 2 useless figures. The escapee was definitely the culprit, and he hadn't even left a trace. But how could the prey slip through the net so easily? Jai had meticulously crafted the perfect plan. "I knew this would happen. That's why I cast location magic throughout the city, but it seems he can trick it, which is why he wasn't detected. Jai's perfect plan has taken its first step." "Oh, you fool, you've taken the bait." He gazed at the 2 corpses before him, lost in thought. He hadn't intended to turn Karina and Drea into Anns because he'd confirmed they'd joined the Janus Church. Jemmy knelt to examine the corpses. Turning them into Anns would ruin his plans if the Janus Church found out. "So I used them as bait, huh?" Jai touched a lock of Karina's hair. "Now, let's delve into your memories. One of the necromancer's many abilities. The memories of the dead. Awaken the memories of the dead. In Kararina's memory, the prison door opens, and Kararina, handcuffed, struggles, then rejoices as if she's struck gold. Pharos, you've come to save us. But before he could celebrate, his throat was sliced open, blood erupting like fireworks. Pharos's twin longswords pierced through him before he could react. Pharos, why? Jemmy finally understood. So that's how it is. He's become a spirit and assassinated his own comrade. Jemmy smiles ominously. If that's the case, then this plan will be even easier. As a spirit, he won't be able to escape my spirit detection. Run far, far away, Pharos. Pharos's soul scurries through the pitch-black space, glancing back at the dazzling city. I'm still in his territory, and he's kneeling. Damn it, it's all because of spiritualization. Should I be glad I only lost one leg? Spiritualization is actually a type of undead power that transforms a person's body into a spirit. In that brutal battle, as the heavens prepared to strike down Kararina, Drea, and Pharos, if I hadn't had the power of spiritualization when that light descended, I wouldn't have survived. He was luckier than Drea, escaping Jamie's pursuit. He almost ended up a pile of ash like her. He not only admitted to his crimes against Karina and Drea, but showed no remorse. What's more, he's selfish, only thinking of himself. If these two masters transform, they'll be difficult to deal with. He smirked, his eyes vaguely fixed on G. Who knew you were a dark mage? I'll spread this news far and wide and ruin your reputation. As long as I have this power, you'll never find me. But everything was under Jamie's control. There was no escape. That's what everyone thought. They think they can escape, but perhaps they don't understand. If they leave no trace, how can I find them? Pharos was startled by the voice he just heard. You! He immediately drew his sword, spinning it defensively. Come out! I am Pharos, master swordsman of Chia, foul black magician. In the name of the gods, I will judge you. Thousands of magical eyes are fixed on him. Poor Pharos. You're so afraid you'll say anything. Pharos angrily chops down a large tree, screaming, "Come out!" as he wildly fells the surrounding trees. I told you to come out, he screamed, spinning madly amidst the thousands of giant eyes surrounding him. Come out, come out, come out. A faint sound emanates from afar, and he immediately turns, sensing something. Damn it, my senses. But then a voice appears. Why? Then, Kararina's figure suddenly appeared before him, resentfully asking, You escaped alone again? Pharos angrily swung his sword, wanting to kill Kararina's apparition a second time. Die! Drea's phantom also appeared, wanting to drag him along. Pharos! They both simultaneously, Chan Rao Pharos, surrounding him and spinning him around. Pharos, let's go together. Pharos, Pharos, Pharos. Even the large eyes followed his every move, causing him to groan in anger. Disappear, just disappear. A deafening explosion shattered the chaos. Then, he was gradually submerged by countless souls of Drea and Karina, sinking him into an invisible swamp as he cried out, God, please have mercy. A shadowy figure flickered into view, chuckling with satisfaction from a high branch. Jemmy laughed. It looks like you're begging me. Meanwhile, Pharos desperately begged for mercy. Please have pity on me, please. This is the third power of dark curse magic, and with it, he has no escape. Having pushed him to the brink of madness, Jemmy felt Pharos deserved his fate. He didn't even bother saving his comrades, choosing to betray them instead. You don't deserve a clean death. Pharos was finally and utterly consumed, his arm reaching out in vain. May he suffer endlessly in the abyss before descending to hell. In the end, nothing remained. Karina and Dra were dead, and Pharos was missing. The next day, supply trains and soldiers thundered back on horseback. The Sidium Kingdom's army had arrived. Open the gates quickly. The city gates slowly open as the Earl's army finally returns. Jai, at last, I get to see you. The next day, Jinger said with a smile that it must be exciting to see his son after so long. He frowned. Is that so? Hino replied. I'd be lying if I said no. With that, Heno pondered, and Jai has reached the peak. After a moment, he says, Since he's reached the peak, I want to see just how strong he's become. Jinger laughs, then remarks, From the first time we met in the magic tower in the demon world, I thought he was outstanding. But I never expected him to reach the peak in just 5 years. It's truly unbelievable. As they spoke, a frantic figure approached from afar. Vanfi Omule. He stepped forward, saying formally, Welcome. I am Lord of Open Jinger. Ano smiled politely and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. A flustered Van Omulet shook his hand, saying, Thank you so much for coming. The Lord eagerly extended his hands, saying, And Entrust your soldiers to me and please, come into the castle first. Seeing this, Heno nodded and asked, Is my son in there? Van Foy Omele gave an awkward smile. Ah, right. I was in such a hurry to get here, I haven't informed him yet. Your son, young Master Welton, is out on patrol. I'm very grateful to you. Hearing this, the Count felt a little down. On patrol? He must know his father is coming here. Heno frowned, annoyed. Was Jai really going to make his father wait? Meanwhile, Jai was elsewhere. From above, Jai surveys the city, looking down with disdain, as he says, Fools. Jemmy thinks to himself, they've placed anti-magic artifacts all over the city. Do they really think they can stop me with these? Jewai draws his sword, thinking, well, I can use this opportunity to test Barasada and destroy it. With that thought, he slid down the mountainside, his eyes widening in sudden realization. I sense a suspicious energy beyond the border, a murderous aura that grows stronger as Jai approaches. It's not green. Suddenly, memories flooded his mind. Of the year before, when he met Jen in Iapon. Our abilities were too different. I couldn't defeat him. But now things are different. Jai swears to the heavens that before you arrive, I will reclaim Jaren. Cut to the city, where Areno grabs the door and pushes it open. As Areno opened the door, he respectfully said, Ajano and Open Ginger of the Sam Kingdom's reinforcements. It's an honor to meet the two elders. Duke Lin Mayo greeted them warmly. You've arrived? The Earl and the First Elder as well. Lie Hider Simon added, It's been a while since I've seen you both. Jinger replies happily, Indeed it is. Heno approaches, remarking that it has been a long time. I didn't know you were here. To which B coldly replied, It was just a coincidence. Heno, surprised, points to the glowing orb before him. What is this? Lai He Torsimong explained that they represent anti-magic artifacts. They hastily installed these, fearing Jai and our reinforcements. Hearing this, he turned and asked, How many are there in total? Lin stroked his beard and replied, We've only confirmed about 3,000 artifacts so far. I also want to inform you that they once blocked Jemmy's magic, so that many could even block dragon magic. Ano says, I heard Jemmy went on patrol. Did he go to Jaren to scout the situation? Lin Mayo exclaims in surprise. Patrol? He didn't go on patrol. He went to scout. If he knew you were coming, he wouldn't be patrolling. I can just imagine the old Earl saying I was mistaken. The thought alone made Hino's blood boil as Lin Mayo pointed at a flag. But luckily, you two arrived as planned. Commander Kanga and 7,000 Lenri Kingdom soldiers will arrive here at noon 2 days from now. Lahit Simon recalled Jay's words. 5,000 troops and Commander Sadiqan were also requested. Having remembered this, Lahit Simon spoke up. It seems there's an internal dispute in Appelant. They said they'd send troops, but we haven't heard anything from them. Hano said with a complicated expression. But considering all the soldiers we have, that's 10,000 troops. With that many, we can take back Jaren. He thought to himself, if magic won't work, he'll just have to cut them down with his sword. Destroying some of the semi-magical artifacts should restore the Archmage's power. The key to reclaiming Jaren lies with the Master Swordsman. With newfound clarity, Ano urged, We're short on time. Let's begin the meeting. Jemmy was on his way back to the city, thinking that he was lucky to have scouted ahead and that he needed to report this news to the elders. But as he entered, he sensed a familiar aura. He paused at the door, sensing a familiar energy. While inside, someone else realized something was amiss. Instinctively, he turned, his pupils contracting as he saw Jemmy before him, a smile on his face. The two approached, and Ano placed a hand on Jemmy's shoulder, smiling. It's been a long time. The four of them sat at the table, growing impatient with the father and son's long conversation. Lehider Simon cleared his throat, and Jinger chuckled. Did I happen to arrive at an inopportune time? Lin Mayo couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, I thought so too. Ano and his father scratched their heads sheepishly, and Ano said, I apologize for acting so rudely. Then, clearing his throat, he said sternly, Jai, sit down. We'll talk later. He replied with an awkward smile. Yes, sir. Jinger then said, It's been a while. Jam, should I call you the third elder now? Jewai added, First elder, after 5 years, you finally stopped training alone. It's been a while. What happened? He's become so much stronger. He's at the peak of level 8 and will likely reach the top soon. Jinger, noticing his gaze, asked, Why are you staring at me? Jawai snapped back to reality. I'm sorry. It's just been so long since we've met. Jinger was puzzled by his lackluster reaction, and then the elder began to speak. Then let's continue the meeting. Ano presents a plan. The most important thing is to reclaim Jaren. Does anyone have a plan? As soon as she finished speaking, a hand shot up. Jiawai said, Before that, there's something urgent I need to discuss with everyone. Jen, the Sword of Genis, is leading 10,000 troops toward Jaren. I estimate he'll arrive in 2 or 3 days. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Jinger was stunned. They're moving way too fast. Lin Mayo anxiously added, should we abandon Yizheng, move out and set up a defensive line? Lie-hider Simon responds, perhaps it would be better to reclaim Jaren and then establish a defense, as Jaren is an important link to TJIA. Amidst this tense atmosphere, JY calmly states, if I defeat Jen, can we overcome the first gate of Tiagu Castle? Hearing this, Ano incredulously asks, what are you saying? Jemmy confidently replies, with this power, we'll soon reclaim Jaren. Everyone was stunned by this statement. Jemmy smirked and continued, just 100 soldiers along with my father and I should be enough, right? We'll take Jaren tomorrow night. Heno could hardly believe his ears, but he agreed. Very well. In his heart, he wondered if this was truly his son. Soon after, the meeting concludes, and Ano and Jai walk out together. He said with satisfaction, seeing you this close, I can tell you've grown so much. Your mother and Sarah will be surprised. Hearing this, he smiled, his eyes crinkling. Ha ha, have I grown up that much? Hano said quietly, and it seems your swordsmanship has improved a lot too. Are you a master swordsman now? Hearing this, Jai hesitated. I knew you'd find out, father. You even got a new sword. Scut broke during the fight. Hearing this, Hino said, I understand. May I see your new sword? Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to show his father, of course. As he drew the sword, a spark flashed, radiating a powerful aura. Heno exclaimed in astonishment, is this the sword forged by the dwarf who controls death? Jai didn't hide anything, saying, yes, the 5 Fingers blacksmith Iron Lin made it. Hennu was aghast. A master craftsman? How did you convince a master like that to make a sword for you? Juai hesitated. I just asked nicely. The master sheathed the sword, saying, if you don't want to reveal your secret, just say so. But looking at his son's smile, he was annoyed. What's so funny? I'm really annoyed right now. JY took the sword and said shyly. Is it nothing? He thought, looking at his father's face. It's been so long since I've talked to my father, I feel more at ease. So this is what they call family. Joai followed behind his father, saying, Father, I couldn't take good care of Scott, so it broke. Aren't you angry, father? Ano asked, trying to reassure him. It's normal for a sword to break. Don't worry too much about it. He stopped and said, more importantly, it's been a while. Let's spar with real swords, not wooden ones. In the training grounds, 2 figures face each other in the still of night. Ano chuckled. The rules are simple. Whoever gives up first, loses. Jemmy rolled his eyes, thinking he was about to discuss reclaiming Jaren with his father, but suddenly he's being dragged into a sword fight. He looked so eager that I couldn't bring myself to refuse, words he dared only think, not say. Seeing the Earl's excited face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Jai asked his father, what if neither of us yields? A footstep slowly approaches the father and son, unintentionally interrupting them. Well, I was wondering what you two were up to at this hour, so I came out. Turns out it's Bay, the swordsman. He says with amusement that it seems he's about to witness a very interesting battle. Heno coldly stares at him. You move around without a sound, like a ghost. So that cold face does have a cute side to it, but B seems surprised. This is just my habit. Do you have a problem with it? Affected by their gloomy atmosphere, Jay sweats, anxiously thinking, this is so awkward. Then he thinks of Sigel Welton, his own mother, and wonders if it's because they once fought over a girl. Could it be? The two of them are now locked in an intense stare. Ano then said, could you leave us so my father and I can have some time alone? But Bai wasn't having it. Why should I listen to you? Jai could only stand there and smile awkwardly. Ha ha, he finally breaks the tension. Mr. Aloof, would you be our referee? Boy agrees, but remains outwardly cold. Fine, but I want to change the rules a bit. If one side gives up or is overwhelmed, they'll be judged as the loser. Ano agrees immediately. I consent. Let's have a good match, you and I, the Welton father and son. They shake hands like true rivals. Ano agrees, and Jamie prepares for battle, setting aside family ties and status. The two were true gladiators, each with their own thoughts. Jai thought to himself that it had been a long time since they'd sparred like this, while Hino eagerly anticipated just how strong Jamie had become. B raises his hand to signal the start, and as soon as he gives the word, the two swords clash. They locked eyes, burning with the desire to win, each probing the other's strength, as sparks flew from their clashing swords. Jemmy grimaces. What? I feel like my hands are about to crack from the aftershock of that attack. Jemmy was a little horrified by his father's godlike fighting ability. His aura was so strong it was suffocating. His eyes widen as a horizontal slash forces Jemmy to retreat, Jai struggling to keep his balance. After those few blows, he already knew, he thought to himself. He came to a firm conclusion. At least his power is on par with his father's. Clino stares at Jai, sword still raised. Is that all you've got? Jai sighed. With a sigh, his eyes steeled with resolve. He holds his sword forward, a confident stance, and declares, "Of course not." The two clash once more, and the battle begins. Foresight allows them to anticipate each other's moves, but now they're astonished by their young son. He's too fast to see, but something is coming right at me. He can't believe what he's seeing. Is this Jemmy's power? Jai's shadow is hurtling towards him. Suddenly, a grin spreads across his face. Then I'll show you my true power as well. Aino brandishes his sword, declaring, "Space-time slash." A power that severs all dimensions with the aid of this mighty weapon. Aino stands tall, emphasizing that this is his power. Jemmy hesitates. Did his father just cut through his precognition with a sword? No opponent has ever been able to sense his precognition before. Jemmy was still in shock, unable to believe his father could instinctively strike something he couldn't even see with such precision. I knew father was strong, but not this strong. Heno laughs. Jemmy, I congratulate you on becoming a swordmaster in just 2 months, but you know, he pauses there. Aino stares intently at his son, a display of resolve, declaring that nothing in this world is absolute. Then he proudly proclaims, "Spatial slash phantom image," as streaks of green and red light intermingle, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Jemmy enters, and after a brief pause they clash head-on, neither willing to yield. Aino continued to growl, "Just like my power is overwhelming you." Jai was caught off guard, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it, he's too strong. Has he been hiding his power all this time? Unbeknownst to anyone on the castle grounds, a fierce battle was taking place as Ino calmly turned back towards Ji. "You're resorting to magic," he calmly warned. With that, he turned away decisively, and another strike was unleashed. Jemmy smiles, saying that if he can't defeat his father with just a sword, he'll fight as a magic swordsman from now on. Ino smiled back. "I feel the same way." And so, the two once again engaged in fierce competition, as Jay, gritting his teeth, decided to use fire magic. In an instant, he conjured a fiery prison, a blaze erupting, painting the area crimson. Aino offered praise. "Your fighting spirit is commendable." He lunged forward, but that wouldn't stop my sword. In the crimson firelight, the figure stood tall and unwavering. Jemmy's eyes narrowed. Areno had been on the offensive from the very beginning. He watched the flames vanish, deducing, "Was that fire just a smokescreen?" Jawai appears from the other side, the foreign Avalon, the inverted world. He's been planning this meticulously. I'll teleport to another world, conceal my presence, and then ambush him, even if he is my father. His footsteps crush the earth beneath him, and their battle unleashes a beautiful, blue shockwave. Jemmy warned his father, "It's useless," and he charged forward with great force. Jawai now wields a staff topped with a mystical blue quartz crystal, as Aino inexplicably remains still. His eyes shut tight, confident in his assured victory. Jai was struck with such force that he crashed through the wall behind him. He can even use the space-time sword to slash through other worlds. Juai struggles to keep his balance, his sword buried in the ground. Facing him was Ino, his formidable opponent, unscathed until now. He looked at him, saying, "You seem surprised. When you reach my age, you can use your power however you want." Juai, however, is searching for another plan. When Foresight and Avalon's power fail, a dark purple aura emanates from his hand, looking rather ominous, and he rushes toward Aino. Jemmy regains his composure, declaring that this time he will be the one to attack, and he makes good on his word. Jemmy, now clad in new armor, stands before him, ready to strike the final blow. Aino is stunned. The magic Jai just summoned is dark magic, a fragment of Diablo Vopia's power. The armor uses the mana core to enhance overall physical abilities, and Jemmy smirks at his father's shocked expression. "You don't have to hold back the power of the time-space sword, father. I'll use my full strength too." Hanyu was only momentarily stunned. He regained his composure, saying, "Then prepare yourself." Two streams of energy hurtle towards each other, and before Bei's eyes, they collide, creating an explosive reaction. Bei, who had been watching, finally spoke up, wondering what exactly flowed in the B family's bloodline. Bai watched the chaotic clash of auras with growing astonishment, thinking that calling them monsters was no exaggeration. Bell notices Jiawai's distinct transformation. After donning that black armor, he's become stronger, but the victor will soon be decided. Determination shines in Jai's eyes, but the unfavorable circumstances have begun to wear him down. Though they appear evenly matched, Jai's fighting spirit has waned. The space is too confined to effectively use magic. Bali continues his commentary, but he's done well to last this long against Eno. He slowly raises his hand, eager to announce the winner. Now, let's see who it is. Bai was anxious as a light suddenly shone across the training grounds. Bai emphasized the winner. The next morning, just looking at Jai's eyes, you could see how exhausted he was, sprawled out on his bed, recovering from yesterday's battle. Every inch of him ached and he groaned. A knock came at the door and he called out, "Come in!" It was his esteemed father, Hinyu, poking his head in with a smile. "Jemmy, are you still asleep?" he asked gently. Jemmy obediently closed his legs and replied, "I didn't expect you wouldn't launch a final attack." Eno responded, "Our duel last night was no different from a real battle, so I only attacked in a way that would give me the best chance of winning." Aino recalled muttering something to himself during those final, intense moments of their sword fight. Aino burned the image into his mind, Jemmy's swordsmanship devouring his space-time slash. Jemmy's swordsmanship truly seemed to devour everything. He thought, had he not quickly withdrawn his sword and decided against targeting the boy's vitals, things would have become dangerous. Victory was within reach, but he withdrew his sword, catching Jamie off guard. A hand then touched his neck from behind, and he smiled warmly like the sun. Though it was late, he was lost in thought. Jai couldn't fully unleash his magic in such a confined space. If you had, the entire Esni castle would have collapsed, which only made him more proud of Jay Ano, who still wasn't finished. Lost in thought, he knew he couldn't guarantee his victory if they both went all out. Ano smiled gently, like the morning sun. "So, that will be our final match. I must do this to support you as your father." Jai suddenly wondered, "But father, when did you become a Grand Master?" Let me explain a bit about Grand Masters, the highest realm a warrior can reach. Those who attain it don't gain any obvious new powers. And even those who reach that realm struggle to pinpoint the moment they became a Grand Master. Hino leaned back and pondered. "I'm not sure when either, but I realized I became a Grand Master about 6 years ago." He exclaimed in surprise, "6 years ago?" His father's smiling face only deepened his suspicion. He had become a Grand Master even before he started learning magic. It seems he's been hiding it, because if it got out, the kingdom would start watching him very closely. He wondered, "I'm the only one who knows about this, right?" But his father revealed, "The Sword King knows as well." Talik's gleaming eyes flashed in their minds. Nothing escaped his notice, nor his power. Jemmy wondered if the Sword King was also hiding his power, making it impossible to be sure, but he suspected that the Sword King had already reached the Grandmaster level. His father gives an example, saying he could fight Jemmy's grandfather. Jemmy's eyes widen in shock. When Grandpa spoke of his esteemed father, all I could picture was his stern figure wielding a sword, the previous head, Bill Welton. He reached the pinnacle of mastery as he neared his twilight years, his swordsmanship unmatched in its sharpness and power. He had perfected the 5th form of the void-severing sword. The original technique he dedicated his life to perfecting. Jemmy also recalled an old memory. "I used to find it strange that father didn't learn that technique, but now I understand why. Why would he need to learn that technique when he already has a similar skill? Multi-slash." He secretly smiled with excitement, unaware that the power of space had been awakening within their family for generations. "What in the world is happening to the Welton family?" His father voiced his concerns. "Your power and mine are one example, and if my suspicions are correct," his father admitted, "yes, your grandfather also possessed spatial power. Its light could cleave the very earth in two. They called his power heaven and earth. It's a power that can interfere with everything under the sky and on the earth." Arino came to this conclusion after reading through the family's books. According to records, all members of the Welton family line awakened spatial powers, and to this day, only the Welton family has done so. He looked at his rough, scarred hands. "But I'm not even sure what the Welton family is anymore." "It seems your grandfather knew something, but he never told me." Jemmy smirks mysteriously. "Father, you're bringing up something I never mentioned, from a long time ago. I heard Grandpa's friend Darius mention it, that Bill confided in him about why he created the technique, certain it was for you. Ano is lost in confusion. How could his father have known Jemmy would be born with the talent to master that technique? She was pregnant with Jai at the time." Jai's voice echoed in his mind, but he couldn't hear it. It was as if his father knew Jai would be born with that talent. "Father, how could you? How could a warrior know the destiny of a child yet unborn?" Then he spoke loudly, startling Hano awake. His father quickly stood up and scratched his head. "Sorry, son. I'll go investigate the secrets of the Welton family." He grew serious, pondering the books in the library and the secrets hidden within the family head's private study. Now, let's talk about retaking Jerry. It's afternoon in the Sea Kingdom of Ye, and at Lakam, waves crash against the solid cliffs. Jigri sits atop the wall, using his abilities to see far and wide, his finger-made circle revealing every ship at sea. Suddenly, tens of thousands of troops gathered on Quatra's eastern border, failing to plant Egni within the Chezen Kingdom not long ago, and now they're already targeting the Ye Kingdom. He turned back to the land and asked the person beside him if the Lakam soldiers could stop them if they attacked. The other man replied, 3,000 troops from Lenri will arrive in Lakam tomorrow. Trai reported, I heard General Ento will be joining them. Delkit, Ai's naval commander and lord of Lakam, gravely stated, but it will still be a difficult fight. He envisioned the battle ahead. Quatra's forces outnumbered Y's navy by 1.5 times. Furthermore, the Genus Church and the Eastern Alliance are sending reinforcements, bringing our numbers to at least 50,000. They stand in a tower on a precarious cliff. Damn it, but we need to abandon this place and establish a defensive line at Grey Mountain, including Lakam. We'll have to abandon 3 fortresses, but if we make the Grey Mountains our line, the enemy won't break through so easily. After all, they call it a natural fortress. The little bird with a ribbon tied to its leg is sent on its mission. No, it's still too early to abandon them. He released the bird. By now, Count Welton and his forces must have arrived at SNE. With Count Welton and the young master, they could wrap things up in Jaren in a week. This carrier pigeon will inform Count Welton of our situation, Delkit muses. If things go well in Chesan, that supreme mage might join us. They stood watching the dreamy sunset in the gentle breeze. The question is, how long can we hold out? He reassured the commander-in-chief. If you're worried, it must mean Quatra is closing in. You can probably see them through your telescope. Jay smiles confidently. Even if they open fire on us, please don't worry because I'm here. If I give it my all, I can defend this place. His blue eyes envisioned a scene of burning devastation on the sea, and if they defended this place successfully, they would burn that place next. A bird falls from the sky, carried by the wind, so we must succeed. Master, the night sky has fallen upon the northern Onbia kingdom. Jaren, a guard, walked along, complaining, I'm so tired. The man beside him suddenly asked, when will the reinforcements arrive? The other replied, in about 2 days, so hang in there a little longer. He tapped a sphere on the ground with his staff. But can we really stop magic with this? I heard the enemy has a level 9 Grand Mage. The man brushed aside his doubts, saying these things had successfully blocked magic on the first day, as the soldier's body trembled as he recounted the tale. I agree. I really thought I was a goner back then. Sam's archmages relentlessly attacked, vowing to retake Jaren. Though the semi-magical constructs nullified every assault, Jaren shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. A gentle breeze rustled their flag as the 2 soldiers chatted, and I felt relieved when the supply corps arrived. I heard Lord Jen is coming too, right? Then uninvited guests appeared above them. If Ken is coming, then all those northern bastards are done for. A soldier cried out in alarm, but the mage was too quick and cleaved him in 2. The eyes hidden beneath the hood gleam. From now on, we'll destroy all the semi-magical artifacts they've placed on the walls. The tower bells chime, signaling all troops to capture the intruders as reinforcements rush to the destroyed devices. The commander pointed and ordered, breathless, they're after the magical artifacts. We have to stop them. Their feet empowered by magic, they mastered the 100 waters, gliding through the narrow path and felling all the soldiers. The commander gaped. How had he gotten here so fast? A voice answers his question. What's with the surprise? Here it is. The mage glides through with a single fatal strike. That's the Welton family's footwork. The mages on the team approached and reported, I've destroyed all the semi-magical creations in this area. You did well. Excellent. He continues to target the orb above. So this is the last semi-magical creation on the wall. With a single draw of his sword, he shattered it, and a small spark appeared beside the mage. They assured their commander that they had destroyed all the demi-magic constructs on the wall. It seems you can use magic around the wall now, he replied. Thank you, he says, but the soldiers inside the castle continue their relentless advance. They've destroyed all the semi-magical constructs on the city walls, and countless carts carrying magical absorption orbs are being brought in. The leader pointed his sword forward, vowing to replace what they had destroyed, preventing them from using magic to invade. But a massive explosion erupted from within the city, throwing everything into chaos. The man's face twisted in frustration. Damn it. From within the flames, a figure emerges, accompanied by a piercing scream in his mind, as the noodle man passes through the fire with a smile. I told you, Father, I knew this wouldn't be difficult. Aino was also pleased. I see. The mages under their command gathered and knelt before them both. If they're Welton's elite soldiers, the Knights of Fear, we can retake this place in an instant. Hamilton pulled off his hood and said, "You've arrived, my lord." Hamilton Leonardo, the Fear Knight's vice-captain and a master swordsman. Jemmy was intrigued. "Then let us begin," Enro echoed. "Did you all hear that? It's an order from the second-in-command of the family." The battle raged as soldiers from both sides clashed, fighting to reclaim the city. Hamilton alone takes down the two before him, and that night, blood reigned in the city of Jaren. Meanwhile, others, along with Welton's elite soldiers, destroyed magical constructs as the family's second-in-command unleashed a barrage of firepower. Jamie Areno also overwhelmingly dominated the battle with his power, alongside the efforts of Jemmy and Eno Welton. Their footsteps finally reached a place of need, as the father and son, along with several mages, stood atop the tower and raised a flag. In the blink of an eye, the Northern Alliance had reclaimed Jaren. That same night, at the Jaren border, a man was shocked to hear the report. Jemmy had already taken Jaren? Green chuckled. Things were getting interesting, as expected of Jemmy, while the armored man seriously questioned him. "So, Earl Welton and reinforcements from the Landry Kingdom are on their way. What should we do?" He turns his gaze to their vice-commander of swordsmen, asking, "Vice-Commander Vincent, what do you think?" The deputy commander of swords, Vincent, glanced around before speaking. Currently, only the 4 great mages of the north and the 3 master swordsmen are ready, making his plan quite tense. Meanwhile, the masters on this side are myself and Sir C. His brow furrowed slightly, even though Sir Sen became a grandmaster while captured by the Sun Cult. As he worried, Sen yawned widely, seemingly unconcerned. How could he be so calm? Meanwhile, he leaned in close to whisper, "You only joined the 7 Knights last year, right?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. "That's right. It's still less than a year away." Vincent recalled that time. The 7 Knights, the 7 swordmasters protecting the Genis Road, each knight a master. He himself had defeated another knight. Soon after Vincent was knighted, he defeated Banba, the best after Kree, and became Genis's temporary swordsman. Vincent was lost in thought, having heard that he possessed ultimate power after this battle. "I want to test him myself and see it firsthand," and he still smiles. "Don't worry too much. Where there's a will, there's a way." He's surprisingly nonchalant as he reaches out his hand. "Shall we be on our way then?" Veenan was even more perplexed. "What? Why is he suddenly approaching me? The Welton family banner flutters in the wind. Who knew I could so easily reclaim Jaren?" Leitu confided in G. "Sometimes I think mages are harmless," he replied. "This is a special case. You must be insane to arrange thousands of semi-divine artifacts." Lai Hyder's flames flared. "Indeed, those crazy Genis Church bastards. This surprises Jai a little. He always speaks so politely, but he knows how to curse, too. I'm focusing on sensing the energy from afar. Never mind, Jen's energy is getting closer. He must have heard we reclaimed Jaren, so he seems to be advancing without stopping. The magic orb is also working hard, meaning the speaker battlefield has calculated the damage needed to win. I'm sure that calculation included me as well, though I don't know what they saw on the frontline battlefield." He vowed to himself with grim determination, "This time, I will destroy you." Genis Lee Hyder wondered, but where did Count Welton go? He tells the person next to him that he went to meet with Commander Kanga's army from Lenri. As if on cue, his father returned and waved to them, Jai smiling as he turned back as well. Together, they returned to the war room inside Fort Jaren, where Kanga offered a polite greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Kanga Brown from the Landry School of Swordsmanship in the Lenri Kingdom." Kanga Brown. Oven warmly welcomes the young woman. "Thank you for coming. I am Open Jinger." Kanga politely responded, "I've heard so much about you." Then he spoke up as well. "I am Jemmy." The girl was taken aback. "You're the famous Jemmy?" Hanno placed his hand on the table, steadying everyone. "That's enough introductions. Let's start discussing tactics." Leader spoke up. "With Master Kanga joining us, we have the upper hand, and since we've discovered 3 bunker busters in the armory, stopping them should be easy." Ofen nodded. "I agree with Simon. Victory is all but assured. Therefore, gather the troops immediately to attack Chia, which has yet to be determined." Jemmy was serious. Before arriving, he saw Green's army advancing. Doesn't he realize his disadvantage? He must have some trick up his sleeve. Kanga frowned, but even with a secret weapon, the military disparity between the two forces was significant. A problem that darkened his own expression. "That's right, realistically, it's impossible for us to lose." But he poses a question. What if their goal isn't victory? The girl spoke out as the demon stroked his white beard in thought. "They're targeting one of us. Killing a master would have a huge impact," Jemmy added. "Of course, it could be that extreme. A drop of blood staining the army's insignia. But Janus is the god of war and peace. And to achieve peace, everything must be destroyed. He also knew that among the 12 churches, the Janus faction specialized in war, so he had to anticipate and prepare for many possibilities. Bay agreed. That's right, complacency can be deadly. JY confidently proposes a plan. How about this? The next day dawns with a clear blue sky as he wakes up and stretches, the sun already high when someone approaches and calls his name. The Marquis Jai greets him cheerfully. It's getting cold. I'm just being polite. It's early autumn, so it seems the Marquis is out for some air. In his eyes, he was a completely different person. He couldn't believe the child he'd met 5 years ago had grown so much. Jai, your progress is remarkable. I playfully smiled at him, saying, without your mana, it would have taken me much longer, Marquis. Jemmy retorts, asking what he means by young, stating that he's only being polite because he was resurrected, and that he's lived for tens of thousands of years longer than him. He nodded in agreement, correcting his form of address. Of course, Elder, he replied, even more delighted. Stop teasing me. Suddenly, the demon's face turned stern. He takes his hand, recalling something. Do you remember what I told you at the final point in the magic world? If you're ever tired, you can come to me any time. Ma places his hand, which is holding something, into Jai's palm. It's never changed. Because I'm willing to bet everything on you, a red badge is then revealed. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Everyone who supports you believes in you. Ma encourages him with heartfelt words. Don't falter, and make all your dreams a reality. Jai accepts the item with reverence, promising to advance with everyone this time. The old Marquis smiles contentedly. I believe in you. Before they could enjoy the peace, a soldier rushed in with urgent news, startling them both. Green's forces are closing in, with Green and Vincent leading the charge on horseback. But someone stood before the army, intercepting them. War. The seasoned warriors of Welton have gathered. It begins. Jemmy starts with a command. First, we'll give them a taste of what they put us through. Fire the bunker busters. Magic arrows rain down from above. Sen faces them with a bored expression, saying, this welcome is no fun at all. He orders the man behind him, Vincent, take care of this. Slightly surprised, he simply replies, yes. The knight, Vincent, rubbed his head and groaned softly before grabbing his sword and leaping from his saddle. His face remained cold as he efficiently swept away all the magic with a single swing of his sword. Lai, Hitter, and the Marquis were astonished. Had the pillar of the siege weapon vanished? The demons are terrified by this power, 3 pillars at once, but Jite sees through the trick. They didn't disappear. Vin had actually focused all that magic into his sword. He quickly noticed something. It looked that way, but he had absorbed it all. He absorbs the attacks. Only now does he question it as he looks at Vincent's face. Just what kind of monster is he? Owen raises a hand. It seems we underestimated our enemy. Time to unleash everything we've got. Lai Hitter simultaneously ignited a red flame around himself, their combined power creating a massive fire tornado, hurricane and inferno. Ofen controls it with ease. Die. The inferno descends, hurtling towards the army. Sen dismounts his horse, stretches, and calmly approaches the vortex. Why do these brats keep getting in my way? Sen gripped the hilt of his black sword and slowly drew it. I'm getting annoyed. He casually slashes across into the fire and wind magic, reversing the damage with a great Katie reversal. Then Green raised his sword-wielding arm high, clearing the blade and etching its path in the air, hinting at his power. Green's power to reverse cause and effect wounds his opponents, then creates the cause to match the effect, a headache for the mages watching from the tower. Ano whispers that Sen has reached the master level, while Bly notes that his skill far surpasses what it was a year ago. Wen nods, sensing the immense power emanating from him, while in the east a demonic monster grips his staff, muttering to himself. If they can overcome our magic and break into the city, the plan can't be carried out. Then, he leaps from his position. I'll split the earth to keep them from reaching the city. The demon descends, using his staff to cleave the ground. Seismic shift. Green, furious at his appearance, said to stay out of it. The Marquis is focused on his power and can't evade, but someone rushes in to block C, causing him to chuckle. He's finally shown up. Jiao grits his teeth, focusing his power into his sword as he faces his opponent, the distance between the wall and the enemy forces now marked by the Marquis of Phantoms. Thanks to you, Jiao, I've successfully created a divide between the two sides. He quickly retreated, leaving Jai to fight Khan, and began preparing for the plan. The two swords clashed relentlessly, fueling Ken's excitement. This power. He backs away from An's sword swing, noting that he's improved significantly since last year. Jai stands still, berating him, and you still have that hateful look on your face. And you only have 2 grandmasters with you, right? How audacious, Sen replied cheerfully. Did you think I'd come unprepared? I even brought you a gift." He was puzzled by that statement, as he had only given him a slight hint. "You know what this is. It's the plan you thwarted before." Jemmy's face darkens. The Chimera Knights, he remembers that incident all too well. 5 years ago, the Janus Church, under the guise of creating Chimera Knights, abducted innocent children and performed horrific experiments. The ringleader was deformed and annihilated, and after eliminating all those involved, it was thought the experiments had ended. Countless blue test tubes lined the room. Were they still continuing that vile act? Jen was intrigued. "Now, Jai, can you stop it this time?" Deformed bodies with demonic forms move at his command. 20,000 Chim Holy Knights. Jemmy's hand clenched and trembled with rage. "So you bastards finally showed your true colors. Do you know how to make a chimera? My men say they kidnap children and rip out their hearts while they're still alive." A cruel smile spread across that deranged face. Some even begged for death. Screams for mothers who will never come. Jemmy's rage makes his veins bulge. "You bastards," he seethed with all his anger. "I'll drag you all down to hell." He unleashes a massive hand, but Sen remains unfazed. Is this his return gift? "It's been fun giving you gifts." He's finally getting serious, but thanks to you all, I've already tasted hell. His attack shatters Jai's magic, reversing cause and effect, and he charges forward, sword in hand. That evil Kreen pointed his sword at him and smiled. "Let these unfortunate souls get a taste of hell. Since even in death, they cannot reach hell." The crazed Holy Knight army charges forward in his stead. Their numbers are overwhelming, forcing him to pause and strategize, when suddenly Jai's eyes widen in shock. Among the ranks, he sees a child, not even 10 years old, still showing signs of humanity, and Green's cruel words echo in his mind. Some of them even begged for death. 5 years ago, striking them down would have been easy. Jemmy was stunned and confused, but now that he could feel their emotions, the child's tears were heartbreaking. He saw it, which is why he hesitated. Then Jai steeled himself and gripped the sword tighter. No, that's exactly why he has to do it. The experimented Holy Knights have gotten too close to him, to them. Now, the most terrifying nightmare begins as Jemmy combines his magic with the sword. Shine. The Holy Knight's body parts are sent flying by the slash. The creature you saw moments ago was reduced to a pile of flesh on the ground, but it's not over, as they rise again. They endured the light magic and survived. The Holy Knights gaped, revealing glowing marks on their bodies. Could they have received Genesis' blessing? At this rate, we can't take them all down at once. His father joins the battle, landing a blow, and assures him he's not alone in this fight. He exclaimed in astonishment as Che joined the fray. "I don't intend to put all the burden on your shoulders." He's still in disbelief. Baron Kaza was ready to provide support, covering their rear. They all aimed their weapons at the Chimera Holy Knights, searching for Grenny. Jemmy smiles to himself, a sense of happiness washing over him before he dashes off, entrusting the rest to his companions, cutting through the Chimera Knights while clearing a path with his sword. He remained focused on his search when something hurtled toward him. Where was Kreen? The man he was looking for appeared with a surprise attack. Jai dodged it and angrily shouted, "You bastard." Vin suddenly steps between them. "Excuse me for a moment." He looked at him curiously. The knight, however, calmly informed them, "Here's the thing. It's a bit of a hassle, but I'm under orders to fight you." A bead of sweat trickles down his face. "What?" Krian was not pleased with this. "Step aside." "Vincent Jai is mine," but Vincent used words to stop him. "Are you going against the Apostle's wishes? You must fulfill your mission." He brings up a point, asking if Green has forgotten his oath of loyalty. Green had no choice but to click his tongue. Damn it. He turns to leave, prompting Jai to stop him, asking where he's going. He carelessly allowed a transmission line to appear before him. "I warned you." Vin touches GY as a light flashes between them. "I am your opponent. The activation is complete. Let us be on our way." Before he could react, the man appeared, and that artifact began to glow with power. The endless battlefield relic activates, and they're both pulled away by its teleportation. Jai stands in the strange space, greeted by Vincent. "Welcome, Jay. This is Vincent, your opponent. Welcome to another sacred artifact bestowed by the god of the endless battlefield." He chuckled and declared, "This space was created solely to kill you," to which Jemmy responded. So all this effort was for nothing. And yet, the knight remains confident. The Supreme Being said you must be separated from the battlefield as far as possible, otherwise victory is impossible, he scoffs. "You think isolating me will win you this fight?" Vincent wasn't intimidated, and at least he'd make Sen's job easier. His words made the young man wonder. His work done, he raises his sword to begin the battle, the second condition for drawing him into this endless war. C plans to kill Count Welton. Jemmy frowned, his blue eyes glaring at Vincent, thinking, they want to kill my father? From the start, this group has been targeting his father's life. C's malicious face is behind him as he raises his sword, giving the order. Stand back. Vincent, I'll deal with Jamie. He turned to him, questioning, are you going against the apostles' orders? You have a mission to fulfill. Jamie suddenly envisions his father facing off against him, creating a fierce battle. If C and my father were to clash... He glanced at Kong, noticing the magic enveloping his body. It was impossible. He arrogantly asks, is that all you've got? Jiawai was resolute. His father would not be defeated by the likes of Kreen. He lowered his head and declared, that will never happen. Suddenly, an immense and blinding power emanated from him, overwhelming his opponent's defenses. Vincent gritted his teeth in disbelief, sensing a strange energy as a razor-sharp sword materialized in his hand. Let me tell you your fate. You will both fail. Elsewhere, the monsters attacked each other in a frenzy, endlessly hacking and slashing, yet never reaching an end. Jemmy gritted his teeth, his face contorted in rage as he screamed internally. He could no longer sense Jemmy's presence. Jiawai didn't fail. It's more likely he was transported somewhere. Not dwelling on it for long, he immediately lunged into the horde of monsters ahead with incredible speed. For now, I'll focus on wiping out these monsters. Then, I'll observe the situation when Jiawai makes his move. Meanwhile, a staff slams into the ground, shattering the earth as a magic circle of immense power appears, courtesy of Marquis Lin Mayo. Recalling the strategy meeting, Jiawai confidently stood and proposed a plan. As the enemy charges, the generals will create teleportation gates in 3 directions. Lino focuses his power into his staff to unleash a powerful magic that engulfs the area, saying, I'll take the center. You two handle the flanks. Following orders, Count Lai Hitter raises an arm, igniting a fiery magic that engulfs him and spreads outward. Understood. The Sky Mage Owen also cast his spell, replying, Understood. Suddenly, a brilliant magical formation opened in the sky, unleashing waves of lightning that terrified the monsters. Magical circles materialize out of nowhere on this brutal battlefield, unleashing small bolts of lightning with immense power from their centers. Giant bolts of lightning struck the earth, attacking the enemy and scattering their mounted troops. Sword in hand, Kong stood on the ravaged ground, remarking, A teleportation gate? Interesting, he sneers mockingly. But even so, it won't be easy to kill someone who has transcended human limits like me. I have a job to do too, after all. Before he knew it, Swordmaster Bell appeared behind C, blade to his neck. He frowned, his voice cold and resolute. I agree, it's time to repay the debt from 5 years ago. As quick as lightning, Jian lunged forward and cleanly decapitated B, proclaiming, Though I must admit, you approached and concealed all traces quite well. He continued as he saw the man's head still suspended in the air, eyes wide with shock. Tempest Sword, you are no match for me. Suddenly, Bell's body shattered into shards of purple crystal, falling away as Kree stared in stunned disbelief, still in his battle stance. A voice echoes from afar. Lord Onyx is not alone. Kanga appears, sword in hand, its sharp point aimed at him, and speaks coldly. Insects, all you know are these cheap tricks. How pathetic, he sneers, not noticing Belly sneaking up behind him with her massive sword. He landed a deep, fatal blow on his shoulder, sneering, You left yourself open. His face darkened, his eyes now cold and menacing. Interesting. So you use psychic powers to seize my consciousness for a surprise attack? He glanced at the 2 figures behind him as a magic circle with unique patterns appeared. Illusion, the power of the swordsman Kanga, shows opponents illusions and confuses them with mental strength. He looks at Kanga, still ready to fight, and says disdainfully, You insects think you can win by joining forces. She frowned, looking down on him. You dare to boast after being fooled by my power. Kree stomps the ground and rushes towards her, roaring, You're far too arrogant. Wielding her sword, she directs a surge of magic towards him, while he admires the wisdom of hiding within the illusions as 2 figures emerge from behind them. Kong raises his sword, revealing Kanga's face, who scowls and says arrogantly, Only you are real. Don't underestimate the senses of a grandmaster swordsman. His gleaming sword reflected her panicked face as Kree swung, shattering the illusions one by one, reversing cause and effect. A threat looms behind him. Knowing this, he turns, eyes full of murderous intent, and growls, You always sneak up from behind like a coward. Aren't you confident enough to face me head on? Bell descends with his greatsword, while he swings his blade back, building momentum for the attack, and shouts, All right, playtime's over. His eyes widened in disbelief as the sharp blade hurtled towards him like a gust of wind, memories flashing back as Khan's sword sliced past by, drawing blood that dripped to the ground. A year prior at Aeon, Baron faced Ken and suffered a crushing defeat. Battered and broken, he lay powerless on the ground, facing what felt like an insurmountable wall. Tears welled in Bai's eyes, a downpour of helplessness and frustration, the same feeling Baron had when he first encountered Ken. Day after day, he diligently trained with his sword, pushing himself harder with every encounter against powerful monsters. Two different streams of magic collide, and Bailey wonders just how special the Welton bloodline really is. It seems Jen has reached the level of Grandmaster Swordsman. His silent, somber gaze ahead reveals a distance between them that has only grown since last year, a gap that seems impossible to close. Another memory surfaces of B and Zhao conversation, but he firmly places his hand on his chest and says, "As your elder, I will continue to watch over and support your path. If you falter, I will protect you from behind, and if you wish to advance, I will do my utmost to help you." He resolves to hold his ground, no matter what. A powerful surge of magic envelops Bai, his eyes blazing with the will to protect those he holds dear. Wangan unleashes a powerful gust of wind, tearing up the earth in a swirling vortex. Zephyros. Baron's power made manifest, a spirit transformation, he thought, stunned by his own body. His eyes widened as he stared at Bai's magic, roaring that he wasn't the only one who had been honing his power for the past year, demanding he open his eyes and take a good look. With a spinning attack, he lands a fatal blow, dragging a long line that tears through the rock below. This is a skill created to kill you. The power of Flash. He takes the full force of the blow and collapses helplessly onto the barren ground, his body riddled with wounds. Bell recalls Khan's previous attack as he looks at him lying helplessly on the ground, saying, "That attack from that day, I'm returning it to you now." He pointed his sword at him, coldly ordering, "Don't resist in vain, just be a good prisoner." He struggled to sit up, his body aching all over. "I told you, you can't defeat me." Kong plunged his sword into the ground, forcing himself to stand. Bai was a bit surprised and confused, thinking, how could he stand up so quickly when he was so weak? Even with the reversal of cause and effect, recovery shouldn't be this fast. He frowned and declared loudly, "You cannot defeat me." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above Bell's head, and before he could blink, he was pierced through, a reversal of cause and effect. He collapses to the ground, exhausted, as Cryon approaches, sword drawn, a cold smirk on his face. "Then let Count Welton face me himself." Blood poured from his mouth, but he wore a strange smile, uttering words that bewildered Cryon. "He's above you, isn't he?" Kong looked up to see a dark figure descending, and Jemmy cried out, sword raised high. "Die, you beast!" With a swift, fatal strike, he cuts him down, leaving the air thick with silence. Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from his body, and he collapsed forward, devoid of life. His eyes remained wide, bloodshot and terrifying, filled with shock and disbelief as memories flooded his mind. Jamie diving in with a sword attack. Scenes of the fierce battle flashed through Kong's mind. Kanga fearlessly pointed his sword, then struck Bell with lightning speed. Another series of images flashed as he emotionlessly held his sword to Kong's neck, moving him past the enemy troops being bombarded by the magic circle's lightning. Kong stood amidst the barren landscape, observing everything. He raised a hand to his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Kong smiled proudly and slowly began to speak. "I almost died there." A dazzling green magic circle appears, reversing cause and effect, reverting the outcome, turning back time to a certain point. High above, scraps of paper drifted aimlessly down. 5 years ago, as the nation reeled, Kong, his hands shackled, slumped on the ground, reading the news of Jai's appointment as Archmage. Meanwhile, Green was dragging himself through the Sun Guild's nameless dungeon. It was also the first time he'd heard the news. The newspaper showed Jai smiling radiantly and majestically, a stark contrast to one imprisoned in darkness, while the other basked in glory. Kong's face grew more ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, every vein visible. Never in his life had C been this angry. He had to find a way to unleash his rage, and a rat scurried toward the newspaper. And to do so, he stared intently at the rat as it crept onto the newspaper. Slowly but surely, the rat was crushed, splattering blood all over the paper. His eyes burning with hatred for Jemmy, he knew he needed more power. He used his own blood to write ancient runes all over the dimly lit prison. From that day on, he worked day and night to increase his power, as cracks appeared and shards of glass began to fall. Kree looked up, Gon had also reached the threshold of a grandmaster, minimizing the side effects of reverse causality, changing space and time, and even changing death itself. Back in reality, he touched his chin, lost in thought. But the pain from that strike lingers. The mental shock was too great to use that move again. Kriong recalled Jemmy's blade flashing past him, thinking, Count Welton's sword nearly reached my neck before I could activate the reversal. Even though I sensed it, his movements were just too fast. And then there was Bailey's fierce, raging whirlwind. Furthermore, Baron and that nameless swordsman are quite troublesome as well. Kanga and the swordsman hid in the illusion, waiting for the chance to strike Krion. His eyes narrowed in thought, a frown deepening as he resolved to proceed with caution. A fierce battle unfolded as Jemmy carefully advanced toward Vincent Lai Bo. His eyes widened in disbelief at Jemmy's skill, unaware of how close he'd gotten. Vincent struck where Jemmy had been, but he vanished in a flash. He appears and disappears without a trace of teleportation. He frowns, searching everywhere, and says with annoyance, "Where did he go now?" Unbeknownst to Vincent, Jemmy appeared behind him, sword raised high, ready to strike a fatal blow, which he barely managed to block. "What are you talking about?" Vincent retorts, his pride still intact. "Let me tell you, I've never lost a sword fight." He unleashes his masterful swordsmanship, attacking relentlessly. Jai grimaced, gritting his teeth as he struggled to maintain his balance against Vincent's attack. His swordsmanship was indeed fierce. His mana sense and reaction speed are also top-notch. He reluctantly admits that his swordsmanship is superior. He lunges forward, mockingly asking if Jemmy's out of tricks. Jemmy leaps back, narrowly avoiding Vincent's attack, and desperately raises his sword, engulfing it in a blaze of magical fire. Jemmy strikes, unleashing a magical fire dragon upon Vincent, who calmly praises the attack as he prepares to block it. The swordsmanship is decent, quite interesting, but the flames are absorbed as they near Vincent, absorbing the damage. If I just stand here, I'll be absorbed. The gloves on his hands gradually turn green as the flames rush towards him and are absorbed. In moments, Vincent extinguished the flames completely. A detailed white magic circle appeared, absorbing the damage, absorbing all of the opponent's power into his body. Jemmy floats above, sweating and gritting his teeth as he watches the scene unfold. He knew it was possible, but he never imagined it could actually absorb magic, let alone ninth circle magic. Vincent's hand trembled slightly, but his expression remained calm as he looked up and said, "The oracle told me my destiny is to kill you." Memories of his time in the Grand Church surfaced, recalling the event 5 years ago when Jemmy's appointment shook the entire church. At that moment, Vincent was relaxing with his hands behind his head, listening to everything being said below. So Jai really did become an archmage, and so young. He was home when a bishop suddenly appeared. The church, fearing him, created a human weapon solely to kill Jai. Mary faced Vincent, excitedly asking, "You're Vincent, aren't you? I've been looking for you for so long." He sits up in surprise, looks at her calling for the bishop, and her urgent command confuses him. "Come with me quickly. The bishop is calling for you." Vincent had some questions, but followed Mary nonetheless. That man was granted a terrifying power. In the palace, the bishop stood on the platform, looking down at the kneeling man, and proclaimed, "Vincent, receive the power bestowed upon you by the Father." Vincent somberly examines his green hand as she coldly states that Jai is a threat to their vision for this world. Mary commands him to use that power and make him obedient at all costs. He clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. Back in reality, Vincent, hand-empowered, conjures magic toward Jemmy, speaking out. "And this is the power I've honed for years, just to kill you." A large, powerful stream of green magic appears in his hand. Jemmy watches the approaching power in dismay, realizing she can't block it with magic. His eyes widen, teeth gritted, as he decides to use the other side of Avalon to retreat for now. No. The emotionless image of Vincent pointing his sword at Jai flashed through his mind. Lord Khan killing Count Welton. He knew he couldn't prolong the battle. Who knew what was happening outside? Jai gripped his sword, thinking he had to bet everything on this one strike. He thinks, fraught with tension, of the swordsmanship his grandfather created for him. He roars, "Final dance!" As the two streams of magic collide with such force, they threatened to split the world in two. Vincent was stunned. Jai's attack had actually pushed back his power. His eyes widened in disbelief. It should have been absorbed. What is this unpleasant feeling? The figure Vincent calls Father appears, his large hand squeezing Vincent's face as he growls, "Vincent, do you doubt my power?" Jai's massive magic power gradually flew closer to him, and Vincent clenched his fist, telling himself, "I must not doubt his power." He reaches out, hoping to block the attack, and shouts, "I will block it this time as well." The powerful magic struck Vincent, staggering him and drawing blood. Absorb! His eyes widened as Vincent coughed up blood, disbelief filling his heart. How could this be? My vision blurs. Vincent's broken body lay lifeless on the ground as he gazed up at the bleak sky. Vinen, unable to move, could only whisper, I never imagined anyone capable of such a technique. Jemmy approached him, offering a word of praise. I must admit, you were a worthy opponent. His eyes narrowed as he coldly told Vincent, You'll never defeat me. He asked helplessly, Why? Without hesitation, Jemmy retorts, Because you're nothing more than Janus' dog. Vinenten was silent at his words, as an image of the father extending his hand with a sinister smile appeared in his mind. From now on, you will be a loyal dog. Vincent closed his eyes, tears welling as he finally understood. So that's it. He gives a faint smile, now it can end. He whispered, Thank you. Jijai glanced at the fallen Vincent, wondering what he had just said. Without much thought, he scanned his surroundings, thinking he needed to find a way out of there quickly. Suddenly, a blinding magical force erupts behind Jai and strikes Vincent, leaving him stunned as he glances back. This holy power, his body suddenly ascends, his wounds begin to heal, and his hair turns green. Vincent looked down at him, devoid of warmth or emotion, his voice echoing with amusement, startling Jai. This human boy is quite interesting. Want a rematch? Vincent's face was expressionless, yet it hinted at Janus's sinister smile, the fire god's slave, and he realized it wasn't him, but someone else entirely. Zenit. An image of Janus's sinister smile appears as he burns a city to the ground. Zenit, one of the 12 gods, the god of war and peace, a madman who destroys everything in the name of peace. Diablo, and he once waged a fierce war long ago, an age-old enemy who fought a brutal battle with Diablo Weimer. Jemmy gazes up at him, lost in thought. Despite the different appearance, he can sense it's Janit. He wondered what the sudden descent meant as the other man raised a hand, amused, and said, Worthy of my discerning eye indeed? Jiami clenches his fist as Janus continues his tempting offer, impressed with the body he now inhabits. You humans seem useful. Will you submit to me? I can grant you the position of a saint. Instead of submitting, he drew his sword, declaring he'd rather die. Janet watched his dazzling magic, the light rising, and pondered. He stares at the magical energy, wondering if divine power is different from regular magic. His hand twitched, and he spoke with arrogance, A mere human dares to imitate the divine. Zenit reached out towards Jemmy, unleashing a massive surge of magic, shouting, How insolent! He's momentarily stunned to see that he's vanished. Where did he go? Suddenly, Jemmy appeared high above, aiming to strike Janus. He drew his sword back, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Jiawai slashed at him, only to have his attack caught. Janet sneered, declaring that mortals should never underestimate a god. With a surge of magic, he slams Jemmy into the ground, the impact cracking the earth. Wounded, Jemmy struggles to sit up, stunned that his opponent can teleport without warning. Had it not been for his dark armor, he would have been crushed. Surrounded by powerful magic, Janus glances at Jai and declares, Divine territory. This is the omnipotent power of a god. The system explains that divine territory is the highest level of space-time teleportation, permitted only to the 12 gods, allowing them to move freely without a trace. He landed, facing Ji, who stood up and scoffed. So all-powerful that even the gods abandoned you? Janus retorted darkly. Sounds like you're just venting after being abandoned by your master. He taunts, provoking Janus further. Janus, his face full of defiance, threatened, Watch your tongue. Even if I'm not at my best, don't think I can't tear you apart. He asserted that humans could never surpass the divine. Jemmy smirked. You seem to be a little delusional. Suddenly, a magic spell appeared behind Janus, stunning him. A massive weapon appears, transforming Gremia with omnipotent power, shocking him. Jai smiles mysteriously, saying, A product of high-level magic engineering, humanity continues to strive for progress. A spatial gate appears in his memory. The mages say its effectiveness will double in 5 years. With time, flaws will be fixed and strengths enhanced, leading to progress. Young Jemmy smiles brightly, unlike you, who remain stagnant. He stared at Janus and asked, You said humans can't surpass the divine? Sensing danger, Janus thought, This look is too dangerous. I have to retreat to the temple. Jemmy placed her hand on his arm, saying, You don't seem to understand, so let me show you. He warned, Watch closely. Janus stares in disbelief, wondering what kind of power this is. He intends to slay evil with that weapon. The massive weapon activates, unleashing a powerful surge of magic. Humans have no limits, and the dust flies everywhere. Jemmy balances himself on the cracked earth. He thought how close they were to disaster. Gripping his weapon, he gritted his teeth, realizing there were still casualties, even after retreating to the inverted world. He thought wearily as the smoke cleared, revealing Genis's figure. And yet, I'm still injured. Despite his grievous wounds, Genis stood firm, declaring, "Yes, now I understand." Genis gathers lightning magic in his hand, declaring that even at great cost he will use his true power to end him here. Jai glanced at his opponent, consumed with the desire to defeat him, and thought, if he disregards karma now, his true form will surely suffer the consequences. He clasped his hands together, hinting, "Tit for tat, I'll show you something worth seeing." From Genet's hand, a magic sword appears, and he draws the sharp blade, declaring, "I will carve this into your very soul." Jemmy's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling as she recognized the sword. While atop a mountain, two figures conversed. Diomed asked Diablo, "Do you know the name of the continent's strongest sword?" Diablo wondered what it was, and raising his weapon, he answered by splitting a mountain in two with a swift motion. Diomed turned to him and replied, "The most supple sword, he was the one who stood by Diablo's side." Diomed, the hero who stood against the 12 gods alongside Diablo VM. Jemmy grits her teeth, angrily retorting, "How dare you?" Genis raises his sword, calmly stating, "You recognize this sword. It belonged to a swordsman I killed long ago." Diomed's image flickers within him as he laughs maniacally, claiming this body is the swordsman reborn, leaving Jemmy stunned and disbelieving. Rebirth? Impossible. He recalls telling Vincent before he fell, "You can never defeat me." He lies injured and helpless on the ground, asking, "Why?" The tension in the air is palpable as Jai retorts, "Because you're nothing more than Genis's dog." Vincent was silent, his eyes wide with disbelief, before a realization dawned on him, and he smiled, saying, "Is that so? Thanks, Boutrong." Jemmy clenched her fist, standing still as she spoke coldly. "Then that man," Genis said, raising his sword, now pointing it to the side, looking directly at him, and coldly said, "It's time to die." The two stood facing each other, Jai still unmoved. Diomed's swordsmanship, the gentle wind. His face contorted with rage as the winds buffeted him, and he muttered, "Certainly." Jemmy's eyes widen as he roars with determination, "I will definitely take your life." An illusory hand covers his eyes, and he speaks respectfully. "Yes, sir." The voice echoed again, reminding him, "You cannot reveal your identity yet." Jai was stunned, thinking. That voice then declared, "I'll take care of this." A massive spell erupts, engulfing his body, and he looks on in surprise. The smoke clears, revealing a strange figure. Genis coldly asks, "Who are you?" "You are not permitted to enter without my consent." As the dust settles, the Demon King appears, his voice terrifying. "I've waited an eternity for this moment. I am Chiaka, the vengeful Demon King. I've come to avenge my master from long ago." In the ruined Jaren fortress, Jian stands with his sword, the last stronghold in the east, thinking of Diablo Vaughn in the afterlife. He bit his lip and angrily placed his hand on his neck. Damn it, another failure. He thought to himself, with what little will he had left, he couldn't keep this up. Images of him fighting the three flashed through his mind. Fighting three at once is too much. They attack from all sides. It's maddening. Mages appear in his thoughts, plus 3 grand mages, though they're not paying attention here. She conjures magic, hesitant to use it. But he looks to the sky, contemplating driving the Chimera Knights into a frenzy to disrupt their coordination. A surge of power erupts from his hand, spreading skyward. A sacred battleground unfolds, unleashing such immense force that the very earth beneath him crumbles. The Chimera sensed the power and froze, their eyes glowing as they stared blankly ahead. The knight approached a Chimera, raising his weapon to strike. "Die, you monster!" But before he could act, he was violently thrown back. Kanga battles other monsters, noticing the Chimera and the Holy Knight have changed since the strange light descended. Standing atop the Chimera she defeated, she awaits the next wave, pondering the cost of her holy power. Kanga grips her sword, wanting to end this quickly, and wonders where Baron is. "Having swung my sword too far, I must quickly clean up this mess and rejoin Lord Baron." Suddenly, with incredible speed, he flashes behind her, whispering, "Your divine power is truly annoying." She immediately turned her head, wondering, what is this guy talking about? He hasn't even used his divine power until now. Sibo attacked Kankananga swiftly and decisively, her head hitting the ground before she even knew what was happening. After killing Kankananga, he laughed, slicked back his hair, and said, "Finally, some relief. But there's a tinge of regret. Perhaps I should have tortured you a bit before killing you." But then he brushed the thought aside. Whatever. There's still Baron and Count Welton. His eyes glowed as if controlling the ferocious chimera charging forward. Elsewhere, amidst the tension, 3 men appear, and Janice wonders where that rat Baron is hiding. He eyes the man before him with curiosity, wondering if he serves Diablo von Ber. He recalled Diablo von Ber, thinking he couldn't sense Diablo von Ber's darkness within this man. But the Demon Lord's appearance here piqued Janice's curiosity. He should still be sealed in the primordial darkness. Besides, his remaining followers were wiped out long ago. Unafraid, the Demon Lord brandished his weapon, taunting him. There's no need to answer the questions of the dying. Janice scoffed. You think some Demon Lord can defeat me? The Demon Lord calmly replies, his delusions provoke him. You've never defeated my master, have you? Hearing this, Janice gnashed his teeth in anger, raised his sword and charged, cursing, You wretched demon! But the Demon Lord remained calm, fearlessly protecting Jai, saying, Leave this to me. He exclaimed in surprise, Chica. Then the Demon Lord and Janice clashed with lightning speed. They attacked and parried with their swords, a fierce battle between 2 powerful warriors. They fought from place to place with such incredible speed that it was hard to keep up, leaving Jai to watch in astonishment. The clashes are so intense they shake the very air. Zenit, bearing a few wounds, charges toward the Demon Lord, yelling. The bastard knocked him to the ground, only to be met with contempt. In that condition, you're no match for me. The surrounding space has become desolate and ruined. Blue lightning crackles around the rubble as Zenith gathers it, shouting, You scoundrel! His eyes changed, now able to create and control lightning as he angrily declared, How dare you! Not only did you invade my territory, but you ruined everything. He then unleashed the Death Tempest, transforming into a colossal being of swirling energy, and declared, I will kill you, as he reached for the Demon Lord. The massive hand descends, threatening to crush him, and Jemmy frantically rushes forward, screaming, No! But the Demon Lord's voice rang out, Don't come closer. With pride, he declared, I must protect my master at all costs. The Demon Lord uses his sword to block Janice's attack, sincerely pleading with him to hide and stay safe. Jemmy bites her lip in frustration. Why? He watches Janice attack the Demon Lord, blaming himself for his weakness. Janice roars in fury, telling him to give up. He looks at him thinking that even with dark magic he might not win. The Demon Lord is at a disadvantage because he violated the law of cause and effect, preventing him from using his true power. He thought of the protection amulet as he looked at him, remembering Jai clutching his collar, disappointed in himself. How pathetic. He touches something, then reaches into his robes. Jai then pulls out a red insignia, his eyes fixed on it as he recalls the Marquis. At that moment, Marquis Lin Mayo took Juai's hand and asked if he remembered their conversation at the magic distortion point, saying he could come to him whenever he was in trouble. He then placed in Jai's hand what he wanted to give him, saying he hadn't changed his mind. He was still betting his life on him. The emblem he held was the one Marquis Lin Mayo had given him, saying, You and I aren't the only ones who think so. Your supporters believe in you. He encouraged him with sincerity, so don't stop. Reach for your ambition. With the badge in his hand, Jemmy recalls the past and falls into thought. That's right. How could I forget? He remembers Eno telling him he's not alone, and in surprise, recalls his father and Baron protecting him, saying he wouldn't burden him. Surprised by Baron, Jimmy begins to conjure his magic with newfound resolve. Everyone is risking their lives to fulfill their duties, and I should do the same. Suddenly, a sword rises from the rubble. While speaking with Marquis Lin Mayo, he poured his heart into a promise. Don't worry, this time I'll advance with everyone. The sword hurtles forward. Jai quickly grabbed it, deciding he couldn't back down. His eyes were filled with determination. I'll defeat Janice and return to everyone. Then he swung his sword and jumped in front of Zenith, shouting, Janice, your opponent is me. He was furious to see him, cursing him as trash. I told you not to underestimate me, you mortal fool. Jamie uses the Welton sword technique in a single strike as Janice tries to grab him. He used the creation of light, gathering many sources of power to create a massive energy, heaven and earth creation. He used it to rush towards him, yelling, Zenith! Jamie's rage reached its peak as he declared with his sword, I will kill you. Janice was startled by this and returned to his original form. He saw the sword rushing towards him, using his hand to create a force to block it, and thought, Holy power again? With his incomplete body, he couldn't hold out much longer. Using the entity's power was also limited. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he decided that, as unpleasant as it was, he had to retreat to the temple. He said, I retreat this time, but next time I'll tear you to pieces, before turning into green smoke and disappearing. G landed on the ground. He glared at the spot where Genis had vanished, displeased that he'd run away with his tail between his legs. The Demon King, standing behind him, asked, "Master, are you all right?" Watching the rubble piece itself back together, he wondered why the infinite arena hadn't been nullified after Genis's disappearance. Jemmy, frustrated that her lightning couldn't destroy the arena, says, "Damn it, physical attacks are useless. I can't believe I'm trapped in his space. I have to get out of here now." The Demon Lord then says, "Master, there is a way to escape." He tells Jemmy that the way out is through the demon realm, then turns and asks, "What?" According to the Demon Lord, the demon world is the terrifying domain of countless demon kings, the opposite of the celestial realm where the 12 gods reside. He also warned Jemmy that a terrible pressure awaits him in his current form on his journey to the demon world. Hearing this, he closed his eyes, lost in thought. Indeed, his divine power had reached level 9, and his body had transformed into that of a sword saint. But traversing space unprepared is a different challenge altogether, and he knows the risks. If he couldn't withstand the pressure from the spatial rifts, his body would explode in an instant. His eyes opened, filled with resolve, for it was the only way. But now there's no other choice. Having made his decision, he spoke, "Chica, prepare yourself, he will receive the order immediately." "Yes, I will lead the way." He then held out a shield-shaped badge, surprising Jamie. "Is that a space stone?" "A unique magic stone that allows for spatial movement." The space stone glows intensely, and he realizes, "You used the space stone to get to the endless battlefield?" The Demon Lord confirms, "Indeed, I'll explain more when we reach the demon realm." The space stone creates a crimson portal beneath the ground, as the Demon Lord warns, "Please be careful." With a smirk, he bids farewell until they meet again in the demon world, then leaps into the portal. The immense pressure wounds him as he descends, but he grits his teeth, knowing he must push through. Despite his injuries, Jai is determined to press on. On the battlefield, only Baron Land remained as Siebel, weapon in hand, surveyed his surroundings. "Where is Baron anyway? Before I eliminate Count Welton, I have to deal with him first." A figure descends from the sky, saying, "So you're here?" The nerve of this guy. He looked up, recognizing the voice. Henno, sword in hand, descended fiercely, declaring, "I won't let you escape this time." So recognized Welton. His attack was so strong it shattered the ground, but Cable Bow dodged it. He angrily thought, "That bastard appeared from above again, saying he won't let me escape this time. What the hell is he talking about?" The two stand tensely, facing each other, as Aino claims to have felt this familiarity before. He felt as if this had happened before. He told him that at first he thought it was an illusion, but it felt strangely real. "Images of me defeating you have appeared many times." After contemplating these visions, I realized. He pointed his sword at Go, certain it was no illusion. "You have died by my hand countless times." This left him in utter disbelief. "You can sense it? How is that possible?" He simply replied coldly, "I have no obligation to answer." Immediately, he shouted furiously, "You bastard!" He then used the power of reversed causality to create a doppelganger and send it forth. He could sense his power, like Jemmy's, an invisible force drawing near. Without hesitation, he used his sword to strike down Green's clone. Green was shocked. "You severed the flow of causality." Immediately, the attack on the reversed causality appeared on him, causing him to collapse in pain from the penalty. A failed reversal of causality would rebound on Green himself. He sat miserably on the ground, head bowed. That day, the space-severing strike could cut through multiple dimensions, and he stood tall, analyzing that there was no reason it couldn't sever something like reversed causality, which could alter the flow of time. He weakly muttered, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, trying to calm down and think. He couldn't use reincarnation's end anymore. He had to stay calm and not let him find out. Seb then laughs maniacally, fearlessly shouting, "It's all useless." "I know, Welton, no matter how you struggle, that sword cannot end me." Henno remained silent, calmly considering his words, and agreed. Even if he severs the reversal of cause and effect, if the resurrection activates upon his death, it cannot be stopped. If my hypothesis is correct, the power is beginning to accumulate in the sword he's holding. Even though that technique is incomplete, he wields the powerful sword, determined to execute the move, having found a trick. But I took inspiration from my father's extreme cut. Seeing this, she quickly thought, "Damn it, I have to get out of here." Aino unleashed his chaotic ultimate strike, yet Sei remained miraculously unharmed. His face went blank and his legs began to tremble. What was that? He stood in an endless space, devoid of obstacles. What was this strange feeling? Henno appeared, saying, "This is chaos, an infinite space." He leisurely approached, sword in hand, explaining, "In chaos, where time and space do not exist, causality reversal is useless." Sibo thought jealously, "Wellen, it's surprising you've reached this level." A voice echoed in his mind. But back then, Green, a man who came to Cable as he was restrained by chains, said that such power was being blocked by a 9-year-old boy. "I wonder how disappointed your father would be." He trembled in silence as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to succeed this time and redeem his past mistakes. As that memory flooded back, his energy surged, focusing on the father-son sword. He glared at Hino, consumed by hatred and envy, seeing them as mere obstacles in his path. "Even if it costs me my life, I'll sever his head myself." Then X rushed toward Ano, shouting, "Die, Ano Welton." He lunged forward, thinking this chaos where spaces collided and unstable dimensions clashed was the ultimate disorder, ready to explode at any moment. They fought with reckless abandon, and he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, thinking that if he were at a higher level, he could have cut him down with ease. They knocked each other's weapons away, then launched a rapid series of attacks. Ano fought, but realized that too much thinking only dulled the blade. He took a slash across the cheek from X, who suffered a similar wound in return, yet they continued their fierce battle. Ano made a serious decision: end it all here. Abandoning all thought, he began to fight with greater strength. Their swords clashed relentlessly, and chaos erupted as the destructive power of their battle began to fracture the very space around them. The space shattered as their battle intensified, finally collapsing completely as they fought relentlessly. Cole furiously charges at Helton, sword pointed, and demands, "Stop resisting and die." Showing no fear, he stomped his foot, realizing the chaos was about to erupt, his icy face betraying no emotion as he made his decision. "But no matter," a voice echoed, "if this is the only way to end you." Ino recalled his father's words, "Always remember that the Welton sword is the strongest in the world." Now, wielding that sword against him, Ino's emotionless face caused him to freeze in terror. Why? How can he wear that expression? His attack hurtled towards me, but I was still focused on why he could be so calm in the face of death. Then, Eno's attack struck, his face still devoid of emotion. Observing the crumbling space around him, he thought, "Father, this space can't hold on much longer." He felt he wasn't strong enough. If only he were stronger, he hoped for a different outcome. Was there another choice? It seemed that death was now the only option. In Areno's final moments, memories of his past life flashed before his eyes. On a clear morning, a voice echoed, "Training ends here." At this moment, Eno's first thought was of the day he first touched a sword, as the man holding the whistle laughed heartily. 3:30. That's a new record. Eno, still catching his breath, asked with childlike glee, "So, can I finally hold a sword, 9-year-old Eno Welton?" He replied, "All right, starting tomorrow, you can try fighting with a sword." Overcome with excitement, he couldn't sleep a wink that night. The next day, holding a sword for the first time, he carefully gripped it in his hands. This is the radiant face of Eno with his sword. In that moment, Eno felt a profound resonance within his soul, and he trained relentlessly, day and night, rain, wind, or snow. After enduring countless hardships, he devoted himself to learning the family's swordsmanship. And then, when Eno became a young man, finally reaching the realm of the swordmaster, he could shatter a wall with his sword, and for the first time, he felt the sword respond to his sincerity. Chbil watched his son with pride, thinking the time had finally come. Seeing this, Chbil felt the time to pass on the family headship to Areno was near, and he summoned him. "Take it, Areno." He presents Areno with the family sword. The sword's name is Fragari, a revelation that stunned him. "Father, Areno is still quite young to inherit the position of head of the family compared to the other families." After handing him the sword, Chbil happily said, "This is the renowned sword passed down through the generations of our Welton family. From now on, bear the weight of the family head and bring even greater honor to the Welton name. I'm entrusting this responsibility to you. I believe you can do it." Eno vowed to sacrifice everything to ensure the family's prosperity and decided to seek the Marquis's counsel. Eno is present, ready to take on the responsibility as head of the Welton family and seeks the Duke's guidance. At the Bell family estate, where he sought guidance, a young woman greeted him with a smile. "I am C.S. Bell. It's an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. Please, make yourself at home." Seeing her made him shy, and it was then that he met the woman of his dreams. For the first time in his life, he fell head over heels for the young lady of the Bell family, and he successfully proposed to her. They were in love and decided to get married, a truly happy union. And so, Eno's lonely heart was filled with happiness once more. Seeing Jamie brought them immense joy. He happily says, "She looks just like you." C replies that the baby's human form resembles him. Look at his beautiful eyes. Born from love, Jamie felt boundless happiness. Jamie called him Papa, filling him with joy, and together he and Jai raised her with love and happiness. My darling Jemmy just took her first steps. Oh, what an adorable child. Aino was grateful to life for allowing him to live as a father, and when his second child, Sarah, was born, Aino's world was complete. As time passed, Jiwai grew up and began to drift away. As the children grew and drifted away, Aino sometimes felt lonely watching Sarah grow up day by day. But more than anything, they felt proud of their children, raising them to be happy. Arino always wanted to be a reliable husband and father, a solid foundation for his family. But please be careful, my love. Heno took his wife's hand, reassuring her and promising, "Don't worry, I will protect Jai no matter what. After this war is over, we'll travel the world together." Sai believed his promises. He vowed to return. He is currently deeply disappointed in himself. At this moment, Aino finally shows regret as he apologizes to C. Perhaps that promise to her will never be fulfilled. I hope she lives happily and forgives her terrible husband. But in his darkest hour, a voice echoed, "Count, you cannot die here." A man appeared before him, offering words of advice. Be strong and try harder. This astonished him. A massive red gem has appeared before Ino, who stares ahead in shock. Was it when he saw Marquis Lin Mayo severely injured and unconscious on the ground that he cried out for the Marquis? Just before that, on the walls of Jaren, the Chimera had appeared to attack. But Marquis Lin Mayo stood firm, using his lightning chains to hold them back, believing that through perseverance, they could defend the wall against the enemy's onslaught. Seeing the devastation before him, he considered the worst-case scenario. If they focused their forces here, it would be difficult to defend. But the Marquis still felt fortunate, glad that he wasn't alone and that someone was always by his side. Simon and Open are fighting effectively, but they can't hold out forever. Their mana will soon be depleted. The situation is dire, but why hasn't the Order of PO sent reinforcements? As the Marquis pondered this, he witnessed something. Even the swordsmen are nearly exhausted from fighting. And it seems Arino's presence is weakening. He saw the chaotic space and panicked. Wait, is that chaos space being triggered by magic? Lin Mayo stared at it, calculating. If anyone got caught in that magical explosion, there would be no escape. At that moment, his life would certainly be in danger. If the Count was willing to sacrifice himself to protect this place, he would use coordinate without hesitation to switch places. This is 8th circle coordinate manipulation magic, reversing the positions of the caster and the target. Duke Lin Mayo chose to sacrifice himself, switching places to save him. The two had switched places, and Aino witnessed it all from outside the blast. Alongside the fallen Marquis Lin Mayo, back in the present, the surrounding space is now a ruin. Aino rushed to his side, desperately calling out, "Lord, wake up!" Beside him lay the body of Golem. He tremblingly looks at him asking, "Why would you do this?" A voice echoes out, "Count." Bai rushes over, asking, "What happened here? What was that massive explosion?" He stopped in stunned disbelief. The Marquis, witnessing the scene, stood frozen, taking all the blame upon himself. It was all his fault. Intending to take Janan down with me, I trapped us in a chaotic space. But before I could sacrifice myself, the Marquis swapped our positions, taking the full force of the spatial explosion. He lifts Marquis Lin Mayo, hoping he'll awaken. But will he? The force of the explosion knocked him unconscious, but the power of chaos is immense. Once it takes root, it's not easily purged. He begins to question him, but why choose such a drastic measure as mutual destruction? Heno replied, "There was no other way, not with Sen's time-reversing power," his face twisted in disgust. He likely gained that ability through his family's bloodline. With the power to manipulate time and space each time he cast that magic, I felt like everything was becoming hazy, difficult to control. To prevent his resurrection with that time-reversing ability, I had to trap him in chaotic space and destroy us both. Heno carried Marquis Lin Mayo, his steps filled with resentment. Did that bastard really force the Marquis to resort to such a drastic measure? He closed his eyes and thought. But perhaps the goal has been achieved, and despite the losses, now is not the time for weakness to cloud his will. He realizes the battle before them is not yet over, as a fiery light appears above. The Chimera are attacking, and Areno knows they must hold the line. In times like these, a clear head is paramount. The sacrifices of the soldiers in this defensive battle must be repaid. Until the situation stabilizes, I cannot afford to be distracted or discouraged. He then entrusted Marquis Linma to Bay, saying, "Bale, I'm counting on you to get the Marquis to the rear and find a way to heal him." He said, bewildered, "You're in terrible shape yourself. You can't possibly keep fighting like this. Let me handle it." Suddenly, a great light pierced through, surprising them all. A man had appeared. He is a follower of the goddess Po, and he closes his eyes with an indifferent expression. His arrival brought with it a blinding light, the law of judgment. Liehider shielded his eyes from the light, wondering if these were reinforcements sent by the PO order. Open shouted, "Look ahead! The Pizza Order's forces have appeared." Leading a massive army, a man declares, "Follow me, and let's annihilate the Zenit monster horde." He is Sal La, commander of the Po Order's legion. He sternly shouts, "In the name of the divine, I sentence you to death." Immediately after, he uses the Sword of Judgment to deliver his verdict. With a single strike, the sword annihilated countless monsters. Then, a follower of the goddess Po descended before Ino and spoke. "They've held out admirably until now." He takes responsibility, declaring that the reinforcements will take over the battle from here. Then, the Knights of Po swept across the battlefield, with Ross fighting fiercely at the front lines. Once again, Ricky delivers his judgment, obliterating the chimera monsters and sending them flying. A priest proclaims this is the true power of an apostle, worthy of being God's representative. He solemnly surveyed the scene before him. The seemingly endless war had ended as if it were a mere deception. He then arrived at the infirmary for the wounded, a temporary station managed by the Church of Po, as the priest clasped his hands together, generating power. The healing abilities of the Po Church's high-ranking priests were extraordinary, but Arino anxiously asked, "He can't be healed?" The priest slowly replied, "This is..." He looked at the wounded soldier, thinking to himself, it was impossible to know if Lin Mayo would recover. Elsewhere, the Northern Alliance and the Po Church have dealt a major blow to the Zenit Church's power through this war, as Ross anxiously approaches. "Have the wounded been taken care of?" he wondered, suddenly noticing something. Ross suddenly exclaims, "So these are the spoils of war they've collected, like Green Durano's holy sword." But Bai and the priests are tending to the dead as he raises a white cloth to cover their faces. Bali gently covers them, realizing the price they paid was far too high. Then outside Jaren Bay on the North Onbia continent, a black-haired youth turned his head, asking, "Shouldn't we kill him?" "Don't worry about that, Lord Burrell." He looked at Jen, who had been ambushed. Green had lost all of his power. The black-haired youth confided in him. 6 years ago, I was also cornered by the Genis Order. Luckily, I avoided being mutated into a chimera. He recalls his past. But I witnessed all of their cruel deeds. The dark-haired youth was secretly indignant. "I never imagined they would continue those horrific experiments. I won't let this bastard die easily. He will suffer a fate worse than death." I helplessly watched him, a punishment worse than death. He wondered why Jai's image was intertwined with him, and the dark-haired youth spoke without realizing it. "Ah, right. Speaking of Jai, he really did suddenly disappear?" I nodded slightly. "Yes, it seems the Genis Church pulled him into a separate dimension." He wondered, but agreed nonetheless. An isolated space. Then we need to look for traces of spatial movement. Inside the Geninite Church's main altar, a dark space lit only by flames, a blue magic suddenly appears and spreads. Seeing this, Noah stammered, "That battered body of Vinen is floating up with that magic. There's nothing intact. What happened on the endless battlefield?" He coldly looks at him. "You cannot die yet. You still have things to do." Noah pauses, warily thinking. This energy is being transferred elsewhere. A voice echoes, "You've arrived," Jenna says to him with satisfaction. The speaker line battlefield works well. Noah dejectedly covers his face. "I advised you not to come here. If the other gods find out," he consoled himself. "It's all right. They can't know I descended to the mortal realm." His face turned serious as he explained that the frontline battlefield could erase a god's presence. Noah hesitantly asked what had happened on the endless battlefield, recalling the sight of Vincent and wondering why his body had become like that. Without hesitation, Genis declared that the Demon Lord had descended, seeking revenge for his long-lost master. Diablo. Noah couldn't believe it. Unbelievably, Diablo still has followers. Genis crosses his arms, unsure how he could have entered, infiltrating the endless battlefield like that. Perhaps he waited for me to leave the heavens and weaken? He stared at him tensely. Could Jamie be involved? Genis closed his eyes to focus, noting they didn't seem to know each other. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, but that Jai was also suspicious. Genis recalled Jai claiming to know about Diamat's sword, something a modern-era human shouldn't know. Janet thinks back to when Jemmy said, "He was so weak that Ross had to abandon him." Genis recalls his earlier conversation with Jemmy, asking, "Did Pizzo mention it?" Jawai sneers, implying he took his anger out on everything after being abandoned by his master. Back in reality, Genis thinks to himself, he acts as if everyone has wronged him. Noah asks, "Do you know what happened to Mr. Green?" And he bursts into laughter. Ah, that guy, Janice said honestly to him. He met his end according to the Loa line's will, predicting his capture by Poe's apostle. However, I had to deceive him. Even a discarded madman can still be useful. Noah quietly pondered. The Loa line battlefield never predicted we would win this war. He then concludes, but if we fail temporarily, it's only part of the plan. Later, Noah pleads with him. I still think it's a loss, including Ken. We lost a significant force in this battle. Janice reassured him. Don't worry about it. It's all for the future. I must return above, he hastily declared. I need to find out G's true identity, Noah quickly replied. Understood. He then began to use his magic. Janice devoured all the energy, as Noah declared. He must die to pay the price for accepting divine power. He closed his eyes, thinking. The endless battlefield was created by Father to lessen the burden of karma. A one-time artifact to enter Vincent's body. Even Father can't return once he leaves. Noah speculates that Jai is trapped alone with the Demon Lord in the endless battlefield. Trying to remain calm, he wonders what Jai is doing. Meanwhile, in the Demon Realm, at Chica's Demon Lord Castle, Dracula shouts, Chica, what's going on down there? He worriedly blurts out, You're too late. The Demon Lord is furious, his eyes suddenly gleaming with light. Suddenly, Dracula appeared, gloating, In your month-long absence, this territory has become mine. Hearing this, Chica gripped his sword tightly. You've truly crossed the line. He declared, Today, I will erase you. He shouted with glee. Come, resentment. The two begin their sword fight. Jiaowei realizes the situation is bad. Hey, big brother, wait. He angrily thinks they don't have time for this, as Jemmy screams internally. I need to get back, that crazy bastard. After some time, Jiaowei suddenly jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for air. Where am I? Jiaowei must have remembered the scene from his dream, thinking there's no time for this. He was determined to fight, and somehow he had to stop them. Jemmy readied her bow and arrow, preparing to strike the madman. He roared, Stop this instant! Dracula bellowed, Chica! Enraged, he ground his teeth and spat, I don't know where you found this weakling, but you dare let a milk-fed brat interfere in our battle? His magic is too strong, Jemmy thinks. Damn, the magic is too strong. I'm losing consciousness. Suddenly, he realizes something. Chica is shielding Jemmy. Forgive me, my lord. Allow me to handle this. That's all he could remember. After that, I lost consciousness and couldn't remember anything else. How long has it been? I have to see what's going on. And so Jai slowly made his way down the stairs to investigate. He was surprised to see strange creatures below, chattering away in a language he couldn't understand. The language of demons, I can't understand a thing. With a snap of his fingers, Jay cast a translation spell, finally understanding their words. He's awake. The human is scared. He's alive. Why is he here? Jemmy looked at the little monster hiding nearby. Hey you, come here. What's with me? He asks where he is, and it replies, Siri City. He thinks to himself, looks like you guys succeeded in driving that pale guy away. Pointing at himself, he asks, Do you know who I am? The creature is shocked, startled by the question. This man is untouchable, absolutely, or we defy the Demon King's orders. Jemmy forces a smile, realizing the problem. It seems Chica ordered them not to touch me, so why did he leave me on the bed? He asked. Where is your Demon King? Sweat pours from its brow. Suddenly, a voice rings out, Allow me to guide you. It's an honor to meet you, he said, bowing deeply. I am Himera, a rank 14 noble from the city of Syriac. The imp gaped in astonishment. Himera has arrived, bowing his head and kneeling. Hearing this, Jemmy was shocked and immediately knelt as well. This truly is the demon world, where hierarchical culture is shockingly strict. Jemmy stared at the strange man, wondering if he even spoke human language. He urged, Then quickly take me to Chica. The other replied calmly, I knew you were close to the demon lord, but to address him so casually, Jai seemed to have lost all patience. Enough, led the way. Elsewhere, the sea runs blood red, and Chica reels in a massive fish with a grave expression, effortlessly hauling the giant creature ashore. Jemmy approaches and speaks. What are you doing? Chica says, startled. My lord? He says with annoyance. How can you be so carefree as to go fishing? And what's with that gaudy fishing rod? He scratched the back of his head, dumbfounded. It's a fishing rod made of adamantium, Jemmy asked in surprise. Adamantium. You're using such precious metal just for a fishing rod? The young master asks. If it's a hobby, you need good equipment to feel secure. Now let's return to the city. His servant bowed in response. Yes, my lord. Jemmy was secretly surprised. What kind of life had this guy been living in the demon world? The servant flew back to the city. Jemmy calms down, but what about that old geezer? He explains that a vampire invasion occurred, a frequent event, and vice versa. Chica explained that because the two territories shared a border, they would try to seize each other's land whenever they saw an opportunity. He spoke with displeasure. However, this time the damage was quite severe due to my prolonged absence, and Jemmy realized it was partly his fault. Is it because of me? I'm sorry. Chica comforts him, telling him not to say that. If it's for you, I wouldn't mind if my entire territory disappeared. Shouldn't you be rushing back since Jai is more important? The Lord suddenly remembers, how long has it been? Chica explains that 3 days have passed here, but only 3 minutes in the real world. Jai rests his hand on his chin, pondering, so 1 day in the demon realm is equal to 1 minute in the human world? He recalled, now understanding why the vampire lord said Chica had been gone for a month. Jemmy remembered Dracula exclaiming, in your month of absence, this territory is mine. Chica suddenly spoke. If you wish to return now, I will make preparations. He replied seriously, I'm in your debt, as he created some kind of magic. Obediently, Chica Ka quickly creates a spatial gate, wishing Jai well on his journey as he approaches the doorway. Thank you, Chica. He replied happily, until next time. As he reached for the space gate, Jai suddenly heard a voice on the system. Can you hear me? Gamey, can you hear me? The voice continued. It's me, Gami. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Telepathy? He realized whose voice it was. Ricky Jai cries out, how did you do this, Ricky? He grins. I used the remaining dark mana in my body to track you down. Ricky tells him, this is a secret that no one in the cult knows. Since I'm an undead being resurrected by your necromancy, I figured I could find you with this power. He was on the other side of the door and said, but telepathy to another dimension isn't easy. The gate just opened, allowing me to connect with you. Ricky informed Jamie. By the way, I'm currently in front of Green Castle. Green City? He exclaimed in disbelief. What's the situation? What about my father? Ricky continued. The battle is over and the Earl is safe. Jiao sighed in relief. Thank God you said more, but the Marquise's condition isn't good. He sacrificed himself to save the Earl. Jai's eyes widened with worry. What? He silently recalled the Marquise's face. Marquis, perhaps he thought your father would be more useful in the wars to come. Jemmy frowned, blaming himself. Damn it, if only I were stronger. Ricky reassured him. Even so, don't worry too much. I'll do my best to heal you. Jiao thanks Ricky, then asks where he is. Everyone's looking for you, he replied. I'm in the demon world. Ricky was taken aback. The demon world? You're planning to go through that gate? Jiao was honest. I intend to as well, Chica then spoke up. Aren't you coming through? The gate will close in 1 minute. He remained silent as Jemmy looked at his hand, noting how much stronger he'd become since the previous year. Jemmy recalls his sword fight, swiftly lunging toward his opponent, successfully restoring him. He remembers looking at Chica's back as she held the sword, and he ran to her. Jemmy silently berates himself for still being too weak, clenching his fist in anger. I can't keep fighting like this. I have to become stronger than I am now. Jemmy gazed at the door and said, Ricky, time flows much slower here, so I'll train and become even stronger before I return. He mused that with the endless time and relentless pursuit of power in the demon world, he had no choice but to grow stronger. Jemmy asked Ricky to relay a message to his father. He stammered, Me? When will you be back? He trailed off, leaving Ricky confused about what would happen the next day. What? Ricky lost his composure and shouted, Jai Jamie! Then he lowered his voice. He said, tomorrow? Chica, standing behind Jiao, asked, Are you planning to train here? He quickly replied, I will do everything I can. Jemmy turned back and smiled. I'm counting on you, Chica. I really need your help. He placed his hand on his chest in obedience. Leave it to me, my lord. I will do my best to assist you. He gazed at the sky and said to himself, 1 day in the human realm is 4 years here. Just you wait, Janet. Jiao is determined to become strong enough to destroy you in 4 years. In a warm room, a voice echoes as Count Barros asks with wide eyes, Where is that human? His subordinate quickly responded. He's currently with the Demon King, Barros calmly states. Is that so? He reported with a smile. Come to think of it, I heard that human fought you, Count. He retorted that it was because he was too arrogant. A year prior, Barros had entered the magic realm under Chica's orders, but was defeated by Jemmy due to his carelessness. Barros and Jemmy clash swords, and he grits his teeth, realizing this so-called worm is stronger than he imagined. Barros declared, I must avenge that humiliation. He continued slowly, However, the Demon King values him, so I can't risk a reckless attack. He cunningly devised a plan, so why not challenge him to a ranking battle, creating a justifiable reason to kill him? He tried to persuade Barros. A ranking battle, where status is on the line? His servant confirms that most end in death. Barros grins, pleased, and says, "That's right. The Demon King can't refuse a ranking battle. Gee, this time I'll tear you apart and kill you." He thought he had him cornered, secretly rejoicing as the goblins whispered amongst themselves. Chica walks over and startles them, asking what all the commotion is about. They spoke in unison. "Demon King!" He calmly demanded an explanation, asking why they were gathered there. The goblins trembled, stuttering, unable to speak. But eventually, they told the truth. Count Barros wants a ranking battle with him. J.Y., surprised, questions Barros. He wondered who Chica was, and Chica explained that he was the half-dragon, half-demon he had fought in the Middle Realm. Jemmy quickly understands. "This guy is challenging me to a ranking battle," the imps whisper to each other. "He just spoke to the Demon King as an equal. Who is he?" Jemmy was annoyed, realizing he'd been too casual with Chica Ka in front of the demons. He pondered, even if Chica Ka was his subordinate, he was still the wrathful Demon King ruling this area. He needed to show a firm attitude for his subordinates to obey. Jemmy commanded, "Treat me casually, Chica." Though confused, Chica complied. He bowed his head before the Demon King, who awkwardly replied, "Okay, go on." Jemmy looked up seriously and said, "Please allow me to have a ranking match with Count Barros. I may not be a demon, but while I'm here, wouldn't it be better to have a clear ranking?" Chica looks at him. "Are you serious?" Barros is a powerful figure, ranked 6th in the Legion of Wrath, and he assures Jamie that the gap between him and Marquise Galoom and Lourdes, ranked 4th and 5th, isn't that great. He continued, "Even if you're stronger than you were 5 years ago?" Jamie interrupted, "No, it's fine. In fact, the stronger, the better." He smirked, thinking that nothing could make him stronger than a life-or-death battle. There's truth to the saying that one will grow leaps and bounds after such a fight. Barros suddenly appears, perched high above, declaring, "So it's decided then." He smirks. "My body is itching for a fight." Jiawai calmly retorts, "It's been a while, boss." He says with amusement, "Thanks for accepting my challenge." He calmly replied, "I should thank you for handing the rank back to me." Barros scorned him, saying, "What need does fresh meat like you have for rank?" Jiawai could only sigh, chuckling softly, "If you don't need it, just hand it over." Barros was losing his composure. "Step outside and I'll slit your throat," he taunted. "Can't you do it here?" Chica watched from behind, her anxiety growing. She knew Barros was reckless, but she never imagined he'd demand a ranked battle. He glanced at Jai, who was smiling gleefully. His master truly had no rank to lose. Even if he lost, only his pride would be wounded, but he would lose nothing. Then he glanced at Barros and pondered. Meanwhile, if Barros lost, he would lose all status and power. Even if he wins, all he'll get is the erasure of that day's humiliation. The fact that he's still pushing for this shows his confidence in winning. In truth, I believe Barros has a higher chance of winning. Chick recalls Jai's bursts of power, but his master hasn't fully revealed his dark magic either. The outcome will depend on how much of his dark magic his master has recovered. Chick solemnly declared, "I approve this ranking battle, but there will be no killing." Barros jumped down and asked, "Why not?" He calmly explained, "Because you are both valuable assets to our Legion's future." He didn't seem to like that. "But," she said sternly, "do you intend to object?" Barros stammered, I obey." As he prepared to leave, he instructed, "I'll arrange the location. Both of you fall back until I summon you." Ch turned his back, and as everyone dispersed, they shouted in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." A moment later, Barros angrily punched the wall. "Damn it," he thought angrily. "A ranking battle is a life-or-death duel where I kill enemies and take everything they own, but I was ordered not to kill that human." Remembering Jemmy's face, Barros's anger only grew. What made him so special that the Demon King favored him so? He's killed more enemies than anyone, yet the Demon King favors a stray human. His subordinate appears, hands clasped behind his back, a picture of disappointment. Hearing this, Barros glared at him. "Get out of here before I tear you apart. I'm not in the mood." The man waved his hand. "Please, calm down." He roared, asking if he looked calm as the terrified servant stammered, "Killing him might be difficult, but there are other ways to remove the disgrace." Barros glares menacingly. "What is it?" He trembled, managing to stammer. "The Demon King said it wasn't a fight to the death, meaning..." He tried to steady his shaking voice. "As long as you don't kill him, anything goes, right?" Barros regained his composure, turning back and saying, "Resorting to sophistry, are you? The Demon King would execute you for that, but I'll pretend I didn't hear it." The servant breathed a sigh of relief. The decision rests with the Count. I'll take my leave. He vanished, the sly one off to another place. He smugly rests his hand on his chin, thinking he's sown chaos and can now watch the drama unfold. The next day, in the Wrath Legion's room, the elf covers his mouth, saying that no matter how much His Majesty cherishes that human, he's arrogant for not being a demon. Dracula chimed in, certain the Count would strike him down immediately, as Jemmy watched the two smaller figures, annoyed that they were complaining so loudly. He looks at the three powerful figures seated on their thrones. Who are the high-ranking demons beside Chica? The third ranked is Marquise Lilon. Juai thought to himself that just by looking he could see the difference in levels, strong enough to be the next Demon King. The Duke Kato's chick, ranked second, spoke from his seat, noting that a battle with someone not from the demon world was unprecedented, yet it was happening because he announced it to everyone. And Jemmy accepted Count Barros's challenge. Killing is forbidden in this battle, so I will decide the winner based on my own judgment. Chick asks them one last time if they have any objections. Barros kneels and bows his head, saying he has no objections. Jiawai looked up at him. Neither do I. He asks seriously, when does the ranking battle begin? Chica raises his hand, then clenches it into a fist and shouts. Right now, Jai exclaimed in a panic. What? Barros calmly asks. The ranking battle is a popular festival in the demon world. If it's not entertaining, the enraged nobles might just beat someone to death. Spreading his wings, the boss quickly ascended, catching Jemmy off guard. He looks down on him with disdain and arrogance, so he tells him to struggle as much as he can. Jiawai doesn't hesitate, thinking the boss is too chatty as his body is enveloped in reinforced armor. Jiawai excitedly tells him to shut up and come at him, as his father calmly announces, well, he announces it then. The battle begins. Instantly, the two engaged in battle, Biro striking first, but Welton blocked the blow. His power is immense, making it difficult to withstand. Even with the enhanced strength from the dark armor, it's not enough to fight against the dragon's power. To avoid Balos's power shattering his sword, Welton quickly jumps away to dodge. He thinks to himself that if he's outmatched in strength, he must avoid close combat. The boss gives Welton no chance to escape, gathering power in his palm to create a claw as he lunges forward. I won't let you get away. The boss unleashes powerful shockwaves to attack Welton, who raises his sword to counter, unleashing a vertical slash that cuts through Balos's attack. In that moment, he seized the opportunity to fly and attack Welton, saying, let's see how you handle this. Yet Welton calmly replied, sorry, but I should be the one saying that. It's a pity that killing you is forbidden. With a single strike, Welton severs Balos's arm. I only need your arm. He wondered in shock. He pierced the dragon with his sword? The demons below began to cheer. That guy's impressive. Looks like this fight won't be boring after all. They wondered if Lord Virus could possibly lose. Perhaps. The boss remained silent, gazing at Welton, charging towards him, recalling his previous form, and affirming that he had indeed reached a completely new level. Balos laughs triumphantly, but his severed arm suddenly regenerates, grabbing Welton's neck. Such a wound is nothing to him. Boss slams Welton to the arena floor with his wings, pinning him down with one hand as he raises the other for the final blow. You shouldn't do anything rash. Despite the situation, Welton smiles and says, looks like you inherited the demon bloodline specializing in regeneration. Looks like I miscalculated. With that, he widened his eyes and activated his skill. Things are about to get a little tricky. A massive gate appears behind them. The Gate of Reversal. Boss reacted immediately, turning to observe the situation. Countless skeletons armed to the teeth poured out of the gate, followed by motionless dark knights. The skeletons quickly advanced to attack, as Chikanya analyzed the situation from the stands. After summoning the Gate of Reversal, the situation has completely turned in our Lord's favor. I was originally an immortal Dark Knight under the Gate of Reversal. Thinking back, Chaya recalls a memory of a hand on his head saying, your miserable life. I will seize it in the final moment and turn everything you have into something useful to me. He affirms that he understands the nature of the Gate of Reversal better than anyone. Back to the battle between Balos and Welton, he furiously smashes a skeleton warrior, yelling, die, you infuriating things. He thinks, even with the skeleton warrior's head gone, as long as my sword doesn't break, my magic will never run out. The headless skeleton warrior lunges at Balos, and Chikanya declares that the specters of that place will never disappear. They don't worry about their lives, attacking without hesitation. He admired the four figures moving toward him. Among them, the coordination of those four stood out. The Dark Knight pointed his sword at Balos, ordering, attack him now! He recalled the Death Knight leader's command, and the three figures lunged forward, launching a powerful combined attack. Belos roars in frustration, blasting away the three attackers. Chikanya laments their ineffectiveness, noting the distance is too great to inflict real damage. But with the distraction they created, Welton successfully got behind Belos to strike, thanks to the others drawing his attention. Chikanya, watching from above, urged him. Now, master, seize the opportunity. Welton's strike pierced Belos' scales, creating a large wound on his back. Welton smirked at his opponent's struggle, and Chikanya praised him, saying this was the difference a tactician made against a stronger foe. The female demon next to Cha seemed amused, praising Welton, impressed that he could push the virus this far. The demon beside her turned and said, "It's too early to admire him. The virus hasn't fully transformed into a true demon dragon yet." The female demon responded, "Indeed." She turned to Cha and asked, "Your Majesty, who do you hope will win?" Chaya recalled his previous conversation with Welton and worriedly said, "Although our lord is much stronger than before in this battle." He shook his head, saying, "It's all right. I haven't shown my full power yet." Chikanya sighed, then spoke, "You will see." At that moment, tens of thousands of skeletal warriors poured out of the gate, and Boss immediately retreated, lamenting inwardly. "Damn it, every time I try to deal with Jai, these guys..." Boss condenses an energy orb from his mouth. He unleashed the energy blast upon the skeletal warriors, shouting, "Leave me be!" The attack carved a massive trench into the earth. But less than a second later, countless skeletal arms burst from the ground, alarming Belos. This war of attrition is not in my favor. At this rate, I'll be exhausted before I can even deal with him. He wondered as the bone warriors rushed to attack, where had Welton gone? He hadn't seen him in a while. Welton smirks, having taken to the skies to await the opportune moment. Boss realizes his disadvantage. The undead obstruct his vision and distract him. He scanned around for Welton, thinking that a fight to the death would be much easier. Suddenly, Boss's eyes became bloodshot. Welton, the one who attacked him, was the reason he was like this. Boss began to blame his inability to kill that human bastard for his predicament. He coughed up blood and Welton seized the chance, holding his sword to Boss's neck, telling him to quit. But he knew it wouldn't end like this, would it? Hearing the word quit, he glanced at the sword and wondered. Give up? Belos imagined the ridicule he'd face in defeat. "I heard Virus lost to a human again? You always act so high and mighty, but in the end, you're all talk." He was determined. He would not allow such humiliation. Boss clenched his fist in anger, making a bold decision. He would transform into a demon dragon, even if it meant losing his mind and being consumed by demonic energy. He recalled Chan's words, "Accept a duel to the death, but no slaughter." Boss's eyes went wild, and he thought angrily, "Even if I accidentally kill him and am executed by the Demon King, I can't lose here." Immediately, a massive surge of power erupted from where he sat. Beleos's hands grew sharp claws, his wings extended, and Boss transformed into a black dragon, roaring with bitter resentment. Seeing this, Welton calmly says, "You've finally revealed your true form." Standing opposite him, he thinks, he really is huge. Welton ordered his subordinates out of the gate. "Return to the gate of reversal, all of you. We've forced him to reveal his full power. I'll take it from here." Worry etched on their faces. Only the dark night remained calm. They all obeyed in unison as their armor vanished, Welton realizing he too would have to give it his all. Welton's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Darkness, if you can hear me, awaken." At Welton's call, wings appeared, and a massive eye suddenly materialized. Behind Welton, wings sprouted as he confidently declared, "I'll end this in one move." A system revealed information about holy light, born from the faint glimmer of dark magic, a power akin to divine force, capable of strongly opposing demonic magic. Boss raises his hand, ready to strike, but Welton takes to the skies. He opened his mouth, conjuring a flame within, and unleashed it upon Welton. But his flames missed entirely, and Welton's gaze hardened. Boss spreads his wings wide, his tail slamming against the ground. He quickly realizes that he has become an evil dragon and lost all reason. Welton analyzes Boss's scales, realizing his physical endurance must have increased, and normal attacks won't penetrate his skin. With that thought, he flew above Belos, sword in hand, ready to end it all. Welton's swordsmanship, single-sword secret technique, moment effect. A spell to block close-range attacks and damage the enemy, converting all dark magic into holy light. Welton gathers his strength for a final vertical strike against Belos, who counters with an energy orb from his mouth. Genesis. Belos unleashes a massive surge of energy from his maw. The two powers collide, creating a cataclysmic explosion in midair. At that moment, Boss's horn was sliced in two, and the demons in the stands, bathed in Welton's light, trembled, crying out, "It burns! What is this light? More importantly, I can't see a thing. There's too much smoke." Chaya's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "My lord." The dust from the explosion obscured the arena, leaving the others with only a vague view of the two figures. With her hand on her chin, the demoness calmly stated, "Duke, I will lose." The young demon's eyes lit up, noticing the unusual light from before. Welton struggled to stay upright, lamenting, "Damn it!" He looked up at Boss as the smoke finally cleared. Meanwhile, his opponent stood silently before him, and Welton, satisfied, declared that this was a true battle after all. He asked as Boss's massive body fell, "Did you see that?" From the stands, Chikanya slowly said, "You've won." Chaya echoed, and Jai smiled, sheathing his sword below. After the battle, a window appeared in a small room. Welton sat in a chair, using his healing abilities to recover. He'd won, but barely survived. "I may look fine, but my muscles are torn to shreds." Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and Welton invites them in. "Come in." Chaya slowly entered, asking about Welton's condition. "Master, are you all right?" he replied. "Have I recovered somewhat?" Welton curiously asked him. "By the way, what do you plan to do with Bios?" Chikanya replied, resting her hand on her chin. "This is unprecedented, and nothing has been decided yet." Belos's body appears. Meanwhile, Shakan chimed in, such immense power couldn't simply vanish, and according to the laws of the demon realm, losing rank meant becoming a low-level demon. Intrigued, he asked, "If nothing's been decided, then why not let me decide?" He seemed quite surprised. "You?" Welton proposes a deal. Restore his rank in exchange for a contract. "I don't care about ranks anyway. I'm leaving in 4 years. Chikanya asked, stunned, "What kind of deal?" Welton replied, "Like a fighting puppet in training, that would be great." Only now did he understand Welton's intentions, to use him like Noah. "If that is your wish, I shall obey," he replied contentedly. "Thank you." With that, he reminded Welton of something, and then departed. "You must be tired. Please get some rest." His expression turned serious. A moment later, Welton pondered, "Break, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much today." The wall lamp is extinguished, and he decides to sleep as well, thinking he should probably rest. Soon, Welton falls into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a demonic figure appeared before his bed, gazing at the sleeping Welton and wondering, has the wheel of fate begun to turn? Meanwhile, in Byrose's room, Bayo sits with his head in his hands, muttering, "Damn it." He was trembling with rage after losing to him. "I lost to that Jamie, and he took my rank and position. What's going to happen to me?" Suddenly, Chimera bursts in, taunting the boss. "What's our former tyrant doing looking so gloomy?" He startled and replied, "Chimera." Hearing this, Chimera angrily raised his whip and asked, "How dare a lowly being speak my name with such disrespect?" Bilos was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "What?" Chimera lashed him with the whip, sneering, "You're no high-ranking demon anymore." He grabbed the whip, roaring, "I'll tear you to pieces." Chimera simply stated, "How so?" "According to the laws of the demon realm, you cannot touch me." It was a rare sight to see a demon kneeling before a human, and Boss questioned him. "Why would you do this to me?" Chimera asked, looking down, her voice filled with rage. "You really don't know?" he says through gritted teeth, explaining to Boss. "Former rank 6, Mary Bond. The woman you killed was my lover." Enraged, he swatted away Chimera's whip, asking, "You did all this just for revenge?" He calmly replied, "Just as I thought, you have no regrets." Without another word, Chimera raised his whip, ready to deliver a beating that would bring the boss to his knees. "I'll make you beg for mercy." A week later, in Welton's room, Chaya asks, "How are you feeling?" Welton, enjoying a glass of wine, replies, "I'm fine, recovering well." Then he curiously asked, "What about Bios?" The man stammered, "You should see for yourself." Within the slum's walls, a demon's disgrace leads to self-disembowelment. Boss sits motionless, back against the wall in the demon realm's slum. Welton was speechless at the sight of him, a pathetic figure seemingly resented by many demons, and called out to him. Slowly, Boss opens his eyes to Welton, who asks, "Have you reflected on your actions?" He furiously grabbed Welton by the collar, asking, "How dare you show your face before me?" in father's voice. Bios slowly approached a terrified Belos. "My lord," he stammered, kneeling before the chairman. "Why are you here?" Welton, who was nearby, seemed angry. "Look, he's only being disrespectful to me." He asked in a deep voice, "How was last week?" Belos trembled, pleading sincerely, It's been like living in hell. Isn't that the consequence of your actions? I was wrong, please. Just give me one more chance. Chaya stood before Boss, coldly replying, It's out of my hands. He hung his head at her words. However, he did say he'd give you a chance. Hearing Chaya's words, he was stunned. What? He continued, If you want a chance, then speak properly. Welton, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. You heard him? Now, let's talk about your manners. Boss looked at him in terror. Welton smirked. But before that, let's start with a few punches. Boss cried out in terror. Just kill me already. Boss was beaten to a pulp by Welton and forced to raise his hands as Welton asked, Now, let's talk about that contract. Belos stammered, A contract? What are you plotting? Welton angrily conjures a fist of magic and threatens Belos. Looks like you haven't had enough, have you? He fearfully covered his face with his hands, saying, I was wrong. Then he began to explain the contract. The terms are simple. While I'm in the demon world, you'll be my bodyguard. He asked respectfully, And what will you give me? Welton then replied, I will restore your position, leaving Belos in utter shock. He stated his terms, but in return, Belos would have to swear eternal fealty. He wondered, if this guy returns to the Middle Realm, will the contract still be in effect? Does that mean I'll be bound to this terrifying human forever? But before Boss could overthink it, Welton feigned turning away, saying, If you don't like it, forget it. Seeing this, he quickly raised his hand to stop him. That's not it. I already belong to the Demon King. Welton, waiting for this, replied, I'll take care of that. Don't worry. Boss thinks to himself, if he doesn't accept the contract, he'll live a miserable life at the bottom. He cringes at the thought of becoming Welton's mount, but if he accepts, he can regain his former status. But he'll be a human slave for life. The boss clenches his fist, struggling to decide. Damn it, both choices are terrible. With no escape in sight, Belos bitterly chooses the lesser of two evils. Slavery to a powerful master is better than being trampled by worms. Then he spoke. I agree. Welton smiled, saying, Smart choice. He held his hand out to Belos's broken horn, conjuring a dark orb. Let us begin the ritual to bind your soul. He realized something. This darkness was... Wait. Belos's broken horn is quickly restored, as if his power is returning. With that done, Welton speaks up. It's complete. He gives him a task. Beros, from now on, you are the 6th-level great demon of the City of Revenge, and the Earl of the Revenge Legion. Boss bowed his head and pledged his loyalty. Welton, satisfied, replied, Good. Now repay the humiliation you've suffered for the past week. Boss raised his head and pledged obedience as Himura gazed at Marybond's picture, saying, I've finally had my revenge. Himura, tears streaming down his face, recounts his many failures, then spreads his arms wide and shouts, But this time, I've given him a hell worse than death. He added, I never thought I'd have to rely on a human to do this. Himura continued, But without him, I might never have achieved my goal. He touched Marybond's picture and lamented, At least now I have the face to meet you. If I could bring you back with Beros's life, I would tear out his heart right now. Suddenly, Belos appears behind Himura, challenging him. If you can, then try it. Himura questioned Belos with a raised voice. Sitting nearby, he replies, Long time no see. Enraged, Himura charges at Belos, screaming, Do you have a death wish? He retaliates with open arms while Himura drones on, What do you think this place is? After recovering, Belos's power completely overwhelmed Himura, easily seizing his neck and subduing him. He thought in fear, What is happening? According to Demon Realm law, Beros, having lost his power, shouldn't be able to attack me. He stares into Himura's eyes, enraged, and says, If you truly want revenge for your lover, don't resort to dirty tricks. Challenge me honorably. Marybond's portrait reappears as he's defeated by Boss right beneath it, who leaves with a message. If it's a ranking duel you want, I'm always ready. But I doubt you have the guts to do that. Boss calmly enters the palace as the surrounding demons begin to murmur. Beros, when did you get back? He asks cheerfully. I had to see how your revenge would play out. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you. Boss thought uneasily, sensing something was amiss. A clock displays the current time as Boss and Welton discuss matters in the library. He asks, What brings you to the library? Don't tell me you want me to teach you history. Welton nodded. That's right. To adapt to the demon world, one must first understand its history. Hearing this, Boss pouted and said, But history isn't exactly my area of expertise. He angrily scolded him, If you keep acting so disgusted, I might just feel like smashing you over the head. Boss nervously explains, No, it's just that I'm really not good at this sort of thing. He tilted his head, reassuring him, I'm not asking you to recount the entire history of the demon world, don't worry. Welton continued, Just learn these things. The current structure of the demon world, the political situation, and the cause and time of the timeline distortion. Bios frowned in response. I understand. He slams the book on the table, his face darkening, and says calmly, Perhaps we should start with the event that distorted the timeline. This distortion of time originated from a great war, also known as the Incident. According to Belos, the Rova incident involved a massive space stone that fell onto the demon realm's prairie. To obtain the fallen stone from this incident, the demon lords engaged in a great war to claim it. Boss quietly revealed to Welton, but ultimately no one could possess the stone. He added that one day it was suddenly sucked deep into the earth, merging with the core of the demon world, leaving Welton stunned. What? Boss continued, sitting across from Welton. And from then on, the timeline of the demon world began to destabilize, first noticed by the multidimensional investigators. From his account, a space investigator stood before a giant clock and noticed the strange shift in time. Time was flowing faster here than in other dimensions. Boss continued, explaining that the discrepancy started with mere seconds, but the gap widened over time. He added that the 5 archdemons convened to seek a solution to this unprecedented situation. But despite their long efforts, they couldn't find a way to restore the timeline to its original state. According to Belos, even though the 5 archdemons possessed power equal to the 12 gods, they had no way to interfere with the core of the spatial tide they belonged to. He added that the 5 great demon kings were ultimately forced to give up, and the timeline has continued to stretch ever since. Boss then turned serious, saying, I heard there have been some anomalies that are accelerating the timeline. Welton listened, interlacing his fingers, and asked curiously, An anomaly? What happened? He immediately replied, That part hasn't been clarified yet, but I heard the last anomaly occurred quite recently. Hearing Belos's answer, he asked further, What about the first time? How far back did it happen in the timeline of the human realm? He helplessly says that he'd have to ask the investigator. Belos leaned back, listlessly agreeing, but one thing was certain. The timeline would continue to stretch, unless an entity powerful enough could interfere at the very core of this dimension. Welton remained silent, then finally spoke. Then let's meet the investigator. He probably already suspected this anyway. I knew it. Welton said, Follow me. And so Welton and Belos arrived at Henos's workplace. He waved. Hey, Henos. He's Henos, the multidimensional investigator of the demon world. He cheerfully asked Count Boss what brought him here. He simply replied, Someone wants to meet you. Henos asked, bewildered. Me? Who am I? Welton reached out his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Pleased to meet you, I'm Jamie, a human. He scratched his head, asking, Why are you with a human? It was then, he explained, he is favored by His Majesty, show some respect. Henos was shocked, and he questioned him in disbelief. Favored by His Majesty? Immediately, Henos bowed his head in apology. Forgive me. What brings you here? Welton, unconcerned, spoke up. Enough with the greetings. There's something more important. He wondered if there was a way to pinpoint the Agrova event in human time, surprising Henos. An event, he thought to himself. This is the first time I've seen a human interested in the affairs of the demon world. Henos rested his chin on his hand, wondering where to begin. He then said, By the standards of the middle realm, that is, the human realm, it happened 15 years and 84 days ago. Welton was a little surprised to hear that. 15 years? He quickly realized that 15 years and 84 days ago was the day Juai was born into the Welton family, not just from Welton's memory. Welton stood frozen, realizing the day the space stone fell and the day Jai was born were the same. Far beyond coincidence. Lost in thought, a voice startled him back to reality. Is there anything else? Welton asked Henus. There's one more thing. Bios said that due to an anomaly, the timeline has been accelerated. When would that be, according to human reckoning? He asks, and the answer comes easily. 5 years and 2 months ago. He pondered, head bowed, wondering if anything had changed for him 5 years and 2 months ago, recalling that he was still a king just before then. 5 years ago, he unleashed a tremendous power, a time when he went through so much. Welton recalls ending his training and resuming his activities 2 months prior, and a realization stops him in his tracks. The common thread between those times is, Henos asked curiously, why do you ask? Did you discover something? Welton waved his hand awkwardly, unsure of what to say. No, I was mistaken. He seemed a little disappointed. No. Do you have any other questions? He waves goodbye to Henos, all his questions now answered. No, I've found my answer thanks to you. I'm off. Welton walks away. He stood behind, waving goodbye, as Boss followed and questioned him. Did you discover anything? Answer me, then turn around and speak. Bellows frowned, confused. Meanwhile, Chica stood by the window, thinking about the report that Master and Bios had returned to the castle. Chica gazes out, lost in thought. Where is he now? Suddenly, Welton burst through the door, followed by a stunned and grim-faced Boss as he rushed in, declaring, I have something important to tell you. With a tall frame and eyes gleaming with purple light, Chica stared intently. Is he out of his mind? Boss turned pale, sweating profusely as she worried for her master's safety. How could he dare call him by name, even with the Demon King's favor? Even if His Majesty kills him, I won't interfere. Shach happily steps forward to greet him. Master, you've arrived. Boss was speechless, utterly bewildered, while Chica noticed Bios beside him, stammering. Your Majesty. He was sweating profusely, trembling, pointing at Welton and looking at Chica in disbelief. This human dared to call you by name, and you call him Master. What is going on? Chica was about to explain when a hand stopped her. Welton turned to the boss to explain. Witnessing this sudden action, they both broke out in a cold sweat. Since your soul is bound to me, there's no need to keep it a secret. Hearing this, something beyond his imagination, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chica is the dark knight I created in my previous life. I'm a reincarnator. Belios, in a panic, falls back and cries out, What? The two in front of him remained perfectly calm. Yes, that's the story. Belios, now sweating profusely, asked, So those two shadows are the same? He sat there, stone-faced, listening to Welton. I'll explain the details later. For now, let's continue, or I could force a memory transfer, but we have more important things to discuss. Chica speaks of, yes, so you're saying you're affecting the Demon Realm's timeline? I'm not sure, but I think that's it. He frowned, speaking seriously. The Roba incident happened the year I was born, and every time I awaken my power, the Demon Realm's timeline accelerates. Welton raised his hand, holy power radiating a golden light. 5 years ago, he first awakened this power. He recalls crucial information. The first king, Gav, who buried himself deep within the magical world as an omniscient mirror. Long ago, he seized a fragment of Diablo and gained immense power. However, he was ultimately defeated by Jai and lost the fragment. An image of Yidon appears, his body gradually breaking apart in agony. I just want to live. It was then that Welton, radiating golden energy, sat upon his crimson throne. Break absorbed it, and a different form of dark magic, holy light, was created. His form changed, and large wings appeared on his back, making him seem even stronger. And about 2 months prior, with the help of Breck Dormant within me, the holy light evolved once more. Nirvana appears with a smile. And then there were the words from Jackmun's ancestor that troubled me. The golden orb in his hand shone brightly like a miniature sun. This holy light is said to be similar to the divinity of the 12 gods. Returning to reality, Chi spoke up with an evaluation. But that wasn't enough, as a light appeared, dragging with it a dark voice that declared, It is the truth. A boss shouts in alarm, Katos, how dare you act without His Majesty's permission? Wielding his staff with authority, Katos gravely warns, the Demon Realm's timeline has been distorted by Diablo, Jur's contractor. Welton's face darkens at the mention of that name. What? The scene shifts and the sky begins to darken. Outside the ominous tower, silence reigned, broken only by the circling birds, as a crowned man sat regally on high. He is the Demon King of Wrath, Satang, one of the 5 great demon kings. Satan spoke. Did you acquire the territory of resentment and bloodthirst? His subordinate remained silent, hesitating to answer. He lowered his head, not daring to look up. I have failed. Xiao Wujing's anger caused him to crush the armrest of his chair. Failure. He frowned, looking down, barely containing his anger as he wondered how this could be. Sun Han had abandoned his territory and crossed into another space-time stream a month ago. Then how could you fail? The subordinate below, hearing this question, stammered, trying to explain himself. Katos, who had perfected his position as a demon king, was there. Shasang didn't let him continue, unable to contain his anger, and unleashed a pressure that forced him to kneel. So you offer that as an excuse? He gritted out, struggling to look up. No surprise, he's one of the 5 great demon kings. Even among them, the difference in power is vast. To survive in the demon world and maintain my title, I had to pledge allegiance to Wrath. In this situation, the subordinate understood his place. Infinitesimal in the palm of the sand monk's hand, his life hanging in the balance, He struggled to his feet, thinking he had to find a way to pique his interest. The subordinate stammered, "I have interesting information." Now all movement has ceased and an eerie silence hangs in the air. The subordinate collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Sha Wujing remained still, sparing his life. "What news do you have?" Having narrowly escaped death, he trembled, struggling to regain his composure, his resentment having dragged him to the demon realm. The man smiled, intrigued. "Human, explain in detail." Welton was a bit surprised by what he had just heard. "You say I'm Jur's contractor." He recalls Jur's words from before, so his fierce will to destroy the 12 gods must have summoned Jur. Out of nowhere his face appears with deep, somber eyes. Jur. According to Jur, the creator god Ji is asleep, but she is the one who created this world. The ancient god Osiris, whom I met in Gammon, said the same thing. He pieced together the important information and said, "Tell me everything." "How do you know Diablo's name?" Now is not the time to explain that. The person who suddenly appeared interjected, changing the subject. "The demon king of wrath is targeting you, Diablo." Hearing the name, Chica, standing next to Welton, was shocked. Wrath was coming. The man replied with certainty, "Yes, hatred." Chica, confused by his words, asks again, "Hate?" Belos, who had been motionless, finally snaps and lunges forward, claws extended. "This one has been disrespectful from the start." "Have you truly lost your mind?" the man quickly realized, glancing to the side. With a flick of his staff, he sent Belius crashing into the wall. "Kados, you are constantly overstepping your bounds." "Are you really as crazy as Bios says?" the other guy retorted. "Not one to be easily intimidated. Instead of wasting time on resentment, prepare to face the great darkness." Chica approached, angrily shouting, "You suddenly appear and say the Wrath Demon King is invading. I've never sensed anything like that, but my clone has confirmed it." Chica is confused by this technique. "Clones." The man eagerly explains, "It's one of my clones. I exist everywhere in the demon world, but that's not what matters. What he needs is an answer." "So you've been hiding your true identity until now?" the young man said, his face darkening. "My hatred, my joining your ranks, it's all to get close to Diablo." Welton raised his hand to stop him. "So what exactly are you?" The young man finally began to introduce himself. "I am an information entity created by Gay to convey Bress's past history to you. I am called Akasish." Welton seems to hear it for the first time and wonders, but not as important as the Demon King, an information-gathering entity. More importantly, why is the Demon King of Wrath targeting me? Akasish knows much about that arrogant king. Wrath is an entity formed purely of emotion, and no one knows his true intentions. Chica excuses herself and heads out. I'll go on ahead. If what he says is true, we must prepare as quickly as possible." Welton turns, understanding. "Understood." Meanwhile, Belios struggles to stand. "Your Majesty, I will go with you as well." Chica remains silent. The door slammed shut, and the two were gone, leaving them alone in their private space. Welton finally gets down to business. "Akasi, you said you were an information aggregate created by Gaia?" Akasi responded, "That's right." He was somewhat surprised to hear Welton say, "We should head to the battlefield as well, but first, there's something I need to confirm." He worried more and more, realizing Osiris implied he wasn't a complete reincarnation. Welton recalled his words, "Your soul is not you, but it was created by you." Created by me. Does that mean... He wonders, his face hardening with realization. Am I a fake? The scene shifts to night before a dark castle where someone is calling Lillian's name. Hearing her name, she turns around. "Lillian," the figure announced, approaching her. "All Legion commanders are to be summoned. The Demon King's wrath is about to descend." Lai was sweating, utterly bewildered. "What? Why is he targeting us?" Chica isn't sure, only hearing things from the more experienced members. "I don't know." He can't imagine Welton in his grasp. Kato said Wrath acts for his master, but whether that's true or not, Chica is determined to protect her master, no matter what. Back with Welton and Akasish, if you're truly a collection of information created by G, you must know, right? Am I real or just... Akasish interrupts him, hesitant to speak, saying it's not that simple. Welton, his patience wearing thin, demands to know now, striking his chest and emitting a signal. If I'm not the reincarnation of Diablo Villa, then what am I? Akasa fell silent. For now, I can only say one thing. He immediately recalled Diablo Villa. You are an existence born from Diablo Villa's needs. They face each other, so does that mean I'm not the original? Don't jump to conclusions. With a blank expression, Ashish recited the timeline precisely. You are incomplete, but you have inherited most of his memories. And as time passes and lost memories return, Welton cuts him off, getting straight to the point. Enough, I don't need meaningless comfort. To be honest, I feel empty. He clenches his fists, veins popping, his tone suggesting displeasure. Am I not the reincarnation of Diablo Fief? But my goal remains unchanged, Ea quietly muttered, his face darkening. Diablo me. Welton, oblivious, continues to casually explain his situation. Even if these memories are grafted onto me, the ideal of destroying the 12 gods is still real. Welton suddenly shouts. He looks at me seriously, confirming that I am no longer Diablo Via. From now on, I will live as J. Akajik smiles slightly, tilting his head. I see, well, we should still go help them. Akasik raised his staff, gathering magic. Forget the war, come with me. He turned, sensing malice from behind. What? Hold on, if it's that, we should tell the others? Before he could finish, Asi disappeared with him, leaving immediately. The two appear somewhere else entirely, and Welton is surprised by something before him. Before them appeared a giant golden crystal with intricate patterns. Could this be the core of the demon world? Akasik gave him the answer immediately. Yes. Akasik points him to the purple gem in the center, revealing it to be a fragment of the dark world stone. Welton, in disbelief, turns to him, sweating. What? How did that end up in the demon world? Akasik looks up and explains that it's the foundation of the Covenant, a power closest to primordial darkness. The traces of cause and effect can be used to heal your birth. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke emerged from the stone. Forgotten memories, glory restored, a craving for death, a prison of vengeance. Its initial golden light seems to be fading as the black aura grows stronger, a chaotic world, a chance for rectification. Welton can no longer bear to listen. What incomprehensible words are these? As his final words echo, their connection emerges, and the stone slowly forms into a great gateway. A contract, longevity, time, timing, purpose, goal, hope, calculation, and result. He stares at him and shouts, Kotos, have you gone mad? Ah simply utters a single sentence. Welton didn't understand what he meant by what and how. Time for what? He raises his staff, pointing it directly forward as a cold glint flashes in Ao's eyes. Everything you're curious about, you'll find there. Welton is slowly sinking to the bottom of the deep sea. Even the things you've lost, what were they really? Outside, thunder rages, and in the deep darkness, something begins to emerge. Familiar faces appear first, as a group of cloaked figures meet in a cave, their intentions unclear. It's over. We're all that's left of humanity. If this is the end, this era of empowered humans, who is that watching from outside the carriage? What have we done? These former resistance fighters, realizing they couldn't win, turned to the side of the 12 gods. That man is Genis, who appears, looking displeased with the group. Cowards, so this is where you've been hiding? The group was startled and panicked. Genis smirks, a look of annoyance on his face as he watches them mutter, Zenit, why did you betray us? You think we'll just die here? He sneers, using his powers. The abandoned follow us, abandoning their leader? How laughable, you should have been wiped out from the start. A brilliant light erupts. And so, with the First World reset, humanity was stripped of its power. Cut to a church where an elderly white-haired man trembles as he kneels before a holy knight. Apostle, why have you forsaken us? But his only response was a subtle refusal. For a new era, humanity has lived too long. Chimera draws his sword, saying, Don't expect to live long in the next life, leading to the Second World reset. A gruesome scene unfolds, heads severed from bodies amidst a sea of blood, as humanity is robbed of its lifespan. A soldier from the ranks steps forward, sword raised, and shouts, Do you think you can restrain us in the name of religion? We'll never let you manipulate us. Today, more people have appeared at the Dongvui shrine. He smirked, clearly amused. Dare to rebel? With his reddish-orange hair and bright smile, his dark eyes looked down as if watching a game. Perhaps next time I should create a more obedient version. He began to destroy everything, energy spheres detonating everywhere he went. In the Third World reset, humanity was stripped of its freedom. The city is now engulfed in flames, filled only with monsters. The people below scattered in a panic. Now things were finally getting interesting. Even the dragon god Brahman appeared on the Great Dragon. Humanity was proving to be quite boring this time around. Corpses of police officers littered the ground, each one grievously wounded. In this fourth iteration, stripped of their humanity, the people gathered below, chanting in unison, Kill the gods! Kill the gods! The gods above couldn't help but sigh. Has this era failed as well? It seems I've created a humanity that's too powerful this time. The god, with an amused smile, continued to cast his spell, beginning the world's reset once more. And finally, in the fifth world reset, the variable was eliminated, and the sixth world was created. As Yidon is surrounded by countless sharp blades, the god with orange hair proclaims, "If you die, humanity will be wiped out completely this time." The people below begged for mercy, pleading for their lives. Suddenly, countless purple, poison-like bubbles emerged from Yidon. Behind that god, a shadowy figure approaches. Do they know how to control that power? Interesting. He's sweating, paying close attention. The newly arrived god smirks deviously. Do you wish to lead the new world? He places his hand on Yidon's head in a divine gesture, but Yidon's resistance proves futile. From now on, your name will be Gav Yidon. The humans in this new world you lead will be nothing but weaklings, so do your best. And so, humanity resigned itself to becoming slaves of the gods. Welton slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his stupor, and contemplated the truth he had seen. A meticulous plan through those bubbles. So that's what happened. Little by little, they stole humanity's power and enslaved them to the gods. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and a voice echoed, "Contractor, have you seen the truth of this world?" Welton looked on in surprise. "Who are you?" A beautiful pink-haired goddess appeared before team leader Jur, who responded, "Indeed. It's time to begin," Geyer asks. "Are you ready to fulfill the contract?" A figure immediately appears in Welton's mind, an entity with a personality and style completely different from his own. I wager half my soul on the future, and another persona is born. By the will of Diablo and Jer, I, Jawai, am born. The two face each other in the mental space. Though I am not the complete embodiment of Diablo, I am the last bastion of humanity he left behind. And Welton's power feels different. A new aura appears, and he's filled with unwavering resolve. So I shall inherit his will? He has made his choice. Now, act. Creator God, I will free your people. Consider this your first warning. If we fail, neither of us can turn back. Welton is supremely confident. He remains steadfast and unyielding. No matter this time, I will bring down the 12 gods. She compliments him as Gay unleashes a white orb. Very well. A pink light begins to emerge, gradually growing larger. The last guardian, humanity's savior, the one who opposes the 12 gods. The moment has come, and a soul wind appears amidst the trials. Will you? A blinding light surrounds Welton, birthing a perfect being. He closed his eyes, entering a trance, and moments later Welton opened them, seemingly transformed, more mature, sharper, and utterly cold.